Year's Eve 2021, as fireworks exploded in the night sky, a harsh and cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in the minds of everyone in the world. The horror game will be officially launched at midnight tonight. These 7 short words seemed like an irresistible curse. But strangely, within seconds of the message being circulated, almost everyone's memory seemed to have been wiped clean, completely oblivious to the entire incident. Only that man remembered it. The world then quietly collapsed. Humanity's daily life was torn into pieces of a strange domain, like a copy. The monsters inside tore through the barriers and broke into reality wantonly. From that night on, the world became unpredictable and strange, like a never-ending nightmare game. 10 days later, a drop of icy cold dew slid across the man's neck, and his hair stood on end. At that moment, the number 201 bus rushed towards the tanker truck in front of it like crazy. The loud sound of metal collision exploded between heaven and earth, almost shattering the eardrums. At this moment, the voice in the man's mind sounded again, colder than before. Anomaly containment system activated. Host detected as near death. Forced credit of 10,000 points. Time and space reversal initiated. The next second, time rewinded. The moment before the accident replayed itself, and the man was covered in cold sweat, nearly suffocating. He saw several wriggling black lines emanating from the back of the driver's neck, and he lunged at the passenger like a zombie. Faced with a near-death crisis, the first free card draw granted by the system became the man's only hope. He gritted his teeth and pressed the character card draw button. The next moment, a flash of blood appeared, and the card exploded. It turned out to be a gold card, white left, contracted S-rank heart spider, capable of manipulating minds and rewriting memories. However, this requires constant feeding of human malice. This was a gift from the devil, and the only chance of survival. The character card emitted a bright light, and the gloomy young man on the card, Baizhua, actually materialized in reality and appeared out of thin air not far away. Shin Yu himself had already quietly huddled in an inconspicuous corner. The next moment, a flood of information poured into Shin Yu's mind like a tidal wave. Malice. 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 What exactly is the existence of human malice? Shin Yu had always known that the ugliness of human nature could sometimes transcend ordinary people's cognition, but there had never been a time when Shin Yu could feel this strong and disgusting malice so directly. Malice from all directions surged towards Shin Yu like a tide. In just a few seconds, Shin Yu seemed to be trapped in a swamp of malice, forced to accept, swallow, and digest it. A tremendous amount of malice continued to flow into Baizhua's body and was completely devoured by that greedy and strange being. Baizhua said, "Stop. Stop right there." Baizhua's body was nearly bursting from the excessive malevolence. But fortunately, Shin Yu managed to control the switch that drained the malevolence in time. The surging malevolence finally stopped and no longer flowed in. Something within Baizhua's body stirred slightly, as if expressing dissatisfaction, but under Baizhua's suppression, it could only remain silent for a while. Was this the strange power of Baizhua's contract, heart poison? As expected, right from the start, Shin Yu was given a shocking gift package. His brain ached slightly, and under the dual consciousness operation, Shin Yu clearly felt a burden that was difficult to ignore. Shin Yu had to do 2 things at once and control Baizhua at the same time. The information explosion brought about by the double visual sharing made Shin Yu feel exhausted. However, after feeling Baizhua's ability, Shin Yu was very excited. Shin Yu gained a power that could interfere with other people's memory and cognition and could control, brainwash, and even reshape their personalities. This is the Heart Goo, the true terror of an S-rank strange card. After the excitement, Shin Yu suddenly thought of a key issue. How can the character's perfection be improved? Shin Yu speculated that this was done by trying to fit the character card settings as closely as possible. If this were true, then Baizhua's card would be a suitable villain. But how can we make such a naturally evil person logically and rationally save people and do the thankless work of sheltering them? Shin Yu quickly devised a reasonable premise. The White Left enjoys playing with people's hearts, testing and exploring the depths of human evil. Therefore, he was discovered and taken in by the Shelter Organization. As the price of cleansing his sins, he must forever be assigned to the task of sheltering the weird. The script was finished, and Shin Yu couldn't wait to go on stage. Shin Yu said, "It's my first time performing, so I'm a little excited. Then, let's make a big scene." At the same time, on the other side, in order to stop the driver from biting the passenger, Zhang Lin did not hesitate to put his hand in front of the driver. The driver bit Zhang Lin's arm, and blood immediately gushed out. "Quick, tie him up." Even though cold sweat broke out on his forehead from the pain, Zhang Lin didn't even utter a sound. Everyone worked together to tie up the driver with a rope provided by a kind-hearted person. At this moment, a man helping nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Comrade Patrolman, look at the driver." Zhang Lin looked back and saw the passenger whose flesh had been bitten off by the driver lying on the ground, his hands and feet twitching, his face pale, his eyes bulging, and making strange scare sounds from his mouth. "Fuck! Zombies?" A young student screamed in fear. "Be careful. Don't let him bite you." Zhang Lin's heart sank, and he almost roared, "Scatter! Scatter! Everyone scatter!" At the same time, Zhang Lin used his body to hold down the passenger who had begun to mutate. Although movies and TV shows had already portrayed the doomsday zombie phenomenon deeply rooted in people's minds, facing this scene in person, Zhang Lin couldn't tell whether this was the legendary viral infection. Are there really zombies in the real world? Zhang Lin looked down at the wound on his arm and found that not only was there semi-coagulated pus and blood oozing out of the wound, but the swelling was also purple. Zhang Lin was also infected. His consciousness began to blur, and the desire for violence in his heart became stronger and stronger. Zhang Lin could hardly resist the urge to attack the fleeing people around him. Zhang Lin said, "No, I am a patrolman. I have to protect the people and cannot attack them." But even the most determined will becomes fragile under the influence of the strange pollution. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Another passenger began to mutate, madly throwing themselves at the onlookers. Then, several other passengers followed suit. The pollution was spreading at an extremely fast rate. Zhang Lin felt a strange transformation taking place within his body. His strength increased, his five senses heightened. He watched those fleeing for their lives, their movements slowing down tenfold in his eyes, like giant, screaming insects. Zhang Lin's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred, and he could barely control his body. At this moment, a frivolous and playful voice suddenly rang out in Zhang Lin's ears. "Oh, I'm so lucky to have run into a person who is a special person," Baizhua said. "Otherwise, even I would have a hard time dealing with so many strange things." "Mr. Patrolman? Is his consciousness almost fading? That wouldn't count as me violating human laws, saving me a lot of trouble. Do you want to gain power, Mr. Patrolman?" The boy's tone was frivolous and casual, yet it was as alluring as the whisper of a devil, full of control and confidence. Baizhua said, "Don't struggle, don't resist. Look, those things have already started attacking others. It's terrifying. If it spreads out, the whole city will be in danger." At the last moment when his consciousness was about to be eroded, Zhang Lin was shocked. Zhang Lin desperately reached out to grab the thread. Whether it was a god or a demon, Zhang Lin needed the power to protect this city. As he exhausted the last bit of his rationality, Zhang Lin roared, "I must protect them." "Very good. Then, mind control." The next moment, his hazy consciousness seemed to be tightly wrapped in a spiderweb. Zhang Lin saw a white spider suddenly pounce on his face, burrowing into his brain from between his eyebrows. His consciousness, on the verge of collapse, was reunited by the spiderweb. This time, Zhang Lin was lucid. He stared at his body, clearly aware of the unknown force controlling it. Like a god of war, he charged at the frantic passengers. Are they strong? Then use even more brutal force to crush all resistance. With each punch and kick, the air erupted in a sonic boom. Zhang Lin experienced for the first time that he possessed such astonishing power. In just a few minutes, Zhang Lin had overtaken the mutated passengers one by one, defeating them one by one, leaving them lying on the ground with their limbs broken. Huff, huff. Zhang Lin panted violently, his body temperature rising, and white steam rose from his body. Pa 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 pa. Applause rang out, and the white leftist slowly approached, a faint smile on his face. "It's very exciting." The black-haired Baizhua walked towards Zhang Lin step by step, against the crowd. The morning sun shone on Baizhua, giving him a golden glow. The scene at that moment was so warm and poetic. But those people who were running away in panic, as soon as they looked into the eyes of the white leftists, suddenly calmed down and avoided the white leftist path. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is a natural human survival instinct. When in a state of panic, most people find it difficult to control their emotions and may even act irrationally. However, the young man before him completely defied this common sense. In the chaos of the crowd fleeing in all directions, the white left seemed to be able to accurately control people's hearts. Those screaming and panicking people, once they got close and made eye contact with the white left, inexplicably calmed down. An extremely absurd dramatic scene has formed around the white left. On one side, there is the chaotic clamor of people fleeing for their lives, and on the other side, there is the eerie silence as still water. Zhang Lin saw the boy's eyes, which were a dead and cold expression, intertwined with a smiling but cold and frivolous look. Zhang Lin realized in an instant that what he was facing was the embodiment of the abyss that could swallow everyone. The system said, ding. Character perfection increased by 10%. Unlocks special ability. Telepathy, excellent. Zhang Lin wanted to ask, how could this person manipulate others at will, wielding such a dangerous ability at will? What on earth do they regard humans as? But Zhang Lin couldn't speak, as if his throat was blocked. He could only stand there like a puppet being manipulated. Baizhua walked past Zhang Lin and headed towards the fallen passengers. He bent down slightly and carefully observed the abnormalities on their bodies. Baizhua said, contamination route, contact, wound infection, the source of contact is the back of the neck. The degree of abnormality manifests as skin color change, increased strength, mania, and a low degree of deformity. Combined with the remaining strange aura, it can be judged that this type of abnormality is the lowest level, wandering soul. With just one glance, the white left's mind automatically extracts, organizes, and analyzes a vast amount of information. This stems from their exceptional observational skills and almost perverse analytical abilities. In front of the white left, everything that has ever existed will leave traces, and these traces, no matter how small, will not escape the white left's eyes. In the end, the white left can always piece together the intelligence they want. If they were to solve a case, white leftists could easily see through the most complex mystery. If they decided to commit a crime, it would be a perfect crime that no one could detect and could never verify. The system said, ding. The character's perfection increased by 1%. Zhang Lin didn't know where this young man came from. The elusive, yet elusive, aura of danger emanating from Baizhua constantly irritated Zhang Lin's instincts as a police officer. This was undoubtedly a dangerous individual, a criminal-like aura that lingered in the darkness, seeped into the bones, and was stained with blood. As a patrol officer, Zhang Lin had come into contact with several similar individuals, all of whom were vicious murderers. Who are the Baizu? What are these strange things? They seem to be fully aware of these strange phenomena, even having their own hierarchy. Is there a hidden, vast organization behind them? Are they righteous or evil? So many questions filled Zhang Lin's mind, yet he couldn't ask any of them. When Zhang Lin saw Baizhua reaching out to the passengers on the ground, his heart tightened. If weirdness truly existed in this world, how did beings like Baizhua, who specialized in dealing with weirdness, typically deal with them, kill them? Baizua's hand stopped just before touching those people, as if he felt disgusted, and waved towards Zhang Lin. The next moment, Zhang Lin's body moved again involuntarily. Zhang Lin walked to the fallen passengers and driver, turned them over one by one, and made them lie face down. Zhang Lin reached out and lifted the clothes around their necks, revealing a swollen bump on the back of their necks. In the middle of the bump, a thin, black, thread-like object was slightly exposed. When Zhang Lin's hand touched the black thread, it began to wriggle like a living thing. Zhang Lin grabbed it expressionlessly and pulled it hard. Puff! The black thread was pulled out along with the yellow-red pus. After struggling for a few times, it stopped moving. Then, Zhang Lin pulled out the black threads on the necks of other passengers one by one. A pungent stench filled the air. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Lin would have vomited uncontrollably. However, under the control, these normal physiological reactions were suppressed. The white leftist stood aside with a leisurely look. The only one left is the driver, and he is hiding here as expected. The driver was the first person to be contaminated, and naturally the most likely object to be parasitized by the weird things. Zhang Lin walked towards the driver. The most terrifying thing was the back of the driver's neck, which was swollen like a huge tumor, with more than a dozen black lines constantly wriggling inside. Zhang Lin's movements were skillful and swift, as if he had been slaughtering fish at the market for 10 years. He pulled out all the black threads. The bulge suddenly moved, and a black, shapeless object emerged from the opening, slightly poking its head out to look around. The alien creature, extremely sensitive to air, shrank back. Low-level creatures possessed little intelligence, driven only by instinctive predatory impulses. Sensing its prey approaching, it attempted to pounce on Zhang Lin again. But Zhang Lin was quicker, catching it in a single tug. Xin Yu's voice rang out at this moment. System, how do we contain the weird? Beep. 10 weird cages will be issued, which can temporarily seal the weird for 24 hours. If you want to contain the weird permanently, please build a headquarters building and unlock the abnormal shelter. Xin Yu asked, how many construction points are needed to build the headquarters? The system said, it currently consumes 100,000 construction points. Oh, that's okay. Xin Yu paused slightly, then showed a helpless expression. Xin Yu still owed 10,000 construction points. Baizhua reached into his pocket and, using the cloth as a cover, pulled out a strange cage from the system. It was a black, fist-sized sphere covered in scale-like patterns. This shape, this feel, if it were red and white, it would really look like some classic game prop. Hopeball, is that you? Baizhua chuckled to himself. Of course, Baizhua knew this wasn't a toy. Baizhua handed the cage to Zhang Lin, who cooperated by releasing his grip. The creature was immediately swallowed by the crack in the cage. Zhang Lin's consciousness hadn't yet fully sunk in, and he could hear Baizhua muttering to himself from within his body. The white left looked at the people lying on the ground in disarray, looking quite distressed. What should I do? I don't want to write a report. How about just erasing their memories and pretending nothing happened? Baizhua clapped his hands, seeming to be very satisfied with the idea. Okay, let's do it. Ding. Character perfection increased by 2%. Zhang Lin, wait. But Zhang Lin's consciousness had begun to sink and eventually fell into a deep sleep. After the detention was completed, Baizhua hypnotized the people around who witnessed everything one by one, blurring their memories and falsifying the traces of the scene. The white left also used hacking techniques to infiltrate the surveillance system and modify all recorded footage. Ding. Character perfection increased by 5%. Very good. Perfect. Xinyu grumbled inwardly. Born a villain. Huh? Okay. But there has to be a limit. Otherwise, if I want to improve the perfection of this character card, I can't actually kill people or set fire to them, right? Chapter 5. Different paths, different destinations. After Baizhua had handled everything, Xinyu let Baizhua leave. He did not withdraw the character card until they reached a corner without surveillance. Xinyu himself was still huddled in the corner, his eyes fixed on Zhang Lin, who was lying unconscious on the ground not far away, and he began to seriously think about the next arrangements. Zhang Lin is the only one whose memory was not erased by Baizhua. This decision was made deliberately by Xinyu, who has deeper plans. Xinyu knew very well that if no one knew of the existence of the organization, then there would be no way to obtain the construction points. The news had to spread through some means. Zhang Lin might be the breakthrough point for spreading the existence of this strange organization. However, there was another reason why Zhang Lin's memory was not erased. The physique of a mutated individual is unique, capable of adapting to strange contamination. After being contaminated, they can awaken powerful abilities. While others may consider such individuals more dangerous, for white leftists, they are the ideal puppets, easier to manipulate and exploit. Baizua's ability is mind control, which just complements this high-potential individual. Leaving Zhang Lin's memory is also preparing for the future. Xinyu felt that all this logic made sense and was consistent with the calm and calculating style of the white left, so Xinyu felt relieved. In this case, let's proceed with the plan in this direction. Thinking of this, Xinyu directly laid down on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Before lying down, Xinyu did not forget to ask the system in his mind, does this count as successfully containing the weirdness? The system responded quickly. Ding. Detection completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing a wandering soul-level weirdness. Construction points plus 10,000. Also, successfully containing a wandering soul-level weirdness will award an additional 1,000 construction points. Current construction point balance, 1,000. This unexpected gain made Xinyu very happy. After all, the 10,000 construction points he owed were now written off. Xinyu couldn't wait to ask the system again. Then why didn't I get any construction points when I played Baizhua? The system explained, to obtain construction points, you must establish a physical organization with an organizational structure and purpose recognized by the world. Hearing this, Xinyu suddenly realized. Previously, when Xinyu played the role of the white left, he had not truly defined the concept of an organization, so naturally he did not gain anything. At that time, Xinyu only created a vague behind-the-scenes force, without giving any specific purpose or goal, nor did he spread the news of its existence. Okay, then I'll think of a real organization now. Since the goal is to contain the weird, then the purpose must also revolve around this. Xinyu thought seriously. The goal of this organization is to contain those weird beings that go beyond common sense and exist to protect humanity. In order to achieve the goal, the means can be flexible and even unscrupulous when necessary. The concept is called different paths, different destinations. As for the name, let's call it the Divergent Shelter Association. Xinyu made the final decision, his eyes firm, as if he had seen the future. The system immediately responded. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the organizational concept and establishing the Deviants Reception Society. I will reward you with a 10 million level company acquisition voucher. Xinyu immediately opened the system interface to view the details of the acquisition voucher. It could unconditionally acquire a company with a market value of tens of millions. This card would be extremely useful for Xinyu's future plans. He just needed a legal shell to cover his organization's actions. Before Xinyu could think any further, a group of people collapsed nearby, finally being discovered by passersby. This triggered a wave of panic and screams. Immediately afterwards, passersby called the police for help, and soon after, a large number of ambulances arrived, rushing all the unconscious people to the hospital. Thanks to the doctor's efforts, most of the passengers gradually regained consciousness, but their memories seemed to have been wiped clean. They only remembered that they were on the bus on their way to school, work, or grocery shopping, and the driver seemed to have suddenly fallen ill, and then all was in chaos. Everyone had fractures and other injuries of varying severity, seemingly from a sudden traffic accident. Police initially determined that the driver had lost control of the bus after a medical emergency, causing it to collide with the bus and crash. Fortunately, apart from some external injuries, no one was in danger of death, and the most seriously injured person was Patrolman Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was the only one who took the initiative to rush to control the situation, and because of this, he was injured the most and was in a coma for a whole day. In the hospital ward, Zhang Lin slowly woke up to the sound of instruments beeping, as if walking out of a dark dream. Before him was a pristine white ceiling, and the unfamiliar environment immediately reminded Zhang Lin that he was in a hospital. Zhang Lin tried to sit up, but his whole body ached as if it had been run over. Even the slightest movement caused him to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, his colleague Sun Xian walked in. Seeing Zhang Lin awake, he excitedly ran out to call a doctor. The doctors rushed in to check on the situation and confirmed that Zhang Lin was conscious, his vital signs were stable, and he would recover soon. Zhang Lin, you're finally awake. Sun Xian cried with joy and poured him some water. Zhang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief after drinking it. Zhang Lin's first reaction was to care about the passengers in the car. Brother Sun, how are those people? Did anyone get into trouble? Sun Xian shook his head. Except for you who is seriously injured, the others only have superficial injuries and will be discharged after a few months of hospitalization. Where is the driver? Zhang Lin asked again. Sun Xian said, he is seriously injured and has not woken up yet. You have been unconscious for a day. If you don't wake up, the doctor will soon issue a critical illness notice. Wait, you said car accident. Zhang Lin was stunned. He didn't remember any traffic accidents happening. Zhang Lin instinctively wanted to sit up, but the pain in his body held him back, and he couldn't help but grimace and gasp for air. Sun Xian quickly supported Zhang Lin. Don't move, you can't get out of bed yet. The doctor told you to rest well. Zhang Lin took a few breaths and asked, I remember being bitten on my arm. It couldn't have been caused by a car accident, right? Sun Xian said, you were wearing a thick coat and uniform at the time. The doctor said it looked like a laceration, probably from hitting a sharp part of the car. Sun Xian sighed. With such injuries and a mild concussion, it's normal for your memory to be confused. Don't take it too seriously. Zhang Lin fell into deep thought. He knew that something different had happened in his memory, but now he could not find the evidence to question it. Meanwhile, in a corner unknown to Zhang Lin, Xinyu had already begun to build his own detention organization, and a storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 6. Two subordinates who will not betray memory disorder? Something's wrong with my memory? No, that's not right. Zhang Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a clear fragment suddenly emerged in his chaotic brain. It was the scene Zhang Lin saw when his consciousness was controlled. Zhang Lin clearly remembered that the mysterious young man once said, as long as their memories are erased, this incident will never have happened. Zhang Lin's face turned pale, and he realized that what the others had lost was not consciousness, but the memory of that real experience. The whole incident was tampered with to become a car accident. The crazy passengers, the strangely controlled driver, and the mysterious boy were all erased from everyone's mind. Only Zhang Lin still retained that terrifying memory. Zhang Lin smiled bitterly. With such a terrifying ability, it was no wonder that no one in the world had ever publicly mentioned the existence of strange things. Zhang Lin began to understand that those who had come into contact with the supernatural had their memories wiped clean, becoming as ignorant as ordinary people. But why did Zhang Lin still remember it? Could it be that, as the young man had said, Zhang Lin was also a supernatural being? What's so weird? Sun Xian was confused and couldn't make sense of it. He just comforted him. You should heal your wounds first. I'll ask the doctor when you can recover. After that, Sun Xian walked out of the ward, leaving Zhang Lin lying alone on the bed, lost in thought. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Sun Xian, but ultimately chose silence. Zhang Lin calmed down, knowing that no one would believe him even if he spoke out. Everyone was convinced it was a car accident, and Zhang Lin couldn't explain it all by himself. After all, if you don't experience it with your own eyes, who can accept that there really is such a thing as weird that goes beyond common sense in this world? Zhang Lin knew that the most important thing now was to recover. Only with more energy could he investigate everything. He thought he would need to rest for a while, but unexpectedly, the very afternoon he woke up, his supervisor, Captain Chun, came to see him with fruit and milk. Captain Chun. Zhang Lin was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the leader to arrive so quickly. Chen Guangji walked in with a smile and put the fruit down. You performed well this time. You saved an entire busload of people. The leaders praised you by name. You deserve a second-class merit. Zhang Lin could tell that Chen Guangji was genuinely happy for him, but Zhang Lin was extremely conflicted, not knowing whether he should tell Chen Guangji about that abnormal experience. After much thought, Zhang Lin finally decided to speak up and tell Captain Chen the truth. Zhang Lin believed in this old leader who had always taken care of him. Zhang Lin said, Captain Chen, what I said may be a little hard to believe, but I promise I'm completely sober now. I'm not talking nonsense. Chen Guangji nodded and said seriously, Go ahead, I'm listening. So, Zhang Lin told the whole story from the moment he received the call, to the moment he assisted the bus in stopping at the scene, to the sudden runaway of the driver and passengers, and the appearance of the mysterious boy. When hearing words like weird, manipulated, and memory erased, the expression on Chen Guangji's face gradually changed from relaxed to serious. Chen Guangji once participated in a special closed-door meeting where a retired leader reported a strange incident, the content of which is still fresh in his memory. It was midnight on New Year's Eve, and the retired leader heard a voice. The weird era is online. Log in to Blue Star. Strangely, the retired leader discussed this sentence with his family that day, but a few hours later, his family had forgotten about it, as if it had never happened. The retired leader immediately reported the incident, and the government quickly took action, secretly identifying more than a dozen people who also remembered this sentence. The relevant departments then held an emergency meeting and decided to closely monitor unusual incidents nationwide, and also planned to establish defense facilities across the country. Chen Guangji personally participated in that meeting, which is why he did not show much surprise after listening to Zhang Lin's narration. Chen Guangji knew that Zhang Lin was not lying, and it was even more impossible for him to fabricate such information that was highly consistent with the information held by the top leaders. Seeing Chen Guangji's silence, Zhang Lin thought he was being treated as a lunatic and couldn't help but anxiously said, Captain Chen, everything I said is true. Please believe me. Chen Guangji patted Zhang Lin's hand gently and said in a gentle tone, I understand. Just focus on recovering from your injuries. Someone will come to you to find out the situation later. Just tell the truth. Zhang Lin was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected Captain Chen to accept his explanation so quickly. He suddenly realized that perhaps someone in the military had experienced something similar, but it was kept strictly confidential and not disclosed to the public. I will report your words as soon as possible. After saying this, Chen Guangji did not pause and hurriedly left the ward with a lot on his mind. This sudden information made Chen Guangji realize that the situation had changed. At this moment, in another ward of the hospital, Xinyu was leisurely lying on the bed, playing with his phone and continuing to communicate with the system. System, what exactly is this related person function used for? The system responded immediately. Binding associated characters to the character card can enhance the stability of the character card and help the host handle complex matters. These characters have complete personality settings, high intelligence, independent actions, and will never betray, serving the host wholeheartedly. Xinyu's mind was stirred. Isn't this equivalent to gaining 2 reliable subordinates? And they are extremely loyal. Xinyu clicked on the character settings for Baizuo's card and discovered 2 related characters, Supervisor Ji Wu and team member Su Zhou. Ji Wu was responsible for monitoring high-risk guild members, while Su Zhou was a combat specialist with guild powers. This made for a very practical combination. It just so happened that Xinyu had that company acquisition voucher worth tens of millions of yuan and needed someone to run around researching information and negotiating procedures. Xinyu was mulling over the 2 characters' personalities while modifying their personalities and background details, ensuring their behavior was logical and independent. Just as he was about to release Ji Wu and Su Zhou into reality, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning. A moderately strange aura has been detected. The source is unknown. Immediate investigation is recommended. Xinyu made a decisive decision to let Ji Wu and Su Zhou perform first. It was too tiring for Xinyu to perform a one-man show alone, and he really had to expand the organization's presence. Shin Yu placed the two in the hospital stairwell, a place without surveillance, and fabricated the story that Ji Woo and Su Zhou were searching for clues about the White Left. According to the organization's principle, anything strange must be handled and contained immediately. This also aligns with the fundamental principles of the Deviant Confinement Society. After Ji Woo and Su Zhou entered the hospital, Su Zhou, carrying the cloth-wrapped long knife on his back, frowned and looked ahead. Where on earth did Brother Bai go? Ji Woo, dressed in a gray suit and holding an unlit cigarette, looked like a seasoned veteran of some mysterious profession. He muttered impatiently, "These white leftists are such a headache. They always cause some kind of trouble." Su Zhou, frantic, held his head in his hands and wailed, "I hate writing reports. If something goes wrong again, there will definitely be a mountain of reports." Ji Woo said calmly, "You can just let that little bastard write them. These are the jobs of the White Left." Chapter 7. I want to gain power. Su Zhou stared at Ji Woo dimly, his tone filled with resentment. "I still want to live longer." Ji Woo laughed dryly, turned his head away guiltily, and then changed the subject. "The atmosphere in this hospital is quite strong. I feel like we're in trouble." "You're obviously trying to change the subject." Su Zhou's mouth twitched, but he could indeed feel a chilling sense of oppression. "My hairs are standing on end." Ji Woo and Su Zhou left the stairwell and decided to start checking each floor from the second floor of the hospital, searching in the direction of the strongest scent. As they reached the fifth floor, the surgical ward, a sense of oppression became palpable. Ji Woo and Su Zhou could almost conclude that their target was on this floor. However, the atmosphere here was complex, not just a single abnormality. There seemed to be other residual traces mixed in. After tracking all the way, Ji Woo and Su Zhou finally stopped in front of a ward. The patient's name was posted on the door. It was Zhang Lin. "Is this the room?" Su Zhou subconsciously grasped the long knife on his back with his backhand, his eyes alert. Ji Wooza reminded him lightly, "You are the master of the contract. The one inside you should be able to lead you to find the answer." As a supervisor, Ji Woo can also sense abnormalities, but his sensitivity is not as good as that of a real ghost master, so he can only play an auxiliary role at this time. Ji Woo's responsibility was not to be the main attacker, but to control these powerful but unstable contract masters and maintain the stability of the organization's actions. Ji Woo possesses exceptional physical prowess and a rock-hard will. If he were to contract a strange entity, his chances of success would undoubtedly be extremely high. However, once contracted, his personality is easily influenced. Extremes can become even more extreme, while even milder individuals can become impulsive. Therefore, supervisors must exercise due caution. "Sorry, I haven't mastered this skill yet." Su Zhou was a little overwhelmed. After all, Su Zhou was a newcomer and should have been guided by veterans. Unfortunately, Su Zhou's mentor was Bai Zhua, a notoriously unreliable guy. Ji Woo understood it very well. After all, Ji Woo was the supervisor of the White Left and knew that guy's style too well. He was the one who would pass the buck without blinking an eye. Ji Woo and Su Zhou lingered in front of the ward door for a long time. Zhang Lin in the ward had already become alert and was staring at the movement at the door. Zhang Lin was in a single room, and since he hadn't told his family about his hospitalization, the number of people who could visit him was very limited. The fact that he was lingering at the door and wouldn't come in seemed even more suspicious, so Zhang Lin simply placed his hand on the pager. After struggling for a long time and failing to sense anything unusual, Su Zhou gave up and said, "Supervisor Ji, I really can't control it well enough." "Then open the door and take a look," Ji Woo said, pushing the door open and entering with a calm tone. "Excuse me for disturbing you." As soon as Ji Woo raised his eyes, he saw Zhang Lin staring at him warily, so he raised his hand and greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, sir." Su Zhou also poked his head out from behind Ji Woo and looked at the ward curiously. Zhang Lin frowned. "Who are you?" Ji Woo asked instead, looking at Su Zhou. "What did you sense?" Su Zhou showed some doubt. There is indeed a lingering aura, but Zhang Lin doesn't have that mark on him. When performing a mission, a contractor will use other words to replace weird in order to maintain confidentiality, such as breath, pollution, mark, etc. Ji Woo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It looks like someone took care of it in advance." "Who did it?" "Besides them, there shouldn't be any other contract masters in this building." "Wait, there's another possibility." "Excuse me, can you let me confirm this?" Before he finished speaking, Ji Woo's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Lin. Too fast. Zhang Lin's pupils shrank, and Ji Woo easily restrained his hand that was pressing the pager. Ji Woo opened Zhang Lin's hospital gown, and his eyes instantly fell on the familiar mark on his chest. Ji Wu's face was gloomy. As expected, he had guessed it right. He had a premonition in his heart, but after confirming it with his own eyes, he was still emotionally shocked. Zhang Lin looked down and saw the pattern, his eyes full of surprise. What is this? How did I get this thing? Suzhou looked over and was as excited as if he had discovered a new world. Wow, it's exactly the same as the one on me. Ji Wu said sarcastically. Congratulations, the word count in your report has doubled. Suzhou immediately burst into tears. No, where is justice? Zhang Lin listened to Ji Wu and Suzhou's chorus, and the atmosphere suddenly lightened, his guard gradually lowered. Who are you? Zhang Lin thought Ji Wu and Suzhou might know something and could help him resolve his doubts. Ah, this. Suzhou scratched his head. Can we tell him? Ji Wu squinted his eyes at Suzhou and said with gritted teeth, Suzhou has been marked anyway. He will know sooner or later. It's better to tell Suzhou in advance to avoid being fooled and losing everything. The look clearly implied that Suzhou had been badly cheated. Suzhou smiled awkwardly, looking particularly silly. Do you know what this mark is? Zhang Lin pressed. Ji Wu straightened the collar of his suit and said seriously, My name is Ji Wu. I'm a supervisory member of the Deviants Reception Society. My supervisor is Bai Zhua. You should have met Bai Zhua. Bai Zhua. Zhang Lin was stunned, and the young man who controlled Zhang Lin's body immediately appeared in his mind. Zhang Lin would not mistake that cold and dangerous aura. Zhang Lin said, So his name is Bai Zhua? He finally matched the name with the person. The organization behind him was the Deviants Shelter Society? System, you have publicized the existence of the Deviant Confinement Society. Construction points plus 10. Ji Wu said exactly. Weirdos are extremely malicious beings. Most psychic contractors become extreme or even dangerous after signing a contract. And the psychic that Bai Zhua contracted is extremely dangerous, so he has been under our close supervision and is strictly prohibited from taking any action. Ji Wu glanced at the name tag on the hospital bed. Mr. Zhang Lin, I'd like to ask, when Bai Zhua used his abilities on you, was it while you were dealing with an unusual incident? Zhang Lin nodded. Are you talking about the bus incident? Indeed, there was a strange thing that contaminated everyone on the bus, and I was bitten. Bai Zhua controlled me and dealt with it. After hearing what Zhang Lin said, Ji Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process deviated from the rules, it did not violate the organizational guidelines. At most, he would have to write a self-criticism later. Ji Wu said, Mr. Zhang, although Bai Zhua's behavior at the time was out of line, he was using his abilities to save people. I hope you can understand. I understand, Zhang Lin said seriously. It was my own desire to gain power that led me to cooperate with Bai Zhua's guidance. Ji Wu could tell from Zhang Lin's eyes that he truly possessed a strong sense of justice and a warm-blooded spirit. Ji Wu believed Zhang Lin wouldn't blame Bai Zhua, but rather would likely be grateful for saving him, thus overlooking the danger Bai Zhua himself posed. Chapter 8. Unfolding the Strange Domain. The Dragon Bird of Great Xia. You can thank him, but it's best not to trust Bai Zhua too much. There was a hint of meaning in Ji Wu's tone. Zhang Lin had already felt this way. After all, he was a police officer and often dealt with dangerous individuals. But Zhang Lin still pretended to be confused and asked tentatively, Why do you say that? Ji Wu sneered. That guy's character. How should I put it? Rather than being bad, it's better to say he has no humanity at all. Zhang Lin's expression gradually became serious, and he asked, Are you an organization that specializes in dealing with this kind of abnormal incidents? Yes, we are the Deviants Shelter Society. Ji Wu nodded without hiding anything. Zhang Lin frowned. Then why do you still accept members who you yourselves think have personality problems? Shouldn't such people be strictly restricted? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting increasingly heavy, Suzhou became a little restless. He lowered his head and silently fiddled with the hilt of the knife in his hand, pretending to study the pattern of the floor. Ji Wu shrugged. Bai Zhua does have a bad personality, but his talent is truly incredible. Zhang Lin frowned. So, just because he's talented, we can ignore the danger Bai Zhua might pose? After a contract is signed, a contractor's personality is easily affected by the strangeness. Shouldn't you be more careful in selecting your candidates? As a patrol officer, Zhang Lin knew all too well the terrifying transformation that could occur once a person crossed a line. And if someone with superpowers completely lost control, the consequences would far exceed those of an ordinary criminal. Ji Wu nodded, his tone calm but helpless. You're right, but the reality is that there are too few Chi-Chi masters, while there are countless strange things. Instead of wasting this kind of combat power, it's better to use it where it should be used. At least this time, Bai Zhua saved a lot of people. Zhang Lin sighed softly. Understanding this was the so-called compromise between reality and ideals. Sorry, I was too aggressive just now. The system said, "You have publicized part of the purpose of the deviant society. Construction points plus 50. Ji Wu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Actually, you are right. Otherwise, our organization would not have set up a position like supervision." While Zhang Lin and Ji Wu were still discussing the concept, Suzhou next to them began to feel sleepy. Suzhou had been busy with tasks one after another in the past few days and had very little rest. In the warm ward, sleepiness came uninvited. Suzhou yawned and was about to find a chair to sit down and rest. At this moment, Weia, a baby's cry suddenly rang out, sharp and piercing. Huh. Suzhou shuddered and almost jumped out of his chair. Suzhou was stunned for a second, then relaxed. It's a hospital. It's normal to hear a baby crying. But Ji Wu frowned slightly. He looked outside the ward and became alert. Zhang Lin noticed it. What's wrong? If I remember correctly, there should be no pediatrics or obstetrics and gynecology department in this building. Ji Wu responded in a deep voice. Zhang Lin was also a little confused. Could it be that a family member brought a child to see a doctor? Ji Wu did not explain much, but took out a business card from his pocket and placed it next to Zhang Lin. If you need anything, you can contact me. Zhang Lin nodded and took it, and was about to say thank you when the baby's cry rang out again, and this time the sound was clearer, as if it was right next door. Suzhou suddenly tensed up, subconsciously clutching the corner of his clothes, his face pale. Fortunately, it was daytime, otherwise Suzhou might have been paralyzed by fear. Ji Wu walked in front, and Suzhou followed closely behind. As soon as he left the ward, Suzhou felt a strong and strange smell coming towards him. This aura permeated the entire corridor. Even though the lights were still bright, it made people feel extremely eerie and oppressive. Plop, Suzhou's foot slipped. Ugh, what the hell is this? Suzhou looked down and saw a ball of wet liquid stuck to the sole of his shoe. So disgusting. Ji Wu took out the cigarette from his mouth, put it under his nose, and sniffed it gently. The smell of nicotine made Ji Wu calm down a little. A giggle, giggle, giggle. It was the sound of a baby's laughter, echoing intermittently in the corridor, seemingly coming from all directions. Other patients' families were passing by at this time, and one of the women suddenly frowned. Did you hear that? It sounds like a child laughing. The man shook his head. No way. You must have heard it wrong. Giggle, giggle. The laughter became more and more cheerful. I really heard it. It was like a baby. The woman's tone became more certain. The man was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and touched the woman's forehead. Xiaoli, you've been too tired recently. Go back and rest. Suzhou unbuckled his sling, clutched the knife tightly in his arms, and surveyed his surroundings warily. Have you found the source? Ji Wu asked in a low voice. Suzhou shook his head, his face full of confusion. I don't know what's going on, but the whole space is filled with a strange aura, and I can't locate it. Why? The crying sound rang out again, heartbreaking. Xiaoli suddenly grabbed the man's arm and said excitedly, He's crying. Did you hear it? He's crying. The man looked confused. Who is crying? I didn't hear anything. Xiaoli said, It's the child. Our child is crying. The man said, Are you crazy? We don't have any children. Tick, tick. Drops of blood oozed from the ceiling, dripping onto the pristine white floor. Ji Wu reached out and wiped the wall, his fingers sticking with a layer of slippery liquid. His face darkened. We've been pulled into the strange realm. Powerful strangeness can open the strange realm, distorting the real space into its own domain, and everyone will be drawn in. The walls of the hospital were covered with strange pink wrinkles. The windows and doors had all disappeared. Blood was dripping from the ceiling, and a layer of foul-smelling yellow-green liquid was spreading on the floor. Ah! Xiaoli screamed, blood dripping onto her face, and she immediately broke down. Sun Chengji hurriedly hugged Xiaoli. What the hell is going on? Where are we? Suzhou ripped the cloth off the knife. It was an ornate dragon sparrow knife, an A-level spooky weapon that could deal substantial damage to spooky creatures. But even holding the spooky weapon, Suzhou was so frightened that his legs were shaking and his voice was trembling. Calm down, calm down. Ji Wu's eyes darkened, and he warned those around him, don't run around. This is a strange place. If you take a wrong step, you might not be able to get out. Sun Qingji roared, Are you kidding me? What kind of projection is this? What are you trying to do? I'm going to complain to you. Sun Qingji became increasingly agitated and turned to run. Don't move. Ji Wu stopped him. This isn't the ordinary place you think it is. Xiaoli has gone crazy. Sun Qingji's eyes were filled with fear. He reached out to catch a drop of blood and looked up at the dripping ceiling. Suddenly, Xiaoli ran towards the end of the corridor like crazy. Child. My child. Xiaoli. Sun Qingji screamed and was about to chase her, but Ji Wu grabbed Sun Qingji and said, You can't move now. Something will happen to her. Sun Qingji collapsed on the ground, holding his head and crying. Ji Wu remained silent. Ji Wu was a supervisor, not a combatant. Faced with the real weirdness, Ji Wu was powerless. Chapter 9. Twins, neither can survive. As a ghost contractor, Su Zhou was a novice who had just signed the contract, and his ability to control the weirdness was far from proficient enough. Su Zhou lacked practical experience, and was particularly unsure about what to do when faced with a strange entity capable of unfolding a strange domain. Crucially, Su Zhou couldn't confirm whether this was an incomplete strange domain or the more dangerous semi-complete state. If it was just an ordinary incomplete domain, then the opponent was a green face level weird, equivalent to a C-level weird master, and could barely handle it. But if it was a semi-complete domain, the situation would be much more serious, meaning that the opponent was a curse level weird, almost as bad as a B-level weird. With Su Zhou's current abilities, he had little chance of success against the curse, and acting rashly might even cost him his life. Su Zhou was the only one capable of fighting, and Ji Wu wasn't a stable threat. Risking his life to save him would only make the situation worse. After all, the primary mission of the Deviant Retreat Society is to contain the bizarre. Rescuing people is merely a sideline, not the primary goal. After calmly analyzing the situation, Ji Wu ultimately decided to give up on rescuing the woman. Su Zhou struggled internally, but facing the fear of the unknown, he couldn't take that step. Su Zhou was just a college student who had accidentally awakened, and this situation was too much for him. Su Zhou, summon your trick hand. Ji Wu's tone was calm, but with a hint of urgency. I can't control it well. Su Zhou shook his head, his voice filled with hesitation and helplessness. Ji Wu looked at Su Zhou, with no blame in his eyes, only trust and encouragement. Give it a try. This is our only way. Su Zhou nodded, hung the knife back on his waist, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with Qigui in his body. Su Zhou's mind conjured up a pair of pale, paper-white hands, their black nails sharp and slender, exuding a cold, dangerous aura. These hands were incredibly beautiful, but even more terrifying. The sound of nails scraping against glass seemed to pierce Su Zhou's nerves. The mental pressure was as intense as needle pricks, and Su Zhou felt waves of tearing pain in his brain, almost fainting. But Su Zhou still endured the pain and put his hands in the contractor's starting position, synchronizing with the pair of trick hands. The communication between the contractor and the devil wasn't based on language, but rather on a connection and control of consciousness. Lend me your power, Su Zhou cried in his heart. The next second, the pair of strange hands turned from virtual to real, emerged from Su Zhou's chest, and hovered in front of him. As soon as the strange hands appeared, the already heart-wrenching cry of the baby suddenly became even more piercing. Waya! The cries seemed to tear the nerves of the person alive. Su Zhou gritted his teeth and ordered, "Tear it open." The cunning hands suddenly pounced on the flesh membrane, and the sharp nails pierced into it, bringing out large pieces of blood and flesh, which was shocking. The flesh membrane squirmed violently as if stung, blood dripping profusely, a pungent, fishy smell. On the ground, Sun Qingji, already emotionally broken, looked up at the bloody scene before him and was completely horrified. It's a ghost. That's the real sound of a baby crying. What Xiaoli said is true. Sun Qingji completely collapsed, crying loudly and out of control like a child. Ji Wu remained focused, his gaze fixed on his surroundings, wary of the baby who had never appeared. The strange hand continued to tear at the flesh membrane frantically, the tear growing larger and larger, perhaps opening a way out. However, wah 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 wah. Along with this shrill cry, a baby as thin as a cat suddenly lay on the flesh membrane and crawled rapidly towards Ji Wu, Sun Qingji, and Su Zhou. This strange baby was extremely small, even smaller than a full-term newborn. Its navel still held the remains of a severed umbilical cord, and it emitted a foul odor. Its entire body was dark blue, with turbid liquid dripping down its skin. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on the strange hand. The ghost baby had no teeth, but it used its mouth and underdeveloped little hands to bite the ghost hand fiercely, tearing off a finger. Su Zhou's face turned pale, and he endured the severe pain to continue controlling it. As soon as Su Zhou's gesture changed, the ghost hand immediately launched a counterattack. Wah! The ghost baby screamed in pain, the sound like a needle piercing the brain. Ji Wu covered his ears and felt his head buzzing, as if someone had hit him with a hammer. Ji Wu touched his ear and felt a warm liquid. The sonic shock had actually caused it to bleed. Is this a sonic attack? Ji Wu immediately pulled cotton from his pocket and stuffed it into his ear, trying to block out the noise. Sun Qingji, however, was completely unprepared, rolling on the ground in agony, curled up in a ball. Ji Woo pulled out a special pistol from his waist. It was loaded with a limited supply of bullets specifically designed to target strange creatures, and every shot had to hit the target. The problem was, the strange baby was tangled up in a fight with the strange hand, making it difficult to distinguish the target. If he accidentally hit someone, the consequences would be unpredictable. At this moment, 3 fingers of the ghost hand had been broken off, and the ghost baby was also covered in scars, with a small hole pierced through its chest. Wah wah! The baby's cry became more and more shrill, as if it was enraged. Suzhou's ears were bleeding, his face pale as paper, but he still stared at the ghost baby, with only one thought in his mind. Hold on a little longer. It's almost there. One more blow. Tear it apart. At this moment, a shrill scream interrupted Suzhou's attention. Ah! Sun Qingji covered his abdomen, his eyes wide, his face filled with fear. Help me. Sun Qingji reached out to Ji Woo for help, but eventually collapsed heavily, no longer making a sound. Besides Sun Qingji, a new strange baby appeared, grinning and chuckling. This one was even more deformed, one of its arms practically missing, and its head disproportionately large, looking incredibly bizarre. Ji Woo's gaze narrowed, and he immediately aimed his gun at it. Oh no, I didn't expect there was another one. The situation was completely out of control. Suzhou was definitely not going to be able to handle 2 ghost babies. Ji Woo fired without hesitation, but the ghost baby was incredibly fast and easily dodged the attack. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The ghost baby laughed playfully, and its body moved faster, crawling towards Ji Woo in the corridor. Ji Woo's shooting skill was extremely accurate, and he only hit 2 of the 12 bullets, which was already the limit. An ordinary person probably wouldn't even be able to hit it with a single shot. This thing's speed was nothing like a baby's. Suzhou, Ji Woo growled. Give up attacking the ghost baby and focus on destroying the ghost domain. Leave the big one to me. Suzhou was stunned, then instantly understood Ji Woo's intention. This was clearly asking Suzhou to abandon Ji Woo and escape on his own. With his trick hand and trick weapon, Suzhou was the only one who could break through the trick domain and escape. If they continued to fight, Suzhou and Ji Woo would both die here. Get out. Fine, Baizhua. Ji Woo said this, drew his dagger, and without hesitation, faced the creepy baby. Chapter 10. I am indeed a useless person. The strange baby was as agile as a ghost. It easily avoided Ji Woo's attack, and even drew a bloody mark on Ji Woo's body. Giggle giggle, the strange baby grinned and laughed, with a creepy cruelty in its innocence, like a child playing a killing game. Suzhou looked at the scene before him, and a feeling of powerlessness gradually surged in his heart. He could do nothing like this. Suzhou realized that he was too weak. He couldn't even do the most basic thing of protecting his companions. The piercing cry of the baby continued to fill Suzhou's ears. It felt like needles were pricking his eardrums, and he could barely hear the outside world. Only his own breathing became heavier. That wheezing, like an echo from deep within his memory, overlapped with Suzhou's past nightmares. The humiliation that had been etched into his bones during those years resounded in Suzhou's mind one by one. You're a piece of trash. This guy is short and skinny. He doesn't look like a man at all. Hey, coward, you don't even dare to enter a haunted house. Trash people deserve to eat trash. Get down on your knees and lick my shoes. Do you think you deserve to be a human being? Ha ha ha. Didn't he drink toilet water happily back then? Waste. Suzhou is a piece of trash. Suzhou, Suzhou, Suzhou. These sounds, interwoven with the piercing noise of glass scraping, made Suzhou's head feel like it was about to explode. Suddenly, Suzhou remembered all this pain, something he had almost forgotten. How long had it been? How could he have forgotten? Mr. Ji Woo. Suzhou smiled bitterly and whispered as if he had accepted his fate. I really can't do anything. Suzhou smiled and untied the Dixia dragon sparrow sword at his waist, then rushed towards the ghost baby that attacked Ji Woo without hesitation, and at the same time ordered the ghost hand to stop the other one. Suzhou, Ji Woo, rescued by Suzhou in time, showed a look of shock and anger on his face. What nonsense are you talking about? From the moment you became a contract master, you've already embarked on a different path. Suzhou shook his head with a downcast look in his eyes. I'm just Brother Bai's tool, and was accepted into the organization as an exception, right? The ghost baby nimbly avoided the attack and cut a wound on Suzhou's arm, with blood dripping. Even if Suzhou wielded an A-rank wielding weapon, no matter how powerful his sword was, it would be useless if his attack missed. Suzhou said, whether a tool is useful depends entirely on the strength of its master, and I am a useless tool. I'm sorry, Da Xiaolongke. You've been unlucky to follow a useless master like me. Before he finished speaking, Suzhou suddenly turned the blade towards himself, preparing to launch the Great Xia Dragon Bird's sacrificial attack. Suzhou, stop! Ji Wu exclaimed, desperately rushing over to stop Suzhou. After absorbing blood, the Great Xia Dragon Bird can release a guaranteed attack that ignores defense. I think it might be able to break the strange domain. Suzhou thought silently in his heart. Maybe this knife was handed to Suzhou not for regular combat, but for moments like this. Suzhou gritted his teeth and stabbed himself in the chest fiercely. But just as the knife was about to penetrate, a figure suddenly rushed over and kicked Suzhou away. The knife flew out of his hand, and Suzhou fell to the ground, hitting the flesh membrane before finally coming to a stop. Suzhou was stunned, his mind still not recovering. Who saved Suzhou? A familiar figure stood there, fists clenched. It was Zhang Lin. That's right. This injured person who had just struggled to get up from the hospital bed rushed forward with his weak body. Zhang Lin smiled bitterly. He knew he couldn't win, and his body was screaming in pain, but Zhang Lin couldn't bear to watch this child die. Wow, 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 wow. Giggle, giggle. At this moment, the air suddenly tightened. The ghost babies suddenly showed vigilance. They shrank back, as if they sensed that a more powerful existence was about to come. The shadow of a gigantic white spider slowly emerged from the strange realm, gradually enveloping the entire space. Its blade-like mouthparts tore through the ceiling, creating a crack in the air, and the white spider's head poked through. The white leftist stood firmly on the spider's head, waving condescendingly at Ji Wu, Zhang Lin, and Suzhou. Yo, you're not dead yet? Ji Wu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Baizhou finally show up, but he still cursed relentlessly. Little bastard. If you had come a few minutes later, we would have been dead. The ghost baby tried to escape in the chaos, but was blocked by Zhang Lin's punch. At this moment, the entire flesh membrane was violently twisting and deforming, and layers of snow-white spider webs began to appear on the surrounding walls. Ji Wu recognized it immediately. The ghost infant's ghost domain was being forcibly suppressed, gradually being taken over by the spider's ghost domain. Despite the ghost infant's desperate resistance, the giant spider was no match for its ghost infant's ghost domain, which was only being eaten away bit by bit. The web was crawling with countless small white spiders, each one moving swiftly, spinning silk and spinning cocoons. The cocoons hung on the web, then suddenly trembled a few times, and eerie eyes opened from within. In the blink of an eye, all eyes were fixed on the two ghost babies, and a sense of oppression came over them. The crushing pressure of this ghost domain made the ghost babies feel like they were facing a great enemy. Their bodies were stiff, and they dared not move. Suzhou and Zhang Lin were both speechless after seeing this scene. They felt cold all over, and their backs were wet. This is too strong, Suzhou muttered. How could that be a human? It was simply a mythical creature descending. Just looking at it made him want to kneel down and beg for mercy. He couldn't even think of resisting. Zhang Lin knew in his heart that he would never forget this scene. Baizhou gently leaped down from the spider's head, landing safely in front of the ghostly infant and crouching down to observe. Baizhou said, a ghostly infant with a physical form, plus an incomplete ghostly domain. Turns out to be a green face-level twin, already dead in the mother's womb. The white leftist looked like he was observing a rare toy. No wonder it was so hard to fight. It's much stronger than the average green-faced monster. Ji Wu took out a strange cage from his bag and complained, you say it so easily. If you hadn't been late, we would have been dead long ago. Baizhou didn't forget to reach out to grab Guy. Don't worry, I haven't seen enough. Ji Wu pushed Baizhou away and locked the cage. What are you looking at? Pack it up and take it away. Baizhou said, hey, don't you think such a small one is actually quite cute? Suzhou, Zhang Lin. Ji Wu was speechless. He took a deep breath, took out a cigarette from his arms, didn't light it, but just took a few deep puffs of the smoke to calm himself down. Baizhou waved his hand to retract the strange domain, and the giant spider web, and densely packed eyes instantly dissipated. In an instant, Ji Wu, Suzhou, Zhang Lin, and Baizhou were back in the bright hospital corridor, as if nothing had happened. Suzhou suddenly screamed and rushed to Sun Qingji on the ground, quickly checking his condition. There's still a heartbeat. He's still alive. Suzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ji Wu, Suzhou, Zhang Lin, and Baizhou were still in the hospital. The doctor arrived quickly and sent Sun Qingji to the emergency room for emergency treatment. Suzhou looked at his hands, clenching them into fists, but a feeling of regret still lingered in his heart. After all, that other person. Suzhou hadn't been able to save them. Ji Wu stepped forward, his tone softening a bit. We can't save everyone. As long as the weird exists, people will always die. That's why there's the Deviance Reception Society. Don't blame yourself too much. Although I don't like to praise white leftists, you should learn from them on this point. Suzhou followed Jiwoo's gaze and saw Zhang Lin lying back on the bed, while Bai Zuo was standing beside the bed, seriously scribbling on Zhang Lin's plastered leg with a black marker. The white leftist even struck a pose, painting and smiling for photos. Zhang Lin was furious but helpless. Suzhou, stunned, muttered, I guess. I really can't learn that mentality. I didn't ask you to learn that. Jiwoo gave Suzhou a stern look. Chapter 11. Tools don't need thoughts. Outside the door, Jiwoo helplessly grabbed Suzhou's head and rubbed it, as if trying to rub away the negative emotions in Suzhou's mind. Inside the ward, Zhang Lin asked Bai Zuo sternly, Is Suzhou also a psychic like me? Bai Zuo curled his lips and drew a turtle on his plaster leg while answering, Yes. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes, ignoring Bai Zuo's scribblings. Didn't you notice that kid had self-destructive tendencies? Zhang Lin asked. I didn't notice. What a shame. Bai Zuo shrugged, his expression nonchalant, as if to say, As long as the tool works, that's enough. The white leftist's outrageous cold-blooded attitude made Zhang Lin, a policeman, feel like taking out handcuffs and handcuffing them. Zhang Lin actually had a lot to say, but looking at Bai Zuo's emotionless eyes, Zhang Lin suddenly realized that Bai Zuo would not listen or understand these words at all. The profession of a contractor is destined to face countless dangers and strangeness, and sometimes even adults find it difficult to maintain mental health. But the reality is just like this. As long as you have the ability, no matter your age, even if you are a teenager, you will be pushed into the battlefield. The two guild masters Zhang Lin encountered, one full of malice, the other emotionally broken. Both had serious psychological problems. This wasn't Bai Zuo and Suzhou's fault, but the problem was that they had to confront such a terrifying existence with these problems. It's ironic. If the world has fallen to the point where children are needed to keep it safe, then what are adults really? Zhang Lin looked at Bai Zuo and said in a firm tone, I am also a mutant. Let me become a trick master. That child should return to the life of an ordinary person. Zhang Lin tried to sit up, but it agitated his wound. He could only lean on the bed, but his eyes were extremely firm. Bai Zuo sat aside, twirling the black fountain pen in his hand, and smiled lightly. No, from the moment Suzhou became a ghost master, there is no turning back. Suzhou, you are my tool now. The white left spoke in a light tone, but his eyes were extremely cold. Tools don't need thoughts, nor do they have the right to choose. The undisguised sense of oppression was like a ball of cold mud wrapped around the whole body, making it difficult to breathe. Zhang Lin subconsciously held his breath, his chest tightening like prey being stalked by a predator. The white leftist's eyes were deep and dark, staring at Zhang Lin like an abyss, his words unclear. By tool, was the white leftist referring to Suzhou, Zhang Lin, or both? Ding. Character perfection plus 5%. Unlocks special ability. Mental possession, excellent. Bai Zuo's villain setting was reinforced again. Bai Zuo didn't say anything more, got up and walked out of the ward. Only after Bai Zuo left did Zhang Lin gasp for air like a drowning man. The oppression he'd felt had nearly paralyzed him. Zhang Lin relaxed, reached for the business card beside the bed, and pulled it out, his gaze determined. It read, Igue Clean Energy Transportation Company, Limited, Regulatory Department, Jiwoo, Contact Number, XXXXXXX. Elsewhere, Suzhou quietly walked to the corner and picked up the great Xia Dragon Sparrow sword. He gently wiped off the dust, slowly sheathed the sword, wrapped it with cloth, and slung it over his shoulder. At this moment, Suzhou had lost his earlier liveliness. He became dull and subdued. Jiwoo observed this, cigarette in hand, without comment. Jiwoo had seen many packed masters on the brink of collapse, and Suzhou's condition wasn't the worst. At least when Suzhou went crazy, he only hurt himself, rather than engaging in mass destruction like some others. Jiwoo glanced at Bai Zuo, who had just walked out of the ward, and curled his lips, suggesting that Bai Zuo go and take care of Suzhou. That's your job. Suzhou was Bai Zuo's man. This time, the white leftist was surprisingly cooperative, staggering over to Suzhou. Why do you look so hopeless? Suzhou lowered his head, feeling downcast. He had once thought that becoming a wielder of the devil, possessing power, would make him useful, but reality once again revealed that he was still useless. That fear, that powerlessness, was a stark reminder of Suzhou's own inability to resist his abuser. Suzhou said, Brother Bai, am I really useless? Bai Zuo tilted his head and looked at Suzhou. Huh? The suggestion didn't work? What did you remember? Suzhou said, I remembered something from the past. Bai Zuo's eyes immediately turned cold, and he reached out to deal with him. With a snap, Ji Woo unceremoniously slapped Baizuo's hand away, his eyes icy. Asshole, be aware of your identity. Su Zhou is now a member of the eccentric society, not your toy. I just wanted to fulfill my responsibilities, the white leftist said, shrugging his hands off before tactfully slipping away. To avoid writing a self-criticism report, the white leftist chose to slip away. Ji Wooza took Su Zhou to handle an important matter, using the acquisition voucher to acquire a company with a market value of tens of millions. Under the instructions of the chairman, the company was renamed Igwe Clean Energy Transportation Company, Ltd. Su Zhou's mood also calmed down during this process, and he couldn't help but ask, isn't this name too long? Ji Woo said, this will be our local base, and all members of the organization will have a name. Am I in it too? Su Zhou was surprised and excited. Of course. Ji Woo quickly entered his information into the system and assigned him to the execution department. Thus, a new line of information appeared in the company system. Execution department, C-level contract master, Su Zhou. Su Zhou felt a warmth in his heart, as if he had finally found his home in this drifting life. Ji Woo said, the dormitory is behind the company. You can go to the front desk to get a key and live there whenever you want. Ji Woo's work style was swift and decisive, completing all procedures in one go and preserving the original company structure as much as possible. However, a host of strange departments suddenly appeared within the company. The executive department, the regulatory department, the research department, the energy department, and the transportation department. This company originally made software, so naturally, employees were constantly gossiping. I heard our company has a new owner. They even changed the company name, so it must have. It looks like the new owner isn't going to sell software anymore. Is he going to get into shipping? Changing careers these days? He's crazy. Chapter 12. Is this guy mentally healthy? I finally found a decent job. Am I going to lose it just like that? Who knows? What's this clean energy transportation thing? What kind of business do you think they're going after? Maybe electric cars? The electric car market is so crowded right now. If a new boss enters the market now, he probably won't even get a piece of the action. So what's he going to do? He's not really planning on starting a battery business, is he? But batteries and transportation don't sound like they go together. The economy is already bad, so switching to a business at this point would be like announcing a loss. He might as well stick with his original business, selling software. At least the company can still operate. Besides, the boss hasn't shown up yet. Who knows if this is just a spur-of-the-moment entrepreneurial venture by a wealthy second generation. It's safer to make plans early. For a time, the atmosphere within the company was tense and panic-stricken. Many employees quickly found new employers and rushed to the HR department to resign. Those who could leave had essentially all left. Those who stayed were either too old to move on or simply wanted to wait and see what the situation would bring before making a decision. Meanwhile, Shin Yu, who was recovering from his injuries, launched this new subsidiary. Upon logging into the backend, Shin Yu discovered that of the more than 70 employees who had been employed at the time of the acquisition, only 23 remained. Shin Yu, however, was not in the least anxious. He had long known that he couldn't keep these people. The company wouldn't rely on them to survive in the future anyway. This company was primarily used as a base for the Deviant Society, and later on, Shin Yu's character cards and direct subordinates would take over and support everything. Shin Yu only kept these few employees to earn some construction points. Shin Yu issued an order, asking Ji Woo to go to the legal department to prepare a new contract and require everyone still in the company to re-sign it. Not long after, Ji Woo sent a voice message asking, President, do you want to add a confidentiality clause? You know, the Deviants Containment Society is no ordinary organization. It's a massive organization specializing in handling strange things and extracting energy. When Ji Woo first joined the Deviants Containment Society, he heard a lot of rumors about it. This organization possesses almost unimaginable technology, even harnessing terrifying and bizarre energy sources. Their technological prowess far surpasses Blue Planet's current capabilities, and some of their methods are simply beyond human comprehension. And the president, who oversees all of this, Shin Yu, is a near godlike figure in Ji Woo's mind. Ji Woo was born into a poor neighborhood, an orphan who was unwanted from childhood. His survival was a combination of ruthlessness and luck. It was the guild leader who personally pulled Ji Woo out of this quagmire, gradually leading him to his current position. Therefore, for Ji Woo, loyalty is not a choice, but a necessity. Just drafted according to the template of the internal employee contract of the Deviant Society. Shin Yu responded calmly while turning the pen in his hand. This was actually a plot that Shin Yu had arranged in advance in the setting. After all, The Deviant Society wasn't just made up of a bunch of cunning conspirators. Its operations required the support of a large number of ordinary personnel. And once these ordinary employees had long-term contact with the organization, they would inevitably notice those unconventional situations. To prevent leaks, all employees are required to sign an extremely strict confidentiality agreement. Unlike the confidentiality agreements of ordinary companies, the confidentiality clauses of the Yigihui can be said to be extreme. In other companies, breaching a contract can result in a financial penalty or legal liability. However, in a company where confidential information is leaked, not only will the employee be liable for high compensation, but the consequences could also affect their family, relatives, friends, and even everyone connected to them. At the mildest, it involves memory cleansing. At the worst, it involves erasing one's personality or even erasing one's very existence. Of course, unless the employee engages in behavior that is extremely detrimental to the organization will not resort to these ultimate measures at will. I understand. Ji Woo was silent for a moment and confirmed again. Then should we tell them about the purpose of the Deviant Society first? Wait until they are willing to sign the contract, then let them know. After signing this agreement, they will be ours. Shin Yu said this calmly, but the meaning was unquestionable. Ji Woo understood immediately and went to the legal department to issue a drafting order. After receiving the order, the legal department was stunned, and they were even more stunned when they saw the draft contract. Manager Ji, are you serious about this contract? The first few clauses of the contract were normal. For example, employees must ensure that company information is not leaked and product information is kept confidential. But the content gets incredibly outrageous. For example, if an employee's personal actions lead to the disclosure of company secrets, they must pay 10 times the amount of damages. Even more serious, they might be required to wipe the memory of themselves and their social circle, or even have their personality or existence erased. What kind of hell-level clauses are these? The legal department's scalps tingled after reading this. It felt more terrifying than going to jail. Forget enforcing this contract. Even writing it is illegal. If it gets out, we'll all be sued. What do you mean by erasing existence? Does anyone who writes something like that have any common sense? I quit. I'm quitting today. I can't stay at this company anymore. Facing the legal department's wailing, Ji Woo simply replied, just write it down. If you want to stay, sign it according to this contract. Ultimately, under pressure to comply, the legal department had no choice but to bite the bullet and draft this outrageous contract as Ji Woo requested. As soon as the contract was released, the legal director angrily submitted his resignation that same day. Ji Woo printed out the contract, gathered the remaining employees, and held a small briefing in the company lobby. Everyone, take a copy and look at it. If you agree, sign it and you'll be a full-time employee. If you disagree, you can resign directly from HR. Over 20 employees nervously read through the contract as they took it. Just as they were hesitating, a line of text caught their eye. After signing this contract, employee salaries will increase by 50%. Suddenly, the room erupted in low cheers of surprise. They'd expected a pay cut after changing bosses, but surprisingly, not only had their pay not been cut, but they'd actually received a substantial raise. Chapter 13. C-level contractors' reimbursement benefits. It's good for the second generation of rich to start a business. Everyone watched with great joy, and some even made up their minds that they would accept the next terms no matter whether they were 996 or 007. As a result, the following terms left them dumbfounded. Did I see it wrong? Or did I type this contract wrongly? Everyone exchanged the contracts in their hands in a daze and confirmed that the contents were exactly the same. They had worked for so many years and had never seen such a contract. This isn't just a bully contract anymore. This is blatant coercion. Erasing memories? Whether it's possible or not, it's illegal, right? And it causes the destruction and reduction of cities, worlds, and populations. May I ask what kind of dangerous job this is? Do we build fighter jets? Does the new owner want to produce gas cylinders, steel pipes, fertilizers, and tractors? There's energy and transportation, and I don't know if it's clean or not, but the punishment is quite severe. Manager G, is there something wrong with the back of this contract? I'm a supervisor, not a manager. Forget it. Ji Woo, who had emphasized this several times, but was still being called that by his employees, had no choice but to give up. There's nothing wrong with the contract. If you accept it, sign it. If not, you can leave. The company will pay your salary. Suzhou had been sitting on a chair nearby. As a child, he had no say in the company's affairs, so he ate instant noodles while watching the changing expressions of the employees. What a rubbish contract. Do you think this is just a game? This contract is totally unreasonable. I'm going to sue you at the Labor Bureau. Is this a contract or an indenture? It even erases my identity. Some employees could not accept such terms, threw the contract away, and left cursing. I accept. Anyway, no one would want someone my age if I went to other companies. I can get a raise if I stay here. As long as you don't violate regulations, you don't have to worry about losing money. Even if you go to another company, you won't necessarily find a job with such a high salary even if you increase your salary by 50-inch. Some employees are old, and it would be difficult for them to find another job if they quit their current one. In addition, they find it difficult to give up the salary increase. After weighing the pros and cons, they chose to sign. I want to see what this company is up to. Are they really going to produce something that can't be seen in the light? Exciting. Some employees noticed something strange in this strange contract and wanted to stay and take a look out of curiosity. In the end, only 17 employees remained. Among them, there are 2 technicians, 2 salesmen, 3 telemarketers, 6 general workers, 2 logistics staff, 1 cleaner, and 1 assistant. Those who stayed were basically grassroots employees. 17 contracts were collected. Ji-woo looked at the signatures and put the contracts into the folder after confirming that they were correct. Very good. I believe that those who stay here are all people who are full of hope for the future of the company. I will not waste any more time and arrange your work first. Ji-woo, who is the skilled worker? 2 programmers raised their hands. You are responsible for building a software that can be used by internal staff of the company. Keep the functionality simple, as long as it includes chat, registration, and the ability to post and accept tasks. We can add any missing features later. The 2 programmers put on masks of pain and felt a slight chill on their heads. Their already sparse hair was about to become even thinner. As for the 5 salespeople, you will first follow the assistant to sort out the company's internal affairs, and one of you will be assigned to the lobby as a receptionist. Just go back to your original job as a cleaner. Ji-woo didn't arrange much work for them, and although there were some changes, they were all within their capabilities. The next important thing is that the 2 logistics staff will lead the 6 general workers. You will all transfer to logistics. After that, we will split into 2 groups. 2 people will be responsible for the company's purchasing, and the remaining 6 will be responsible for the logistics of the executive department. The 2 logistics staff who stayed behind were named Yang-soo and Deng Xiaorui. Deng Xiaorui was holding a notebook to record the key points of the meeting. When Ji-woo mentioned her, she immediately asked, "Manager Ji, what is this executive department? Who are the members of it?" Ji-woo walked up behind Su-zhou and patted the back of his chair. "Let me introduce you. This is Su-zhou, a member of our company's executive department. The other members are still at the headquarters and haven't come yet. For now, you only need to be responsible for him. No matter what he wants to buy, do your best to satisfy him. The money for the purchase will be debited from the company account. Being a trickster is a high-risk profession, and you never know when you might face death. Therefore, among the heterodox guilds, the contractor has the most benefits. In addition, some of the witches have strange tempers and need to be coaxed, praised, respected, and worshipped. In the headquarters of the Order of the Unorthodox, there was even an example where 100 people were specifically assigned to serve only one contractor. Su-zhou slurped a noodle in his mouth. After hearing this, he choked and coughed several times. He waved his hands in fear and refused. Cough, cough, cough. "Mr. Ji, how can this be allowed?" Ji-woo patted his back to prevent the newcomer from choking. "This is the benefit you deserve. You're C rank, and you get a reimbursement limit of 1 million every month. Don't be polite, kid, spend it all. That little bastard spends all the money from the organization on food and drink. His expenses alone are 50 million every month. 50 million. How amazing." Su-zhou's face was full of amazement. He had never seen so much money in his life. For him, 1 million was a huge sum of money that he could never spend. Can I really spend as much as I want? Su-zhou himself is a relatively introverted person with low self-esteem and the habit of denying himself, which is related to his past experiences. When I first heard that I could use such a large sum of money every month, my first reaction was not joy, but unstoppable anxiety and uneasiness. Ji-woo affirmed. Of course, this is an employee benefit. Compared to the panicked Su-zhou, Deng Xiaorui almost broke the pen in her hand. What does it mean to satisfy anyone's desire to buy something? Could this person be the prince? Yang-soo was thoughtful. It seemed that this executive department was very special. There seemed to be a level division within it. The higher the level of the member, the higher the amount of reimbursement he could get. This operating mechanism is not a normal company at all. What exactly does the executive department do? She secretly observed Su-zhou. Su-zhou was wearing a new down jacket and a light-colored scarf around his neck. He looked like a college student. The only difference was that he was carrying a sword that seemed to be used for cosplay. Sword lover? He looks young, has a rather reserved and introverted personality, and seems very ordinary. What is different about him? And what does this have to do with the content of the contract they signed? Yang Su was very patient. After all, she had been in the company for a long time, so she would know sooner or later. Chapter 14, we are still relying on our lives to fill. Assistant Gu Yi, like Yang Su, had more or less noticed something unusual about the company. However, for the sake of a high-paying job, Gu Yi pushed his glasses and ignored many things that were wrong. For a worker, working anywhere doesn't mean he's working. As long as the company continues to pay him a high salary, Gu Yi will not leave. After Ji Woo arranged everything and announced the end of the meeting, everyone dispersed to do their own work. You indirectly publicized the existence of the deviant order. Construction points plus 17. Shin Yu used the system to watch the entire meeting of Ji Woo and others. Two of them caught his attention, Yang Su, Gu Yi. It seems that these are two smart people, exactly what he needs. Unlike those organizations that need to remain secret, the more people know about the existence of the Deviants Confinement Society, the more construction points he can obtain. If it weren't for the sake of legitimacy, he would have directly posted the purpose of the Deviants Shelter Society online. With the current development of the internet, as long as the content is explosive enough, it can spread across the country in less than a day. On the one hand, we must ensure confidentiality to ensure the authenticity of the organization, and on the other hand, we must publicize the existence of the organization as much as possible. The business card that Ji Woo left for Zhang Lin was also a bait. Everything is ready, just waiting for someone to come and check. After leaving the hospital, Chen Guangji rushed back without stopping and reported all the information he had obtained from Zhang Lin to his superiors through him. Zhang Lin is the first close encounter person to face an abnormal event and successfully survive. Unlike other victims, he still has all the memories of facing the weirdness. The importance attached to him by his superiors even exceeded Chen Guangji's expectations. Almost immediately after Chen Guangji reported the situation, the country sent an action team from the capital to Yeyang City by helicopter. Chen Guangji went to pick them up. The leader exuded a bloody smell, his brows were furrowed, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had a lingering feeling of heavy fatigue. Kong Yuba pinched the bridge of his nose, as if to relieve his fatigue. Sorry for the wait. Chen Guangji. No, you've been traveling for such a long time. Do you want to take a break first? Kong Yuba sighed. We have something to ask Zhang Lin. Let's go over now. Of course, Chen Guangji followed their wishes, took them into the car, and drove straight to the hospital where Zhang Lin was. Soon, the group arrived at the hospital. Zhang Lin was still lying in bed recuperating from his injuries. He stared at the ceiling boredly. He was already injured, and after being controlled by Bai Zhua to rescue Su Zhou, his injuries were even worse. As a result, he would have to stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 months before he could be discharged. Chen Guangji pushed the door open at this time and said, Zhang Lin, someone from above is here. A group of people walked into the ward. The space in the single room was not big, and with so many people coming in, it suddenly seemed crowded. Kong Yuba walked to the bedside and introduced himself. I'm the captain of the special dispatch team, Kong Yuba, Comrade Zhang Lin. We're here to ask you about the entire process of the 201 bus incident. Zhang Lin nodded and told Kong Yuba everything he knew. Kong Yuba, after we learned about this incident, we immediately sent people to the Ministry of Transportation to retrieve the surveillance footage from inside and around bus 201. However, we only obtained this segment of footage. Kong Yuba took out his tablet, entered the password, opened one of the files, called up the video, and clicked to watch. The video was captured by surveillance footage inside the car. From the moment the passengers boarded the bus to the moment it was driving, the driver suddenly fell ill. The vehicle lost control and crashed straight into the tanker truck. In order to save people, Patrolman Zhang Lin used his car to avoid driving the bus, which eventually resulted in him being injured. The bus crashed into the roadside guardrail, and although the passengers were injured, no one died. Afterwards, we went to look for witnesses in the surrounding area, and their statements were consistent with the video footage. Kong Yuba closed the tablet and looked at the stunned Zhang Lin. If it weren't for you, we would just treat it as an accident. After all, there were so many witnesses, and all of their statements were the same as the surveillance footage. Who would have thought that the truth of the accident was completely different from their statements and surveillance footage? When Kong Yuba learned about this, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He wondered how long they had been deceived before this. There are more than 50,000 accidents happening in Xia country every day. How many of them are true, and how many are covered up or fabricated? Do you believe what I say? If Zhang Lin had not experienced all of that personally, He would probably have scoffed even if someone said that there were strange things in this world. Kong Yuba gave a bitter laugh. I can't help but believe it. This is a classified mission. No one except our team can know about it. But you are the contact person, so they say you can know about it. You know that Huayuan Ridge has been designated a military restricted area, with all access roads to the mountain blocked and no one allowed to enter, right? Zhang Lin nodded. Kong Yuba recalled the battle he had experienced in Huayuanling, with fear of the weirdness in his eyes and anger at seeing his comrades die in front of him. The residents of the small town at the foot of Huayuanling Mountain mysteriously disappeared overnight. Someone from outside the area reported the incident, which caught our attention. We rushed over and found that the entire mountain was shrouded in white fog. Our men broke in. 50 of us brothers. Only 13 came back. That includes me. I saw countless terrifying and bizarre monsters. They devoured humans and fought each other. We tried to attack them, but found that guns were useless against them. We could only flee. Despite our best efforts, only 13 of us returned alive. Zhang Lin clenched his fists. Just by listening to it, he could imagine how despair it was. And we've discovered 11 such unusual incidents. The most serious and widespread one is Huayuan Ridge. The other areas are limited, and the number of monsters there is also small. Although we can't kill it, we can confine it to one place. Despite this, we still have to rely on our lives to deal with these monsters. And you are the first person to come into contact with an organization that can deal with these monsters. After Kong Yuba finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Lin but did not continue speaking. The others also looked at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin knew what they were thinking. They did come to see me afterward and left me their contact information. However, Captain Kong, I think you should be more cautious with those who possess mysterious powers beyond our imagination. Kong Yuba took the business card and wrote down the contact information. Are they asking you to join them? It seems you've made your decision. After hearing this, Chen Guangji looked at Zhang Lin in surprise. Chapter 15, The Other Side of the Bridge. Zhang Lin, I am a person who is adapted to the world. In their words, I am someone who has the talent to become a master of tricks. Weirdness can only be killed with weirdness. A weird master can contract weirdness and use its power to fight against it. However, only a very small number of people possess this talent, and fighting against the weirdness will always put them at the threat of death. I can't bear to see such young children die in unknown corners to protect us. Zhang Lin looked at Chen Guangji. I'm sorry, Captain. I have failed to live up to your previous care and expectations of me. Chen Guangji sighed. He wanted to pat Zhang Lin's shoulder in annoyance, but then he remembered that Zhang Lin was a patient and it would be difficult to do anything to him since he was covered in injuries. He had to change from patting to caressing. Chen Guangji, who was always carefree and unconcerned about details, was rarely so gentle. Everyone has their own aspirations. What's more, what you're doing isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a great thing that benefits the country and the people. How could I blame you? Watching their touching display of brotherhood, Kong Yuba couldn't help but cough a few times. I don't mean to hold you accountable. The orders he received this time were, one was to inquire about the unusual incident on bus 201 with Zhang Lin, and the other was to try to obtain the qualification from Zhang Lin to contact the mysterious organization. Another thing is to try not to offend Zhang Lin. Let Zhang Lin do whatever he wants. I'm afraid there will be times in the future when you will need his help. Kong Yuba had completed the first two tasks, but for the last one, even if he knew that Zhang Lin wanted to join that mysterious organization and stop being a patrolman to become a ghost master, he wouldn't say anything. On the contrary, perhaps Zhang Lin's decision would make the people above him feel more at ease. They are not familiar with the people in that mysterious organization, so even if they are in trouble now, it is not easy for them to go to them for help. Zhang Lin is different. Firstly, he has a good family background, has received a good education, and has correct thoughts. Moreover, Zhang Lin himself advocates justice. His ability to sacrifice himself to save others shows that he has excellent character. If someone asks him for help, Zhang Lin should not refuse. At this time, how could Kong Yuba adopt a bad attitude and offend him? Thus, the interrogation was completed harmoniously with the cooperation of both parties. The goal was achieved. Kong Yuba was about to leave with his teammates, but before leaving, Zhang Lin said to him, I know you must investigate the details of that company, but there is one person you should avoid provoking if you can. Who? That is a demon who can control people's hearts. His body is like a condensed evil, and he has no humanity. Kong Yuba frowned. What kind of person could this description describe? Zhang Lin didn't elaborate on the man's appearance, only saying, You'll understand when you see him. Kong Yuba left with doubts. You indirectly publicized the existence of the organization, Construction Points plus 237. See the system prompts. Xinyu knew that the existence of the heterodox society had already caught the attention of the top leaders of the Xia state. Next, I guess they will send someone to investigate. Xinyu was not afraid that they would investigate, but was even more afraid that they would not investigate. The building of the subsidiary company that Xun Yu's gaze system unfolded was displayed in front of him in the form of a 3D model. The structure of the building, the layout inside, and the people coming in and out and working inside were all visible to him. The little people above are all employees of Xinyu. Ordinary employees have their names and positions marked in green above their heads. If you click on them, a bubble will pop up above their heads, showing their thoughts. His subordinates were a dazzling gold. You can tell their identities at a glance. Xinyu just took a quick look and lost interest in watching. He now lacks manpower and foundation, and what he lacks even more is a headquarters building to permanently house the weirdness. However, the construction points required to build the headquarters building reached 100,000, which was beyond his reach. Even if he took in 2 strange babies, it would still be a long way off. He looked at the remaining build points, 21314. Hey, this number may seem like a mockery at first glance, but upon closer inspection, I think I'm just overthinking it. Construction points can only be obtained by promoting weirdness and increasing people's awareness and recognition. Another goal is to complete the task of containing weirdness. But he only had 6 weird cages. Even if he found 8 weird creatures of the same level as the weird baby, he didn't have enough weird cages to imprison them. So he asked the system, "System, can you give me a few more strange cages?" Host, please obtain construction points. When the construction points reach 50,000, the mall access will be unlocked, and you can purchase the strange cage from the mall. If I had 50,000 construction points, would I still ask you for a weird cage? Xinyu suddenly remembered that when he had no construction points, the system also deducted 10,000 construction points to buy a time rewind. Does this mean that the system has the authority to purchase items in the mall? System, can I get some construction points on credit first? I'll pay you back later. The host does not have sufficient authority to buy on credit. Insufficient permissions again. Xinyu had no choice but to focus on containing the weirdness. As long as he accommodates 3 green-faced monsters, he can get 30,000 construction points. Together with the 20,000 he has, it just meets the conditions for opening the mall. Then he went to buy a weird cage to contain the weird. Xinyu took action quickly. He used the hacking skills of the white left to collect all kinds of exaggerated or abnormal news, reports, videos, and rumors in Yeyang City. Now that the internet is well developed, most people like to record videos and post them online when they encounter something strange. Most of them are fake or are normal natural phenomena. Only a small percentage are associated with anomalies. Xinyu quickly locked onto one of the rumors. There is an abandoned bridge in Fujing District, Yeyang City. The bridge was built to provide convenient access to the city island in the center of Yeyang City. This island stands in the center of the city, surrounded by rivers. It is also the 5th district in Yeyang City, Pink District. Due to its unique geography, many tourists come to visit the island, which has boosted the tourism industry of the entire city. Therefore, some outsiders also call it Anyang Island. The bridge has been abandoned for many years simply because of its remote location. As Anyang Island became famous and attracted more and more tourists, Yeyang City built several larger, wider, and more conveniently located bridges in other places. Over time, few people walked on this bridge, and it was abandoned. Recently, a resident who passed by the bridge was surprised to find that he saw his deceased relatives on the other side of the bridge. It was almost dusk, and the man didn't dare to get closer to take a closer look, so he left in a hurry. Then he thought more and more that something was wrong, so he posted what he had encountered online. Many people thought that the man was dazzled and saw it wrong, or that he was making up stories to attract attention. Chapter 16 died 3 years ago. The big brother saw that so many people did not believe him. As soon as he got angry, he immediately replied, "That's my family. I can't be wrong. Wait, I'll get closer this time to take a picture." There were a bunch of people below encouraging him. 666. Big Brother is awesome. What if this Big Brother's family members are not dead, and he just made it up for traffic, and then made the deceased family members put on makeup to deceive people? How about starting a live stream? Yeah, Big Brother, start a live broadcast, so you can prove that you are not just for traffic. Encouraged by these comments, Hu Xingde, who had originally not planned to show up, immediately agreed to the request to do a live broadcast. Okay, let's open it. He got on his bicycle and pedaled towards the abandoned bridge. Hu Xingde chose the time in the afternoon, not yet dusk. Although the temperature outside was very low, the sun in the sky still brought him a hint of warmth. He stopped his bike, put one foot on the pedal and the other on the ground. I took out my phone and turned on the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, many people waiting came in, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly increased by hundreds. Why is there no car on this bridge? The fog on the bridge is so thick that nothing can be seen clearly. Anchor, come closer. Hu Xingde looked at the bridge that was completely shrouded in white fog, and he couldn't see the scenery inside clearly. He swallowed uncomfortably. It's okay, it's broad daylight now. Even if there is a ghost, it won't come out. It's just ordinary fog. It's normal to have some fog with such a big temperature difference now. Hu Xingde parked his bicycle on the side of the road and slowly approached the bridge with his mobile phone in hand. This bridge has been abandoned for several years because Anyang Island built several larger bridges elsewhere, and this remote bridge gradually lost its visitors. Anyang Island. It turns out it's a very famous tourist destination online. I heard there's a completely independent island in the middle of your city. It's so unique. This bridge is abandoned like this. What a shame. I don't think it's a dangerous bridge. I remember that this bridge was located in a remote area with few train stations or subway stations nearby. After the other bridges were completed, tourists went to other bridges with more convenient transportation. Is this the outdoor anchor? The one showing us around Anyang Island. Is this new guy? This anchor said he saw his deceased relatives on the bridge before, but we didn't believe him, so we asked him to go live and prove it. You can see your deceased relatives? Funny, right? There must be a script. People these days really do anything for traffic. Hu Xingde glanced at the comments and immediately said with a glare, "Anyway, I saw it last time. Why is it so foggy here?" Hu Xingde acted impulsively, and when he came to his senses, he was already standing on the bridge with his mobile phone. The live broadcast room, which originally had a good signal, became intermittent. Is the signal bad? It's so laggy. The anchor is lying, right? Didn't they say you can see your deceased relatives? There's nothing to see here except fog. The moment Hu Xingde stepped on the bridge and was shrouded in white fog, the signal in the live broadcast room was suddenly disconnected. From the outside, one could only see Hu Xingde disappearing in the white fog. The people in the live broadcast room saw the live broadcast go black, and then were prompted that the anchor had gone off the air, and they couldn't help but curse. Why did you stop broadcasting? The anchor is not really a liar, right? He shut down the live broadcast when he saw that he was about to be exposed. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Hu Xingde on the air. These people cursed for a while and then left. Seeing this, Shenyu was sure that there was something wrong with the bridge. Let them go and see. Shenyu sent a message to Ji Wu and continued to look for other abnormal events. Ding dong. Ji Wu, who was busy with company affairs, heard the ringing of his mobile phone. He quickly put down the documents in his hand and picked it up to take a look. Suzhou, here comes the mission. Suzhou, who was reading a book nearby, came over quickly and asked, "What mission?" "Investigate the anomalies on the abandoned bridge in Fujing District. If the anomaly is below the green level, Suzhou will handle it. If it's green level or above, Baizuo will handle it. Do I need to notify Brother Bai? You don't have the ability to go on a mission independently yet, so of course you have to notify him to go with you." Ji Wu called Baizuo's number. The other party didn't answer the first call, but Ji Wu continued to call without changing his expression. I called more than 10 times in a row until the other party hung up impatiently. Ji Wu then sent the task over and informed Baizuo to meet up in Fujing District as soon as possible. No matter how the white leftists make trouble in normal times, Ji Wu will not allow them to do so when it comes to mission-related matters. The white left responded with a beating emoticon. Ji Wu put away his phone as if nothing had happened. Okay, he knows. Let's go meet him in Fujing District. Suzhou scratched his head. Has Brother Bai always been like this? Good children don't learn this. The two hurriedly took the subway to Fujing District. There was a lack of convenient transportation near the abandoned bridge, so in order to get there as quickly as possible, they had to scan a shared electric car. On the way, Suzhou couldn't help humming an old song. Ride my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Ji Wu, who was forced to listen to all kinds of broken songs, could not help but endure it silently. He was still a child. Hold it in. It's already hard for a witch doctor to contain monsters, so what's wrong with a child who is in a good mood and wants to sing? After listening to out-of-tune songs all the way, I finally arrived at the abandoned bridge. Suzhou looked at the abandoned bridge, and at first glance he confirmed that there was something wrong with the bridge. A thick and strange atmosphere enveloped the bridge, emitting a strong sense of foreboding. Supervisor Ji, I have a strong feeling that we must not cross the bridge. Ji Wu looked at the white fog that completely covered the bridge. From here, he could hardly see anything inside. Ji Wu found a bicycle parked on the side of the road. There are also passers-by who accidentally walked in. Ji Wu raised his hand and looked at the time on his watch. Why hasn't this little bastard come yet? Suzhou was still observing the situation in the white fog. Suddenly, he seemed to see something extremely terrifying and took a step forward involuntarily. Jiwoo quickly realized that something was wrong with him. What's wrong? What did you see? Suzhou's eyes widened in horror, and he stared at the bridge in disbelief, his expression dazed. I saw. Mom. Jiwoo suddenly turned his head and looked at the bridge. No. Nothing. Impossible. He is also an adapter. If it is weird, there is no way he can't see it. Are you sure that's your mother? Suzhou looked flustered. How could I have made a mistake? That's my mother. But she died 3 years ago. After taking over Suzhou from Baizhua, Jiwoo had read Suzhou's information. Chapter 17, The Lantern Man in Retro Style. From the information, it can be seen that Suzhou is not living well. A father who is addicted to gambling and lazy, and a mother who has been supporting the family and working hard to raise Suzhou. At that time, Suzhou was in high school and needed money, so she could only take a part-time job, working day and night. The overwork ruined her health and she died of illness. As soon as she left, Suzhou could only work part-time, studying and working at the same time. In addition, he had a gambling father who asked him for money from time to time. In the end, he failed the college entrance examination and only got into an ordinary university. Suzhou's mother has been dead for 3 years. So who is Suzhou seeing now? Do ghosts really exist after death? Although the Deviant Society is an organization that specializes in containing the weird, the Deviant Society's definition of the weird is not the ghost in our daily life. When a person dies, he or she becomes a ghost and possesses all the memories and emotions of his or her previous life. If the person holds too much resentment and hurts others after death, he or she will become an evil spirit. This is the common definition of a ghost. As for the formation of weirdness, its origin is still unknown, but after long-term research, it is found that weirdness is not formed after a person dies. It is more like a rule formed by nature, a brand new thing. Ghosts can be killed. However, only weirdness can cause damage, and some weirdness can devour another weirdness to increase its own strength. There is also a kind of weird weapon that is contaminated with a weird aura or integrated with a weird aura to hurt the weird. Jiwoo has worked in the Deviant Society for many years and has seen all kinds of strange, bizarre, and terrifying things, but he has never heard of or seen a ghost. Jiwoo felt very strange. Although he did not have a contract with a strange spirit, his physique was adapted to the strange spirit. He could see strange auras that ordinary people could not see. Except for not being able to determine the specific location of the strange spirit, he could also see what the strange spirit master could see. Why? This time, Suzhou could see his mother, but Jiwoo could not see anything. What are the differences between them? Suzhou stared at the bridge in a daze. His mother waved at him with a smile on her face, her eyes filled with satisfaction and concern for him. Suzhou took another step forward. His mind told him that it couldn't be his mother, but his emotions told him that it was his mother. The mother who cares about him, loves him. Suzhou's eyes turned red. He thought, since he is now a master of tricks, it's okay to indulge himself a little, right? Mother. Suzhou rushed towards the bridge. The speed was so fast that Jiwoo couldn't stop it. Suzhou, don't go over there. Damn it. Jiwoo watched Suzhou rush into the bridge, his figure submerged in the white mist. He opened his phone and sent a text message to Baizhua, urging him to come as soon as possible. Then he rushed in immediately. Suzhou is too young and lacks experience, and Jiwoo is worried about letting him face the strangeness alone. After crossing the boundary line of the bridge, Jiwoo felt like he had come to a white world. There was nothing but fog all around, and the visible range was only a few steps away. Jiwoo had no choice but to keep moving forward based on his feelings. He didn't know how long he had walked. He just felt that the distance he had walked was far longer than the length of a bridge, but the white fog still seemed to have no end in sight. Did he really walk on the bridge? Where does this white fog lead to? Jiwoo wiped the sweat from his face and stopped to take a few breaths. His physical strength had been systematically trained, so even if he ran 5 kilometers, he would not be as tired as he is now. Moreover, he had been walking fast to conserve his energy. There is something wrong with this white fog. And Suzhou, why haven't I seen him after walking for so long? Jiwoo supported himself on his knees and gasped with his head down. His physical strength was too exhausted. The white mist seemed to accelerate the loss of his physical strength, and this process was difficult to detect. Jiwoo trains regularly and is very familiar with his physical strength. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be like a headless fly, wandering around in this endless white fog. Before he knew it, he had exhausted all his strength, and in the end, he couldn't even move. He fell into the white mist and couldn't stand up again. Jiwoo took out his cell phone again and tried to contact Suzhou. The signal on the mobile phone was blank and the calls I made could not be connected. Will it affect the signal's strange domain? Such strange areas are quite common, but Jiwoo is not sure whether this strange place is a strange area. Because he didn't encounter Gue, Jiwoo rested for a while and wanted to continue walking forward to look for Suzhou when he heard a crisp bell ringing behind him. It sounded like the kind of wind chimes that were hanging somewhere and tinkled when the wind blew. Jiwoo quickly turned around, and there was still a sea of white behind him. He narrowed his eyes and saw something moving in the white fog, coming towards him. Ding ding. In the white mist, half a person's height, a red dot was swaying and flying towards this side. The closer the distance got, the clearer Jiwoo could see. It turned out that it was a lit lamp with several bells hanging on it. When the lamp was shaken, they made crisp sounds. An old man with a hunched back, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, walked slowly towards me, holding a lantern. His hair was already white and his face was covered with wrinkles. When he saw Jiwoo standing aside with empty hands, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Young man, why don't you light a lamp when you walk through the vagina? You can't get out like this. Jiwoo couldn't tell whether he was a human or a monster, so he stood there silently without answering. The old man was very considerate and did not ask him why he was there or where he was going. Instead, he said as he walked, "Follow the old man and walk out quickly." Jiwoo thought for a while and continued to stay in the white fog, either walking until he was exhausted or waiting for someone to come find him. There may be more than one space in this white fog. The space Suzhou entered may be different from the space Jiwoo entered, so Jiwoo has never seen Suzhou. After thinking about it, Jiwoo still followed the old man silently. No matter what was waiting for him ahead, it was better than being trapped in the white fog and unable to do anything. The red light just illuminated the area around the two of them. The old man didn't speak either. The two walked in the white fog. This time, Jiwoo found that the rate at which his physical strength was being lost was normal. Jiwoo glanced at the lamp in the old man's hand. Could it be related to this lamp? Hey young man, we're here. The old man took a step forward and disappeared from Jiwoo's sight. Jiwoo followed him out of the white fog. Suddenly, the view became clear. Without the obstruction of the white fog, Jiwoo found that he had come to a completely new place. Jiwoo looked back. The white fog covers the bridge, and once you step out of the bridge, the white fog disappears. The old man still held the lantern and walked forward unsteadily. On the way, he met many other people holding lanterns. They include men and women, young and old, and their dress is also different from that of people outside. Most of them wear ancient costumes, which are very similar to the dress of the elderly. Chapter 18. The King of Hell passes by, and everyone avoids him. Most of them walked in silence. They don't say hello or talk to each other when they meet. Jiwoo realized that if the old man had not seen that he had no lamp in his hand and was afraid that he could not get out of the white fog, he probably would not have called him. The lantern bearers, holding lights for each other, walked through the white fog. If you encounter someone without a lantern, in the white fog, who can tell whether the person in front of you is a human or a monster? The old man was extremely bold and kind-hearted for daring to call him. Jiwoo wanted to thank the old man, but he couldn't find him. He could only follow those people holding lanterns, walking without knowing their purpose. The surrounding scenery is a bit like the reflection on the water, with vague and unclear shadows. However, you can still see some mottled streets, street lights on the roadside, shops on both sides of the road, and tall skyscrapers. This is a city, a modern city. But there was no one or vehicle in the city, only these outsiders holding lanterns and walking on the road. Strange, why does this city feel so familiar? Etc. Jiwoo turned around and looked in the direction he came from. That bridge connects the road from Fujing District to Anyang Island. Could this be Anyang Island? But Anyang Island is a well-known tourist destination in Anyang City, with a constant stream of tourists coming and going. It is impossible that there is no one here like now. Where exactly is this place? Where is Suzhou? Where did he go again? Jiwoo is very worried now. He doesn't know where Suzhou is. Kim Bais will find this place. Disciplinary supervision? Suddenly, Suzhou's voice came from the right. Jiwoo was startled and looked to the right. Suzhou was holding a lot of food in his hands and waving at him with a smile. Beside him was a middle-aged woman with a kind smile, looking at Suzhou with loving eyes. Suzhou, I finally found you. Who is she? Although Jiwoo asked this, he had actually guessed the identity of this woman in his heart. Suzhou really smiled and introduced him. Supervisor Ji, this is my mother. Mom, this is my boss's supervisor. Okay. Xiaozhou has grown up, found a job, and can support himself. Judging from her facial features, Suzhou does look quite like this woman. She is in her 40s and looks much older than her peers due to the hard work of life. However, one can tell from her eyes and eyebrows that she must have been a beautiful woman when she was young. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if she knew how much suffering her son had endured since she left. Jiwoo greeted her and looked at her secretly. Apart from her pale complexion, her behavior was the same as that of a normal person, and there didn't seem to be any strange aura about her. What's going on? Jiwoo felt that this place was very strange. It was unusual that someone who had been dead for 3 years reappeared. Mom, go to that store and take a look. If you want to buy anything, I'll pay for it. Good. After sending his mother away, Suzhou looked at Jiwoo hesitantly. Supervisor Ji, do you see anything wrong? Jiwoo, are you sure she is? And not some weird fake. Suzhou nodded. I asked her a lot of questions that only we knew, and she remembered them all. That's strange. Is it true that ghosts exist after death? It would be great if it were true. One thing Suzhou always regretted was that he did not help his mother, which led to her death from overwork. This time, he thought, maybe he could stay with her forever. Jiwoo could see what he was thinking at a glance. Suzhou was still very young, and his thoughts were written all over his face. Suzhou, no matter if she is your mother or not, the dead cannot be resurrected, and humans and ghosts have different paths. It is not good for both of you to stay together. Seeing Suzhou's expression change and become very depressed and lost, Jiwoo said again. However, during this time, you can make her happy and show your filial piety. Tell her more about how you are doing now so that she can feel at ease. I see. Suzhou's smile was forced, but he also knew that this was the best way. Jiwoo patted his shoulder and told him to be more positive. Jiwoo could understand that anyone would feel nostalgic and reluctant to leave when seeing their loved ones whom they thought they would never see again. Even for an orphan like him who had never seen his relatives, when he came here, he still had a tiny hope deep in his heart. Will he see relatives here whom he has never met? Jiwoo laughed at himself, thinking that maybe they were not dead at all, and he was just an abandoned person. Small boat. Here I come, Mom. Suzhou hurried over and helped her pick out the clothes she liked, and evaluated whether the clothes were suitable for her to wear, trying one piece after another. This behavior should have made the young man impatient, but Suzhou wished that this moment could be prolonged. Jiwoo was watching outside and couldn't help but take out a cigarette from his pocket and put it under his nose to sniff it. Even though this is a strange place and everything is illusory, it is still a happy thing for Suzhou to see his mother. Dang, dang, dang. When the King of Hell passes by, everyone will avoid him. A group of people wearing black ancient robes and evil ghost masks, whose faces could not be seen, held white mourning sticks and soul-guiding banners and walked past in a mighty procession. Jiwoo stepped aside. He casually glanced towards the middle of the team. There was a distraught man walking in the funeral procession. He was dressed differently from the people around him. He was wearing a woolen coat and warm cotton trousers, looking like a modern man. He was carried along by the team and moved around involuntarily. There was no rope around him, and it seemed like no one was controlling him. But Jiwoo saw his eyes. His eyes revealed a look of extreme horror and fear. Jiwoo almost instantly determined that this was probably a passerby who was swept in. Jiwoo did not disturb Suzhou, who was still shopping with his mother. He carefully avoided the strange funeral procession and approached the man. The man was Hushingda, who had disappeared before. Hushingda didn't know what was going on. He was walking on the bridge when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. When he walked over, he found out that it was his deceased wife. He was trembling with fear and couldn't help but get closer. That was his beloved wife. As a result, when he got closer and his wife reached out and held his hand with her cold hand, he lost his mind. When he woke up, he found himself walking in a funeral procession and had lost control of his body. He was clearly awake, but he could only watch his body walking uncontrollably along with the funeral procession. Facing the fear of the unknown almost drove him crazy. At this moment, a warm hand grabbed his arm. Hey, can you move? Jiwoo pulled him hard, trying to pull him out. Someone came to rescue him. Chapter 19, What is she like in your memory? Hushingda cried with joy. Very good. Hey, are you still awake? Damn it. Jiwoo pulled his arm desperately. However, Hushingda continued to walk forward with an expressionless face and without moving a muscle. Only the emotions revealed in his eyes could prove that he still had consciousness. Jiwoo. A strange but sad call made Jiwoo's body stiffen. He guessed a possibility, but did not dare to believe it. He is an orphan like him who was abandoned in the slums and survived by picking up garbage and competing with dogs for food. Originally, he would not have survived from the beginning, but the Human Rights Guardian Company regularly rescues orphans, especially children. As far as he could remember, he had been living in a narrow little house with only the wooden planks of a bed frame. Adults in white clothes came in and out, bringing him water and mushy food. He seemed to be 3 years old at that time. Then he grew up under the care of this group of people, who taught him to read and some common sense. When he was 10 years old, he was kicked out of that small room. When he got outside, he realized for the first time how cruel life was out there. There was smoke and radiation everywhere, and rotting corpses could be seen everywhere on the road. He went from an ignorant child to a mad dog who would do anything to survive. In his memory, his parents have always been absent, and the images of them are all blurry. He sometimes wondered, did he really have parents? Ji-woo. Ji-woo closed his eyes. Then he laughed, a crazy, hysterical laugh. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard that tears came out. After Ji-woo finished laughing, he suddenly felt unprecedentedly bored, because he already knew what the so-called relatives here were. I said it. Even if you weirdos read my memory, can't you read it completely? Ji-woo turned his head and looked at the two monsters behind him who were calling him. Their faces were blurred and their identities were completely unrecognizable. Really? You should at least respect my intelligence. Do you think you can fool me with your appearance like this? Or is it because I don't remember what my relatives look like, so you can't transform into their appearance to deceive me? Also, my real name isn't Ji-woo. It's just the code name I took after joining the Deviant Order and becoming a supervisor. Even if you're my parents, you shouldn't call me by that name. Ji-woo sighed. Doesn't it mean that he can't even deceive himself? Hushingdo was close by and was shocked when he heard Ji-woo's words. It turned out that the person he saw was not his wife. He thought his wife was too lonely down there and wanted him to go down and accompany her. It wasn't like this originally. After he figured it out, he felt his whole body relax, and the feeling of being controlled and unable to move disappeared. He tried to move his fingers, but Ji-woo pulled him out of the funeral procession. The funeral procession suddenly stopped, and the sound of the gong also stopped. Those people turned their heads and looked at them quietly. The evil ghost mask on his face turned into a frown, his eyes wide open with anger, as if he was about to open his mouth to eat someone. Go! Ji-woo pulled Hushingdo and ran away. Passing by the store where Suzhou was, he shouted, Suzhou, we're leaving. Suzhou ran out quickly, followed by his mother, who looked nervous. What happened to the disciplinary supervision? Then Suzhou widened his eyes and saw a group of people wearing evil ghost masks chasing the two of them quickly. Is this a violation of the heavenly law? Wait. Supervisor G. Mom, wait here for me. I'll come and accompany you after I finish my work. Silly child, Mom knows everything. Just go and get busy. Suzhou glanced at his mother who was standing there and finally ran after the funeral procession. Those things kept chasing Ji-woo and Hushingdo. They were very fast and seemed tireless. Hushingdo was so tired that he was gasping for breath. If Ji-woo hadn't been holding him, he would have been unable to run. Rest for a while? I really can't run anymore. Hushingdo felt his legs trembling, as if he was walking on floating clouds. His legs were sore and numb. Not only that, he was panting so hard that he could hardly breathe. Ji-woo looked back and saw that those guys were really persistent. It seemed that he would not give up until he caught them. So Ji-woo drew the weapon from his waist and shot the guy running in front. Bang! The bullet hit the guy in white mourning clothes right on target. His body twisted and black blood splattered everywhere. As it was running, it suddenly disintegrated, its clothes fluttered in the air, and the soul-guiding banner in its hand fell to the ground. A pitch-black thing crawled out from the clothes, looked around, and finally burrowed into the ground and disappeared. When the group of things saw the leader running away, the ones in front stopped immediately and didn't dare to continue chasing. The ones behind couldn't see clearly what they found in front of them and didn't stop, so they bumped into each other and huddled together in a twisted ball. Maybe we collided too hard, and for a moment you were entangled with me and I was entangled with you, and we fell to the ground and were almost squeezed into a meat patty. Realize that they are inseparable. A bunch of black things crawled out from under the clothes, burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. Soon, only scattered mourning clothes, mourning sticks, and soul-guiding banners were left on the ground. Suzhou finally caught up. Seeing the garbage on the ground, he was a little surprised. Supervisor G, did you do all this? Ji-woo rubbed his eyebrows. If he had known that these guys were so vulnerable, why would he have been chased away so miserably? Hushingdo was finally able to stop and rest. He sat down on the ground without caring about his face at all. Ji-woo told Suzhou what happened after he encountered the funeral procession. After hearing this, Suzhou was a little bit incredulous. How is that possible? You said my mother was transformed from a monster? But she never hurt me, and she hasn't changed at all. She was created based on the person you remember. She will look exactly like how you remember her, so she is extremely deceptive. If you let your senses deceive you, you might end up like this person physically confined and swept into a funeral procession. Suzhou still didn't believe it. Then why am I okay? He had been with her for so long, and he always thought that she was his mother, so why didn't anything happen to him? Ji Wu looked at him speechlessly. You are a contract master, so maybe they are worried about the strangeness of the contract in your body and are reluctant to attack you. Of course, it is more likely that he wants to slowly erode Suzhou's sanity step by step. Although Suzhou didn't want to believe it, he hadn't lost his mind yet. I understand. Thank you for reminding me. I know what to do now. Chapter 20, Outsiders. Don't go near the Lantern Festival. Hello. Hu Xingde finally caught his breath, and after his brain was no longer congested with blood, the fear came back to him. He looked at Ji Wu and Suzhou with fear in his eyes. Where are we? Are those things ghosts? You have a way to get out of here. Speak out now. I don't want to die. The brain that was previously blinded by emotions woke up, and what followed was the desire for life. Seeing that he was too excited, Ji Wu did not dislike or blame him. He had seen many people who saw something strange or encountered an unusual event for the first time. Most of them were unable to calm down, and even more were in a panic, clinging tightly to the contract master who could protect them. This is also human nature. Some new tricksters will also feel fear and retreat when faced with weirdness. Even some experienced spellcasters would feel powerless when faced with powerful and invincible monsters, and would become desperate and even want to give up. Ji Wu has even seen many Qiem masters who were unable to overcome their inner fears and became self-destructive. Please calm down. Suzhou tried to calm his excited emotions. Calm down. What do you know? This is hell, right? We're already in hell. If we don't think of a solution, we'll never be able to return. Hu Xingde was so anxious that his face turned red. He grabbed Ji Wu. In his opinion, Ji Wu, who was older and looked very stable and mature, was the one who could take charge. Hell. Ji Wu looked at Suzhou. What do you think? Although it felt very faint, there was indeed a faint strange aura in those morning groups. It was so faint that if they hadn't disappeared, leaving a little aura lingering in their clothes, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. I hadn't noticed that before. Although Ji Wu has not contracted a strange thing, he is a strange person and has a physique that is sensitive to strange things. He can also detect strange auras that ordinary people cannot detect, but he is not as accurate as a strange person. This time the weirdness was hidden so well that it fooled Ji Wu and also fooled Suzhou, the master of weirdness. Either it has special abilities, or there is something wrong with this strange domain. What a trouble! Ji Wu had a headache. If they were really in the strange domain, this strange domain completely simulated everything on Anyang Island. With such a large area, it was definitely impossible for it to be an incomplete strange domain. A truly powerful ghost can easily cover an entire city with its unfolding ghost domain. Judging from the scope and size of this strange domain, it can be called a semi-complete strange domain. Not to mention a semi-complete ghost domain. Even if it was an incomplete ghost domain, like the ghost baby last time, if Baizhua had not taken action, he and Suzhou would have fallen into it. Why hasn't that little bastard come yet? Ji Wu was angry at the willfulness of the white left every time. Hu Xingde held his thigh tightly. Don't you have any way to get out? You should have a way, right? Do something quickly. I really don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Suzhou smiled awkwardly, but he also knew what to do and didn't say anything. There was nothing they could do, otherwise it would not be good if a fight broke out. Well, how about we try to exit from the same way we came in? Didn't we come in from the bridge? Suzhou was chasing his mother's figure and passed through the white fog on the bridge smoothly. Unlike Ji Wu, who had been in the white fog for a long time and had not come out, he did not know that the white fog was not an easy place to pass through. Ji Wu, that white fog might require something special to get through. I followed you into the bridge, but I got lost in the fog. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out. The fog also drained away people's energy, causing me to lose it faster. If I hadn't met an old man holding a lantern who led me out, I would probably still be stuck in there. Suzhou was surprised. That white mist is so strange. When Hu Xingde heard there was a way out, he immediately shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let's go find the lamp. If we can't find it, we'll rob it. In short, let's get out of here quickly." Then let's go. Go find those lantern bearers and see if we can buy the lanterns they have. The three of them set off together. Walking in this deserted city, they always felt that something was watching them from the dark, but when they turned their heads to look, they could see nothing. The further I walked, the more anxious I became. Hu Xingde was trembling with fear and wished he could stick close to the two of them. There seems to be light ahead. Strings of red lights formed a long dragon, swaying and wandering on the street. Just as they were about to get closer, a young girl wearing a white mask stopped them. "Hey, Outsiders, don't go near the Lantern Festival. Su Zhou and others stopped. Us? Outsiders. The girl raised her head slightly. Humph. I can tell you're outsiders. You must have been bewitched by the spirits reflected by the Lantern Festival and barged in, right? Ji Wu was not annoyed. Instead, he put on a gentle smile and asked, Little girl, what is the Lantern Festival you are talking about? The Lantern Festival is, of course, a ceremony held to honor the great King Yama. This is something everyone in Anyang knows. You outsiders, leave now. Otherwise, once the ceremony is over, you won't be able to leave again. Su Zhou, do you know how to leave? Of course, it's to light the soul lamp. With the guidance of the soul lamp, you won't get lost in there. She looked at the few people and said, It seems you don't have soul lamps. Who made me kind? Come with me. Ji Wu raised his eyebrows, and Su Zhou acted according to his expression. However, Hu Xingde followed the girl without any guard, his face full of joy, happy that he would be able to leave soon. Ji Wu touched the weapon at his waist. Although he was somewhat suspicious of the purpose of this girl who suddenly appeared, he still decided to follow her and see what was going on. If they could really get the soul lamp, then they would have hope of leaving. The two followed. The girl walked in front and came to a shop with the words Joss sticks, candles, and paper money written on it. Uncle Zhang, there's business. A middle-aged man with a limp walked out of the store. He had a full beard, droopy eyelids, and a sleepy look on his face. What business? These people want to buy soul lamps. Uncle Zhang looked up and casually took a dusty red lantern from the shelf. No bargaining, 10,000. Hu Xingde felt it was a bit expensive, but this was his only chance to leave here, so he immediately rushed to grab it. I'll pay. I'll buy it. He took out his cell phone to transfer money, but found that there was no signal at all. I was stunned for a moment. Nowadays, people pay by scanning codes when they go out. Who would carry such a large amount of cash with them? Chapter 21 Special lamp oil, 50 pounds of pork. Can this be paid by credit card? Uncle Zhang, what card? You come here to buy a soul lamp without money? Xiaogukin, what kind of customers are you introducing? Shill, don't call my name. Xiaogukin waved his hands quickly. They are from outside. Just give them something in return. Uncle Zhang was puzzled. If I don't take money, what else can I take? Then, he quickly realized what was happening and smiled in an ambiguous way. Well, they're such skinny people. How much can they possibly repay even if they do? Don't use that much lamp oil, just enough to support them in leaving. Uncle Zhang said to Hu Xingde, I need to charge a small price for the soul lamp. Don't worry, it won't endanger your life. What do you think? Do you want to buy it? Then he looked at Ji Wu and Su Zhou. Let's go together as 3 people. It will be safer this way. Ji Wu, Uncle Zhang, what exactly do you mean by price? In the strange domain, you must never be charged an unknown price, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Even as a strange master, you must be extremely cautious. Sometimes, some monsters themselves are not very strong, but they have some rules that will cause death if touched. If their rules of death are not triggered, they are very easy to contain. Once the instant death rule is triggered, even if the master is stronger than this weird power, he will die. Uncle Zhang stroked his beard. Well, I'm not afraid of you knowing this. The oil in the soul lamp is extracted from a special grease and is very precious. That's why the soul lamp is so expensive. Since you don't have the money to buy it, you can provide some raw materials in exchange. Uncle Zhang had made it so clear, and Ji Wu, who had extensive experience in dealing with all kinds of strange incidents, quickly understood what he meant. Ji Wu nodded at himself and said, 20 kilograms. Then he pointed at Su Zhou and Hu Xingde and said, 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms. Uncle Zhang looked them over and nodded in agreement. Okay. If it's 50 kilograms, I can give you 20 milliliters of lamp oil, which is enough for you to leave here. Hu Xingde looked confused. What do you mean 50 caddies? It was like buying pork, and they were weighing it by caddies. Uncle Zhang took out a piece of dark yellow oil paper and wrote on it. Today 3 guests come to buy soul lamps, 20 milliliters of lamp oil, and they will pay a total of 50 kilograms. It is a fair transaction, and please ask the King of Hell to witness it. He then wrote 10 jin and 20 jin below, and finally used the ink pad on the side to cover his fingerprints. Come, put your fingerprints here. Ji Wu first read the text of the contract, and after confirming that there was no fraud or wording trap, he pulled Su Zhou and asked him to put his fingerprint on the 10 jin mark, and then Ji Wu put his fingerprint on the 20 jin mark. Hu Xingde followed their instructions and placed his fingerprints next to the 20 pounds. After they had all pressed the keys, Uncle Zhang took the contract and lit it with a match. When the oil paper burns, it emits a strange smell that is neither pleasant nor unpleasant. If you smell it for a long time, you will feel intoxicated and want to keep smelling it. It burns very quickly and is gone in a matter of seconds. The smell also dissipated. Hu Xingde finally retracted his infatuated expression. He probably didn't even know what expression he had just shown. Ji Wu and Su Zhou were more resistant. They just felt that the smell was a bit special and did not get addicted to it. The contract takes effect. Hu Xingde stretched out his fingers and scratched around in confusion. What was going on? He felt a lot lighter, so he looked down at his stomach. The beer belly that was caused by drinking and poor diet has now deflated. Hu Xingde grabbed his waist, and the fat on his waist disappeared without a trace. It wasn't an illusion. He felt like he had lost a lot of weight in an instant. Hu Xingde has the most fat on his body, so the weight loss effect is the most obvious. Ji Wubin has a low body fat percentage, so losing 20 kilograms has some impact on him. He must eat something good to make up for it after returning. Su Zhou was already thin and in the growth stage. Now that he had lost 10 pounds, he was like a bamboo pole that would fall over at the slightest gust of wind. Ji Wu tutored his words and said, "Go back and eat more meat, or else people will think we are deviant and will abuse others." Su Zhou touched his arm and said, "So this 10 pounds refers to the flesh on my body. When I think about it this way, it feels a bit scary. However, for those who are prone to weight gain, this is simply good news for weight loss. Just stamp your fingerprint, and you can lose 20 pounds. What kind of paradise is this? Where's the morality? Where's the bottom line? Where's the address? Perhaps Uncle Zhang will even be regarded as the god of weight loss." Meat. Hu Xingde grabbed the flesh on his body again and found that he had really lost a lot of weight. He moved his body and felt no pain or discomfort. Although he felt something strange, he put it aside in order to leave. "Give me the soul lamp. Uncle Zhang. Wait, I'll go get the lamp oil." He went to the shelf and picked up a 20 milliliters transparent bottle, which was filled with turbid yellow pus-like sticky liquid. This was lamp oil, which was extracted from special human fat. This bottle of lamp oil is enough to keep the soul lamp burning for about an hour. You can add oil from here. Uncle Zhang taught them how to add oil to the soul lamp, and his service was very thoughtful. Hu Xingde wanted to snatch the soul lamp, but Ji Wu held him down and took the soul lamp steadily from Uncle Zhang. Su Zhou also took the lamp oil. "It would be better if I were to take the soul lamp. What do you think?" Faced with Ji Wu's fake but intimidating smile, Hu Xingde shuddered and didn't dare to grab it. I could only cower closely beside them. Ji Wu's behavior was a lesson he learned from facing strange things many times. Ordinary people's emotions are too unstable, and when faced with strange things, they will do some brainless things out of fear. Sometimes, they will even destroy important props, or slide the ball into the monster's mouth. In short, they can do all kinds of fancy operations. There is nothing you can't think of that they can't do. Over time, Ji Wu developed a good habit. That is, important props cannot be touched by ordinary people. Always pay attention to the emotions of ordinary people, and knock them out directly when necessary to prevent them from becoming emotionally unstable and causing everyone to be implicated by one action. Ji Wu poured half of the lamp oil into the soul lamp, and then lit the soul lamp with the matches given by Uncle Zhang. The red light of the soul lamp shone faintly on their bodies. After the soul lamp lit up, the vague gaze that they felt had been spying on them disappeared. "Supervisor Ji, are we just leaving like this?" Su Zhou asked. "Do they have a mission? We can't deal with this weirdness unless Bai Zhuo is here." "No, I guess he can't handle it alone." Chapter 22. The Resentful Spirit in the Anyang River. How is that possible? Brother Bai is an S-rank trickster. He can contain even the kind of weirdness that can destroy an entire city. With a semi-complete weird domain, a B-level weird master can carry out the containment mission. Not to mention an S-level contract master. Even an A-level contract master would be able to suppress this kind of weirdness. Well, Bai's classification is quite special. Ji Wu was a little embarrassed. Bai's situation was not a secret in the Yigui society. Su Zhou himself was also a contracted person marked by Bai Zhuo, and there was a close connection between the two. The Yigui society also took Su Zhou's identity into consideration. Otherwise, given the White Left's indifference to life, the Yigui society would not be willing to hand him over to the charge. If Ji Wu explains it clearly, it will involve the issue of Su Zhou's identity. Su Zhou's current mental state is not very stable. Ji Wu didn't know if telling Su Zhou now would make Su Zhou's mental state worse. Su Zhou special? But isn't the classification of a contractor determined by their strength? Yes, that's how it was originally. But Bai's contract is so special that his S level isn't actually aimed at monsters, but at people. People? Su Zhou was surprised and then suddenly realized. It seems you figured it out. Ji Wu. Although the monster he contracted is powerful, it is more effective against humans. He can suppress weaker monsters with his powerful strength. Once he faces a monster of a similar level, he needs a powerful contracted person to fight against it for him, and then he will slowly invade the other party's mind. Jiwoo saw Suzhou's frustrated expression and knew that he was overthinking it again. You are a newcomer. It's normal that you can't deal with this level of weirdness. Your performance is already much better than most people. Once we get out, we'll report to the Deviant Society and ask them to send support. Suzhou forced a smile and replied, Okay. Jiwoo walked in front holding the soul lamp. Suzhou kept looking around vigilantly. Hushingda was very scared and kept shrinking next to Jiwoo. Along the way, we didn't encounter any funeral processions or anything unusual, and finally arrived at the abandoned bridge. Suzhou accidentally glanced under the bridge. Under the bridge was a large river surrounding Anyang Island. It was called Anyang River, and the water was clear and fast. Suzhou rubbed his eyes and said, There seems to be something in the river. Jiwoo, where? Jiwoo Chao leaned against the bridge and looked down into the river. The river water is clear, and the objects floating in it can be seen clearly. All I saw were heads with distorted faces, filled with sorrow, despair, grief, and resentment floating on the water, wailing miserably. Their bodies sank underwater, with only their heads exposed. They were in pain because they were trapped in the river and unable to be reborn. Just by looking at them, you can feel their deep and strong resentment. The hairs on Suzhou's body stood on end. Almost immediately, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Discipline supervision. Jiwoo stopped him and said, Let's go. Don't look down. Hushingda was much more timid. As soon as he heard it, he knew there was something unclean on the river surface, so he immediately turned his head away and didn't look. If it wasn't difficult to walk with his eyes closed, he wouldn't have dared to open his eyes. The soul lamp was burning, and the light it emitted illuminated the front in the white fog, and also revealed many hidden monsters. Along the way, they kept their eyes straight and their ears deaf, even if someone called their names behind them. Hushingda couldn't help but want to look back at first. The call seemed to have an inexplicable attraction that made people want to respond. Fortunately, Suzhou discovered it in time, pulled him, and woke him up. Hushingda was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat, and thanked him repeatedly. Who knows if he will lose his soul here when he turns around like this. Fortunately, there were no problems on the way across the bridge, and I walked out smoothly. Hushingda glanced at the bridge behind him shrouded in white fog, wiped the cold sweat from his head with his hand, and swore in his heart that he would never go near this place again in his life. He also found his bicycle parked on the side of the road, and hurried over to unlock it, then got on and sat down. Well, I'll be going home first. After saying that, he pedaled away on his bicycle in a hurry and impatiently. He looked like the bicycle was about to spark from his pedaling. Suzhou watched him leave, knowing that he would definitely tell others everything he had experienced when he returned. However, neither he nor Jiwoo was in a hurry. First, since he has not experienced these things personally, few people will believe that what he experienced is true. Most people will think that he is telling stories, bragging, or boasting. After Jiwoo left there, and his cell phone regained signal, he sent the edited text message to the Yigihui, including their experiences and speculations about the strange things. Next, the Society of the Deviants will send a suitably skilled witch to contain the weirdos. Then, Jiwoo launched another series of life-threatening threats against Baizhua, with great anger and the determination to smash the other party's phone. Suzhou's mouth twitched as he watched, and he didn't dare to say a word, for fear that the fire would burn him. Finally, after making more than 20 calls, the white leftist answered the call. Little bastard. If you don't give a proper explanation this time, your self-criticism will be written. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Why is it so noisy over there? Where are you? I'm on Anyang Island. It's so lively here, so many people are playing with lanterns. Wait, lantern? How did you get in there? You have a soul lantern. There's an event going on Anyang Island. There are a lot of people here. Where there are a lot of people, more evil can gather. Very good. This is something this guy can do. Suzhou exclaimed while holding his phone. Supervisor, Anyang Island is holding a famous local event today, the Lantern Festival. He handed the phone over, and Jiwoo saw a video playing on the phone. It was the promotional video for the event officially released by Anyang Island. The Lantern House Festival is a famous memorial activity on Anyang Island. It has been around for a long time, but it is no longer known from which dynasty it was passed down. The Lantern Festival is mainly dedicated to the King of Hell, in order to accumulate good karma for one's deceased family members so that they will suffer less in the underworld and be reincarnated sooner. When participating in the Lantern Festival, you need to prepare a lantern and write the afterlife text for your family on it. When participating in the parade, local people will lead the parade through the streets. chanting spells that reach the underground until the oil and candle in the lantern burn out and the Lantern Festival is over. What is the connection between that mysterious domain and this activity? Ji-woo finished watching the video and searching for some cultural heritage about the Lantern Festival. Ji-woo didn't say he knew Baizhua very well, but after watching him for so long, he roughly knew that Baizhua was not as simple as he seemed. Sometimes an unintentional action can have profound meaning when you think about it later. Chapter 23. The God of War made of giant pagoda bones, Yama. White leftists disregard human life, play with people's hearts, and despise human nature. He will be like a spider, silently weaving a web in the dark. By the time you realize it, you have already fallen into the web and cannot escape. Your destiny, life, and even thoughts are under his control. Only those who are targeted by him and become his prey will know how terrifying he is. If Baizhua had not been discovered by the heretics, recruited as a master of tricks, and put under surveillance, such an extremely evil person would probably have committed an unforgivable crime. What strange domain? I didn't see any strange domain. The tone of the white left remains the same, frivolous and a bit nonchalant. Then why are you going to Anyang Island? Ji-woo yelled. Play what? Can't a trickster have some time for his own entertainment? You'll be punished like this. What about the mission? That's it anyway. I'll go back when I've had enough fun. The call was hung up. The more Ji-woo thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and the more he felt that a disaster was about to happen. This feeling has occurred countless times in the past, and it has come true every time. Suzhou, why don't you go back to Igwe Company first? I'm going to Anyang Island to find that little bastard. I'll go with you. Ji-woo thought about it and decided that Baizhua was on Anyang Island anyway, and support from the Yigihui would arrive soon, so it wouldn't be too dangerous to go to Anyang Island now. It would be good for Suzhou to walk around, change his mood, and adjust his emotions without having to think too much. Okay, let's go across from another bridge. This abandoned bridge is obviously an entrance to the strange domain. Ji-woo has already informed the Weird Society and asked them to send people to block the bridge to prevent uninformed people from breaking in and adding unnecessary burden to the containment of the strange. The other side. Kong Yuba, the captain of the Special Task Force, has been targeting Igwe Clean Energy Transportation Company, Limited, since he got the information about the business card from Zhang Lin. Captain, this is a company that was recently acquired. It was formerly a software vendor. Although its monthly profit is only a few $100,000, it can still cover its own losses. Why would the boss suddenly not think of selling such a profitable company? Moreover, after the sale, the money on the company's books was actually retained, which is almost like doing charity. This situation will only occur if the new boss is the son of the previous boss. But according to their investigation, the new boss has nothing to do with the previous boss. I checked and found that the company's current status is a bit strange. It doesn't sell any products under its name, and even the original software has stopped being sold. Igwe Company is an open company, and it is definitely not afraid of investigation, as shown in the intelligence they have obtained. Apart from the fact that it has an executive department of unknown meaning and a smaller number of employees, this company is just an ordinary company. Another strange thing is that employees of the original company had previously complained about problems with the Igwe contract and even said they would sue them, but later gave up the idea. It may be that the time, energy, and expenses required for litigation are not proportional to the income, so they chose to give up. But Kong Yuba and the others understood that it must be that mysterious organization that took action again. It was just like the previous bus incident and countless other unusual incidents that were covered up and they were completely unaware of. This huge monster was hidden in the shadows, with only a corner of it visible. Just the little bit they caught was enough to make them terrified. With such an organization appearing in their country, it is impossible for Xia State not to investigate them. I've checked all the employees of this company. Judging from their information, they are all ordinary people. Only these two people have their information hidden, making it difficult to investigate. A member of the dispatch team pulled out a screenshot of the surveillance video and enlarged it, revealing Suzhou and Ji-woo. One of them is a contractor, and the other is a supervisor. It sounds like a contractor specializes in housing strange people, while a supervisor is responsible for supervising, guarding, or managing them. Kong Yuba read the information several times and asked, have their whereabouts been found out now? They don't seem to be trying to hide it. The team members retrieved several surveillance videos, all of which showed Ji-woo and Suzhou riding electric bikes. Kong Yuba coughed a few times. He never expected that the organization's way of traveling would be so simple and unpretentious. This did not seem like a mysterious organization at all. Their destination should be Anyang Island. Their original route was to go across the long-abandoned bridge, but later they came out from there, and went to another bridge. That abandoned bridge is impassable. It's passable. If there was a problem with the bridge, the local government would have closed it or built a new one long ago. As a tourist destination, Anyang Island has promoted the economic development of Anyang City. Anyang City is very rich and has built several large bridges. It is impossible that it cannot afford to build a new bridge. Then why would they choose to take a longer detour? Is it because you don't like it? Kong Yuba couldn't guess what they were thinking, so he could only send some people to investigate near the abandoned bridge and ask them to be more careful. Anything that could cause the mysterious organization's master of wits to be dispatched must be related to an abnormal event. The unusual events that Kong Yuba encountered have told him that if he underestimates these things, he will definitely pay the price in blood. Keep watching. Call our people to assemble. We are going to Anyang Island. Kong Yuba's intuition told him that something was wrong on Anyang Island. There would have been no problem earlier or later, but it just happened to coincide with the time when Anyang Island was having an event, so the flow of people on Anyang Island must be very high now. I'm afraid many residents and tourists in Anyang City will come here to visit. The thought of the huge casualties that would result from an accident during such an important event made the captain's scalp tingle. Kong Yuba took his men to Anyang Island and notified the local authorities to send more personnel to maintain order. Anyang Island. Today is the annual Lantern Festival held on Anyang Island. The event is very grand, and the crowds along the street seem to have no end in sight. Many people spontaneously put on various ancient Chinese costumes and join the parade carrying lanterns. The two sides of the street are separated by red lines, and many on-duty personnel are guarding the red lines to prevent the onlookers from getting too crowded. The people holding lanterns are wearing beautiful hanfu of various colors, and the lanterns are filled with wishes and prayers for their deceased relatives. At the front of the Lantern Festival parade is the King of Hell, a figure meticulously crafted from the bones of a giant pagoda. Behind him followed the black and white impermanence and the ox head and horse face. Afterwards, there was a parade consisting of residents of Anyang Island, residents of other districts and tourists holding lanterns. Chapter 24. Complain to Heaven and Hell. However, the most eye-catching part is the most important part of the Lantern Festival. In the parade, there was a group of people wearing white clothes and devil masks, carrying a black and gold sedan chair. They were walking in the middle of the parade. This is the Holy Prince. According to the ancient legend of Anyang City, the Holy Prince is a child of Hell, and he possessed half of the authority of the underworld from the moment he was born. The King of Hell felt that his authority was challenged, so he threw the Holy Prince into the mortal world. Later, he searched for the Holy Prince and wanted to bring him back. The people in the human world selected the Holy Prince to hold the Lantern Festival. On the one hand, it was to offer the Holy Prince to the King of Hell, and on the other hand, it was also to hope that the King of Hell would recognize his merits and convey his wishes to his family. Of course, this is just a folk legend. The Holy Prince was not actually dedicated to the King of Hell, but a suitable person was chosen to sit on the sedan chair and walk around with the parade. As Suzhou squeezed through the crowd, he exclaimed, "There are so many people." Jiwu was so irritated that he wanted to shake his legs. There are so many people, it is impossible to find that guy from the parade. This must be the Holy Prince's sedan chair. So many people are carrying it. It looks so cool. Suzhou showed an expression as if he also wanted to be carried away. Jiwu sneered. This is only in peacetime. In the past, this so-called Holy Prince would be a sacrifice to the King of Hell, to put it bluntly. In ancient times, everyone was foolish. For such imaginary rumors, they would actually offer real sacrifices to satisfy their own selfish interests. Suzhou looked enlightened. So Anyang Island is promoting this as an event. The past is the past. Now it's just an ordinary event to comfort people. Just treat it as an ordinary parade. A local who had been listening to their conversation was not happy. Hey, what do you outsiders know? This Lantern Festival is our local traditional culture. As for the sacrifices you mentioned, there is no such thing. This is a rumor. Slander. I saw this man glaring at me, as if he would rush over and beat me up if I dared to say anything more. Suzhou and Ji Wu didn't want to conflict with him here, so they kept quiet. Suzhou picked up his cell phone and wanted to take a picture of this wonderful parade. As soon as the camera was pointed at the sedan chair, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow." Ji Wu slapped Suzhou on the back of the head and said, "Don't say bad words, little kid." Suzhou rubbed his head. That was an interjection. No, I was shocked. "Mr. Ji, I think I saw brother by." "Where?" "That." Ji Wu looked in the direction Suzhou pointed. "I saw a person wearing a black robe sitting in the sedan chair carried by 8 people. He had a very familiar face. Although her face was made up, With several divine lines outlined in gold at the end of her eyes and between her eyebrows, she looked awe-inspiring without even being angry, with a kind of divine nature that transcended the human. Ji-woo recognized him at a glance. Who else could this be but the white leftist who skipped his mission? Little bastard. Ji-woo almost bit his teeth to pieces. Suzhou heard the sound of teeth crunching and thought absent-mindedly. Should I introduce a reliable dentist to Supervisor Ji? Let's catch up. I want to see what tricks he's going to pull this time. Oh. The two squeezed in the crowd and followed the parade with difficulty. Baizwa sat on the sedan chair being carried by the crowd and leaned back in boredom. What a hassle. Let's get this over with. The parade lasted more than 2 hours. Soon, the team arrived at their destination, which was the last part of the Lantern Festival. The procession of gods has already gone on. There is no need for the gods to appear in this segment. In front of them was an altar made of stones, and people wearing evil ghost masks lifted and lowered the sedan chair. The Holy Prince walked out of the sedan chair and stepped onto the stage, and the parade ended. In fact, this ceremony has omitted many steps. For example, the Holy Prince needs to enter the coffin at the end, and the people holding lanterns in the parade light up all the lanterns under the altar so that the prayers for the family can be sent to the underground. Of course, for safety reasons, all these links have been eliminated now. The only thing worth watching is the procession of the gods. That's how it should be. Everyone should disperse after seeing this. The gods, the Holy Prince, and the people carrying the sedan chair will all take off their makeup. But today you are different. I saw the Holy Prince standing on the altar, wearing a long black robe, humming softly in a strange tone. Those who have participated in the parade in the past were surprised. Huh? There's a new segment this year. Is it strange that there is such a link? Could it be an Easter egg event that Anyang Island came up with? This tune is quite pleasant. It sounds particularly sacred and ethereal, with a chilling feeling that penetrates the heart within the eerie atmosphere. It's perfect for the atmosphere of the Lantern Festival. The organizers are really thoughtful. This is how we actively promote culture. Otherwise, it's getting boring to keep doing the same old thing. The Lantern Festival is the most important culture of our Anyang Island. We can't change it at will. Some local people are dissatisfied. It would be fine if outsiders didn't know about it, but don't the locals know about it? There was no such part in the ceremony at all. Who was so bold as to change such an important event? It's really disrespectful to their culture. I appeal to the heavens above and the netherworld below. Now that I, the Holy Prince, have returned to my throne, I have accepted the authority of the underworld to perform my duties. The Holy Prince played by the white leftist man exudes majesty just by standing there. It actually scared the audience below. Baizwa raised his head slightly, looking at the crowd below with the contempt he would give to ants. I have returned to my position. You will serve me as ghosts and gods, and then serve as ghost soldiers at my command, sparing me the sufferings of the 18 hells. What he meant was that you wanted to offer me to the king of hell, but now that I have returned to my position and have half the power of the underworld, you should offer yourselves to me and work like my slaves, otherwise I will throw you into the 18 levels of hell. After saying that, he waved his hand. A huge shadow spread from the ground and silently enveloped the crowd. In the crowd, Ji-woo and Suzhou, who had been unable to squeeze in because there were too many people, suddenly looked up. Mr. Ji. Ji-woo nodded. I feel it too. A huge and strange aura. And why does he feel that this familiar feeling is caused by someone? Impossible. There is nothing strange here. How could Baizwa suddenly unfold the strange domain in front of so many people? The person standing in the front felt a cool breath coming over him, and then something furry seemed to be crawling up his calf along his trouser leg. Ah! He suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard several times. Chapter 25, I'm not a partner of justice. That feeling still lingers with me. A furry, multi-legged creature crawled onto his body and slipped into his clothes. A chill spread from the tailbone throughout the body. He did a breakdance on the spot. There are more and more people like this. Oh. Fear spread like a plague, and the screams of the people rose one after another, continuously. The fear on those people's faces and their bodies shaking wildly, as if they were trying their best to get rid of something, made the people behind them who didn't know what was going on panic as well. They began to scream and retreat in panic, but the crowd was so crowded that the people at the back had no idea what was happening in front. When they heard so many people in front screaming, they thought something funny had happened in front, and instead squeezed forward to get a closer look. Just like that, the people in front retreated frantically trying to run, while the people behind pushed forward frantically. The person in the middle was squeezed by both sides and had difficulty breathing and could not move. Suzhou sensed that aura and shouted in disbelief and horror. How is this possible? Is this Brother Bai's strange domain? The Order of the Deviants is a very complete and large organization. In order to prevent the contractors from committing crimes by relying on their abilities and to prevent them from getting lost in their powerful abilities, the Order of the Deviants has established many rules to restrain the contractors. The Human Rights Protection Law clearly stipulates that the magician is not allowed to attack ordinary people without reason. If there is something strange at the scene, and the Ghost Master has to involve the masses in order to deal with the strangeness, this situation can be forgiven. Jiwoo tried desperately to squeeze onto the altar, but the crowd, huddled together in panic, left no room for him to pass. Suzhou clenched his fists and stretched out his hands to make gestures. When Jiwoo saw him do this, he immediately wanted to stop him. Stop. When there is no strangeness at the scene, the Ghost Master cannot use his abilities casually. Suzhou's expression was firm. My life was originally saved by Brother Bai. If they continue to squeeze like this, there will definitely be a stampede. If the casualties increase, the Igwe Society will pronounce judgment on Brother Bai. If other Ghost Masters did this, they might still sympathize with him being affected by the strangeness, and at most their merits and demerits would be offset. But Bai Zhua himself was under surveillance and became a Ghost Master as a criminal. The punishment he was sentenced to by the Ghost Society was to shelter ghosts for the rest of his life, uphold human principles, and pay for the sins he had committed before. When Bai Zhua committed the crime, he was not a master of the law, so the Igwe Society treated him quite tolerantly. At least he had all the benefits that other masters of the law had. Apart from being supervised and watched, he was relatively free in other aspects. This is considered to be giving him a chance to make amends. If the White Left performs well, the supervision on him may be withdrawn. But this time, Bai Zhua launched a strange domain in front of so many people without any warning, involving countless ordinary people. Suzhou didn't dare to think about it. When the news of this incident was passed back to the Igwe Society, would the Igwe Society send someone to directly eliminate the White Left? Suzhou calmed down and communicated with the cunning hand of the contract. Under pressure, Suzhou felt that it was easier for him to control the strange hand than last time. Soon he summoned the trick hand and controlled it to separate the crowded people, avoid them being squeezed into canned meat. The sky gradually darkened. If there is a person with a special physique in the crowd, as long as he looks up at the sky, he will be horrified to find that an extremely huge spider is standing above them. The huge figure blocked out the sunlight. On the ground, layer after layer of dense and sticky spider webs began to appear. It was easy to break free from only one layer of spider web, but when the layers were stacked on top of each other, they formed an airtight web like white cloth. The strong stickiness and toughness are enough to prevent any prey standing on it from escaping. Such a big commotion can no longer be covered up. Jiwoo was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it. Why would white leftists do this kind of thing? Although Bai Zhua is willful, he completes all the tasks assigned to him perfectly. Could it be that he had been pretending all along? Bai Zhua, you bastard. Stop. Take back the ghost domain. Now is the time before there are any casualties. Jiwoo's shouts were drowned out by the screams around him. Jiwoo knew that it was too late. There was such a big commotion here. Even if it could be attributed to the unknown mysterious area of the abandoned bridge, the fact that Bai Zhua deployed the mysterious area in public and marked so many people with his ability could not be erased. It's over. Once the people from the supervisory department and other members of the contract master team arrive at the scene and fail to detect the other strange residual aura at the scene, the fact that Bai Zhua used his ability on ordinary people for no reason will be exposed. The White Left will be stripped of the weirdness of the contract by the deviants and become consumables to accommodate the weirdness. There's no way to save it. Jiwoo took off the weapon from his waist. It was a special pistol issued by the Igwe Society. The bullets in it could cause damage to the monsters. At the same time, it was also a powerful weapon against the Pact Master. The reason why regulators are equipped with this weapon is not to give them the power to attack strange things. But, after the supervising which lost control, he quickly killed him with one bullet to prevent the harm from further expanding. The white leftist standing on the dais cast his eyes towards Jiwoo, with a malicious smile on his face, like a vicious and inhuman devil. He curled his lips slightly and said to Jiwoo sarcastically, "I am not a partner of justice." Jiwoo's pupils shrank. His finger trembled unconsciously and he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bai Zhua turned his head and the bullet grazed his face, leaving a bloody mark. Ah! The loud bang of the gunshots made the already panicked crowd even more panicked, and some were even pushing others or stepping on others to escape. Suzhou struggled to control his strange hand, picked up those guys who pushed and stepped on others, and threw them into an open area where there was no one. There are too many people. The frightened people are like headless flies, without any rationality at all. As long as one of them falls, the others will step on him without hesitation. They have lost the ability to think. Overwhelmed by fear, they do things that are completely unimaginable under normal circumstances. Suzhou broke out in a sweat. With his strength, he was unable to stop the impending disaster. After Suzhou became a master of the art of contracting ghosts, with his increasingly enhanced five senses, he saw from afar that a thin little girl was unable to maintain her balance after being pushed by several people and began to fall to the ground. All this happened in slow motion in his eyes. Suzhou tried his best, but couldn't get the ghost hand to save that person. Suzhou roared, wanting them to stop. However, his voice was drowned out in the vast crowd and was barely audible. Tragedy is about to happen. Chapter 26. This man is really a son of hell. Rustle. The huge spider in the sky opened its red double pupils and spit out countless silk threads. Those silk threads were like meteors falling straight from the sky, connecting to every person. The greedy heart poison leaves a distinct mark on each of its prey. Those white silk threads connected everyone's heart, and they became the trophies in the spider's web. The panicked crowd all stood still. Saved. Suzhou watched the girl who was about to be trampled stand up again. But when he saw the blank expression on the girl's face and her stiff and inflexible body, the joy that had just surged up in him suddenly froze. Suzhou began to feel confused and at a loss. Brother Bai, what is he doing? Suzhou suddenly remembered something. It was something Ji Wu had told him in person when he first joined the association. In non-abnormal situations, if the ability is used on a large number of ordinary people, causing significant impact, the supervisor must stop the witch if present. Before, amidst the noisy crying and screaming, he seemed to have vaguely heard a gunshot. Suzhou turned around suddenly. Ji Wu raised his gun and pointed it at Bai Zhua. Suzhou shuddered and instinctively shouted, "Mr. Ji, don't shoot." Ji Wu's eyes were cold, and his hand holding the gun was very steady, without the slightest wavering. Gunshots rang out again. To Suzhou's keen hearing, the gunshot seemed deafening, causing a buzzing in his ears. But that shot was not fired by Ji Wu Kai. Ji Wu and Suzhou both showed expressions of surprise. Kong Yuba and his teammates were originally scattered across Anyang Island to check for any abnormal situations. He wore wireless headphones in his ears to communicate with his teammates. "Captain, there's nothing unusual here." "Same here. Eliminate the anomaly." "Safety." Kong Yuba looked at the bustling crowd and the long parade team. Although his teammates did not notice anything unusual, he never let his guard down. "Where are the two people located?" "There are too many people. I need some time to find them." The person in charge of the search was the team's drone operator, who controlled the drone to fly over the crowd. Soon, Ji Wu and Suzhou were discovered near the parading shrine. "Captain, I saw them. They are near the Makashi. Strangely, they seem to be moving towards the Makashi." "Okay, I'll gather with the others near the shrine, and you'll keep an eye on them outside with the drone." "Yes." Because of the parade, most of the streets were crowded with people. Kong Yuba could only take shortcuts through narrow and deserted paths to quickly approach the sedan chair. When he finally found the sedan chair, it had already been carried onto the altar. When Kong Yuba came to Anyang Island, he had someone thoroughly investigate the parade activities on Anyang Island, including the origin of the activities, the arrangements of the entire process, etc. He and his teammates watched it more than once. When he saw that the sedan chair had been carried to the altar and the Holy Prince had gotten off, he thought the event was over. Kong Yuba looked around and found two members of the mysterious organization in the crowd. Their attention was always on the altar. Kong Yuba thought, is there something unusual on the altar? He also turned his attention to the altar. The most noteworthy thing on the altar is the Holy Prince who just stepped down from the sedan chair. I don't know how the role was chosen, but the actor who plays the Holy Prince fits the setting of the Holy Prince very well. Not to mention his superior looks. Just looking at his inhuman temperament makes the Holy Prince's appearance particularly eye-catching. This casting is amazing. For a moment, I thought I saw the real Holy Prince appear. This is a good choice. The Holy Prince made him play the role very vividly. Especially that look of indifference, treating all living beings like straw dogs. It truly embodies the essence of the Saint Prince, a ghostly god. Anyang Island put a lot of effort into casting. The people around started talking when the Holy Prince appeared on the stage, and everyone praised him highly. However, the moment Kong Yuba saw the Holy Prince, his pupils constricted, his muscles tensed, and he instinctively entered a first-level alert state. Ordinary people may not be able to see it, but they just think that the temperament of the actor who plays the Holy Prince is very suitable for the role. But as someone who had been through blood and rain and fought frequently, he could sense at a glance how much strong malice emanated from that person. And that person had no intention of hiding it at all. Even the desperate criminals he faced rarely had such strong malice, as if this man was truly the son of hell. He embodies all the evil in the world. Kong Yuba took a deep breath and kept staring at the Holy Prince. He was closer to the altar, and when his teammates gathered one after another, he told them to pay attention to the stage. When the Holy Prince did something that was completely inconsistent with the parade procedures, Kong Yuba's vigilance was raised to the highest level. He asked someone to contact the event organizer to find out whether this new segment was arranged in advance. The event organizers were also confused. The process of the event has always been the same. This is their culture passed down. How could it be suddenly changed? You didn't arrange this part? No, really not. We at Anyang Island have always been promoting our ancient culture and respecting cultural heritage. How could we wantonly change some aspects just to please tourists? The organizers of the event were sweating profusely, thinking that someone must be dissatisfied with the growing tourism industry in Anyang Island and had some bad intentions to frame them. Just as Kong Yuba was about to ask who had chosen the candidate for the Holy Prince, chaos had already begun to break out in the audience. From the first scream, the panic among the crowd spread quickly, and when the first person started running, it was like an avalanche and could no longer be stopped. Kong Yuba, quick! Have someone notify the local police. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Kong Yuba felt a tightness in his heart. He paused in his action of giving the order to maintain order and raised his head slowly and stiffly. The huge spider that covered the sky and the sun made people instinctively fear giants and feel powerless in the face of powerful creatures. This was the first time that Kong Yuba had faced so many abnormal creatures. The moment he saw them, he felt powerless to resist. This is not a monster that humans can defeat, but his strong will and sense of responsibility enabled him to suppress this feeling of powerlessness. Everyone can give up, but he cannot give up. Everyone can retreat, but he cannot retreat. Therefore, when he saw Ji Wu fired a shot, he found a place with a wide view, aimed at the Holy Prince on the altar, and fired the second shot. Call out. The bullet cut through the air and spun towards the heart of the Holy Prince. Chapter 27. It's time to move and tear them apart. White leftists are not surprised. Ever since he unfolded the strange domain, there has been no other strange domain to oppose him. He is in absolute control over everyone and everything in the strange domain. He controls whoever he wants to control. The person who is still conscious and can control his body now is just not controlling it. A web appeared out of thin air in front of him. This white spider web looked very thin, but it was this web that blocked the incoming bullet. The bullet was stuck in the spider web and stayed 1 meter away from the white left. Baizhou did not use spider webs to block Ji Wu's bullets because Ji Wu's bullets had been specially modified and could destroy spider webs. But these ordinary bullets could not threaten him at all. Even the white left didn't even glance over. Kong Yuba punched the wall hard, and that feeling of powerlessness came again. When all the ordinary people in the strange domain were controlled by the spider silk, the surroundings became extremely quiet. Everyone stood there silently, like puppets without expression or soul. A terrifying ghost show is being performed here. White left. Ji Wu finally squeezed out from the crowd that had stopped. What the hell is going on? Suzhou also walked out covered in sweat. Every time he used his strange ability, he would feel very tired. Of course, this is because he has not yet improved his compatibility with the weirdness, and is not very skilled in controlling the weirdness. Once the compatibility is high, it will be much easier for him to control the weirdness. Brother Bai. However, the person standing on the platform didn't even glance at them. Baizhou looked up at the sky in a very good mood. A huge spider was swallowing and spitting out spider silk, weaving a spider web with all its heart and soul. The unfolding strange domain was gradually filled with cotton-like silk threads. Suzhou seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky as well. In the sky, Baizhu's strange domain seemed to collide with something. The space where the two collided was constantly rippling, tearing, and healing. However, the two different strange domains cannot coexist harmoniously in the same space. They will keep competing and devouring each other until one covers the other. As Suzhou looked, he felt a very familiar aura emanating from another strange area, and he quickly remembered it. It's that strange domain. By the way, since the strange area appears to be Anyang Island, it means that it is located above Anyang Island. It has been hiding here, ready to attack everyone on Anyang Island. No one knows when it will reveal its true form and swallow up everyone on the island into the strange domain. This event is simply the best time to launch the strange domain. If the candidate for the Holy Prince is not Baizhou, if Baizhou does not decisively launch the strange domain at this time, once the event goes smoothly, the person who plays the Holy Prince will be the first to be swallowed by the mysterious domain, followed by those who participate in the Lantern Festival and those who watched the event. Baizhua first deployed the strange domain, marking everyone as his prey and protecting everyone from the strange domain. Things like this are based on first come first served. If Baizhua had not noticed the other party's trick in advance and allowed the other party to successfully devour the entire population of Anyang Island, it would have been very troublesome to snatch people from the other party's mysterious domain. Even if Baizua's strange domain is much stronger than the other party, it is difficult to seize it by force. It's not that white leftists are not strong. It's that those who were robbed were too weak. They simply couldn't withstand the fight between two powerful and strange people. What's more likely is that their fragile bodies would be broken into pieces like tofu during the fight. Jiwu paused. When he understood what was going on, his face was filled with anger and anxiety. This little bastard. Although you are here to deal with another strange domain, you should tell him in advance. He even thought that this white left guy had betrayed him. Thinking of the shot he had fired at Baizhua before, Jiwu felt a slight pang of conscience. Although Baizhua is usually not a good person and acts in an extreme way, with countless precedents, this time, it was indeed Jiwu who misunderstood Baizhua. Jiwu rarely felt guilty towards Baizhua. Otherwise, next time, even if the white left is willful, we should be more tolerant of him. After all, Jiwu misunderstood Baizhua and injured his face. Jiwu and Suzhou quickly came to Baizua's side. Another strange domain has begun to appear. Turbid water rushed in from all directions, and soon all the streets were filled with water, and the entire Anyang Island was submerged. Countless hideous faces emerged from the water, staring at those people with eager and greedy eyes, opening their mouths wide, as if trying to pull them down. We cannot reincarnate, so you should accompany us. Come on down. Come on down. The underworld is your final destination. I hate you so much. Why are you still alive? These things are all of the lowest level of weirdness. They cannot even be seen from the outside, nor can they attack others. They can only infect and parasitize humans when they are touched. But now they are in the strange domain. With the help of the power of the strange domain, they can be seen by people and can attack others. Thousands of the lowest level monsters forming a group is a force that cannot be underestimated. These are all wandering souls. There are so many of them. Suzhou kicked away a monster that wanted to bite him. But there are just too many weird things. You can't even count them at a glance. He immediately untied the knife on his back and began to chop the vegetables manually. One knife each. One knife each. His hands became limp from the chopping. The weirdness in front of him continued to surge up, trying to tear off a piece of flesh from his body. Damn it. Jiwu was even more embarrassed. He dodged those strange attacks while shooting with his gun, but he had limited bullets, and it would be useless even if he used up all his bullets. Little bastard. Stop watching the fun. Get started. Baizhua hummed softly. He raised his hand, and a white spider slowly dropped from his finger. The blood-red spider web connected it to Baizua's finger, keeping it hanging in the air so that it would not fall. A dark flash flashed in Baizua's eyes, and he whispered to the spider, "It's time to move and tear them apart." The spider's red pupils lit up. The giant spider in the sky let out a silent hiss, and the countless silk threads under its control began to tremble. The person who was originally standing quietly had red light in his eyes. Snap! Snap! Their joints made a tingling friction sound, and they moved all of a sudden. They looked like puppets with stiff limbs, and they pounced on those monsters with their not-so-flexible bodies and started fighting with them. Suzhou looked around in confusion and found that the large number of strange creatures had been submerged by the crowd. They were stepped on one by one and were at the bottom, unable to float up again. Suzhou's bewildered expression turned into admiration. Amazing. Chapter 28. The Bug Trapped in the Cocoon. Suzhou was deeply aware of how powerful the weirdness contracted by the white left was. As long as they are in crowded places, once the white leftists relax the restrictions, their fighting power will be terrifying. It can be said that as long as the white left controls more people and the people they control are stronger, then there is no upper limit to his strength. Moreover, any intelligent creature, or in other words, any human being, would find it difficult to escape his control. After all, the control of the mental and psychic systems is too strange. You know that he is controlling you, but you cannot escape his control. You can only watch your body being driven by others in a clear mind. It's terrifying to think about it. Suzhou quietly approached Jiwu and asked in a low voice, "Brother Bai's weirdness is so strong. Isn't the Igwe Association afraid that all its members will be marked by the Baizhua?" Jiwu, as long as the president is alive, this problem does not exist. Why? Maybe it's just that there's always a way out. Jiwu thought for a moment and said, "Because of the president's presence, those eccentric guild masters are able to honestly abide by the rules of the deviant order. I've never met the president. What kind of person is he? He really couldn't imagine someone who could make Brother Bai obey so obediently. President, he's a very powerful, very tolerant, and very charming person. You just joined not long ago, so it's normal that you haven't met him yet. You will have the opportunity to see him in the future. As the two talked, they repelled the few weird creatures that came over sporadically. The weirdness on the ground hardly caused any big waves, and there were even fewer weirdnesses than people. Soon, the two of them just stood there and watched the white left manipulate the crowd to crush the weirdness. There are more strange things in places with fewer people. Kong Yuba escaped from the rooftop in a panic. Countless floating ghost fires surrounded him and attacked him. Although the force was not strong, he would be frozen by the extremely cold flames of the ghost fire every time they came into contact with him. Kong Yuba accepted the feeling of being hunted by countless monsters well, and even felt that now he had found the right way. Although these monsters were strong and could not be killed, at least he still had the courage to escape and could think about how to resist. Unlike the giant spider, just looking at it makes you feel like you can't resist at all. Team leader. Several teammates fought and retreated. Almost everyone was injured. There are too many weird things here. Let's go down to the ground. Kong Yuba moved closer to the window and saw that the street below was almost covered by muddy water, with many human heads with open mouths floating in it. There are monsters everywhere. It's similar to what they encountered in Huayuanling. No, there are more weird things here than in Huayuanling. His teammates exclaimed, Captain, look over there. Kong Yuba looked to the left and saw a group of tourists rushing towards the strange thing in the water in a weird posture. There were so many of them that when they swarmed up, it made people hallucinate the scene of zombies attacking the city. Hundreds and thousands of strange things in the water were trampled into the bottom of the water one by this group of weird people. The members of the dispatch team were stunned. Are the people in this city so fierce? Everyone's physical fitness can catch up with that of a well-trained person, right? Kong Yuba was shocked, but also noticed a hint of incoordination. The speed and strength of these people's movements were much greater than that of ordinary people. Only people who have undergone high-intensity training can display such qualities. But these are a group of ordinary people. It is impossible that everyone has received training. Moreover, there was something indescribably strange about their postures while moving. Although they were moving very fast, their joints were inexplicably stiff, like puppets being controlled by strings. In a trance, he seemed to see a thin white line on the hearts of those people, which was invisible unless you looked carefully. The white line extends all the way to the sky. What is in the sky? There is a huge spider in the sky that can cover the entire Anyang Island. Could it be that all these people are controlled by that spider? Kong Yuba couldn't tell for a moment whether the spider was good or bad. Their fighting was limited in the building, and soon, several people retreated downstairs under cover of each other. When they reached the ground, the ghost lights no longer came near, and the strange things in the water were also dealt with by the violent crowd. They supported each other and had nothing to do for a while. There was an indelible look of shock on the faces of the teammates. This was the first time they encountered an unusual incident so easily without anyone dying. Kong Yuba smiled bitterly and said, I know who that person is. Who are you talking about, Captain? Who? Remember what Zhonglin said? The demon that can control people's hearts and minds that cannot be provoked is also another contract master that we have not yet found out. Kong Yuba had always thought that this demon that controlled people's hearts was a strategist who possessed extraordinary wisdom, could see through human nature, plan, and scheme, and use tactics to control others step by step. They are called demons because their wisdom is too extraordinary and their methods of manipulating people's hearts seem inhuman. Unexpectedly, Kong Yuba looked at the huge spider in the sky and remembered the shot he fired at it. His entire body exudes a malice as deep and rich as the abyss, as if it has gathered all the evil in the world. The giant spider is like the incarnation of the devil. He is a demon that controls people's hearts and a gathering of malice. It turns out that he is someone who should not be provoked. He should not be provoked. No. The tacit understanding between the team members made them look towards the altar immediately. Even though the distance was quite far, they could vaguely see 3 people standing on the altar. Holy Prince. He is the trickster. Why did that man shoot him before? Aren't they in the same group? No wonder I felt he was extraordinary when I saw him. Kong Yuba felt heavy in his heart. His mind was in a mess, and he was thinking a lot, thinking about the shot fired by the man before and the shot he fired himself. I wonder if the other party will hold a grudge. If someone holds a grudge, he hopes that the other party will only take revenge on him and not involve others. It wasn't that Kong Yuba was imagining things, but from the few words he learned and the few sides he saw, he could tell that the other person had an extreme personality. People who have power but a bad temper will not be generous enough to forgive the weak who dare to offend them. On the contrary, This kind of people would crush others to death casually, just like crushing an ant. Ding. Character perfection increased by 10. Unlocking the trickster. Information cocoon B. Details. When you're trapped in a cocoon-like cocoon, how do you break free and return to reality? You weave a message, a lie, so that people can't help but follow your thoughts, losing their own thoughts and becoming a trapped insect in a cocoon, forced to receive information. Ability. Can erase specific cognition within a certain range, but the range is limited. The more complex the woven information, the shorter the maintenance time. Chapter 29. A proud and arrogant bird. Xinyu, who had put all his energy into making Baizhou concentrate on fighting with the mysterious domain, paused for a moment. Spend some time to open the newly unlocked weapon. Information cocoon? A B-level trick weapon. The function of this magic device can only be used to blur cognition and modify cognition. For example, it is a thing that everyone generally agrees on. The moon is round. You can change it to the moon is square. Then, under the interference of the magic device, others will think that the moon is square. However, since this weapon is of level B, it has great limitations. First of all, its scope is that it can only change the cognition of people in a small range, and the more facts it changes, the shorter the duration of its effect. Of course, although it has great limitations, if used properly, this weapon that can change cognition is no less powerful than a divine weapon. The character Baizhou has a strange contract at the S level against humans. In fact, if he wants to exert enough combat power, he still needs to mark more adaptable people like Zhang Len. He lacks direct attacking means. The only function is to control the situation after the strange domain is deployed. To contain the strangeness, a more powerful strange master is still needed to make up for the damage. If Su Zhou grows up, he can become a sharp weapon in the hands of white leftists. The strange power discovered on Anyang Island exceeded Xinyu's expectations. The power of the white left can suppress the weirdness, but cannot contain it. Over time, Baizhou will have to pay a considerable price to borrow strange powers, and his physical and mental strength will be exhausted. However, the strange power he uses is his own strength, which is not consumed so quickly. Xinyu looked at his remaining construction points and said, "Forget it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Spend 5,000 construction points first and see if I can draw a good card. It would be best if I had a character card with powerful attacks." System. 5 consecutive draws. Ding. Consume 5,000 build points and draw a character card. Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning the C-level employee card. You have become a C-level employee, talent, business. Employee card? This was the first time Xinyu pulled it out. He clicked on the employee card and read its introduction, only to discover that the employee card was different from the character card. After the employee card is drawn, he is not required to play the role, but their abilities will not be too high accordingly. Most of them are elites among humans with certain talents. This kind of card is a consolation prize, so you don't spend 1,000 build points and get nothing. Unexpectedly, there would be a consolation prize for drawing a card. Xinyu immediately had a brainstorming session, and various card drawing games that were not human and would cheat people out of their hard work and money flashed through his mind. Xinyu asked the system to continue pumping with trembling hands. No way. Could it be that you can't even draw a character card after 5 consecutive attempts? Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning the A-level employee card. Achieve an A-level employee, talent, scientific research. Xinyu comforted himself that scientific researchers were rare. Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning the A-level employee card, getting an A-level employee, talent, management. Well, he is currently in need of someone to help him manage Igwe Company, so this card can be considered quite useful. Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning the E-level employee card, obtaining an E-level employee, talent, cleaning. Xinyu covered his heart. Does he need a cleaner? It seems like there is a shortage, but the highest salary for a cleaning staff is only a few thousand yuan a month. He would rather pay cash to hire 10 cleaners than draw this card. It has been pulled out. He can't let the system eat it back. For the last picture, Xinyu held his breath, waiting for the system to reveal it. Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning the S-rank character card, Asuka A. Good. Xinyu slammed the table and jumped up excitedly. Another S-level character card. Is he right? No. He's so hot he's smoking. As for the previous employee card, that was definitely a stab. Xinyu excitedly clicked on the character card. The platinum frame still represents the S card with its glittering gold color. Unlike the dark background of the white left, this S card is very bright and dazzling as a whole. The blue and white sky and floating clouds serve as the background rendering and embellishment, and the young man standing in the center with dazzling white hair, red eyes, and a carefree smile makes this card shine. It's like a proud, free, and flying bird. Role: Asuka. Level S. Identity: Trickster, can be increased. Personality: a mischievous and fun-loving person who enjoys both fun and creating it, and loves to dress up and tease people. Abilities: Magic, excellent. Animal affinity, perfect. Thief, excellent. Disguise, perfect. To be unlocked. Special ability: Raging Wind, perfect. To be unlocked. Weapon: to be unlocked. Strange contract: Nameless Bird's a crippled bird composed of countless deformed, twisted white feathers. Despite its damaged body, it can harness extraordinary storms. Every flap of its wings can cause a massive storm. Even with its twisted wings, it still proudly chirps with a clear voice. It is a small white bird with beautiful red gemstone eyes. Devouring the storm can improve your strength, and when it accumulates to a certain level, you can be promoted. Related people: 5. Character completion: 0. Do you want to use it immediately? Use it immediately. The strangeness of Asuka A's contract can even control the storm. This is a very powerful output card. You came just in time. Shun Yu directly sent him to the vicinity of Anyang Island. The character card glowed brightly. The white-haired young man appeared over Anyang Island on the wind with a flamboyant smile. During the movement, one seems to hear the clear and tender chirping sound like a baby bird. The wind gently protected him, supporting his body and allowing him to stay in the sky. She was so obedient that she was just like his pet. He looked at the giant spider at his feet with a surprised expression. Look what I found. A nasty spider with a belly full of tricks. Chirp, the nameless bird echoed him softly. Hee, that's it. When that little spider can't hold on any longer and lowers his proud little head to beg me, I'll go and help him. Chiu. Bird A is in position. This tough battle has a strong ally. At least Shun Yu doesn't have to worry about Baizhua and Su Zhou getting killed. On the ground, Baizhua was still controlling the strange domain, tearing and devouring the opponent. Jiwu glanced at the time again. Why hasn't the support from the Deviant Society arrived yet? Su Zhou, when will support usually arrive? Because the strange power is so treacherous, sometimes even if it's just a few minutes, the contractor is at risk of death. To prevent this from happening, support will arrive within 10 minutes of reporting. Chapter 30. The thriller game makes its debut. 10 minutes? It's been more than 10 minutes now, right? I've reported the situation here before. The Deviant Order should have sent the nearest contractor, who has no missions, to rush over. Calculating the time, he should have arrived long ago. However, until the white left unfolded its strange territory. When confronting the monster head-on, the witch who was supposed to come to support still did not show up. Su Zhou thought to himself, are all the spellcasters in the Society of Deviant Art unreliable? Ji Wu, who saw what Su Zhou was thinking at a glance, twitched his lips, opened his mouth to defend himself, but finally shut up silently. The contractors have strange personalities, and it's a miracle that they can complete the mission. Do you still expect them to be obedient and go to work on time? It would be better to pray for world peace. At least this is easier to achieve. Can Brother Bai win? Su Zhou looked at the sky worriedly. The confrontation between the strange domains seems ordinary, but it is actually extremely dangerous. Ji Wu, don't worry about the Ghost Realm. After all, he is S-rank. He won't lose in a Ghost Realm fight of this level. What we should worry about is that once Baizhua successfully covers the opponent's strange domain, the strange creature will definitely jump out. This weirdness seems to be controlling many lower-level weirdnesses. It's quite difficult to deal with them all. The weirdness at the Wandering Soul level is not so bad. Although there are many of them, there are also many people controlled by the white left, and these people are enough to solve the weirdness at the Wandering Soul level. However, there cannot be only Wandering Souls in the strange domain. There must be other levels of strangeness. When Baizhua controls a person, he can increase that person's speed and strength for a short period of time, but the duration cannot be too long. Otherwise, the body of the controlled person will begin to collapse before the strange person is killed. This is like asking an untrained person to suddenly do an amount of exercise that far exceeds what the body can withstand. The soreness in the skin is the mildest, but in severe cases, the person may have to lie down for a month or two to recover. Su Zhou clenched the knife in his hand. This is the first time I've encountered so many weird things gathered together. How can I contain them? Ji Wu. These strange creatures living in the strange domain that have not been devoured, they all belong to the master of the strange domain, and are even part of that strange power. We only need to take in the master of the strange domain, and they will be taken in as well. Haven't you seen Baizhua's ghost domain? That giant spider is the heart goo, and the countless smaller spiders that appeared in the ghost domain were also manifested from the power of the heart goo. They are essentially one and the same. Suzhou suddenly realized. No wonder they didn't devour each other even though they were in the same space. Kong Yuba and several teammates covered each other and finally got close to the bottom of the altar, where they heard this conversation. Teammate Tianhua looked at Kong Yuba excitedly. The way we fought before was wrong. If we had locked onto that ghost from the beginning and eliminated it, wouldn't our brothers have saved their lives? As he spoke, his eyes became moister. Kong Yuba was silent for a moment before saying, even if we find it, we can't destroy it. After Tianhua calmed down, she realized that her emotions were not right. Sorry, I lost my composure. When something happened in Huayuanling, Kong Yuba and his teammates actually went in twice. The first time was to investigate the situation inside Huayuanling, and they found that there were so many monsters inside that it could affect the safety of the entire city. They withdrew and received orders from above that they must eliminate these monsters within Huayuan Ridge even if they had to use any means. They must not be allowed to leave Huayuan Ridge and harm ordinary people living below the mountain. At first, they planned to use missiles, but the white fog covering Huayuanling could block external attacks, and no matter how many missiles they threw down, no sound was heard. So Kong Yuba followed the order and went back to Huayuanling with his team members, carrying a large amount of explosives and manually detonating them. Unfortunately, those weird things could not be killed by these explosives. Some of the weird things were indeed pierced by the explosion, but they soon condensed back to their original state. And all the weird creatures rioted and started chasing them. Even though they tried their best, they were still separated in the strange pursuit, and in the end, only 13 people walked out alive. This is the greatest pain in the heart of every member of the Special Task Force. It's not your fault. At that time, no one knew that these things could not be physically eliminated. Only weirdness can fight weirdness. Who could have imagined that such an unreasonable monster would suddenly appear in the world? Kong Yuba looked at the master of tricks standing on the altar. If he could also become a master of tricks, perhaps he could save those who seek help from the strange hands? The huge spider hissed and looked at the opponent's strange domain that had already appeared. It lowered its head and nibbled the membrane of the strange domain bit by bit. Soon, a hole was torn in the strange domain. Countless small spiders poured in from the torn hole, swallowing and spitting out spider silk, wrapping and covering the opponent's strange domain bit by bit. The turbid yellow spring water poured out from the broken gap. A special aura instantly surrounded everyone present. Ding! Baizhua, Suzhou, Jiwu, Kong Yuba, Tianhua triggered the multiplayer dungeon, Lantern Mansion Festival. Grade B. Instance hint. Your longing for your deceased loved ones has led you across the family bridge and into the world where they reside. Great King of Hell, if I offer you a satisfactory sacrifice, can you allow me to reunite with my loved ones and be with them forever? Clearance conditions. 1. Participate in the Lantern Festival and escort the offerings to the altar. Difficulty, normal. 2nd, become a resident of the other world. Difficulty, difficult. 3. Kill the King of Hell. Difficulty, nightmare. Completing any of the above will allow you to pass the dungeon. After passing it, the dungeon will be temporarily closed for a period of time. During this period, the monsters inside cannot escape. Only by killing the dungeon's biggest boss will the dungeon be permanently closed. Based on the difficulty of the clearance conditions achieved by the conqueror will receive a reward of corresponding value. The moment a familiar yet unfamiliar mechanical sound rang out. Xinyu smiled and said, "The horror game, Weird Era, treats Blue Planet as a huge playground. Conquerors need to conquer these dungeons, otherwise the weirdness in the dungeons will come out and erode the entire Blue Planet. However, its strange and special nature means that humans are unable to harm it at all and can only follow the rules of the copy. In order to conquer the copy, countless people will die. However, as long as humans do not master the method to kill the weirdness, the copy will never be conquered. In order to prevent the weirdness in the copy from coming out, they had no choice but to have people constantly pass through the copy and close it, day after day, year after year. It seems to give mankind hope, but in fact it only brings the deepest despair to mankind." Chapter 31: The Disgusting Smell of Birds. This horror game aims to destroy humanity's hope bit by bit. After all humans have fallen into despair and numbness, they will devour the entire Blue Planet in one fell swoop. If Xinyu had not obtained the system, then this would indeed be the end of Blue Star. Xinyu took a deep breath and said, "It's okay. Contain the weirdness, build an organization, play the role, and now add a copy to conquer, step by step." He is very patient. Turn your attention to the white left. After they triggered the copy, white fog appeared around Anyang Island, surrounding the entire island. Kong Yuba had been wearing headphones to communicate with the outside world, and he fell silent after hearing a crackling sound. Captain, the signal has been cut off. Kong Yuba checked the equipment he was carrying and found that all the equipment that required signals had become decorations, which was very similar to the situation in Huayuanling. But unlike Huayuanling, they triggered the copy. Kong Yuba originally wanted to let an uninjured teammate try to pass through the white fog, but Ji Wu stopped him. It's useless. If you rush in, you will just get lost in the white fog. Kong Yuba, then you can only leave after completing the clearance requirements. Ji Wu said awkwardly. I'm afraid that won't work. Others were immediately surprised and asked, why? Ji Wu, the first condition for passing the level is that the Holy Prince has returned to his position. Even if the Lantern Festival is completed, the King of Hell's request cannot be met. Because the original purpose of the Lantern Festival was to offer the Holy Prince to please the King of Hell. The Holy Prince is the sacrifice that the King of Hell is most satisfied with. And from the moment the Holy Prince took power, he could no longer be a sacrifice. Secondly, if you become a resident of the other world, who knows if you can ever return to reality? This place is a simulation of hell. The King of Hell is the ruler here. If you become a resident here, who knows if you will be assimilated? Kong Yuba thought for a moment and understood what he meant. I saw before that you possess strange powers that seem to be able to deal with those monsters. So, can you kill the King of Hell? Ji Wu looked at Bai Zua, hesitating whether to reveal the identity of the Chi-Chi master to irrelevant people. The white leftist propped himself up with his arms and said nonchalantly, just say what you want to say. Ji Wu was right. There was a heart poison that could control the mind and modify the memory, and it could directly erase the other person's memory afterwards. They both specialize in dealing with these strange contract masters. However, Su Zhou is still a newcomer and hasn't mastered the use of his abilities yet. As for Bai Zua, his abilities are more of a support role. We speculate that the boss of this strange domain is definitely a curse. Converted to the level of a strange master, it is B level. If we want to deal with it, it will be difficult for Su Zhou and Bai Zua alone. Kong Yuba didn't expect that Ji Wu could reveal so many secrets to him, an outsider. Or is it that he is so fearless because he has the ability to modify memory? Kong Yuba made a secret gesture to his teammates while continuing to talk to Ji Wu. What are the levels of Su and Mr. Bai? Su Zhou is a C-level contract master, and Bai Zua is an S-level. S-level. Tianhua exclaimed. Although he was not clear about the rank system within this mysterious organization, S-level sounded like a very high ranking. Kong Yuba, even if Mr. Bai's abilities are more supportive, an S-level monster should be able to crush a B-level monster, right? A normal Qian master would do this, but Bai Zua's situation is special. He needs to rely on the people controlled by the Heart Gu to unleash his power. However, those who are too fragile cannot withstand high-intensity combat and can easily be destroyed in battle. Therefore, we will restrict their use of this ability unless they are facing desperate situations. Ji Wu looked at the crowd controlled by the white left and said, if so many people died at once, it would be a headache for us too. Kong Yuba's eyes twitched when he heard this, and he looked at Bai Zua with complicated eyes. It's not that he can't deal with it, but that it requires a huge price to pay. The price doesn't even need to be paid by Bai Zua himself. This terrifying ability will be restricted. How terrifying is the organization behind this person? Kong Yuba made a decision. Control us. We've undergone a lot of training, and our physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Shouldn't we be able to be of some use? At this moment, Kong Yuba understood Zhang Lin's choice from the same perspective. Tianhua and the other teammates patted their chests fearlessly. Yes. Control us. Su Zhou also tightly grasped the great Xia dragon bird in his hand and said with a firm look in his eyes, and me. As a member of the contract master, he must shoulder his responsibilities, even if it costs my life. Ji Wu saw Su Zhou's determination and also saw a hint of fear in his eyes, which was well concealed but still faintly revealed. Is there really no other way? Let a newcomer who has just joined and hasn't fully mastered his abilities fight against a monster that is far stronger than himself? This is the reality that all the magicians have to face. Countless magicians have died in the fight against the weirdness. No one can guarantee that they can return safely from every mission. Ji Wu sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. Then I'll leave it to you. Ji Wu waited for Bai Zua to use his ability, but found that Bai Zua had not moved. Speaking of which, the white left has been looking up at the sky, as if he is distracted. This is not consistent with the character of white leftists. When have they ever been so quiet? Except when he is thinking of some bad idea or doing something bad, he will be very quiet. The rest of the time, he will keep talking about things that make people's blood pressure soar. In short, there is no time to rest. Ji Woo immediately became nervous. What are you looking at? Baizhou looked at the sky thoughtfully. Ji Woo looked up and saw nothing strange in the sky except the giant spider. The white leftist suddenly fanned the air in front of his nose and made an exaggerated expression of disgust. Ugh, I smell a disgusting bird odor. What's that foul smell? Suzhou came over curiously, sniffing hard and twisting his head this way and that, trying to smell the stench that Brother Bai mentioned, a bit like a puppy twitching its nose. Ji Woo covered his face with his hands in pain. Suzhou, don't just believe everything the white left says. But the stench of poultry? The creature that could make the white leftist show such obvious disgust couldn't be an ordinary animal or bird, and one that the white leftists hate. Could it be? From high in the sky, it seemed as if the white leftist's words of disdain were heard, and many white, illusory feathers floated down. Kong Yuba and others also noticed these feathers and looked up. Feather. A clear cry was heard, and at the same time, a gust of wind rose from the ground. Everyone was unable to open their eyes because of the strong wind. Chapter 32. Two naive elementary school students. What a strong wind. In the huge dust storm, their eyes were half open, as if they saw a white bird with strange feathers and disabled wings flying in the wind and making a sweet cry. When the wind died down, everyone opened their eyes and saw a man standing in front of them. This is a very handsome man. He is very tall, and his tall figure is still very pleasing to the eye even if he just stands there casually. Against the backdrop of conspicuous white hair, her skin is still white and transparent, and her ruby-like pupils are the most beautiful embellishment in the white. Asuka put two fingers together and raised his eyebrows handsomely. Wow, such a grand entrance. Are you all impressed? The breeze gently blew up his white robe, like a white bird flapping its wings and about to fly. If there were girls here, they would probably be fascinated by him, but unfortunately, all the people present were men. Kong Yuba and the others almost thought it was an enemy attack. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests, and their hands were on their weapons. Ji Woo and Suzhou were also startled by Sinio's sudden appearance. The white leftist scoffed without hesitation. Ugh, I was wondering where that poultry stench came from. It's already irritating my nose from so far away. Bird A smiled, but remained unyielding in his response. A spider that only knows how to weave a web and wait for its prey to come to it actually has a sense of smell? This is truly astonishing. The stench of birds can be carried by the wind no matter how far away, right? This white bird. Baizhou was spewing poisonous mist from his mouth. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and there was a strong malice lingering around him, enough to scare an adult to tears. Suzhou felt a chill down his spine when he saw this. It was the first time he saw Brother Bai with such an expression of dislike for someone on his face. In the past, when Brother Bai hated someone, he would usually just make a few sarcastic remarks and then silently kill the other person. This is the first time that I have shown my emotions so clearly. Ji Woo was very happy to see Asuka. He immediately said happily, Mr. Asuka, I didn't expect the organization to send you here. Now you don't have to worry about the mission. Ji Woo grabbed Suzhou and pushed him in front of Fei Niao. Come here, Suzhou. Say hello. This is your senior Fei Niao. He is a powerful S-level contract master. Suzhou was a little reserved. Hello, senior Fei Niao. The name is a bit strange. Is it a code name? Fei Niao didn't act like a senior at all. He laughed and patted Suzhou's head, his smile shining brightly. Are you the new guy? It's really unfortunate that you're assigned to Spider-Man. He's just a kid himself. How could he lead a newcomer? Good attitude. Very friendly. Suzhou thought silently. It turned out to be a powerful S-class contract master. Brother Bai hated him so much, but he couldn't do anything to him. Was it because he couldn't beat him? Suzhou couldn't help but have a picture appear in his mind. In the picture, a small white spider, not even as big as a palm, had an angry expression on its face and was jumping around trying to hit a huge white bird that was standing there. Even if he jumped up but was not as high as the opponent's legs and his hits did not break the opponent's defense, he still refused to give up and wanted to bite the opponent. Baizhou glanced at him as if he had realized something. Suzhou was so frightened that he immediately cleared all the images in his mind. No, he couldn't think of Brother Bai like that. Brother Bai was a man whose insides were completely black when cut open, with smoke and pus oozing out of him. He was a vengeful person. If he knew what I was thinking, I would be dead. Ji Woo, this strange thing is a curse with a semi-complete, strange domain. Please force it out. Kong Yuba saw the newly appeared Ghost Master. Is he another S-level 1? What does S-rank mean? How strong is it? How many S-levels are there in that organization? However, The appearance of this S-level contract master also meant that their crisis had dissipated. Kong Yuba could see that this person named Fei Niao looked very friendly on the surface, but was actually very arrogant and looked down on others. It can be seen from the fact that he only talks to those tricksters and doesn't even look at them. Bird A smiled and said, "Oh, little spider, a curse has left you helpless. Well, how about this? If you lower your head and beg me quietly, I will help you solve this weird thing. How about that?" The white leftist's face darkened. "Who would beg you? Sooner or later, I will strip you of your stinking feathers." Suzhou leaned over and whispered to Ji Wu, "Supervisor Ji, are the two of them on bad terms?" Ji Wu, "Well, there's nothing we can do. After all, spiders and birds are prey to each other. Birds will prey on spiders, and there is also a species of spider called a tarantula." The two people over there were still arguing with each other in a sarcastic tone. There is nothing weird about the current tense atmosphere. Kong Yuba and the others who were watching were speechless. Their impression of the pure evil of the white left and Fei Niao's arrogance were wiped out. Instead, there were two childish elementary school students bickering with each other. Ding! Asuka's character perfection increased by 2. It seemed that it realized that it was being ignored, or perhaps the white leftists were constantly encroaching on its strange domain and destroying the rules of the strange domain, which finally aroused its anger. The King of Hell, wearing a black robe and a huge sheepbone mask, appeared in a sedan chair, guarded by many white-robed, evil ghost-masked men. "Suzhou, something strange has appeared." Kong Yuba and others immediately became alert. These strange figures are accompanied by many floating lanterns. Upon closer inspection, they are not lanterns at all, but glowing human heads. The King of Hell raised his hand. The group of glowing heads floated over. There were many people in the audience who were controlled by the white left. After this group of headlights floated over them, their bodies showed obvious changes. The wrinkles on the face increase, the hair turns white, and the flesh on the body shrinks. Some elderly people became emaciated under the light. Kong Yuba's pupils shrank as he watched. It's absorbing their life force. He raised his gun and shot at the men's headlights. Every shot hit them, but they remained unharmed. Their teammates also fired shots, but unfortunately they could only use the momentum of the bullets to push back the headlights and could not hurt them at all. Baizhua frowned slightly, and countless small spiders swarmed out. They were extremely small, each one only the size of a ping-pong ball, but their jumping ability was amazing. It easily jumped several meters high, landed on the headlight, and gnawed at it with a crunching sound. While spitting out spider silk, it wrapped them up. Then they connected to the spider silk on the ground and dragged them down from the sky. Countless spiders swarmed over them, and layer upon layer of spider silk quickly wrapped them into white cocoons. Baizhua, control those people and get them into the building. Don't let them get hurt by the weird things. Ji Wu saw Baizhua's expression and immediately changed his tone. At least let the elderly and children hide. Chapter 33. Who will win is still unknown. The elderly and children have weaker physical fitness. Even if the white left controls them, they have no fighting power against weirdness and are easily destroyed. It would take up a lot of mental energy for Baizhua to control so many people. Before, he had to snatch hostages from the weird man who called himself the King of Hell before he could control these people. Now the King of Hell has appeared. The white left drove all those useless people into the building, which just happened to free up some of their mental energy. Kong Yuba had been observing the movements of those controlled people. Seeing that only some young and middle-aged people were left at the scene and the others had hidden in the buildings, he felt relieved. When the King of Hell saw Baizhua, all his new and old hatreds suddenly surged up. He let out a distorted roar whose meaning was incomprehensible, and then his men began to attack Baizhua and the others. Kong Yuba and others struggled to dodge their attacks. They had no weapons that could hurt the strange creatures, so they could only dodge the attacks. A few minutes later, someone was injured. Kong Yuba was very anxious when he saw his teammates were injured, and at the same time, he became more eager to possess power. At this moment, the voice of the white left rang directly in his mind. "Do you desire power? I see your desire to change." Kong Yuba was struggling internally. If it was before Fei Niao appeared, he would have devoted himself without hesitation in his helplessness. Even if he becomes a puppet controlled by others, he will not regret it as long as he can protect these people. However, the appearance of Asuka ensures their safety. Does he still want to change? In Kong Yuba's sight, another teammate was strangely scratched because he could not dodge those strange attacks in time. The red blood blurred his vision for a moment. Of course he wants to change. So, Kong Yuba shouted in his heart to the white leftist who could see through his heart like a devil. "I need strength." Kong Yuba vaguely heard the man's triumphant chuckle. "Mind control." Kong Yuba felt a heat in his heart, as if a spider was biting him. After a slight pain, he felt his consciousness being separated from his body. Kong Yuba wanted to move his fingers, but found that his consciousness was confined to his body. He could clearly see and feel everything, but he was like being wrapped in a cocoon and could not move. He could feel that the potential hidden in his body was being mobilized, exerting a power that he could not even imagine. He could easily break the world record for speed, and with one punch, the concrete floor exploded. Could he really use such a powerful force? Kong Yuba watched in shock as his body was being controlled and ran rampant among the weird creatures. Because his body is controlled by mental power and is infected with the power of the heart poison, his punches and kicks can also cause damage to monsters. With one punch, the monster that he could only dodge and escape from was punched through a hole by his fist. This kind of shock is hard to describe. This is power. Kong Yuba looked at his teammates again and found that they soon became as powerful and fast as himself. They are also manipulated by the white left. Kong Yuba could feel that there was an invisible thread connecting him and the white left. Unlike those who were directly manipulated, this thread seemed fragile and easy to break, but because of the contract established by words and thoughts, it was actually very strong. Unless Baizhua takes it back, Kong Yuba will be a puppet under his control for the rest of his life. This is the power of the contract. He gains the power to defeat the weirdness, while Baizhua gains ownership of his body. Of course, if Kong Yuba could join the Igwe society, successfully make a contract with the weird, and become a weirdo, perhaps he would not be the other party's puppet forever like Suzhou. Controlling so many people, Baizua's mental energy consumption increased dramatically. A lot of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face was a little pale. Baizhua pursed his lips slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Too weak, they still can't unleash the true power of the heart goo. If he could obtain an extremely powerful body. Asaka noticed his gaze, and handsomely shook off the non-existent feathers on his body. With a bright smile, he threatened, "Little spider, you'd better not try to hit on me, or I'll twist your spider head off." Baizhua didn't reply, but just gave him a deep, piercing look. The spider would only set up its web in places where the white bird could not see it, and wait patiently step by step for the white bird flying freely in the air to fall into the trap. Even though the proud white bird knew that the spider wanted to kill it, it still felt that the tiny spider was overestimating its own capabilities. How could a spider that could only hop, had no feathers, and could not fly possibly catch a bird soaring in the sky? It remains to be seen who will win in the end. Suzhou controlled the strange hand to help Kong Yuba and the others tear apart those strange things. Jiwu also assisted them with a gun and did not notice the undercurrent here. On the contrary, people like Kong Yuba who don't need to use their own consciousness to fight have the energy to focus on other people. I heard the conversation between Baizhua and Fei Niaowei, realizing that the conflict between them may be deeper than it appears. Does their organization allow members to scheme against each other? Or is this a personal grudge between the two? Ding. The character perfection of Baizhua has increased by 5. Ding. Asaka's character perfection increased by 5. Kong Yuba and others joined forces with Suzhou and quickly cleared out all the weird things. However, after those monsters were defeated, they turned into a black mist and merged back into the body of the King of Hell. These strange things are indeed only part of its power. Even though the King of Hell is just an evil curse, any B-level contract master would probably have a hard time dealing with it, because it can use a large number of low-level weirdness to gradually consume the physical strength and energy of the contract master. Finally, when the exhausted contract master faces this boss, he no longer has the energy to defeat it. Among the evil curses, Yama's strength is considered to be top-notch. Unfortunately, it hit a wall this time. The outcast sent out 2 S-level contract masters. Seeing that all his men were defeated, the King of Hell stood up wearing a sheep head mask. The water of the yellow spring surged down. A wave knocked everyone to the ground. The strange aura on the yellow spring water is very strong. It will corrode their bodies after contact. Only those who have contracted with the strange aura have the ability to resist it. Kong Yuba's body was hit by the waves against the electric pole, and the pole was broken in half. He slid to the ground, felt discomfort in his throat, and finally coughed up a mouthful of blood foam. Fortunately, the one who controlled his body was Baizhua, and the physical pain could not temporarily affect Kong Yuba, whose consciousness was imprisoned. Chapter 34. This is the strength of an S-class contract master. Additional update. Kong Yuba looked around. Except for Suzhou, everyone fell to the ground, struggling and unable to get up. Just one hit. With just one blow, they lost the ability to resist. Kong Yuba could feel the tremendous power contained in the previous attack, which was enough to shatter their bodies. It was the white left who controlled their bodies to relieve most of the force, but even so, they had multiple fractures in their bodies and were probably unable to get up and fight. Horrible. So scary. This is the weird power. Irresistible. When faced with it, humans are as small as mayflies and ants. Kong Yuba saw his body stand up, and his whole body made crackling sounds as if he could not bear the weight. If he continues to fight, his body will probably be ruined. The human body is as fragile as tofu in the face of weirdness. Only after experiencing it personally did Kong Yuba understand what despair was like. The Contract Masters are a group of people who are willing to risk their lives to defeat such terrifying and invincible monsters. Suzhou staggered to his feet, using the knife to support his body. The previous blow had also caused him some internal injuries. Ahem. The internal organs and body felt like they were burning. It hurt so much. Hiss. It was as if blood was flowing from his head into his eyes, and his vision began to blur. No, he couldn't fall down. Just as Suzhou was trying to hold on, he felt his body being gently lifted up by the wind. A deep, magnetic voice sounded. Okay, that's enough. Bird A clapped his hands gently. The clear chirping sound seemed to respond to him, ringing in everyone's ears. It was the extremely tender cry of a baby bird, so childish. But at the moment it made the sound, a strong wind suddenly blew up. The violent wind was no longer as gentle as it was at the beginning. It blew on the ground, scraping off a layer of soil like a knife, overturning the cement and blowing down the walls. But when they blew on Suzhou and others, they gently avoided them. Only the King of Hell was unable to raise his head due to the strong storm. The water of the Yellow Spring was swept up by the violent storm and lost its mighty power. The King of Hell wanted to take back control of the water of the Yellow Spring, but under such a swift and fierce wind, the water of the Yellow Spring could only be swept away and became a part of the storm in vain. A huge waterspout that stretched from the sky to the ground and seemed to be able to swallow everything was raging on the ground. Kong Yuba was so shocked by this doomsday-like natural disaster scene that he lost the ability to think. The same goes for Tianhua and others. Faced with this power that could destroy everything, they could only stare in shock and amazement. Is this the strength of an S-level contract master? The King of Hell roared unwillingly. Half of its power was taken away by Baizhua. The water of the Yellow Spring was swept away, and its subordinates were defeated. All the power that could help it was gone. Finally, it took off its sheep-bone mask and revealed its true face. The clothes he was wearing slipped off. A mass of thick, black, semi-solidified liquid like mud emerged from the clothes, continuously expanding until it turned into a monster several meters tall. This monster, which looked like a mass of black swamp, had a limb growing out of its head with an eye on it, and a huge green mouth growing on its body. This is the true and strange appearance of the one who calls himself the King of Hell. It waved its tentacles, and half of the building next to it was blown away. Its body moved like a quagmire, trying to directly devour everyone on the ground. Suzhou coughed, and he and Ji Wu carried one person in each hand and evacuated its attack range. The other people who could still move dodged under Baizua's control. Kong Yuba looked at the half-collapsed building with bloodshot eyes. There were still many people who had hidden inside. Ji Wu sighed. When containing strange things, such casualties are unavoidable. However, as they watched, countless small spiders emerged from the building, dragging one giant cocoon after another wrapped in white spider silk as they left the crumbling building. The people who are being controlled are wrapped in these giant cocoons. Ji Wu's eyes lit up. Well done. I will definitely report your performance this time to the Deviant Society and try to get rid of all your previous punishments. Baizhua did not answer. He just looked at the people wrapped in spider silk and gave a meaningful smile. It was hungry, and these were all its prey. The heart poison needs to be fed with a large amount of malice. Otherwise it will bite back at its owner. The price to pay for each strange contract is different. Some weird things need to be fed with malice. Some weird things need to be fed with anger. Some weird things need to be fed with their own kind. And some weird things even need to be fed with flesh and blood. The heart insect in his contract likes the malice emitted by humans the most. For it, these malices are the best food. To feed such a behemoth, the amount of malice consumed is quite huge. Fortunately, humans are creatures that have the most malice. They will constantly emit malice towards people, malice towards animals, and malice towards nature. When the King of Hell saw that these weak insects dared to escape, his hunting instinct drove his huge body to chase after those who had escaped. However, before it could act, countless white feathers fell from the sky. A disabled white bird with countless pairs of wings stared at the strange movement on the ground with its clear red pupils. Bird A also came into the sky at some point, and under the refraction of light, it seemed that several pairs of huge wings had grown on its back. The wind blew again. Countless white feathers flowed in the wind, falling slowly and beautifully. Kong Yuba and his teammates lay together, looking up at this shocking scene. It really looks like a beautiful white bird. However, these beautiful white feathers turned into its death warrant in the face of weirdness. Another gust of wind blew, and its body was shaken. It looked down at its body in disbelief, and saw that countless tiny and dense holes suddenly appeared on it. When the wind blew, countless sharp feathers pierced its body and then floated away lightly. The violent wind kept blowing, like a knife, cutting off piece by piece of its body. Such a horrible scene makes people's scalps tingle and their whole body itch. Kong Yuba and his teammates were thinking, if the wind blew on them, they would probably turn into a pile of meat paste in an instant. The strange and huge body fell down with a loud bang. Bird A took advantage of the situation and threw out the strange cage to contain it. Done. Asuka A raised his finger and made a yeah gesture. Suzhou finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. Chapter 35 Games are my ATMs. Is it solved so easily? Kong Yuba and others collapsed on the ground. The battle was over and the white left took back their control over them. Kong Yuba felt the pain in his body, which made them unable to move even a finger. Pain. It was as if their whole bodies were run over by a truck. Could all their bones be broken? Suzhou, on the other hand, looked at Fei Niao A with his eyes full of enthusiasm, expressing his admiration without reservation. How amazing! Senior Fei Niao A. Such a powerful weirdness was solved in just a flash. When can I become as strong as you? Suzhou touched the back of his head and asked himself with some frustration and self-mockery. No, someone like me probably can't do it. Asuka A leaned forward, his handsome, shining face coming incredibly close. Is this the personality of a newbie? As a contract master, you should be more unrestrained. Don't suppress your emotions too much. After all, we don't know when we'll die, so let's enjoy and indulge ourselves while we're alive. Suzhou was a little flustered. This was the first time someone said this to him. Since he was little, people around him would always say, Suzhou, you must be obedient. I've been enduring this for you and for this family. I wish you could grow up quickly. Don't be so willful. I worked so hard to earn this little money, and you too spent it all. If it weren't for you, I don't know how carefree I would be. No matter how hard he tried, perhaps because he didn't have enough talent, he never did as well as others, and his results only hovered around the top 10, never making it into the top 3. Gradually, even he felt that he was a waste and a useless person. Can I really be willful? Sure. Become a bird and fly as much as you can. Bird A made a handsome fake move, conjured up a feather, and put it in Suzhou's hand. After all, a bird in flight cannot be restrained. Bird A took a step back, and with the force of the jump, he took off into the air. The wind gently lifted his body, making him look like a white bird spreading its wings and flapping it into the sky, so dazzling and so beautiful. See you next time. I hope you can be more confident as a newbie. This powerful, proud and confident white bird rode the wind, soaring across the sky until it was soon out of sight. Everyone looked up at the sky, and after a long time, they sighed subconsciously. Such a free and powerful bird really makes people yearn for it. After Weird was contained and Fei Niao A left Anyang Island, the horror game detected that Yin Luo was no longer in the dungeon and quickly determined that the dungeon boss had been killed. The B-rank multiplayer dungeon, Lantern Palace Festival, has been completely conquered and will be permanently closed. Cleared on January 2nd, 2025. Conquerors: Fei Niao A, Baizhua, Suzhou, Jiwu, Kong Yuba, Tianhua. Based on personal contribution, reward for completing Nightmare level. Visible only to me. Team contribution settlement, Nightmare level clearance rewards. 600,000 cash per person, received by contributors. Plus 10 healing cards, distributed to the highest contributor. Plus 10 achievement points, can be used to purchase life-saving items in the game. Server-wide announcement. Xia Nation has cleared its first B-rank multiplayer dungeon, Lantern Festival. This buff grants 8 hours of safe time during the day, lasting for a week. The first 3 announcements can only be seen by people from Xia country. The following is a server-wide announcement that can be seen by people all over the world. Everyone on Blue Star fell into panic, confusion, and anxiety. Only a few people who knew about the existence of the horror game were not so panicked. Xia country's senior officials. When the white fog appeared, Kong Yuba and his team cut off contact with the outside world, and the top management kept sending people to try to contact them. Unfortunately, the white fog blocked Anyang Island, and they couldn't get in at all. Even if they broke into the white fog, they would lose their way and finally walk out of Anyang Island inexplicably. Until this game announcement came out. The top management responded quickly. How is Anyang Island? The white fog has dissipated, and we've contacted Captain Kong and his team. Over 100 people are injured and need rescue. The top management immediately contacted all local hospitals in Anyang City and sent an ambulance to Anyang Island. It seems that this copy is the real way to play the game. Based on the information revealed in these announcements, Xiaogua analyzed a lot of intelligence. A thriller game? Looks like the days ahead won't be peaceful. This server-wide announcement indeed caused a huge stir around the world, because the part of their memory that they had forgotten has been recalled again. Thriller games really exist. What do you mean by safe time? Aren't we safe now? The end of the world has really come. The news has been reporting all sorts of murders. The victim's plight is simply not something a human could cause, yet the authorities have been covering it up and refusing to acknowledge it. My next-door neighbor turned into a dried-up corpse overnight, even though I had greeted him the day before. Oh my God, a lady upstairs from me also died in her own home for unknown reasons. Those monsters will kill us all. When something strange happens around them, everyone starts to fearing that they will be the next victim. Many people started to smash, loot, and rob on the streets to vent their emotions. Some people even tried every means to go to Xia country just because Xia country had an 8-hour safe period. Compared to foreign countries where order is beginning to collapse. The people of Xia country received more content in the announcement, so they were stunned for a moment and then immediately caused a sensation. Oh my God, these people are awesome. When we didn't know anything, some people had already started to conquer the dungeon, and some had even succeeded. I have to sigh, when it comes to playing games, we Xia country players are the best. Did you see the reward above? 600,000. How long will it take me to earn that much money? Where's my conscience? Where's my morality? Where's my bottom line? Where's my address? And this is a team reward. The individual reward will definitely be much greater. Where's the dungeon? I want to conquer it too. Go. You'll be rich if you do this job. When a man dies, birds fly up to the sky, and he lives forever. To be honest, the chances are probably better than winning the lottery. It's definitely not that easy to conquer the dungeon. They probably fought tooth and nail, even sacrificing many people to successfully complete it. You all say nice things, but when you really see something strange, we'll see if you can run away. As long as it's a game, there's always a way to beat it. Once I find the right strategy, the game becomes my ATM. The high cash reward alleviated the panic of many Xia people. Chapter 36: The Overwhelming Workload. Some people are even ready to actively trigger the dungeon. Of course, the authorities responded quickly, issuing several notices in succession to temporarily calm these people down. The first point is to inform you that ordinary weapons cannot hurt the weirdness. The weirdness in the copy has powerful power, and ordinary people cannot resist it at all. After hearing this, anyone who still wants to make some money will definitely think carefully about whether it is worth risking their life to earn it. The outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes because of this announcement. Kong Yuba and his teammates, who were still on Anyang Island, were lying on the ground. He just endured the pain and answered the call from the outside world, briefly informing them of the situation here. In addition to him and his teammates being injured, some other people were affected by the aftermath and suffered injuries of varying degrees. Baizhou slipped away immediately after finishing his task. According to him, he was hungry and went to look for food. Su Zhou and Ji Wu were left to face the wounded on the ground. What should we do with these healing cards? Besides the 5 given to Mr. Kong and his men, there are still 5. Su Zhou was a little hesitant and wavering. After all, they obtained these rewards together, and Brother Bai and Senior Sinioe, who contributed the most, and Supervisor Ji also received a share, so he could only give his own share. But there were too many wounded, and the one he had was not enough. However, he had no reason to give the rewards that should have belonged to others to the wounded. That would be too self-righteous. Ji Wu glanced at the expression on his face and thought helplessly. He is still a child, and all his thoughts are shown on his face. Since Baizhou left you the healing card, you don't need these. The eccentric society also has corresponding treatment methods, so you don't need to worry about it. It can only heal some injuries and does not have that miraculous healing effect. If you are in a situation where you have broken limbs and are on the verge of death, and you can use a healing card to restore you to your peak state with just one click, then you have to stay. After all, it can save your life at a critical moment. This kind of thing that can heal some injuries has a replacement in the unlocked mall, and the price is very low. So Su Zhou used all the healing cards he was given. Kong Yuba and his 5 teammates used the healing cards to cure some of their injuries. They estimated that they would be fully recovered after lying down for another month. The remaining 5 cards are for those who are seriously injured, to prevent them from dying from excessive blood loss before receiving treatment. Ji Wu gave Kong Yuba his contact information and said, I hope we can be colleagues next time we meet. Kong Yuba sat up and replied with a wry smile. Although I know you have been doing great things, I still have my own responsibilities. Kong Yuba felt the power fading from his body. The potential of his entire body was mobilized, breaking all shackles and exerting the ultimate power that the human body could not bear. This feeling was fascinating. However, when the person controlling the body withdrew his power, everything returned to its original state. Kong Yuba could clearly feel the sound of his body being overwhelmed, heavy and painful, but even with such a serious price. The feeling of being able to fully unleash one's potential will still make people pursue it desperately. This is power. No wonder some people lose themselves after gaining power. Kong Yuba suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He needs to fulfill his responsibilities. Kong Yuba. However, we are all bringing peace and tranquility to this country and these people. We are doing the same meaningful work, so even if we are in different positions, we are still colleagues. Ji Woo smiled. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Kong Yuba's. The fact that the two people are in different camps cannot conceal the contributions they have made to world peace. At this moment, Kong Yuba chose to believe in Ji Woo and the masters of the art of war behind him, believing that they would not be unstable factors. On the contrary, they fought against the weirdness and indirectly protected the safety of everyone. This silent protection was more real than any words. Suzhou wiped his knife clean and wrapped it on his back with a cloth. He looked around and finally interrupted. Supervisor Ji, something seems to have happened over there. What? Ever since Baizhua unlocked the strange domain, those who were controlled slowly regained consciousness and found themselves in different places after losing consciousness. The pain in their bodies indicated that they were in danger, and the announcement of the game was the last straw that broke the camel's back. They had already vaguely sensed something and found that they might be facing something strange. The fear in my heart suddenly erupted at this moment. Fortunately, they were all scattered in nearby buildings and no stampede occurred again. But panicked screams, meaningless swear words that were just expressions of emotion, and wailing could be heard from everywhere. Ji Woo rubbed his forehead and said, something really happened. It shouldn't be his responsibility to deal with the aftermath of people who were caught up in unusual incidents or who were lucky enough to survive or be rescued after being attacked mysteriously. But the guy who was supposed to be in charge of this matter has disappeared to who knows where. What a headache. I guess I'll be busy for a few more days. Suzhou, you'll still need to write the follow-up report. Suzhou turned his head stiffly and pointed at himself uncertainly. Report? Me. Should we let that bastard who knows where he is write it? Ji Woo called Baizhou again, but as expected, the call was hung up. Considering that in this mission, the other party not only did not act arbitrarily, but also protected everyone, Ji Woo suppressed his anger. Suzhou's entire body turned grayish-white, probably a state where the body was still there, but the soul was gone. He hadn't finished writing the last report yet. This time, so many people were involved and the number of reports was quite considerable. It must have been a daunting workload. Ji Woo originally wanted to go with Kong Yuba to calm the frightened crowd to avoid any accidents. Kong Yuba refused. We have people guarding outside Anyang Island. They are already here. Let them handle the rest of the work. Kong Yuba knew the identities of Ji Woo and others, so it was not convenient for him to appear in public. Otherwise, the organization behind them would not have used its abilities to erase traces of their actions and disguise those abnormal events as accidents. This. Ji Woo touched his chin. Although we did deal with the aftermath, it was mostly because we were afraid of trouble. After all, knowing that there are such terrifying and strange things in the world, and there is a group of people who can solve these strange things, few people can rationally not disturb us. Since you possess special powers, you must deal with these monsters and protect their safety. If they are harmed by the weirdness, it will be our dereliction of duty. Although it won't affect anything, it's still quite troublesome. When Ji Woo talked about the trouble, the expression on his face seemed as if he had really encountered something similar. Chapter 3799 Anonymous Emails. When people are afraid, they are often not rational. Kong Yuba understands their difficulties. He waved his hand. Leave the rest to us. Ji Woo immediately took Suzhou away. The incident on Anyang Island is over. The subsequent work of comforting, evacuating, treating, and compensating was taken over by Xiaogua. Xinyu lay on the hospital bed, sweating profusely. Controlling two character cards at once and using their respective strange abilities will increase the mental energy consumed exponentially and will especially put a heavier burden on the brain. So, Xinyu hurriedly asked Feng Yao A and Baizhua to leave, otherwise he really couldn't hold on. Regarding Asuka A's character, his performance was not outstanding. With his mental energy rapidly depleted, All he was thinking about was how to resolve this strange situation as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he didn't do anything that was inconsistent with his character. He rubbed his aching temple. System, is there any way to solve the problem of my insufficient mental power? The host only needs to build the headquarters building and unlock the shelter. Every time a weird is taken in, you will gain its full power. Then you won't have to worry about running out of mental energy. Shinyu flipped through the message that the system prompted after he contained the strangeness. Before that, all his energy was focused on playing the two characters, and he didn't read it carefully. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the curse-level weirdness, Yamaluo. Construction points plus 50,000. You indirectly publicized the existence of the organization, construction points plus 157. Total build points, 66471. The host's total construction points have reached 50,000, and the mall has been unlocked. Is the curse so valuable? 40,000 more than Qingyan. It turns out that it is easier to earn construction points by containing high-level weirdness. This way, he still needs 34,000 construction points to build the headquarters building. With a little luck, you can achieve it by containing a curse. If you are unlucky, then take in a few more green-faced monsters, vengeful spirits, or wandering souls. This can't be rushed. Shinyu opens the newly unlocked mall function. He clicked in and took a few glances before. There weren't many items inside, only 2 fixed ones. One was a strange cage, each priced at 5 construction points. One is a healing potion, which costs 10 construction points each. Other products are sold for a limited time. If you don't buy them, new products will be refreshed at midnight. Spirit recovery potion, priced at 100 construction points? How can it be 10 times more expensive than a healing potion? Bought it. Going back in time, the price is 9,000? Oh, that's after the discount. System, why didn't you give me a discount back then? Host, the system does not have the authority to offer discounts. Going back in time can really reverse everything at the critical moment. Although it is expensive, Shinyu gritted his teeth and bought it. As for the others, they are all low-level strange weapons. But they are very expensive, and the lowest level E-level weapon costs 10,000 construction points. Okay, that's it, right? Shinyu closed the mall immediately, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Shinyu moved his wrist, took the tablet computer from the bedside, turned it on, and began to search for unusual events in Anyang City. This isn't it. One looked fake. This looks like it, but the logic doesn't add up. It should be a script. Due to the exposure of the thriller game, the number of topics about weird and ghost things has suddenly increased a lot, and many people are making up stories to gain attention. Saying that you encountered a monster was actually all a script. This added a lot of workload to Shinyu. Shinyu browsed through all the major forums, websites, and video software. He edited a keyword extractor and set regional restrictions. As long as the corresponding words were mentioned, only those in Anyang City would be marked in red and pushed to him. The hospital's network wasn't very good, and the search progress bar moved slowly. Shinyu waited for 10 minutes, then picked up his phone to see if there was any news. He was going to go back to his hometown to celebrate the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, but he encountered something strange on the way to the high-speed rail station by bus. He was not seriously injured, but he used the white left's ability to change the doctor's memory and made a diagnosis of fracture, requiring him to stay in the hospital for a month. On his mobile phone, only a few relatives and friends sent messages to express their condolences about his condition. After Shinyu replied one by one, a message suddenly popped up in the chat box. Shinyu, I'm Xiaojia. Are you free tomorrow? Let's get together. Xiaojia. Shinyu was a little surprised. Song Xiaojia is the class's arts and literature committee member. She is small and a bit introverted. She wears a pair of black-framed glasses and always speaks with her head down. Her voice is soft and gentle, like the Wu dialect from the south of the Yangtze River. Except for the fact that she would come over to ask about study matters sometimes, they had almost no interactions. Is there something wrong? Shinyu couldn't think of why the other party would look for him, so he asked directly. The other party was silent for a while, and the message "input in progress" kept appearing above the chat box. Shinyu waited while looking at the search progress bar on the tablet. A minute later, the other party sent a message. Shinyu, let's meet. I'm sorry, I had a car accident yesterday and am now in the hospital. It's not convenient for me to go out. Car accident. Are you okay? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Which hospital are you in? Let me go see you. Shinyu looked at the message the other party had typed and sent quickly. He could tell from the words that the other party cared about him a lot. He wasn't really injured, so he refused the other party's visit. No, it's just a minor injury. I will recover soon. After a while, the other party replied. Okay, then you should take good care of your body. Soon, the other person's avatar dimmed, and it seemed that he was offline. Shinyu didn't bother to think about why the other party contacted him suddenly, because the search progress bar was already full. More than 1,000 related entries popped up at once. Excluding the fake ones and the entries that are just complaints, there are still hundreds of entries left. Shinyu patiently clicked on them one by one. After reading dozens of messages, a medical staff member came in with a food delivery cart. She placed the patient's meal on the cabinet next to Shinyu and said, "Eat. Today we have delicious spare ribs and tomato soup." Shinyu took the tray and cutlery she handed him and said, "Thank you. When you're done eating, ring the bell and I'll collect it." The medical staff quickly pushed the cart to the next ward to deliver the meal. Shinyu read a few messages and then opened his lunchbox to eat. Although there was heating in the hospital, the food would get cold quickly in this weather, so he had to finish it quickly. While eating, Shinyu cleared out all the junk messages on his phone. Suddenly, his fingers paused. This is an anonymous email. What caught his attention was that there were a total of 99 emails of this type, all sent on the evening of the 1st. Harassment emails? With curiosity and courage, Shinyu clicked on it, wanting to see what was in the email. Chapter 38, A Strange Love Letter. As soon as he clicked on it, Shinyu regretted it. Shinyu covered his eyes, his face full of helplessness after being hurt. After a moment, Shinyu resolutely removed the fingers that were covering his eyes and continued to read with trembling hands. This is an anonymous letter addressed to him. A love letter confessing love. It starts with, "I love you. When I first met you, you made me obsessed. I like you so much. I like you so much that it goes against my nature. I've been thinking about you like crazy every moment and every second. This feeling drives me crazy. I have engraved you deeply into my soul, and I will never forget you. I want to get close to you. I want to touch you. I want to possess you. Your hands, your eyes, your lips, your hair, your smile, your voice, your tongue, your Adam's apple, your legs, your skin, your heartbeat, your arrogance, your indifference, your disdain, your provocation, your arrogance, your fighting, your sweat, your body. Your excellence, everything about you, is something only I understand. I'm going crazy. I don't want to just look at you. I want you. I want you. I want you. You are mine. Let us be together forever. I'm coming to see you." The screen is full of crazy words, and the words reveal an abnormal, paranoid, and strong possessive desire. At the bottom of the email was a photo taken from bottom to top. In the photo, Shinyu was looking down at the camera, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. When Shinyu saw this photo, he had no impression that it was taken by anyone. However, the background of this photo seemed to be a school. Was this secretly photographed? Sometimes, reading emails alone is quite helpless, and Shinyu has wanted to call the police many times. Shinyu's pupils trembled. It's not like he hasn't received love letters before, but this is the first time one is so explicit, so straightforward, and so punishing. With trembling hands, he moved the mouse and clicked the upper right corner, wanting to delete the email. However, as soon as he clicked, a red exclamation mark popped up. This message cannot be deleted. All 99 emails are like this. They cannot be deleted or moved. Shinyu got excited. He moved his fingers and used hacking techniques to directly hack into the website. He already has some basic knowledge of programming, and after integrating the hacking skills of the white left, it can be said that his hacking skills have enabled him to move freely on the internet. Hacking into the website was no problem for him. Shinyu retrieved the background data, trying to find the source address from which the email was sent. It turned out that the source code of those 99 emails could not be found in the entire database. That is to say, these emails do not exist in the data. Existing technology could not do this, and Shinyu quickly realized that he had encountered an abnormal event. These 99 emails are most likely the work of someone mysterious. Is this weirdo casting a wide net to catch fish, or is it just targeting me? Shinyu was more inclined to the latter because the secretly taken photo was very indicative. What Shinyu didn't understand was, what had he done to be targeted by this weird creature? Moreover, this secretly taken photo at school must have been taken before the 1st. At that time, the horror game had not yet been launched and the weirdness had not yet appeared. It must be a human who can take this photo. Someone is involved with the weird? And that person knows me, so he's probably someone from school. Shinyu suddenly thought of something and opened Song Xiaojia's chat dialog box. Why did she suddenly contact him at this time? Is it a coincidence, or does she know something? Otherwise, is it really such a coincidence that someone who has not been in contact for a long time suddenly sends him a message at this time? Forget it. It's just speculation without any reason, so don't bother others. Anyway, didn't that monster say it would come to find him? Then he would wait for it to come to him. Shinyu quickly finished the rest of the lunchbox and placed it on the cabinet beside him, waiting for the medical staff to collect it. By the way, I started to process the search terms and videos. There are hundreds of video entries, both long and short. Even though Shun Yu watched very quickly, it still took him more than 2 hours to finish, and the sky outside the window had already darkened. During this time, medical staff came in and took away the lunchbox and turned on the light for him. Seeing that he was looking at the tablet, they thought he was studying and did not disturb him. Shin Yu stretched. We found 7 suspected haunted locations. Let Su Zhou and the others go and confirm them. If we're lucky, we'll have enough construction points to build the headquarters building. A beautiful ringtone rang out from the phone next to me. The female voice sings with deep emotion, expressing her love for her beloved, singing her favorite song in a gentle, affectionate, and straightforward manner. Shin Yu looked at the phone that gave off the aura of a strange weapon and whose ringtone had changed from a gentle and affectionate female voice to a shrill and stubborn low moan. He had the urge to throw it out of the window. No, throwing objects from high places is a bad behavior. Even if it doesn't hit anyone, it's not good if it hits flowers and plants. How weird. Shin Yu had a look of disgust on his face. Could he call the police and report that someone was harassing him? Shin Yu sighed, reached out to take the phone, and clicked to answer. The person on the other end didn't speak. There was only the faint panting of a hungry beast that could no longer bear it. The other party didn't say anything, so Shin Yu simply didn't say anything either. Come on, let's see who has more patience. After a long while, a hesitant yet surprised voice came from the other end of the line. Shin Yu? Is that you? You called me. Don't you know who I am? Shin Yu, it's me. A sob escaped her from the other side. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, a panicked running sound came from the phone. Sorry, I have something else to do. I'll hang up first. The call was hung up. Because the voice was a little distorted, I couldn't hear who the other person was, but judging from her attitude, she definitely knew Shin Yu. However, everyone has their own little habits when speaking, with slight changes in tone and intonation. These subtle differences are difficult to distinguish unless you are familiar with them. Shin Yu has Baizuo's excellent observation ability, and this slight difference cannot escape his ears. He matched the other party's tone, intonation, ending tone, etc. in the conversation with people he knew or had met. Soon they locked onto Song Xiaojia. Although Song Xiaojia was his classmate, they were not really familiar with each other, or rather, Shin Yu was not very familiar with anyone in the class. Shin Yu recalled his interactions with Song Xiaojia. Except for that time when he accidentally helped Song Xiaojia, the two of them had never spoken normally since then. Chapter 39 I Like You, The Girl in the Mirror. Shin Yu called back. The number you dialed is unavailable. No number available? It seems that this monster is indeed related to Song Xiaojia. At least she knows some of the truth. Is it because you are being entangled by Gue, or because you don't want to implicate him, that you suddenly come to him and want to explain some things? Or want to shift the blame elsewhere? Ever since accepting the deep and malicious emotions of the White Left, Shin Yu found that he always thought of the worst. After all, human nature is evil. Shin Yu muttered to himself. When playing a character card, the more perfect the character is, will the character's emotions and thoughts also affect me? However, the negative impact brought by malicious and natural villains like Baizuo is relatively high. Even if someone with a character like Asuka A is affected, it should not be too serious. We should draw more decent character cards to neutralize the overly negative emotions. Shin Yu was not too anxious. He could feel that the malice he absorbed after playing the role of a white leftist, although sometimes making his thoughts extreme, had not yet gone beyond the controllable range. Shin Yu glanced at the time. Is it already past 8 o'clock? Shin Yu climbed up from the hospital bed nimbly, and his agility was not what someone diagnosed with a broken right leg could show. If a doctor saw this, he would probably be discharged from the hospital on the spot. Shin Yu took a new set of patient clothes. After taking a shower, he stood in front of the bathroom mirror and lifted up his bangs to compare. It seems a bit long. However, he likes to have long bangs, as long as they don't block his vision. Sizzle. The ceiling light flickered. The light seemed to be broken, and the brightness was noticeably dimmer. Crash. The shower head that had been turned off suddenly started to spray hot water. Shin Yu quickly took a step forward and leaned against the cold sink to prevent the hot water from soaking his newly changed hospital gown. Shin Yu turned around and looked, with a vague premonition in his heart. Sizzle. The light on the headlamp flickered, and visibility in the bathroom was very low. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have been frightened by this weird atmosphere and would either tremble, scream, or have his legs weak and want to escape from here. But Shin Yu was not afraid at all. He even felt curious and wanted to see what else this ghost could do. By the way, he also commented, first, destroy the lights to reduce visibility. Humans are animals that fear the dark, and this will make people feel fear and uneasiness. This step is well done. But what is the operation of the shower? If there was smelly blood flowing out of the shower head, or countless long hairs gushing out of the shower head, it would be scary. Shinyu stretched out his hand and tentatively tested the water temperature. If it's not hot, this step is unnecessary. This one is weird. You need to continue to improve your scary skills. Sizzle. As if he was angered by Shinyu's words, he directly destroyed the light above his head. With a snap, the whole bathroom fell into darkness. Only some light came in from outside the door. Countless long, silky black hair emerged from the mirror and wrapped around Shinyu's wrists, ankles, neck, and waist. Then he straightened it suddenly, trying to pull Shinyu into the mirror. Shinyu was pulled back by the black hair, his legs off the ground, and his back was pressed against the cold mirror. Shinyu gave a crazy laugh. That's right. He reached out and grabbed the black hair. I got you. The white spider silk was about to stick to his arms and hair. Any prey that fell into the spider web would have no chance of escaping. The moment Shinyu touched those black hairs, they trembled violently, and then let go of him instantly, as if they were hurt. Shinyu grabbed the hair, but it was too slippery and quickly slipped through his fingers, leaving only a few strands in his palm. The black hair receded like the tide and returned to the mirror. Soon, the bathroom was restored to its original state. If Shinyu hadn't been holding a few strands of hair in his hand, everything he had just experienced would have seemed like an illusion. Are you so cowardly? Hey, come out. Shinyu knocked on the mirror in vain, but of course got no response. His construction point. It just slipped away. The mirror was calm and reflected Shinyu's figure. Shinyu stared straight at the mirror, just when Shinyu gave up and was about to leave. A pair of hands suddenly appeared on the mirror and slapped it, as if there was a person standing inside the mirror, looking out with his hands pressed against the mirror. The figure of a black-haired girl flashed by. A familiar voice kept coming out from the mirror. I like you. I like you, Shinyu. Shinyu said with a headache. Why don't you come out and say this to my face? Let me talk to myself in front of a mirror. I am not Narcissus who fell in love with his own reflection. There was no other movement in the mirror. The monster hiding inside didn't seem to intend to come out. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. A love letter falls from the mirror. From the moment it appeared, it seemed to exude an inexplicably powerful attraction, driven by a strong desire. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Countless urging and bewitching voices lingered in his mind, trying to control him and tempt him to pick up the love letter. Shinyu lowered his eyes slightly, and a white spider opened its eyes deep in his mind. Its red pupils like a devil stared at the monster that dared to seize its territory without blinking. It let out a silent roar. Thick malice pierced into the strange spirit like a poisonous needle. Playing with the weirdness of the mind, in the field of mental power, the heart Gu is the absolute king. This monster didn't expect that there was such a powerful monster guarding Shinyu's mind. It was stabbed at once and fled in embarrassment after making a sharp cry. The inexplicable attraction suddenly disappeared. The love letter lay quietly in the sink. Shinyu didn't move it. This love letter is probably a kind of mark. If you receive the love letter, you will be marked by that strange mark, and then some connections that are difficult to break will be created. He also didn't have the hobby of accepting love letters from some weird creature whose appearance he didn't know and whose species he didn't even know. Anyway, he is the only one using the bathroom, so I'll just leave this love letter here for now. Shinyu turned around and left without stopping at all. So he didn't see that after he left, a girl's figure appeared in the mirror. She looked at his back with affectionate and lingering eyes and didn't take her eyes off him for a long time. Suddenly, a lot of blood appeared on her body, soaking her clothes in an instant. Goodbye and sorry. Chapter 40. Looks pretty. Several unusual locations discovered by Shinyu. We need to send someone to check it out. Ji Woo is the supervisor, and he is only responsible for looking after the white left. In principle, investigating the weird is not within his job scope. But Su Zhou is a newcomer, and the probability of something going wrong if he goes to investigate alone is very high. So, Ji Woo became the supervisor of two people. He has to keep an eye on by Zhua and prevent him from causing trouble, and he also has to take care of Su Zhou, lest this young newcomer falls into the hands of some low-level weirdos before he grows up. We are a bit short of people. Or, draw the character card again. Shinyu was eager to draw a card. Unfortunately, his mental strength limited his performance. Playing two characters at the same time was already a bit too much for him, and if he added another one, his head would be at risk of exploding. Forget it. Let's just wait until the headquarters building is completed. Shinyu sent those addresses to Ji Woo and asked him to take Su Zhou to investigate when he had time. Late at night, someone is sleeping. Some people are staying up late to finish reports. Su Zhou sat in front of the computer desk, scratching his hair constantly. He had only written 1/10 of the report in the document. He was typing in frustration and despair while picking up the cup of coffee beside him and taking a sip. He has several reports to write. The problem is that each of these reports has to be several thousand words long and must be described in detail, even including the strange abilities observed by the Master of Magic, the process of containing the strangeness, and all the people involved. Especially the reports on the plot master using his abilities. For example, this time, in order to prevent the strangeness from affecting the people on Anyang Island, Baizhou used the power of the heart poison to control them in advance. Originally, Baizhou was required to write this report, but he ended up throwing it to Suzhou. As Suzhou was thinking, he suddenly realized that if Brother Bai had not discovered the problem with the Dongfu sacrifice in advance and intervened to disrupt the Dongfu sacrifice. Once the Lantern Festival is successfully held, the King of Hell can use the festival to influence those who participate in it. By that time, I'm afraid that all those who participated in the Lantern Festival would not survive. Brother Bai saved those people's lives. Writing this down should reduce Brother Bai's punishment, right? Although the purpose of the Deviant Shelter Society is only to shelter the weird, there is no requirement that the weirdo must rescue ordinary people involved. But the fact that Baizhou was able to take the initiative to save so many people means that his character has been restrained a lot, and the harm he poses has been greatly reduced. Perhaps one day, the supervision over him will be lifted. Suzhou immediately started typing, using various words to praise Baizhou's outstanding performance in the task. After working hard all night, the report is finally finished. The next day, Jiwu also finished working overtime all night. He straightened his tie and said with a hint of fatigue, "Have you finished writing the report? I'll just hand it in together." Suzhou raised his hand. Brother Bai has finished writing his copy. Jiwu paused and said, "Okay, let me take a look." Suzhou gave up his seat. Jiwu sat down and finished reading the report he wrote. Jiwu sighed. "Oh, forget it, let it be." It is difficult for Suzhou to write like this. Jiwu slightly modified some typos and inappropriate words. After it was basically correct, he sent the report to his email address and waited to submit it later. Suzhou took another sip of coffee. Jiwu saw the dark circles under his eyes and said, "You've worked hard. After you're done with this, take a few days off to rest." Suzhou, it's not hard. Compared to before, this is nothing. Before he met Brother Bai and became a master of the art of contracting, he felt like every day was a year in a row. On the contrary, now that he has become a contract master, although he lives a life that is always in danger, he feels much more relaxed. At least, he is doing the right thing. Jiwu was just about to say that there were still some benefits for the contract master to take a few days off when his cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Jiwu answered the call with some doubt. "Hello, Mr. Ji? I'm Kong Yuba." Kong Yuba's voice sounded even more tired, and he seemed to have something urgent to tell him, so his tone became anxious. "Mr. Ji, I have something urgent to tell you. It's related to the Lantern Festival." Jiwu's heart skipped a beat. "What's the matter?" "A building collapsed mysteriously, injuring many people. After we sent them to the hospital, we received a report that a family member was missing. So far, we've counted 15 people missing. Were the disappearances of these 15 people caused by something strange?" Kong Yuba thought that the 15 missing people were probably in the collapsed building and were probably turned into minced meat. After all, the force of that strange attack directly shattered half of the building. It was unexpected that Baizhou was able to save most people. Jiwu doesn't think so. Only those who have interacted with white leftists know how outstanding their wisdom is. They have a keen observation ability and can often predict the outcome before things happen. It feels like having precognition. In a battle with the weird, this person will definitely plan ahead and calculate the remaining 99 steps after taking one step. Every strange reaction and every action was within the expectations of the white left. Only white leftists can save so many people from such bizarre attacks. Since he had guessed the strange behavior in advance, he would not miss these 15 people. Unless, what is so special about these 15 people? Jiwu slapped his forehead, his teeth starting to itch again. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll ask the white left first, and then I'll contact them later." "Okay, thank you for your help." After hanging up the phone, Jiwu yelled, "White left." Outside the door, a white leftist immediately popped his head out, calling me. Today, Baizhou made a rare visit to the company and quickly became familiar with everyone in the company. Deng Xiaorui ran over with a bag of takeout. "Mr. Bai, this is the milk tea and roast chicken you ordered." The white leftist took it with a smile. "Thank you." From this perspective, when the white left is not doing bad things and not releasing his malice, he looks quite decent. He is even quite popular in the company because of his good looks and youthful face. Deng Xiaorui quickly waved her hand. You're welcome. Taking care of you is what we, the logistics staff, are supposed to do. Su Zhou is a relatively honest child who doesn't dare to trouble others. Although Ji Wu has told him about the benefits of being a ghost master, Su Zhou has never dared to express his requirements and has done everything by himself. When Baizhua came to the company and got familiar with the people, he ordered the 2 logistics staff around. But this guy is very good at controlling people's hearts. Even if he keeps asking others to run errands for him, he doesn't make people feel annoyed because of his friendly attitude and high emotional intelligence. Chapter 41. 15 people missing at the Lantern Festival. Additional update. Ji Wu looked at Deng Xiaorui with a look of disappointment. This is another person who is deceived by the appearance of white leftists. Go back to your workstation first. He and I have something to talk about. Ji Wu grabbed Baizua's collar and pulled him into the office. The white leftist was dragged to the ground, but he did not struggle at all. Instead, he waved goodbye to Deng Xiaorui in a good mood. Deng Xiaorui also waved happily at Baizhua. Seeing that the office door was closed, she returned to her workstation and sat next to Yang Su. Yang Su, Mr. Bai is very interesting, right? He has a great personality and isn't arrogant at all. It's always a pleasure chatting with him. Yang Su finished sorting out a company report and asked, Don't you think that group of people is weird? Strange. Deng Xiaorui thought for a moment. They don't seem to need to punch in at work, and they're always out on field trips, even though the company clearly has no business to do right now. Yang Su handed Deng Xiaorui a company bill. The company doesn't have any products for sale right now. We only have about 1 million left on the books. After deducting employee salaries, rent, utilities, etc., this is probably only enough to keep the company running for 2 months. This is despite the fact that those 2 people from the executive department didn't reimburse their benefits. Yang Su has been helping Ji Wu sort out the company's finances during this period. This is also what Yang Su finds strange. If a company is opened but not operating, and instead is constantly spending money, it will soon go bankrupt if it continues like this. Especially the 2 members of the executive department, they didn't seem to have to do anything, but their benefits were surprisingly good. She had seen some of the benefits. Members of the executive department are divided into levels, from E to S. The higher the level, the higher the benefits. Seeing the benefits, she wanted to ask what the requirements are for joining the executive department. It's weird no matter how you look at it. Deng Xiaorui opened her mouth wide. No way. Doesn't that mean I'll be unemployed in 2 months? Deng Xiaorui's face was filled with sadness. The treatment in this company was very good, and the working environment was relaxed. If she lost this job, it would be difficult for her to find another job with such good benefits and less pressure. The colleagues who were working around raised their heads at the same time. What? The company is going bankrupt. What should I do? Why not just sell the software back? I'll go out and sell the product. It's such a shame for such a good company to go bankrupt. I'll go ask Manager G. No employee wants the company to go bankrupt. If that happens, they can just find another job. Instead, everyone is thinking about how to save it. Yang Su didn't really want the company to go bankrupt, but she didn't let them question Manager G. I'll go find Manager G and ask him about it. Yang Su took the report he had compiled in his hand, then stood up and walked towards Manager G's office. She came to the office door and raised her hand to knock. A furious roar came from inside. It's you who did it. Where did the 15 people who disappeared from the Lantern Festival on Anyang Island go? You'd better not play those tricks from before. Didn't you complete this mission perfectly? Just submit the report, and a lot of your punishment will be wiped out. Why are you stirring things up again? Then came the nonchalant voices of white leftists. It's terrible. So many people are missing. Those police officers should hurry up and send people to look for them. Don't blame it on Guyi. You know where those people went. I want to see them safe and sound, back with their families. Then go and burn some incense. What's the point of telling me? Am I a bodhisattva who can keep people safe? Supervisor, calm down, calm down. Is there any misunderstanding? Brother Bai would never do such a thing. There was also the voice of Su Zhou, trying to mediate. Ji Wu took a deep breath and said, It's up to you anyway. Headquarters will be sending someone over soon. By then, the president might come in person. If you don't want to face the president's questioning, then restrain yourself. The white left's voice became noticeably more serious. The president is coming too? That's great. Yang Su heard footsteps approaching and had no time to dodge before the door in front of him opened from the inside. Baizhua ignored her standing still at the door and happily ran past her. I'm going to go get ready. Ji Wu walked out filled with anger. When he saw Yang Su, he paused, and the anger on his face subsided a lot. It's Xiao Yang. What do you want from me? Yang Su handed over the report. This is the report I compiled. Ji Wu nodded, took it, and took a look. without checking if there were any errors in the data above. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back and rest for a while. Manager G, I'd like to ask what products the company plans to sell. Based on the balance in the company's account, if there is no additional income, the money in the account will be exhausted in 2 months. Upon hearing this, Jiwoo coughed twice, feeling somewhat guilty. He is not from the sales department, nor the energy department, nor the scientific research department. He usually does not interfere in such matters and does not know the specific procedures. Headquarters will be sending someone over soon, and they should be delivering the products that need to be sold. As a regulator, how could he know how those people run a company? However, since the Igwe Society has been able to gain a foothold and even provide such a large reimbursement amount to the contract master, they should not be short of money. You know, many contract masters choose to become contract masters because of the high salary and benefits. What products do you sell specifically? Energy and transportation. Jiwoo remembered that the logistics staff of the Deviant Shelter Society had mentioned that the bulk of the Deviant Shelter Society's income came from energy and transportation. There are even many companies that cooperate with the Deviant Society because they are attracted by the energy and transportation provided by the Deviant Society. Anyway, don't worry about that. Jiwoo waved his hand and asked her to go back. He didn't know how to answer if she asked any more questions. Yang Su returned to his workstation with a heavy heart. How about it? Deng Xiaorui came over curiously and asked. Others also pricked up their ears. Manager Ji said the company will sell products related to energy transportation in the future. He didn't specify what they are, but he told us not to worry, as someone from headquarters will be coming to the company soon. Headquarters? So our company still has a headquarters? Great. It looks like our company won't go bankrupt. Now everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Yang Su forced a smile. Her mind focused on the conversations she happened to overhear. 15 people missing from Anyang Island Lantern Festival? Such big news. Why didn't she know anything about it? Yang Su searched for recent news reports. The search only found one residential building on Anyang Island that collapsed due to disrepair, causing many residents and tourists to be injured. They have been sent to the hospital for treatment, and no one has died. Chapter 42 Weird Food. That meat is so delicious. No mention was made of the missing persons. Such a common report. Normally, Yang Su would just take a look at it and put it behind his mind. At most, I can sigh a few times that the developers are not human. But after Yang Su heard that conversation, the report took on a different meaning in her eyes. It even seems like the mysterious executive department members, whose jobs are unknown, can enjoy incredibly high benefits. Members of the executive department do not have a basic salary, only vague rewards for completing tasks and different reimbursement amounts each month. Anyang Island Lantern Festival. Isn't this the same name as the copy announced in the horror game? What if this task is not an ordinary task? Yang Su has always been a smart man. Her breathing became much heavier. It was really strange. She had clearly seen it a long time ago, but it was as if something was blocking her consciousness, preventing her from connecting the two at all. So that's how it is. If that group of people are doing this kind of work, no wonder they are paid so highly. After all, if the money for selling one's life is not much, how can anyone be willing to sell one's life? At this moment, Yang Su instantly withdrew all his curiosity about the executive department and the idea of joining the executive department because of its high salary. She wants to make money, but she has to be alive to spend it. The logistics department is pretty good. Yang Su was no longer worried at all about the company going bankrupt. With such a mysterious and powerful background, how could the company go bankrupt easily? Yang Su began to work with full concentration. In such a company, perhaps she can look forward to a better future. There. The white left was staggering on the street. He yawned listlessly, unlike the people around him in the breakfast shop who were bustling with activity while eating breakfast and chatting with each other. He walked alone, with a sense of distance that separated him from the bustling streets, like a world-weary person who couldn't fit in. The white leftist looked up at a particularly busy store. Many people were queuing up to buy his things. In comparison, the two breakfast shops next to it seemed a bit deserted. It seems that this restaurant's breakfast is delicious. Anyone passing by here will have this thought, so people who want to buy breakfast will naturally go to this restaurant to queue up. Baizhuo was waiting bored on the side, and many people in the queue turned back to look at him curiously from time to time. He's so handsome. Which celebrity is it? Who is he waiting for here? You look so depressed. Are you in a bad mood? But no one dared to come forward and talk to him. Perhaps it was because the hint of malice emanating from the white left was noticed by others, and they were instinctively afraid to get close. Hey, how dare you cut in line? The man who cut in line gave the other person a fierce look. The man grumbled a few words, but didn't dare argue with him and acquiesced to the man's cue cutting. The white left seemed to see something, and the corners of his mouth, which had been depressed, rose up. Everyone is finally here. Where no one else could see, Baizwa spread out his hands, and a spider smaller than a palm hung down, its red eyes staring at the people in the queue. Silent and quiet. Those people passed by here for different reasons and were attracted by the aroma of the breakfast shop, so they lined up together. The prey doesn't even know it has fallen into the spider web. As a result, they lost their last chance to escape. Baizwa approached the boss who was chopping meat, and in front of the boss's surprised eyes, he snatched the knife from his hand. He chopped at the boss. The boss stretched out his hands to block in shock. As blood splattered, a mechanical sound rang in everyone's mind. Ding! You triggered the multiplayer dungeon, Monster Food. Level D. Instance tips. I'm very hungry and always want to eat something. That meat is so delicious. Just smelling the aroma makes my mouth water. Clearance conditions. 1. Escape from the International Hotel within 7 days. Difficulty, normal. 2nd, kill the boss. Difficulty, hard. Completing any of the above will allow you to pass the dungeon. After passing it, the dungeon will be temporarily closed for a period of time. During this period, the monsters inside cannot escape. Only by killing the dungeon's biggest boss will the dungeon be permanently closed. Based on the difficulty of the clearance conditions achieved by the conqueror will receive a reward of corresponding value. The hotel owner, guests, and 17 other people, including white leftists, were caught up in the copy. Wait until they open their eyes. I found myself standing in an unfamiliar and luxurious dining hall. The restaurant owner covered his arm in shock. There was a long scratch on it, and blood was flowing down. Murder. The fat on the restaurant owner's face trembled, especially when he saw that the person attacking him was a thin and young-looking boy. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. While shouting, he rushed forward and tried to snatch the knife from the white leftist's hand. Those around who had not yet reacted all dodged away, fearing that they would be implicated. The white leftist spun lightly, dodging the restaurant owner's outstretched hand, and took a few light steps back. He had a wicked smile on his face. How does it feel to be cut by your own knife? Does it hurt? This wound isn't big enough. If it had been a little further down, it would have hit the aorta. What a pity. With every word Baizwa said, the anger on the restaurant owner's face became more obvious. He glared at Baizwa fiercely with his face flushed, and the murderous look in his eyes made people dare not look directly at him. He keeps chasing after white leftists and trying to attack them. The restaurant owner ran with his face red and neck thick and was walked around and around in the cafeteria hall by the white left. Due to the rapid consumption of physical strength, he was exhausted and sweating profusely, but the stinging pain in his arm made him go crazy and attack the white left desperately. The others were so frightened by the crazy look of the restaurant owner that they fled in all directions, but due to invisible restrictions, they could not escape from the restaurant. After Baizwa walked the restaurant owner around again, he seemed to finally get tired of the game, so he threw the knife away. The restaurant owner's eyes turned red as he rushed over and picked up the knife. I got it. He glared at the white left with a hideous smile and looked at them with vicious eyes. He raised the knife in his hand and swung it irrationally in anger. Screams rang out again around them, and the voices were filled with intense fear. The restaurant owner was very excited. Yes, that's it. Scream. Fear. You are nothing but a bunch of squealing pigs. Puff. The restaurant owner's body froze as he was running forward, and his brain thought a little slowly. Why did my sight wander? He saw himself standing there with a knife in his hand. His body remained there, but the head on his neck was gone. Chapter 43: The Terrifying Death Elevator. Turned out to be. It was my head that flew off. Who did it? Then, the restaurant owner saw a 2-meter-tall, burly, pig-headed man standing behind him. It was holding a long meat cleaver, and bright red blood was dripping from the blade. It stretched out its rough hands, picked up the headless body, and dragged itself towards the kitchen with heavy steps. Soon, the creepy sound of chopping meat came from the kitchen. The screams around were getting louder. 2 of them rolled their eyes and almost fainted from fright. Murder! Murder! Monster! The monster killed people. Baizwa stopped and watched the farce quietly. Then he turned and walked towards the stairs. The power that had been restricting everyone and preventing them from leaving disappeared after this pig-headed man appeared. When everyone saw Baizwa leaving the cafeteria unhindered, they finally reacted and followed him out, crawling along. The pig-headed man is still here. Who knows if he will target them after he has dealt with that man's body. Far away from the horrific murder scene, everyone gradually recovered from their fear. We are in a copy of the horror game. Why did this happen to me? This is horrible. I need to get out of here. What should we do now? The copy prompt said that we need to find a way to escape from this hotel. There's an elevator. A group of people rushed to the elevator as if they had seen a life-saving straw. A gentle-looking man wearing glasses saw this and immediately stopped them. If it was so easy to escape from this cafeteria, the clearance requirements wouldn't say within 7 days. Let's share our identities and figure out how to beat this game together. His words calmed down some of the panicked and disoriented people. But some people don't appreciate it. They cursed loudly and pushed away the man with glasses who was blocking their way. Are you kidding me? There's a pig-headed monster here that can kill people. The most important thing now is to leave here. Get out of here. You don't want to leave, but we still want to leave. The man in the lead with a ferocious expression was cursing. He spat and pressed the elevator button hard. The elevator started and quickly rose from the 10th floor to the 26th floor. Ding sound. The elevator door opened. The elevator was spacious and clean, and there weren't any monsters popping out of it that you could kill by opening the door. It looked like a normal elevator. I think you guys are just stupid at work. You don't take shortcuts when there are shortcuts, but insist on thinking of other ways. Several people walked into the elevator, and 2 more hesitated. Finally, they walked in hesitantly under the man's impatient gaze. The elevator door closed under everyone's gaze. One person couldn't stand the pressure and reached for the elevator button, but was stopped by the man with glasses. The man with glasses pushed up his glasses and said, "Let them try. If it's safe to take the elevator, then we'll take the next one." Everyone felt relieved. Baizhou leaned slightly against the wall, staring at the group of people with a strange look, as if he was looking at prey. The malice that was constantly emanating from humans, which was even stronger than that of ordinary people, made him feel very comfortable. Surrounded by the malice, the hard insect in his contract also let go of its appetite and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Human malice is so delicious. The elevator slowly descended. It seems that I can really reach the 1st floor safely. Everyone's expressions became more excited as they saw hope of completing the game. Suddenly, the elevator, which had been descending, slowly stopped when it was about to reach the 4th floor, and its chain made several head-scalp-numbing creaking sounds. Then the entire elevator car began to vibrate. The people in the elevator were in a panic. They immediately pressed all the buttons on the elevator. But it was no use. The elevator stopped for a few seconds at the 4th floor. Then the entire elevator car shook and suddenly climbed up at a very fast speed. Ah! The people waiting outside the elevator door only heard extremely shrill screams echoing in the elevator shaft. Then, they looked at the display and saw that the elevator floors were rising at an abnormal speed. Almost in just a few seconds. With a loud roar, the elevator car rushed up and hit the top floor. The screams stopped abruptly. Then, people outside the elevator saw a lot of blood seeping out through the gaps in the elevator and flowing to their feet. Many people's legs went weak and they sat down on the ground. They sat on the ground and kicked their legs backwards, away from the blood flowing towards them. They almost got on this death elevator. The man with glasses' hands trembled, and shock, fear, and some relief flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he let those people try it first. One elevator was already damaged, and after seeing the miserable end of those people in the remaining elevator, no one dared to try it. They now wished they could stay away from the elevator. The man with glasses knew it was time for him to speak. Okay, as you can see, everything in this game is extremely dangerous. If there really were such an easy shortcut, the level and difficulty of this dungeon wouldn't be too high. The game shouldn't give us impossible completion conditions, but it still determines that we need to escape the cafeteria within 7 days, not 5, 3, or 1. This means there's no shortcut for us. I'm afraid we need to find some clues and pass each level one by one before we can escape from here. The man with glasses looked around and said, "There are 7 of us left now. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Ku. I'm a team leader in a company. I'm pretty smart and I exercise regularly, so I'm in pretty good shape." A tall girl said hesitantly, "My name is Han Shirtao, and I'm a high school student. Sports are my strong point, and I usually like to read supernatural and horror novels, so maybe this can come in handy. You can just call me Brother Chong. I don't have a job right now." Brother Chong looks quite strong, but there is an uncomfortable feeling between his eyebrows. A man said evasively, "No need to introduce myself. As for your address, just call me Huazi." A handsome man was still in shock, staring absent-mindedly at the blood splattered on his hands. It wasn't until people around him called him that he came to his senses. "My name is Du Jiashi, an ordinary worker." A woman dressed maturely and beautifully, with a very urban and fashionable feminine temperament, said, "My name is Su Ro, a professional white-collar worker, mainly doing some clerical work." Maybe because she had just cried, her makeup was a little smudged. Chapter 44, Don't Eat Food on the Table. After the 6 people introduced themselves to each other, there was another person who didn't speak. They looked at the white leftist leaning next to them. Li Ke frowned slightly. He looked down on this boy who was ignorant of the immensity of the world and thought he was very arrogant and cool. Without experiencing the hardships of society, he was dazzled by the admiration of people in school and thought he was great. In fact, he was useless after entering society and only had that face. Judging from your age, you're still a student, right? Don't think this is a game. You saw the people whose heads were chopped off by the monsters and the people who died in the elevator. They can never return to reality and be with their families. Now our only solution is to unite and find a way to beat the game. Aren't you afraid of death? You don't want to die here like them, for no apparent reason, do you? Li Ke felt that after he finished speaking, the young boy would definitely be scared, and then he would lower his head obediently. Li Ke has always controlled others in this way, whether it is his family, friends, or subordinates. Li Ke pushed his glasses up again to hide the determined smile on his face. Han Shirtao. In this kind of horror game, only unity can help us survive. What's your name, classmate? Join us, and let's get out alive together. Brother Chong said impatiently. He's just an ignorant little brat. If he doesn't want to talk, then don't tell us. If he gets into danger later, just don't ask us to save him. Others also looked at the white left with disapproval. Under this kind of pressure, most people will obediently introduce themselves. But after they finished speaking, the white leftists clapped their hands as if they had seen something amusing. Pa pa pa? Great. This is really exciting. It was a good show. Li Ke's face froze. What was going on? This person's reaction. Bai Zuo withdrew his hand, as if convinced by his words, and introduced himself. My name is Bai Zuo, but I'm not a high school student. My current job is, well, this kind of thing is not important. As for my expertise, I probably know a little bit about everything. Everyone's mouth twitched. He didn't say anything except the name. Not a high school student? You don't look like one at all. He looks to be only 15 or 16 years old, which is not the age for a high school student. Did he drop out of school? Li Ke took a deep breath and tried to ignore this unimportant detail. Let's analyze the current situation first. I've observed the dining hall on that floor. Apart from the kitchen, there are no other rooms. The pig-headed man will probably hunt those closest to the kitchen. Of course, we can't rule out that he will kill someone every once in a while. And while it's processing the meat, we're safe. Now that we've ruled out the elevator as a shortcut, we can only go down by stairs. However, I don't think this game is that simple. Either there are monsters guarding the stairs, or there are other dangers. We have 2 options. One is to have someone go to the stairs to confirm whether it is safe. The other is for everyone to go to this floor first and look for clues to see if there is a way to leave. The others looked at each other, and no one wanted to be the one to confirm safety, so everyone agreed on the second point. Let's go look for clues here first. White leftists raised their hands in approval. Yes, yes, yes. The 7 people were exploring the corridor. There were 6 numbered private rooms on both sides, which were where the guests had their meals. They opened the box of 2401. Inside was the usual restaurant setting, a huge round table surrounded by many chairs, and on the table were many delicious dishes, still steaming. There are also some cabinets around for tableware. They went in and searched. Nothing was found. Su Ro, did you find it? Han Shirtao, there's nothing here. Brother Chong, then let's go to the next box. Li Ke nodded. It seems there are no clues here. The white leftist walked directly towards the chair, which was pulled open, making a harsh sound as it rubbed against the ground. The other 6 turned to look at him. Then, Bai Zuo sat down on the chair under the puzzled gazes of everyone. The next moment, a strange voice sounded. I'm so hungry. Today is my second day here. We must find the key hidden on this floor. Everyone looked stern. Could it be? Li Ke gritted his teeth. How did this person know that he had to sit on a chair to trigger the clue? No, it must be a coincidence. Maybe he was just tired and wanted to sit down and rest, but he happened to trigger the clue. Li Ke hid his unwilling expression and said, It seems we need to sit down in a chair to get the clue. Also, there's no one here, but the table is filled with delicious food, still steaming. It's obvious there's something wrong. Li Ke walked over and sat on another chair. Another voice said, The key to the top floor is easy to find, but it gets harder the further down you go. When the other 5 people saw this, they also found a seat and sat down. That chef is so scary. Every time he kills someone, he comes out on patrol 2 hours later. We need to find all the keys as quickly as possible. Don't eat the food on the table. If you spot a mouse, follow it. Watch out for those cockroaches. These are all very useful tips. Huazi stood up and praised Bai Zuo with a happy face. You are so lucky. You even found the dungeon hint. Su Ro, I didn't expect the dungeon prompt to appear in this way. Their initial focus was on cabinets and under tables where things could be hidden. Instead, they ignore the most conspicuous dining table. If it weren't for the white left, it's hard to say how long it would take them to discover this hint. They searched again, but when they didn't find the key, they moved on to the next private room. There was no food on the table in this private room. Huazi sat down on the chair carelessly, and this time there was no sound. Li Ku. It seems that only the private rooms with food on the table will trigger the prompt. They searched the private room again, but still couldn't find the key. They searched all 6 private rooms on this floor, and found that except for the first private room, there was no food in the other rooms. The strange thing is that no matter how hard they look, they can't find the key mentioned in the hint. Could this hint be a lie? After searching for so long and exhausting his energy, Brother Chong was getting a little impatient. Yeah, why else didn't we find the key? Something so conspicuous as a key should be easy to find. Not necessarily. If it's hidden somewhere, it's normal that we can't find it. Chapter 45, The Dark Side of the Light. Han Shitao looked at Li Ku. After all, among so many people, he seems to be the most reliable and has the best brain. Li Ku, where do you think the key is hidden? Li Ku twitched his eyes. How did he know? This kind of search job still requires keen observation and reasoning skills, which I am not good at. A group of people talked for a long time. Su Ro, we can't wait any longer. In a few minutes, that pig-headed man will come out on patrol. A group of people immediately headed for the stairs. They didn't notice that Bai Zui just found a chair to sit down and watch them leave. The unlit stairwell was pitch black, and the fear of the unknown and darkness made the group hesitate to move forward. Li Ku took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight and shone it towards the stairwell. The stairwell was still dark. There seemed to be something inside that swallowed up all the light coming in. It seems I have no choice but to go down. Li Ku looked at Brother Chong and said, if too many people go down there, it will be hard to avoid anything that happens. Brother Chong, you are so strong, you must be very fast, right? Please go down and take a look. Brother Chong showed a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Why did he have to take risks while this group of people hid behind him and reaped the benefits? Li Ku knew what Brother Chong was thinking immediately. He quickly said, the clues we got didn't mention there were monsters in the stairwell, which means it's safe. If you're scared, Brother Chong, I'll be there too. When Brother Chong heard this, he thought, if he refused, wouldn't he seem like a coward? In addition, the hint did not mention that the stairwell was dangerous, so he plucked up his courage and rushed into the dark stairwell. After a while, he ran up again. There's nothing down there, but the stairs leading to the next floor are locked by an iron door. Li Ku, it seems we need to find the key to open the iron door. Su Ro, do I need to find a key on each floor to pass? Du Jiashi, it sounds a bit like a level-breaking game. Huazi said jokingly. If you're a man, go down 100 floors? Everyone laughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone returned to the corridor, and Li Ku began to wonder where the key would be hidden. They had searched everywhere they could. The only place left was the cafeteria. Could it be that's where the key was? The white left watched as this group of people hurried over and then hurried back. Li Ku had been leading everyone, so he couldn't find the key. Although the others didn't say it out loud, they all had some complaints. Li Ku was so anxious that his head was sweating. He just took the risk and went to the cafeteria. The pig-headed man was still chopping meat in the kitchen. He carefully searched the cafeteria with his men, but still couldn't find the key. Seeing that 2 hours were almost over and the pig-headed man was about to come out for patrol, he didn't want to confront that monster. Brother Chong was not a patient person, and he couldn't find the key, which made him dissatisfied with Li Ku's leadership. Li Ku, can you do this? If you still can't find the key, are you going to stop that pig-headed man? Brother Chong kept cursing, and as time went on, the fear in his eyes grew more intense, and he became more and more irritable. Their previous obedience was simply because Li Ku was a smart man and might be able to help them complete the dungeon. Originally, the higher the floor, the easier it is to find the key. However, after such a long time, Li Ku still can't find the easiest key, which shows that he is not capable enough. Since Li Ku is incompetent, why should Brother Chong listen to him? Li Ku broke out in a cold sweat. Maybe there is something we missed. We just need to go back and look again. Huazi interrupted him. There are only 10 minutes left, which is not enough for us to search again. If that pig-headed man comes out of the kitchen, how can we defeat him? Brother Chong grabbed Li Ku by the collar and said, damn, if you can't find the key, I'll throw you to that pig-headed man. This way we can get 2 more hours. Li Ku's face showed fear, and he looked at others as if asking for help. As a result, after those people caught his gaze, they all turned their eyes away and stopped looking at him. Obviously, they had no intention of stopping Brother Chong. There are only 10 minutes left, and it is impossible to find the key to the 25th floor. If they want to survive, they must sacrifice one person. Seeing their intention, Li Ku cursed loudly. You can't do this. You are killing people. CNMD. Li Ku wanted to resist, but was punched in the face by Brother Chong. Li Ku fell to the ground. Baizhua seemed to hear a quarrel outside and curiously poked his head out. Is there a quarrel? Brother Chong shouted impatiently. What are you looking at? Look at me again. Baizhua interrupted him and said with a smile. Oh, I think I found the key, but I can't get it out. I was looking for your help. Everyone fell silent. Su Rou asked in surprise. Did you find the key? Where is it? Brother Chong rubbed his fingers, and the anger on his face subsided a lot, but he was not embarrassed at all. He just had to let it go. Although Li Ku exercised regularly, they were all fake moves learned in the gym. He was still knocked down by one punch. I don't think he dared to say anything. Li Ku lowered his head and said nothing. Chong Gu and Huazi followed Baizhua into the private room and asked, Where's the key? This private room was the one where they first came in and where there was food on the table. Baizhua tilted his head slightly and said, Isn't it right above your head? Brother Chong and Huazi looked up together. There was a lamp on in the middle of the ceiling of the private room, and inside the lampshade was a key-shaped black shadow. Brother Chong moved 2 chairs and stacked them together. Huazi held onto them and found a key from inside the open lampshade. The others had complicated expressions. I didn't expect that the key would be in such a conspicuous place, so conspicuous that I could find it as soon as I looked up. No wonder the tip says that the keys are easier to find on higher levels. Brother Chong didn't care about all this. After getting the key, he immediately ran towards the stairwell. He came to the iron gate, inserted the key into the keyhole, and turned it, and the iron gate opened. Everyone rushed down in surprise. Li Ku walked at the back with his head down, occasionally looking up at Brother Chong with a vicious look in his eyes. The keys to the 25th and 24th floors are also easy to find. It didn't take them long before they reached the 23rd floor. When they want to find the key to this floor. Then I heard heavy footsteps coming from the stairs. Brother Chong's face changed. Oh no, that pig-headed man is coming down. Everyone was panicking. How did it get down here? Didn't we close the door? Quick, let's hide. Everyone hurriedly looked for a place to hide. The pig-headed man walked with heavy steps. He was patrolling the corridor with a bloody meat knife in his hand. A bunch of keys on his waist made a rattling sound as he walked. Chapter 46. There is really nothing new. Some hid in the closet, some hid in the toilet, and some hid on the balcony. All 7 people separated. Hearing the heavy footsteps of the pig-headed man, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Don't come over here. Huazi hid in the balcony, curled up in the corner. Although he had closed the balcony door, there were also some debris blocking the way in front of him. But when he heard the footsteps getting closer, he started shaking uncontrollably. Huazi's prayers seemed to really work. The pig-headed man stopped in front of the balcony door and looked around through a narrow, transparent glass window on the door. After not seeing any human figure on the balcony, it turned and left. Just as the pig-headed man walked out of the private room and was about to go to the next room, a glass suddenly fell to the ground. The pig-headed man heard the sound, turned around, and rushed in at a faster speed. It let out a low moaning sound, a tone that carried the excitement of having found prey. Huazi cursed in his heart. Damn, who bumped into the cup? He can't be so unlucky, right? No, don't come over here. This time, his luck was not so good. The pig-headed man walked straight towards the balcony and pushed open the balcony door. As he looked terrified, a big hand grabbed his head and lifted him up. Oh. Huazi kept kicking the pig-headed man and burst into tears. Don't kill me. Spare me. Please don't kill me. In a moment. This scene surprisingly overlapped subtly with a scene in his memory. However, at that time he was a hunter who controlled life and death, and the one who kept begging and crying in front of him was his prey. What did he do at that time? The pig-headed man raised the knife in his hand and slashed down without hesitation. He dragged his limp body up and slowly went back upstairs. Until the footsteps disappeared. Li Ku, who was hiding in the closet, and Brother Chong, who was hiding in the toilet, came out with pale faces. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground and were still frightened. After everyone calmed down, they started looking for the key again. The white leftist touched his chin and said that if he had not intervened, this group of people would probably not have survived. The white left's heart poison in the communication contract. Have they eaten enough? The white spider didn't say anything, but just conveyed a satisfied emotion to him. That's great. Even if it's trash, we can still make use of its remaining value. Private rooms with dining tables are rare. They went down 5 floors and finally found a private room with food on the 22nd floor. Everyone couldn't wait to sit down. After such a long time, they were already a little hungry, but the dishes on the table exuded a very delicious aroma, which made them even more attractive when they sat down. Gurgle. Brother Chong covered his stomach. So hungry. It's only been 2 hours, right? He swallowed and stared at the dishes on the table. They looked really delicious. And all the dishes above are meat, and he likes meat the most. But thinking of the hint, he forced himself to suppress his appetite. Others were also more or less attracted by the delicious food on the table. It smells so good. What kind of meat is this made of? Li Ku stared at the dishes on the table and secretly observed everyone's reactions, without missing the forbearing expression on Brother Chong's face. You like eating meat, right? Li Ku sneered and suppressed his speculation. The prompt appeared again. That chef is here again. As long as you don't make any noise, you'll be safe in the cupboard, toilet, or balcony. Key. Why can't I find the key to the 10th floor? There's a key on the chef's belt. If we can get it, we won't have to look for it. A waiter will come in after 12 o'clock. If you don't want to be killed, pay the reward. Everyone left the table immediately. The food on the table was too attractive to them. Let's find the other keys quickly. Su Ro rubbed her stomach, her face looking unhappy. She has always had a small appetite and doesn't get hungry quickly. Could it be that she exercised too much today, so she got hungry so quickly? Others also felt something was wrong and tried to stay away from the table. Perhaps they found a pattern in their search for keys, and they quickly found the keys to the remaining floors. They dodged the pig-headed man several times. The pig-headed man would return to the kitchen after patrolling for an hour, and then there would be another 2 hours of safety. Soon, the day passed. They arrived at the 14th floor. Baizhua was already very familiar with them at this time, especially Han Shirtao, who particularly liked talking to him. Even because the white leftist was lucky enough to find a few keys that they couldn't find, everyone began to implicitly regard him as the leader. Du Jiashi looked at the white left with some envy. Both Li Ku and Brother Chong were a little unhappy, but Li Ku hated Brother Chong the most and did not take the white left seriously. Although Brother Chong was unhappy, he would tolerate the other party as long as it helped him pass the level. Luck is sometimes also part of strength. Su Ro smiled and leaned on Brother Chong. Brother Chong, don't be angry. They are just 2 little kids, just let them go play. The two looked at each other, and Brother Chong smiled knowingly, then put his arm around Su Ro without any hesitation. In the past, this kind of urban beauty wouldn't even look at him. But in this kind of horror game, this woman who only has a face to look at has to rely on him to survive. Brother Chong that night. Looking at Su Ro's charming eyes, Brother Chong patted his chest confidently and assured, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Li Ku looked at Brother Chong with jealousy. How could such a person have such a good thing? Why didn't he kill the other person last time? Han Shirtao and Baizhua huddled together. Brother Bai, you're so awesome. White left. Actually, this is not difficult. He looked at Han Shirtao with a clammy, malicious look in his eyes. Compared to those bizarre punishments, my subtle observation skills are nothing to mention. Han Shirtao's smile froze. Facing Baizua's eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, she said with a guilty conscience, Brother Bai, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The white left spread his hands. Nothing. Oh, it's just that he's a little tired of watching this good show. He loves people's malice so much, but he hates it every time. Because there is really nothing new about it. So lackluster. Du Jiashi has been observing Baizhua. He feels that Baizhua has a special temperament, mysterious, dark, which makes people unconsciously afraid, but can't help but want to explore. So, when Baizhua was separated from the others, he finally stepped forward and stopped Baizhua. You've been pretending. You saw through everything from the beginning. You found the key a long time ago, right? You only told them where the key was after you provoked a conflict between them. What on earth do you want to do? Baizhua looked at him with some surprise. Although white leftists don't put much effort into disguising themselves, they are not easily exposed. Chapter 47. Guest, it's time to pay. The other party can see through his disguise. This means that the other party has been observing him and is sensitive to this aspect. I unexpectedly found a less stupid person among a bunch of stupid people. The white leftist became interested. Pretend. Du Jiashi, isn't that so? I don't understand why you want to stir up conflict between them. We've all been dragged into this dungeon, so shouldn't we unite and clear the game? White left, because I want to see something. Du Jiashi was a little puzzled. What is that? The white leftist waved his hand and gestured. That's it. That one. Don't you think that when they attack each other, the flower of sin that is watered with their malice will be the most beautiful thing when it blooms? Don't you think so? Du Jiashi. Du Jiashi's heart trembled. He faced directly the sticky malice from the white left that was about to turn into substance. His whole body was shaking unconsciously. His face was pale, and he dared not speak. What is this person talking about? The words of the white left pierced into his brain like venom. Who is he? How can sin be described as something beautiful? Du Jiashir's face twisted. Is this how you view evil? Those who bully others by relying on their physical strength, those damned scum of society, wantonly attacking and criticizing others' appearance. Do you think such a guy is wonderful? No. They are garbage. They are bugs. They are scum. They are a cancer that should not exist in this world. The white leftist looked at his agitated expression and tilted his head in a strange way. Don't you also agree with this set of survival rules? The strong oppress the weak, and the weak wield their knives against the weaker, just like you slaughter those defenseless animals. Du Jiashir's face turned pale. He took a few steps back and said in disbelief, How do you know? No, it's not my fault. I'm just under too much pressure. It's all those guys' fault. If it weren't for those guys who bullied me and laughed at me, how could I have done such a thing? The white left looked at him strangely. I didn't say it was your fault. Could it be that you still have a trace of conscience hidden in your heart? Do you think what you did was wrong? Du Jiashir collapsed. He didn't expect that he came here just to question the white left, but the other party dug out the ugly side of his heart that he didn't want others to know. The other party seems to be able to see through his thoughts. In front of the white left, all the ugly thoughts and inner thoughts are exposed. I didn't mean to do that. It's not my fault. In a place that Du Jiashir could not see, a spider silk drilled into his brain, constantly evoking his kind side, causing him guilt, anxiety, and remorse. Du Jiashir knelt on the ground, holding his head and crying. I was wrong. I shouldn't have abused and killed those little animals. I shouldn't have taken out my resentment on the little animals just because I was bullied. The white leftist stood in front of him and said, It's not your fault. You just used the wrong method. Du Jiashir looked up at Bai Zhou, into those eyes that seemed to be filled with countless malice. He asked helplessly, as if he were a pilgrim, What should I do? What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Du Jiashir repeated the white leftist's question blankly. I want to atone for my sins. Du Jiashir shed tears, feeling deeply regretful for the wrong things he had done in the past. Now he just wanted to atone for his mistakes. Du Jiashir felt a pain in his brain. The memories of the past suddenly became blurred at this moment, and he began to slowly forget everything. The previous sadness, pain, and beautiful and laughing memories were all broken down and reassembled at this moment. Then, he will become a new person, one who has atonement for the mistakes he made in the past. But the white left stopped at this time. Tisk. Looking at Du Jiashir, his eyes were wide open and his mind was blank. As long as the white left has a thought, all his memories will be erased, and he will become a puppet living only for the white left. Pity. Ever since Bai Zhou used this on Su Zhou once, this ability has been strictly prohibited from use unless special permission is obtained, otherwise it will remain banned. After Bai Zhou stopped, Du Jiashir's memory began to return. He touched his face in a daze, feeling that he almost lost something very important. Thank goodness for the existence of the outlaw society, Bai Zhou muttered softly, then asked, Do you want to atone for your sins? Du Jiashir nodded eagerly. Then sacrifice your body and become its puppet from now on. Du Jiashir muttered to himself, Sacrifice my body? I want to atone for my sins. By sacrificing my body, I can atone for my sins. Okay. A white spider slid down the spider web and landed on his forehead, then it suddenly drilled into his head. The contract is established. Mind control. The others vaguely heard Du Jiashir crying, but they were all looking for the key. Only Han Shitao came out to look for Du Jiashir out of curiosity. When she came over, Du Jiashir had already stood up from the ground, wiped his tears, and followed Bai Zhou quietly. Han Shitao glanced at his red eyes curiously. What's wrong with you? Du Jiashir replied with a cold face. Nothing. Han Shitao curled her lips. She didn't dare to get close to Bai Zhou now, because she could always sense a vague aura of danger from him. Besides, was it her illusion? She felt as if Du Jiashir had become a different person. After their relentless search, they soon found the keys to several floors and arrived at the 10th floor. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. All the lights in the hotel went out. They couldn't find the key in such a dark environment, so they could only gather in a private room and think of ways to deal with the waiter who might appear. Will that waiter come to our place? What does the tip say to be paid for? Money. Li Ku and others hid themselves anxiously. There was only Bai Zhou, who casually found a private room on this floor where food was served and sat down. Because Li Ku and his friends hadn't eaten all day and were very hungry, they didn't dare to go near the private room when they saw the food, for fear that they would lose control and eat the food on the table. The white left asked Du Jiashir to find something. As soon as 12 o'clock comes, the waiter pushed the cart and checked the private rooms floor by floor. When they reached the 10th floor, the waiter first found Brother Chong and Su Ro hiding on the balcony. The waiter was very thin, almost skinny. He stared at them with sinister eyes and said, "Guests, it's time to pay." Su-ro quickly hid behind Brother Chong. Chapter 48. Fragrant delicious food. Brother Chong suppressed his fear and said, "What reward? I have money. I will give you money." The waiter pulled out a dagger, grinned exaggeratedly, and mechanically repeated, "Guest, it's time to pay." Brother Chong finally couldn't help but be afraid and grabbed Su-ro, who was hiding behind him. "Here you go. All for you. Don't look for me." Su-ro screamed in fear. She didn't expect that the man who had said he would protect her would push her out so easily. The waiter pulled Su-ro over without hesitation and cut off her ear with a knife. Su-ro screamed again. The intense pain and fear made her roll her eyes and faint on the ground. While the waiter was attacking Su-ro, Brother Chong had already run out from the balcony. After the waiter collected the price from Su-ro, he turned around and chased after Brother Chong. He is as fast as a ghost. Almost instantly, he came behind Brother Chong. Brother Chong desperately picked up a chair and threw it at the waiter. "Don't come over here." The waiter's head was hit by him, and it was dented. Red and white substances flowed down his face, but he remained unmoved and approached Brother Chong step by step. "Guest, it's time to pay." Brother Chong was scared to death. No matter how he attacks the waiter will not die. The power he relied on in the past lost its effect, and Brother Chong suddenly became timid. He screamed and tried to escape. The waiter caught up quickly, and with his skinny hands that looked like dead bones, he grabbed Brother Chong with such force that it seemed as if he could crush his bones. The waiter grabbed Brother Chong's left hand and slashed with the knife. A piece of arm fell to the ground. Brother Chong hugged his arms and screamed. The waiter picked up the arm on the ground, put it on the cart, and continued to push the cart to the next private room. When Li Ku and Han Sherdao heard the screams, their faces turned pale and they huddled together in fear. The waiter found them out one by one, cut off a piece of their finger. Li Ku saw the waiter leaving with the cart. Only then did he tremblingly unwrap the towel he found in the bathroom and wrap it around the wound. The waiter finally found Bai Zhua and Du Jiashi. Du Jiashi also heard those screams. He originally wanted to block the door with a chair to prevent the waiter from coming in, but was stopped by the white left. "Did you find what I asked you to find?" Du Jiashi pointed to the corpses of several cockroaches in the corner and said, "I found them. I put them on the ground." Under Du Jiashi's puzzled gaze, the white leftist picked them up with chopsticks. "Put it in the rice and stir it a few times." Du Jiashi suddenly realized. Just when the white left put down his chopsticks, the waiter walked in, his body splattered with blood, holding a knife and looking like a murderer. "Guest, it's time to pay." Without waiting for the waiter to come forward, Du Jiashi immediately took the initiative and slammed the table and shouted, "What kind of restaurant is this?" The waiter paused. The hand holding up the knife became hesitant. "Guest, are you dissatisfied with our restaurant?" The waiter's expression was horrifying, as if he would stab someone if Du Jiashi didn't give a convincing reason. Du Jiashi's acting is excellent, and he imitates those unreasonable and troublesome customers very conscientiously. "The food in your restaurant should at least be edible, right?" The waiter mechanically said, "The food in our restaurant is absolutely the most delicious in the world." After eating it, all the guests are full of praise. Du Jiashi picked up his chopsticks and pulled out the cockroach from the dish. "Look at what's in your dish. Bugs. Is this what you serve to your guests in your restaurant?" The waiter froze. He never expected that there would be such a thing in the dish. Seeing Du Jiashi, who was furious and wanted an explanation or else would make a scene, the waiter couldn't help but say, "This is our restaurant's poor service. We will immediately ask the chef to remake this table of dishes and waive the guest's restaurant bill today." The waiter immediately came forward and cleared the table of food. Then he pushed the cart away. After seeing him leave, Du Jiashi's legs went weak and he sat down on the chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The white leftist smiled and put his feet on the table. "Well done." Du Jiashi laughed dryly and praised sincerely, "You are really amazing. You can actually come up with such an idea." Bai Zhua got up, left the private room, and found a private room with a sofa to sleep in, while Du Jiashi sat next to him to keep watch. That night, except for the two Bai Zhuas, everyone else spent time in fear and pain. The next day, the sun rose. Li Ku and his companions left their hiding place and went to look for other companions. Li Ku saw Su-ro walking towards him with a towel covering her ears and an indignant look on her face. "Where's Brother Chong?" Su-ro rolled her eyes in annoyance when she thought about being pushed out as a scapegoat. "He's eating over there." Li Ku's face lit up with joy, but he reacted and hid his joy. "Brother Chong, why are you eating? Didn't you say that the food on the table can't be eaten?" "I don't care about him." Su-ro cursed and told the story of Brother Chong pushing her yesterday. Li Ku almost wanted to laugh out loud. Brother Chong, He hasn't even made a move yet, and you're already courting death. Li Ku pretended to be anxious and said, "Then let's go and persuade Brother Chong." Several people came to the private room. The food was served again. The aroma of the dishes on the table is so strong that it makes people drool. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. Brother Chong had his back to them and was eating without even raising his head. "Brother Chong, stop eating. The food on the table is inedible." "Yeah, who knows if there's any poison in it?" Brother Chong turned a deaf ear and continued stuffing food into his mouth. He even gave up using chopsticks and just grabbed the pieces of meat with his hands and put them into his mouth. The sounds of chewing and swallowing made the hungry stomachs of others start to rumble. The instructions clearly say that you cannot eat the food on the table. But they had been hungry for a day and a night and were already starving. Seeing Brother Chong eating so happily, they couldn't take their eyes off the table. "It smells so good. That meat looks so delicious." Li Ku swallowed again. He approached Brother Chong and said, "Brother Chong, are you okay?" Brother Chong still ignored him. He kept stuffing food into his mouth, as if he had a huge stomach that could never be filled. "Brother Chong." Li Ku pushed Brother Chong. Only then did Li Ku see that Brother Chong was missing one of his arms. The broken arm was still dripping with blood. He was so pale from losing too much blood that he looked like a dead person. But Brother Chong seemed to feel no pain at all, nor was he afraid. He continued to eat the meat without raising his head. Li Ku took a few steps back in fear, and his strong appetite was slightly reduced. Chapter 49: A Monster That Can Devour People's Hearts. Additional update. Han Shirtao came over and asked, "What happened to Brother Chong?" Li Ku was startled. He said with an unnatural expression, "You'll know when you see it." Several people walked around to the front of Brother Chong. I saw that Brother Chong's face was as white as paper, and his face was covered with oil from eating. He kept stuffing food into his mouth, chewing it a few times, and then swallowing it impatiently. He had already eaten half of the food on the table. His belly bulged to an exaggerated degree, like a pregnant woman in her 10th month. Han Shirtao and Su Ro were so frightened that they were speechless. "Brother Chong, is he crazy?" Li Ku took off his glasses and wiped the dust off them. "It's useless, he can't hear." "You see, this is what happens when you eat that food." Han Shirtao sighed. Why would Brother Chong eat these things? Brother Chong continued to stuff food into his mouth. His stomach was already swollen to an extremely terrifying degree, but he continued to stuff food in as if he was unaware of the pain. They watched in horror, and their fear of food reached its peak. Su Ro was happy to see Brother Chong become like this. "I think he deserves it. He can't even control his own appetite. What's the difference between him and a pig? Bah, at least the pig won't push me out to die." As soon as the words fell, Brother Chong's stomach suddenly made a popping sound, like a balloon finally bursting, and the contents sprayed all over the floor. "Ah!" Su Ro and Han Shirtao screamed in fright. This picture is extremely impactful. There was also a foul stench mixed with the smell of blood and the aroma of food. The smell was indescribably weird, coupled with this disgusting and terrifying scene. The three of them couldn't help but rush into the toilet and vomit. After the three of them vomited until their hands and feet became weak and nothing came out, they supported their bodies and hurried away. They were afraid that if they stayed here for one more second, they would become like Brother Chong. The three of them walked out with lingering fear and saw Du Jiashi and Bai Zhuo strolling leisurely in the corridor. Han Shirtao noticed that there were no signs of bandages on their bodies. "Why aren't you injured?" Han Shirtao's fingers hurt all night, and she didn't sleep well. The pain is still unbearable now. If everyone was injured, then she would have to endure the pain and continue looking for the key to go to the next level. However, it is different from them who are pale and listless. Bai Zhuo and Du Jiashi looked much more energetic, and their complexions were normal, as if they were not injured. Li Ku and Su Ro also looked at them. "Li Ku, didn't you meet that waiter yesterday?" Du Jiashi spoke of the White Left's practices with admiration. Li Ku's face was gloomy. "Why don't you tell us this method?" Su Ro and Han Shirtao also looked at Bai Zhuo and Du Jiashi with questioning eyes. Li Ku's vicious eyes were about to burst out. Li Ku's fingers were still throbbing with pain, and he began to resent the White Left. Du Jiashi didn't indulge them. "Brother Bai is just guessing. It may not succeed. If it fails, will you blame Brother Bai again?" Brother Chong, whom Li Ku had always been jealous of, went crazy. The object of his dislike changed to White Leftists. Just when Li Ku was about to carry out his conspiracies, the White Left suddenly said, "How boring. I thought we'd see something interesting, but I didn't expect you all to be such losers. The only thing you have that's still useful is the malice that emanates from you. Du Jiashi, take care of them. I've had enough of this awful show." Du Jiashi rushed forward, grabbed Li Ku, and threw him to the ground. then dragged him to the dining table. Li Ku realized something and started to struggle, but Du Jiashi was so strong that he pushed him onto the dining table in one go. Du Jiashi grabbed the meat on the table and stuffed it into Li Ku's mouth. Li Ku shook his head vigorously and closed his mouth, not daring to eat. Du Jiashi frantically pried open his mouth and stuffed meat into it. Eat. Repent for your past sins. Death by overeating is a good thing for you. Li Ku was already extremely hungry. When the meat entered his mouth, he couldn't help but chew a few bites before swallowing it. Once you start eating, you can't stop. He seemed to have tasted some delicious food. He suddenly broke free from Du Jiashi's hand, pounced on the dining table, and frantically grabbed the meat on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Rou and Han Shitao were both shocked. Why are you doing this? Han Shitao saw that it was Bai Zhua who was behind all this, so she questioned Bai Zhua. Bai Zhua didn't say anything, but just looked at them with deep and cold eyes. Han Shitao felt as if she had been seen through, and she thought of something guiltily. She turned around and tried to escape, but was caught by Du Jiashi. You too. I hate people like you the most. You think you're great because you have a little money, and you wantonly bully and abuse others, thinking you're superior. You must pay the price for your past willful behavior. Du Jiashi pushed her onto the dining table. Han Shitao was terrified, especially when she saw Li Ku eating voraciously and Brother Chang, who was still eating even though his stomach was bursting. She started crying in fear. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. I won't do it again. Du Jiashi, do you think you did something wrong? I shouldn't have done that. I was really wrong. Han Shitao burst into tears and looked like she was sincerely admitting her mistake, but her heart was filled with hatred. If she could get out, she would definitely ask her family to find him. She wanted to torture him ruthlessly. She wanted to make him wish he were in a state of suffering, neither alive nor dead. The white left moved his fingers. Telepathy was activated, connecting Han Shitao's mind with Du Jiashi. All of Han Shitao's inner thoughts were transmitted to Du Jiashi's mind. Du Jiashi's face twisted with anger. You lied to me. Soon, Han Shitao followed in Li Ku's footsteps. Su Rou saw Du Jiashi's gaze on her. She knew she couldn't escape, so she asked Bai Zhua tremblingly, what did you know? Anyone can see that Du Jiashi is just a dog under the white left. The white leftist spread his arms and said in a very vicious and malicious tone, I like to see people struggling with the ugliness of human nature. However, the most enjoyable thing is to see you pretending to be normal people even though you are full of malice. Why can't you let go? The mask that Su Rou had been pretending to be so well finally cracked. Before, she had been indulging herself and letting herself sink into an endless hell. The strong sense of guilt tormented her all the time and made her restless. She said hysterically, what do you know? I was tortured and beaten by him for so many years. Shouldn't I take revenge on him? I just made some dishes that complement and counteract each other, but who knew he would suddenly have a stroke? He deserved to die. What did I do wrong? I have nothing left. Su Rou broke down and burst into tears. After listening to her words, Du Jiashi said with empathy, you did nothing wrong. The ones who were wrong were those inhumane rubbish. But killing people makes you feel painful. It's like you're constantly punishing yourself and can't escape the shadow of the past. Brother Bai can redeem us and atone for our past sins. We will be reborn. Su Rou, can I really do this? Su Rou looked at Bai Zhua, but I saw a huge spider standing behind Bai Zhua, hiding in the shadows, revealing a pair of red eyes. Su Rou unexpectedly calmed down. You are indeed not an ordinary person. Can I really be redeemed? Bai Zhua had a smile on his face. He seemed like a calm bystander from beginning to end. His deep eyes were like those of a devil, watching other people's life and death coldly. That depends on your awareness. Su Rou clearly realized that this man was a cold-blooded animal. He was a monster who took pleasure in watching others suffer. A monster who could devour people's hearts. Ding. The character perfection of Bai Zhua has increased by 10. At this point, Su Rou no longer cared whether he was a monster or a devil. Su Rou closed her eyes. If she could be saved from that boundless hell and the guilt of having killed a life with her own hands, then even if she faced death, she would have no regrets. Su Rou only felt a chill on her forehead. A furry object landed on her head, and then something drilled into her brain. All of Su Rou's malice was swept away with its arrival. She felt that she had gained an unprecedented moment of peace, without any guilt or remorse. As a bystander, she watched again the scene that trapped her. That day, she prepared a table of food, but her husband came home after a busy day and started to boss her around. After drinking some wine, he started to curse at her. He said he spent so much money to marry her, but it turned out that she was a hen that couldn't lay eggs and only knew how to spend his money every day. How did she feel at that time? Su-ro watched this scene with a numb expression. Wasn't she unable to have children because she had a miscarriage after being beaten by this man? When she wanted to divorce, the man had a large foreign debt and threatened to destroy her family if she dared to divorce. As the man was talking, he started to eat the food on the table with wine. As he was eating, he suddenly covered his head with his hands and fell backwards with his eyes closed. Su-ro had a smile on her lips. This man usually drinks and stays up late. His death was not caused by her at all. Why should she blame herself for his death? It's not worth it to be tortured beyond recognition. Su-ro opened her eyes, and the dazzling light outside made her eyes suddenly blurred with tears. Du Jiashi extended his hand to her. Welcome to join us. Su-ro smiled as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she took the hand he extended to her. It really feels like I've been reborn. All her previous worries disappeared, and now when she thinks back on her previous actions, they seem so stupid and ridiculous. Why should she waste her life for that garbage? Even under the torture of guilt, they do many wrong things. Du Jiashi. That's right, we must atone for our past. White leftists applauded. This is a truly happy ending. Chapter 50. The fire extinguisher taught him a lesson. Gurgle. Both of their stomachs rumbled with hunger at the same time. Du Jiashi and Su-ro covered their stomachs in embarrassment. Only one day had passed, so why did they feel like they hadn't eaten for several days? The white leftist snapped his fingers and said, Let's go. I'll take you guys to eat something delicious. Du Jiashi and Su-ro were full of questions, but they trusted Baizhua, so they followed him all the way to the 26th floor. Why are we here? Baizhua walked to a fire hydrant and took out a fire extinguisher. If this were a comic book world, Du Jiashi's doubts would manifest as 3 question marks on his head. Brother Bai, why are you holding a fire extinguisher? The white leftist held a fire extinguisher and hid near the door of the cafeteria. Du Jiashi and Su-ro were also hiding not far away, confused. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen stopped. Heavy footsteps were heard. It's time for the chef's patrol. Du Jiashi and Su-ro were terrified and quickly pulled Baizhua, wanting to take him into the private room. But the white left remained motionless. Under the horrified gaze of the two, the white leftist gave a mischievous smile. Teach him a lesson. Then he suddenly jumped out and hit the pig-headed man who had just stepped out of the door with a fire extinguisher. At this moment, Du Jiashi and Su-ro felt like their cerebellums were atrophying. The pig-headed man, whose face was covered in blood after being hit by the fire extinguisher, roared and swung the meat knife in his hand at the white left. Du Jiashi and Su-ro let out a crackling scream. It seems that the white left's head is about to be chopped off. Countless spider silks formed a thin web, which was wrapped around the meat knife. It looked very thin and would break if pulled, but it firmly blocked the pig-headed man's attack. The veins on its raised hand were bulging, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't cut off even a little bit. Du Jiashi and Su-ro saw a spider silk thread stretching towards them, connected to their hearts. Next second, their consciousness lightened, and they felt as if they had been freed from the constraints of their bodies, and they could no longer feel the heaviness, fatigue, hunger, and pain coming from their bodies. Su-ro had never felt as clearly as she did now, the astonishing power surging in her body. If she had this kind of power back then, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly that she couldn't fight back, right? Du Jiashi had the same idea as her. He can sense it. He took a step forward, mobilizing all his strength and concentrating it at one point. He flew out using the force of pushing off the ground. This terrifying explosive force is an extremely difficult force-generating technique to achieve, and only famous masters of ancient martial arts can do it. However, under the manipulation of the white left, Du Jiashi easily achieved this. He saw himself jumping 2 meters high and kicking the pig-headed man. The pig-headed man finally broke free from the spider web, but when he was about to swing his knife, Su-ro approached him, grabbed his wrist, and took away the weapon with a clever move. Then his foot landed on the pig-headed man's face. With Du Jiashi's excellent dynamic vision, he could see that the pig-headed man's face was deformed and twisted by his kick, and a mouthful of blood with teeth spurted out. The pig-headed man's tall and strong body hit the ground with a dull thud, like a fallen tree. Su-ro used the Iron Mountain lean technique and an elbow strike, hitting the pig-headed man's throat hard with her elbow. They could all hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Su-ro raised her hand. The pig-headed man's throat was sunken into a fist-sized hole. If an ordinary person had suffered such an injury, he would have died long ago. The pig-headed man was still moving. It grabbed Su-ro's hand and pulled, and Su-ro followed its force. When its strength was exhausted, Su-ro used her clever strength to break free from its shackles. Du Jiashi followed up with a punch into the pig-headed man's eye socket. Then he changed his fist into a palm, dug it in, and pulled it hard. The pig-headed man let out a howl. It wanted to grab Du Jiashi with its hands again. Suro stepped forward and dug out its other eyeball. The pig-headed man lost his sight and could only wave his hands randomly to attack the surroundings. Suro stepped back to avoid its attack range, and then found the meat knife that had fallen to the ground. She raised the knife expressionlessly and performed an exquisite pig-killing feast. Finally, she thrust the knife hard into the pig-headed man's brain and stirred it. Suro's consciousness was in her body, facing the stimulation of this scene. She usually didn't even dare to kill fish, but after feeling the hand holding the knife in her body was steady and decisive. For some reason, she suddenly felt that her husband's death was not so difficult to accept. Du Jiashi felt his body being controlled. He approached the pig-headed man and pulled out a bunch of keys from its waist. There were 26 keys on it. After getting the keys, Baizhua took out a strange cage from his pocket and threw it towards the pig-headed man. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the Wraith-level weird pig-headed man. Construction points plus 5,000. You indirectly publicized the existence of the organization. Construction points plus 20. Baizhua walked over, picked up the strange cage, and tossed it in his hands. Done. He could handle a ghost-level weirdness without even opening the weird domain. The white leftist didn't even look at Du Jiashi and the other man, and directly led them towards the stairs. When ordinary people's bodies are manipulated to fight against the weirdness, they will suffer certain injuries to a greater or lesser extent. There will be side effects from a sudden burst of such great power. Once the control is released, after consciousness returns to the body, they will feel body aches and fatigue coming over them all at once. At that time, they couldn't even stand steadily. Therefore, the white leftists directly controlled them to prevent them from lying on the ground and being difficult to move. With the key, they quickly opened the doors that had blocked their way, until the door to the first floor of the hotel is opened. A blinding light shone through. The D-rank multiplayer instance, Monster Food, has been completely conquered and will be permanently closed. Cleared on January 2nd, 2025. Conquered by Baizhua, Suro, and Du Jiashi. Death toll, 14. Based on personal contribution, the reward for completing the normal level is only visible to me. Nightmare level clearance reward, visible only to me. Team contribution settlement, ordinary level clearance reward, 5,000 cash per person, received by contributors, plus 2 achievement points, can be used to purchase life-saving items in the game. Nightmare level clearance rewards, 10,000 cash per person, received by contributors, plus 2 healing cards, distributed by the highest contributors, plus 3 achievement points, can be used to purchase life-saving items in the game. Server-wide announcement. Xia Nation has cleared its first D-rank multiplayer dungeon, Monster Food. You'll receive a D-rank buff, granting 3 hours of safety during the day, which will last for 3 days, stacking. The 3 were teleported out of the copy, back to the breakfast shop. As early as when the restaurant owner and the dozen or so people in the queue disappeared, someone who witnessed it called the police. The street was blocked off. When they came out, they saw that the whole street was empty. Chapter 51. This is the surprise I brought for the president. The streets are abnormally sparsely populated. Du Jiashi and Suro looked outside with their consciousness, and they both wondered if they had come out of the game. Baizhua used the healing card to heal the 2 people. Then the controls were released. The 2 felt a bit of soreness in their bodies, but it wasn't to the point where they couldn't move. Suro touched her ear and found that the wound had stopped bleeding and scabbed, and it didn't hurt anymore. We are out. Du Jiashi took out his cell phone and found that the signal had been restored, and some money had been deposited into his account. The individual rewards are 10,000 for the ordinary level and 50,000 for the difficult level, plus 15,000 for the team reward, for a total of 75,000. This is equivalent to his annual salary. Look, this is the game reward I got. It seems we are really out. Suro also checked her account and found that there was indeed an extra 75,000 yuan. She couldn't help but sigh. It's much more than what I earn in a year working. Du Jiashi, this is all life-saving money. If it weren't for Brother Bai, we would probably all die in the dungeon. Suro touched the scab where her missing ear was and nodded with a heavy heart. Du Jiashi, Brother Bai, where are we going next? The white leftist waved his hand and said, let's go. I'll take you back to the company. Look at the way he takes on so much responsibility. Admiration and respect flashed in the eyes of both of them. When the 3 of them walked to the street exit, they found that a cordon had been set up at the entrance, prohibiting pedestrians and vehicles from passing. Du Jiashi and Suro thought about the appearance of the copy and roughly knew why this place was blocked. Du Jiashi was sharp-eyed and saw that there were people on duty up ahead. There seemed to be police officers over there. Will we be stopped if we go out like this? Suro was also a little worried, But when she saw Baizwa walking out nonchalantly, she calmed down. Brother Bai is here. Really? The three of them crossed the cordon like that without alarming anyone and walked out in a swagger. When they arrived at the intersection, Du Jiashi took the initiative to pay for a taxi. Baizwa gave them the address and the taxi took them to the downstairs of Igwe Company. White leftists have no shame at all. He never brought money with him when he went out. He either ate and drank for free, or Jiwoo paid and Igwe would reimburse him. Du Jiashi didn't care about this little money. After all, without Brother Bai, he would not have been able to get the 70,000. Three people got off the car. Du Jiashi looked up at the company building. The company is quite large, although it is located in a remote area. One floor is used for company operations, and there is a staff dormitory at the back. For such a large area, the monthly rent is quite high. Wow, is this Brother Bai's company? The white left took them in the elevator. Du Jiashi and Su Ro hesitated for a while before daring to go in. It's simple, the death elevator in the monster food copy left a shadow on them. Now they go weak at the sight of an elevator. Baizwa hummed a song and pressed the 7th floor with his finger. The elevator slowly rose. The two were a little nervous. On the way here, Baizwa talked about some things about Igwe Company and said that he belonged to the Igwe Shelter Society, an organization that specializes in sheltering strange people. Logically speaking, they cannot join the society without passing its assessment. However, the Yigihui recently opened a subsidiary company, and they can work in this company as ordinary employees first. Du Jiashi kept picking at his nails nervously. Is it really true that I don't need to prepare a resume? Su Ro was also very nervous. How about waiting for me to go home and change clothes? Now that she had taken off her makeup, her complexion didn't look very good, and there were blood stains on her clothes, making her look scary. If I hadn't told the online taxi driver that this was cosplay, he would have almost called the police. It's okay, just follow me. As soon as the elevator arrived, Baizwa swaggered towards the company's gate. I walked up to the facial recognition access control machine and scanned my face, and the automatic door opened. The receptionist smiled and said, Mr. Bai, welcome back. Baizwa waved his hand and said, thank you for your hard work. The receptionist smiled more sincerely. She took out a bag of snacks from the drawer and asked, would you like some snacks, Mr. Bai? The white left accepted it without hesitation. Du Jiashi and Su Ro followed him cautiously, having prepared several excuses in their minds, waiting to be asked. Unexpectedly, the employees all ignored them, greeted the white leftists, and then gave them snacks and fruit drinks. As they walked along, the white leftists had their arms full of food. Du Jiashi sighed. Brother Bai is so popular. He also had a lot of snacks in his arms, which were given to him by the white leftists because they couldn't hold them all. Su Ro was holding a few bottles of drinks. The white left came all the way to the office, didn't even knock on the door, and just kicked it open. Everyone, I'm back. Ji Woo was sitting in front of the computer, busy as a whirlwind without even raising his head. Only Su Zhou put down his book and responded happily. Brother Bai, you're back. Huh, who are they? Du Jiashi and Su Ro were already nervous. I made mental preparations along the way, but none of them came in handy when I was suddenly asked this question. Du Jiashi immediately bowed nervously and shouted, hello, leader. My name is Du Jiashi. I'm 24 years old. I just graduated and work as a clerk in a small company. Aye. Du Jiashi suddenly remembered that he still had a job and had not resigned yet. Applying for a job at another company at this time and saying it in front of the leader during the interview is a bit disrespectful. So he prepared a self-introduction card, but I couldn't come up with anything to say for a long time. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red, and he scratched his head and cheeks, feeling helpless. Du Jiashi's mistake made Su Ro even more nervous. She took a deep breath and exhaled, then smiled a practiced smile, her face calm. My name is Su Ro. I'm 28 years old. I've worked in many jobs, from sales, reception, to clerk. I'm capable of these positions. Although I haven't been in the workplace for 2 years, I believe I can adapt to company life quickly. In fact, his hands were shaking with nervousness. If it was just an ordinary company, they wouldn't be so nervous, but this is a white left company. A company that can make white leftists work for it must be very mysterious and powerful. A company like this would definitely have very strict requirements even if they were to hire someone. If they weren't white leftists, I guess no one would even look at their conditions, right? Ji Woo then raised his head and looked at the two unfamiliar faces. Are you here to recruit staff? I haven't posted any job postings recently. The company is not short of staff at present. After all, the products for sale have not been delivered from the headquarters yet, and the company has not officially started operations, so the current number of employees is sufficient. But Baizwa shook his finger and said smugly, No, this is a surprise I brought for the president. Ji Woo retorted instinctively. Surprise? I think it's more of a shock. Wait, did you bring this for the president? Ji Woo looked at Du Jiashi and Su Ro carefully, seeing the fatigue on their faces, the blood-stained clothes, and the familiar and strange aura on them. Chapter 52. Asuka, what have you done? The familiar feeling of stomach ache came over me. Surprise. Who are you trying to scare to death? What's wrong with them? Why do I sense the aura of heart goo on them? Ji Woo felt that his brain was lacking oxygen, and he almost couldn't breathe. Su Zhou stood up and moved closer to them. Their physiques aren't suitable for those with special abilities. Although Su Zhou didn't quite understand the nature of Baizhua, he knew that Baizhua usually chose people with special abilities or those with certain talents as their contract holders. In this way, his mind control can exert its greatest power. As for those ordinary people with average physical fitness, after the manipulation, Baizhua will retract the spider silk and erase their memories. Baizhua threw the snacks he was holding onto the sofa, took out a strange cage from his trouser pocket, and threw it to Ji Woo. When Ji Woo saw that the pattern on the strange cage had changed from a seal to a lock, he knew that a monster had been contained inside. You went to contain the weird? Normally when we ask this person to do a task, he either makes excuses or tries to drag things out and slack off. But now he's so proactive? There must be a problem. Baizhua, didn't you say the president was coming? Ji Woo suddenly thought of something and looked Baizhua up and down with a strange look on his face. Then he let Baizhua do whatever he wanted. I hope you don't regret it. Ji Woo waved to Du Jiashi and Su Ro. Come here, I need you to fill out some information. Okay. Do you two really understand what kind of organization we are? Ji Woo asked with special emphasis when they joined. Otherwise, they will be the poor people who were deceived and cheated by the white left. Are you fighting against those weird organizations? Du Jiashi, to atone for the mistakes I made in the past, to contain the weird, and to prevent more people from getting hurt. This is what I want to do. Su Ro touched her mutilated ear. In the past, she had lost her reason to live, but now, she might be able to make a choice with a clear conscience. I want to do my best and do what I can. Very good. Ji Woo took a deep breath. He rubbed his brows, which were a little sore. At a time when people might come from the headquarters, and even the president might come in person, it was hard to say that Baizhua had no other ulterior motives in accepting these two people who were atonement for their past sins. For example, using others to express one's aspirations? Sure, I finally know how to show off in front of the president. But it would be better if you weren't so willful in normal times. After Ji Woo understood Baizhua's so-called surprise, he finally nodded and agreed to let the two join, and also told them what kind of organization the Yigihui was. Our organization is called the Deviants Reception Society. The date of its founding is unknown. I've heard from seniors that it existed long before humans appeared. Others say it was established in the distant future. There are all sorts of theories. Of course, you don't need to worry about all this. You just need to know that the purpose of our deviant society is to contain the weird and continue the order of this world. We use the weird, we contain the weird, and we control the weird. We will dedicate our entire lives to the deviant order. As long as we live, the battle against the weird will never end. We contract with the weird, our bodies contain the weird, and our spirits are constantly corroded by the weird. Even if we become madmen, we must not forget our responsibilities. This is the Society for the Containment of Deviant, and this is the contractor. Ji Woo took out a document and placed it in front of the two of them. Are you really ready? Written on it was an application form to become a contract master, with a lot of warnings that the consequences were at your own risk and life and death were determined by fate, indicating that becoming a contract master was not an easy task. Without hesitation, the two picked up the pen and signed their names. Ji Woo printed out 2 more employment documents from the computer and asked them to fill them out. Soon, the employment information was completed. After taking these materials to the Human Resources Department and filling out the files, the two of them will be successfully hired. Ji Woo looked back and saw Baizhua and Su Zhou eating snacks together. Ji Woo didn't want to say anything more and just let them do as they pleased. The other side. Xinyu sat on the hospital bed and used his tablet to search for hot topics online. The fact that it was Xia Kingdom that conquered the copy twice in a row has aroused discussions among people at home and abroad. There are various conspiracy theories abroad, and some even say that this horror game was created by Xiagua. Many people also plan to move to Xia country. Many people abroad have died at strange hands. And as time goes by, more and more weird things will come out of the copy. As long as all the copies are not conquered, the weirdness will continue to exist in this world. Blue Planet has officially entered a strange era. Countries began to establish special anomalous investigation bureaus to deal with the increasing number of anomalous incidents. But Even though they took many countermeasures, the fact that the weirdness could not be harmed by physical attacks still made them extremely anxious, and the casualties caused by the weirdness continued to increase. Domestic casualties are under better control. There are up to 11 hours of safe time during the day. As long as you are careful at night, the casualty rate is much better than that in other countries. Therefore, those foreigners who are afraid of death have been pouring into the Xia kingdom in waves. Domestic netizens praised the masters who completed the copy, while spitting on the foreigners who flocked in. If you want safe time, then your country should put in the effort to clear the game. That's right. Our country's masters worked hard to complete the game and won the rewards. Why should these foreigners enjoy them? Shinyu looked through the hot comments. The popularity is quite good. If we can promote the deviant society at this time, I guess the construction points will directly soar, right? Shinyu wanted to do so, but if the Deviants Shelter Association personally came out to promote itself, whether it was indirect or direct publicity, it would always feel a bit unremarkable. Shinyu thought about it carefully and came up with an idea. Since the Igue Society can't come forward, then let someone else come forward. Shinyu looked through the people related to Fein Yaoe. Anyway, the character cards are used to help him build an organization, but it doesn't say that all related characters are members of the Deviant Society, right? Let him see what the related people have first. There are 2 people associated with the White Left. There are 5 people related to Asukae. They are the Master of Tricks, Shi Jing, the enemy, Yun Qing, the rival, Wei Tai, the ordinary person, Inu, and the good friend, Lan Ruo. After reading it, Shinyu had only one thought. Fein Yaoe, what have you done? Baizhua is a person who hates dogs. He has no enemies, although according to his personality, it is more likely that all his enemies will be eliminated. However, it is a bit outrageous that someone as cheerful as Asuka would have so many enemies. Shinyu touched his chin and gave a wicked smile. Chapter 53, I am a novelist. He can do something big with these 2 enemy-related people. Isn't it unreasonable that the Yigi Hui is such a large organization without a hostile organization? Shinyu wants to establish a villain alliance that specifically stands against humans. Yun Qing, Wei Tai, what identities should we assign to them? Shinyu hasn't thought of a name for the enemy alliance yet. Anyone who can go against a behemoth like the Yigi Hui must also be a behemoth. Shinyu couldn't think of a name for the organization that sounded grand and fit the villain role. Forget it, let's do something first. Shinyu edited the personalities and settings of the related characters, input their memories, and after it was almost done, he materialized them directly. The 2 enemies were first thrown out of the Xia Kingdom. Let's put the Ghost Master Shi Jing aside for now, and our good friend Lan Ruo can be materialized first and sent abroad as well. There is also the ordinary person Inu. This name is a bit awkward. Maybe we can create a plot related to Fein Yaoe and throw it abroad. Shinyu took some time to arrange all the related characters, and then he opened the god's perspective with great interest to watch the subsequent developments. Such an interesting plot, but it's a pity that I'm the only one who saw it. What a pity. Shinyu pondered and added another paragraph to Wei Tai's character setting. Very good. This way it will be foolproof. Shinyu then just waited for the construction point to explode. A night passed. Foreign. Lan Ruo got out of the car with her backpack and paid the driver. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away at such a speed that it seemed as if some prehistoric monster was chasing him. Lan Ruo saw a secluded path. The per capita land area in foreign countries is very large, the population is small, and there is plenty of land. In secluded towns like this, except for some special tourist towns, the foreign population is very sparse. Especially with the frequent strange things happening recently, no one dares to go to such sparsely populated places. The driver dared to take this order because Lan Ruo paid him a lot, and he was willing to take the risk for the money. Lan Ruo sighed, pulled his heavy backpack, and walked towards the overgrown path. There is a small town here. He heard from others that the local customs of this town are good and the buildings are very antique, retaining the previous cultural background. It is very suitable for collecting folk songs and inspiring inspiration. Lan Ruo is a novelist and occasionally works as a part-time illustrator. When he lacks inspiration, he likes to travel around the world to experience different scenery and cultures. He was interested in coming here from afar because he heard that the culture of this small town was very unique. After walking for a long time, I finally saw the outline of the town. Lan Ruo admired the ancient Greek stone castle-like buildings and the dilapidated walls worn by wind and time with an amazed expression while taking pictures of them. Who are you? What are you doing here? A small town resident shouted at him. He spoke the local language with a special local accent, which made Lan Ruo, who was proficient in multiple languages, unable to understand what he was saying. However, Lan Ruo understood the anger in his words and immediately replied in the language of that country. I am a novelist. I heard that this town has a unique culture, so I came here specifically to collect folk songs. After hearing Lan Ruo's answer, the man's expression became much better, but he still looked a little impatient. We don't take in outsiders here. When you're done, leave immediately. There's no place for you to stay here. Don't destroy anything here, or you won't want to know the consequences. After uttering these harsh words, the man strode away. Several families in the town opened their doors and looked at Lan Ruo warily. After seeing the man warn Lan Ruo, they closed the door again. It was obvious that Lan Ruo was not welcome. Lan Ruo was not surprised. Many local natives were very xenophobic. He had been to many such unique remote places, and most people were wary and cautious of outsiders. He didn't care about the man's bad attitude and strolled leisurely in the town, occasionally stopping to admire the local architecture and scenery. Take out a notebook from time to jot down notes. Sometimes, when he comes to a distinctive place, he will write about the scenery, objects, people, and events. Encounters and interactions with indigenous people are also one of his sources of inspiration. When he walked to the center of the town, Lan Ruo was surprised to find that there was a building that occupied a large area and was very culturally rich. There is a wide stone platform here, surrounded by 4 stone pillars, on which are carved various symbols and pictures of unknown meaning. Lan Ruo walked around the pillar and recorded the pattern on it with her camera. This is the sun, moon, and stars. Does this represent fire? Isn't that a person painted here? People raised torches. Does this record the era when humans used fire? Here, Lan Ruo stopped and touched the stone pillar, which seemed to have been severely worn by wind and rain, and the patterns on it were already blurred. However, the other patterns have been preserved intact. Only this one place has been worn out, and it does not look like it was formed naturally. Could it be that other passengers have come to destroy these patterns? This also explains why the local residents are so xenophobic. No, if a foreign traveler really destroyed the pattern, the locals wouldn't let me walk around here alone. They might even kick me out on the spot. The more remote the place is, the more people are attached to their beliefs and things passed down from their ancestors. If you dare to destroy other people's things, you might be beaten by the whole town. Could it be that the locals destroyed it? So why destroy this one? Lan Ruo leaned in very close. He wanted to see clearly what the pattern that had been erased looked like, but unfortunately the wear and tear was too severe. No matter how hard he looked, he could not make out what the original pattern looked like. Ah! A small exclamation came from the side. Lan Ruo turned her head to look. I saw a little boy falling to the ground in a mess with his arms full of flowers. It seemed that he was frightened by seeing Lan Ruo, an outsider, and fell accidentally. Hey, boy, are you okay? Lan Ruo slowly approached, stretching her hands out as far as possible to show that she was not aggressive. Although the boy was surprised, he did not run away. Instead, he stared at Lan Ruo blankly. He looked at Lan Ruo and said something in the local language. Seeing Lan Ruo tilting her head in confusion, he asked in his broken native language, Angel? Lan Ruo touched his light blue hair and felt a little amused. Although his hair color was very rare, people nowadays can dye their hair, so if he had such blue hair, even if he was eccentric, no one would find it strange. In other words, innocent children would think he is an angel. No. Lan Ruo smiled and squatted in front of the boy. Brother is a human. Chapter 54, The Imprisoned Monster. The boy stammered, Angel, it's beautiful. Then he picked out a few blue wild chrysanthemums from his arms and gave them to Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo touched the boy's head and said with a smile, Thank you, this flower is beautiful. Then, he pulled the boy up from the ground and checked if he was injured. Fortunately, the boy just tripped and sat on the ground. Except for some pain in his buttocks, he was not injured anywhere else. Lan Ruo patted the dust off the boy's pants. After thanking her awkwardly, the boy left with the flowers in his arms, looking back every step of the way, reluctantly. Lan Ruo saw that the direction the boy was heading was the most remote and the only small wooden house in the town that was independent of the many stone forts. Lan Ruo felt a little strange. Why would the boy go there? He lives there alone? Lan Ruo chose to trust her intuition and followed the boy from a distance. The boy came to the cabin. He looked around and didn't see anyone. Then he carefully opened the latch on the door and slipped sideways into the wooden door. He placed the flowers in a simple vase. Are you okay? Then he took out a piece of cake wrapped in a banana leaf from his pocket and said, Here you go. In the dark wooden house, a very beautiful girl with white hair was tied to a stone pier with iron chains. She was covered in wounds and half lying on the ground weakly. The boy carefully avoided her wound, gave her some water, and handed the cake to her mouth. Eat something. The girl shed a tear, nodded, and began to eat with difficulty from the boy's hand. The girl turned slightly to the side, and a rag covering her slipped off, revealing something bulging behind the girl's torn clothes. I saw a stranger today. Perhaps we can ask him to rescue you, the boy said to the girl. There was finally a light in the girl's eyes. It seemed that she had been looking forward to escaping from here. Lan Ruo leaned quietly outside the door, took out her cell phone, edited a text message, and sent it out. Then he pushed open the wooden door. The boy and girl inside were both startled. Lan Ruo raised her hand. Sorry, did I scare you? I just followed here out of curiosity, and I didn't expect to see something like this. The boy stood in front of the girl and pleaded with Lan Ruo with his poor vocabulary. Angel, please help her, save her. Lan Ruo sighed. No matter who it is, they wouldn't stand idly by after seeing such a scene, right? Why is she imprisoned here? Lan Ruo thought of human traffickers, but although the girl had injuries on her body, she had not been bullied. In fact, there were few traces of other people in the wooden house. There were only the boy and the girl in the wooden house. The boy was a little hesitant, but because Lan Ruo was their only hope, the boy asked the girl and obtained her consent. The boy let the girl expose her back. I saw a strange tumor growing on the girl's back. If it was just a tumor, it wouldn't be so scary and could be treated as a disease. But on this tumor, there was actually a distorted human face. It has eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but it cannot move or speak and seems to have no life. It is just like a human head growing on the girl's back. The scene is quite horrifying when you first see it. The boy said intermittently. Sir, she is a witch, tie her up. The boy said as he gestured. Although he spoke haltingly, Lan Ruo could still guess what he meant. You mean, after the adults saw this thing growing on her body, they tied her up as a witch? The boy nodded. Lan Ruo felt it was extremely absurd for a moment. The boy wanted to say something, but he had been speaking the local dialect until then and was not very good at speaking his own language. He was so anxious that he waved his hands around, not knowing how to express himself. She, monster, witch, the day after tomorrow, burned to death to remove the disaster. A wizard said she was a monster and wanted to burn her to death the day after tomorrow to get rid of the disaster? The boy nodded again. Lan Ruo knew that some of the local indigenous people had extremely stubborn and futile ideas, but when he really faced this kind of thing, he still couldn't understand the way these people were thinking. If the girl is really the monster they say she is, why do they dare to treat her like this? Aren't they really afraid that she will kill everyone? How could they be sure that she had no ability? Or, they believe that this girl could not harm them, so why should they be afraid? Just out of fear, he tied a girl who had not hurt anyone to the burning rack. Lan Ruo almost thought he had traveled back to the Middle Ages. Lan Ruo immediately stepped forward and tried to rescue the girl. As a result, the sound of many footsteps was heard outside the wooden house. I saw the guy walking this way. Can't let him find out about that. Catch him. What if he's also infected with the scourge? Then burn them all together. A dozen men armed with axes, hoes and hatchets surrounded the wooden house. All escape routes were blocked. Lan Ruo's face was covered with sweat. It was over. This group of guys who have no respect for the law will not let him go easily. I might get into trouble today. A black stone on Lan Ruo's bracelet suddenly lit up. The group of people rushed in and pressed Lan Ruo to the ground despite his resistance. Someone took out a rope and tied him up. Push him over to see the wizard. The boy wanted to persuade the adults to let Lan Ruo go, but those people ignored him. Get out of the way. Your job is to keep an eye on this monster. Don't do anything unnecessary. The boy was pushed to the ground. He could only watch helplessly as these people kidnapped Lan Ruo. They brought Lan Ruo to the largest stone fortress and knocked on the door respectfully. Master Wizard, we have brought a foreigner who is trying to approach the monster. The door opened. A man wearing a hood, with most of his face covered, and dressed in a wizard robe walked out. He said in an old voice, since he came into contact with that monster, he must have been infected by it. Let's send him to the burning rack together the day after tomorrow. Burn him. Burn him. Burn him. The wizard gave a smug smile. He had completed the master's task. Now it all depended on the master's arrangements. The weird things happening abroad cannot be curbed. More and more people are dying, and most of them die miserably. On the internet, more and more people are discussing the weird things. They expressed excessive pessimism that if no one could conquer the dungeon, they would surely be killed by the weird. Online, many people criticize the country's inaction. All topics related to weirdness are pushed to the forefront. Chapter 55, because they are plotters. Among these many topics, one title is very eye-catching. Does anyone know those Xia people who conquered the copy? I saw one of the names appear in 2 clearance announcements. White Left. That's the name, right? And Asakae. It's more of a code name than a name. Why doesn't this kind of great god appear in our country? Our country also needs white leftists. We need Fei Niaoe. We need Ji Wu. People who can conquer dungeons. Under the threat of death and intense fear, many fanatical worships of the strong have emerged. Many people abroad have become fans of white leftists and others. They fanatically worship white leftists and others, and spend a lot of money to search for their whereabouts and information. The identities of Bai Zhua, Fei Niaoe, Ji Wu, Su Zhou, and others are top secret. Xia Country's top leaders once sent people to check their information, but all the results showed that such people did not exist. Especially the whereabouts of Bai Zhua and Fei Niaoe, there is not even a little bit of video footage left. The surveillance videos of the places Bai Zhua and Fei Niaoe have been to have all been modified and replaced, and the memories of those who have seen them have all been blurred and erased. No one can find out who they are, what they have done, or when they were born. There is no record of their history. It is as if they appeared out of thin air and have no past. The top leaders of Xia Country knew that they had really existed, but all traces of their existence were erased by the mysterious organization behind them through magical means. Kong Yuba and his teammates are originally from Xia Country, so there is no need to check. Originally, the identities of Su Rou and Du Jiashi were discovered and kept in the archives, but since Su Rou and Du Jiashi joined Igui Company, their identities were erased from the public eye. On the internet and in reality, all the files and information that left their personal information disappeared inexplicably. If the top leaders had not personally read the file and knew that these two people really existed in the world, they would probably not believe that a person who had lived in Xia Country since childhood and left all kinds of indelible traces would disappear so completely from social significance. Only the names of Su Rou and Du Jiashi remain, and there are no photos or video materials to prove that they existed. But they do exist. This mysterious and unpredictable method has made the top management tremble with fear more than once. You indirectly publicize the existence of the deviant society. Construction points plus 578. If Xia Country cannot find out, other countries naturally cannot find out either. Other countries thought that Xia was protecting these people and deliberately hid their files. Some people also began to curse Xiagua. No matter what, they are all from Blue Star Village. We are all in the same boat and share a common economic interest. If they fall, then Xia Country will not be able to remain unscathed. Weirdness is the antithesis of their humanity. Xia State should contribute these people to conquer copies of other countries. There are still people replying to the topic. This morning I saw the family next door die inexplicably in their home. It was so tragic, the blood was flowing out the door. I was so scared that I moved out immediately. Another weird one. Who else besides weird can do such a thing? I heard the authorities organized many teams to conquer the dungeon, but they all failed and many people died. It would be great if white leftists could come to our country. It's getting increasingly difficult to get a visa to Xia Country. Airline tickets and boat tickets there are so hard to come by that ordinary people like us can't even afford one. This feeling is so painful. No one knows where they will encounter strange things. Even staying at home is not safe. When will this kind of day ever end? Destroy it. Ha ha ha. Those rich people will be killed by weirdos too, right? When I think about how those high and mighty people are no different from us commoners when facing weirdos, I feel very happy. In the topic, most people were venting their anxiety and fear. Some were cursing their officials for inaction, some were laughing and having fun, and some were even live-streaming robberies. One reply caught the attention of a small number of people. The person's ID was Iku. Evil words. Haha. It's really laughable to see you lowly pigs being deceived and acting like you're worshipping. You're always shrouded in the strange shadow of death. You must be very desperate, right? Evil words. I'll tell you. You powerless people can't kill weirdos. No matter the guns and ammunition you are so proud of, or the ultimate weapon of mankind, they have no effect on weirdos. Evil words. I'm sure you officials have experienced this yourself, right? Evil words. The only thing that can kill weird is weird. Evil mouth. How do you think those who conquered the dungeon killed the boss? Fuck. Who is this person so arrogant? What do you mean? Our weapons can't kill the weird? No wonder the official has been unable to conquer the dungeon. If the weirdness can't be killed, then it's too hopeless. Doesn't this mean that we can only wait for death? Only a weirdo can kill a weirdo. Does he mean that those who conquered the dungeon were not humans, but weirdos? Some people couldn't stand his arrogant and foul-mouthed attitude and kept cursing him downstairs, while others rationally analyzed the foul words and discovered a fact that almost made them despair. That is, the weirdness cannot be killed by physical weapons. This means that humans have lost their long-standing dominant position of using tools to fight other creatures. Without weapons, Humans cannot reach the top of the pyramid relying solely on physical strength. Faced with the weirdness, humans are like a child without weapons, strength, or ability to resist, and can only be eaten by prey. Then, when it comes to weirdness, aren't humans just pigs? Maybe they are even worse than pigs. After all, although the possibility of pigs killing humans is very low, there is still a chance that they will kill humans. But humans can never kill weirdness. Are you desperate? Despair? Impossible. I don't believe it. How do you know that physical weapons can't kill weirdos? I don't believe that weirdos are unkillable. The dungeons that have been conquered are the best proof. If those people were weirdos and were the opposite of us humans, they wouldn't have needed to conquer the dungeons to save us humans. Iku saw them arguing for a long time, and seemed to have had enough of their despair and struggle, so he appeared again with a sense of evil interest. Evil mouth. That's because they are contractors. They sign contracts with those terrifying monsters, use their bodies to contain the monsters, and thereby gain the monsters' power. After becoming contractors, they have the ability to fight against the monsters. Chapter 56. Trouble comes from the mouth, tongue-pulling hell. A few harsh words. It takes the topic of weirdness and tricksters to another level. The contract is weird. Isn't that selling your soul to the weird? You believe everything he says? I've seen strange things with my own eyes. They are a group of twisted and terrifying monsters that cannot be described by common sense. I don't believe that the so-called trickster can harness their power. After housing such a terrifying monster, are they still the same people? You're worshipping these monsters as heroes. How disgusting. Be careful, or they'll eat you one day. Humans fear the unknown, fear the alien, and fear the darkness. Some people will choose to overcome fear. Some will choose to stay away from fear. Some will frantically destroy the source of their fear, and some will ignore fear because of greed. You guys are such cowards. I want to be a trickster. Being a trickster allows me to kill monsters, conquer dungeons, and earn money. I can also possess extraordinary abilities. That's super cool. Many people also call white leftists and others monsters. The evil mouth was Wei Tai, who looked at the angry faces of this group of people and laughed heartily. What a bunch of idiots. Next to him sat a tall and handsome man with four glaring red tears painted on the corners of his eyes, making him look extremely evil and unruly. He is Wei Tai's companion, codenamed Qing Yuan, and his real name is Yun Qing. Compared to Wei Tai's sharp tongue and love of stirring up trouble, Yun Qing prefers to stir up people's emotions and watch them sink into the 7 emotions and 6 desires and be unable to extricate themselves. Are you sure this will lure those guys out? Wei Tai pushed the table, kicked the ground with his legs, and spun around in his chair. Of course I don't expect to lure them out with these tricks. I just want to give them something to do. Yun Qing smiled. How enviable. Compared to us poor bastards, how come those contract masters can live so well? The expression on his face didn't look like jealousy at all. Instead, his upturned eyes held a frightening excitement. Seeing Yun Qing's excitement, Wei Tai said with a headache, "Don't be so excited. Be careful that the guy in your body wakes up." Yun Qing calmed herself down and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Wei Tai picked up his phone and shook it. The piglet I was looking for sent me a message. He's in my possession. Yun Qing took the phone and saw the message and a photo of Lan Ruo, who was tied up. Very good. Wei Tai. Just relying on him. Can he make that damn stinky pigeon voluntarily step into the trap? Yun Qing. Don't underestimate human emotions. Even birds that call themselves free have feelings for their companions. Spread the word. The bait has been laid, and we are just waiting for the bird to take the bait. The employees in Igue Company are all very idle. They don't have much work to do. After spending a few hours organizing documents, the rest of the time is free. The company's senior management is basically not there, and as long as they complete their daily work, no one cares what they do during working hours. Therefore, when employees finish their work early and it is not yet time to get off work, they pick up their mobile phones and browse the internet to pass the time. Someone has been mysteriously killed abroad again. If it weren't for a few great players in our country who conquered 2 dungeons and won the safe time reward, we would be about the same as them. Huh? A web surfer posted a post on an external website. They said that those masters who conquered the dungeon were contractors. Yang Su, who was originally organizing documents, paused and curiously leaned over to ask, "What post?" "Here. This is it." It caused quite a stir abroad, and many foreigners even climbed over the wall to curse our country. Why are they scolding us? Jealousy. There are so many jealous people. After reading the post, Yang Su wrote down the URL and sent it to Ji Wu. This kind of behavior that is obviously throwing mud at the Chigue master might be the enemy of the company, so it is better to let them deal with it. Ji Wu took a look after receiving the message. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Someone actually knows the identities of Bai Zhua and the others? The Yigihui has always been very good at handling information. It is impossible for ordinary people to remember the identities of white leftists, and they should not even remember their existence. Jiwu looked up at Bai Zhua. White leftists have been staying in the company quite obediently recently. Bai Zhua, do you remember who the evil words are? The white leftist looked up. Bad words. Suzhou also pricked up his ears curiously. It sounds like a code name. White leftists. In Buddhism, bad speech is one of the 10 evil deeds. As the saying goes, disaster comes from the mouth. Those who commit bad speech will go to the 18th level of the tongue-pulling hell after death. Jiwu listened very seriously at first, but when he saw Bai Zhua holding his mobile phone and reading at the same time, he realized that he was bluffing again. Seriously, I'm not asking you what evil mouth means. I'm asking if you know the person who is evil mouth. The white leftist spread his hands and said, I don't know him. Jiwu felt a bit of a headache. This is difficult. How did he know the identity of the Chigue master? White leftists. If you want to know, you can find out naturally. The white leftist opened his tablet and flexed his fingers. Let me see who's saying this nasty thing. He quickly entered a string of code and quickly hacked into the website where the post was posted to find the IP address of the poster. The other party seemed to have some basic knowledge of hacking. He reacted the moment he was found and quickly blocked his location. But that moment was enough. The white leftist found the other party's location and asked, abroad? Jiwu, let Fei Miaowei go. No matter what his purpose is, we must bring him back. Jiwu looked at Bai Zhua and was shocked to see Bai Zhua staring at the tablet in a trance, as if thinking about something. Every time the white left shows such an expression, it means that the white left is going to cause trouble. What's on your mind? The white leftist put the tablet on the table, lay back, and rolled around on the sofa. I just remembered something. Jiwu got to the bottom of it. What did you think of? White left? But I forgot about it when you interrupted me. Jiwu yelled angrily. White left? The white leftists ignored him completely, saying, I can't remember. I guess I'm hungry. Without calories, my brain can't function. Suzhou also nodded. Yeah, I'm hungry too. Jiwu had no choice but to ask the logistics staff to order 2 takeout meals and send them over. Bai Zhua picked up the headphones, plugged them into the tablet, and hummed an unknown song in a good mood. His mood was a little abnormal. Ever since they knew the president was coming, the white left has been acting like this. Chapter 57 Like a defeated rooster. Jiwu didn't doubt anything. He asked the white left to remove these topics. After all, the identity of a master of tricks is not suitable to be exposed to the public. The white leftist casually tapped a few times on the keyboard. I've removed it, but now the heat has risen. Everyone who should know knows. And simply removing the topic probably won't stop it. Bai Zhua suddenly took out something and said, How about? Jiwu clenched his fist. As a supervisor of white leftists, he naturally recognized what it was. That is a strange weapon in Bai Zhua's hands, called the information cocoon. Although it is a B-level strange weapon, it also has many limitations. This strange weapon can only be used to its maximum extent in the hands of Bai Zhua, combined with the power of the heart goo, thus breaking through some limitations and achieving an extremely incredible effect. This is also the reason why the Igwe Society gave this strange weapon to Bai Zhua. Bai Zhua is a not very peaceful ghost master with an antisocial personality. He can stay in the Deviant Society obediently, do the tasks issued by the Deviant Society, and contain the weird things. Of course, all this does not mean that Bai Zhua regrets the mistakes he has made, and he really has a heart of atonement. Bai Zhua was discovered by the outcasts simply because of his talent, and was made to sign a contract to become a contract master. This is certainly not what the white left intended. But even if the white leftists are reluctant, their nature is evil, and it is difficult to erase the malice towards others in their bones. The deviants will still use the abilities of the white leftists without fear. Even this strange weapon that can change other people's cognition was generously handed over to Bai Zhua, which naturally has its limitations. Jiwu, the supervisor, didn't know what it was exactly. He only knew that most of those contract masters, each with a more bizarre personality than the other, completed their tasks consciously under an invisible and unknown constraint. It is said that it is related to the president's ability. As for more detailed information, it is not something that a supervisor like him can know. Jiwu closed his eyes and finally said, Use it. Suzhou came over to take a look curiously. The information cocoon is a very small and strange device, only about the size of a finger and oval in shape, like a transparent cocoon. Bai Zhua held it and activated his abilities at the same time, mind control plus telepathy, and the 2 abilities were simultaneously added to the information cocoon. It made its entire body tremble, and a flowing string of numbers consisting of the number 10 appeared on the cocoon. The moment the information cocoon is activated, Ji Woo and Su Zhou, who were closest to them, felt as if their brains received a buzzing sound transmitted by electric waves. It was very slight, not sharp at all. If they were not very sensitive to the strange aura and were not close to the information cocoon, they would probably have easily ignored it. Su Zhou covered his ears. Is this the feeling? He felt as if he had bumped into a transparent spider web that did not exist, but when he touched it carefully, he found that it was an illusion and he did not bump into anything. However, his brain was covered with something. It did not cause any harm, but it made Su Zhou, the master of the art of war, feel a little uncomfortable. He moved his body awkwardly and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was not trapped. Brother Bai, I seem to have bumped into something just now. Ji Woo glanced at Su Zhou. This kid was surprisingly sharp, and sometimes he couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. That's the effect of the information cocoon being activated. It has a limited range of activation, and the more complex the information it uses to alter a person's cognitive input, the shorter its duration, Bai Zhuo explained. For example, if you currently believe the moon is round, I can use the information cocoon to change your perception to believe the moon is square. Although it completely breaks down previous cognition, it's not complex, so it can last for several years or even more than 10 years. However, the more objects of cognition are changed, the shorter the duration. After all, the information cocoon is just a B-level trickery device, and its limitations are obvious. Su Zhou nodded to show that he understood. The white leftist continued. Once the information cocoon is enhanced by my abilities, I can increase its scope and the amount of cognitive change it causes by several times, without affecting its duration. Su Zhou showed a shocked expression and said in an amazed tone, "How amazing! White leftists, these are just trivial matters." The white left typed a paragraph. The numbers on the information cocoon flowed even faster, emitting a faint white light that flashed and transmitted to faraway places. Without anyone else noticing, the information cocoon quietly distorted their memory and cognition, erasing the memories related to the trickster from their cognition. At home and abroad, countless people who were ready to curse hundreds of times paused, and then sat in front of the computer with confused expressions. Strange, what was I trying to do just now? I think I'm catching up on a drama, right? What am I looking at? I'm working. I have a project due tomorrow, so I'm working overtime tonight to finish it. As online posts were removed and the cognition of relevant personnel was distorted. Soon, the topic of the contract master cooled down at an unusual speed. No one noticed anything amiss except the two people who created the conspiracy. Next to the computer, she quickly erased the data he had left behind, and then unplugged the power cord to stop the other party from using the intrusion method. She then learned from Yun Qing. They've taken action, and there's no longer a single topic about the contractor online. He said nothing with a gloomy face and pursed his lips. Yun Qing teased him amusedly. What's wrong? Haven't you always been proud of your computer skills? Why do you look like a defeated rooster now? TSK. I was just one move behind in chess, a little bit inferior. He slumped on the table in frustration. His bangs covered half of his face, hiding the unwillingness in his eyes. In fact, what he didn't say was that he lost too suddenly. The man broke through all his defenses in an instant with almost magical skills, and made him panic. Faced with an opponent whose abilities far surpassed his own, he felt a strong sense of irresistible powerlessness. Terribly strong. Yun Qing saw that he looked very upset and stopped teasing him. Otherwise someone will get angry and embarrassed. Ika said unwillingly, I didn't retreat in time. I'm afraid they have located our position. We need to evacuate here quickly. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just a temporary place to stay anyway. Let's go. It's time to leave. The two men hurriedly packed up everything that would reveal their identities, erased all remaining traces, and then quickly evacuated. As soon as the two of them left, Asuka A arrived. The howling wind blew away the windows of the residence, and Bird A flew in forcefully. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Chapter 58, revealing the identity of the trickster. Already escaped? Fei Niao A searched the empty room, but found no one. It's so clean. Asuka A half crouched on the ground, carefully examining the traces on the ground. Nothing was left behind, not even a strange aura. Was it an ordinary person, or a trickster who specifically hid the strange aura? No. If you want to become a contractor, you must join the Order of the Deviant. Asuka stood up, put one hand in his pocket, and looked up at a hidden corner. Or are they just a bunch of poor souls who accidentally gained power? He stretched out his right hand, made a gun gesture, and fired a shot at the miniature camera hidden in the corner. What a nasty little bug. The micro camera was destroyed by the wind blade and shattered into pieces. Behind the camera, Wei Tai, who had been paying attention to the situation here, was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the surveillance camera that had gone dark and muttered to himself, as expected of an S-rank contract master, such a strong sense of oppression. Yinqing, did he find the piece of paper we left behind? Wei Tai, I put it in the most conspicuous place. There's no way he wouldn't find it. Yinqing, then let's see if this bird will jump into the cage on its own initiative. On the other hand, Fei Niaoe destroyed the monitor swiftly and efficiently, without any awareness that he had just implicitly threatened the person hiding behind the monitor. He looked at the piece of paper that was placed on the shoe cabinet, extremely conspicuous and waiting to be discovered. Asuka A, who was skilled and bold, picked up the paper directly and pieced together a paragraph with the words cut from the newspaper. Birds flying in the blue sky. Have you ever heard its cry? If I cannot walk with you, I will die. Asuka A exerted force on his hands and crumpled the paper into a ball. He took out his cell phone and opened the chat app. The chat history with his friend stopped yesterday. His friend said that he was going to a remote town to collect materials and find inspiration for his next novel. Friends often go to these remote places that retain ancient culture. Many of these places are in sparsely populated and remote areas, and it is common to have no signal. Therefore, the friend never contacted Fei Niaoe, and Fei Niaoe didn't care much. Fei Niaoe called his friend. The phone kept ringing, but no one answered. Fei Niaoe turned off the screen of his mobile phone, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. The nameless bird seemed to feel the anger in Bird A's heart. It let out a cry. Outside the house, a strong wind suddenly rose from the ground. It was angry for Bird A. Bird A heard the raging wind outside and soothed the nameless bird. Okay, I'm going somewhere. Please take me there. The wind carried Bird A's body and took him to a distant destination at the fastest speed. Asuka A was high in the sky, looking down at the tiny town below. Is this the place? He didn't find his friend, so he had to descend from the sky to the ground. As soon as he approached the town, Asuka A felt a faint and strange aura lingering over the town. The whole town was filled with this vague and strange aura, so he couldn't locate the position of the monster based on the aura. Xinyu controlled Fei Niaoe and glanced at a place out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, according to the character setting he had set, Wei Tai hated the Igue society very much and was very keen on causing trouble for the Igue society. He has a strong intention to kill Asuka A, who is wanted within the organization. This time, a killing trap set up for Asuka A, with a character like Wei Tai, will definitely record it and make it public. Xinyu hopes to take this opportunity to indirectly expose the existence of the deviant society so that he can obtain a large number of construction points to establish his headquarters. Xinyu took another look at his script and nodded. It was very good and perfect. As long as he cooperates and acts, that's enough. With Fei Niaoe's keen five senses, it is impossible for him not to notice the surveillance equipment placed everywhere in this small town. In such a remote town, the presence of such a large number of surveillance facilities is obviously abnormal. Bird had deliberately let it go and did not destroy it. Behind the camera, Wei Tai, who had been monitoring this place, bit his fingernails excitedly. Great, he's here after all. Wei Tai chuckled softly, his laughter echoing around him and sounding slightly creepy. Hurry over. This is set up just for you. A bird in a cage. At the same time, he created a new post, provoked everyone in it, dropped a preview, and threw out the link to the live broadcast. Since you are all questioning the existence of the contract master, do you dare to come and witness it? The purpose of Wei Tai setting this trap is to kill Asuka A. If he fails to kill him, then Asuka A's identity will be exposed, and the evil society behind him will also be forced to surface. So, he found a weird creature with special abilities, and guided Bird A's friends to this remote town to attract Bird A. As long as Fei Niaoe sets foot here, his goal will be achieved. Wei Tai laughed and connected the surveillance link to the most popular live broadcast software he had hacked into, and directly placed it in the most conspicuous position. He also gave the live broadcast room an attractive name, revealing the identity of the contract master to you. All of a sudden, a large number of viewers flocked into the live broadcast room. That's awesome. Is this guy serious? The trickster doesn't really exist, does he? The emotions are exciting and complicated. Still unsure? What if this person directed and acted in this film himself, hoping to make a fortune from the hype? Huh? Someone showed up. This guy is quite handsome. He's the contract master? He looks ordinary, doesn't he? Redefining the ordinary. I mean, he looks pretty normal. Do you think that after a contractor signs a contract with a monster, he will look like a monster? What is he looking for? Is there something strange in this town? The person who appeared in the live broadcast was Fei Niaoe, who came to the town to look for his friend. Asuka found a wooden house that was obviously different from the other castles, so he walked towards it, and then saw a girl locked inside through the window. She had an extremely faint, strange aura on her body. It shouldn't be a strong, strange aura, but she might have been contaminated by a trace of that strange aura and been infected. Asuka judged that she was still safe, so she went to other places to look for her friends. Finally, Lan Ruo was found imprisoned in an ancient castle. A group of people stepped forward to stop Feng Yaoe. "Who are you? Get out of here, you outsider. Don't get close to him. He's been infected by a monster. He must be eliminated." Chapter 59, The Indelible Blue Hourglass. Asuka impatiently lifted her hair and lifted up the side hair that was messed up by the wind. His character is relatively friendly among the contract masters, but that is compared with other contract masters. To ordinary people, it is not friendly, but an endless storm. So, facing the obstruction of a group of people, Feng Yaoe did not intend to reason with them, but raised his hand and blew a gust of wind, sending them directly into the sky. A group of people in the sky were screaming, dancing, and scared to death. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Not knowing the whole story, they only saw a group of people blocking Feng Yaoe, and then Feng Yaoe took action without saying a word. What fuck? This guy knows magic. Does the contract master attack ordinary people like this? They won't be killed by the fall, will they? Oh my god, what on earth have they done to deserve this? It was clearly this person who broke into someone else's home. So even if someone opened fire, it was self-defense. Can a contractor just rely on his abilities to do whatever he wants? I've said it before, the tricksters are a bunch of monsters colluding with the devil. What on earth is the country doing if it allows such capable people to exist? Some people scold you, some people are afraid of you, and of course there are people who envy you and some people who admire you. Wow, this guy is so cool. That's so cool. I wish I had this ability. Ding. Asuka's character completion increased by 5. Unlock special ability, Extreme Shadow, Excellence, which allows you to move quickly within a certain range and leave an afterimage. The distance and number of times you can move depend on the strength of your mental power. Asuka took a look at the newly unlocked skill. This skill is equivalent to wind-based instant movement. It is a powerful life-saving skill and can also be used to interfere with the enemy's judgment. Shinyu's mental strength is limited, and he doesn't know if he can withstand the consumption of this ability. He plans to let Feng Yaoe experiment alone later. What if it's an ability that consumes a lot of energy and it suddenly stops working after being used during the role-playing process? That wouldn't just be a problem of character collapse, but it would make people question how powerful an S-rank contract master is. The scene changed, and the audience who were originally arguing saw Asuka destroy the door and a tied man was locked in the room. The quarrel suddenly stopped. The audience realized later that they had scolded the wrong person. Asuka did not attack the group of people for no reason. He wanted to save the people inside, but was blocked by them, so he took action. Those who scolded Feng Yaoe for abusing his abilities to do whatever he wanted were silenced. Their faces in front of the screen turned red, and their faces were slapped. Lan Ruo looked up and was a little surprised when he saw that the person coming was Feng Yaoe. "Why are you here?" Asuka reached out helplessly and tore the rope that bound him. "Sorry for getting you involved. It must be some nasty little bugs causing trouble." After Lan Ruo thought about it carefully, she understood what was going on. Perhaps Feng Yaoe's enemies wanted to deal with him, but they couldn't do anything to Feng Yaoe, so they attacked Feng Yaoe's friends. Lan Ruo couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Then you shouldn't have come. Who knows what kind of traps those people will set for Asuka?" Asuka laughed fearlessly and recklessly. "I'm an S-rank contractor. If I'm afraid of even this, then I don't need to be a contractor. Let's go? I'll take you out of here first, and then I'll go clean up those little bugs." A radio and camera hidden in the room broadcast their conversation verbatim. As soon as Feng Yaoe touched Lan Ruo, he suddenly felt something. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Why is there a mark on your body?" Lan Ruo was just an ordinary person. He couldn't feel anything unusual. After hearing Feng Yaoe's words, he checked his body nervously. "Where?" "Asuka, it's okay. I'll help you remove it." Bird stretched out his hand and covered the mark on Lan Ruo's neck. Just as he was about to use the power of the nameless bird to forcibly erase the mark, the power on the mark is revealed. It instantly spread from Lan Ruo's body to Feng Yaoe. Lan Ruo could now clearly see the shape of the mark. It looked like an hourglass, with blue sand slowly flowing down. Hourglass. Is this done by Weird? Bird raised his hand, and with some confusion, he used the ability of the nameless bird again, trying to erase it. However, the mark seemed to have no attack power, but was very stubborn. No matter how Bird A tried to remove it, it stayed firmly on the back of Bird A's hand. Lan Rua was very nervous. Does it have any side effects? Asuka A comforted him in a relaxed manner. It's okay. Perhaps I need to contain the strangeness of this mark so that it will disappear. Even if I can't remove it, the Deviant Society will have a way to help me remove it. Hearing this, the audience became curious. Does anyone know what kind of strength an S-rank contract master represents? Is this strangeness very powerful? Why can't even an S-level contract master do anything about it? Could the Deviant Society he mentioned be the organization to which this contractor belongs? I'm really curious about what kind of organization this is, as it possesses people with such extraordinary abilities. Why have I never heard of it before? You indirectly publicized the existence of the Deviant Society. Construction points plus 1,782. You indirectly publicized the existence of the Deviant Society. Construction points plus 217. The reminder sound of the increase in construction points kept ringing. Shinyu thought the sound was too loud, so he asked the system to turn off the reminder. The reminder would only be given when the total amount reached a certain value. Lan Rua knew his friend's profession and work. He was once employed by the Deviant Society, where he met Asuka A contract master, and they have maintained contact ever since. Lan Rua's nervousness eased a lot. An organization as large as the Igue Society must have a way to remove this mark. Bird A, I'm going to deal with that weirdo. You wait for me outside the town first. Then you have to be careful. Asuka A used the wind to lift his friend's body and send him out of the town. Chirp. The nameless bird cried again. It blinked gently, flapped its tender wings, and released a powerful aura belonging to an S-level monster, trying to force out the monster hiding in the dark. The wind blew wildly in the town, the windows creaked in the wind, and the strange atmosphere above the town was stirred into chaos. Generally, monsters have a strong sense of territory and low IQ. If they are provoked by other monsters, they will be easily lured out. However, the monster hidden in the town remained calm and allowed the nameless bird to wreak havoc on its territory without making any movement. Asuka A stretched out his hand, and the surveillance camera skillfully magnified the scene, allowing the audience to see the blue hourglass on the back of his hand. Chapter 60. Without feathers, I wonder how he can fly. The sand in the hourglass flows quickly. At this moment, nearly 1/3 has been lost. The blue fine sand above is still leaking down. When all the sand above flows to the bottom, it seems that something terrible is going to happen. Bird A came directly to the wooden house where the girl was imprisoned. Although the whole town was filled with a strange atmosphere, it was impossible to catch the exact whereabouts of the strange creature. However, the subtle, strange aura of the girl made her so obvious that she was like a lamp lit in the darkness. The abnormality in her was the most worthy of investigation. Asuka A's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Jiwoo calling. Generally, Jiwoo would not contact him unless there was something urgent. The call is connected. Asuka A put the phone to his ear. Jiwoo's anxious voice came from the phone. Fanio A, you are being broadcast live. Asuka A looked up and searched around for hidden cameras. Whenever he found one, he destroyed it with his wind blade. I found several in a row. I've already had Baizhua hack into the surveillance system. However, since the livestream audience is all from abroad, Baizhua's heart goo isn't powerful enough to remotely erase the memories of so many people. Baizhua might be able to fully release his heart parasite's ability, but the backlash he would have to endure at that time would probably make his brain explode like a watermelon. Asuka A laughed. It seems the person behind the scenes has planned everything. Then let them watch. Fei Niao knew that all of this was a trap set for him. But just like he did not take the provocations of the White Left seriously, he was confident that no matter what happened, he could solve it. Because he is no longer like the fledgling that had not yet grown feathers and could not fly, and could only stay in a cage. He is now a powerful S-class contract master, and even in the Order of the Deviant, he is considered one of the top strong men. Any conspiracy or trick will be defeated in the face of powerful strength. Jiwoo understood what he meant. Then be careful. If it leaks, then let it leak. At worst, I'll make that guy work overtime for a few days. Huh? Spider-Man is going to make a scene, right? Jiwoo said coldly. That was originally his job. The president gave him that thing, so he has to be responsible for this part of the work. It would be nice to be able to trick that guy. Asuka A was so mean that he didn't destroy the remaining monitors, even though he had already discovered them. Asuka A aimed at the surveillance camera and gave it a greasy look. This action is telling the person behind him that he has been discovered. It is both a warning and a deterrent. Of course, that is a benefit for the audience. Hiss. Is this the personality of all contract tricksters? I feel like his personality is pretty good. He's so handsome, much more handsome than those celebrities. He's so handsome that he doesn't look like a real person. He was radiant and sparkling, like a proud white peacock shaking its feathers. Don't let your outlook dictate your values. So far, I haven't seen him do anything extreme. Besides, the contract masters are also fighting against the weird, right? They are silently fighting against the weird behind the scenes, and this is also saving us. Asuka hung up the phone, pushed open the door, and walked in. There are still many surveillance cameras installed in the house. This time, as he got closer to the girl, the strange aura around her became even more apparent. The girl raised her head slightly, and she looked at Fei Niao, revealing her slightly dim white pupils. Asuka came in front of her and squatted down. Hello. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the girl's eyes. Can't you see it? Almost at the moment he saw the girl, he understood her situation. This extremely unpleasant feeling of similarity. If the enemy was deliberately isolating him, then Fei Niao could only say that the other party really underestimated him. He was not the kind of coward who would dwell on the past and lament his own weakness. Because you are different, you are feared, dreaded, and guarded against by others. This should not be the fate you need to endure. Let me liberate you. After hearing Asuka's words, a line of pink tears mixed with blood flowed from the girl's eyes. You can't even speak? It seems like it's slowly taking away your 5 senses. Asuka pulled out a dagger from his boot. Excuse me. He gently pulled the girl's body over, revealing the tumor on her back. He made a beautiful knife-shaped movement with his hand and cut off the tumor quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Chi! A stream of green blood mixed with a strange smell spurted out, and the tumor fell to the ground. Its mouth moved, and it let out a small, sharp cry. If you let it continue to grow, perhaps one day it will replace everything of the girl, devour her flesh and blood, and grow into another person again? Of course, it didn't have that chance. Asuka took out a strange cage and locked it in. It's just a wandering soul that's still growing. The strange atmosphere that permeates the entire town is not it. The moment the tumor was admitted, the girl, whose voice and vision had been taken away, was finally able to speak. The first words she said were, "Get out of here." The tumor let out another sharp scream, like a cry for help from a cub that was forced out of its nest. A strong and intense light emanated from the small house, and the entire town was shaking violently. Snap! The strange cage fell to the ground and rolled to the girl's legs. And Asuka, who was originally standing in front of the girl, disappeared. Mizine had just regained her sight, and her eyes were still unable to adapt to such strong light. When she opened her eyes, she did not see Bird and looked at the golden inverted pyramid beside her in a daze. It's something placed on a shelf like a decoration. But Inu knew that it did not exist originally. Everything in the wooden house was extremely simple, and such a decoration should be very conspicuous, but the boy who often came here ignored it. It seems that in the eyes of others, it does not exist. She had never dared to speak out about this obvious abnormality. What good would it do if she did? It would only add to the evidence that she was a monster. The golden inverted pyramid had been ordinary and motionless, but after the burst of strong light, it floated up and spun in the air. Behind the monitor, countless viewers were puzzled. They didn't know what happened there and why Bird disappeared from its original place after a burst of strong light. Why did this thing that looked like an exquisite model fly up? Is it weird? It doesn't look like it. But Wei Tai and Yun Qing, who set up this trap, knew that their plan was successful. He actually jumped into the cage on his own initiative. A flying bird? How can he fly without feathers? Chapter 61, I don't want to be that performer. Yunqing gently tapped the pyramid on the screen. Let's go get it back, and Bird won't be able to escape. The two were in a very good mood, and so far, their plans had been implemented very smoothly. Whether it was exposing the identity of the contract master to the public, dragging the deviant society into the water, or successfully calculating Asuka. Once the inverted pyramid that trapped Bird is recovered, the bird will never be able to fly again. To be honest, the plan went so smoothly that they all felt it was unreal. No matter what, Asuka is a powerful S-level contract master. Although he is arrogant and looks down on conspiracies and tricks, he does have the ability. Even his enemies have to admit that if they fight head-on, their chances of defeating Asuka are very low. Unexpectedly, this proud bird was caught by them. Wasn't he locked up? How could he still attack? Wei Tai, who had been watching the live broadcast, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The chirping of young birds filled the sky. The raging storm swept the inverted pyramid into the sky, and the wind blades that could cut through steel hit the inverted pyramid mercilessly. Yunqing, it's useless. That's an A-level trick weapon. Once you're trapped in it. Before he could finish his words, the inverted pyramid was cracked by the endless wind blades. Damn, Wei Tai was stunned. I even felt cold all over. With this terrifying attack power, if it were him, he would probably be chopped into pieces within a minute. No wonder, the leader and his men never took action against Asuka A, but instead used various means to weaken it. Yun Qing also sighed. This is the endless raging tide. It is indeed terrifying. Then he raised the corner of his mouth, but that's all. The strength of an A-level magic weapon is not enough to be destroyed by a trapped bird. Wei Tai. Hey, this really scared me. I almost thought a bird locked in a cage could escape. Maybe it's because a corner was damaged. The inverted pyramid emitted golden light, forming a thin layer of light golden screen around it. What is that? Wei Tai and the other man looked confused. This was something they had not expected. In the live broadcast room, the audience who had been watching also raised questions. What is that pyramid? Huh? It seems like there's a picture on it. Inside the inverted pyramid, Asuka A opened his eyes and found himself in a place that was both very familiar and very unfamiliar to him. It feels familiar because he grew up here, but it feels strange because he hasn't been back for more than 10 years. Asuka A stretched out his hand and looked at the pattern on the back of his hand. All the fine sand on the blue hourglass has leaked to the bottom. The strange power has taken effect on him. Fei Niaoe stared at his shrunken hands, pale skin, and weak body. How long had it been? He had never felt this fragile and heavy body since he signed the contract with the nameless bird. Outside, the manipulator Xinyu smiled. Behind the perfect character setting, the character must be vivid and three-dimensional, and the plot must be full and smooth. Without a good plot, no matter how good the character is, it will not be unforgettable. The ups and downs of the plot, combined with excellent character setting, can better improve the characters. The outstanding plot performance is even more attractive. He has already maxed out the buffs this time. So isn't it easy to get the construction points? Xinyu devoted more of his attention to playing the role of Fei Niaoe. Completely immerse yourself in the role. Outside world. The audience was in an uproar. Is this the contract master from earlier? Why did he become so small all of a sudden? Can a contract master restore youth? Some people who were troubled by illness and aging were ecstatic, especially those who were powerful. They were already frantically thinking about how to establish contact with these sorcerers. If the contractor could really achieve rejuvenation, then the aging and death that plague them would completely disappear. They can continue to enjoy the wealth and power in their hands. Get their way at any cost. Find them. I don't care if they're a trickster or something else. As long as they can make me young again, I'm willing to do anything. The reward is 10 million, not 100 million. I want all the information about the contract master and that deviant society. If such an organization really exists in this world, I doubt they left any information behind. Find it for me. I'll dig 10 feet underground to find it. When ordinary people see this scene, they can only feel envy. They know that even if there is such power in the world, it is not something they can access. Those who are rich and powerful act like crazy. When it comes to life and death, no one can face it rationally, especially when people are faced with the slow onset of aging, experiencing with their own eyes that their bodies are getting worse day by day, and death is getting closer, not knowing when they will pass away. Even ordinary people who are struggling to live in the world do not want to face death, let alone those who have abundant resources and wealth and enjoy a wonderful life that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. The people inside had no way of knowing about the commotion outside. Asuka A saw his current self through the mirror, probably the body of a 6-year-old. My vision is a little blurry, and even in a dark environment, I can only barely see some reflections in the mirror. This is a closed basement. The more rural the place, the more ignorant it is. Asuka A has had white hair since birth, a skin color that is too pale compared to that of ordinary people, and white hair and white eyes that are completely different from those of others. This made him an outlier who was disliked by his family from the moment he was born. In reality, he is just a person who has the misfortune of suffering from albinism. But in this closed and remote place, his appearance and fragile body became the reasons why he was rejected. Ignorance, indifference, imprisonment, abuse. All of this was once a past that Asuka A did not want to recall. Asuka A couldn't help but punch the mirror. The flying fragments of the mirror cut his hand, and his hand touched the cold mirror's surface. The coldness in his eyes was enough to drive everyone away. Is this your plan? To make me feel the weakness and helplessness of my childhood again? Unfortunately, I don't want to be that performer. I'm not the weak me I used to be. When he was a child, he could only stay like a baby bird in a birdcage, waiting to be rescued by others. But he is now Asuka A powerful trickster. He grabbed a piece of mirror shard in his hand and used the sharp side to pry open the broken lock. The sunlight outside shone on his body, causing his skin to burn slightly. Chapter 62. A-level trick weapon, upside-down life. But he still walked into the sunshine without hesitation. The dazzling sunlight shone on him, and Fei Niao felt as if he was about to melt. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Outside world. The inverted pyramid glowed faintly, and a text was transmitted into the brains of everyone who saw it. If you could live your life over again, would you stick with your original choice, or choose to change your life? If no matter which choice you make, you will end up in a hopeless future, do you still want to continue this life? A-level trickster, reversing life. This is a limited time item that Xinyu bought in the mall, worth 5,000 construction points. The reason it is so cheap is that it can only be used once. The inverted life can simulate a person's life based on the memory of the imprisoned person. Combined with the strange ability discovered by Xinyu, it can temporarily reverse a person's time and give people the illusion of traveling back to the past. Just now, a paragraph of text suddenly appeared in my brain. A-level trickery turns life upside down. What is a trickery? This strange weapon sounds somewhat related to the weird. Is it a weapon used by the weird? Or a weapon to fight against the weird? Remember someone said before that weirdos can't be killed by physical weapons? Only the witch master and the weirdos can kill them. Perhaps this weirdo has various abilities, and some of them can attack weirdos. I don't know if the strange weapon is expensive. I'll give you 1 million. This priceless weapon is only worth 1 million? Who are you kidding? I'll give you 10 million. I'll give you 50 million. I'll give you 100 million. There are so many rich people. Looking at the big guy upstairs, I shed tears of poverty. If I can get a strange weapon and sell it, wouldn't I be rich? Is this strange weapon's ability to allow people to travel back in time? So the image we saw was of this S-rank contract master as a child. Aren't his eyes red? Why are they white? I'm a medical student. His body has light pigmentation, he's afraid of light, and he has poor eyesight. From my observations, I can confirm that he has albinism. Albino? Doesn't that mean you can't go out in the sun? It depends on the situation. You can sunbathe, but you can't stay in the sun for a long time. Many people looked at the images playing in the inverted pyramid with complicated expressions. Asuka keeps repeating his past. The ignorance of the village. Indifferent parents. A bird that is regarded as a monster, an ominous sign, and a burden. It would be difficult for any normal person not to collapse in such an environment. Asuka returned to the past, but lost his abilities and the powerful strength of an S-class contract master. He became a helpless child. The first time, after escaping from the room where he was imprisoned, he was discovered by his relatives, caught and imprisoned again. The second time, while everyone was asleep at night, Asuka escaped from the village, but because he was small, weak, and lacked strength, he could not go far. The whole village went out to find him, captured him, and locked him up. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, Fei Niao was covered in wounds. This time, he did not run away directly, but chose to set a fire. While everyone in the village was putting out the fire, he finally escaped from the suffocating village. Why did he run away? Have you thought about what you said? If you don't escape, will you be locked up there forever? If you're locked up for too long, you'll go crazy, right? What I mean is, since his original destiny meant that he grew up to be a powerful contract master, that means someone came to rescue him. If he had just stayed there and waited for that person to show up, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to escape. There may be some reasons we don't know about. The audience was heartbroken and wanted him to stop and give up. Wouldn't he be saved if he just accepted his original fate? Asuka successfully grew up and became a powerful spellcaster, which meant that he had already escaped from that ignorant little village. Only Wei Tai and Yun Qing looked solemn. Wei Tai, has this guy noticed it? Wei Tai found it unbelievable. He originally thought that Bird A, which had fallen into the trap, would have absolutely no strength to resist. After all, the ability of this A-level weapon was very special. When faced with this kind of repetitive life, most people will go with the flow instead of making changes after making a hard struggle, as long as the future is smooth. Although the known future is bad, as long as the ending is not inevitable death, it is acceptable. But if you want to achieve a future that you have not chosen, you will need to make efforts again and again, and you don't know what achievements you will make after making efforts. Most people would choose to give up, especially when the original fate is not so bad and may even change. Wei was too confident that Fei Niao would definitely be caught because of this. There is one ability in turning your life upside down, and that is that you must never obey your fate. Otherwise, you will become more and more immersed in that fictional life and eventually forget everything about the outside world. Yun Qing kept staring at the projected image. How could he know the ability to turn his life upside down? He was curious about how Asakura guessed it. After all, the ability to turn one's life upside down is very subtle, and everything is achieved imperceptibly. If you don't make a choice and follow your fate, you will be immersed in it and unable to extricate yourself. You make a choice and resist fate. So it is normal for the original fate to change, and it is also normal to start over if you fail. How did Fei Niaowei realize this? Wei Tai was troubled. It was just an accident, wasn't it? Maybe that proud bird didn't want to stay in the cage, so it would do anything to escape. Yinqing, I heard that who was the one who brought back the bird. If I could get a glimpse of that person's true face through his upside-down life, then this trip would be worthwhile. That guy, all the glory of the deviant society comes from him. It can be said that without him, there would be no deviant society. That person has never revealed his face. If we can see him this time, even if this mission fails, the leader and the others won't blame us. In an inverted pyramid, Asuka came to the small town outside the village. A mysterious stranger is asking the residents of this small town about interesting legends nearby. An interesting legend? We don't have that kind of legend here, but there is one strange thing. I heard that a family in a village gave birth to a monster. That person was born with white hair and couldn't see the light. It sounds very strange. Isn't that a disease? How can there be such a strange disease? Even if it is a disease, poor people like us don't have the money to treat it. I heard that the child has been locked up all the time. How pitiful. The stranger pulled down his hood and left quietly. Those people seemed not to notice his departure. Chapter 63. This is the president of the Deviant Society. To this strangely dressed stranger, these residents did not show any wariness or suspicion. They answered all questions and told us everything they knew. It's as if something has influenced their perception and made them think this is normal. The stranger's departure did not attract their attention, and they even naturally forgot about him. This strange sense of déjà vu startled the people in the live broadcast room. Could it be that they have also met such a person, to whom they unknowingly told the secrets deep in their hearts, and then, after this person disappeared, they naturally forgot everything about this person? At the thought of this possibility, everyone in the live broadcast room who had a secret in their hearts felt a chill down their spine. Everyone has their own secrets. Even if they have not done anything wrong, they don't want others to know their true thoughts. In the picture, only a back view or a vague silhouette of the mysterious stranger appears. He wears a large hooded cloak that covers his face and body. It's hard to pin down who he is. Not only were the audience curious, but Wei Tai couldn't help but hold his breath. Turn around. Look back. Why is he facing away from the camera? Wei was so anxious that he wanted to smash the computer, but Yinqing stopped him with her quick eyes and hands. Continue watching. The vision we are seeing is what Bird A sees. He will definitely come into contact with that person next. Bird A was falling behind the man not too far away. Watching the man visit every household and inquire, he finally found out about an unusual incident. According to the location told by the farmers, he took in a monster in the town. The audience can see that the reason this mysterious stranger appeared in this remote countryside was to look for these monsters, etc. If this was Asuka A's childhood experience, then it must have happened at least 10 years ago, right? Yes. Has something strange already happened at that time? Maybe. No one knows whether January 1st will be the day when the strangeness officially appears. We are just a group of ordinary people who have been kept in the dark and have no right to know anything. What's the point of knowing that? Can we defeat weird, or what? Actually, it's understandable that they didn't let us know. After all, now that I know there are weird things in the world, I can't eat or sleep well every day, fearing that I might be killed by the weird things one day. This kind of fearful life is really uncomfortable. It's different from what ordinary people focus on. What Wei Tai and Yinqing care about is this person's face. Face. Show your face. They had never been so anxious before. Even guys who had just fallen in love were not as anxious as them when facing their beloved girls. Ahem, this description seemed a bit inappropriate, but their eagerness was very unbearable, eager and anxious. Wei Tai bit his sleeve. He felt that his emotions were fluctuating too much, and the guy in his body seemed to be reviving. The same is true for Yinqing. There was no other way, so the two of them had to calm down physically and poured a basin of cold water over their heads. The weather in January is very cold, and after being treated like this, their emotions finally cooled down enough that they dared to continue watching. Asuka followed the mysterious man from a distance, until he walked into an alley. Asuka followed him, but found that the man stopped with his back to him, obviously waiting for him. A breeze blew gently. I didn't expect you to escape from there. It seems like you and it would get along well. The man turned around and said in an indescribably elegant tone and a low, magnetic voice, I am the president of the Deviants Reception Society. Are you longing for freedom? The wind gently lifted his hood and bangs, revealing his perfect jawline under the sunlight, while the upper half of his face was blocked by shadows. I still can't see his face clearly. The live broadcast room was filled with boos, and people wanted to crawl into the screen and pull the hood off. Not to mention Wei Tai and Yun Qing. They even thought that Fanio A was deliberately against them. Otherwise, why was it such a coincidence that they couldn't see this person's face? Asuka A looked at him, and the man's gentle and calm gaze fell on Asuka A. There is no discrimination, no pity, and no contempt. Asuka A smiled and said, "Yes, I long for freedom, so I want to join the deviant society. However, the bird that keeps chasing the wind will eventually stop. Only when you are strong enough can you do whatever you want. However, the deviant society is not such an easy place." Asuka A showed a wanton and uninhibited smile. He made a very cool expression when he grew up, but because of his childish face now, it was even more adorable. "I don't care. I've been locked up in that small cage for long enough. I will always pursue freedom and excitement, and it is also very interesting to be able to deal with abnormal and twisted things all the time." President, exciting? Containing weirdness is not exciting at all. It is often accompanied by death, blood, pain, horror, and distortion. Even a powerful and capable trickster may die at the hands of a weirdness. Asuka A knelt on one knee in front of the president and said, "Mr. President, Asuka A is willing to serve you." Flying bird A? I think it's nice to be a free-flying bird. Does a contractor have to use his or her real name? No, that name suits you very well. The president pulled Asuka A up and handed him a mirror. "Since you have chosen to serve me, don't dwell on it." In the mirror, there is a reflection of an exquisite and perfect face, with eyes as beautiful and clear as rubies that seem to be able to see through everything. Although those eyes do not reveal any emotions, people who see them do not feel offended at all. Everyone couldn't help but look away. That face that seemed too perfect to be real became blurred in their memories and could not be remembered. "The only thing I can remember is that pair of red eyes, clear and translucent, otherworldly, with divinity and humanity intertwined to form a unique aura that is unforgettable at first sight." Wei Tai and Yun Qing trembled violently after seeing those eyes. Wei Tai dropped the computer to the ground and gasped for breath until he could no longer see those eyes. It was clearly an illusion from the past, but why did it feel as if they were being watched by it at the moment they saw it, separated by time, space, and the screen? So scary. Is this the president of the eccentric society? The two looked at each other and saw the lingering fear in each other's eyes. Soon after the words fell, this virtual world supported by the A-grade magic weapon that turned life upside down began to crumble. Berta suddenly woke up. The next moment, the inverted pyramid emits golden light. Chapter 64. This group of people is beyond saving. The cracks on the inverted pyramid widened little by little. Finally, the inverted pyramid made a loud noise and exploded into powder. Bird A appears in the cabin. However, Berta still retains the body of a child, and he can only recover if this monster is contained. Only when Inu saw him did she feel relieved. After all, Asuka A is in this state now. It's hard to say that he's okay. Asuka A. Sorry there was an accident, but it will be solved soon. Asuka A sighed inwardly. He was indeed worthy of being the guild master. Even if he was just a phantom left over from the past, he could have such a powerful force. The guy who set up this trap was targeting him from the beginning. The first step was to use his good friend Lan Ruo and an ordinary person with a strange mark as bait to lure him into the trap. Let him accidentally get infected with that strange mark. Then he removes the strangeness infected by the girl and triggers the next trap. The conditions for activating the strange weapon were met, and he was sealed inside. The mark on his body was at least an A-level weirdness, and coupled with an A-level weird weapon, even if he was an S-level weirdness master, it would be impossible for him to escape from this double trap. Unfortunately, the person behind the scenes still missed something. That is the president of the Deviant Society. Even though he is just a phantom without any entity, he can still help Fei Niao A escape from the strange weapon. Asuka A smiled with his eyes narrowed. The president is so handsome. Fei Niao A touched his eye sockets. After coming out of the strange weapon, his vision was no longer blurry and his eyesight was restored. And the nameless bird that he had been unable to sense before was also in his mind, constantly conveying emotions of tension, anger, and grievance to him. It seems that during the time when he was disconnected from the nameless bird, it was a little frightened. A boy's voice came from outside. "Everyone's gone. I can't find the key, but I got this. Wait, I'll get you out right away." The boy stuck his head out and suddenly found that in addition to Inu, there was also a stranger he had never seen before in the wooden house. He looked at Asuka nervously and was very wary of the unidentified Asuka A who suddenly appeared in the village. Asuka A looked at the boy holding a very heavy axe with interest. It turns out that this village is not hopeless, But the little boy alone cannot fight against the entire village without external help, and it will eventually become a tragedy. Who are you? The boy asked in the common language of his country. Someone who came to rescue her. The boy didn't doubt it, and his eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Really? That's great. Thank you. The boy wanted to hand the axe to Asuka-a, but Asuka-a didn't even look at it. He just raised his hand and said a very childish call. Break it, raging wind. A strong wind blew through the cabin. The boy's eyes widened. He saw an invisible strong wind blowing, and the chains on Inu's body suddenly broke apart. The shackles that had been trapping her were finally opened. The boy couldn't help but let out a wow, and the admiration in his eyes was about to jump out. Every child has all kinds of fantasies in his or her heart, such as Superman, Ultraman, God, brave men who save the world, heroes, etc. But the boy never found a hero who could respond to him. I didn't expect to see a miracle happen today. Asuka-a blinked his right eye at him and said, Want to experience flying? The boy was also bold. He nodded without hesitation and answered expectantly, Yes. Fei Niao looked at Inu, and Inu nodded. Then, the two heard a tender cry like the cry of a fledgling bird, and then a gentle breeze lifted their bodies. At first they waved their hands a few times in confusion, but then they realized that no matter how they moved in the air they would not fall. Looking at the beautiful scenery high in the sky, the two gradually forgot their fear and happily experienced the feeling of flying for the first time. The wind seemed to understand their emotions. It took them for a circle in the air before dropping them outside the town. Lan Ruo, who had been waiting outside, saw the two people falling from the sky and knew that it was their friends who sent them out. He rescued you? Lan Ruo touched the boy's head and looked at Inu. Inu was wearing thin clothes and her thin body seemed to be shivering in the cold wind. Lan Ruo took off his coat and put it on Inu. Put it on, don't catch a cold. Thanks. Mizine pulled her clothes tightly around her body. Lan Ruo was taller than her, and the coat was very long on her, with the hem reaching past her knees. How warm. Een thought to herself, how long had it been since she felt such pure care and attention without a trace of rejection? They are all good people. The townspeople who had been swept away by the wind, after they had recovered their movements, ran back to the town cursing. They were deeply affected by the weirdness. Even after encountering something so contrary to common sense, they should have been terrified and dared not approach this place again. However, under the influence of the weirdness, they still came back. Where's that person? Wizard, what should we do now? The wizard's face was filled with resentment. He had always wanted to contact that adult. That adult had promised him that as long as he did the adult a favor, he would be able to obtain medicine that could prolong his life. The wizard had seen that adult perform incredibly magical skills, so naturally he would not doubt what that adult said. To this end, he tried his best to gain the approval of the adults, so that the adults could give him the medicine to prolong his life. If he performs well, he might even be able to learn some magical skills bestowed by the gods. Therefore, the wizard will never allow anyone to ruin his plan. Burn that monster. She is the one who brought all these disasters. The wizard shouted. Others responded angrily and mindlessly. They all picked up matches and held up torches, intending to burn the monster and the cabin together. A strong and strange aura lingered around everyone, and it was getting stronger and stronger. This means that the weirdness is deepening its influence on them. Asuka-a stood outside the cabin, watching the men raise torches and surround him. Asuka-a stretched out his hand, and a small gust of wind gathered in his hand, forming a round ball. The suction force of the wind extinguished all the torches in the hands of the group of people. This is deep in the mountains. It's better not to play with fire. Asuka-a sniffed his nose and smelled a very pungent stench. He frowned and looked at the group of people. So that's how it is. No wonder I never noticed it. This group of people is beyond saving. The original idea of beating up this group of people and sending them to the police station faded away, and Fei Niao decisively attacked them. Chapter 65 The Call of the Wind, a quick decision. Asuka-a knew that his every move was now exposed to the eyes of countless people. However, he attacked without hesitation. A group of ordinary people who were not yet a big deal were suppressed by the strong wind and could not even move. In the live broadcast room. Why did he attack those people? These people are so hateful and they want to burn others to death. Do we have to stand still and let them burn us? After all, they are all foreign residents. Even if they have committed a serious crime, they should be dealt with by their own authorities, rather than relying on their own power to impose penalties privately. I originally thought what the above person said made sense, but when I looked at the IP address and nationality, wow, isn't your country the one that loves to stir up trouble and provoke war? Their double standards haven't been a one-day thing. They can do it, but others can't. Obviously, the popularity of this live broadcast room has skyrocketed without being restricted by white leftists or external forces. Not only local people have seen it, but people from other countries have also flocked in. Of course, these remarks in the live broadcast room obviously could not affect Fei Niao's decision. The strong wind revealed its ruthless side. The gentle breeze before now cut those people like a knife. One of the townspeople finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his body was torn in half by the wind blades. This overly bloody and cruel scene made some people in the live broadcast room uncomfortable, and they began to curse Fei Niao for being inhumane. However, the next moment, a strange and twisted humanoid creature emerged from the body as if shedding its skin. It has the face of a townsperson, but its facial features are too distorted. Its right eye and left eye are asymmetrical, one above and the other below. Its nose is crooked and its mouth is too swollen. The whole person looks like a model that has melted halfway and then solidified again, and looks very unsightly. The barrage of comments suddenly stopped at this moment. The original dense condemnation, insults, quarrels, and defense disappeared. Perhaps the weird appearance was too challenging to human aesthetics, or perhaps they realized that these townspeople had long been parasitized by the weirdness, and their previous accusations made them seem like clowns. After being slapped in the face, they finally learned to remain silent. For a long time, I apologized to this trickster. We were ignorant and arrogant to dictate to someone who specializes in dealing with these monsters in an area we don't understand. Feel sorry. For a while, many people in the live broadcast room began to post various apology comments. Only a few people refused to apologize due to face. They just peeked at the screen silently and stopped speaking. The wind blade scraped across its body again, cutting it into countless pieces. But it did not die. These countless pieces of flesh grew dense blood-colored threads, connecting them together and then solidifying them again. Ugh. Everyone continue. I'm going to go vomit for a while. This weird thing looks really disgusting. It goes really well with rice. You are really against the will of heaven upstairs. Countless strange bodies were destroyed and emerged from the bodies of the townspeople. It turns out that these townspeople have been parasitized by a strange parasite without knowing it. Perhaps Inu was not the only one with abnormalities. The townspeople in the town had been parasitized long before Inu appeared. The weirdness in their bodies has already hatched and drilled into them, just like a parasite controlling those insects. The townspeople are still alive on the surface, but in fact their every move is controlled by the weirdness in their bodies. This is why the town is filled with a strange atmosphere. Really? You actually tricked me. These weirdnesses are the final version of the parasitic weirdness behind Inu. If the monster behind Inu could grow up, it would drill into Inu's body and parasitize under her shell. On the surface, Inu would still be an ordinary person. Even hidden by the shell and the strange atmosphere that permeated the town, he looked no different from an ordinary person. They still have their previous memories and thoughts, and their behavior and actions are almost the same as before. If the person who came here was an A-level or even lower spellsmith, he would probably be in trouble even without the spell weapon, and might even be killed here. Fortunately, it was Asuka A who came. The phantom of the president in Asuka A's memory shattered all the conspirators' schemes. Quick and decisive, nameless bird. Chirp. The nameless bird in his mind made a sound to respond to him. Just like what the president said when they first met, Bird A and Nameless Bird got along very well. They get along very well with each other, and their bond is deeper than that of other contractors. Ding. Asuka A's character completion increased by 12. The degree of perfection has reached 26. Unlock special ability, Call of the Wind, perfect. No matter where you are, the breeze will bring you a distant call, and you can listen to the message carried by the wind. Even if you are thousands of miles apart, you can still hear it calling your name. This moment, words from all directions poured into Fei Niao A's brain from the wind. There were countless noisy sounds of people whispering, communicating, arguing, screaming, etc. His brain began to throb. This is no easier than accepting the malice absorbed by white leftists. The overwhelming amount of information and the noisy sounds were about to burst Fei Niao A's brain. Fortunately, Bird A's ability to control the wind has become an instinct. He subconsciously slowed down the speed of the wind and filtered out some useless information. Only then did he gradually adapt to the huge amount of information flow and did not show any expression that was inconsistent with Fei Niao A's personality. Next second, a strong wind suddenly arose. The nameless bird finally unfolded its mysterious territory. An S-level, aggressive monster. The monster domain it unfolds looks more powerful than the monster domain of Baizhua, which is good at mental attacks. A completely different world emerges. Pale, ragged, black earth and a gray sky. Countless white feathers fell from the sky. A white bird with broken wings soared in the sky. It spread out countless pairs of wings, which were crowded together. Each one was underdeveloped, some were twisted, and some were broken at the root. It neighed, flying in the center of a huge wind. The tornado covered the sky and earth like a terrifying pillar that penetrated the sky and earth, wreaking havoc and destroying everything here. Anyone who dares to step into the strange domain will probably be turned into mud by the ubiquitous wind blades in the first place. The strange domain took control of this place in almost a breath. The monster was forced to reveal its true face. A tiny mysterious area that was large enough to cover the entire town appeared above the town. The collision of the two strange domains was like two eggs hitting each other. Unfortunately, one was a raw egg and the other was an iron egg made of steel. Almost as soon as it appeared, this strange and bizarre domain was shattered by the bizarre domain of the nameless bird. Chapter 66. Glimpse of the president's tip of the iceberg. The entire town was razed to the ground by the wind blade. And the monster that had been hiding, finally appeared in front of people. It doesn't look as scary as other weird creatures. On the contrary, it looks cute. Wearing a blue princess dress, it looks like an exquisite doll. It held an hourglass in its hand and looked at Bird A with horror on its face. It was surrounded by the wind and had nowhere to escape. It just waited for Fei Niao A to give the order, and the wind blades would pounce on it and tear it into rags. Asuka A felt the strength of the strange aura on it, and it turned out to be a monster that could rival an A-level monster contractor with a blood-clothed level. The blood robe level weirdness can already unfold the complete weird domain. Your ability is very special. Although it has no offensive power, it can make a person go back in time and turn him into a child. The hourglass in the strange hand turned over, and the sand began to leak out again. Asuka A felt a pulling force acting on his body. The body's time goes backwards. If it is hit this time, Bird A will directly become an embryo. Asuka A clasped his hands together, cracked his knuckles, and revealed a wild smile. Well, get ready. It's going to hurt a little bit. As the bird threw a punch, the strange doll flew into the sky and was hit by countless tornadoes, enjoying the wonderful experience of a 360-degree rotation in the air. The nameless bird flew beside him, cheering him on. Bird A was lifted up by the wind and stepped on it from the sky. It landed with a bang, and the ground cracked inch by inch. The strange doll was in tatters and covered with bruises. One of its eyes was swollen and one of its hands was twisted and broken, but the other hand was stubbornly holding the hourglass and refused to let go. As a blood cloak, it can brag about it for the rest of its life for being able to successfully launch a sneak attack on an S-level contract master. The nameless bird couldn't stand the pig's unafraid look and was about to teach it a lesson by swallowing it whole. Bird A stopped the nameless bird. I still want to take it in. After saying that, he took out a strange cage and put the monster in it. A strong wind blew, and Bird A disappeared, along with Lan Rua and Yin Nu. The live broadcast ends. Countless people are discussing the content of the live broadcast fiercely. Unfortunately, live broadcasts cannot be recorded, and they seem to have been affected by something, unable to leave any videos or photos. But the content of the live broadcast was still spread by these viewers. Topics about the Pact Master, the Order of the Deviant, and other strange things have once again reached a new high. It even led to the development of a new theory, the science of the weird. Some people analyze the truth behind this live broadcast bit by bit. I was dragged by a friend to watch this live broadcast. At first, I thought it was a prank or a script written by the anchor, a joke to attract attention. But as I continued to watch, I realized it wasn't that simple. I've also read those comments and seen that many people are very repulsive to the contract master, even disgusted. I can only say that I feel chilled. Let's not talk about whether he is actually controlled by the weird and sold his soul to the weird. They are containing the weird and saving this world that has been invaded by the weird. What they are doing now is right and deserves praise and praise. I also saw some people discussing conspiracy theories. Why haven't we heard of the existence of the contractor for so long? Why are there still so many people dying at the hands of the strange? I find this ridiculous. No matter how powerful a contractor possesses, they are still human. As long as they are human, it's impossible for them to save everyone. People die every moment in this world. They are the tillers hidden in the darkness, the fire gatherers in the darkness, the light that illuminates the darkness. They hide their glory behind others, which is the result of their disregard for fame and fortune. If it weren't for them, the number of people who died at the hands of the weird might be far more than what we have now. I admire them very much. If I had power like them, it would be hard for me not to show it off. I might become complacent and arrogant, and use this power to benefit myself. As for fighting against the weird, such a dangerous thing, I would probably avoid it. After all, as long as I can protect myself, I don't care about the lives of others. Finally, please be clear-headed. This live broadcast has exposed the Pact Masters who were hiding in the shadows, causing them to face resistance. Who orchestrated all this? Don't let them use you as pawns. This person hid his ID, and all we know is that he is from Xia country. This man's words were like a wake-up call. It gave many emotional people a wake-up call. Many people calmed down and carefully recalled everything that happened during the live broadcast. If you think about it carefully, there are indeed many strange things in the live broadcast. Some people even guessed that this small town and the strange things and strange weapons inside were all a trap set against the deviant society. If the person who came was not an S-level contract master, he might be killed directly. After all, even an S-level contract master could fall into the trap. If someone who is not as strong were to replace us, it would basically be a dead end. Did you see the president's face? The president of the deviant society? I don't know why, but I can't remember him. I only remember those red eyes, as bright and dazzling as a god. I just remember those eyes. Many people who watched the live broadcast came forward to say that they only remembered the eyes. If a few people forget, it may be because they have poor memory, but if so many people can't remember, it means that something is interfering with their memory. Everyone was shocked, and they had caught a glimpse of the president's powerful strength. They laughed it off, tacitly avoiding the topic and not continuing the conversation. Igwe Company. Many employees also watched the live broadcast. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and Deng Xiaorui, who was in charge of both logistics and personnel, was even more shocked. Deng Xiaorui wrote the 3 words Fei Niao on a piece of white paper. I've seen this name before. The others looked up and said, Bird? Strange, I've definitely seen it somewhere. Oh right, didn't this name also appear in the dungeon we conquered last time? The others immediately understood, but then became confused. Why did they only remember it now? Obviously, a code name like Asuka A is very representative, and it is difficult to forget once you have seen it. My memory is so bad that I would have forgotten it if you hadn't mentioned it. Me too. I just remembered. No, is there a possibility that our memory has also been affected? Seeing that everyone's thoughts were getting more and more crooked, Deng Xiaorui was anxious. She stood up and said, No, I saw it in the company's employee files. She dug out a stack of documents from the drawer. Chapter 67. Construction of the headquarters building completed. Find the information of the executive department from inside. In addition to Su Zhou, the earliest registered C-level member of the executive department, there is also Bai Zhua, an S-level member. The one on the top was the most recently registered one, and it only said executive department, S-level member, Asuka. Just a few words revealed his identity. Deng Xiaorui is suffering from dementia. It really is Asuka. Deng Xiaorui held her face and screamed silently. Why would Fei Niao be an employee of Igwe Company? Wait. It is known that the executive department is composed of people from the headquarters, and it is also known that Asuka is a powerful S-level contract master, belonging to a mysterious containment organization called the Deviant Society. Therefore, it can be concluded that the legendary headquarters of Igwe Company, which is only heard of but not seen, is the Igwe Society. It's right. Everything is right. Deng Xiaorui started brainstorming at this moment, and I seemed to gradually understand everything. Other employees came over to watch. When they saw the name on the employee file at the top, they also went through a brainstorming session like Deng Xiaorui. From shock to confusion, to finally understanding everything. The employees looked stunned and said in disbelief, Is our company really that awesome? It was only at this moment that they remembered the employee contract that seemed unreasonable no matter how they looked at it. At this moment, they suddenly understood the originally unreasonable regulations. No wonder the people in the executive department have such good benefits. No wonder they seem so secretive and don't do much in the company. So, Manager Ji, Mr. Bai, and Xiao Zhou are indeed on the list of those who need to conquer the dungeon. After remembering everything, these employees were extremely excited because that was a legendary organization. Although they are not employees of the society, they are employees of its affiliated companies. There is no difference. One is the headquarters, and the other is a branch. It turned out that the master of tricks was so close to them. Deng Xiaorui thought about her usual interactions with Bai Zhua and others, and couldn't help but cover her face. Fortunately, she was usually very conscientious and responsible for this high-paying job. I didn't ignore Su Zhou just because he was too introverted. Assistant Gu Yi, on the other hand, pushed his glasses and said, I see. Has it blurred my memory and cognition? No wonder I never noticed it. After he finished speaking, he calmly returned to his workstation and continued with his work. His calm demeanor really attracted the attention of others. As expected of Gu Yi's assistant, he possesses a calmness that ordinary people cannot possess. Originally, all employees in the company had some complaints about the executive department set up by the company. After all, they didn't see the people in the executive department working. Instead, they only saw them idling around in the company, like rich second generations who had connections and came to play in the company. At most, I will write some written reports. Some people just put their name on the list and never show up. Naturally, they would be dissatisfied if they didn't know the inside story. Now, after knowing everything, their attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. There are no complaints about the high welfare of the executive department. That's what others deserve. Everyone returned to their workstations and continued to work with secret joy in their hearts. Unfortunately, no matter how excited they were and how much they wanted to tell everyone about it, the terms in the contract made them keep silent. Before, they treated the terms in the contract as a joke. Now they know they are the joke. They didn't know how powerful the Heretic Society was, but they knew that if they dared to violate the contract, their memories might really be erased. But no one was afraid or backed down, and no one resigned. Anyone with a decent brain would know that in this era of strange invasions, staying in a company that can handle strange things is several times safer than staying anywhere else. Not to mention that this company has very good treatment. If this news gets out to foreign countries, I guess a lot of people will try their best to get in, and some will even be willing to pay to work for it. Shin Yu watched the psychological activities of the employees in the company with great interest. Occasionally, some of them would be too imaginative, which made him laugh out loud. He didn't expect that there was such a genius in his company, who had the potential to be a comedian. It's a waste of talent to come here to work. You will definitely become famous if you become a comedian. After reading it, Shin Yu happily clicked on the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the blood clothes level weirdness, Hourglass Doll. Construction points plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the wandering soul level weirdness, human face tumor, construction points plus 1,000. You have publicized the existence of the Deviant Order, construction point plus 67,892. This live broadcast brought him nearly 70,000 construction points, plus the reward from sheltering the bloodstained clothes. He became rich instantly. Now his build points are 228860. Shin Yu called out the system. System, establish headquarters. Should we deduct 100,000 construction points to build the headquarters building? Yes. You have consumed 100,000 construction points. The headquarters building has begun to be built. Please select the location for the headquarters building. 1. On the mountainside outside Yeyang City. 2nd, a random location in the Strange World. 3. A random location in the Source World. There are 3 options, and Yeyang City is excluded first. Shin Yu established a subsidiary company in Yeyang City, and it would be duplication to build the headquarters here. As for the Strange World and the Source World, these 2 places are quite interesting. System, what are the Strange World and the Source World? The Weird World is the birthplace of horror games. It contains countless small and large worlds, inhabited by countless weird things. The Source World is a space opened up in the cracks of the world. It connects the various universes and countless other spaces. Only civilizations with powerful strength and supreme technology are qualified to enter. Both sound interesting. Shin Yu is having difficulty making a decision. He wants both. Can the headquarters building be moved after it is built? After the host upgrades the headquarters building, the corresponding permissions can be unlocked. Then there's no problem. Choose the Source World first. Should we build a headquarters building in the Source World? Once it is built, it cannot be changed within a short period of time. Okay. The headquarters building has begun to be built. Address: Origin World Center, Dongzhou Continent, Baipan Plain. Construction of the headquarters building has begun. Countdown, 10 minutes. 10 minutes pass quickly. A towering, magnificent building, with a touch of futuristic technology and combined with fantasy elements, stands on the plain. Shin Yu pointed at the building. Deviants Reception Society Headquarters. Level, LV1. Building attributes: solid, magic resistance, defense. Owner: Shin Yu. Executive Department, for people. Research Department, 1 person. Ministry of Energy, 1 person. Supervision Department, 1 person. Sales Department, 1 person. Transportation Department, 0 people. Security Department, 0 people. There is also a transmit button at the bottom. Shin Yu pressed it. The next moment, he disappeared from the ward. Chapter 68. Huge and complex technology tree. Wait until it appears again. Shin Yu came to a spacious and magnificent control hall filled with high-tech facilities. Welcome, President. The mechanical voice of the system sounded, and this time, its name was changed. It seems to indicate that Shen Yu's authority has been enhanced. Shen Yu sat at the main control console, where there were several large screens displaying various data of the deviant society. Shen Yu touched the screen with his hand, and a transparent floating box suddenly popped up. "Hello, President. Is the abnormal containment system at your service?" Shen Yu asked, "Didn't they say that once the headquarters building is built, we can permanently contain the weird things? Do you want to open the abnormal containment center? Once opened, you can permanently contain the weird and gain all the abilities of containing weird." Open. The abnormal shelter was successfully opened. On the screen, an icon lit up white. Shen Yu touched it, and the icon expanded into an interface, which showed the newly opened abnormal shelter. There were countless rooms with different environments and air pressures. The number of grids below showed 100 grids, and each grid had 10 such rooms. These rooms are used to house and imprison weird things. If the number of weird things contained exceeds the number of rooms, you will need to spend construction points to unlock other rooms. That's enough for now. Shen Yu directly controlled Bird A to collect all the strange cages, and then teleported Bird A to the headquarters building. The moment Asuka A stepped into the headquarters building, the system even made an automatic voice announcement. "Welcome S-Rank Contract Master, Asuka A back to the headquarters." "It looks pretty decent." Fei Niao A lifted her hair, waved towards Shen Yu who was sitting in the control chair, and sent a fierce look without forgetting her character. "Good evening, President." Shen Yu couldn't help laughing. Ta. When there are other people around, he is immersed in the interpretation of the role and doesn't think there is anything wrong. Now that he is alone, it feels like Asuka A is really sexy when doing this action. Forget it, as long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. As long as he is thick-skinned, it is others who are digging their toes into the ground. Shen Yu had enough fun, so he asked Fei Niao A to take the strange cage to the abnormal shelter. The 7 captured monsters were imprisoned in corresponding rooms one by one. Although the twin babies are 2 strange creatures, they are born and accompany each other, and when they work together, their power is even greater, so they are imprisoned in the same room. You have taken in the wandering spirit parasitic maggot, gaining all of its abilities. You took in the green-faced twins and gained all of their strange abilities. You have contained the evil curse, Yamaluo, and gained all of its strange abilities. You have taken in the vengeful spirit, the pig-headed man, and gained all of its abilities. You have taken in the wandering spirit, the human-faced tumor, and gained all of its abilities. You have taken in the blood-cloaked hourglass doll and gained all of its abilities. All the strange powers that were contained poured into Shen Yu's body. At this moment, Shen Yu's physical strength, power, mental strength, etc. have all increased significantly. It became easy for him to control the characters, even 3, for even 5 of them were no problem. Ding! Daily drop of strange crystals +7. When Shen Yu heard the system prompt, he immediately opened the system warehouse to check the dropped items. Weird crystals. There is a chance that a monster will drop after being contained. The more powerful the monster, the more energy the crystals will contain, and they can be used as clean, high-purity energy. This unclean energy is coming. Shen Yu took out 7 strange crystals and placed them on the table one by one. They have irregular black crystal shapes. Shen Yu can see that the more powerful the weird creature is, the richer the energy in the dropped weird crystals. However, looking at these crystals, Shen Yu was in a dilemma. If I sell them like this, I won't be able to sell them, right? In a sense, strange energy is indeed a new type of pollution-free high-energy energy, but it is not easy to extract and utilize it. Is there any technology in the orbital order that could bring out their value? The system quickly replied, "You can unlock the technology tree in the research department. There are many corresponding equipment that consume energy to produce items." Shen Yu clicked on the technology tree of the research department. Above it is a huge technology tree that unfolds like a tree diagram. From bottom to top, the technological content will increase dramatically with each level you climb. There is no end to this level at a glance. Shen Yu does not need to spend time researching technology. He only needs to consume construction points to unlock the corresponding technology. After that, he only needs to let scientific researchers produce finished products according to the drawings and data. Shen Yu also saw another piece of technology, which was a strange cage. As long as this technology is turned on, the research department can directly produce strange cages without having to go to the mall to spend construction points to purchase them. It only costs 100 construction points to activate this technology. Although it is 20 times more expensive than a single weird cage, it is still very profitable in the long run. After all, this thing is a necessity for containing weird things. Shen Yu lit it up directly. What other technologies are needed right now? Shinyu pulled the technology tree. The technology here was diverse and complicated, divided into many categories, including life, entertainment, weapons, time and space, biology, medical, and so on. To light up all of them, it would cost countless build points. Shinyu currently does not have many construction points, so he can only use them sparingly. He opened the lowest level technology, checked it carefully, and eliminated some fancy and expensive technologies. First, light up a small part of the technology that can keep the deviant society running. First of all, the weapons, special bullets, and firearms technology need to be turned on. Otherwise, when Jiwoo's bullets run out, he won't be able to get any more. Build points, 5,000. Light Blade, a weapon powered by special energy that can cause damage to weirdness. Build point, 7,000. Then there are the medical categories. Lighting up the medical cabin can cure most diseases and injuries, except for severed limbs, which cannot be regenerated. The injured can recover by returning to the medical cabin and lying down for a few days. Build points, 10,000. Then there is the space-time category. Shinyu was quite envious of the technology in this category because it involved space and time and had a high technological content. There are all kinds of advanced technologies such as disk-point teleportation devices, 24-hour netherworld subways, time-space trains, space blockers, time-space retracing, space teleportation, time stop, space compression, space storage devices, etc. Unfortunately, it's just one word: expensive. Death is expensive. Even the cheapest one requires 1 million build points to unlock. Shinyu silently read it several times and finally exited this category reluctantly. He clicked on several life and entertainment technologies, consuming 6,549 construction points. Chapter 69 SSS level character card, Thunder God. Finally, biology. Shinyu took a liking to one of the technologies at first sight. This technology is the production and installation of prosthetic limbs. Its detailed introduction is as follows. It is tailor-made for people who are missing limbs, without any rejection, side effects, or sequelae, and can generate prosthetic limbs including, but not limited to the 5 limbs, 5 senses, and internal organs. This technology requires 50,000 construction points to activate, but Shinyu did not hesitate at all. The main reason is that its effect is too amazing. Although prosthetic limbs are artificial limbs, with Blue Star's technology, they are generally made of materials such as aluminum plates, wood, leather, plastic, and some are made of titanium alloys and carbon fiber. But the technology of the Outlaws is different. It uses pure biotechnology, which means that the newly installed prosthesis is no different from the part you originally lost, and is made of flesh and blood. There is no need to worry about becoming half human, half machine after the replacement, nor do you need to worry about rejection or side effects. Apart from one thing, which is that if the damage is to the brain, it cannot be saved. This technology is a great blessing for mankind. It is also the best benefit that the Igwe Society gives to the contract masters and employees. Clicked. After the technology is unlocked, Shinyu assigned the only scientific researcher to the research department and asked him to operate the equipment to start producing the corresponding items. As for the relevant materials, let the unlocked life robots go outside to collect them. The headquarters building occupies an entire plain, and behind the plain are endless mountains. Just detecting the nearby resources is enough for Shinyu to use for a long time. Shinyu first asked the researchers to urgently produce a batch of robots. Then send robots to collect various resources and synthesize them. Soon, all kinds of items were entering the production line. All the machines are automated, and the production speed is enough to make all the factories on the blue planet envious. Tens of thousands of items can be produced in almost an hour. If it didn't take time to collect materials, it would probably be even faster. Shinyu also asked the researchers to produce several large trucks to transport these products. This type of technology is included in the lifestyle category and is surprisingly cheap, perhaps because it doesn't have much technological content. Many different models of cars in the vehicle category cost less than a few hundred construction points when packaged together. Robots pack these items into boxes and load them onto trucks. At this time, it was obvious that there were too few people in the club, not even anyone driving. Shinyu thought of a solution, which was to directly transport the truck to the downstairs of Igwe Company. As for whether it will be seen by others, the White Left's mind manipulation is not easy to use. There are too few people at headquarters. We have exactly 50,000 construction points left. I'll keep 20,000 as a backup and use the rest to draw character cards. Shinyu immediately launched 30 consecutive slaps. Ding. Consume 30,000 build points to draw a character card. Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning 6 E-level employee cards. Talents. cleaning, logistics, clerk, and maintenance. Ding. Congratulations on winning 7D level employee cards. Talents, eloquence, sales, and cooking. Ding. Congratulations. You've won 5C level employees. Talents, management, logistics, assistant. Ding. Congratulations on winning 5B level employee cards. Talents, business, management, and finance. Ding. Congratulations on winning 4A level employee cards. Talents, medicine, transportation, force, and strategy. Ding. Congratulations on winning the A-level character card, Jiayu. Ding. Congratulations on winning the B-rank character card, Taoist Priest. Ding. Congratulations on winning the SSS level character card, Fuzhong. Xinyu. At the beginning, Xinyu's face became darker and darker. The cards he drew were not good. There were too many junk employee cards. However, he mainly wanted to fill the Yigihui, so he didn't care too much. The main reason was that he got an S level by Zhua in the first single draw, and an S level Fei Niao A in the next 5 consecutive draws, which made Xinyu think that high-level character cards were easy to draw. As a result, these 30 consecutive draws made him realize directly that he was lucky enough to draw an S-level character card in the last 5 consecutive draws. Normally, you will get a character card after 10 consecutive draws. As for the level of the character card, it should appear randomly. The higher the level, the lower the chance of getting it. So, in his first 20 draws, he got an A-level character card and a B-level character card. Unexpectedly, luck is indeed conserved. The last 10 consecutive draws allowed him to draw a mythical level item. Theoretically, an SSS level character card should be the highest, right? Xinyu didn't look at the other cards, and first clicked on this card that was shining with colorful and dazzling light. The entire card is extremely gorgeous, with luxurious borders of gold mixed with light blue and light purple, and thunder and lightning everywhere in the picture, guarding the man standing on the edge of the cliff in the center of the picture, looking down at all living beings. An invisible sense of oppression, transmitted through those cold and violent eyes with electric sparks dancing in them, gives people an indescribable deterrent effect. At first glance, what you notice is not his handsome face, but his domineering and powerful aura, like the god of thunder descending to earth. Xinyu was very satisfied. He could tell at first glance that this man was ridiculously strong, so he asked him to take a look at the man's character details. Role, Fuzhong. Level, SSS. Identity, Executive Officer, one of the 3 major executive officers. Personality, overbearing and forceful, quick to attack, hot-tempered but righteous, likes to be straightforward and dislikes schemes and intrigues, and hates those who use tricks the most. Abilities, combat, perfect, cold weapon mastery, perfect, hot weapon mastery, perfect, to be unlocked. Special ability, thunderous power, perfect, able to generate electricity, control all natural and unnatural electricity, and control thunderstorms. To be unlocked. Weapon, to be unlocked. The contract is strange. Thunder God. The concept is strange. He can control all lightning, and if he gets serious, he can easily destroy the world. It is invisible and formless, yet tangible and visible. Only those with a straightforward character can wield it and condense the incarnation of the Thunder Lord. Related people, 10. Character completion, 0. Do you want to use it immediately? Just a few lines of introduction, but it reflects the power of this card everywhere. Xinyu took a deep breath, and then he was very happy. These 30 consecutive draws were worth it. Not to mention drawing out a B-level and an A-level character card. Even if you draw out 2 E-level character cards, as long as this card is there, the 30 consecutive draws will not be wrong. It's so damn worth it. Xinyu couldn't wait to say, use it. The violent thunder exploded suddenly with tremendous force. The entire hall was suddenly filled with white and purple electric light. The tyranny and violence of thunder and lightning that could kill millions of people made Xinyu unable to control his emotions for a moment. Chapter 70. Hey, this is the capitalist. Hiss. Fuzhong clenched his fists, feeling the crackling sound of lightning flashing on his body. He consciously controlled the free electricity, and after accepting the violent emotions, his proficiency in controlling lightning had reached perfection. That's great. Now we have a strong fighting force to guard the headquarters. A strong enough pillar that can instantly reverse any unfavorable situation is the best appearance of an organization. With him around, no one can doubt that the Yigihui will be a powerful organization. Fuzhong folded his arms, assuming the condescending and arrogant posture on the card. He was 1.85 meters tall, but his aura was 2.8 meters. It's rare to have such abundant mental strength that I don't feel tired or have a headache when controlling the character. Xinyu plays Fuzhong and inspects the headquarters. On the way, the employees he met all bowed to him and respectfully called out, "Master Fu Zhang." Xinyu nodded in a serious manner and waved his hand for them to go to work. When he turned around and left, he could still hear the employees whispering behind him. Master Fu Zhang has a very strong aura. Yes, I dare not even raise my head in front of Master Fu Zhang. As one of the 3 executive officers, the only 3 pillars of the executive department, it's normal for him to have such momentum. You're new here, right? Master Fu Zhang is very easy to get along with. As long as you don't get into trouble or have any bad intentions, Master Fu Zhang is considered a relatively easygoing master of the contract. However, please be respectful to Master Fu Zhang. Due to the strange influence of the contract, Master Fu Zhang has an unexpectedly short temper. When he starts to fight, no one can stop him except the president. Yes, how dare I disrespect Master Fu Zhang? It's not like I'm tired of living. Even though he had walked a long way, his sensitive hearing could still pick up the voices of his subordinates talking behind his back. Fu Zhang did not return to teach those employees a lesson. It is extremely disrespectful to talk about a master of tricks behind his back. If they meet a master of tricks who is paranoid and calculative, they will probably suffer. Xinyu played for a while and walked around the headquarters building before he remembered that it was almost time for the nurse to make rounds. Several large trucks were already loaded with goods and parked at the entrance of the headquarters, awaiting the next step. Some items take longer to produce, requiring an entire night to produce enough. Xinyu didn't stay for long. He returned to the hospital ward from the headquarters with a thought. I just managed to lie back on the bed before the nurse came in to check on me. The nurse came in and checked Xinyu's body and said happily, "Your body has recovered well. You will be discharged after a while. However, you will still need to recuperate for a period of time after discharge. This is your medicine for tonight. Take it before going to bed." Xinyu obediently took the package, which contained a few pills. The nurse poured him some hot water and placed it on the bedside table before leaving to check on the patient in the next ward. Xinyu took the cup and swallowed all the pills with hot water. With his current physical condition, he could metabolize the medicine quickly and just treat it as a candy. After taking the medicine, Xinyu called out the system. A miniature 3D model of the headquarters building appeared before his eyes, and he could clearly see the employees inside busy at work. Xinyu saw a red exclamation mark above the researcher's head and nodded. A message popped up. For some reason, there's a lot more work today. I'll have to work overtime tonight to finish it. Xinyu felt a little guilty. Of course, there was only one researcher in the entire Igue society, and all the production work had to be done by him. Although those production lines have been automated, people are still needed to operate the machines. Xinyu felt guilty, but he arranged for the researchers to produce a few more large trucks. Hey, this is a capitalist. Others said, there are so few people in the Deviant Party today. I heard that most of them went on business trips out of town. Those troublesome contract masters are not here anymore. I can finally relax for a few days. The memories and personalities of these employees were all set by Xinyu. He deliberately left some parts vague to make it easier to fill them in later. These employees knew the nature of the organization and regarded any problems with their memory as the organization's efforts to keep certain information confidential. So no one had any doubts about the current situation, and everyone was doing their job diligently and responsibly. Xinyu took a few glances and found that there was no problem with the operation of the headquarters of the Yigihui, so he did not continue to observe. He continued to search for abnormal events on the internet and asked Fei Miao A and others to contain them later. It was not until the middle of the night that he turned off the bedside lamp and lay down to rest. The next day, Igue Company. All employees are busy setting up the company. A conspicuous red banner was hung above the gate, which read, "Welcome the leaders of headquarters to visit and guide us." There were 6 flower baskets at the door and a brand new red carpet on the ground. They did all this because Jiwu mentioned something to them during the morning meeting. Headquarters will send someone to Igue Company this afternoon. As an assistant, Gu Yi immediately proposed a welcoming plan. Then we also need to prepare to welcome them. Banners, flower baskets, fruits and vegetables for the reception, etc. All of these need to be purchased. Yang Su and Deng Xiaorui from the logistics department nodded and wrote down the items that needed to be purchased. Ji Wu was overwhelmed after hearing this. It doesn't need to be so grand, right? Gu Yi pushed his glasses and ignored Ji Wu's unprofessional answer. Ji Wu behaves like a novice in management. He looks like the kind of young man who was parachuted in with no knowledge and sent to a small company to gain experience. Gu Yi had always had some suspicions, but he did not delve into it. For him, as long as he completed his own work, he did not want to ask about other matters. Later, I learned that there was a mysterious shelter organization behind this person, and all my doubts were answered. Ji Woo is just a supervisor, responsible only for handling matters related to the contract master. The job of managing a company is really too much for him. Fortunately, Igaway Company has few employees and has not yet officially started operations. Otherwise, Ji Woo would be able to bring the company down in minutes. Gu-e. We need to let headquarters see our company's new look and new atmosphere, so that they can invest their confidence and expectations in our company's future. Very official language. Seeing the anticipation on the faces of these employees, Ji Woo did not think that organizing this welcome ceremony was troublesome at all. Instead, he consciously took on the work that he could do. They were happily discussing how to welcome the people from headquarters. There was no choice, but Ji Woo nodded and agreed. Then, all employees of the company were busy preparing for the welcoming ceremony. We paid extra to have the flower baskets and banners made quickly and had them delivered quickly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the people from headquarters to arrive. Chapter 71. Open and Covert Ridicule. Someone from headquarters. Suzhou was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Do you need my help moving this? What am I going to do? He followed the employees, trying to find a job. However, those people all waved their hands, stuffed some snacks and drinks into his arms, and asked him to sit aside. Next to him, Baizhuo was sitting with his legs crossed, in a very unruly posture. He has been in an unusually happy mood these past few days. Unlike before, he was not seen out doing things all day long. It was rare for him to stay in the company quietly. It's rare that he is not willful and is quite responsible in doing his tasks. During this period, Suzhou received guidance from Baizhuo, and his control over the weirdness was further strengthened. Even Ji Woo felt that the white left had finally changed its nature. Brother Bai, will the president come this time? Who will be coming from headquarters? What do I need to call you? Senior. Suzhou was much more reserved. His impression of the headquarters was still a dim room with simple furnishings, where the hand was imprisoned. He signed a contract here and became a trickster. Then he was teleported out. I never visited other parts of the headquarters from the beginning to the end, and the only ghost masters I came into contact with were white leftists. This is also the reason why Suzhou is not very confident. He always thinks that he can become a ghost master because of white leftists. With his talent, he was not qualified to be a master of tricks. The white leftist, wearing white headphones and listening to music, nonchalantly replied, Why call me senior? There aren't so many rules. Suzhou laughed and touched the back of his head helplessly. Ji Woo had been giving him many warnings during this period of time, so no matter how stupid he was, he knew what Brother Bai's personality was like. In front of Brother Bai, I'm afraid you don't care about any rules, right? But Brother Bai can be so willful because of his character and his strong strength, and he has the qualifications to be willful. Suzhou is just a newcomer, so he'd better behave himself when facing the ghost master from the headquarters. But he asked the wrong person. Brother Bai, is the president really coming? What does he look like? Supervisor Ji said that the president is a very special person. White left? You haven't met him yet, have you? When you meet him, you'll know who the president is. Suzhou was confused. What did this mean? Does it mean that the president is very outstanding in appearance, or that the president is very special? Ji Woo received a call. He hurried out of the office and said, Someone's coming from headquarters. All employees immediately put down their work and went to the door to greet them. Suzhou and Baizhuo followed behind. Where's Senior Fei Niaoe? Who knows? Maybe he got caught in a bird trap. Fei Niaoe was careless last time and was plotted against. After he came back, he was ridiculed by the white left. The atmosphere between the two was very dangerous, and they almost fought on the spot. Suzhou was caught between the two sides, not knowing whether to persuade or not, and was getting anxious and angry. Only the experienced Ji Woo stood by and told him not to be anxious, as there would be no fight. In the end, as expected, the two did not fight. Suzhou curiously asked why they didn't fight. Ji Woo gave an enigmatic answer. They will fight one day, but not now. Suzhou didn't ask any further questions. The atmosphere between the two has not been friendly so far, and they have made sarcastic remarks to each other several times. Suzhou didn't dare to get involved. So when faced with the implicit sarcasm in the white left's words, Suzhou pretended not to hear it and looked up at the ceiling. This ceiling is really nice. Everyone came to the door. Everyone couldn't help but look up to see if anyone from headquarters had arrived. After waiting for a while, no one came up. Gu-e asked Ji Woo, Manager Ji, did the headquarters tell you where they are? Ji Woo took a look at the message and said, They said they were downstairs. Downstairs? Then we should be at the door by time. Gu-e thought for a while. Could it be that they are still downstairs and haven't come up yet? Ji Woo thought for a moment and said, Oh right, they said they would bring some products with them, so there must be a lot of them. I might not know where to put them for a while. After all, Igwe Company rented a commercial building which was full of offices. Previously, it sold non-physical commodities such as software, so there was not enough space to store the products. Jiwoo took his men downstairs. There were already several large trucks parked downstairs, with a diamond-shaped logo of the Infinite Snake printed on them. It represents the Society for the Containment of Deviant. The staff uniforms in the headquarters, the building, and various items produced by the Society all bear this logo. Several employees from the headquarters had already gotten off the bus and were discussing how to move the goods down. After seeing Jiwoo, the leading manager greeted him. Supervisor Ji, good afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. You brought the things all the way here. The manager smiled mysteriously and said, It's not hard. We didn't walk very far. This is the truth. They were teleported directly from the headquarters to the Igwe Company building, and it didn't take long in total. Jiwoo looked at the employees from the headquarters. Some were in charge of management, some were in charge of sales, some were in charge of logistics, and some were in charge of finance. The staff was quite complete. Basically, the headquarters has sent people to take over all the positions that are vacant at Igwe Company. The headquarters is quite concerned about Igwe Company. Jiwoo turned his head and looked around again. Where is the president? The manager wiped his sweat and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you this. The president was delayed by something and didn't come. The one who came was Amber Captain Jiayu from the executive department. The president didn't come? Jiwoo didn't show it on his face. Captain Jia? It's such an honor. Where did he go? But my heart skipped a beat. The reason why white leftists have been behaving so abnormally these days is because the president might be coming. If the white left knew that the president was not coming, who knows what trouble they would cause. We found out when we got here that the subsidiary company couldn't store so many products, so Captain Jia took people to look for a warehouse for rent. Jiwoo, it's windy outside. Let's go upstairs and wait. The manager looked embarrassed. He glanced at the truck, leaned over, and whispered in Jiwoo's ear. There are a lot of good things in these goods. If they are lost, my job will be over. I'd better stay here and guard them. Jiwoo nodded calmly. Then he went to look behind one of the trucks. The things inside were neatly packed in boxes, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. However, when Jiwoo got closer, he smelled a cold smell unique to guns. He opened the lid of one of the boxes, revealing a magazine full of special bullets. It just so happened that he was running out of special bullets, so he took out a few magazines and put them into his windbreaker, and took out the gun at his waist, removed the empty magazines, and replaced them with new ones. The management didn't say anything when they saw it. With Jiwoo's position, he has the authority to access these things. Chapter 72: The Meeting of Two New Tricksters. A group of employees stood nearby. Suzhou and Baizhua, who were a step late, finally arrived. President. Jiwoo felt a slight headache. Here he comes, the troublemaker is here. A white leftist jumped out, put his hands over his eyes and looked around. Where is the president? The manager from headquarters saw Baizhua, and sweat began to drip down his face. He wiped his face and said hesitantly, Well, the president had something urgent to do, so it was Captain Jia who came. The white left changed their attitude almost instantly. The malice that had been restrained was suddenly released. The intense malice almost became a substance, making it impossible for everyone present to breathe. The manager was trembling with fear and his face was pale. Just as he was about to collapse, a man wearing a red trench coat, with half-long light golden flaxen hair and a gentle and elegant temperament slowly walked over. He had a smile on his face, his aura powerful yet gentle. His appearance neutralized the overly tense atmosphere. Are you saying I'm not welcome? Xiaoyu waved his hand, his smile inclusive and gentle. Long time no see, Baizhua. For such a person, even if you release obvious malice towards him, he will still tolerate everything about you with a smile, making you feel like you have punched into cotton, unable to get up or down. Finally, she drowned in his emerald green eyes that were full of life. The white leftist turned his head and said, Tisk. The heavy pressure that had been weighing on everyone was greatly reduced. The white left turned around and left. Jiwoo did not stop him. Since the president was not there, Baizhua would not stay here to participate in the welcoming ceremony. It was more like Jiwoo was relieved. Compared to the white left making a big fuss, this result is pretty good. Could it be that the headquarters sent Jiayu, who has the best personality, for this reason? Captain Jia, have you found the warehouse? It's already been rented. I asked Tianzong to look after it over there. Oh, and I heard Baizhua also accepted a new person. Jiwoo asked Suzhou to come forward and identify him. This is the child. His name is Suzhou. Suzhou straightened his body and said loudly, Yes, hello, Captain Jia. Jieyu smiled gently. Don't be so restrained. I have a new person here. His name is Jiang Tianzong. You two should be able to get along well. Under that inclusive gaze, Suzhou gradually became less nervous. Suzhou thought, this is a master of tricks who is completely different from Bai Zhuo and Fei Niaowei. He looks too normal and a little unreal. Although Suzhou had only been a ghost master for a short time, he had learned a little about ghost masters from Ji Wu. The contract master himself has signed a contract with the monster. Although the possibility of being retaliated by the monster is very low, the emotions from the monster have been affecting the contract master, so most contract masters are not normal. The stronger the power of the weirdness signed, the deeper the control over the weirdness, the more the twisted malice from the weirdness will continue to erode the contract master, penetrating into the bone marrow and soul, and the more extreme the contract master's character will become. Ji Wu said that there are only a few ghost masters who are not affected by the weirdness, and Bai Zhuo is one of them. This is also the reason why the rumor among the heterodox society that white leftists are inhumane has always been spread. Before Bai Zhuo became a contract master, he was already drenched in malice and was a dark quagmire in himself. So after he contracted the weirdness, he added more malice into his body. It is nothing more than being integrated into the bottomless quagmire, becoming indistinguishable from each other, and naturally nothing will be changed or affected. Captain Jieyu behaved very naturally and normally, but the more so, the more abnormal he seemed among the Chigue masters. Suzhou didn't understand it that deeply yet, and when he felt the positive emotions conveyed by Jieyu, he relaxed. Is he a newbie too? Great. Now we can discuss how to control weirdness. I've never been very good at controlling the weirdness of the contract. Jieyu, take your time. All newcomers are like this. Ji Wu, I'll take them to the warehouse. Do you want to come with me? Ji Wu nodded. Let's go. Then he instructed the Igue company employees. Take care of the people who are staying here first. We will unload the goods first, and then come back. The headquarters sent quite a few people this time. Most of them were management, and a few were in logistics. The warehouse that Jieyu rented was not far from the company, and they soon drove to the warehouse. A man about the same age as Suzhou was guarding the door of the warehouse. He was quite tall, and looked quite handsome compared to Suzhou, who still looked a bit like a student. There was a maturity in his eyes that came from being forced by reality and having experienced many hardships. Jieyu introduced him. Jiang Tianzong, a newcomer who just joined, is an E-level contract master. Jiang Tianzong nodded to Ji Wu and Suzhou. Although his expression was a little grumpy, he still greeted them politely. Hello. Suzhou. Hello. I'm also a newcomer who just joined. My name is Suzhou, and I'm a C-rank contract master. After hearing this, Jiang Tianzong's face turned even uglier. He snorted and turned his head away from Suzhou. Ji Wu, you two are both newcomers and of the same age, so why not have a good chat? Ji Wu and Jieyu went to direct the hired workers to unload the goods. Those things were very important, and they were worried without them watching over them. The two of them stood there, and the atmosphere was very awkward for a moment. Suzhou was not the kind of person who was outgoing and talkative. Seeing that Jiang Tianzong seemed to be rejecting him, he did not take the initiative to talk to him. Jiang Tianzong stood there for a while before turning to look at Suzhou. Hey, how long have you been a member of the outcast society? Suzhou, probably less than a month. Jiang Tianzong's brows were furrowed so high that they almost formed the shape of a Chan character. What? Isn't that similar to me? I've only been in the Deviant Society for a week. Oh, that's pretty good. The topic ended suddenly. Suzhou was sweating profusely. It was the first time he realized that he was a topic terminator. Jiang Tianzong hesitated for a long time before asking unwillingly, Hey, how come you became a C-rank contract master in such a short time? Suzhou suddenly realized that the reason why the other party treated him badly was because they were both newcomers, but his level was 2 levels higher than the other party, so he was unhappy? Suzhou scratched his head. I don't know about that either. The contract was strange. After Brother Bai took me on a few missions, I was rated as C-level. Jiang Tianzong's face had a complicated expression, filled with many emotions. Finally, he said, What? So you got promoted thanks to that demon. You're really lucky. You don't have to work hard at all, and you can easily get high benefits. But I risk my life on missions, but I only get 200,000 yuan in reimbursement every month, and even with my salary, it's only 500,000 yuan. The more Jiang Tianzong spoke, the more excited he became. Suzhou didn't dare to refute, and could only whisper, 500,000 is already a lot. I don't know how to spend it all. Chapter 73 The Dark Alley. Suzhou's frank attitude left Jiang Tianzong feeling frustrated and helpless. Jiang Tianzong was deflated. Forget it. What's the point of telling you this? Jiang Tianzong threw Su Zhou down, turned around, and ran into the warehouse to help sort the unloaded goods into a pile. Soon, everything in the truck was unloaded and piled up in the warehouse. Jiwu walked towards Su Zhou and asked, "Why didn't you chat for a while?" It's rare for Su Zhou to meet someone of similar age. Boys of this age probably have a lot in common, right? Su Zhou said embarrassedly. Maybe it's because my personality is not very pleasing. I irritated him after just a few words. Jiwu patted Su Zhou's head and said, "You're doing it again. Why do you keep putting yourself down? You have a good personality. Compared to those little bastards, you're a rare normal person." Even though we only met briefly, with his keen observation skills, Jiwu could tell that the man named Jiang Tianzong had some serious problems. However, since it was not within his area of responsibility, he could not say much. As the captain of Amber, Jie, you should be able to detect the problems with this newcomer. It depends on how he guides him. Su Zhou responded awkwardly, not knowing whether he heard it or not. The previous bullying and the long-term environment of suppression and humiliation still affected Su Zhou's character. Even though Su Zhou forgot many things due to the interference of white leftists, those experiences still left indelible marks on him. We can only take it slowly, build up his self-confidence bit by bit, and help him completely break free from the shadow of the past. All goods are put into storage. Jiwu also checked the types of goods when moving them. There are a lot of guns and bullets inside, but most of the witches don't use guns because their weirdness is enough to solve most problems. These bullets are made of special materials and contain energy that can cause damage. They are generally equipped to people in the security department, and supervisors like Jiwu also need them. But this number is too much. It's more than enough to arm a team of 1,000 people, right? Jiwu looked at Jieyu and asked, "Is the Igue Society planning to focus its efforts here?" Jieyu smiled and nodded. "This is the president's decision." Jiwu no longer had any doubts. The president's decision was the most correct one, and no one would question or refute it. Jiwu sighed. "I wonder how many people will come this time." Jieyu, this is a necessary sacrifice. There are more and more strange things happening on the Blue Planet. The Deviant Society will definitely set its sights on Blue Planet. Not only Xia country, but also the strangeness of other countries will need to be dealt with by the Deviant Society. However, the number of contract masters is small to begin with. Faced with the weirdness of the entire Blue Planet, and the fact that there are doors in the source world that require powerful contract masters to suppress, the Deviant Society is also exhausted. There are too few people with talent. Even though we're always looking for new people, there are still only a few who can become a contractor. Only people with special physiques can contract with weirdness, because they can quickly adapt to weirdness without being blown up by it. This time, another door rioted. The president and others rushed over to suppress it, so they didn't get here in time. Jiwu's face turned serious when he heard this. Another gate riot? The Chigue master in charge of guarding it. 3 of them died, and one of them was mostly devoured by the monster. It will probably take a few months to recover, right? The gate, guarded by the Igue Society, is the passage connecting the source world and the strange world. In the source world, there are countless unstable space cracks. These cracks lead to unknown spaces. Some spaces are safe, while some spaces are dead. Among them, the Deviant Society discovered several space cracks leading to a strange world. The weird world is filled with countless monsters, some powerful and some weak. In order to prevent these monsters from attacking the headquarters through space cracks, the Weird Society built a door on these space cracks for blocking, and sent powerful tricksters to guard these gates. Jiwu sighed. This was how the contract masters were. They could die at any time. Even if the Igue Society possessed technology far beyond the mundane world, they still could not bring these contract masters back to life. No, maybe there is, but the price to pay is more than just losing a few tricksters. With the president and other pillars here, we should be able to suppress the rioting gate quickly. You have publicized the existence of the Deviant Order, construction points, +20. Seiyu glanced somewhere behind him. Jiwu also looked over. What's wrong? No, nothing. A young man dressed very fashionably covered his mouth and ran out from his hiding place with all his strength. There was an expression of shock that could not be concealed on his face. His name is Zhao Han, just an ordinary person who is eccentric and a bit rebellious. Before, he saw several large trucks driving in here, and followed them to see out of curiosity. As a result, he actually heard such a secret thing. Wouldn't he be silenced? Zhao Han left that place quickly, and in his panic he didn't even bother to look at the road. He ran into a very remote alley. Then he gradually stopped and gasped for breath. Those people are the contract masters. That's so cool. I wish I could join in. Zhao Han often plays horror games and believes that he is familiar with all the routines of horror games. If he can become a ghost master, he will be able to complete the game quickly. Then everyone will see him and worship him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but get excited. Why would I run away? If I had gone up at that time, maybe I would have been noticed. Xiao Han was about to go back, but when he looked around, he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Behind him are alleys that extend in all directions and look exactly the same. Xiao Han walked around inside for several times, but didn't come out. Strange? Isn't this the way? Why is this place built like a maze? After turning a few more times, he returned to the original place, and Xiao Han gradually felt a chill on his back. Although it is easy to get lost in such a network of alleys, as long as you keep walking in one direction, you will eventually get out of the alley. He had been walking around in this alley for so long, but he didn't see a single house. The further Xiao Han walked, the more hesitant his steps became. He kept looking back in panic, afraid that a monster would jump out and bite off his head. Staying in this narrow, dark, and deserted alley, Xiao Han became more and more scared. He even felt his feet go weak and his whole body feel numb. He took out his cell phone to call for help, but was horrified to find that there was no signal at all. Is there anyone here? Help! Someone come and save me. Xiao Han suddenly collapsed. He shouted and rushed forward. In extreme fear, he completely forgot the routines of the game. Chapter 74. It seems she doesn't agree. I don't know how long I ran. When he was about to be exhausted, there was suddenly a little light in front of him. A somewhat quaint house with an open gate appeared before his eyes. The light came from the red lanterns hanging on both sides of the gate. In horror games, this kind of scene usually indicates the start of the monster-killing phase, right? Maybe there will be a door-opening kill. Xiao Han couldn't stop shaking all over. His body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Sitting in front of the computer desk, Xiao Han was in the mood to make jokes no matter how the game character died. After all, it was a game. Because he knew that no matter how scary the game was, or how powerful the monsters in it were, they would not jump out of the screen and hurt him. When he was really faced with the same situation and felt death approaching step by step, he deeply understood what despair was. You can't go in. You'll die? Xiao Han originally wanted to retreat, but suddenly a crisp sound of bells colliding came from behind him. Xiao Han didn't dare to look back at all. His pupils dilated unconsciously, and cold sweat broke out. No way. Could this really be a trick? Is that ghost coming over? Would it open its bloody mouth, drool, and wait for him to turn around before biting his head off? Hearing the sound of the bell getting closer and closer to him, Xiao Han finally couldn't help but scream and crawled into the house in front of him with his hands and feet, pissing and shitting. There was no light in the house. The darkness quickly swallowed up his figure. The bell paused for a moment, and a dark shadow followed Zhao Shunshin into the courtyard. As soon as Xiao Han stepped into the house, he felt his eyes brighten. Lights came on in the originally dark house, and several people holding lanterns hurried over, picked up Xiao Han, and ran away. Hey! The bride has already entered the bridal chamber. Why are you still running around outside as the groom? Xiao Han was frightened and yelled, I am not the groom. You have the wrong person. These people didn't listen to his explanation at all and carried him directly into a room. This is a wedding room with red double happiness stickers, festive red silk, and red lanterns posted everywhere in the room. On the table, red candles were burning, lighting up the entire room red. Those people threw him into the room, quickly closed the door, and left. Xiao Han got up from the ground, ran to the door and pounded on it. Let me out. The door seemed to be made of thin wood, and the window paper was also covered with a thin layer of white paper, but no matter how hard he knocked, he couldn't push the door open. An evil wind blew in the room, the light on the candle flickered, and outside there was a shrill sound of Swona, which did not sound like a wedding. In the game, it is a very old-fashioned way to intimidate players. Xiao Han couldn't help but glance at the wedding bed out of the corner of his eye. A bride with a veil on her head sits gracefully with her hands on her knees. If you ignore the pale and bloodless skin on her exposed hands, the slender, sharp red nails are too conspicuous. Then this bride doesn't look scary at all. Xiao Han was extremely scared. At that moment, he recalled all the horror games he had played and automatically imagined how distorted, terrifying, and scary the face under the red veil was. Xiao Han leaned against the door, trembling with fear. It was over. He was probably going to die here today. Squeak. There was suddenly nothing behind Xiao Han. The door that he couldn't open no matter how hard he knocked was opened. Xiao Han's body suddenly fell backwards. A warm and powerful hand pressed on his back, firmly supporting his fallen body. Ding dong. The crisp sound of bells rang out along with the movement of people behind me. The familiar sound of the bell made Zhao's body stiffen, but then he felt relieved when he felt the warmth coming from behind. It has body temperature. It's not a trick. Xiao Han couldn't help but look back. The man was wearing a yellow and red Taoist robe, with a small bun tied at the back of his head and the rest of his hair casually hanging down, looking very casual and unrestrained. The strange thing was that there were yellow talismans wrapped around his eyes, neck, and arms. This talisman paper seems to be made of a special material, a bit like silk, and very flexible. There were incomprehensible runes painted on it with cinnabar. He had a yellow bell hanging around his waist, which made a sound when he walked. It's a human. Although his appearance looked very strange, he was indeed a human being. Zhao Han was so excited to meet a living person in such a ghost place that tears welled up in his eyes. Quick, let's run. There's something strange going on here. As if sensing that they were about to run, the sound of the Suona outside became more and more urgent, and the surrounding windows began to vibrate. When Zhao Han turned around, he found that the bride on the bed had disappeared. His scalp suddenly felt numb. Before he could warn, he felt a gust of wind blowing past him. Then he discovered to his horror that the bride was lying behind the Taoist priest who was standing at the door. You behind you. Zhao Han pointed at the Taoist priest's back, with his eyes wide open. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak. All the hairs on Zhao Han's body stood on end. A low chuckle woke up his blank and almost unconscious brain. The Taoist priest stretched his lips and revealed a slightly crazy smile. Madam, being too enthusiastic will not make people like you. The yellow talisman paper covered his eyes, and his emotions could not be seen, but from his tone, it could be heard that he was not afraid. While Zhao Han was afraid, he felt a deep admiration for the Taoist priest in his heart. He can talk and laugh calmly even with the female ghost lying behind him. This guy is really brave. If it were him, he would have probably fainted in fear. The bride let out a series of sweet laughs, leaned close to the Taoist priest's ear, and expressed her affection in an extremely pleasant voice. My dear, it's time to rest. The Taoist priest was indifferent. Alas, I should have been gentle with this beautiful woman in front of me, but unfortunately, I already have a virtuous wife at home, and she is very difficult to please. I have no choice but to decline this lady's kindness. The bride stretched out her delicate hands and put them around his neck, squeezing him so hard that it seemed as if she wanted to strangle the Taoist priest to death. My dear, today is our wedding day. We promise to be together forever, live and die together. The Taoist priest's hand brushed against the bell at his waist. The bell rang 3 times in a peculiar rhythm. Then you should ask my wife to see if she agrees. Under Zhao Han's stunned gaze, another female ghost with talismans all over her body appeared beside the Taoist priest. Unlike the bride who was dressed in ancient wedding clothes, this female ghost was wearing modern clothes, with talismans pasted all over her body, and her clothes were soaked in blood and stained. As soon as she appeared, she scratched the bride with her claws. The bride was forced to leave from behind the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest pressed his bruised neck and said, It seems she doesn't agree. I saw 2 female ghosts fighting. Zhao Han opened his mouth, and it took him a long time to find his voice. Chapter 75. Some wisdom, but not much. Gee, what are they? The Taoist priest hid his hands in his wide robe, raised the corners of his mouth, and answered in a light tone. They are probably another form of life, right? Hello? Zhao Han twitched his lips. Why did he feel that this person's words were a bit mysterious? Are they ghosts? The Taoist priest turned his head. Although his eyes were blocked by the yellow talisman, Zhao Han could feel that the other party was staring at him. What do you think a trick is? Zhao Han opened his mouth and said, Isn't it just weird? It's the weirdness created by horror games. The Taoist priest untied the talisman paper on his face, revealing his somewhat empty and lifeless eyes. Zhao Han was a little surprised when he saw this. This Taoist priest was actually blind? It was completely invisible during his actions just now that he was blind. It's just weird, isn't it? They are monsters that are different from humans and other creatures and should not exist in reality. Unfortunately, it seems you didn't see through it. The Taoist priest's profound words left Zhao Han bewildered. He tried hard to think, but he couldn't see through anything. At the same time, Zhao Han felt a strange feeling of discomfort flash by. There. The 2 female ghosts fought from inside the room to outside. The strength of the wedding dress ghost is comparable to that of the resentful woman. They fight hard, and it is difficult to tell the winner. The Taoist priest saw that if they continued to fight like this, the resentful woman under his control would narrowly win, but she would also be seriously injured and would need several months of recuperation to recover. So he stopped watching the battle and joined in it. The Taoist priest did not carry any weapons and faced the wedding dress ghost with his bare hands. His move seemed to have little power until he hit a landscape stone with one palm. Zhao Han took a deep breath. If this palm hit him, he guaranteed that the other party would immediately kneel down and beg him to live. I didn't expect that the Taoist priest who looked frail and blind had such high fighting power. With the Taoist priest joining in, the man and the ghost teamed up and were finally able to defeat the wedding dress ghost. The Taoist priest was chanting some spell, as if he was using some magic, but he punched out without any hesitation. I didn't see any spells or anything, just physical attacks. Zhao Han was very excited at the beginning, but later he gradually felt that something was wrong. Why was this Taoist priest chanting thunder magic and exorcism spells, but attacking with his fists? Zhao Han rubbed his eyes and began to question himself. Could it be that only people with special abilities could see the existence of magic? But he was an ordinary person, so he couldn't see the energy fluctuations displayed by the spell, which made the Taoist priest in battle look like he was just boxing. A bit weird. However, the extremely vicious attacks of the wedding dress ghost, the occasional appearance of red silk, and the blood scattered all over the sky added a lot of spectacle to this battle. Even though the only audience member was so scared that he shrank in the room and didn't dare to take a step out. The sharp nails scraped across the Taoist priest's face, leaving a long cut on the talisman paper wrapped around his face. If this cut had been on his face, he would probably have suffered a complete loss of skin and flesh. The resentful woman was not willing to be outdone, so she also scratched over with her claws and tore off a piece of flesh from the wedding dress ghost. The bride's dress ghost couldn't hold on any longer. After she blocked the Taoist priest's attack, she suddenly began to sob. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from her eyes under the red veil, dripping onto the lapels of her clothes, staining them into a single patch. "My dear, I hate you so much. Why did you abandon me?" Suddenly the whole house shook. Countless red silks emerged from all directions. They were extremely flexible, and it took a lot of effort for the resentful woman's attacks to tear them apart. The woman was tied up by the red silk before she noticed it. The wedding dress ghost lifted its red veil, revealing a made-up face. It is not ugly in appearance. On the contrary, it is the type of beautiful girl with the graceful and elegant appearance of Jiangnan style. At this moment, tears of blood are flowing in its eyes, and it has a weak posture that makes people feel pity. My dear. The Taoist priest nimbly dodged the red silks, which seemed endless and wrapped around him as nimbly as snakes. There were too many of them. Even if he tore dozens of them, there was still a steady supply of red satin to replenish them. The wedding dress ghost left several wounds on his body. Resentful woman. Unfold the strange domain. This house is the semi-complete ghost domain of the wedding dress ghost. If you fight it in the ghost domain, you will only be exhausted to death by it. The resentful woman looked at the wedding dress ghost with resentment and hatred. It let out a low hiss, and a huge aura spread out from it. The surrounding scene was distorted. The mountains and rivers in the courtyard were covered by white walls. The full moon above was blocked by the ceiling, and the incandescent lights flickered, showing its existence. The level of the resentful woman was blood clothes. With the bonus of the strange domain, she immediately broke free from the red satin and with a few claws, tore the surrounding red satin into rags. Then, it attacked Jai Gigi's face with great vengeance. Tear off the flesh. Then he bit the neck of the wedding dress ghost and began to devour him. Only after she had devoured most of the opponent's strength did the resentful woman let him go with a look of reluctance on her face. Jai Gigi staggered to his knees on the ground, opened his arms to the Taoist priest, and gave up resistance. The Taoist priest walked in front of it and said, "It's rare for a curse-level monster to possess such high intelligence. The wedding dress ghost has a certain level of intelligence and can speak a few words clearly, which is very rare for those ghosts who don't even have rationality." The Taoist priest felt a very strong aura from the wedding dress ghost. The original level of this ghost was definitely more than just an evil curse. It is estimated that he was unfortunately defeated in a fight with another weird creature and had most of his power devoured by the opponent, which led to his strength decline. Even his weird domain can only be half fully deployed. If you look closely, you will find that this strange domain is much more perfect than those truly semi-complete strange domains. The Taoist priest took out the strange cage and was about to put the monster away. Something strange happened. A red shadow quickly pierced into the Taoist priest's abdomen. "It's a red satin." The wedding dress ghost raised its head, and a jubilant smile appeared on its face, covered in tears and blood. "My dear, come with me and die." The Taoist priest grasped the red silk in his hand and said, "There is some wisdom, but not much. Do you think you can kill me like this?" The smile on the wedding dress ghost's face froze, and the next moment, its heart was taken out. The resentful woman stood behind it with an angry face, holding the heart of the wedding dress ghost in her hand. Although for the weird ones, this minor injury is not enough to kill them, but it also interrupted its subsequent attack. The Taoist priest tore the red silk apart with force and pulled it out from his abdomen. Blood oozes from the wound. Zhao Hun, who was watching the fight from the side, felt a dull pain in his abdomen. Chapter 76. At least I can hold death in my hands. The resentful woman ate the wedding dress ghost's heart in one gulp. The aura of the wedding dress ghost suddenly weakened a lot. It was held down tightly by the resentful woman and had no ability to resist. The Taoist priest took it in. The entire house disappeared, and they appeared in a dim alley. Zhao Hun looked around in confusion. Why was the house gone? What had he just seen? A haunted house? Zhao Hun shuddered and hurriedly approached the Taoist priest dressed in a Taoist robe. Only in this way could he feel a little safe. Master, would you like to bandage the wound? If he continues bleeding like this, he will die from excessive blood loss, right? The Taoist priest touched the wound, took out a healing potion with a nonchalant look, and injected it directly into the body. Soon, the bleeding wound stopped bleeding, and the wound began to heal and form a scab. These minor injuries are commonplace for a trickster. Don't worry about it. It's just a minor injury. Zhao Hun seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Taoist priest with curiosity and said, "How amazing. Are you a contract master? Is this the strangeness of your contract? I also want to join your organization." Zhao Hun remembered a live broadcast he had watched before. Although the content could not be circulated, the entries on major chat websites were quickly suppressed, and no one dared to discuss this matter on the chat software. However, for those who have watched the live broadcast, the content is deeply engraved in their hearts. From this, they learned that there was a group of people in the world who possessed extraordinary powers. The Taoist priest looked at him in surprise. "Aren't you afraid?" "What?" Zhao Hun's face froze. "You were clearly scared just now, weren't you? As an ordinary person, you might only encounter strange things a few times in your life. But after becoming a trickster, you'll have to fight them every day, and you don't know when you might die." "But," Zhao Hun interrupted him, "but, as an ordinary person like me, if I encounter something strange, then I can only wait for death, right? Without any strength, I can only fear death. By becoming a contractor, at least I have the ability to fight back. At least, I can hold death in my hands. Rather than dying in fear without the ability to resist, it's better to fight back. So, I want to become a trickster." The Taoist priest chuckled softly. "Huh, young man, you have a good idea." The resentful woman walked behind him and rested her head on his shoulder, her cold eyes scanning Zhao Hun up and down. That was a strange and inhuman gaze. Even though Zhao Hun knew that the other party was being controlled, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. This is the instinctive reaction of ordinary people when facing danger and terrifying creatures. Only a few people are not afraid. However, if you want to become a trickster, are you ready to live with all kinds of terrifying weirdness day and night? Sorry, I'm not saying you're scary, but it's very rare to have a beautiful appearance like yours and be able to communicate. The Taoist priest touched the resentful woman's head, and only after he noticed that her slight resentment had disappeared did he take it back. The Taoist priest gave Zhao Hun a business card and said, "If you have made up your mind, come find me here." The Taoist priest turned and left the alley. Zhao Hun looked at the business card and couldn't help but read, "Igue Clean Energy Transportation Company, Limited." Zhao Hun didn't know whether he should chase after him. He hesitated for a long time and finally left the alley that he had been unable to get out of no matter how hard he tried. Seeing the scenery outside again, Zhao Hun, who had been frightened for a long time, couldn't help but shiver when he was blown by the cold wind outside. His body was all wet with cold sweat. If he was blown by the cold wind again, he would probably catch a cold, right? So he quickly took a taxi home to take a shower and change clothes. The Taoist priest was passing by here while accepting a mission. He accidentally felt a strange aura, so he took action to contain the strangeness and save Zhao Hun, who was targeted by the strangeness. The Taoist priest walked to the door of a hospital. I looked up at the name of the hospital, then compared it with the task information sent from my phone to confirm that I was in the right place. Yes, it's here. The Taoist priest walked into the hospital. Under the strange looks of other patients, he calmly got on the elevator and walked to the inpatient department. "Sir, are you going to the emergency department?" "The emergency department is in the building next door." Another person saw the Taoist priest's blood-stained abdomen and torn clothes, and kindly spoke out and pointed out the direction. The Taoist priest replied in a low voice, "This is a prop. I am not injured. I came to visit someone." The man observed the Taoist priest for a while, and seeing that he did not seem to be seriously injured in his movements, he left with peace of mind. In a situation where the rate of turning heads is as high as 100, if it were a shameless person, he would probably cover his face and run away in embarrassment. However, the Taoist priest showed no fear at all. Instead, he was calm and composed. as if he was not wearing a very conspicuous yellow and red Taoist robe with strange runes wrapped around his body, and his eyes were covered, but he moved freely as if he could see, but was wearing very common casual clothes. This is probably the thickness of skin that all people with social anxiety would envy. The hospital that the Taoist priest came to was the hospital where Shen Yu was currently staying. Of course, the Taoist priest controlled by Shen Yu did not come to find him, but to find Zhang Lin, who lived in the room next to him. Zhang Lin had thought about joining the Deviant Society before, but the reason that stopped him from joining was that he was injured and unable to move. Knock knock. Come in. Zhang Lin was lying on the hospital bed, feeling a little strange. It was not the time for the nurse to make rounds, and the nurse would not knock on the door when she came in. When the Taoist priest came in, Zhang Lin was shocked by the other party's exaggerated appearance at first. Then he realized that the other party was a master of tricks. Zhang Lin was amused by his own subconscious reaction. Why did he feel like he was treating the Qigui master as some eccentric and unique person? The Taoist priest immediately stated his identity upon meeting him. Nice to meet you. I'm a B-level trickster from the executive department. Taoist priest, I'm here to bring you some medicine. I heard you were manipulated by the white left and suffered some serious injuries. The organization has a process for reimbursing and compensating for losses incurred by contractors during their missions. This is your compensation. The Taoist priest took out a tube of medicine. The medicine is packaged in a very strange syringe. This syringe is very easy to use. You just need to open the cap and insert it into your arm, and the medicine inside will be pushed into the body. It is very user-friendly for people who don't know how to use a syringe. Zhang Lin took it and inserted it into his arm with some difficulty. The light blue potion inside was slowly injected into his body. As the potion was injected, the pain in his body gradually subsided. Chapter 77. Hasn't the company done enough outrageous things? Wait until all the medicine inside is injected. The Taoist priest recovered the container of the medicine. Zhang Lin tried to swing his arms and found that all the pain had disappeared. With a look of surprise on his face, he tried to sit up straight, then got out of bed and walked around the ward. It's amazing. I don't feel any pain at all, and the fracture seems to be almost healed. It's time to remove the plaster and be discharged from the hospital. What kind of medicine is this? It's amazing. Zhang Lin thought of those patients. If this medicine could become popular, how many desperate families would be saved? Taoist priest. This is something extracted from some special substance. As for the details, you can ask the people in white coats in the research department. The Taoist priest said that he was not a professional in this field, and he did not understand it. Thank you so much for coming here to deliver the medicine. Zhang Lin thanked him. He noticed that the Taoist priest seemed to have an injury on his abdomen. Are your injuries all right? The Taoist priest said indifferently. It's healed now. When Zhang Lin thought that Igui had such a magical potion, it would be impossible for him not to provide it to the contract master, so he stopped asking questions. After the Taoist priest delivered the things, he completed his mission. He did not stay to continue chatting with Zhang Lin and left the hospital quickly. Zhang Lin immediately went to the nurse's station to tell them that he wanted to be discharged from the hospital. The nurse recognized him and called out in surprise. How did you get out of bed? Your leg is broken and you can't walk. After Zhang Lin repeatedly expressed his desire to be discharged from the hospital and go home to recuperate, the nurse asked someone to handle the discharge procedures. Zhang Lin asked someone to send his things home, and then drove to Igui Company as soon as possible. He had been unable to do anything in the ward these days, and had been thinking a lot. Now that he has regained his mobility, he rushed to Igui Company as soon as possible. He didn't know whether he would die one day after becoming a master of tricks, but he knew that if he didn't become a master of tricks, he would regret it. Arrived at Igui Company, Zhang Lin met a man at the elevator entrance. The man looked a little nervous, but pressed the floor button firmly. Zhang Lin took a look and saw that it was on the same floor as his destination. After the two of them exited the elevator, they stood in front of the gate of Igui Company at the same time. There were still flower baskets and banners left there to welcome the people from headquarters. The two looked at each other, wondering, was he also coming to Igui Company? Could he be an employee of Igui Company? Without thinking too much, when the two were about to step into Igui Company, they were stopped by a muscular man wearing a black suit. This man has a very strong aura, and his bulging muscles make it clear that he is not someone to be trifled with. Hey, why aren't you two wearing your employee badges? The burly man was the A-level force card that Shen Yu had drawn. As an A-level employee card with a talent for fighting, Zhuanghu's physical fitness and fighting awareness far exceed most humans. He has rich combat experience and carries a decisive and murderous temperament. This man, Zhang Lin's expression was startled. He felt from this security guard an aura that could only be formed by someone who had experience fighting on the battlefield. This man had either been a mercenary or a member of a gang in some black area abroad. We are the ones who were invited to come here for an interview. It is not clear whether the security guards know that the Igwe Society is behind Igwe Company. Zhang Lin gave an ambiguous explanation. Zhao Hun nodded, indicating that he felt the same way, and showed the business card given to him by the Taoist priest. Only then did Zhuang, who let them in with a cold face. The tall figure standing aside gave off a strong sense of oppression. Anyone who wanted to cause trouble would probably have to consider whether they were strong enough to punch him. Zhao Hun was an ordinary person and didn't realize anything. As Zhang Lin passed by, he caught a glimpse of a bulge on the security guard's waist from the corner of his eye. He was shocked. Is that a gun? Xiaogua is a country with very strict gun control, and the former patrolman who has resigned wants to report it to his superiors out of a sense of responsibility. But he soon remembered that he had resigned and was no longer a patrolman, and that the background of this company was not ordinary. If this organization that fights against the monsters in the shadows does not have any weapons in their hands, how can they fight against the powerful monsters? Zhang Lin withdrew his gaze and pretended that he saw nothing. Anyway, hasn't this company done enough outrageous things? At the front desk, under the guidance of other company employees, the two came to the office. The person sitting in the office now is Dong Hong, who is A-level management talent. He is now the manager of the sales department, and he is in charge of the company's product sales and financial management. Dong Hong acted very friendly when he saw the two people come in. Please sit down. You are the newcomers that Mr. Dao mentioned who want to join the Outlaw Society, right? Zhang Lin and Zhao Hun sat opposite him. Deng Xiaorui from the logistics department came in, poured 3 cups of tea and placed them in front of them, then left quickly and considerately closed the door so as not to disturb their conversation. Dong Hong picked up the 2 documents on the table. He had already read these 2 documents. They contained information about Zhang Lin and Zhao Hun's life, deeds, family members, etc. Anyone who wants to become a contractor will have his background investigated by the order. This is the rule. There is no problem with these 2 pieces of information. Both of them were recommended by the Qigui master. Zhang Lin was recommended by Bai Zhua, and Zhao Hun was recommended by the Taoist priest. Zhang Lin has already been selected by the White Left and is considered an insider. And Zhao Hun Dong Hong said to Zhao Hun, "Do you know what a Qigui master is?" Fighting against the weird, specifically to shelter the weird. Dong Hong nodded. He was not a clueless young man, so he had no qualifications to persuade Zhao Hun. In other words, after Zhao Hun becomes a Qi master, even if Zhao Hun is only an E-level Qi master, he is still someone that Dong Hong needs to treat with respect. Most of the other departments of the Society of the Deviant were established to provide help and services to the contractor. Okay, then you can go and enter your employee information. By the way, when you become a contract master, don't forget to come to the company to complete your identity verification. Dong Hong gave the 2 people a document contract to fill out, and then asked someone to take them to the Human Resources Department to go through the employment procedures. It's simple and crude, and it doesn't seem like the review method of a mysterious organization at all. The 2 didn't expect that they would be able to join the Deviant Society so easily. There was no assessment, not even any complicated questions. Zhang Lin once again thought of what Ji Wu said, that there are very few people with talent, and there are also very few contract masters. Faced with so many strange things, the Ghost Master was simply too busy to handle it. Zhang Lin clenched his fists. Thinking of the increasing number of people being mysteriously killed in the reports, he made up his mind to become stronger. Chapter 78, The Powerful Behemoth. Zhao Hun clenched his fist and said to Zhang Lin excitedly, "Great. We have joined the Igwe Society. Once we become Qi masters, we won't have to worry about being killed by Qi anymore." Zhang Lin calmly inquired from him and learned that Zhao Hun had encountered a strange thing and was rescued by a B-level Taoist master of ghosts. Only then did he have the idea of becoming a Taoist master of ghosts. But, after becoming a master of tricks, will you really not be afraid and will not die? Zhang Lin didn't want to see young people with bright futures die silently in some corner, so he wanted to join the Igwe Society and become a contract master. Zhang Linzheng wanted to expose his fantasy and tell him the cruel reality so that Zhao Hun would not regret it later. Zhao Hun then said, "I also know that becoming a contract master doesn't mean absolute safety, but at least I have the power to resist." Seeing the determined look on Zhao Hun's face, Zhang Lin swallowed his words of persuasion. "This is good, because you know what path you have chosen." They left the personnel department. As they walked out the door, they saw a woman with her ears bandaged standing in the corridor. She excitedly grabbed a logistics officer from the headquarters and shouted, "What? My ears can be cured. The woman had an employee card clipped to her clothes with her name written on it. Sue Rowe. The logistics officer raised his hand and helplessly asked her to calm down. Yes, it can be cured. Haven't you read the employee handbook? Our employee benefits are quite good. Many people choose to join the organization because of the employee benefits. Sue Rowe removed the gauze, revealing her bare face with one ear missing. But my ear was cut off completely, and it's been strangely destroyed. Can it really grow back? The logistics officer nodded calmly. We can help you order a biological prosthesis. It's called a prosthesis, but it's actually made of flesh and blood, just like your original ear, and it won't have any side effects. Not only Sue Rowe was shocked, Zhang Lin and Zhao Hun were also extremely shocked. No way. Is there really such a high-tech thing? The logistics officer replied proudly. Of course, the technology of the Orbital Society is hundreds of years ahead of that of Blue Star. This is nothing to them. Zhang Lin couldn't believe it. Hundreds of years? That's a bit exaggerated, right? Humanity has only been in the technological age for a short century. So, it's understandable to surpass it by a few decades or 100 years. But what does it mean to surpass it by a few hundred years? This means that the off-track movement will be a dimensionality reduction crushing for Blue Planet. The logistics officer saw the three people's shocked expressions and patted their shoulders with satisfaction. The longer you stay in the deviants, the more you will appreciate how unfathomable and powerful the deviants are. The logistics department asked Sue Rowe to follow him to draw blood so that a biological prosthesis could be tailored for her. Since the logistics department said so, it is impossible to lie to them. Then, the Deviant Society can really create biological prosthetics to replace disabled limbs. Zhao Hun's face was filled with longing. He was naturally proud of the powerful organization he had joined. Great. The Deviant Society is incredible. They even have this kind of high technology. The two walked down the corridor while talking. Suddenly, I was bumped by a man with his hands in his trouser pockets and a sour look on his face. The man glanced at them with an unhappy look on his face and said, "Tisk. Hey, don't you have eyes? You bumped into someone and won't apologize." Zhao Hun quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the road when I was talking to him." Jiang Tianzong had a sour face. He had just had a sparring match with Su Zhou, but ended up losing to him, which already made him extremely upset, and now he was hit by him. He already had a bad temper, and he didn't want to endure it anymore, so he exploded directly. "Really? You're so reckless, and you still want to become a trickster? Haha. I think you'll be scared and go back to your mother soon, right?" Jiang Tianzong heard their previous conversation and knew that these were two newcomers who wanted to become ghost masters, so he seized on this point and began to mock them. Zhao Hun was so angry that he was shaking all over. But the opponent's aura is not someone he is good at dealing with. He might even be a spellcaster. If we fight him, I might end up at a disadvantage. Zhao Hun endured it. Zhang Linze was not surprised at all. Another problem teenager. He sighed inwardly. Are all the masters of the contract sorcery people like this who have more or less problems? "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to hit you. If you're hurt, we can compensate you." Zhang Lin knew that some of the Qiqi masters had strange personalities and did not want to anger them. Jiang Tianzong became even angrier after hearing this. Did he look like the kind of thug who would use physical contact to extort money and property? Hell, Jiang Tianzong was about to curse, but he felt a very threatening and strange aura from Zhang Lin. What kind of aura? Jiang Tianzong's face changed. He had felt the same thing on Su Zhou, but it was mixed with the weirdness of Su Zhou's own contract, so it was not very obvious. However, Zhang Lin had not yet contracted anything strange, so the mark left on him by Zhou gave off a very obvious strange aura. Jiang Tianzong instantly realized that this person was also a contact of the White Left. He looked at Zhang Lin with eyes full of pity and some fear of the White Left, then snorted, turned around, and strode away, leaving Zhao Hun confused and Zhang Lin thoughtful. Jiang Tianzong passed by a trash can and kicked it over in frustration. Damn it. One by one. The phone in my pocket vibrated. Jiang Tianzong took it out impatiently. Any mission? Huh? Are you kidding me? Why should I go on a mission with that guy? Jiang Tianzong saw on the mission that this time he, Su Zhou, and two new recruits would be responsible for the mission. This mission is not dangerous, and he can take the two newcomers to experience the mission process. Jiang Tianzong scratched his hair in annoyance. What? Why did he have to lead the newcomers? He was obviously a newcomer who had just joined the company not long ago. Jiang Tianzong opened the address book and pinned the captain's number at the top, but his fingers were hesitant to press down. Forget it. It's just a mission that's not very dangerous. If I tell this to the captain, wouldn't it be too cowardly? Jiang Tianzong returned and found the two men. Hey, Igwe will arrange for you to go on a mission with me. Let me warn you first, if anyone dares to hold me back, I will definitely not let him off. Zhao Han opened his mouth wide and pointed at himself and Zhang Lin. Us? On a mission? Didn't they have a weird contract yet? Why did they have to go on a mission? Zhang Lin was also surprised. Only a master of the art of war can fight against the strange, right? We two ordinary people can't cause any harm to the strange, and we will only become a burden. Jiang Tianzong made a phone call. Hey, send me some weapons suitable for new recruits. Chapter 79. Strange singing on the rooftop of number 1 middle school. It should be easy to use. The headquarters staff guarding the warehouse respectfully agreed to Jiang Tianzong's request. He asked someone to pick out a few firearms that were most suitable for the new recruits, along with a dozen magazines. After asking how many people there were, he also took 3 light blades and had them delivered to Igue Company urgently. The 3 of them were waiting downstairs. Suzhou hurried down and said, Sorry, I'm late. The logistics personnel quickly delivered the weapons. The 4 of them were picking and choosing in the trunk of the car. Wow, there are guns, so cool. Zhao Han picked up a gun and stroked it lovingly. He had only touched a gun a few times during military training. Suzhou also picked up a light pistol. All the guns here were pistols, and they were all easy to use. However, is it really a good idea to hand over a gun to a newcomer who has never fired a gun? It won't hurt yourself or your teammates, right? Zhang Lin, the only former patrolman who knew how to use a gun, saw Zhao Han excitedly holding the gun and about to hang it on his waist, and quickly stopped him. Although the safety of this gun is off, it's still easy to get into trouble if you carry it like this. Besides, it's hard to hit the target when you're first handling a firearm. It's better to use this. Zhang Lin pointed to the light blade placed aside. Although this weapon is called light blade, it is not actually a laser weapon in the physical sense, but a long sword with a peculiar shape. The appearance is very gorgeous, a bit like the equipment that appears in online games. Zhao Han thought about it and reluctantly put down the gun, because he knew that he had only touched a gun a few times and it was really possible that he would accidentally hurt someone in a tense situation. Anyway, the light blade looked cool, so he picked up a light blade, loaded it with a knife, and put it on his back. Jiang Tianzong brought a gun and several magazines of bullets, and also carried a lightsaber. Zhang Lin did the same, but Zhang Lin knew how to use a gun, so he put the remaining magazines in a magazine pouch. Suzhou didn't have a gun. Suzhou already has an A-level strange weapon, so naturally he doesn't need these. The light blade is a weapon mass-produced by the headquarters. The strange aura on it is at most a level, and can only deal with some weak strange things. It is suitable for newcomers to practice. Zhang Lin looked around and saw 1, 2, 3 people, all of whom were obviously young people. The oldest of them might be Zhao Han, who had just entered society not long ago. Zhang Lin, I drove here, take my car to the mission location. Thank you for your help. Suzhou was still very polite. The 3 got into Zhang Lin's car, and Zhang Lin drove to the mission location. Suzhou turned on his phone. This mission is at Shuiyang number 1 middle school. Some students reported that they heard someone singing on the school rooftop. The school guard went to the rooftop to check and found no one there, but he also heard the singing. The school guards were terrified. The rooftop of that school has been cordoned off. Jiang Tianzong crossed his arms and said disdainfully, Since you know something strange has happened, why don't you let the school go on holiday? If there really is something strange going on, who can be stopped by just locking the door? Suzhou flipped through the mission description again. Nothing has happened so far, except for the occasional unattended singing on the rooftop, which is a bit scary. Currently, no one is missing or dead in the school. Under the circumstances, it's normal for the school not to have a holiday. After all, number 1 middle school is one of the best schools in Anyang City. It's been several days since the anomaly was discovered, so the organization has determined that this mission is relatively easy. Not all weird things are actively aggressive. Some weird things have varying strengths, but they like to stay in one place without moving. As long as no one disturbs them, they are not aggressive. It must be a mixed flow monster. I guess it's so weak that it can't even infect others. It can only stay on the rooftop and scare the students, right? Jiang Tianzong also finished reading the mission introduction and had a good idea of the difficulty of this mission. I can contain this weird thing by myself. Suzhou touched his nose, laughed, and did not refute him. After all, Suzhou is also a newcomer and cannot make any experienced judgments. If Mr. Jiwu were here, he would probably be able to see something, right? Zhao Han, why do I feel like you're setting a flag? I have a strong feeling that after winning this battle, you will go back to your hometown and get married. Jiang Tianzong glared at him and said, Stop talking nonsense, you idiot. Zhao Han's neck shrank, he was scared. Zhang Lin, it's a good thing to be cautious. We still need to be careful when we get to the location. Don't let your guard down just because it hasn't attacked those students. The weird ones don't have any humanity. Perhaps what Zhang Lin said made sense, so Jiang Tianzong did not retort. Soon, the car arrived at the school gate. Zhang Lin parked the car and saw the closed school gate. He felt a little headache. The school won't let outsiders come in and out at will. Suzhou suddenly remembered something. Supervisor Ji once said that if you're stopped from entering a place like this, you can show your Igui employee ID. Show your employee ID? Zhang Lin and Zhao Han took out their employee ID cards, which said they were from a certain company, new employees in the executive department, and their level of the Ghost Master had not yet been determined. Then there are their headshots. This employee ID card is very ordinary. Although the content on it is obviously not an ordinary employee ID card, there is no weird aura. It is just a very ordinary piece of paper. Can it work? Zhao Han was a little skeptical. Suzhou nodded. Jiang Tianzong sneered, snatched the employee ID from Suzhou's hand, and walked towards the guard room at the school gate. A window in the guard room was opened, and an uncle in security uniform was sitting inside. He saw Jiang Tianzong coming over. Especially since Jiang Tianzong was wearing an overly fashionable casual outfit today, with his hands in his trouser pockets and a nasty expression on his face. He looked like an outsider looking to cause trouble. The uncle immediately stood up and said in a serious tone, "Stop. Who are you, and what are you doing in school? Are you a student of this school? If not, please leave immediately. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the school." The uncle put his hands on the baton at his waist. This area has been very chaotic recently, and with rumors circulating in the school, many people from outside the school are trying to sneak into the school. The stern aura made the three people behind Jiang Tianzong sweat for him. Jiang Tianzong took out his employee ID and waved it in front of the security guard. "We are employees of Igui Company. Let us in." The moment the security guard saw the employee ID card, his consciousness blurred for a moment, and then he subconsciously responded, Okay. He flipped a switch and the side door of the school opened. Jiang Tianzong turned the employee ID in his hand and walked into the school with a swagger. Suzhou and others hurriedly followed him in. Chapter 80, I really don't have the talent to be a trickster. Oh, that's amazing, that, right, Suzhou? Suzhou nodded. Yes. I didn't expect that an ordinary employee ID card could be so useful. Zhao Han took out his employee ID and held it in his arms like a baby, rubbing it a few times. This is a universal pass. In a sense, it is something of great value. If you sell it outside, someone will probably pay tens or even millions of dollars for it, right? Of course he couldn't sell it. But how did they do this? It's so magical, it feels like magic. Although weirdness itself is magical, so is it using weird abilities. Suzhou touched his head. You just joined and don't know yet, but the Deviant Society has mastered a trick that can confuse people's cognition. It must be something that Brother Bai did, like, when someone sees their employee ID, they will unconditionally allow the person with the ID to enter, or something like that. Zhao Han, that's amazing too. The Igui Society is really too powerful. Zhang Lin hissed, then said helplessly, although this doesn't conform to regulations, well, the work of a contract master is inherently unusual. If they're stopped while carrying out an urgent mission and can't arrive in time, it could lead to disaster. It makes sense when you think about it that way. Zhang Lin is not the kind of person who is stubborn and inflexible. Hey, what are you dawdling there for? Hurry up and catch up. Jiang Tianzong in front turned around and shouted impatiently. Here I come. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We'll be right there. It was class time and there were not many people on the school playground, so they were able to reach the school rooftop gate smoothly. The door leading to the rooftop is locked, and there are a lot of debris piled around it to prevent students from approaching. It took a while for the few of them to clear the debris aside before they could approach the rooftop gate. Zhao Han, it's locked up. Zhang Lin. Actually, it's normal for the rooftop to be locked. After all, this is a school, and dangerous places like the rooftop won't be open to students casually. Suzhou, that's true. Zhao Han, how are we going to get in if we don't have a key? Jiang Tianzong pushed Zhao Han, who was blocking his way, away and said, Get out of the way. He took out the light blade and slashed at the lock. Snap. The lock was split in two. Zhang Lin, that's really neat and tidy. Jiang Tianzong kicked the door open. The accumulated dust was raised in a large cloud. Cough, cough, cough. Several people covered their noses and kept brushing away the dust that was blowing in their faces. Several people walked onto the rooftop. The school rooftop was empty, with nothing in it, and there was a fall prevention railing on the edge of the rooftop. Suzhou's expression froze as he stepped in. This kind of aura. Jiang Tianzong looked around and said, This concentration of strange aura doesn't seem like it's left by a low-level strange aura. He said in a heavy tone, maybe we really encountered a big guy. Suzhou took out his cell phone and was about to send a message to Bai Zhuo and Ji Wu. But I found that my cell phone had no signal. When the message is sent, only a red exclamation mark is displayed. Jiang Tianzong turned around and ran towards the rooftop gate. What are you standing there for? Run. The others finally reacted and followed him towards the gate. When a few people were about to run to the gate suddenly closed in front of them. Bang! Jiang Tianzong smashed the door with the light blade, but did not leave a trace on it. Something's wrong. We have already stepped into that strange and bizarre realm. Although the light blade is not a high-level weapon, it can still chop an ordinary iron door without leaving any trace. Everyone immediately became alert. With the weirdness of the strange domain, the level cannot be low. Only monsters of at least level C have a strange domain. Strange domain. Zhao Hun was stunned. It was the first time he heard of this word. Without Ji Wu here, Suzhou could only take over the explanation. The weird domain is a natural talent possessed by powerful weird. It will unfold the weird domain, pulling everything around it into an alternate dimension. Inside the weird domain, the weird's attack and other abilities will be comprehensively enhanced. Furthermore, the strange domain can isolate and interfere with signals. Some strange domains themselves carry some attacks, or generate some difficult low-level strangeness. Zhao Hun, it sounds very difficult. Is there any way to leave the strange domain? The others looked at Suzhou. Suzhou smiled bitterly. Yes, as long as a monster of the same strength also releases its own weird domain, it can devour and suppress the opponent's weird domain during the confrontation, and then it can leave the weird domain. But, among those present, only the weirdness contracted by me can release the weird domain, but... Suzhou covered his eyes to hide his pained expression. But I haven't learned how to control the weirdness and release the weird domain yet. Suzhou's contracted trick hand is level B, which can release a semi-complete trick domain. Zhao Hun's face turned pale. Zhang Lin patted Suzhou's shoulder and comforted him. Your contract was just too short. Huh. Jiang Tianzong folded his arms and snorted disdainfully. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to quickly master the ghost domain and get us out of this damn place. The inability to send information to headquarters means they don't know that we are encountering a high-level weirdness. Do you know what this means? Jiang Tianzong's eyes were filled with strong resentment. That means when they find out we've lost contact, they'll just have to come here to collect our bodies. No, they might not even be able to find our bodies. I understand. The tremendous pressure made Suzhou break out in cold sweats. He gritted his teeth and tried again and again to control the weirdness in his body. A pair of hideous and cunning hands appeared in his mind. How can we release the strange domain? Why is it so difficult to control the trick hand? Do I really not have the talent to be a trickster? Hurry up! Hurry up! A pair of strange hands appeared and grabbed the iron door, leaving long scratches. But Suzhou still hadn't found the trick to release the strange domain. Ji Wu is not a master of ghosts, so he cannot tell him about his experience in this area. Bai Zhuo did tell Suzhou. It's very simple, just think about it in your mind, and the ghost domain will be released naturally. This made Suzhou confused. Think about it. Suzhou tried his best to think. Think. Release the strange domain. Release it. Release the strange domain quickly. However, no matter how hard he tried, the strange hand still showed no intention of releasing the strange domain. As the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, suddenly, a slightly eerie and ethereal humming sound was heard on the rooftop. The sound was not unpleasant, but the melody made people's scalp tingle. It's already here. Chapter 81, Fighting to the Death, Releasing the Strange Domain. The tune of this song is so familiar. As Zhao Hun listened, he suddenly sighed. Is this the time to talk about this? Jiang Tianzong turned around and shouted at him. No, I think I should listen to what he says. Zhang Lin thought that perhaps he could learn something from this song. Zhao Hun thought for a moment. Now I remember. Back then, it was very popular to express our feelings to the one we loved, and we would sing this song. But this one is a little too creepy. I didn't understand it at first. Zhang Lin, love song. A ghost singing a love song? Zhang Lin, will it be waiting for someone here? Zhao Hun looked around. The school, the rooftop, the female voice. All these elements converged. It seems more like someone who was abandoned by a heartless man and then died, right? Jiang Tianzong crossed his arms, and although his face was very sour, he still corrected him. No, the weirdness is not something that is formed after a person dies. Although the reason for its birth is still unknown, it is definitely not the soul of a dead person. Analyzing this is the job of researchers. What we need to do now is to escape from it alive and be thankful that we have lived another day. Newbies, this is the world of the trickster. Hold your weapons. Zhang Lin was holding a gun in his hand, with the muzzle pointing downward to avoid accidental discharge and injuring his teammates. A cold wind rose from the center of the rooftop. A young girl appeared on the rooftop. She took off her black-framed glasses and danced on it. She closed her eyes and danced alone in ecstasy. I like you, my love. Everyone was shocked. However, this strange thing that appeared did not seem to have the intention of attacking them. The girl was wearing the uniform of No. 1 middle school and had a ponytail standing up. She looked like a student of this school. Jiang Tianzong opened his eyes wide. No way. Zhang Lin quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Tianzong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is this a living person? Such a strong and strange aura. A living person possessed by something strange. Being possessed by a ghost but not being eroded by it, and finally turning into a monster that is neither human nor ghost, shows that this person has a strong talent. Hey, can you still hear us? Jiang Tianzong tried to awaken this person's sanity. If she could wake up, perhaps she could control the strangeness in her body. Perhaps this is why there was no loss of life despite the presence of powerful monsters. The girl suddenly turned around and looked at them. My love, bring him here. Ugh. Zhang Lin and Zhao Han felt their necks tighten, and then they were hung up in the air by something slippery. They used their hands to pry at the rope-like things that were strangling them, but they were too tough to pry apart. Their legs kept struggling in suffocation and pain. Jiang Tianzong glanced at Suzhou. Suzhou closed his eyes tightly, his face covered in sweat, and was trying his best to feel how to release the strange domain. He is their only hope of escaping the strange domain and cannot be disturbed. Jiang Tianzong swung the light blade, jumped up and slashed fiercely at the black hair that was strangling the necks of Zhang Lin and the other man. The light blade chopped on the black hair, and it actually made a sound similar to that of metal colliding. The powerful force returned to Jiang Tianzong's hand along the knife, causing him to feel a tearing pain in the palm of his hand. Can't cut. Damn it. This level of weirdness is indeed not something he can deal with. Before Jiang Tianzong landed on the ground, a bunch of black hair suddenly stabbed at him and pierced his body directly. Jiang Tianzong held the black hair that pierced him, revealing a crazy expression. Die, then die. Even if you die, I will tear a piece of flesh from your body. He suddenly leaned forward and bit the black hair. Then he suppressed his nausea and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The originally tough black hair was torn into several pieces by him. Jiang Tianzong felt his tongue getting hot, and his stomach was burning with pain. This level of weirdness was far beyond his ability to digest. The weirdness of Jiang Tianzong's contract is weird tongue, and the level is evil curse. This is a weirdness with great potential. It has the power to devour the weirdness and gain some of its abilities, but the strength of the weirdness it devours cannot exceed that of the weird tongue. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest that power and would explode and die. Jiang Tianzong spat out a mouthful of blood, and then blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He didn't care and continued to bite despite the pain. Swallow, digest, swallow, digest. After being injured, the black hair immediately shrank back. Jiang Tianzong fell to the ground and stuck out his tongue. Strange patterns appeared on his tongue. It tastes so bad. Jiang Tianzong wiped his mouth, but he had obtained part of this strange ability. Come on, he had been prepared for it, hadn't he? Part of the black hair extended from his body and entangled with the strange black hair. It was stunned, as if it didn't expect the other party's ability to be similar to its own. While it was still in shock, Jiang Tianzong rushed towards it. The knife in his hand chopped towards the strange head. It looked up at Jiang Tianzong, and countless small mirrors appeared around Jiang Tianzong. Countless black hairs suddenly emerged from the mirrors, turning Jiang Tianzong into a hedgehog. Jiang Tianzong used up his last bit of strength to swing the knife, and the mirror shattered. He fell to the ground. The blood in his body continued to drain out, and his vision went black. Is he really going to die here? Obviously, the captain said that the person he contracted was a very potential monster, and he clearly had a future with infinite possibilities. He doesn't want to die yet. Captain. The black-haired man attacked him again, and this time he had no strength to resist. Was it over? A cold, strange hand covered him, blocking the attack for him. Countless strange hands emerged and tore at the black hair. Zhang Lin and Zhao Han were also rescued by Gui Shou. Jiang Tianzong turned his head with difficulty to look. Suzhou stood there panting and sweating all over. Starting with him, the strange domain of the strange hand was released. At the last moment, Suzhou finally mastered the method of releasing the strange domain. There was anger burning in his eyes, and he held the great Xia dragon bird tightly in his hand, and with the help of his strange hand, he began to attack the monster. Wait until the monster is forced back. Suzhou controlled his trick hand to entangle the opponent, then picked up Jiang Tianzong and said, "Let's go." Zhang Lin pulled the frightened Zhao Han and followed Suzhou. They rushed out of the strange domain through a hole opened by the strange hand. After finally leaving the strange domain, Suzhou immediately handed Jiang Tianzong to Zhang Lin and handed his phone to Zhao Han. "Call Mr. Ji Wu and tell him that a blood-stained robe has appeared here. I'll go hold it back first and ask them to send someone over for support." Zhang Lin knew the situation was urgent, so he didn't say much and rushed downstairs carrying Jiang Tianzong on his back. At the same time, Zhao Han made a call the moment the signal was restored. Chapter 82, I Can Give You the Meaning of Living. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. "Suzhou, is this Mr. Ji Wu? We have encountered blood clothes here. Please send someone to support us immediately." Suzhou stayed behind to hold back the monster. "Okay, evacuate that place as soon as possible. I've already notified the nearby contract masters." Ji Wu's voice was a little heavy. Everyone knew that if Suzhou stayed alone to fight a blood-clothed monster, there was no chance of him surviving. As Ji Wu has been taking care of Suzhou on behalf of Bai Zhua for quite some time, one can imagine how he feels. Almost immediately after hanging up the phone, Ji Wu contacted all nearby contract masters and the fastest flying bird. "Can you catch up? You must catch up." Then he contacted Bai Zhua. "Answer the phone. This little bastard is always away at the critical moment." Ever since people knew that the president would not be coming, it has become difficult to see white leftists in Igue Company. Fortunately, the white left responded quickly this time. "Hello. Bai Zhua, hurry to Shuiyang No. 1 Middle School." Suzhou and his team encountered bloody clothes while on a mission. The initial inspections showed no casualties, so they thought it was a low-level monster, so they sent in all newcomers. Unexpectedly. "No way. That's really unfortunate." Bai Zhua's voice was a little distorted on the phone, but there was no concern or regret in his tone. "There are only a few people who can become a contract master. Suzhou is very talented. You used your ability to shape his cognition. Isn't it because you want this useful knife?" Suzhou won't last long. Ji Wu saw the message from the president, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "The president just told me that he allows you to use that ability." Upon hearing the word president, Bai Zhua's voice became noticeably more cheerful. "President? Since it's the president's order, then I have no choice but to obey." Ji Wu is the one who knows best how bad Bai Zhua's character is, but when it comes to the chairman, Bai Zhua's promise has become much more real. Ji Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Although Suzhou would once again become a tool in this man's hands, it was at least better than dying. As long as you are alive, you can talk about the future. On the rooftop, Suzhou relied on the released strange domain to resist its attack with difficulty. Suzhou could feel his mental strength growing weaker and weaker, but the other party didn't seem to be taking it seriously, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. The attack on him was more like a wild beast whose territory was suddenly invaded by an outsider, and it instinctively wanted to kill or drive away the intruder. This monster is indeed less aggressive than the other monsters that Ji Wu had told him about. If they hadn't suddenly broken in, perhaps the strangeness of the contract on their bodies had stimulated the other party, and perhaps the other party would not have attacked them. Suzhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I can't hold on any longer." The strange hand was entangled in the black hair. The black hair seemed flexible, but it could pierce people through. After the strange hand opened the strange domain, the thousands of strange hands that were scattered were dealt with one by the black-haired man. The released strange domain was on the verge of breaking apart due to the opponent's subconscious erosion. If this goes on, once the strange domain is broken, he will probably be turned into a hedgehog by those black-haired people. Suzhou heard the laughter and noise of many students coming from the school. Now that the get-out of class was over, many students went out to the corridor or downstairs to play, enjoying the rare rest time. I hope that after his death, this weirdness won't implicate other students. The strange domain was torn apart. The fingers of the trick hand were broken. Countless black hairs pierced it, drawing strength from its body. Suzhou knelt on one knee on the ground, and countless black hair rushed towards him, about to surround him. Suzhou's brain suddenly flooded with memories. Bullying, beatings, blood, blood, blood. Suzhou held his head and let out a heart-wrenching cry. His tears welled up. How could he forget? How could he forget? Scenes of horrible and desperate memories flashed through his mind. The gambling father lost a large sum of money outside. He rushed in a panic and pulled his mother to ask her to take out some money to pay off the debt. "I can't give it to you. This is Zhou's tuition. Do you want to ruin his whole life?" The mother was rarely tough. "Give it to me, just this once. I swear I will never gamble again. If you don't pay me back, Those people will beat me to death. Do you want Suzhou to lose his father at such a young age? He won't have an easy life with you as his father. I won't give you this money. If you want to pay it back, find a job, earn money, or borrow money. Don't even think about using your son's tuition. Quarrel, beat, and scold. Finally, Suzhou returned home and opened the door to see his mother lying in a pool of blood. He took the man to court. Finally, Suzhou stood on the roof. It was at that time that he met the white left. You can't survive anymore? Suzhou looked back, his eyes full of pain. I am in so much pain. People like me are totally useless. I can't find a reason to live. The white leftist sat on the guardrail with his legs stretched out, which was a dangerous posture that was enough to make people shudder. Just one shake, and he might fall from a high altitude. Reason? All you lack is a reason. No. Suzhou looked up at the sky. Perhaps, what's missing is more than just a reason. But I lost the desire to live. Then I can give you the meaning of living. Significance. How did he answer at that time? He seemed to agree. The memory was disrupted and reorganized at this moment, and his memory was modified. I didn't recall it until this moment. Suzhou covered his heart, and suddenly felt his heart ache, and breathing became more and more difficult. Soon, those heavy memories sank, and some even more unbearable memories emerged again. Suzhou rolled on the ground nimbly to avoid the attack of the black-haired man. He raised his head, and his previously timid and cowardly character had undergone a drastic change. His eyes were calm as he calculated the odds of winning the battle while dodging the black hair. The gap in strength is too great. The odds of winning are less than 10-inch. I've consumed too much mental energy, and it's difficult to release the strange domain again. Suzhou swung his knife and accurately cut off the black hair that was stabbing at him, and then rolled over to avoid the attack from other black hair. Fight and retreat at the same time. Even at the moment when the mirrors appeared around him, he decisively avoided fatal injuries and shattered the mirrors with minimal losses. He looked calm and resolute, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Suzhou blocked an attack, then immediately left the rooftop, walked out of the iron gate, and closed it. He took a few steps back and stared at the iron gate for a few seconds. No one has chased me out. It seems this monster only moves around on the rooftop. Chapter 83: The Girl with the Strange Fusion. Several students were startled by him barging out. There's someone from outside the school here. How did he get in? He had a knife in his hand and blood on his clothes. Could he be a murderer? The students screamed and ran away. Suzhou took out a bandage from his bag, bandaged the still bleeding wound, then sat on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. He was trying his best to recover his physical and mental strength. There are too many students in the school. If Weird goes crazy, these students will be the first to bear the brunt. Suzhou analyzed the various possibilities that might arise next with a thoughtful look on his face. A large number of students will hinder the containment of the monster and may also increase the strength of the monster. Suzhou stood up with one hand on the wall. He rubbed his face and put on a ferocious and arrogant expression. It's a bit difficult, but as long as I can imitate 70 of Jiang Tianzong's demeanor, it should be enough to scare these people. He picked up the great Xia dragon bird and smeared some of his own blood on it. Combined with his current expression, he looks like a murderer who is about to go berserk. Anyway, every student who saw him cried and screamed, like a group of sheep being chased by wolves, bleeding as they were driven down the stairs. Suzhou had a good grasp of the pace, neither too fast nor too slow, which made people feel a sense of urgency while giving them enough time to keep running. After he walked around the building a few times, everyone in the building had run away. Suzhou looked downstairs. Many students had already run to the door, but were stopped by the school guards and could not go out until several teachers who were also frightened came forward and allowed everyone to go out. I'm the only one left in the school now. Suzhou leaned against the wall, silently calculating the time from the time Zhang Lin and others evacuated to now. The trickster sent from headquarters will arrive within 10 minutes. Judging by the time, it should be time. That's right. Bird A has arrived. He appeared directly above the rooftop, so Suzhou didn't notice him. As soon as Asuka A arrived, he took a look at the battle situation on the rooftop. The floor of the rooftop was damaged over a large area, and there was blood everywhere, but he did not see any corpses. Xinyu, who was controlling Bird A, looked at the strange person standing below. His eyes were somewhat complicated. He recognized the weird one. The person who was strangely possessed was his classmate, Song Xiaojia. Were those emails sent by her? It seems she was deeply affected by the weirdness. Are there any sanity left? Song Xiaojia's consciousness was trapped in her own body, floating up and down. She could sense the situation outside, but the feedback she received was very vague. She could feel that her body was controlled by a monster and her memories were being read through. She could only try her best to restrain this monster and prevent it from killing people. Fortunately, since it went to a place and came back as if it had been seriously injured, she was sometimes able to take back control of her body. This is the only way to confine it to the rooftop. However, some strange people appeared today, carrying a power that made the weird feel threatened. So she lost control of her body again and could only watch the strangeness in her body attack those people. She could only hold it tightly and prevent it from leaving the rooftop. Bird A landed in front of it and said, "You are the first person who can retain his own consciousness without signing a contract with Weird." Asuka carefully observed the body of the girl in front of him and said, "It has already merged with it. This is going to be difficult." In his sight, the girl's soul has merged with the monster. If they are forcibly separated, the girl will not survive. Asuka spread his hands. "Let the people in the research department deal with this kind of thing." Asuka stretched out his hand. The strange thing sensed the threat, and this time it did not hold back. The full force of its outburst caused the entire building to begin to shake. "Ah!" Guy screamed shrilly. "I want to wait for him to come back." Then, it actually began to consciously restrain its power, as if it didn't want to affect the building. Asuka attacked without mercy, and the wind blade cut off all of its black hair. He did not directly attack the strange entity. Instead, all its means of attack were broken, and the strange domain was also pierced. After defeating a blood-clothed monster, and a blood-clothed monster that restricted his own power, Fei Niao's battle ended very quickly. Then, Bird A threw out the strange cage. The containment was successful. It seems that even the weird cage has judged her to be weird. Asuka returned to headquarters. The weird things in the weird cage were locked up in the abnormal shelter. Congratulations to the guild master for successfully containing the cursed level weirdness. Wedding dress specter. Construction points plus 50,000. Congratulations to the guild master for successfully containing the blood-skinned level monster, Song Xiaojia. Construction points plus 100,000. You gain their full power. You have directly publicized the existence of the Deviant Society. Construction points plus 593. Shinyu completed the discharge procedures today. He no longer wanted to stay in the hospital, so he completed the discharge procedures and went home to recuperate. Now he was in the lobby of the headquarters of the Society of the Deviant. Shinyu wanted to confirm something. Shinyu walked towards the abnormal shelter. On the way, I met many busy employees, and they all made way respectfully, Mr. President. Only after Shinyu passed by did they dare to whisper, "That's the president. Look too young, don't you?" You can't tell a contractor's age from his face. Even though the president looks young, he founded the Deviant Order single-handedly. So, you can imagine he must be very old. Doesn't that mean it's thousands of years old? Can people really live that long? Is it normal for strange things to exist? 2. We should go move the goods. Shinyu didn't care what these employees were saying. He came to the anomalous shelter. Several ghosts have already been housed in the rooms ahead. Looking at the serial number on his head, Shinyu raised his eyebrows. 1 to 108? The room where Song Xiaojia is held is numbered 1 to 108. The room at the front, which houses a wandering soul, is numbered 1 to 101. Why is it ranked from 100 onwards? Are there any strange things being contained ahead? When he asked the system said that he did not have enough authority. Shinyu could only come to the door of room 1 to 108. He knocked on the door politely and then unlocked it. Shinyu owns the Igue Society and can enter any place inside the headquarters building. Song Xiaojia sat on the sofa inside. The decoration of this room is very warm, giving her a good living environment as much as possible. It is not very aggressive and has a hint of human consciousness. The Igue Society has always been generous with this kind of resources. Song Xiaojia didn't react at first, until she saw that it was Shinyu who came in. She stood up excitedly. Chapter 84. Inexplicably attracted, weird version of Tang Monk's meat. It looked at Shinyu with fanatical eyes. As if he was attracted by something. His face was intoxicated and crazy. Just as it was about to pounce, a look of struggle appeared on its face, a mixture of desire and restraint. Shinyu noticed that this monster seemed to have been influenced by Song Xiaojia's love after merging with her and fell madly in love with him. So it came to Shinyu before, probably because it wanted to capture Shinyu and be with Shinyu forever. For something as weird as this, what it always wants is to merge with Shinyu. However, it was no match for the heart goo and was seriously injured by it. Song Xiaojia's consciousness tried to stop the monster, but obviously failed. Just as Guy was about to pounce on Shinyu, it met Shinyu's eyes. A flash of blood appeared in Shinyu's dark and deep pupils, and he immediately froze in place, not daring to move closer. That was a weirdness that was countless times more powerful than it was. Even if only a trace of its aura appeared, it still made it terrified. It was afraid of the weirdness of Xinyu, but was inexplicably attracted to Xinyu himself. So it wandered around in the same place. Song Xiaojie watched all this with her consciousness, and she realized that this classmate who had always been a loner and quite mysterious in the class actually had an unknown identity. No wonder she always felt that Xinyu had a unique temperament and could not fit in with the group. She was tortured by the strangeness in her body and was always worried, fearing that if she relaxed, it would go on a killing spree and kill and eat all the students in number 1 middle school. Now Xinyu looked at her without any emotion, but she felt more relaxed than ever before. She could finally get some good sleep. Her consciousness, exhausted to the extreme, fell into a deep sleep, and her fusion with the weirdness deepened further. Perhaps, when she woke up, she could become an even more special weird master. Xinyu moved his fingers, and at his suggestion, the strange creature lying on the sofa fell into a deep sleep. Xinyu turned and left. The door closed again. Xinyu wanted to test whether it was Song Xiaojie's own emotions that affected the weirdness, or was there something about himself that attracted the weirdness. The 1 to 107 next to it houses a wedding dress ghost. The wedding dress ghost itself was formed with resentment towards the groom, and it has an inexplicable obsession with men. It's hard to test it by looking at its attitude. Then, the hourglass doll 1 to 106 is of a high enough level and has some intelligence, so it is more suitable for testing. Xinyu moves towards 1 to 106. After the door opened, the hourglass doll, who was originally playing with building blocks, was startled, rolled over, and nimbly crawled under the sofa nearby. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, and he quietly peeked towards the door. The height of its sight allowed it to only see a pair of sneakers walking towards it step by step. It blinked, deeply attracted by a certain aura of that person. Regardless of its fear, it crawled out from under the sofa and hugged Xinyu's calf directly. Xinyu looked down at it. It also looked up at Xinyu. Although it was not as obsessed as the weird one on Song Xiaojie, it could be seen from its attitude that it liked Xinyu very much. Isn't this an isolated case? The weird creature might have been affected by some of Song Xiaojie's emotions, but was it more because something about Xinyu attracted it? What? Am I a weird version of Tang Monk's meat? Xinyu pinched the back of the little guy's neck and lifted it up. Do you want to eat me? When the hourglass doll met Xinyu's eyes, it trembled and hugged itself weakly and helplessly. Like what? But so scary. I want to get close, but I don't dare to get close. Xinyu touched the hourglass doll's head, and the hourglass doll rubbed Xinyu's fingers unconsciously. Judging from its attitude, it didn't seem like it wanted to eat itself. So Xinyu put the hourglass doll on the ground and turned away. After the door was closed, the hourglass doll touched its head, came back to its senses from the intimacy just now, and hurried to the door. Unfortunately, it can't leave here. So it went back to where the blocks were and started playing again. This time, its back was full of joy, as if it had found something worth pursuing for a lifetime and was willing to stay. Xinyu went to other strange places and basically confirmed one thing. The more advanced the weirdness, the more attracted I am to him. What is it about him that attracts these weird things? As for the inexplicable fear, it was probably because he possessed so many strange powers and the aura on his body was too strong, so these strange creatures were afraid of him. So my previous plan has been partially fulfilled, right? In order to keep Bai Zhuo and Fei Niaowei, who pursues excitement and freedom, in the Yiguwei Club, Xinyu set up a president with a unique charm that would make them willing to follow him. But, normally speaking, how much charm does it take to convince so many strong people with different personalities? He is not some Jack Sulong Outyin who will bow down to you once he shows his domineering aura. If the president can attract weirdness, and then add unique charm, strong strength, prestige, special experience, and many other bonuses, it would be reasonable enough to make a group of paranoid weird masters follow him willingly. Xinyu didn't think so much at first, but things developed in the way he hoped. Xinyu pulled up the interface of the evil society. The current level of the Yigihui is LV1. After Xinyu upgrades the level to LV2, the corresponding system permissions will also be unlocked. Then, perhaps he would know more. To upgrade the level of the outcast society, 500,000 construction points are required to reach level 1. Currently, construction points have other uses, so Xinyu didn't save them. Every day when the mall refreshes, he tries to buy those limited purchase discount items as much as possible. He has saved up 3 time and space reversals. 5 strange weapons were also purchased. One is the E-level, cognitive shielding glasses, worth 10,000 construction points. It can block and distort part of your cognition of the things you see, effectively reduce the fear of weirdness, and block the mental damage caused by certain weirdness. It is only effective for weirdness below C level. There is also a D-level bloody coat, worth 20,000 construction points, a red shirt that keeps bleeding. Wearing it can block the breath of the living, making you look more eerie, and can deceive the perception of elves below level A. The strange eye is worth 5,000 construction points. It is a limited-time discount product and a one-time use item. Shinyu bought 3 of them, mainly because they have very good abilities. After being equipped with the strange eyes, they can see through strange attack methods as well as their abilities and weaknesses. If they stare into your eyes, you will fall into hallucinations, memory distortion, and cognitive confusion. The level of the strange eye is as high as A. If it is not a disposable item, it is estimated that it will cost millions of construction points to buy it. Chapter 85. You came to the Vassar Dungeon. It's fitting that it appears now as a disposable item, suitable for poor people like him to buy. Shinyu touched his chin. Could it be that the mall also saw his tight financial situation, so most of the items on sale were discounted? He just wants to say, please give me more products like this. Warning! Warning! Abnormal spatial fluctuations appeared near the white plate plane. Please ask the president to send an employee or go and check it out in person. Shinyu took a look at the address of the abnormal space fluctuation sent by the system. That place was not far from the headquarters building. Last time, a door riot appeared in the background of Shinyu's editing. In reality, the gate does not exist, but it is true that the source world is connected to countless universes and spaces. The system mentioned it from the very beginning when Shinyu built the headquarters building in the source world. This time the space fluctuations are abnormal, probably because there is a problem in a connected space. If left unattended, it is very likely that some abnormal monsters will appear and attack the headquarters. After all, the place where the fluctuation occurs is really close to the headquarters building. Send an employee to check it out? No, the Deviant Society has too few employees. It's already struggling to function. If a few more die, the society will become a hollow shell. It just so happened that he pulled out an SSS level card. With this level of strength, he shouldn't be trapped in one space, right? Shinyu controlled Fu Zhang to walk out of the headquarters gate. The 2 employees guarding the door straightened their chests immediately after seeing Fu Zhang. Farewell, Master Fu Zhang. They didn't dare to whisper to each other until they could no longer see Fu Zhang. Lord Fu Zhang has been guarding the headquarters. Why would he suddenly leave today? Is there going to be another riot at a door somewhere? The frequency of gate riots has been increasing recently. What are you afraid of? With the president and other pillars here, they can't cause any trouble. Looking at Lord Fu Zhang makes me feel safe. The employee covered his face and said shyly, "You're blushing like a bubble teapot. Don't you think so? Although that's true, why are you blushing? How disgusting. Your words are too hurtful." The 2 of them played and fought for a while, and when they heard someone else coming out, they immediately stood up and took guard duty. Today is another day of slacking off. Of course, even though they are so idle now, they are equipped with weapons and always have guns in their hands. If anyone wants to break into the building, they will be the first to rush up. They are relaxed because there is no danger around them. If they were alert, it would mean that danger is approaching. Fu Zhang came to the address given by the system. The spatial fluctuations here are very obvious. The surrounding space is distorted from time to time, and the weeds and soil on the ground are all messed up by the disordered spatial forces. As soon as Fu Zhang approached, he felt a repulsive force hindering him. A message came into his mind. Is this space connected to a copy of a strange world? Too high level to enter? However, it is somewhat different from the copy on Blue Star. After you conquer the Blue Star copy, it will be permanently closed. The copy is only formed because of some weirdness. If you kill or contain the weirdness, the copy will naturally cease to exist. The copies of the weird world are different. It is a real space that actually exists, but there are many strange creatures stationed in it. This means that the resources in the space can be taken out. Shinyu increasingly felt that the system was a development game. Even playing dungeons and collecting resources appeared. Shinyu became interested. He flipped through it and found that this space required people with strength below sea level to enter. It seems to be a lower level space where powerful people are prohibited from frying fish. I have nothing to do, so let's go in and take a look. Shinyu possesses so many strange powers, and no one knows how he will be judged. Shinyu also came to this space. He suppressed all his strength, revealing only the power fluctuations of the vengeful spirit. The space detected his power, probably only detecting the power fluctuations released by Shinyu. So Shinyu received a message. You can enter. It seems that the rules of this space are very rigid, and it probably couldn't have imagined that Shinyu alone possessed several strange abilities. Then I'll go in and take a look. Shinyu stepped into the space without hesitation. A cold and ruthless mechanical voice, unlike that of an anomaly containment system, rang out. You have arrived in the Vassar dungeon. The city lord is deeply troubled. Warriors from afar, please accept the bounty and go and defeat the monsters that have invaded the dungeon. Shinyu looked up and saw a bustling underground city with people moving around everywhere. There are actually living people here? Shinyu looked carefully and did not detect any strange aura from them. Moreover, their appearance was normal with no abnormalities. Were they really ordinary people? How can so many ordinary people survive in this strange world? Shinyu didn't know much about the strange world, and he was walking in the dungeon. On the streets, many residents came out to sell various fabrics and other products. Their overall clothing style was more like that of the Western Middle Ages and was relatively backward. As they talked, their faces were very solemn. They used a language that Shinyu had never heard before, but when it entered Shinyu's ears, he automatically translated the meaning of the words. Have those monsters started invading the city again? How terrible. The city won't be able to resist for much longer at this rate. The city lord has issued a bounty. He is willing to offer half of his wealth to warriors who can destroy these monsters. I hope these monsters can be eliminated soon. I'm afraid to let my kids out to play. There's not much food left in the city. If we're stuck here and can't go out and plant crops, we probably won't be able to hold out for much longer, right? Huh? Is this a foreign warrior? Many people noticed Shinyu's arrival. When Shinyu walked on the street, others would consciously make way for him. This strange attire is very similar to those brave warriors out there adventuring everywhere. They always wear armor, carry weapons, and dress strangely. A warrior has come to our city. Are we saved? Very good. Shinyu was surrounded by them. However, they seemed to be concerned about the warrior's strength and never got too close. It had no effect on Shinyu, so he just walked on his own. All the way to the announcement. There is a bounty issued by the city lord posted here. As long as someone can eliminate the invading monsters, he will pay half of his wealth to the warrior who completes the bounty. Shinyu looked at the bounty order and said, very classic gameplay. He took down the reward notice. Chapter 86, The Stitched Monster in the Woods. Oh, he took it off. He really took it off. This time the warriors are really handsome. I don't know how long the warriors can hold out this time. It would be great if we could clean up all those monsters. The residents cheered. An old man, trembling with a cane, came over and took out a bag of gold coins, a pot of water, and a bag of dry food. He said, warrior who has come from afar, this is a small gift from all of us. Please accept it. Many people looked over here, as they had collected this bag of gold coins together. If the warriors can deal with those monsters, they can leave the city and farm. Shinyu took the things given by the old man without hesitation. Shinyu put the things into the system's warehouse, asked for directions, and turned to walk towards the city gate. This is an underground city, and you need to walk up a long flight of stairs to reach the city gate. Outside the city gate, it should be the ground, right? The guards on the side used machinery to pull up the city gate. Shinyu walked out of the city gate and then looked back at the fallen iron gate. After walking out of the city gate, there is a passage leading to the ground, which is covered with bloodstains and scratches. A battle took place here not long ago. There were also some corpses of unidentified creatures lying in the distance, already rotting and stinking. Are these corpses the monsters? That doesn't seem weird. If it were weird, they wouldn't be harmed by physical means, and they wouldn't leave any corpses. Shinyu walked over, picked up a branch, opened the corpse, and took a look. Judging from the skeleton, these corpses are large carnivores with sharp teeth and claws for hunting. It's very big, probably more than the height of a person when standing up. Is it a large predator unique to this space? There were some sharp arrows and spears stuck in the corpses, which seemed to be the cause of their death. If monsters are these things, dungeons with iron gates shouldn't be so afraid of them. As long as we take our time and clean it up slowly, we will definitely be able to kill them all. This large predator generally does not live in groups, and even if it does, the total number will not be large. As the total number increases, more food is needed. Once the population exceeds a certain number, it will definitely split into groups. This is the law of nature. They do not farm, and the food they hunt every day cannot feed so many mouths. Shinyu continued walking towards the ground and soon reached it. As soon as he came out of the cave, the strange smell coming from the ground made Shinyu pause. Wandering souls wander aimlessly in the woods. This flourishing situation opened the eyes of Shinyu, who worked tirelessly every day to find abnormal events. Although the level of the wandering souls is too low and the construction points given after taking them in are not many, even the smallest amount is still meat, and the accumulated amount of so many wandering souls is a considerable amount. The wedding dress is strange. A wedding ghost, dressed in red and with its face obscured, appeared behind Shinyu. Its hands, with their long nails, were placed dignifiedly in front of it, and it called out in a deeply affectionate tone, "Husband." Shinyu shuddered, almost getting goosebumps all over his body. "Don't call everyone husband. Change your name." The wedding dress ghost felt very aggrieved, because it had clearly called Lang Jun before. Lang Jun can refer to the bride calling the groom, or it can be used to address officials, rich children, or young men. Husband is the name a wife calls her husband. She knows it very clearly. Those people she captures and takes into the strange domain are nothing but food she hunts. How can they compare to her husband? However, due to some power in Shunyu, even though it likes Shunyu so much that it wants to tie him up and possess him forever, it dare not act recklessly. It had no choice but to change its words and call out, "President. Okay, put these things away." Shinyu took out dozens of strange cages and asked Jia Igue to capture the wandering souls that were either hanging on tree branches, floating in the air, or jumping around in the weeds. These wandering spirits are basically not actively aggressive. They will only erode and possess living people when they accidentally come into contact with them. With so many wandering spirits blocking the woods outside the dungeon, how did those people avoid them and get to the surface to farm? The monsters they're talking about are these wandering spirits? No, people without special physical conditions can't see wandering spirits. Snap! Shinyu's shoes sank into the dead branches, and his feet seemed to have stepped on something hard. Shinyu used his feet to push aside the dead branches and rotten leaves, revealing a piece of white bones buried underneath. He looked around and picked up a branch to dig around. One after another, white bones were revealed, and these were all human skeletons. Next to it are some rotten armor, iron swords, knives, etc. These appear to be the bodies of warriors. The armor worn by the guards in the dungeon is different from these. These decayed armors are of various styles. It seems that they are all warriors who failed to defeat the monsters and fell here. The wedding dress ghost is working hard to clear out the wandering souls nearby. Wandering souls are easy to catch. In a short while, it caught more than a dozen of them with red silk. Then they were brought to Shunyu, who only needed to raise his hand to put them into the strange cage. The reminder of the construction point arrival is constantly refreshing on the system interface. Soon, the wedding dress ghost swept away all the wandering souls in the area. It met a green-faced snake in the middle of the woods. This green-faced creature looks very twisted, like a stitched-together monster, with a pig's head, a sheep's body, tiger's teeth, deer's ears, ox's horns, a scorpion's tail, and lion's legs. When Shinyu saw it, he suddenly realized that the monster the residents of the underground city were talking about was this one. The green-faced creature had stitched together several kinds of animals, and its strength seemed to be a combination of these animals. The needles on its scorpion tail flashed with green light, and it was obvious that they were highly poisonous. It swung its tail and pierced through the red satin of the wedding dress ghost in one go. The wedding dress ghost needs to be careful to avoid its tail, otherwise it will be poisoned by it, and even it will not feel good. Its explosive speed was very fast, and its huge horns could easily knock down a tree as thick as two people. It is quite difficult for the wedding dress ghost to deal with it. Although it can be dealt with, it will take a lot of time. Seeing this, Shinyu used the power of the heart goo, and an invisible spider web spread out. Its steps became slower and slower, and then it was stuck to the ground by the spider web, unable to move. It was panting heavily, and its 5 vertical pupils were staring at the wedding dress ghost, as if it wanted to chew it up and swallow it. The wedding dress ghost let out a giggling sound, as if mocking it. When the wedding dress ghost saw that its movements were restricted, it tied it up with red satin, wrapping it like a rice dumpling. The blood threads on the silk pierced into the body of the stitched monster, sucking its blood and strength. The stitched monster became weaker and weaker, and finally his legs gave out, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Shinyu raised his hand and put it into the strange cage. Containment successful. The wedding dress ghost circled over the woods again, and when it found nothing else strange, it returned to Shinyu. Chapter 87. Thank you, I'm full. He took in a total of 36 wandering souls, and one with a green face. In total, a total of 46,000 construction points were obtained. We also discovered a space with abundant resources, which made the trip worthwhile. Shinyu walked out of the woods. I saw a field that had obviously been cultivated and was planted with various vegetables and rice. It's a lush green field with a good yield. The land here is very fertile, and the vegetables grow very well. Shinyu broke off a cucumber, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. It was crisp, sweet, and had the unique fragrance of cucumber. I don't know if it's the water and soil here, but the cucumbers grown here taste better than those sold outside. Shinyu looked over. This space is very vast and rich in resources. If he can stabilize the passage, he can send some employees and machines here to collect the necessary materials. Haven't you cleared the level yet? Shen Yu asked the Jiaigigi to travel around an area of about 10,000 square kilometers, and then it was blocked by an invisible wall and could not move forward. It's like this all around. No unusual findings were found elsewhere. After Shen Yu checked the general situation of this space, he returned to the dungeon. It seemed that Shen Yu needed to inform the city lord that he had completed the bounty, and this copy mission would be over. See Shen Yu come back. The guards quickly opened the city gate to let Shen Yu in. They looked at Shen Yu expectantly. Warrior, has the monster been defeated? After getting Shen Yu's affirmative answer, they cheered and were about to rush forward to pick up Shen Yu and throw him up, but they did not dare to move forward under Shen Yu's cold eyes. They had no choice but to follow Shen Yu and announce the good news to the residents. The monster is finally dead. The warrior defeated the monster. What? The monster was really defeated? Oh my god, that's great. Woo woo woo, my dead child can finally rest in peace. Warrior, you are a true warrior. Warrior, my daughter admires you very much. Warrior, please accept this food. Surrounded by the excited residents, Shen Yu arrived at the castle where the city lord lived. The city lord was a middle-aged man who looked very smart and handsome. He was dressed in gorgeous court clothes and behaved very appropriately. He wore an exaggerated and enthusiastic smile and opened his arms to welcome Shen Yu's arrival. I didn't expect that you, warrior, really destroyed the monster. You are truly heroic and unparalleled. Great. Now the residents of the city are saved. On behalf of the 100,000 residents of the underground city, I thank you for your help. This sounds very comfortable. The city lord did not have the slightest arrogance as the ruler of a city, nor did he look down on Shen Yu, an outsider. I have prepared a banquet and am waiting for the warrior to return triumphantly. Come on, please come in. Residents were not allowed to enter the castle without an invitation. Therefore, Shen Yu entered the castle with the guards and the city lord. The castle's hall was already filled with banquets and food. The fragrance filled the entire castle. The city lord touched his beard, smiled, pulled out the chair of honor, and invited Shen Yu to sit down. Given his status, doing this is already a great honor for the warriors. If it were any other outside adventurer or warrior, they would probably be moved by the city lord's attitude. Shen Yu didn't have any feelings about it. He sat down as if it was a matter of course and didn't know what politeness meant at all. The city lord, who was already smiling and in a very good mood, stroked his beard, clapped his hands, and asked his servants to bring some wine. Then returned to the first seat and sit down. I originally thought that it would take at least a 10-man adventuring team to deal with that monster. I didn't expect you to be so promising and powerful at such a young age. You were able to defeat that monster single-handedly. I really admire you. He raised a glass of wine, and the mellow wine exuded a sweet aroma from the glass. It could be smelled that it was already a fine wine in that era. Come, let me toast you. He tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Then he laughed and said, "Good wine." There was also a glass of wine on the table in front of Shen Yu. According to general etiquette, after the other party toasts you, you also need to drink a little. Although you don't have to drink it all, you should at least take a sip to pretend to drink it, otherwise you will be disrespecting the other party. The city lord probably didn't expect that this warrior would be so unconventional. Shen Yu sat in the seat of honor with an expressionless face, his fingers resting on the red tablecloth, tapping lightly, but he didn't even touch the wine glass next to him. The city lord's smile froze. It seems this warrior doesn't like drinking much. That's okay, there are so many delicious foods here. It must have taken a lot of effort to defeat that monster. Come, try the chef's cooking. Shen Yu looked at the dish in front of him that was 2/3 fat. Although fat was indeed a rare delicacy in this era, this greasy fat and the fishy smell that could not be suppressed by various seasonings were enough. Thank you, I'm full. Shen Yu's silence towards the dishes. The city lord was unable to make up his mind for a while. The dishes he prepared were all rare delicacies. Even he was not usually that generous to prepare such a large table of food. In the city lord's expectation, shouldn't the warrior eat with gratitude and praise it highly? This reaction is a bit strange, isn't it? Could it be that the other party noticed something? The city lord broke out in a cold sweat. Well, warrior, are you dissatisfied with the dishes? If you want to eat something, I can ask the chef to make it again. He shook his head and said with a look of shame, if the warriors go through so much trouble to defeat the monsters, and I fail to treat them well, then this is my dereliction of duty as the city lord. He started playing the emotional card. If it were someone else, they might force themselves to eat a few bites so as not to waste the city lord's kindness. However, Shen Yu said bluntly, it looks unpalatable. The city lord's mouth twitched, his eyes rolled, and he came up with an idea. The warrior must be tired after coming so far here. How about resting in the city for a night? It's hard to appreciate the city lord's good intentions. Xinyu stood up and said, "No need. I have other things to do. Let's settle the reward I mentioned earlier." The city lord posted a bounty, saying that he would use half of his wealth to defeat the monster. Whoever could defeat the monster would get half of the city lord's wealth. This underground city has 100,000 residents. As the lord who owns the entire underground city, his wealth must be considerable. The city lord's face looked a little grim. He glanced at the time and finally stopped pretending. He snorted coldly, stood up and shouted, "Someone come." A group of guards wearing armor and holding swords rushed in and surrounded Xinyu. Xinyu said speechlessly, "Do you think that I can defeat the monsters that you are all helpless against, but I can't deal with you?" Chapter 88 Recapture of the Vassar Dungeon, Bloody Lord. City Lord, I put poison in the candle. Although the time is a little short, it is enough for you to inhale the poison. I took the antidote in advance, but you'll be poisoned soon. Ugh. The city lord suddenly covered his neck. A high line of blood even splashed onto the wall. Xinyu said coldly, "Noisy." The pig-headed man appeared in front of the city lord with a knife and killed him with one blow. The city lord stared with disbelief in his eyes as he fell down. Seeing this, the other guards dropped their weapons in fear and fled in all directions. Monster. However, they did not get far before they were entangled by the red silk. A laughing strange baby appeared, and a flesh-like thing wrapped these guards together. They merged with the flesh and were digested, and in the end no bones were left. A noble lady covered her mouth and watched all this in horror behind the screen. She didn't dare to make any sound and could only slowly back away, trying to escape from these monsters. She accidentally bumped into the decoration beside her, making a crisp sound. She widened her eyes, and when she saw that the monsters were all looking over here, she screamed, completely abandoning her usual manners, and fled in panic. The weirdos looked at Xinyu, who nodded in agreement. Anyway, he needs to control this space. If the city lord is more sensible, he can make them his subordinates, but since he is so ignorant, there is no need to leave any obstacles. The weird creatures rushed over happily and followed closely behind the man. Soon, the entire castle, except for the servants, all people related to the city lord were cleared out. The entire castle was soaked in blood. There was also blood flowing outside the castle. Outside the castle, some residents looked up in surprise. Usually at this time of year, the castle is brightly lit. Why is it so dark today? Didn't the city lord invite the warriors to the banquet? Do you think the city lord will really give half of his wealth to that warrior? As the residents under his rule, the city lord knows best what kind of person he is. They hesitated. The city lord wouldn't dare do that, would he? A warrior who could defeat a monster like that must be incredibly powerful. Those warriors before them all failed. This time, a warrior finally defeated the monster. Isn't it great to pay half of our wealth in exchange for the peace that follows? Let me tell you something. The city lord has no intention of distributing his wealth. I overheard the guard's conversation earlier. The city lord plans to poison that warrior at today's banquet. What? An old man was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his crutch. This old man was the one who had gathered many residents to donate a bag of gold coins. What a sin. He sighed deeply. If the warrior who saved us dies here, who will dare to save us if we encounter such a situation in the future? The residents were furious. They raised their hoes and shovels and said, "We must stop him. The warrior got rid of the monster for us. He saved us. This time it should be our turn to save him." A group of people, armed with weapons, forced their way into the castle. There were no guards stopping us along the way. Instead, along the way, one could see countless splatters of blood, which almost painted the walls and ground of the castle red. They tightened their grip on their weapons and became a little nervous. What's going on? Why is there so much blood here? Everyone walked in fear, fearing that a monster would suddenly jump out from a corner and attack them. There was so much blood that even though they didn't see a single corpse, it still frightened these simple residents. Fortunately, servants who had escaped the disaster came out from various places one after another. Some of them were family members of these residents, and some were slaves of the city lord for generations. The servants had pale faces and were trembling and unable to speak, but after they reunited with the residents, they looked much better. The residents also dared to pluck up their courage and continue walking inside. They followed the bloody path and came to the banquet hall. The tables and chairs here had disappeared, and the entire hall was empty. Therefore, they saw at a glance that the city lord fell in the middle of the hall. He covered his neck with his hands. His face was ferocious and his pupils were bulging, as if he died with his eyes open. At this point, The truth has basically been revealed. The city lord wanted to poison the warrior, but was killed by the warrior instead. Those guards were probably also wiped out by the warriors. The guards are basically the city lord's men, and they often collect protection fees. Most residents don't like these people. Therefore, they did not harbor resentment towards the warriors. Just when everyone was at a loss, all the candles at the top were suddenly lit. These candles were new and free of toxins. Everyone reflexively looked towards the bright spot. There was a man sitting on a gorgeous throne, one hand supporting his cheek, looking down at them with a somewhat bored look. Even though he was sitting casually, he exuded a powerful and dangerous aura. Under the light, a flash of cold blood appeared in the deep black eyes, but it was deeply reflected in everyone's heart. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. As they breathed, the smell of blood rushed into their noses. For a moment, they saw in a trance that the man seemed to be sitting on the blood-soaked throne, accompanied by scarlet blood, like a demon king, looking down at his subjects. The residents had never seen such a thrilling scene before. Their scalps went numb and their legs went weak, and they knelt down. As soon as one person knelt down, the others seemed to be inspired and knelt down towards Xinyu one after another. In the sight that the residents could not see, countless strange creatures surrounded Xinyu on the throne, and they looked at him with fanatical and obsessed eyes, as if Xinyu was everything to them. As long as he gives the order, they will rush forward and tear all enemies to pieces. This scene of demons dancing wildly was not seen by other people. Otherwise, those people would be scared silly, right? A cold mechanical voice rang out in Xinyu's ears. Ding! You defeated the boss-stitched monster and killed the hidden boss, Lord Vasseur. You have recaptured the Vasseur dungeon. Because the Conqueror's methods were extremely bloody and he was recognized by many residents, he was given the title of Bloody Lord. Wearing this title grants you territorial rights in the strange world. Continuing to conquer other dungeons will increase the size of your territory. Within your territory, conquerors can freely teleport anywhere and gain a buff, plus 100 territorial resource production. Xinyu raised his hand and asked them to stand up. From today on, I will take over the vast dungeon. I am the president of the Deviant Society, and the vast dungeon will be incorporated into the Deviant Society. Chapter 89. A completely different person from the previous college student. The dungeon that was conquered this time did not receive any announcement on Blue Star. It seems that there is an essential difference between the two. The copy on the Blue Planet is more like a game-like entertainment, a horror game that harvests lives. Even if you conquer the dungeon, it will only be closed permanently. Apart from some money and potions, the conqueror of Blue Star cannot actually obtain any other more valuable rewards. The space that Xinyu came directly to through the source world was the origin of the strange world. Xinyu conquered a copy, which was equivalent to having all the authority over a space in the horror game. Such a large space, the resources contained in it, even if only the surface resources are developed, will definitely be priceless. Xinyu left the Vasseur dungeon. After he gained access to this space, it basically became his back garden. He could enter and leave as he pleased. Because he has become the master of this space will not change hands unless another conqueror comes and defeats Xinyu. Xinyu reappeared on the Baipan plain. He looked at this space. After conquering it, the originally extremely unstable space fluctuations had calmed down. There's no danger inside. It seems that we can allow employees to establish a stable channel here. I remember there is such a technology in the technology tree. As for the form of the passage, let's make it a door. Using a door to establish a channel connecting the two spaces is more intuitive and also completes the previous settings, killing two birds with one stone. Xinyu spent 10,000 construction points and activated the technology. Then, using his authority to control space, he used materials to install a gate that was 10 meters high and 7 meters wide in the passage. The current machine should be able to pass through smoothly, and if it is not wide enough, it can be further expanded. Fu Zhang was standing in front of the passage. When he saw him come out, he asked with concern, "Are you okay with the poison in your body?" Xinyu, the wedding dress ghost, is immune to poison. Possessing its power, I naturally won't be poisoned either. Isn't it strange that we're talking to ourselves like this? Fu Zhang smiled and said, "To outsiders, we are two different people. We should get used to it, President." Xinyu waved his hand. "All right, the problem is solved. Go and let those employees come in to collect resources. And by the way, make life better for those residents of the underground city." It was difficult for the residents to taste that kind of fishy meat, and it was already very difficult for them to taste some oily food during festivals. All of the 100,000 residents are taken under his command and can be trained to do some work that they can get started with. Xinyu is very short of employees, and he will not let go of so many people. Of course, It is reasonable to give more benefits to the employees who work for him. Fu Zhang returned to headquarters, took some employees and machines to the Vassar underground city. The employees kept talking excitedly. Wow, I thought it was just a riot at the gate, but I didn't expect to recapture a new gate. Was it Lord Fu Zhang himself who took action this time? This time, there's such a vast space inside the door, and the air environment is very suitable for human habitation. Doors like this are rare. We have another resource site. I hope we can find rare materials here. Employees buy crops grown by the residents of the underground city and then sell them the produced clothes, food, medicine, and other things. The things produced by the aliens are countless times more exquisite and delicious than what the residents have. The residents quickly accepted their identities. Becoming a member of the society can give them so many things they can't even imagine. Moreover, they can get free medical treatment for diseases caused by years of hard work and fatigue because of employee benefits. The residents, who were almost completely renewed and had healthier bodies than ever before, were extremely loyal to the order. Not to mention that the Deviant Society doesn't want them to work for it. They just want them to continue planting and raising vegetables, grains, and animals such as chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and cows. This means that all the residents of the underground city have become the logistics personnel of the society. 100,000 people would easily support the current Deviant forces. The Deviant Society will also bring them more things, allowing their quality of life to be greatly improved. Let's not talk about these for now. After Fei Niao solved the strange problem, he did not inform others, which caused Su Zhou to be afraid to leave the school. He was almost caught by the police who came to arrest the murderer after the police were called. Fortunately, Jiwu arrived in time and took the person away before the police officers broke into the school. Jiwu wiped his sweat as he escaped from the school by climbing over the wall. Looking at Su Zhou, who was following behind him with a calm expression, Jiwu asked tentatively, "Su Zhou, do you still remember me?" Su Zhou nodded. "Mr. Jiwu. Very good, still quite well behaved. Although his eyes have changed a little, his temperament has become much calmer, and there is still a lingering smell of blood around him, making him completely different from the college student before." However, Su Zhou still recognized him, so it wasn't too bad. Jiwu was still very troubled because he knew Su Zhou's current situation. Su Zhou was once brainwashed by white leftists. However, it was to save him. In addition, Su Zhou himself has a special physique, and Bai Zhuo is using the brainwashing ability of the heart goo for the first time. Therefore, the Yigihui will only punish Bai Zhuo. Su Zhou also knew that Bai Zhuo's punishment was because of him, so he tried every means to help Bai Zhuo and make up for the punishment as soon as possible. After brainwashing, Su Zhou's personality will be completely shattered. His cognition, memory, values, and thoughts will all be distorted. As for the extent of the distortion, Jiwu asked Su Zhou tentatively, "How do you feel now?" Su Zhou checked the injuries on his body and said, "I avoided a fatal injury, I'm fine." When Su Zhou mentioned it, Jiwu realized that all the blood in Su Zhou's body came from him. Just now, Su Zhou walked all the way here, climbed over the wall, and jumped high, without any change in his facial expression, which made Jiwu think that he was not injured. "Are you injured? Let's go back to the company now. There is a medical cabin in the company." Zhang Lin and others have returned to the company to recuperate. Jiwu applied for a special car from the headquarters, so he was able to rush over in time. Jiwu drove the car out of the parking space and said, "Hurry up and get in." After Su Zhou got in the car, Jiwu drove him to the company at the fastest speed possible without exceeding the speed limit. The two groups of people rushed back, both covered in blood and wounds. The employees working in the company naturally saw it as well. Their faces were filled with worry. "Are you okay? Were they injured while fighting the weird? How much pain must it be after losing so much blood?" The scene of several young witches being seriously injured was deeply engraved in the minds of these employees. Chapter 90, is he controlling the weirdness, or is the weirdness controlling him? Jiwu hurriedly stuffed the person into the medical cabin. Press the cap to start treatment. Su Zhou deliberately avoided his internal organs, and although he suffered penetrating wounds, no vital parts were injured. After lying in the medical cabin for 10 minutes, his injuries were basically healed. After finishing their work, the employees brought various foods and drinks and surrounded Jiang Tianzong and others who had come out of the medical cabin earlier. "This is the chicken soup my mom made. It's perfect for nourishing you. I made you some red dates, wolfberries, and brown sugar water to replenish your blood. You must be hungry after your mission. This is pork ribs and barbecued pork rice with a traditional pot soup. Eat quickly, don't starve." The employees took out their own food and handed it to Jiang Tianzong and others. Jiang Tianzong had a sour face and shouted unhappily, "I don't need these things." Gurgle. At this moment, His stomach rumbled loudly, and the sound was so loud that everyone present could hear it. Jiang Tianzong couldn't help but blush. He tooted and pulled up his hood to cover his face. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left, and no one could stop him. There was no choice. The others could only surround Zhang Lin and Zhao Han. The two of them really couldn't refuse the invitation, but they didn't want to eat the employees' lunch. Fortunately, Ji Wu came out to rescue them. Headquarters will send someone to deliver food. They have lost too much blood and need some special nutrition. The medical cabin can heal injuries, but the lost blood cannot be replenished in a short time. Fortunately, the physical fitness of the witch doctors has been transformed by the mysterious power, so as long as they get enough nutrition, they will recover quickly. After Ji Wudu said this, the other employees had to take back their lunch, but they still stuffed the snacks and drinks into the hands of Zhang Lin and Zhao Han, and then returned to their workstations. Suzhou followed Ji Wu with a tired look on his face. Zhang Lin looked at him. Are you okay? Suzhou nodded. It's okay. Zhang Lin felt a little surprised. Just now, when he and Suzhou made eye contact, the other party did not dodge or avoid his gaze as he did in the past. Instead, he looked at him firmly and calmly. Zhang Lin inexplicably felt that he was also being scrutinized and analyzed by the other party. Is Suzhou this kind of personality? Why does a person's personality change completely after getting hurt? Suzhou. Zhang Lin stopped talking after being looked at by Suzhou. Zhang Lin's brows twitched. What on earth could have caused such an honest child to have such a killer's cold eyes in such a short period of time? Seeing him hesitate, Suzhou asked, What's the matter? Zhang Lin, I know. Nothing. Zhao Han looked here and there, wondering what they were talking about. What's going on? There's a heavy atmosphere. Mr. Ji, did headquarters really send a feast? I'm starving. Please take me to eat. Zhao Han was still thinking about the nutritious meal that Ji Wu mentioned was sent from headquarters. Ji Wu had no choice but to take them to eat first, and also called Jiang Tianzong, who was hiding in the office and dared not come out. The headquarters used the vegetables, fruits, and grains exchanged from the residents of the Wasser underground city, as well as the purchased beef and pork, to make steaks and pork chops, 6 dishes and 1 soup, which were very generous in portion. I don't know if the land in the Wasser underground city is very fertile, or if the rice seeds they have are different, but the rice they grow is crystal clear and plump after being cooked. It tastes very springy and a little chewy, but not too hard, and the rice is very sweet. It is so delicious that you can eat 2 big bowls of rice without any vegetables. A group of young men ate without even raising their heads. After Zhao Han finished 3 bowls of rice, he patted his bulging stomach in satisfaction and burped, It's so delicious. Zhang Lin couldn't help but eat a little more, and then stopped with his self-control. Overeating would be detrimental to his movements. Suzhou and Jiang Tianzong were still eating. The appetite of the Qigui masters is much larger than that of ordinary people. In addition, the high-intensity combat consumes a lot of energy. They did not stop even after eating 5 large bowls of rice. The logistics department is used to it. When the dishes and rice are almost gone, someone pushes a food cart with new dishes and rice. Zhang Lin and Zhao Han felt even more bloated just by watching them stuffing food into their mouths. Zhao Han, is it really okay? Won't you feel bloated after eating so much? Ji Wu, it's okay. Contractors have good digestion abilities. This little bit of food won't make them sick. By the time the two finally finished eating, an hour had passed. Call. Suzhou breathed a sigh of satisfaction. After eating, he felt sleepiness coming back, so he stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower and rest. Go ahead, you two, go get some good sleep. After Ji Wu finished taking care of these newcomers, he went to clean up for them. Fortunately, there is an information cocoon, so no one else can find out about them. Ji Wu only needs to send someone to clean up the remaining bloodstains. There are employees at the headquarters who specialize in cleaning this kind of thing. Ding dong. A message was sent to Ji Wu's mobile phone. Ever since Fei Niao A was live-streamed last time, Ji Wu has been paying close attention to news on the internet. After all, the mastermind behind the last incident has not been caught yet, and who knows when they will come out to cause trouble again. So Ji Wu asked Bai Zhua to edit an automatic search software, which would pop up a prompt window for him whenever certain keywords appeared on the internet. Ancient civilization ruins have been discovered abroad, and there are suspicions of the presence of a Pact Master. A certain country claims that the profession of the Pact Master is not unique to the Xia nation. In ancient times, we also had this group of mysterious extraordinary people. Ji Wu, anyone with a special physique does have a certain chance of coexisting with the weird and gaining weird powers. However, only the deviant society has a unique method of contracting the weird, which is also the method with the lowest cost and the least chance of backlash. Only then can one be called a trickster. Jiwoo once heard from other ghost masters that outside the organization, there were many people who wanted to gain power and took risks. They try to capture the weirdness, use special methods to increase their compatibility with the weirdness, and then try to use their bodies to accommodate the weirdness and control it. Although these people succeeded. However, every time they used the strange power, their bodies would be eroded more deeply by the strange power. In the end, it was impossible to tell whether they were controlling the strange power or the strange power was controlling them. These people's mental states are more unstable and crazier than the tricksters, and their madness is a kind of reckless madness that burns themselves. If these are really the people, what did they do abroad? Jiwoo thought about it and felt that he still needed to report it to the headquarters. Let headquarters handle this. Chapter 91: Mysterious Murals in Ancient Ruins. Shinyu discovered this before Jiwoo reported it, because he was also involved in it. This is what happened at the time. The monster he originally took in the Wasser dungeon needs to appear on Blue Star and become the boss of a copy. As a result, it failed to be born and was taken into custody. This caused the copy to crash. As a result, there was a small collapse in the space from the Vassar underground city to the Blue Star. However, Shinyu is the master of the Wasser dungeon space, and this collapse will not affect his space. There was only a little turmoil on the Blue Star side, and the location of the turmoil happened to be above an ancient relic. This caused the space to collapse, which just happened to uncover the ancient ruins. Shinyuban came here anyway. It was just a coincidence. So I added some ingredients into it. This is also the reason why items related to the Pact Master can be excavated from it abroad. The first people to discover the ruins were a group of outdoor adventure hikers. At that time, the ground collapse caused a small earthquake. They were camping nearby and were frightened by the earthquake. After the aftershocks passed, they were exploring outside and wanted to leave when they discovered this part of the ruins exposed above the ground. Hey, Gore, we sent it. Is this a treasure? I wonder if there are gold coins or gems inside. Everyone cheered and started digging with shovels. As the entrance to the ruins was gradually excavated, everyone discovered that this stone door, which had been buried underground for a long time, had some vague patterns printed on it. They wiped off the dirt with their hands. A very strange and mysterious pattern was revealed. In a standing square diamond-shaped body, a snake is coiled with its head and tail connected. Its head is like a dragon, and its golden vertical pupils are staring at you coldly and sharply. The first time I saw its pupil, they seemed to see it leaping out from the pattern and biting their eyes fiercely. Several people screamed in fright. Oh my god! OFCK! Looking again, the snake on the pattern was still standing there. It seemed that the pattern was too lifelike and it was an illusion for them. Everyone was confused for a moment, then burst into laughter. This pattern is really evil. It's so realistic. Perhaps only a famous master painter of that era could have painted it so vividly, as if it were about to jump out of the painting. Just now I almost thought it was going to jump out. Me too. If he could achieve this level of painting skills, the paintings he left behind must be worth a lot of money, right? I don't know which painter it is. Everyone just talked about it for a few words and didn't take it seriously. The treasure buried underneath was what they wanted most. Digging all the way again. The stone gate might have been damaged by the earthquake just now. After they dug out a passage, several people pushed together and were able to push the stone gate open to a path large enough for one person to enter. Everyone was very excited and squeezed into the ruins one after another. The ruins were not large and contained little treasure. They only found a lot of rotten grains and some medieval copper and silver coins. These coins have high collection value. Fuck, how come there are so many copper and silver coins, but not even a single gold coin? Everyone come and see. I found a stone slab. On the stone slab, there are several passages written in medieval language. At that time I was in darkness, an ignorant beast myself, and had never seen the light until that man came and lit a beam of light for us beasts, so that we could get rid of our ignorance and become individuals. I haven't accomplished anything great, but I want to leave a mark for that great Lord. He once saved us from the clutches of monsters. Those monsters, like tamed wild beasts, obediently crawled at his feet. Thank him for bringing us civilization. Thank him for dispelling the darkness for us. And thank him for lighting the way forward for us. There are several murals painted on the wall above the fallen stone slabs. In the first painting, they were being hunted by monsters and lived in hunger. The monster was painted in a distorted and terrifying way, using exaggerated techniques to make it appear hundreds of times larger than a human. The little man standing at its feet in the mural looked as small as a bug. There was also a small hill of bones piled up on the side, showing that this monster had killed countless people. In the second picture, The shrewd city lord offered a reward to warriors to defeat the monster, but all of them failed. Until one day, a man stepped in here. In the third picture, only a figure with a back took down the reward. He defeated the monster alone. In the fourth picture, a blurry stick figure is holding a holy sword in his hand, and a huge monster is falling in front of him. In contrast, the fact that he can defeat such a huge monster with such a tiny body shows that this person is extremely powerful. Everyone looked on in amazement. They couldn't help but take out various recording instruments to take pictures of this exquisite mural that contained many stories. They continued to look down. In the fifth picture, the city lord prepared a sumptuous banquet to reward the triumphant warrior. In the sixth picture, the city lord has a devilish smile on his face, with his hands open, looking at the warrior greedily, and a green potion representing poison is poured on the dish. The seventh picture shows the ground covered in blood, the banquet disappearing out of thin air, and the city lord lying on the ground with a hideous face. Finally, in the eighth picture, a man quietly stands with his back to the crowd. He slightly tilts his head, as if looking at something. Countless vague, twisted and terrifying things are crawling at his feet. When everyone saw this, they broke out in cold sweats, because they really felt a cold gaze cast upon them. Just when they saw the eighth picture and the figure with its back to them, this strange feeling made everyone feel numb. Coupled with the recent strange appearances, everyone thought they had encountered something strange and fled from the ruins in a panic. It was not until they were still in shock and were questioned by their relatives that they told them what had happened. Then, word spread from one person to another, and someone uploaded it to the internet, causing it to become a big deal abroad. Originally, many people did not believe what this group of people said, but when they took out the photos of the murals, the matter really became popular. Some people analyzed that if the mural is real, then the monster mentioned in the mural might be a weird thing, and something like weirdness had appeared a long time ago. And the person who can defeat the monster is naturally a supernatural being with mysterious powers. Because everyone was frightened, they did not take a picture of the last painting. Only Gore, who had been recording the painting, recorded it. Chapter 92, The Last Strange Mural. They were trying to persuade Gore. Just show us that video. Don't they believe it? Yes, as long as they see that video, they will understand. There's something magical about that painting. Gore, if you don't want to post it, just send me the video and let me post it. These people are all good friends of Gore, otherwise they would not go on the adventure together. Gore held the camera in his hand. It stores all the content he recorded. At that time, he was so frightened after seeing the last painting that his mind went blank, and he completely forgot that he was still recording the video. Fortunately, in his panic, his hands did not shake too badly. Therefore, he is the only one among all people who has left a picture of the last painting. Even though it was only for 2 seconds. Gore covered his head with his hands in pain. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. What's there to think about? Do you know how hot this is right now? The first few paintings we released earned us tens of thousands of yuan in a short period of time, and many people even asked us to advertise for them. My followers on a certain site have increased by more than 100,000. Once we reveal the last painting, we'll be big celebrities. By then, I'll have money and fame. Gore opened his red eyes and asked, "Do you really think that painting can be released? Didn't someone online analyze that he was a cunning master with strange abilities? If we release his portrait like this, will he attack us?" Gore finished speaking. Everyone fell silent. The mind that had been dazzled by money and fame suddenly became much clearer. This, no way. Looking at the text on the ruins, it's at least several hundred years old. Even if that person was a contract master, he would have died long ago. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of a dead person? Gore recalled the feeling of being watched when he saw the painting and couldn't help but murmur, "Is he really dead?" Gore's friend laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. Perhaps the painting has been influenced by some kind of power, gaining a hint of spirituality that allows us to sense that strange power. I know that we know too little about these mysterious powers that are different from ordinary people. People are always afraid of these unknown forces. But look, it's been so long, and nothing has happened to us, right? No matter how mysterious a power is, as long as it's carried by a human, it will eventually die. Gore, don't worry too much. Just make a fortune and buy whatever we want. We can live a free life. Isn't that the purpose of our adventure?" Gore was finally persuaded by his friends to change his mind and hand over the video. His friends were ready to go, so they edited the video, added appropriate music and commentary, and uploaded it to their own WeChat accounts. As soon as the video was released, many netizens who had been following this matter clicked to watch it. At first, it was quite funny to see the hikers in the video being startled and saying, "Ha! That pattern on the door is really realistic. What kind of pattern is this?" I searched online, but I didn't see anything similar. The Ouroboros represents the infinite snake that repeats itself endlessly. Mathematics has a corresponding symbol, infinity, which also implies infinity, immortality, infinity, and the world. And then there's a diamond shape around it, which makes it look a bit like an organization's logo. Is this pattern the logo of the organization behind the extraordinary person in the painting? Because they have seen the previous paintings, these netizens are relatively calm. Some people are arguing about whether the person in the mural is a superhuman being. After all, the mural does not describe what kind of superhuman powers the person who defeated the monster possesses. We all know that people of that era, because their minds were not yet open, viewed things in nature that were difficult to understand as mysterious and magical creations. They firmly believed that there were gods and demons in the world. So the mural must have exaggerated some parts. The monster might not have been that big. Perhaps it was just a little taller than an ordinary person, and then a brave knight defeated it with a sharp weapon and greater strength than an ordinary person. Then these people worshipped it like a god. We need to look at these murals through the eyes of that era, rather than adding our own associations to the mural now that we know of its existence, thus distorting its original meaning. It's possible. After all, people at that time would associate everything they saw with gods and demons. So these murals simply depict a story about a brave knight who ultimately defeated the sinister city lord and became the new city lord. Some people agree with these people's views, while others insist that the warriors in the murals are extraordinary people. These people argued endlessly, until the video reaches the end. In just 2 seconds, the camera lens seemed less stable than before because the hand holding the camera was shaking unconsciously, but the lens still captured the content of the last painting. Different from the previous paintings, which were more abstract and simple. The last painting was created by someone who used all his skills to depict it. The good control of light and shadow makes the picture appear very three-dimensional. Although a lot of black and white are used in the picture, it is not a painting without color. There are lit candles on both sides, and a man is standing at the intersection of light and shadow, slightly turned sideways, his head also turned to the side, so that people cannot see his face, and he seems to be looking at someone or something next to him. He was clearly wearing gorgeous and complicated clothes. The painter used all his painting skills to depict this gorgeous clothing. Every wrinkle, reflection, and color was handled very well. It can be seen that its material is excellent and the materials used in its workmanship are the most expensive. Only lords or kings can wear such luxurious clothes. The painter was able to express all of this, but for the character's face, he used light and shadow to make it blurred. The shadow cast on his face, covering most of his appearance. There was no one and nothing around. But the picture did not seem empty, because around him, looming, twisted and terrifying monsters surrounded him, crawling on the ground and guarding him in the middle as if they were a king. It's clearly a side profile, and the person in the picture is clearly not looking outside the picture. However, when the netizens who watched the video saw this painting, a strange and bizarre feeling of being watched came over them. Chapter 93. How to Become a Ghost Master. Everyone who saw this painting was shocked. Their blood was as cold as if it had been frozen. That cold, majestic, scrutinizing gaze swept over their bodies, as if it could see the most unbearable thoughts deep in their hearts. With their brains filled with extreme fear, many people smashed their mobile phones and computers. After their emotions calmed down and rationality took over again, many people looked at their broken phones and computers with tears in their eyes. Oh, what fuck? What's going on? There's something wrong with that painting. The strange paintings with mysterious powers make people feel both fearful and curious to find out what is going on. As a result, this video immediately became popular on the entire internet. The previous inferences were completely overturned. This person is indeed an extraordinary person. Why is it that even though I'm not looking into his eyes, even though we're connected online, I still feel like I'm being watched by the person in the painting? This is so terrifying that I don't even dare to watch it to the end. This painting is so fascinating. Please tell me where the mural is located. I will pay a high price for it. You indirectly promoted the cult. Construction points plus 20,832. Some are terrified, some are obsessed. Some people are desperate to pursue this mysterious power. Some people also found the video owner through the background and offered a high price to obtain the location of the mural. The money was very high, which made Gore and others very excited. However, they didn't wait for action. Their door was kicked open from outside, and a tear gas canister was thrown in. Several people burst into tears immediately. They were completely unable to resist when a group of armed soldiers rushed in and pinned them to the ground. Don't move. Their heads were covered. All the equipment inside was searched and confiscated, and they were taken away. Soon, the video was taken down. On that day, a group of fully armed men flew to the ruins. They sent people to surround the ruins, not allowing anyone to approach, and then took away everything inside. A senior leader of a country found a man. The man was shrouded in a mysterious black robe. He said to the man in black robe with great respect, "We have already got the thing you mentioned." He clapped his hands, and several people came in pushing an iron box. After putting the box down, they left quickly. The man in black robe walked to the iron box and opened it. The last mural lay quietly inside. It was peeled off the wall and placed in an iron box, and even protected against fading and scratching. The black-robed man extended his fingers with satisfaction and carefully stroked the mural. "You did a good job." The senior leader was delighted, and his breathing became heavier. Then, the man in black robe took out a thin book from his arms and threw it to the man nonchalantly. The senior leader hurriedly caught the book. He opened the book anxiously and carefully and began to read. This book records the methods they have always dreamed of to gain power. After reading it, his breathing became heavier. "Thank you, sir," the black-robed man said meaningfully. "We are just taking what we need." Senior leader, "That symbol, is it really the Deviant Society?" The man in black robe, "Of course, apart from them. Who else would dare to use such an arrogant logo? Humph, they are just relying on." He said the last sentence very quietly, and the senior leaders did not hear it clearly. "You indirectly promoted the Heretic Society. Construction points plus 53. He didn't dare to ask any further questions. "You'll have to take care of yourself. Anyone who wants to use any power will have to pay a price." After saying that, the man in black robe quickly left with the iron box. The senior leaders stood there with expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Ha ha ha, this is the path to extraordinary power. The price? As long as I can gain power, I can afford any price. The book above records a method of using strange abilities. First of all, you need to adapt to the strange erosion for a long time. Let your body adapt to strange forces under human intervention. This step is extremely easy to fail and will eventually lead to the person's sanity being eroded by the weirdness and turning into a twisted and terrifying monster. But once you are comfortable with the strength, you can move on to the next step. Use your body to accommodate the weirdness. Then, through some special means, they seal them in their own bodies and suppress and control the weirdness through their own will and spirit. After a while, you'll be able to use its abilities. People who gain abilities through this method are called Ghost Masters. Unlike a contractor, the price a contractor pays for using his strange abilities is very small. Every time the magician uses his strange ability, the erosion of his body by the magic will deepen. In the end, when the weirdness in the body can no longer be suppressed by one's own spirit, it will merge with the Weirdness Master and completely replace the Weirdness Master. It is hard to say whether the Ghost Master will still be able to retain his consciousness by then. Of course, the man in black robe did not write about these hidden dangers in the book. They themselves have suffered from the erosion of the strange, so how could they be kind enough to tell the greedy latercomers? The senior leader put the book in his arms with a look of joy on his face. He planned to find some people to experiment with the methods in the book. If it worked, he would be able to gain extraordinary powers and become an extraordinary person. By then, the entire country will rely on his strength. So won't he be able to become the supreme ruler of this country? Ha ha ha. He was immersed in the beautiful dream he had created and could not extricate himself for a while. And the other side. The black-robed man hurried away and returned to his secret base. She squatted on the sofa with a sinister look on her face, playing with her hair out of boredom. When she saw him walk in, she immediately asked, "How is it?" The man in black robe lifted his hood, revealing the handsome face underneath. He was Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan said angrily, "You are a stay-at-home guy who never goes out. You always ask me to go out for errands." Ika scratched his hair and said, "I don't want to stay with those stinking humans. It will make the weirdness in my body restless." Qing Yuan, "Don't make these excuses, I brought the things back." Qing Yuan put the iron box on the ground. Iko hurried over to take a look. "Wow, is this really a portrait of that person?" "Well, judging by the pigments and painting techniques, these should be left over from the Middle Ages. It must have been hundreds of years ago, right? I didn't expect it to be preserved so well until now." Qing Yuan nodded. "These are all very important information. The leaders will definitely like it." Ika looked at the mural carefully. He rubbed his arms and said, This uncomfortable feeling of being stared at is really unbearable." He immediately closed the iron box. Qing Yuan. After all, he is that man. Even the leader dares not look down on him. No, they are afraid of him. Chapter 94. Intercepted this batch of goods, insects. He let out a mocking and evil laugh. "Now we can't contact the leader and the others, right? Maybe we were released as mere pawns. It's thrown away after use. Qing Yuan touched the iron box. The leader would not do this. In fact, they really couldn't contact the leader and others. Before, when the leader asked us to come out, he said that they were going to a newly discovered alien space. They sent people to investigate the situation. The enemies inside are very powerful. It will probably take a long time to conquer them. Most alien spaces will block all signals. Unless there is a special communication method, it is impossible to contact people in the alien space from the outside world. There are also some alien spaces where the flow of time is different from that of the outside world. In some cases, hundreds of years pass inside, while only a few hours pass outside. In some cases, a few days pass inside while only several months pass outside. A drop of sweat dripped down his face as he spoke. Did the leader say that? Love and resentment, don't you know? He angrily said, you didn't tell me. Qing Yuan didn't feel guilty at all. Then you know now. Iku originally wanted to beat up the other person, but considering that the fight would probably end in mutual destruction, he had to suppress his temper. Iku scratched his chin and said, since he went to the alternate dimension, there's nothing I can do about it. Putting this aside, I think I discovered a branch of the Deviant Society. Branch? Yes, it's probably a newly opened branch that has just started to develop. It's not very large. Evil Words sent the branch information to Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan flipped through the pages. Igue Cleaning Company? That certainly seems like their style. Huh. You even found out they had a batch of goods put into storage. Qing Yuan knew his partner's character very well, and almost immediately understood Iku's idea after seeing the information. You want to intercept this shipment? He smiled evilly, his eyes filled with excitement as he was eager to try. I have to say, they have so many good things. I heard that only an A-level captain came this time. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Qing Yuan thought about the A-level and captain-level members of the Deviant Society. There were only a few of them. There must be a lot of new members in a newly opened branch. There are only a few captains with personalities suitable for permanent positions. I guess the one who came must be Jieyu. Ika nodded. I heard that he recently accepted a new person, and he probably came to the branch to train that new person. Qing Yuan thought for a moment and said, I heard that this captain has a gentle personality like Jade, and a tolerance as broad as the sea. I guess the weirdness of his contract is not that aggressive. This is also what people think of when speaking evil words. If the contract strangeness is very aggressive, it will also affect the contract master who has made the contract with it. After all, the strange influence cannot be eliminated and can only be resisted by willpower, but human willpower always has its limits, and the strange influence is happening all the time. Even as the degree of compatibility with weirdness increases, this influence will continue to strengthen. This opportunity is rare. How about taking action? Qing Yuan nodded. I will control the situation from behind and help you stop other Chigue masters. Can you deal with Jieyu alone? He grinned and laughed. Just an A-level. The two smiled at each other. I am very confident about this plan. When two people were engaged in some dark and shameful calculations. Over there, the senior leader led his men to a place where an unusual incident occurred. He had finally obtained the key to becoming a transcendent through the black-robed man. So of course he couldn't wait to test whether this method was effective. A group of people came to a quiet residential building. There used to be quite a few people living here, but since the unusual incident, everyone who could move away has moved away. Therefore, there was no light in the entire residential building, and as night fell, it looked extremely gloomy. The subordinates brought by the senior leaders were a little uneasy. Although they brought weapons, what they had to face were strange things that could not be dealt with by conventional means. A group of people were hesitant. What are you afraid of? This is the key to the path to transcendence. Don't you want to gain that kind of extraordinary power that allows you to dominate everything with just a wave of your hand? Boss, is it really okay? Isn't that weirdo unkillable? Or we should go back. Who knows if that guy is lying? If he is, then we are doomed. The senior leaders directly used money to hit them. When we get back today, I will give each of you a bonus of 1 million. Don't waste your time here. Hurry up and get to work. With the bonus incentive, they became more courageous. A group of people, armed with weapons and looking uneasy, rushed into this quiet residential building. More than 10 minutes later, they came out of the residential building again. Boss, there's nothing in there. Tom was really lame. Ha ha ha. Tom is so timid that he was scared by a bug. Fuck, that bug suddenly crawled onto my face and I was just disgusted. The senior leader couldn't believe it. No? Impossible. I've investigated very clearly. Several people were brutally murdered at home. There were no signs of anyone else entering the scene, and the wounds on their bodies didn't look like they were caused by sharp weapons. What else could this be if not an unusual incident? The senior leaders went in and took a look around in disbelief. However, as his men said, there was really nothing unusual inside. There was no choice but to curse under his breath and leave with his men. No one noticed that something seemed to move under Tom's skin. On the road, Tom was sitting in the back seat, wearing headphones, listening to the exciting music with his head shaking and his body swaying with the music. "Hey, man, your hand hit me." Tom couldn't hear. Their companion shrugged and was about to take off his headphones when suddenly, a bulge appeared on Tom's face and some thick yellowish liquid spurted out. It just happened to splash onto his companion's hand. "Oh, fuck, what is this?" His companion felt sick and quickly withdrew his hand, frantically finding a tissue to wipe it clean. Tom's shaking body gradually stopped. His eyes were empty, and the skin on his face was twisting, with a big bump appearing from time to time. "What's wrong?" The person in the front seat heard his scream and immediately turned around to see what was happening. He saw that the skin on Tom's face was broken by something, and a group of disgusting bugs rushed out of his face. He was so frightened that he screamed, "Oh my God, what are those things?" "Bugs. There are bugs coming out of Tom's body." Ah. Chapter 95, Transfer from Fei Niao A, Warehouse Attacked. His reaction was too intense. It suddenly hit the driver next to it. The driver was caught off guard and his body was tilted after being hit. The steering wheel also hit randomly, and the whole car suddenly swayed from side to side. "You're crazy." The driver was so scared that he almost died. He quickly straightened the steering wheel. "Bugs, there are bugs. What's there to be afraid of with a bug? I can easily crush it to death." The driver cursed a few times in anger and was about to look at the situation behind him through the rearview mirror when several insects fell on his face. Then, a bug burrowed into his eye. The driver let out a scream. He stepped on the accelerator and crashed hard into the car in front. With a loud bang, 3 cars collided with each other. A senior leader, originally sitting in a car at the back of the convoy, saw the accident ahead and rolled down his window to ask, "What's going on up ahead? Can't you even drive properly?" The front door of the car was pushed open from the inside, and he saw several of his men crawling out of the car. A bad premonition arose. What happened up ahead? He quickly rolled up the car window and told the driver, "Back up! Back up quickly!" Several of his men ran towards his car. They lay outside his car window with terrified faces and kept hitting the window with their hands. The strange situation shocked the senior leaders. The driver was so frightened by the strange scene that his back was chilled, and he quickly backed up to get away from those people. Then he turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly fled the scene. The senior leaders kept looking back. The cars collided with each other, and everyone ran out of the cars as if they were being chased by something. Then, they couldn't run far before they fell down limply as if they were attacked by something. Soon, all his men fell to the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. The senior leader couldn't see what was attacking them, and this bizarre scene made him even more terrified. "Drive." The driver stepped on the accelerator and quickly fled the scene. But they don't know. This abnormal event will spread rapidly to surrounding cities in a very short time and become uncontrollable. Early morning of January 10th, Jiwoo was woken up by a phone call. A large-scale abnormal incident broke out abroad. Jiwoo came to his senses instantly and asked about the details. An employee of a company saw a help post on the internet, saying that a serious pollution outbreak had occurred in the neighboring city, but there were also several similar pollution outbreaks in his own city. The city is now blocked and no one can enter or leave. In a panic, he posted a call for help on the internet. Unfortunately, netizens are all ordinary people. Although his experience is worthy of sympathy, most people just comfort him and ask him to close the doors and windows and not go out. People in the surrounding cities that had not yet been blocked fled to safe places in panic, and many people fled to other countries. If it is not stopped in time, there may be very serious consequences. If this weirdness has contaminated so many people, it must be at least a blood robe level weirdness, or even a vicious one. Jiwoo checked all the information and searched the internet for the development of the situation. In just one night, a city fell. Such terrifying strength cannot be contained by an ordinary ghost master. Jiwoo could only let Asuka A, who was S level, go there. Make sure to contain that weirdo. However, Jiwoo did not expect that the news of Asuka A's transfer was intercepted. Iku sat in front of the computer, the light from the screen illuminating his face, his fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard. Done. As expected, with such a big incident, they will definitely send someone to deal with it. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be Fei Niao A. The last time they plotted against Bird A, they failed and witnessed the strength of an S-class contract master. They couldn't deal with that nameless bird and could only transfer people away when trouble arose. Now, there shouldn't be many people guarding that warehouse. The two have arrived in Anyang City and found a place to stay close to the warehouse, keeping an eye on the movements in the warehouse. In the past few days, Igaway Company has a sales manager and a large amount of goods. They have sold some special bullets and firearms to the outside world. Those weapons were basically monopolized by the Xia Kingdom. In just a few days, it brought Igaway Company hundreds of millions of net income. Trucks often come in and out of the warehouse door. The outlaws only sent one person to guard the warehouse. An E-level logistics officer is on duty today. He yawned, and seeing the truck approaching, he quickly pressed the door of the warehouse to let the truck in to load the goods. He greeted the driver and asked, "How many boxes of goods do you want to move today?" Today, Manager Dong said he wanted to distribute the boxes of mobile phones piled over there as employee benefits, and asked me to come here to move them. The driver got out of the car and tried hard to distinguish the box of mobile phones among a pile of goods. The logistics staff thought for a moment and said, "Everyday goods are piled in the left corner. Go look there." Good. Just as the driver was about to lift his foot, he felt a pain on the back of his neck, and then he fell to the ground. The logistics worker opened his eyes wide, and he reacted very quickly by pressing the alarm on his waist, and was then knocked unconscious to the ground. Evil Mouth turned the wrench in his hand and said, "Let's do it." Qing Yuan covered his right eye. His left eye slowly twisted, and a flower with tentacles bloomed from his eye. It is black in color, with only the tentacles which are red. The tentacles wave and bind the cargo, then drag them all up and slowly put them into the flower bud. This flower can be used to store some things. After all the goods were swept away, the tentacles retracted into the buds, and the flowers once again drilled into the eyes of love and resentment. Qing Yuan made a sound and covered his left eye with a painful expression, and countless black liquids flowed out from between his fingers. "This is the price of using power. Just a little pain and a little loss of sight," he said with a tut-tut. "Every time I see this scene, I feel like my sanity is really low." Qing Yuan. "Okay, let's get out of here quickly. They should be here soon." As soon as the two left the warehouse, they were blocked at the door. Jieyu, Jiang Tianzong, and Suzhou stood there, waiting for them to come out. Jiang Tianzong stared at them with a bad look on his face. "Hey, return our things, or don't even think about leaving." He laughed directly at her. "Tisk, TSK, a low-level contract master. Don't tell me you guys are out of people. You need a bunch of newbies to fill the void." Jiang Tianzong hated it most when others talked about his level, especially after the incident at No. 1 Middle School, when Suzhou was successfully promoted to a B-level contract master, while he was only a D-level contract master. Jiang Tianzong raised the gun in his hand, pointed it at Iku, and fired directly. Chapter 96. Fight in front of the warehouse. Iku jumped to the side and dodged the bullet. He raised his hands and said in a very unpleasant tone, "Oh, how rude. I surrender. I surrender." "That's certainly impossible." He opened his mouth with a vicious look and showed a crazy smile. Most of his face was covered by his bangs, with only one eye showing. Perhaps because he had not been out for many years, his skin was extremely pale, and the dark circles under his eyes were very obvious. As soon as you see him for the first time, you will be shocked by his abnormal madness. After all, no normal person would want to provoke a madman. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared by the bad words. But Suzhou has been with the white left for so long that he has developed a strong tolerance for the malice that comes out of the white left from time to time. What's more, with his current personality, he won't be scared by a little madness. Jiang Tianzong himself has a sour face all day long. As for Jieyu, you can tell from his smiling face that he doesn't care at all. Evil words, what a boring bunch of people. Let's get started. Finished. Qingren decisively took action. His hands were pierced by green vines, which grew out of the flesh of his arms, fell to the ground, and then quickly spread throughout the space. In order to avoid these vines, Jiang Tianzong, Suzhou, and others were unconsciously driven to the side and separated from the team leader Jieyu. Qing Yuan controlled the vines and attacked the two newcomers. Suzhou held the great Xia dragon bird and cut off a piece of the vine that was attacking him. He observed the situation calmly, his brain working at high speed. These vines have low toughness and hardness, and their attack power is not strong. Their purpose is to separate us. Do you want to hold us back first, concentrate on dealing with Captain Jia, and then deal with the other two after the winner is decided? Suzhou could tell from the strength of their aura that the two opponents were definitely A-level contract masters. If the two of them joined forces to deal with Captain Jia might not be able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Tianzong, can we work together to hold him back? Jiang Tianzong gritted his teeth and said, "What are you talking about? Of course I have to do it." Although he said so, in fact, he could hardly move because of the mixed auras of both sides. When the fight really started, both of them no longer restrained their bad words and emotional resentment, and a powerful and strange aura was released unrestrainedly, oppressing everyone. Although Jieyu also released the same momentum to fight back, the two newcomers did not have such an easy time. They were trapped under the pressure of the two sides' auras, like two pieces of drifting wood being constantly washed away by a flood, unable to move themselves. Jiang Tianzong gritted his teeth and held on. He was too strong. This was the strength of A level. Just the outward aura made it difficult for him to stand. Jiang Tianzong grabbed a vine that was piercing him, and he did not let go even though his palm was pierced. He put the vine in his mouth and bit it. The bitter taste of the plant made him frown, but he swallowed it anyway. Vomit. As soon as he swallowed a little vine, severe pain rose from his abdomen and he vomited blood. Fortunately, he absorbed a little bit of the strange power of the blood-stained robe last time, so this time, he was prepared to digest the same power. Although it was painful, he still digested the little bit of power he swallowed and used it for his own benefit. Then, he mastered a little power to control plants and toxins. Jiang Tianzong suddenly looked up and shouted to Suzhou, "Be careful, his vines are poisonous." The reason why Jiang Tianzong was evaluated by Jieyu as having unlimited potential was because he could distinguish the other party's abilities from the strange power he swallowed. Some strange abilities are bizarre and changeable. If the master of the art of contracting does not understand them in advance, he can be easily tricked, and it is common for him to capsize in the gutter. As long as Jiang Tianzong cultivates the weirdness in his contract properly, he can easily gain some of the power and ability to fight against the weirdness. Suzhou blocked the vines that were piercing him. Hearing this, he avoided the subtle thorns on the vines and tried his best to avoid being touched by the vines. Qing Yuan controlled the vines. He smiled in surprise and asked, "How did you find out?" Most people who have fought against him only realized that his vines were poisonous after they were poisoned. Being able to detect poisoning before it happens, this newcomer is quite capable. Qing Yuan laughed softly. The more outstanding he is, the more he cannot be kept, otherwise he will be a strong rival when he grows up. So he attacked even more fiercely. Jiang Tianzong dodged the attack of the vines in a panic. The strange tongue he contracted was not very aggressive in itself, and it needed to constantly devour other strange things in order to become stronger. So he practiced hard with swords and spears, and his skills were pretty good. With Suzhou's support, he managed to hold on against the attack of the vines. Jiang Tianzong looked at Suzhou, who was standing in front of him with a very complicated expression on his face. He had fought against Suzhou before. Originally, Suzhou's skills were very poor, and he was able to defeat Jiang Tianzong only because of his powerful trick hand, while Suzhou was at most a supporting role. Jiang Tianzong was fighting 1 against 2 and was defeated by Suzhou. But now, Suzhou's skills suddenly improved more than 10 times, and he even fought more decisively than Jiang Tianzong. His movements were not sluggish at all. Every attack and block was a preparation for the next attack, and every dodge was as if he had predicted the opponent's attack in advance. This kind of fighting style and skills can only be achieved by those who have experienced many battles. Jiang Tianzong found it hard to understand why Suzhou's strength suddenly became so strong. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Is the impact of weirdness on the master of tricks really that serious? Jiang Tianzong gritted his teeth and grabbed another piece of severed vine and swallowed it. He must become stronger. Suzhou released his cunning hand. While wielding the great Xia dragon bird, unlike before when he had simply chopped and used the knife purely with force, now he swung the knife with simple yet deadly moves. The great Xia dragon bird seemed to have become an extension of his body, and he used it with ease, like a warrior who had entered the Tao through the sword. The knife flashed continuously, and countless vines were cut into pieces, unable to get close to him at all. The tricky hand attacked Qing Yuan, interfering with his control of the vines. Under Suzhou's cover, Jiang Tianzong swallowed a lot of vines, and he also began to control some of the vines to fight back. A B-level contract master and a D-level contract master were able to fight back and forth with an enemy whose strength was comparable to that of a powerful A-level contract master. Jieyu thought that the two newcomers could deal with the enemy. He then put all his energy into dealing with bad words. The weirdness of the bad words never appeared. However, there was always a strong and strange aura surrounding him, and that strangeness was hidden in his body. He dodged Jieyu's attack and sneered. A dignified A-level contract master. Is this all he is capable of? Chapter 97. He has lost all his reason. Although the warehouse is not located in the city center, there are still many vehicles passing by. The battle here is making such a big noise. It has attracted many people to stop and watch. Others hid in their cars, pulling out their phones and excitedly filming. Brothers, I actually saw a fight between two contractors. Are those contractors? Who is the opponent? Is it a spooky creature? Damn, it's too far away to see clearly. This person started a live broadcast directly using his own account. It just so happened that this person was a well-known food broadcaster. As soon as he started broadcasting, many fans flocked into the live broadcast room. Brother Zung, what are we eating today? I can't eat if I don't watch your food show for a day. Brother Zung, do you want to try the kiln-baked chicken today? It's so delicious. Eat pigs trotters, eat pigs trotters. How about a barbecue? Carbs are my favorite. Paired with rice, I can eat 3 bowls. I was a little anorexic at first, but after watching Brother Zung eat, I finally had an appetite. Brothers, I'm not going to broadcast dinner today. Guess what I saw on the way home? Brother Zung pointed the camera into the distance. There was dust flying there, large areas of green were swaying, and several dark figures kept flashing by in it. It doesn't look very real. However, when the camera focused, fans saw that the thick green vines lashed down from the air with such force that when they hit the ground, the concrete floor was shattered into pieces. What's going on? Oh my God, Plants vs. Zombies. Has this plant become a spirit? Could it be that spiritual energy is reviving? How come the plants have secretly evolved without my knowledge in just one day? Brother Zung, this distance is too far to see clearly. Why don't you come closer? Seeing the fans' request, Zung couldn't help but sing. Come a little closer, and I'll hold your hand. Brother Zung is one of us, so don't say anything. Brother Zung, please speak properly and stop singing awkwardly. I want to drive your ridiculous voice out of my ears. Brother Zung laughed heartily and pointed at the battlefield with a guilty look on his face. Brothers, look at this commotion. Look at this concrete floor. Which do you think is harder, the concrete floor or my body? If you come any closer, I'm afraid that Brother Zung and I will be smashed into pieces like the concrete floor. Then Brother Zung, you'd better not get close to me. If Brother Zung is gone, whose food broadcast will I watch to enjoy my meal? Zung used a stand to hold his phone in place to prevent his hands from shaking and making the shot look bad. He said, there are quite a few cars parked near me right now, and everyone is enjoying the melons. It turns out everyone likes to join in the fun. Some people were afraid of something happening and called the police. However, when the police received the notification, they had already been stopped by the captain of the special dispatch team. Kong Yuba looked at the surveillance footage. He watched the duel between the two witches with a serious expression. This is not a battle that ordinary people can get involved in. Moreover, the heterosexual society did not greet him. In order not to cause any trouble, Kong Yuba stopped the police and told them not to get close to the battlefield. They only needed to evacuate the people around them. Kong Yuba looked at a group of people who had stopped their cars to eat watermelons and join in the fun, and covered his forehead with a headache. Alas, we Chinese just like to join in the fun. Hurry up and evacuate them. It makes me nervous to see them standing so close. Look at the destructive power of the witches above. With just a pull of the vines, they can destroy a piece of concrete floor. If this hits a person, he will be beaten without making a sound. Even if you hide in a car, you probably won't be able to withstand its terrifying power. You indirectly promoted the Heretic Society. Construction points plus 236. While dealing with Jieyu, Iku kept spewing out provocative words, as well as some foul-smelling words that specifically dug into people's hearts without using any dirty words. Jieyu has a really good temper. Even when he was scolded like that, his facial expression did not change at all, and he still looked as gentle as jade. Only Iku's face looked a little bad. He scratched his neck irritably. What's going on? Can it affect him? The evil words partially removed the strange restrictions on his body, strengthening the impact of his ability. But his face also turned pale, and it was obvious that controlling the weirdness was a heavy burden for him. Jieyu was much easier. Seeing that he would be the only one to be dragged down if this continued, Iku pulled hard at the pendant around his neck and pulled it off, causing the pendant to cut his palm. After sucking blood, it began to grow larger and eventually turned into a black sickle-shaped weapon. This is the A-level weird weapon, the Devil's Scythe. Its power lies in its ability to absorb people's energy and spirit. But at the same time, it will have some mental effects on the person holding it. As soon as Iku grasped the Devil's Sickle, his eyes blurred and he saw a white-haired witch in a gorgeous black robe, holding a sickle in her hand and smiling at him. What do you want? I can give you everything you want, as long as you offer your soul. Iku shook his head and swung the Devil's Scythe. The Devil's Scythe broke through the space and slashed towards Jieyu at a rapid speed. It seemed to have some kind of guaranteed hit effect, and Jieyu had no way of dodging it. He could only pay the price of scratching his arm to avoid it hitting his abdomen. Jieyu felt like something on his body was being taken away as the sickle brushed past him. Jie could feel that his emotions, which had been very stable, became a little agitated after being attacked by the sickle. An unprecedented sense of rage and destructiveness arose. A trace of bloodshot appeared in Jiayu's emerald green eyes. He frowned, knowing that he had been affected by that strange weapon. He laughed heartily. Captain Jia, just keep sinking into this despair. Come, become a part of it, and release your power. The weirdness in Iku surged, and taking advantage of Jiayu's confused state, it controlled him all at once and injected more chaotic emotions into him. Iku felt that a lot of blood had been drained from his body, and his strange ability was successfully activated. He laughed triumphantly, controlling Jiayu. This battle should be over. When Qing Yuan heard the evil laugh, he knew that he had succeeded. So he put away the vines and returned to Iku's side. How about it? The corners of his mouth curled up in anger. He's already finished. Even if I can't control him for the time being, he'll probably be affected by those emotions and turn into a madman who doesn't care about his relatives and goes on a killing spree, right? Let's go. We won this time. As for the two newcomers, Captain Jia will take care of them. If he knew he had killed the newcomer he was in charge of, he would probably look devastated, right? Although, he might not be able to wake up. Bad words and emotional grudges are about to disappear. Jiang Tianzong sensed something was wrong with Jiayu, and he shouted at Jiayu, who was standing there motionless, Captain. As he left, he didn't forget to add insult to injury. It's useless. He has lost all reason. Chapter 98, I still have a lot of room for improvement. I want to say a few more rubbish. Qing Yuan pulled at the back of his collar. Stop talking nonsense and go. He had already felt a huge and strange aura approaching. It seemed that Captain Jia could no longer control the strangeness in his body and began to go berserk. If the two of them stayed any longer, they would probably be dragged into it. Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong saw that Jiayu was in trouble and did not have the energy to stop the two from leaving. When both of them were about to leave the battlefield, a large truck weighing more than 20 tons fell from the sky and hit them in front of them, blocking their way. The two were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. The car was almost about to hit them. Although the physical fitness of the Chigue master was far superior to that of ordinary people, he was hit by such a heavy truck and did not use his magic to block it in time, so he was bound to be injured or have fractures. Both of them took a step back, looking scared. Who is so violent? A highly aggressive contract master had arrived at the outcast society? How come he hadn't heard about it? Qing Yuan turned around, and his eyes immediately widened. Are you kidding? I saw a 10-meter-tall, pitch-black evil god with 3 heads and 6 arms standing in the middle of the street, with red lines on his body like flowing molten lava. Its front face shows anger, the right face shows kindness, and the left face shows evil. When the front head and the expression on the face show anger, its attack will increase exponentially. The green trees on both sides look much smaller in comparison. The right hand above it held a huge hammer weighing over 100 tons and completely red and black. Just standing there can make you lose the courage to fight it. Iku also turned around and saw the big guy. Sweat kept coming out of the back of his head, and he shouted in shock with trembling lips. This breath, this oppressive feeling, this is definitely an S-level or above weirdness. No way. You must be kidding, right? Why would a mere A-level contractor possess such a powerful weirdness? No, I should say why is he only an A-level contractor even though he has such a powerful weirdness? Isn't this pure deception? How are the outcasts rated? Why is such a powerful contractor suppressed to A-level? Aren't you afraid of angering this master of tricks? Jiayu walked over slowly. Compared with the 10-meter-tall evil god with a ferocious face, he exuded a gentle temperament and had a gentle smile. The contrast was huge. It gives people a very fragmented and unreal feeling. Ika was a little skeptical. Was this really the magic of the Jiayu contract? Or was it a powerful Chigue master who had been hiding and released to support him? But that doesn't make sense. With a face covered in cold sweat, he asked stubbornly, "Why aren't you affected?" Jiayu, influence? Are you asking why my personality hasn't become paranoid and crazy? Xiaoyu sighed slightly and pressed his forehead. Who said it had no effect? I felt this uncontrollable anger and murderous intent that I hadn't felt for a long time. He frowned, his face showing a forced expression of endurance. I've been trying to control my emotions all this time because this guy is so hard to control. I didn't expect to meet someone like you who can manipulate other people's emotions. Xiaoyu looked at the evil god with a headache, as if he couldn't control his behavior. It seems like a big fight is inevitable. He easily distanced himself from them and withdrew from the battlefield with Jiang Tianzong and Su Zhou. Iku and Qing Yuan were even more terrified. They also wanted to leave, but the evil god who had lost control had already set his sights on them. The huge hammer smashed down, and the air wave it created directly blew away the green trees on both sides. The two of them dodged the evil god's attacks in a panic. However, the evil god's attack was too powerful. Although it was swinging a huge hammer, its movements should have been slow, but its attack did not slow down at all. They had to try their best to escape the attack of the giant hammer and avoid being smashed into a pool of meat. Even so, he was scratched all over by the flying gravel. His evil words kept driving his weirdness. His eyes had turned black and red, and even black spots appeared on his face. These were the symptoms of him being eroded by weirdness. If this continues, the strangeness in his body will probably get out of control. Evil Mouth shouted anxiously, "Not yet." Qing Yuan also replied angrily, "If you delay for a while, I will have to clean up the mess you made. I can't hold on any longer. If you can't hold on, you'll die." It's happening again. The two of them had completely lost their initial arrogance and no longer cared about their face. The most important thing was whether they could survive. Jiang Tianzong watched in shock as two enemies, whose strength was almost that of an A-level contract master, were chased all over the street. "Captain, this is too amazing, isn't it?" Suzhou nodded silently. This level of strength was far beyond level A. Jieyu smiled helplessly. Actually, it's just like when he contracted a curse-level trick hand with Suzhou, but his initial rating was E-level. Later, after he completely controlled the trick hand and used it to create the trick domain, he was officially rated B-level. Although I have contracted a Doom-level evil god, I can only unleash less than 1% of its power. Naturally, I can only be rated as an A-level contract master. Xiaoyu blinked at Jiang Tianzong and the others, and said humorously, "It can be said that I still have a lot of room for improvement." Suzhou nodded. "Captain Jia, you can't control it, right?" Jieyu was a little surprised. This observation was really sharp. He admitted very straightforwardly, "Yes, I can't control it now." Jiang Tianzong silently turned his head to look at the evil god that looked like a demon descending. It seemed as if it was chasing two little mice that were running away with their heads in their hands. Was it acting according to its own consciousness? I heard that the more advanced the monster is, the stronger its self-awareness is. Some monsters even have the same wisdom and thinking ability as humans. I didn't expect it to be true. Suzhou, can we take it back after that? Jieyu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this is still possible. If it goes berserk once it's released and can't be retrieved, I probably won't be able to complete the mission alone. At least you need a teammate who is strong enough to suppress the rampaging evil god. Otherwise, if Jieyu goes on a mission and the evil god goes berserk, is there any hope for this world? I guess the damage caused by those monsters is not as great as that caused by the evil god." Suzhou felt relieved. Jieyu admired this newcomer very much. He was good at martial arts, had potential, was calm, had sharp perceptions, and strong thinking ability. He was a good seedling. As long as he can survive, he will definitely become a strong man who guards a place in the future. Jieyu patted Suzhou and said, "If you can't stay in the Anti-Physical Alliance anymore, you can come to Amber to find me." The Anti-Object Alliance is the team of pact masters that Baizhua joined. As a newcomer brought into the Deviant Society by Baizhua, Suzhou naturally joined the Anti-Object Alliance as well. Chapter 99: A Group of Traitors, Rebels. Jiang Tianzong glanced at Suzhou and did not object. Some even looked forward to Suzhou joining. After today's battle, he recognized Suzhou's strength and finally no longer thought that Suzhou was a person who relied on luck to contract a powerful and weird person and relied on the white left to upgrade his relationship. Suzhou is very strong, even stronger than him, and is the goal he needs to pursue at the moment. Suzhou refused firmly. "Sorry, Brother Bai is still in the Anti-Physical Alliance. I will not quit." Jieyu had no intention of forcing him. He just smiled, said he was welcome anytime, and then looked towards the battlefield. Pay attention to the battle situation there. Judging from his tense expression, he must be trying to control the evil spirit from destroying the surrounding buildings. The damage was too severe. Jiang Tianzong pulled Suzhou over and asked, "Do you know what kind of monsters are in the Anti-Material Alliance?" Suzhou was a little confused. "I haven't met the other team members yet." Listen to the name of this team, the Anti-Object Alliance. It's actually taken from the idea that things will turn against each other when they reach their extremes. They're all a bunch of traitors. For every 100 kilograms they weigh, they might have 120 kilograms of rebellious bones. The extra 20 kilograms are used as weapons to attack people. Jiang Tianzong made a grasping gesture, and with a ferocious expression, he swung his hand vigorously, using his strength to perform the appearance of the Anti-Physical Alliance. Even with Suzhou's current temperament, he couldn't help but frown after hearing this. This description is too exaggerated. But compared with the personality of white leftists, if everyone in the anti-object alliance has this kind of personality, then Jiang Tianzong's description can be considered restrained. It was hard for Su Zhou to imagine the scene of a group of white left-wing people running around. Would the Ichi society really not be overthrown by this group of people? At this moment, he expressed his admiration for the president, whom he had never met but whom he admired very much. Too strong. A president who can suppress such a group of people is indeed worthy of being the president. Su Zhou thought about it carefully and finally understood why someone with Brother Bai's personality would join a team that represented rules and constraints. If everyone in the team has this kind of personality, it is not difficult to understand. Su Zhou felt a headache just thinking about being among a group of people with such personalities and getting along with them. No wonder Captain Jie said that if he couldn't stay there, he could come to Amber. Still as gentle and tolerant as ever, even taking this into consideration. Of course, after seeing the weirdness released by Jieyu, no one would still think that he was a good-tempered person. After all, no matter what the personality is, the influence of weirdness on the witch is recognized. It is strange to have such a terrible evil god as a contract, and it is natural to think that Jieyu is a good and mild-tempered person, so there is no complaint about being cheated. The evil god let out a weird laugh that made the brain deaf and painful. He was still excited about the long-awaited opportunity to get out for some fresh air. He was in the rare mood to slowly play with the two little bugs in his hands instead of killing them all at once. But even so, both the bad words and the emotional resentment were a little unbearable. An overwhelming and powerful pressure came down on them, like a mountain pressing down on them. The huge and strange aura stimulated their bodies all the time. It made the already unstable body, which was strangely eroded by itself, even more dilapidated. Cough, cough. He kept vomiting blood, and the blood soaked his clothes. The black marks on his face had begun to spread towards his neck. Obviously, the evil god's current teasing was also partly due to his influence. But he was almost unable to hold on. The frequent use of his abilities had already increased his burden. For a ghost master like them, the price of using weirdness was higher than that of a ghost master. The evil words were dazzling, and in a trance I even saw scenes flashing before my eyes. Qing Yuan finally used his ability at this time. A bud emerged from his right eye and devoured his eyeball. Its ability to store things means that it has the properties of space. As long as the price is paid, it can even teleport or transfer across space. He paid with the loss of an eye. The surrounding time and space began to distort, and Qing Yuan pulled over the evil mouth that was about to get out of control and was about to step into the newly formed passage to escape. The evil god who had been teasing the two insects also noticed this spatial fluctuation and instantly realized the purpose of the two insects' escape. Then it waved its second hand. There was a faintly visible sword in his hand. When the sword came out, the passage that had been established suddenly shattered like glass. The resentment backfired, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Iku hurriedly pulled him and said, "Hey, can you please stop? If you drop the ball at this moment, it's over. We're all going to be in trouble." Two A-level ghost masters lost their lives while trying to rob a warehouse of weapons. If they heard about it, everyone would laugh to death. What is the concept of Grade A? It is a powerful force that can basically control a city. Giving away two heads for a little weapon is a hellish joke that can make the enemy laugh to death. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the original plan to speak ill of you. If Jieyu is really a normal A-level contract master, his ability of badmouth can basically defeat the opponent. As long as the opponent is driven crazy, he will destroy himself. At the same level, the ability of bad words is too tricky. Unless the opponent is also proficient in mental power, it is easy to fall into the trap. This is also the reason why people look down on A-level people with bad words. He transferred Asuka, an S-level contract master, and found out the strength of all the contract masters in the branch. I am sure that I and my love and resentment can deal with this Jieyu, who knew that the other party had such an unimaginable weirdness that he directly overturned the chessboard and knocked down the person playing chess with him. The reason for his failure was that he was too self-righteous. Iku closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the other party to end his evil life. The evil god's giant hammer fell from the sky. Just when it was about to smash the two men to death with a hammer, a man suddenly appeared in front of Iku. He was also wearing a long black robe and a black mask on his face. On the mask was a cross-shaped sword with a struggling giant snake underneath. The giant snake implicitly foreshadows the world and is also a metaphor for the heterodox society. Such a symbol, a cross sword piercing a giant snake, also implies that this is a world-destroying organization that has abandoned the world and is completely contrary to the purpose of the heterodox society. He raised his hand, and the falling hammer stopped suddenly. It seemed that he did something to stop the hammer from falling. Iku wondered why he hadn't felt any pain for so long, so he opened his eyes. He saw the person standing in front of him and couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Leader?" The leader waved his hand again and disappeared from the spot with bad words and resentment. The evil god lost his target and became angry and annoyed. He was about to attack a nearby building to vent his anger, but was forcibly taken back by Jiayu. Chapter 100, Snake and Cross Sword, Deep Hatred. Let someone clean up after this. This has gotten too big. Jiwoo rushed here from the company. He was a little slow because he had to look for Baizhua, who was wandering around somewhere outside, so it took him some time. As soon as Jiwoo got off the car, he saw the mess all around him. The street lights, trees, etc. were all destroyed. He was already used to the scene. The destructive power of some strange abilities is so strong that it is impossible for a witch to be restrained in battle and not exert his full strength. When fighting against monsters or enemies, sometimes the victory or defeat can be reversed by just a slight difference, unless it is a crushing victory. Any losses caused by these contract masters in battle will be borne solely by the Igwe Society. The Igwe Society Sales Department, Logistics Department, and even Scientific Research Department were set up to specifically take charge of these things. Someone from the Logistics Department has already driven over. Several trucks were transporting various building materials, and high-tech machines were used to quickly repair the damaged facilities. Not to mention concrete floors. Even if the building was reduced to rubble, they would have a way to build a new building on the spot within 24 hours. Baizhua yawned. He was caught in a game hall not far from the company. The reason he was caught was that Baizhua ate and drank, and the money he used to exchange for game coins was reimbursed by the company. Of course, Baizhua did not deliberately hide himself. Otherwise, with his abilities and hacking skills, it would be very difficult to track him. I've already brought Baizhua here, so let him take charge of this matter. Xiaoyu knows the capabilities of Baizhua. In the past, when the deviant organizations wanted to house strange people, they would ask white leftists to delete the memories of the relevant people. The white leftist snapped his fingers and said somewhat unenthusiastically, "It's always me who comes here, it's really Jiwoo. Please erase the memories of the onlookers, then tamper with all the surrounding surveillance, and clear the videos on the internet. As for the live broadcast, forget it. Use the information cocoon." White leftists, yes. You don't need to give such detailed instructions. I'm not some brainless idiot. Jiwoo. Also, don't cause any trouble. Don't let the outcasts find out that you're mixing in some illicit goods when you're finishing up. Your tools have already been collected. Don't attack ordinary people without permission. The onlookers were supposed to be evacuated, but the battle ended quickly. Before Kong Yuba and his men had time to evacuate the crowd, Baizhua had already walked towards the crowd. A hint of scarlet belonging to the heart insect flashed in Baizhua's eyes. He used his ability of mental possession, which could remotely control others and control him to achieve his goals. A person who is possessed by a spirit will not be in a clear state of consciousness. In the crowd, red vertical pupils belonging to the spider appeared in everyone's eyes. Then, they automatically deleted all recorded pictures, videos, and chat records. The person in the live broadcast also exited the live broadcast and cleared the live broadcast recording. The audience who were watching with great interest suddenly found that the screen of the live broadcast room was black. However, the audience had not left yet and were still discussing excitedly in the live broadcast room. What's wrong? Why did Brother Zing turn off the live broadcast? It should be over. So cool, such a tall and strange figure. I really want to know who this strange master is. So cool. Is this how a trickster fights? Brother Zung, please don't turn off the live broadcast. I haven't seen enough. Did anyone notice the start of this fight? Let me analyze it. The Emperor of Analysis is here. Boss, come to the table. It's not convenient to post pictures here. I'll leave my chat number. You can go there to see it. In an instant, most of the audience left the live broadcast room. Analysis Emperor. Let me show you a picture first. This is a relic discovered by a foreign explorer after an earthquake. This is the pattern on the gate at the entrance to the ruins. Some people have speculated that this is a local country's organization of conspirators, as this relic dates back at least several hundred years. But after seeing the battle between these contract masters today, I have a bold guess. Could this mark belong to the organization that must not be named? Everyone should know who that organization is. The reason I can't name it is because any content related to it will be deleted online. I will use the word snake to refer to the organization. Snake is an ancient organization of tricksters. They are not only active in Xia country, but also have left their mark all over the world. They may come from all over the world and are a super large multinational organization. The patterns left on the ruins are a piece of evidence. Another one is a villain organization that appeared today that seems to be the opposite of the snake. We use the cross sword to represent it here. As shown in the picture, in the center of the snake logo is an Ouroboros, representing the pattern of infinity in the world. Then the diamond-shaped frame encircles it, which actually also means guarding, protecting, controlling, and imprisoning. If the purpose of the snake organization is to protect the world or imprison abnormalities, then the cross-sword organization that appeared today must be an anti-world destruction organization. This is just a hypothesis. There is actually no conclusion. Another netizen who came to see it replied, "The snake is not necessarily a savior organization, and the cross-sword is not necessarily a world-destroying organization." The Analysis Emperor was very certain. No, judging by the content of the murals, the snakes are definitely containing the weird things. Let's not talk about the snake's purpose for now. As long as they contain the weird things, then to a certain extent, they will reduce the threat posed by the weird things to humans. Judging by their actions, regardless of their intentions, their actions are beneficial to humanity as a whole. Although I can't conclude that snakes will definitely protect humans, at least they will definitely protect this world. The symbol of the snake is the Ouroboros, representing the world, and this is the best proof of that. As for an organization that killed the giant snake/world/snake with a cross sword and used this pattern as its logo, I don't believe the cross sword is a friendly and kind organization. It is very likely that there is a deep hatred between the two. That's why there's this battle between the snake and the cross sword today. Currently, the snake has a slight advantage, but the cross sword hasn't lost anything and may have even gained something. Why did the host say that? The Analyst Emperor proudly shared his analysis, because I found out the address of the battle. There's a large warehouse nearby. Through some tricks, I discovered that the warehouse was occupied by someone. Combined with the battle that broke out nearby, I can infer that the owner of this warehouse is either snake or cross sword. The analysis and inferences of the Analyst Emperor are well-founded, and most netizens believe them. Of course, some people say that these are just his guesses, and there is no conclusive evidence. Chapter 101: The Free Report Writing Tool. However, the warehouse's address is not too far from residential areas and commercial streets. There are a lot of people and cars coming and going around it, and there are a lot of surveillance cameras. If it's a villain organization with the intention of destroying the world, the location they choose will be more hidden. Netizens nodded repeatedly. Brother, this wave of analysis is brilliant. You indirectly promoted the cult. Construction points plus 52,910. Tang Ho sat in front of the computer with his hair in a messy mess. He picked up the Coke next to him and took a sip, then stretched his fingers, which were a little sore from looking up information. He is the king of online analysis. Recently, unusual events have occurred frequently, and he has always been extremely passionate and persistent about related matters. The magical power of the contract master, who could control strange things, attracted all his attention as soon as it appeared. He bit his fingernails. Isn't this enough to make those people take action? Many people in the post agreed with his inference, while many others thought he was talking nonsense. Of course, no matter what others say, Tang Ho's purpose was not to seek recognition online, nor to show off his reasoning and analytical skills to these people. He was just submitting a letter of allegiance to that organization. You should have noticed it, right? Tang Ho has been quietly following the Society of the Deviant and the Contract Master online. They seem to have a special power that can erase and affect people's memories. Those who make too much trouble will basically have their memories modified. Online speech is also very well controlled, which shows that the organization does not only focus on abnormal powers, but also has not left behind modern technology. This is, what a desirable power. So he has been tracking the organization and wants to join it. Tang Ho searched for other topics and found that the popular ones had been taken down one after another, and all related videos and pictures had been deleted. He immediately sat up straight. Someone took action. Tang Ho put all his energy into building a solid network defense, setting traps, and deploying many network viruses, just waiting for the other party to step on them. After all, if you want to recommend yourself, you need to show your abilities. Tang Ho groaned and broke out in a cold sweat. The keyboard tapping sounds became more and more frequent. His hand speed was getting faster and faster, reaching the limit, but he still couldn't stop the opponent's attack. Oh no, the loophole here has been found. He didn't have time to build a new defense before the original defense was broken by the opponent, and then he took over his computer in an instant as if he was in an empty space. Tang Ho took a deep breath. As expected of that organization, it's terrifyingly powerful. He did not take physical measures such as cutting off the power and the internet, but looked at the camera on the computer with a calm expression. Hello. Tang Ho's inner excitement was beyond words. The computer screen turned blue, with a line of text printed on it. You don't seem surprised. Of course, I've been observing you for a long time. Wait a minute, don't modify my memory. Tang Ho was afraid that the other party would directly erase his memory, and then he would not be able to achieve his goal. I want to join your organization. Tang Ho looked at the camera and said with a firm look in his eyes. He knew that the members of the Deviant Society were watching him behind the camera. Although at the beginning he wanted to show off his skills and let the other party know that his skills were not bad, so that he could join the Deviant Society through this. Although he didn't know whether joining the Deviant Society required special talents, it was impossible for a powerful organization to be composed entirely of people with special abilities, right? He can just work in the logistics department, specifically helping the organization manage network affairs. Okay, I agree. Please write this report. Oh, Tang Ho was stunned. He originally had a lot of words to convince the other party. For example, about one's own pursuits, ideals, and the desire to contribute to protecting the world, and as a result, the other party agreed. Tang Ho nodded quickly. This was such a good thing. It was great. He could finally join this mysterious organization of witches. After clicking receive, in addition to the purpose of the heterodox society and the address of its branches, there was only one sentence left. Make a detailed report based on this incident. There are also the names of the participants, but nothing else. Tang Ho clenched his fists. This must be a test for him. He found all the surveillance videos around the battlefield that he had copied earlier. I reviewed the video bit by bit and wrote this report with great difficulty. The white left cut off control of his computer. I am very satisfied that I have found another tool who can write reports. After the white left cleaned up the internet, the people at the scene had also had their memories of what happened cleared by Baizhua. Zheng Gu was in a trance and found himself sitting in the car. Strange? Wasn't I just about to go back to the live broadcast? Why did I stop here? You'd better go home quickly, otherwise you will miss the live broadcast. He started the car and drove away quickly. The reactions of the others were different, but none of them realized that just now, part of their memory had been erased. After coming to their senses, they were just wondering why they were parked on the road, but this doubt did not last long before it was blurred by their cognition. Soon they started the car and went home. Kong Yuba and others have arrived, but they did not get close. They watched Igwe clean up everything very skillfully. Only shock remained in my heart. Captain, his teammate asked. Let's go. We are not needed here. Send more people to the border defense line. Yes. We must guard the border and not allow those people to sneak in and undermine domestic stability. Let's go too. Due to a large-scale strange pollution incident abroad, the people of that country either fled outside or fled to Xia country, which was the safest during the day. During this period, many people try to sneak into the border every day. The situation at the border has become serious, and even with the deployment of a lot of additional personnel, it is still very difficult. But as long as the pollution abroad is not resolved, more and more people will flock to Xia country, the country of Grant. Bird A sat on a high shelf, looking down at the city below in the gentle breeze. The information carried by the wind was densely packed into his mind. The large amount of information could instantly burst the brain of an ordinary person. But he has become accustomed to this amount of information intake. This city has fallen. Osaka A looked at the countless vehicles abandoned on the street. The windows of the shops on both sides of the street were all smashed, and blood was splattered on the walls and billboards. Countless polluted people wandered the streets. It was a tragic scene of doomsday. The source isn't here. Already gone to another city? That's difficult. Bird A leaped down from a high shelf, and the raised hem of its clothes looked like flapping wings. Chapter 102, Destroying a City in Half an Hour. Shin Yu controlled Bird A to search for the strange thing that caused the large-scale pollution. While using his original body, he brought his bad words and resentment to a hidden cave. Fortunately, his mental strength is strong now and he can withstand such multi-line control. Leader. The harsh words hurt him badly. He half-knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up for a while. Stupid. Shin Yu kicked him. He fell to the ground holding his stomach with his hands. I'm sorry, Chief. I won't act on my own next time. They provoked the Heretic Society and almost lost their lives. The most important thing was that, for the sake of these two useless subordinates, the leader gave up conquering that world and came here to rescue them. If their actions lead to the organization's failure to conquer the world, then they will have made a real mistake. Chief, I found it. Shin Yu raised his hand to stop him from saying the rest. I have to rush back to that world now. We can talk about these things later. You just need to lie low and secretly search for information about that person. Don't do anything unnecessary. Evil Mouth endured the pain and got up from the ground, and replied respectfully, Yes, Chief. Shin Yu, this is medicine for healing. He threw a packet of medicine at Iku. Iku took the medicine bag and used it to heal himself and his emotional grievances. Shinyu saw that their injuries had stabilized and they would recover in a few days, so he left. Back at the headquarters, Shinyu sat at the control console, took off his coat, revealing the bloody coat underneath. This strange weapon can conceal the aura of the body. Originally, it could only deceive the strange perception below level A. Fortunately, Iku was injured, and he did not dare to continue to use his strange ability, which allowed Shinyu to get away with it. There was no other way. Shinyu hadn't drawn a suitable character card yet, so he could only go on his own. However, he had a strange aura that attracted him, which made it difficult to deal with. Otherwise, he could just put on 99 vests and build an organization, right? What a pity. Shinyu rested his elbows on the cold control panel, his chin supported by his hands, flipping through the data on it. Is there any technology that can automatically search for strange things? Shinyu flipped through the technology tree. The technology on the tree was huge and complicated, and it was quite difficult to find the technology he wanted. He searched and could only find technology for detectors for strange auras. Although this is also a way to find weirdness, it is impossible to find a specific weirdness. It seems I can only find them one by one. Shinyu concentrated his mental energy on Fein Yaoe. The city is now filled with a strange atmosphere, which comes from every person on the streets and in the buildings. They have been parasitized by something strange. It became its breeding ground, nourishing these strange growths with flesh and blood. The spread speed is even faster than that of the parasitic maggot. Just like parasitic maggots, the strange aura on them, although strong or weak, all comes from the same strangeness. As long as the source is contained and this group of parasitic monsters are eliminated, it will not continue to spread. Bird hovered over the city. Nameless bird, let's begin, he said with cold eyes. The nameless bird chirped in response. Then, it flapped its wings gently, and suddenly a strong wind was raised over the city. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and finally formed a terrifying vortex, connecting the sky and the earth. The friction between the wind and the air and clouds caused a dazzling flash of lightning to appear on its outer circle from time to time. After a tornado forms, it ruthlessly cleansed the city below. Faced with such a horrific natural disaster, the tall buildings had no room for resistance and were all destroyed completely. The tornado, which carried with it countless pieces of gravel, iron blocks, and other garbage, was even more powerful. If a person is sucked into it, he will be crushed to pieces in a few seconds. Although the city has been blocked, the outside world has been paying attention to it. They were afraid that the monsters inside would escape and pollute other cities, and they were also afraid that the situation inside would change in ways they could not predict. Therefore, the authorities have been using satellites and surveillance to observe the situation in the city. It's not that they haven't tried to save the city, but the pollution spread so quickly, it was almost like a zombie virus, except that the mutated monsters didn't chase or bite people. But as long as you get close to that group of monsters, you will be contaminated and then turn into the same monster in a short time. The official tried to use powerful heavy weapons to directly shoot the monsters, but it would be fine if they didn't attack the monsters. Once they attacked the monsters, they would be attacked by the monsters in groups. The monsters inside almost broke through the defense line and escaped from the city. Now, the senior officials of Grant Kingdom are gathering online. They argued in the meeting whether or not to implement the extermination order. Conventional weapons have absolutely no effect on them, and I don't think using nuclear weapons can destroy these monsters. If nuclear weapons were used, this city would be completely destroyed. Can you guarantee that you can destroy them, rather than letting them mutate into even more terrifying monsters due to the radiation? If we don't try and they get out, we're done. Look at those monsters. The top leaders called up satellite images of the city, hoping to use this tragic scene to convince others to vote in favor. Result: the scene that appeared on the big screen caused all the senior executives watching this scene to fall silent. Dragon tornado? Why didn't the weather station report any abnormal weather? No, this is no ordinary tornado. Those monsters that could not be destroyed even by artillery shells were sucked into the huge vortex one by one under the attack of the tornado and torn into indistinguishable pieces. Hiss! Seeing the power of the tornado, everyone gasped. In just half an hour, a city was reduced to ruins. Naturally, none of the monsters inside could escape, and they were all crushed into pieces. Then, the tornado that destroyed a city did not move to other places, but slowly dissipated on the spot. Without the shelter of the tornado, the satellite captured clear images of the area that had disappeared after being swept by the tornado, leaving only a flat ground covered with garbage and rubble. No one could believe that there was a modern and prosperous city here. There seems to be something there. A senior executive slammed his desk in excitement and said, "Quick, zoom in again." The satellite captures a certain point and then zooms in on the image. A flying bird, wearing a white suit and with white hair, appeared on the screen. He was floating above the city. He seemed to sense something and looked towards the camera. His red eyes met the gaze of the senior executives who were looking at the screen. Chapter 103. The Privilege of the Contractor, Cleaning Up Pollution. The person in the picture is very handsome. His white hair has a natural sheen that is obviously not dyed. In the sun, it glows white, as if white naturally represents holiness, giving him an extraordinary temperament. One even vaguely feels that several pairs of white wings will spread out behind him. But when I saw his eyes, looking into those red, unusual pupils would give one a shuddering feeling as if being stared at by a large predator, instantly wiping out much of the sacred aura. This is not a benevolent angel, but a ruthless bird of prey. It's so frightening that I dare not look at it. All the senior executives were shocked. They instinctively wanted to step back and almost fell off their chairs in embarrassment. He discovered us? Can he see us? Impossible. This is footage taken by a satellite. You can't say he saw a satellite, right? He couldn't have noticed it. It must be a coincidence. In the picture, Asuka smiled carefree and uninhibitedly. He waved at the screen, as if greeting someone. Good morning, everyone." The sharp red eyes pierced into the hearts of every senior executive like thorns. He was smiling, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. This time, the top management no longer deceives themselves. In the picture, the entire city was reduced to ruins, with no monster or living person left. Bird A was floating high in the sky, and there was no other bird around him. Who else could he say hello to? The senior executives were so frightened that their faces were covered in sweat. What should we do? He can actually see. Is he still human? How did he do that? Do you want to reply to him? How do we respond? After a moment of silence, everyone was still undecided and no one dared to greet Feng Yaowei. This is a person who destroyed a city in just half an hour. With such powerful strength, he is simply like a monster. How could they dare to face such a powerful and mysterious figure? The senior executive wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Look at it from a bright side. He didn't attack us. At least, he helped us solve a problem. Yes, otherwise we would have to worry about how to deal with the monsters in that city. It's just..." A high-ranking official looked at the city in ruins. "It's just that the loss is too great. An entire city has been reduced to ashes. This loss is truly heartbreaking. Our country's economy has been declining, and this will probably cause a serious blow. As long as the country survives, the economy will eventually recover. If we allow these monsters to spread across the country, it will be the end. Do we need to express our gratitude to him, like giving him a gift? How could such a powerful person like him still be interested in us, just ordinary people? Whether we like him or not is another matter. We are offering our sincerity, which can be regarded as a way to befriend such a powerful person. It would be great if I could recruit such a strong man." Everyone looked at the senior executive. The senior executive was looked at with a frown. "What's wrong with what I said? You must think so too, right? Do you dare to mention it to him?" The man shrank his neck and dared not express his opinion anymore. Although he is greedy and ambitious, he still cherishes his life very much. It would be difficult to make such a powerful person obey you without any skills. Without that kind of skills and courage, you should go home and dream, and don't think too much. In the picture, Asuka seemed impatient with being constantly observed. She put two fingers together, gestured towards the camera from a distance, and mouthed the words, "Goodbye." With a snap, the screen went black. The senior executives' hearts suddenly stopped, and they quickly sent someone to check. They found that the network had been cut off, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way. The power displayed by Asuka was beyond their imagination. They were so scared that they thought that it was their satellite that was shot down. The satellite is fine though. But they were also frightened. They did not dare to continue using satellites to track this mysterious master of tricks. After a moment of silence, they began to discuss how to treat these contract masters. Finally, they unanimously decided that they must befriend these contract masters with the most friendly attitude and send some rare resources to them. They also gave the green light to these contract masters in the country and even opened up a lot of privileges specifically for them. They also planned to cooperate with the organization behind the contractor and provide everything they can, as long as the contractor can come to help deal with these weird things. They were frightened by the weirdness. If it weren't for this mysterious master of tricks, I'm afraid that all the people in the country of Grant would have turned into monsters. Even if these senior officials can flee abroad, they will become homeless dogs and lose their previous power. Bird A heads to the next city. Continue to look for the source of the pollution. The monster is quite good at hiding and seems to have a certain intelligence. It releases pollution to reproduce and grow its own power. If it is allowed to digest the flesh and blood of the people in an entire city, its strength will probably leap forward and become an even more powerful monster. Fortunately, Fei Niao acted in time. Although those monsters had devoured the flesh and blood of many people, they had not yet had time to merge into the main body. The strength of that weird creature should not have increased much. Asuka went to several cities in a row. In other cities, not all the people are polluted. Some are slightly polluted, while others are mostly polluted. Fei Niao acted swiftly and mercilessly cleared out all the enemies, and encountered many unrelated people in the process. Without exception, they were all frightened by Fei Niao's ruthless attack and screamed continuously. They didn't know who had been contaminated by the weirdness. They only knew that a person who was walking on the road had half of his head cut off by a wind blade that fell from the sky, leaving a deep psychological shadow. Fei Niao is not without a more covert way to remove pollution. But the number of people polluted was too large, and every moment of delay could lead to more people being polluted. So he didn't care too much when he took action, just pursuing speed. On that day, the emergency telephones in these cities were almost overwhelmed with calls. At this time, the documents issued by the upper level were passed down, and Fei Niao avoided having to deal with local officials on the way to clearing up the weirdness. After clearing all the way, Asuka finally tracked it to a residential area. This one has the strongest strange aura. It should be in here. It was all in vain after searching so many places. Fei Niao was too lazy to hide his body and directly broke into the residential building. Following the scent, I arrived at the 6th floor. The wind once again conveyed the message he wanted. Chapter 104. Daphne the Worm Queen, Human Emotions. Mom, I want to watch for 10 more minutes. Just 10 minutes. Your cold hasn't healed yet. Don't watch TV for too long. Go to bed and rest for a while, Daphne. All right. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation between mother and daughter. Who is it? I'm here. Daisy wiped the water off her hands with a towel and took off her apron. Daisy had been busy at home for a long time and had to take care of her sick daughter, which made her face look tired and could not be concealed. She quickly put the kitchen utensils in order, walked to the door, and looked at the peephole on it. Standing at the door was a man with outstanding looks, as handsome as a movie star, and his white hair was particularly eye-catching. Daisy wondered, was it some TV show or interview program? Thinking of this, she awkwardly tidied up her messy hair, wondering if it would be decent for her to appear in the camera like this. The knock on the door was neither hurried nor slow. The sound was neither urgent nor the volume was just right. From this point of view, the other party has excellent education and is a very polite gentleman. Daisy opened the door. This gentleman. Contrary to what she expected, there was no staff member behind the man filming. Daisy hesitated for a moment. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The moment the door opened, a strange smell so thick that it was almost tangible hit me in the face. Daisy's body was covered with that strange aura, and at first glance it looked like her entire body was contaminated. But judging from Daisy's remaining rationality and logical thinking ability, she was not affected by the monster. Has your daughter behaved abnormally recently? The sounds from inside the room were carried on the wind. A short man quietly got down from the bed, walked barefoot on the wooden floor, quietly walked to the door of the room, leaned against the door, and listened quietly to the movement outside. Unfortunately, no matter how careful she was, as long as she created a gust of wind when she walked, the sound that was difficult for humans to hear would be transmitted to the ears of Bird A. Daisy was a little confused. A complete stranger suddenly knocked on her door and asked her daughter if there was anything unusual happening recently. Even if the other person is very handsome, it cannot erase a mother's vigilance. Who are you? Why are you asking? How did he know I had a daughter? Was he after my Daphne? Daisy slammed the door shut. But at the moment when the door was about to close, a big hand supported the door. She felt a huge force pressing against the door. The door was clearly only a small gap away from being closed, but it felt like there was a huge rock pressing against it from the outside. No matter how hard she pushed, the door did not move at all. Let go, or I'm calling the police. Daisy pushed the door hard. A large number of criminal cases flooded into her mind at this moment, making her face pale. Ma'am, I don't want to offend you, but it's about to hatch. Do you want to hinder our containment? What incubation? What containment? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my, what a headache. Are you kidding yourself? As a mother, shouldn't you know your daughter's personality best? Daisy's eyes widened. Her daughter's personality suddenly changed after she fell ill. She was not without doubts. She just thought that because she was sick and weak, she would unconsciously act like a spoiled child to her as a mother. When she recovers from her illness, her Daphne will return to her previous appearance. Asuka didn't use any strength at all and pushed the door open with just a light push. Daisy stood there motionless, despite her pale face and dazed look. Bird walked straight towards the place where the strange aura was the strongest. There was a childish, brightly colored children's drawing on the door with the word Daphne written on it. Asuka raised his hand and blasted a wind blade in without mercy. The door was cut in half. Daphne, hiding behind the door, nimbly dodged the attack. Wait, that's my daughter, don't hurt her. Daisy suddenly rushed forward like a madman, regardless of everything. Asuka sighed. Wake up, your daughter has been parasitized by this weird thing. Parasitism is a slightly nicer word. To be precise, it should be replacement. Asuka directly controlled the wind and bound the mother just as he was about to send her out. Don't hurt her. Both of them shouted at the same time. That weird creature actually pounced over, as if it had misunderstood that he was going to attack Daisy, and actually wanted to save her from Asuka. A monster saving someone? Is it the emotions contained in the body it replaced that affected it? Or does it have the same emotions as humans and understand what love is? Asuka didn't let Weird come into contact with Daisy. The cute expression on its face changed strangely, and it bared its teeth in a ferocious look and warned him. Let her go. Daisy was stunned. Why did her Daphne have such a scary expression? Countless insects swarmed out from the darkness, trying to drill into Fei Niao's body and devour his flesh and blood. But before he could get close to him, he was cut into thin slices by countless wind blades. The weird one froze. It saw a white bird with broken wings, but able to take off, standing on the shoulder of Bird staring at it with the eyes of looking at prey. A powerful aura pressed down. It almost instinctively exposed its fighting posture. Its body split open, revealing a long, white worm-like body. The sharp-edged claws allowed it to easily climb to the ceiling. Daisy watched her daughter turn into such a monster. She screamed and finally fainted because she couldn't accept it. Daphne looked a little sad when she saw her mother fainted from fright. I know you, trickster. You are someone who specializes in eliminating monsters like us. You actually know me? Then I don't need to say more. Asuka raised his hand, and a storm came crashing down. Boom! A wall was blown down by him. Daphne's fighting ability was not strong, and the narrow space restricted its movements, so it quickly smashed the window and climbed outside. At the same time, it curled up its body into a round ball, rolled down from the tall building, and soon landed on the ground. It screamed and tried to summon the humans that were parasitized by the insects that it had separated. But no matter how it called, no one came. Bird is floating in the air with arms folded. What have you done? Aren't you aware of our existence and our duties? Daphne's eyes were empty. Were they all destroyed? I left so many eggs. Chapter 105. Containing the strange is the first priority of the deviant society. Damn humans. It let out a sharp howl, and a few drops of blood and tears flowed from its empty eyes. As soon as the insect queen came into this world, she devoted most of her energy to reproduction. Those insects are the embodiment of its power and can also be regarded as its eggs. As long as they parasitize on the body of a living person, they can use the flesh and blood of the living person to complete hatching and finally transform into its own tribe. It is the insect queen, possessing the power to command the entire clan. Those insects will constantly catch prey for it, and it will continue to produce and hatch. Finally, they successfully occupied this territory. This is what it should do, and it is its instinct. However, ever since it took over a human body, this small body has been filled with all kinds of emotions that it cannot understand. Friendship, family, love, happiness, hope, and other beautiful emotions are filled in this small body. Even this unintentional weirdness could feel that strong emotion. So, it suppressed its nature, stayed in this house, and obediently played the role of Daphne. Even the instinct to reproduce has stopped. Otherwise, any city it sets foot in will be infested with insect eggs, which will then be catalyzed by it and become nutrients for the growth of its population. Boom. Countless storms and wind blades bombarded it, but were all blocked by its seemingly thin but actually tough skin. The Zerg Queen's attack power is not strong because its ability lies in parasitism and reproduction. If it is given enough time to develop, it will quickly produce countless Zerg soldiers like those Zergs. Its body is not that fragile, but has strong defensive power. But it has no wings and cannot attack the birds in the sky. No matter how strong the defense is, it will be cut bit by the sharp wind blade that can cut through steel. If it accumulates, it will be broken. Soon, blood began to seep from its skin. Feeling the pain, Daphne had the illusion that she would be crushed bit by bit and finally swallowed by the nasty bird. It began to feel fear. I have already injected a lot of insect eggs into the groundwater of this city. If you dare to kill me, I will let them all parasitize humans. Then, even if I die, countless humans will be buried with me. Asuka stood high above, his eyes cold, not moved or hesitant by its words, but with a brilliant smile on his face. Containing the weird is the first priority of the deviant society. His attacks were still fierce. As a ferocious monster, the nameless bird has very strong attack power at this level. At least the defense of this insect mother cannot withstand the attack of the nameless bird. The insect queen was unable to fly and had lost her clan to protect her, so she could only dodge and passively take the beating. Originally, it thought that using this killer move would at least make the other party cautious. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't hesitate for even a second. So cold, as if those who were about to die were not of his kind. Don't you really care about those humans? Or do you not believe me? The insect queen urged the insects to pounce on the nearest human. After occupying the body of one of them, it let the insects control that person and announce the information. Oh, hypocritical human beings, you don't care about their lives, but I don't believe they don't care about their own lives. The crazy behavior of the worm queen once again caused a huge stir on the internet. What? Groundwater connects many cities. If the pollution spreads, everyone in this country will be finished. I'd better run away. Whoever wants to stay in this country can stay there. I want to go to another country. Other countries may not be safe either. Isn't there still Xia country? Actually, as long as we can conquer the dungeon, we don't need to clear the most difficult condition. We only need to clear the easiest one, and we can get a few days of safety. Bug Mother. Now everyone knows that if you kill me, you will indirectly kill those humans. Why? I just want to live well. Why do you bother me? Asuka, you're sacrificing the lives of a city and even more people for your survival? The insect queen said, I'm not wrong. There are so many of you humans. You've squeezed out so many living environments and wiped out so many species. I'm just using some humans to hatch my own people. These humans are insignificant compared to your total number. Bird A, I'm not wrong either. The most effective way to control pests is to control them when they are young. Seeing a flying bird, it won't eat anything. The insect queen was terrified. However, at the moment when it was about to control the bugs to rush towards humans, Bird A said, But I never said I would destroy you, right? When it comes to the weird, the deviant society focuses more on containment. You are lying to me. Humans are such cunning creatures. The insect queen was about to take action. Daisy had already rushed down from upstairs. Daphne, my child, give my child back to me. The insect mother was stunned. Mom. It stopped its mutually destructive actions and instinctively turned back into Daphne, wanting to see the warm smile that Daisy used to show it on her face. But Daisy's face was filled with hatred. She glared viciously at the monster that had taken over her daughter's body. Give my daughter back to me, you monster. Mother. The human side of the insect mother's body suddenly surged out, and the intense sadness made it a little at a loss. What is this? I feel so uncomfortable. I can't breathe. Why isn't this weird? Why does my body feel so uncomfortable? This feeling. Bird A walked towards it and put it, which was standing there in a daze without resistance, into a strange cage. You have taken in the fierce level monster. Worm Queen Daphne, construction points, plus 200,000. Daisy ran over in tears. My daughter, can she come back? My condolences. Daisy, no, my Daphne. She sat on the ground and broke down crying. Bird A touched the nameless bird on his shoulder and said softly, Let's go. The wind picked up his body and quickly carried him high into the sky, disappearing from people's sight. The S-rank special dungeon, Insect Tide, has been completely conquered. This dungeon will be permanently closed. Cleared on January 10th, 2025. Conqueror, Asuka A. Based on personal contribution, special dungeon clearance reward. Insect Nest, visible only to the user. Server-wide announcement. Grant Nation has cleared the first S-rank special dungeon, Insect Tide. Receive an S-rank buff and gain 12 hours of safe time during the day, lasting 1 month. The large-scale pollution incident that caused the country of Grant came to an end on this day. Chapter 106. Zerg Mother Nest, the horror of Heart Goo. But the outcome of this incident was very sensational. No matter how great the loss was, whether it was the loss of a city or the unexpected buff that ensured safety, all of these made Grant famous internationally. The economic situation in the country of Grant has not been very good in recent years. The loss of a city is likely to cause the domestic economy to collapse instantly. Fortunately, this worldwide announcement for all servers helped Grant recover some ground. Most of the powerful and wealthy people who had been eager to flee abroad stayed, and many people from abroad submitted applications to live in Grant. The turmoil in the country of Grant was finally gradually settled. With the end of the pollution incident in the country of Grant, the status of the trickster has risen infinitely in the hearts of other countries. Because the contractor can not only help them solve the strangeness that troubles them, but also help them pass the dungeon and obtain precious buffs. As long as I can get this absolutely safe protection time, even though it only works during the day, it is better than living in fear all day long, fearing that I will die in a strange attack. With this buff, at least we can stabilize the increasingly confused people's hearts. There are many countries that understand this, especially those small countries that are already on the verge of collapse due to the weirdness. Many small countries publicly announce the privileges and benefits of serving the magicians in order to attract the magicians to go to them to solve the strange problems. Shinyu took a look and found that many countries had issued this statement, and even some powerful countries had become much friendlier towards the Chigue master. This will make it much easier for him to open branches in other countries. Now he still doesn't have the energy to open other branches. He took out the reward he had just received from the thriller game. Previously, the rewards for conquering a dungeon were all monetary. Shinyu did not go to see it. After all, money was something that mattered to him. After he owned the headquarters building, the resources around the Baipan Plain alone were estimated to be worth more than hundreds of billions of dollars if converted into money. There were even some rare mineral resources that could not be measured in money. What's more, he later obtained such a large space as the Vaser dungeon. The machinery recently sent out to survey minerals alone has discovered an oil field, 3 iron mines, a gold mine, and various crystal gems and rare minerals. The resources in this space alone are enough to meet the production needs of a small country. Shinyu really has no shortage of money. He is short of people, very short of people. He planned to draw a few more waves of cards later, or recruit a group of people on Blue Star, and promote the Heretic Society at the same time. Shinyu took out the insect nest. The insect nest is very large. It looks like a giant cocoon that is 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. Its surface is smooth, and its dark and mottled color provides good concealment. This insect nest seemed to have some life. It felt slippery to the touch, like the skin of some creature. The entrance was about half a person's height, and Shinyu needed to bend down to enter. After obtaining the insect nest, Horror Game did not provide Shinyu with any information about it. Shinyu had to ask the abnormal containment system before he knew what it was. An insect nest sounds like a common insect nest, but with another name, it becomes familiar. This was originally a creature from another universe, captured by the Horror Game as a reward for completing the dungeon. This race is very famous in all the universes. Even on Blue Star, they have appeared in some novels. They are the Zerg. The Zerg are famous throughout the universe for their devouring evolution and terrifying reproductive ability. The Zerg's rate of mass production is terrifying. If it is not curbed at the beginning, as long as it has enough resources, it can quickly develop into a powerful and terrifying swarm in a short period of time. They will continue to plunder and devour resources to expand their own population. This is the Zerg. Therefore, the correct name of the insect nest obtained by Shun Yu should be called the Zerg Mother Nest. Shinyu had looked around and found that this Zerg Mother Nest was not empty. There was indeed a Zerg Queen sleeping inside. Although judging from her aura, this Zerg Queen doesn't seem to be of high level, but as long as she is a Zerg Queen, she has the ability to develop the Zerg. Once the Zerg Queen wakes up, she will instinctively plunder all the resources around her, and then turn them into nutrients to cultivate her Zerg soldiers, and continue to expand and grow. This is where the Horror Game pitfalls lie. It rewards you with genuine goods, but it provides no information and no control. If someone else had gone through so much trouble to obtain this reward, and if he didn't know that this was the Zerg Mother Nest, and thought it was just an ordinary Zerg nest, and had awakened it rashly, he would probably have become the food eaten by the first awakened queen. Even if he knew that this was the Zerg Queen, there was no way to control it, and it was useless to hold it in his hand. It was like holding a time bomb, and he didn't know when it would explode. He could only choose to destroy it. However, the person who has received this reward now is Shun Yu. In order to control a large group of Zerg warriors under her command, the Zerg Queen often possesses extremely powerful mental power. I'm afraid that ordinary methods cannot control it. However, the mind control of the Heart Goo is precisely the ability to control the mind. It is not quite right to say that it is an ability targeting humans. It's just because humans have wisdom. Mind refers to the heart, spirit, thoughts, consciousness, emotions, personality, etc., which constitute a person's soul. What the Heart Goo is good at is controlling these. Some monsters don't even have intelligence, so naturally there is no way to control or influence them. But if it is a monster like the insect mother that has certain human emotions and awakened intelligence, the Heart Goo can also control it. Shin Yu studied the ability of the Heart Goo and found that it was really powerful, worthy of being rated as a fierce level. It is actually aimed at races that possess intelligence. However, before, only humans possessed intelligence on Blue Star, so the power of the heart goo could not be fully exerted. If you encounter other intelligent races, the ability of the heart insect will be very useful. For example, the Zerg Queen. Xinyu entered the Zerg mother nest. The Zerg Queen sleeps quietly in the hive she built. The mind control of the heart goo does not require the consent of others when it is used, otherwise the control would not be worthy of its name. Baizhua is a shackle added by Xinyu, which is also a small detail to improve the background of the Yigihui and Baizua's character. If there were no constraints and the White Left's personality and character were used, and he did not do something inhumane, then his character would be ruined and the perfection of the character would probably be greatly reduced. Chapter 107 Zerg Queen, 50 Pulse. The Zerg Queen is not ugly. At least from the perspective of human aesthetics, the Zerg Queen is considered to be very beautiful. This Zerg Queen is considered very short among her own species, perhaps because she is too weak. Compared with other tall Zergs, or the Zerg Queens who are generally several meters tall, her height is about the same as that of the Blue Star people. Now she was curled up and sleeping quietly in the nest. Her upper body retained the appearance of a human, while her lower body had the abdomen of an insect, but it did not look scary or disgusting. On the contrary, because of her outstanding appearance, she seems to have an inhuman beauty. This should be the appearance evolved by the Zerg Queen to protect herself and confuse the enemy. Xinyu directly used mind control on her. Since she is now in a deep sleep, she has no ability to resist at all. Even though her mental strength is very strong, it is not as strong as the Xinyu that houses so many strange things. Soon, Xinyu completed his control over her. After the mark is made, the Zerg Queen became a puppet of the heart goo. Her body was completely controlled by the heart goo. Even her memory and thoughts were tampered with, turning her into a slave completely loyal to Xinyu. Xinyu has no plans to awaken the Zerg Queen yet. One is that it takes resources to cultivate after awakening. He has looked through some information about the Zerg in the system. Cultivating the Zerg requires huge resources, especially cultivating the Zerg Queen. The devouring evolution of the Zerg requires not only some mineral and plant resources, but also a large amount of flesh and blood genes from other creatures. The stronger the genes and flesh of a creature, the stronger the Zerg bred will be. The strength of this Zerg Queen is too weak. According to her qualifications, even if she is provided with the flesh and blood of powerful creatures, she can only cultivate Zerg warriors with strength similar to that of a B-level contractor. But the creatures on the blue planet are not strong either. Compared with the major races in the universe, they are even very weak. The large amount of biological flesh and blood that can be purchased, such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, and other raised animals, will greatly reduce the strength of the Zerg warriors that the Zerg Queen can cultivate. I guess it's pretty good to have a D-level contract master. The only advantage is that it can be mass-produced. Once Xinyu controls several spaces and has sufficient resources, he can cultivate the Zerg Queen. In the future, Xinyu will definitely discover space passages leading to other universes. After all, the source world itself is connected to countless universes and spaces. The system also states that only civilizations with certain technology and strength can enter the source world, which means that other civilizations exist. Fighting is inevitable in order to compete for resources, treasures, or space. At this time, the Zerg warriors cultivated by the Zerg Queen can come in handy. The Zerg are a meat grinder on the battlefield. As for dealing with weirdness, the Zerg Queen is not a witch doctor. She can't even hurt the monsters. Even if she has countless Zerg warriors, she can't hurt any monster. From this perspective, weirdness is a very troublesome existence in the universe. If you cannot control the ability of weirdness, you will eventually be eroded and destroyed by weirdness. Perhaps, countless worlds have been destroyed by strange things. And now, the horror game has set its sights on Blue Star. If the abnormal containment system had not appeared, perhaps the final fate of Blue Star would have been to be assimilated by the strange domain and become an inconspicuous space in the strange world. As for the creatures on the blue planet, perhaps they will all be wiped out, or perhaps hundreds of thousands or millions of them will be left behind to become natives of the copy, waiting to be rescued or killed by conquerors from other worlds. Xinyu's impression of horror games is getting worse and worse. He has decided to invade the weird world from the source world, and step by step take it all into his hands from the source. Xinyu placed the insect nest in a warehouse under the headquarters building. Then he started drawing character cards. Let's do 50 consecutive draws first. Ding. Consume 50,000 build points and draw a character card. Character card extraction. Ding. Congratulations on winning 15 E-level employee cards. Talents: cleaning, logistics, clerk, and maintenance. Ding. Congratulations on winning 9 D-level employee cards. Talents: sales, cooking, clerk, and logistics. Ding. Congratulations. You've won 7 C-level employees. Talents: management, logistics, research, and business. Ding. Congratulations on winning 7 B-level employee cards. Talents: business, management, transportation, sales, research. Ding. Congratulations on winning 6 A-level employee cards. Talents: force, transportation, research, and management. Ding. Congratulations on winning an S-level employee card X1. Talent: research. Ding. Congratulations on winning the S-rank character card, which. Ding. Congratulations on winning the E-level character card, Milan. Ding. Congratulations on winning the A-level character card, Baimu. Ding. Congratulations on winning the A-rank character card, Haiku. Ding. Congratulations on winning the S-level character card, Wang Qing. Shinyu took a look at the character cards. The character cards he drew were pretty good. 2 of them were S-level, and 2 were A-level. He was lucky enough to draw character cards of this level randomly. He first sorted out the employee cards that were drawn. Some of the cleaners were assigned to the headquarters, and some to the branches. Logistics and clerical staff. Logistics staff will go to the logistics department, and all clerical staff will be assigned to Iguay Company because the headquarters currently does not need clerks. All the transferred researchers were placed in the research department. Shinyu was really afraid that the original researcher would become bald due to being too busy, so this group of researchers joined. I guess the work over there will be much easier. There is also a researcher with S-level talent. Shinyu directly made her the deputy director of the scientific research department, responsible for managing the researchers in the scientific research department and coordinating scientific research-related work. As for logistical work, they were assigned to the underground city of Vassar, responsible for maintaining the farming and resource mining of the residents there. Some of the people in management, sales, and business can be sent to branches, and those with transportation talents can be employed as drivers. However, Shinyu clicked on it and took a look at the employee with A-level transportation talent. Wow, that employee mastered more than one means of transportation. Trucks are the most basic, and he can also drive trains, trucks, tank transporters, large transport ships, and even transport planes. Whether it is running on the ground, flying in the sky, or swimming in the water, I am proficient in any transportation-related thing. It is indeed an A-level talent. He is a rare talent no matter where he is. Asking him to drive a truck to transport goods is definitely a waste of his talent. Shinyu planned to let him drive a cargo ship or transport plane after opening up overseas trading routes. After all the withdrawn employees were assigned to their respective positions, the headquarters now has a lot more employees and does not look as empty as before. Chapter 108. Wealth can make you a god. The modern version of the God of Wealth. Originally, Shinyu wanted to check the 2 S-level character cards first. However, the card surface of an A-level character card was so golden and glittering, and the aura of treasure was so overwhelming that he couldn't help but click it to take a closer look. This card is very shiny. Although its border is not gold, the picture on the card is so gorgeous and dazzling that it is difficult to tell whether it is an A-level or S-level card. On the card, there was a handsome CEO exuding wealth. He was wearing a light gold suit and sitting on a luxurious leather chair. He supported his chin with one hand and held a lot of gold coins in the other. There were so many gold coins that they fell from his hand. A small hill was piled up on the ground. So many that they are about to overflow the screen. Shinyu clicked on the attributes of this character card. Role: Beimu. Grade: Identity: Head of Sales Department. Personality: frivolous and fickle, enjoys playing games, self-centered, believes money can buy everything, cold-blooded, ruthless to competitors, and has a keen sense of business. Ability: to be unlocked. Special ability: money can make you powerful. You can buy everything with money, provided you have enough money. Of course, you are the incarnation of the cornucopia, and the world's treasures will be yours to grab endlessly. To be unlocked. Weapon: to be unlocked. Strange contract: God of Wealth, Blood Robe, a 3-legged golden toad. It loves glittering gold, silver, jewelry, and all valuable treasures. It enjoys collecting treasures from all over the world. Related persons: 3. Character completion: 0. Do you want to use it immediately? After watching it, Shinyu exclaimed, "Wow! This is a modern version of the God of Wealth." As for rank is not a problem. No wonder he is the head of the sales department. With this gentleman around, there is really no need to worry about money. Rather, even if you want to lose money, it probably won't be that easy, right? Shinyu thought it was quite interesting, so he decided to try what it was like to play this role. Use. The golden magic circle unfolded again. A handsome young man with his hair combed up with hair wax appeared in front of Shinyu. Shinyu divided a part of his mental power to control this character card. Ding-ling, ding-ling. As soon as the mental power entered, Shinyu's ears were filled with the crisp sounds of countless gold and silver striking each other, as well as a dull sound like a frog's croak. The smell of money, the desire for greed. They came in large numbers. Shinyu had adapted well to this situation. It only took him a few seconds to adapt to his sudden and unusual desire for money. Then try your best to control your desire. Shinyu opened his hands and found that he was wearing 2 thick and tacky gold rings on the index and middle fingers of his right hand, with a ruby of at least 20 carats inlaid in the middle of the rings. On her left hand, she wore the same gold rings on her thumb and little finger. Shinyu doesn't like wearing rings because it affects the flexibility of his fingers and the speed at which he types on the keyboard. However, his character loves treasures very much, so it would be a bit strange if he took them off. Shinyu asked the robot at headquarters to bring a mirror. Baimu is 1.86 meters tall, very tall, and in good shape. You can see that he has specially trained abdominal muscles. He is also very careful in his dressing and is a rather vain person. He wore a thick gold necklace around his neck. The color should have been tacky, but because the necklace was so delicate and coupled with Baimu's good looks, he barely looked like a coal boss. With the hairstyle fixed with hair wax, it looks like a colorful peacock. Shinyu made the sign of an 8 with his fingers at his chin, propped up his face, and looked around. A frivolous and playboy type. What expression should I make then? Shinyu searched online to find out what the image of a playboy is like. The result was a bunch of romance novels, such as The Playboy and the Pretty Girl, The Playboy CEO Falls in Love with Me. I turned that frivolous CEO into a wife-doting maniac. The trillionaire CEO dotes on me alone, etc. On the cover, handsome men of various types have frivolous, playful, or domineering expressions, gazing lovingly at the women next to them. Shinyu shuddered all over. He closed the browser with a look of dismay. Forget it. Let's first take a look at who the related people are. 3 related people: Deputy Sales Manager, Ling Hanyu, Trickster, Tianlong, and Supervisor, Song Shi. Ling Hanyu, the person who can become the Deputy General Manager of the sales department, should be a strong woman who is decisive and heroic. This Tianlong should be set as a silent and cold bodyguard. After all, the Baimu contract's strangeness isn't very offensive. As the General Manager of the sales department and the biggest money bag for the Igwe society, your personal safety needs to be guaranteed. As for supervision, why does Baimu need supervision? Is there something wrong with his personality? Generally speaking, only those with personalities like Baizhua among the contract masters would be worthy of supervision, right? Shinyu studied Baimu's character again, and then felt the extremely persistent desire for money and the strong desire to collect and possess that was surging in his body. Shinyu couldn't help but reveal a dead fish eye. Could it be that Baimu has some bad habits? No, that's not right. The money of the evil society was all earned by him, and he himself possesses the ability like a cornucopia, so he has no shortage of treasures. He already has a treasure trove, so he wouldn't embezzle the money belonging to the deviant society. The problem lies in this sentence. I am the only one who thinks that money can buy everything in the world. Shinyu thought about it and immediately thought of many actions taken by rich people who did not take human life seriously. Soon, he established the personalities and backgrounds of these related characters. After everything is prepared, a phone call was made to the manager's office of Igwe Company. The person sitting in the manager's office is Dong Hong, an employee with A-level management talent who was sent from the headquarters to the branch. After he became the manager of Igwe Company, he was in charge of everything from the company's special weapons transactions to the work arrangements of employees. Dong Hong was reading a document when he heard the phone ring. He picked up the phone with an impatient look on his face. Who's calling me? As soon as the other party's voice came through, Dong Hong's expression changed. His originally serious and stern face was covered with a respectful smile that was slightly excited. Yes. At present, the operations of Igwe Company are all normal. Yes, I will definitely ensure that the welfare of all the contract tricksters is fully implemented, and I will closely monitor their daily conditions. Make sure you can promptly discover and respond to any needs of the contractor. What? The general manager wants to come to Igwe Company in person to inspect the employee's working environment. Chapter 109: The head of sales department visits the branch. Okay, I will definitely arrange everything. Not knowing what the other party said, Dong Hong broke out in a cold sweat and apologized repeatedly. Yes, I won't do anything unnecessary. Yes, I won't do those superficial things. Everything is based on facts, and what needs to be done is what needs to be done. It's my fault. I didn't understand what the deputy minister meant. A moment later, when Dong Heng heard the busy tone after the phone was hung up, it was as if a huge rock was lifted from his heart. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and leaned back in his chair with a sense of relief. Deputy Minister Ling's personality is still so strong. Dong Heng thought about it, then picked up the phone and called the company's front desk. The head of the sales department from headquarters will be here soon. Please be nicer. During this period, apart from employees, there were basically no customers or other people entering the company. The workload at the front desk is very light, and since she is a young girl who just graduated, she may be a little relaxed. Of course, the working environment at Igwe Company can be described as relaxed, without so many rules and regulations. For example, you will never be criticized by your boss for playing with your mobile phone at work. As long as you complete your work on time, you can basically do whatever you want. The company doesn't require you to maintain any image. The key to such a working environment is that for the same work and the same position, the salary is much higher than that of other companies. I heard that there is a bonus at the end of the month, and the various employee benefits are extremely generous. So now all the employees in the company are eager to work in the company for the rest of their lives. Especially after people came from the headquarters, the staff dormitories were renovated and all the old furniture was replaced with new high-end ones. Refrigerators, air conditioners, water heaters, water dispensers, induction cookers, wireless networks, etc. are all available, and every employee can get a new mobile phone and laptop developed by the company. Almost all employees gave up their rented houses and moved into the renovated staff dormitories. The staff dormitory is close to the company, making commuting more convenient. You can stay in bed for a while in the morning and you don't even need to solve the problem of eating by yourself. The headquarters will send people to deliver various meals and drinks in the morning, noon, and evening for employees to choose from. A company like this is heaven. After working for so many days, the employees have adapted to their current life and are all loyal to Igwe Company. Of course, loyalty does not mean that they will have a stern face every day. The relaxed and comfortable environment is why they like Igwe Company so much. Dong Heng made this call to give a reminder. If you are caught slacking off at work by your boss, although the company does not strictly require employees not to do things other than work, you should at least give a good impression to your boss at the first meeting. The front desk clerk was also shocked when he received a call from the manager. Okay, I understand. She quickly touched up her makeup, straightened her back, and stood at the front desk to organize the documents on the desk. After thinking about it, I sent a rough message to the employee group they had set up privately, reminding them that a leader would come to inspect today. Wow, is there a new contractor coming? I don't know. Manager Dong only said that the head of the sales department at headquarters is coming. Head of sales? Isn't that the department manager? I wonder what kind of personality he has. Will he be strict or the forgiving type? As tolerant as Captain Jie? Hiss, Captain Jie does seem very gentle and tolerant. It seems that no matter what mistakes you make or what troubles you cause in front of him, he won't get angry. However, ever since I saw Captain Jie's battle with the enemy, my opinion of him has completely changed. There aren't any normal people among the Pact Masters. Doghead saves life. Ha ha ha. Even though it's a joke, in order to contain those terrifying monsters, the contractors would rather endure the erosion of their minds and bodies by the monsters' influence than fight against them. I think they are truly amazing. To the great tricksters. Speaking of which, does being a contractor require very high appearance standards? Otherwise, why are all contractors, male and female, so handsome and beautiful? Yes, sister, she is so beautiful. Mr. Fei Niao, Mr. Bai, each of them has an outstanding appearance. Even Zhang Tianzong and Su Zhou are handsome young men. Captain Jie is also a classically handsome man with an elegant demeanor like a bamboo. Except that the Taoist priest has been wrapping his face in yellow paper. His true appearance cannot be seen, but he looks to have a good figure. Then the group composed of only good-looking people can debut right here. Should we ask all the masters of the contracted magic to perform a hand-tearing magic trick right here? Those fans will be scared silly. Thank you. I look even more handsome now. You can see from the employee group how good the atmosphere in the company is. Employees help each other. There is not so much intrigue, and everyone conscientiously completes their work. Work efficiency has actually improved a lot. I wonder when the head of the sales department will come to inspect the company. Will you come in quietly? The employees chatted while working, discussing when the leader would come to the company. There was a low hum of a motor from downstairs. The employees who had been paying attention to the movements downstairs saw a long line of luxury cars driving to the downstairs of the company. Some passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch. We're not a first-tier city, but I didn't expect to see so many luxury cars at once. The silver gray one in the lead is so cool. This is actually a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. I heard there are less than 10 of them in the world, and the lowest estimated value is 1.5 billion. No way. Isn't that a car made specifically for the royal family? Look closely, some of the details on this car seem different. It shouldn't be the Silver Phantom, right? Look, the logo on the car is different, but judging by the design and styling, it's still ahead of other luxury cars. I guess it's the more expensive, one-of-a-kind custom edition, right? More than a dozen cars were parked under the Igwe Company building. All the employees came to the window and looked down. Wow, there are so many luxury cars. Which boss would come here to negotiate a contract? Could it be the head of the sales department is here? No way. Under their gaze, a group of burly men in black suits opened the doors and got out of the car in unison, forming a queue with a powerful aura. Tianlong, who looked cold and strong, came to the front car and respectfully opened the back door. A long leg in leather shoes stepped out of the car and stepped on the ground. Tianlong put one hand on the door frame to prevent the door from hitting the head of the person getting out of the car. Beimu got out of the car. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and followed by a group of people in black suits who looked like bodyguards. He looked like a wealthy president visiting a small, unremarkable company. Beimu turned the ring on his finger and looked at the building. Let's go. Chapter 110. The Ghost Master as Bodyguard, Beimu with Special Status. Ling Hanyu was sitting in the passenger seat, and an employee in a black suit opened the door for her. She waved him aside. She opened the car door and got out of the passenger seat. She was wearing a slim-fitting handmade black long suit with a white tight cotton coat underneath, which perfectly outlined her figure. She wore a short skirt and cotton socks on the lower body, matched with high-heeled boots. She walked with the wind and had the aura of a strong woman, which made everyone involuntarily look at her, but they did not dare to stare at her directly. She sighed and walked behind Beimu. Such a contrast. Beimu doesn't have that coercive aura and is more like a playboy, while she is the president who enforces orders. A dozen burly men in black suits cleared the way in front and behind, escorting Beimu and Ling Hanyu downstairs. It is working hours now, and not many people are entering and leaving this commercial building, but employees from other companies have witnessed this scene. Which company's boss is this? What are you doing in this little place of ours? Are you planning to buy this building? We're not in the city center, so there's no development value in buying it. They consciously moved aside and watched silently. Beimu stood at the door of the building. He took a look at the mixed crowd in the hall and waved to call someone over. The employee from another company who was watching the fun pointed at himself, confused. Me? Beimu? Yes, you come here. The man hesitated for a moment, but in order not to offend anyone, he still walked over. Beimu glanced at the employee badge on his chest and asked, Aren't you an employee of Igwe Company? The man nodded in confusion. Beimu turned around and complained to Ling Hanyu. What? We're bankrupt. We can't even buy a building to open a branch. Ling Hanyu was clearly aware of Beimu's temper. She calmly explained, Currently, most of the headquarters funds are invested in the newly discovered worlds, so we can't spare any extra funds to build a branch here. Beimu touched his chin and said, That doesn't mean I can't even buy a building, right? Ling Hanyu, we won't just establish branches in this one location. The headquarters intends to use this part of the funds to establish all branches, at least one branch in each country. If we divide the costs, we need to save some money. The company doesn't have many employees, so the office space on the first floor is more than enough. Beimu nodded. Generally speaking, in this situation, others would follow the headquarters' wishes and give up their own ideas. However, Beimu simply waved his hand and said, I'll give you 1 day to buy this building and clear out the people from other companies. The money will be directly transferred from the sales department's account. Ling Hanyu nodded as if it was nothing unusual. Then he quickly contacted the owner of the building and began to negotiate how much it would cost to buy the building. The man opened his mouth unconsciously. Originally, the companies that rented in such remote commercial buildings were not very large, and most of them were companies with a revenue of tens of millions or millions. He has been working here for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen someone spend so much money without blinking an eye, which he could never earn in his entire life. Is this a rich person? Igwe Company? The boss is so rich, I wonder if the company's benefits are good. Otherwise, why not submit a resume and see? He wasn't the only one who had this thought. Most of the people around thought so. Beimu and his group took the stairs to the floor where Igwe Company was located. The receptionist was already at his desk to greet him. Hello, head of North. Beimu nodded and said, Ask all the employees to come here. I will give a brief speech. The front desk immediately notified others to gather. Dong Heng hurried out of the office, holding a pile of documents. He respectfully called out to Bei Mu, "Boss Bei." Bei Mu took the document from his hand, flipped through a few pages, and then closed it without reading. "How long have you been here?" Dong Heng. "It's only been 4 days including today." He was able to revitalize a company that had abandoned its original industry and started over in just 4 days, and also earned hundreds of millions of dollars. Dong Heng's ability in managing a company is already very good, although most of them rely on special firearms shipped from headquarters. Bei Mu put down the documents and said, "Okay, since the headquarters asked me to come here, the future operation of the branch will be left to Ling Hanyu." A group of employees has assembled. The newcomers who had not yet started their mission and were just training with Zhang Lin also came over to watch out of curiosity. Dong Heng was directly deprived of his power. Before Bei Mu came, he was the most powerful person in the branch. Basically, the entire Igwe company was managed by him, and he was the one who made the decisions. As a result, as soon as Bei Mu arrived, Dong Heng's power was completely stripped away. The employees in the company were all looking at Dong Heng. I originally thought that Dong Heng's expression would change a little, but Dong Heng didn't object at all and willingly accepted Bei Mu's arrangement. "Yes, everything will be subject to Mr. Bei's arrangements." Zhao Hun whispered to Zhang Lin. "He's not angry at all?" Manager Dong has been working a lot of late nights for the company these past few days, getting it in perfect order, and then suddenly a superior comes along. Anyone would be angry, right? Zhang Lin, "I'm not sure about this either." Jiang Tianzong snorted coldly and kindly answered their doubts. In the Deviant Society, many departments' work revolves around the contract master and the containment of the devil. The contract master's status in the Deviant Society is naturally very high. Ultimately, what matters is the talent of the contract master. People with talent and strength can thrive anywhere. Anyone who can become the head of a department must have unique talents and abilities. Also, I've heard that the head of the sales department holds a very special position in the Deviant Society. Jiang Tianzong pointed at Tianlong, who had been standing silently not far behind Bei Mu. Although he was not very close, that position would allow him to step forward and protect Bei Mu at the first moment, no matter what accident happened. Tianlong remained very silent, and his presence was not high when standing next to the employees in black suits. However, he exuded a strong and strange aura, making people dare not ignore him. That man is a contract master. To be able to have a contract master willingly serve as his bodyguard, you can imagine how special he is, right? Master of Chigue, Zhao Hun, and Zhang Lin were a little shocked. They observed Tianlong carefully. Although Tianlong hid his aura very well and looked like an ordinary bodyguard, the strange aura around him could not be concealed. Chapter 111. Hosting a party. New officials take 3 actions. Indeed, he is a very powerful contract master. Zhang Lin. The fact that he can have a Chigue master as his bodyguard means that he is quite important and has no ability to protect himself. Zhao Hun. How important does this have to be to have a dedicated trickster as a bodyguard? Zhao Hun couldn't imagine it. They have not been members of the society for long, especially newcomers like Zhang Lin and Zhao Hun. They do not have any strange contracts and are not considered strange masters. They are just ordinary members of the society. But these few days were enough for them to observe the special status that the contractor held in the order. Jiang Tianzong and Su Zhou are 2 new ghost masters. The treatment they enjoy in the branch can basically be said to be that whatever they ask for is granted. But maybe it's because the newcomer is not very relaxed. Su Zhou is not the kind of person who likes to trouble others. Generally, he will not ask other employees for help if he can do it himself. But white leftists sometimes come back to branch out. Whenever he comes back, he will definitely order his employees around, asking for this and that. When he is in the mood, he will even ask his employees to play games with him. It does sound strange that a ghost master with such a special status would give up his main job of containing strange things and become the bodyguard of the general manager of the sales department. Zhao Hun and others regarded Bei Mu as a very special character, and were curious about what was so special about Bei Mu that made Igwe value him so much. It can't be because he is good at making money, right? Zhao Hun's casual words revealed the truth. Du Jiashir was amazed. Isn't it amazing to be good at making money? In this world, everything is about money. Without money, you can't even move forward. Even the always cocky Jiang Tianzong agreed with him. Money is indeed important. If it weren't for the high salary of a contractor, why would he choose such a high-risk profession, risking his life all day long? Do you really think he is a righteous person who wants to save the world? Please, Jiang Tianzong used to be an uneducated gangster. These new guys are deserting their posts. After all the employees come here. Bei Mu took off his sunglasses and tucked them into his jacket pocket. He glanced at the employees present and suddenly dropped a bombshell. You all haven't had a proper party since becoming employees of the company, right? I declare that we will hold a celebration party tonight to celebrate the establishment of Igue Company. Huh? A question mark popped up in the heads of all the employees present. Originally, they thought that the new leader gathered them together to give a speech on the company's future prospects and development, or to hold a meeting to talk about the company's work arrangements and brainwash the employees to make them work hard. The result is that they are going to hold a party? Yeah. Long live President Bei. Jiang Tianzong hissed. Party? I still have a report to finish, so I won't go. Suzhou nodded. Me too. Zhao Han rushed over and grabbed them one by one. Don't leave. This is a party. I haven't been to this kind of party before. Why don't we go together? Maybe it will be fun? Zhang Lin glanced at Suzhou and said, It's nice to relax once in a while. There's no urgent task for you to complete today, right? Things like reports can be submitted later. Maybe I can help write them. Zhang Lin is very concerned about the changes in Suzhou's personality. Although he is no longer cowardly and timid as before, he has also lost the innocent character of standing in the sun. Suzhou now seemed to be immersed in darkness, exuding a lifeless aura. Zhang Lin had seen Suzhou before. Although Suzhou also had a self-destructive mentality, at least he could still laugh occasionally and had many emotions that normal people would have. As long as he is guided to change slowly, Suzhou will get rid of his cowardice and timidity and become confident and strong. Why would such a child become like this? His emotions were completely still, his eyes were numb and cold, like a pool of stagnant water. His whole body exuded coldness, like a machine that could be manipulated by anyone without resistance. During this period, Zhang Lin has been asking Ji Wu, Jiang Tianzong, and all other people who might know the truth indirectly. Ji Wu's words were vague and seemed to be related to Bai Zhua, but Bai Zhua did this at the behest of him and the president. Ji Wu once said, Suzhou paid a price for gaining power, but he also wanted to escape the past. This was an agreement between him and the white left. We cannot change this established fact. All I can do is supervise from the side and prevent the white left from going too far. Combining what he had learned, Zhang Lin barely guessed some of the truth. Perhaps Suzhou had experienced some not-so-good things, which made him develop a self-destructive mentality, but in order to survive and escape the past, he made some agreement with the white left. Maybe it's like using himself as a weapon of the white left, letting the white left use him, and then using the power of the white left to forget the painful past. Then, the white left used this weapon to do something that was not in line with the rules of the deviant society. In the end, it was controlled by the deviant society. As for what exactly happened, only they know best. All Zhang Lin could do was to let Suzhou blend into the crowd, or at least let those eyes that were as numb as dead water have a little more human emotion. Suzhou nodded in agreement. Dong Heng, raise the current employees' salaries by half. They'll be busy soon. Dong Heng nodded quickly in agreement. After taking note of it, he went to register and make the changes. When it comes to paying wages, Baimu's orders must be implemented and no mistakes can be made. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things. Baimu has carried out a series of operations. Apart from taking away Dong Heng's power, everything he did made other employees very happy. Although outside of work, they also have to obey the orders of the witch master and do some non-work related work such as running errands and playing with others. But they enjoy it. Don't ask. If you ask, it's their own will and they are happy to do it. Boss Bei, a lot of people have submitted resumes to the company recently. Do you think we should hire a group of new employees? Beimu, just take care of the admission. He doesn't have high expectations for his employees, as long as they can complete their work. What the Yikui lacks the least is ordinary employees with no special talents. As long as they want to recruit people and post the benefits, there will be a lot of people trying to get in. Dong Heng, this country is relatively peaceful. If you want to recruit that kind of employee, you may need to recruit from war-torn countries. The kind of civil servants that Dong Heng mentioned were actually a special kind of staff built around the contract master. Their main job is to comfort and take care of the strange-tempered witches. Chapter 112. I hope Mr. Bei can restrain himself. Go ahead and recruit people. There's plenty of money. Baimu gave a smile that really needed a streetlight. After all, money can buy everything. Ding. Baimu's character completion increased by 5. Pa pa pa. Incredible, incredible. President Bei is truly amazing. A 1.9 meter tall, handsome man in a suit walked over, clapping his hands. Dong Heng's expression darkened. Supervisor Song, you know I will never do anything that violates human rights regulations, and I will recruit employees on a completely voluntary basis. If you want to hang a street lamp, just hang Mr. Bei alone. He is innocent. Song Shi was certainly aware of this. Baimu has a very special status in the Igwe society and has great power. Dong Heng is just an ordinary department manager. How could he possibly disobey Baimu's orders? Although Ling Hanyu can sometimes control Baimu, most of the time, she just listens to Baimu. Ling Hanyu was the person rescued by Baimu from a world that was invaded by a strange force and was about to be destroyed. She was more on Baimu's side. Without Baimu's rescue that day, there would be no Vice President Ling today. This is understandable. Baimu raised his eyebrows, somewhat unhappy about Song Shi's appearance. Why did you come so soon? Song Shi spread his hands. Alas, I dare not delay too long. Look, I've only been away for a short while, and President Bei has the audacity to say such things. Is he going to violate human ethics next? Song Shi walked forward, his face extremely close to Baimu. Seeing Baimu's disgusted expression, he smiled dangerously and said, I hope Mr. Bei can restrain himself. You can make money, but you can't use it for evil purposes. The last time you did something in the abandoned city, if it weren't for the fact that headquarters saw in your many contributions to the organization, you would have been released after being imprisoned for more than just 2 months. Boss Bei should take this as a warning. President Bei pushed him away, revealing a forced smile. Oh, I don't think what I did was wrong. Those people, living in an abandoned city, surviving amidst barbarism, ruins, and garbage, will eventually become food for hyenas or something weird. Maybe he'll die in a corner somewhere, his entire body rotting into bones without anyone finding him. I let them eat delicious food they had never tasted before and live in luxurious rooms they couldn't even imagine. They fought over it and volunteered to become my slaves. When the employees heard Baimu's words, they felt directly what kind of person the new head of sales department was. Baimu's original frivolous appearance was torn off, revealing his cold-blooded nature. Everyone was so frightened that they dared not speak loudly. Those who were originally whispering to each other and making small movements suddenly stood up straight. This is too scary. Could he be the kind of person who whips employees who aren't working hard? It's okay. As long as he pays me enough, I can lick his shoes every day. Hiss, do you really have no shame and dignity? Dignity, what's dignity worth? If licking your boss's shoes every day could earn you hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, believe me, there would be a lot of people scrambling for the job. Although I know you're joking, why can't I laugh all of a sudden? Come on, our company's benefits are already good enough in China. How many jobs in China with this kind of working hours and position can match our salary? The employees were chattering below. The atmosphere between Baimu and Song Shi was not very friendly. It was the arrival of Ji Wu, who was also a supervisor, who broke the tense confrontation between them. Song Shi, long time no see. Ji Wu and Song Shi have a good relationship, or rather, the relationship between their supervisors is very good. Although they were rarely together, they would still get together when they did get together occasionally and complain about how difficult it was to coach the pact master they were supervising. Song Shi's expression was noticeably more relaxed. Hey Ji Wu, it's been a while. How are you doing here? It's not bad. It was a bit busy in the early stages, but that little bastard has been pretty quiet lately and hasn't caused me any trouble. Song Shi pointed at Baimu, who was leaning against the chair with a boneless look on his face. This is really giving me a headache. He's causing me trouble as soon as I leave for a while. Mr. Bei, Ji Wu thought about this person's style and tactfully did not say anything. How should I put it? It's hard to comment. No matter how normal a contractor looks, he is worthy of supervision. His past deeds, the sealed files, and the words circulating within the organization all prove to everyone that this is what they deserve. Ji Wu reminisced about the past with Song Shi, and seeing that Song Shi was still busy at work, he could only make an appointment to talk again next time. Then Ji Wu greeted Baimu again. Boss Bei. Baimu raised his chin as a response to him. Since he was supervised by someone, and the person assigned to supervise him was Song Shi, who was too serious and solemn, he had no good face towards the people who supervised this department. Ji Wu was used to the strange personalities of these contract masters, so he said hello and returned to his office. The meeting was over and other employees returned to their positions to continue working. Zhao Hun and others followed Ji Wu and entered his office together. They were quite familiar with Ji Wu and knew that he wouldn't care too much, so they were less restrained. After coming in, they sat on the sofa. They were all quite curious about the new person in charge. Zhao Hun, brother Zhang. Zhao Hun winked at Zhang Lin, indicating that he should ask Ji Wu about Baimu. Although Zhang Lin has only been at Igwe Company for a short time, he has already adapted to life here because he is quite skilled and can use firearms. Several newcomers like to ask him for advice, so they get along pretty well. Even Jiang Tianzong, who has the worst temper, is a little friendlier to him than others. Zhang Lin saw that although the others didn't say anything, there was obvious curiosity in their eyes. Zhang Lin glanced at Ji Wu and, seeing that he wasn't busy, asked, Supervisor Ji, do you know the person in charge of the North headquarters? What kind of person is he? Ji Wu did not hide it. Beimu? He is the god of wealth of our Igwe society. He once earned nearly 80 of the entire organization's wealth with his own efforts. The others showed surprised expressions. 80%? Isn't that too exaggerated? Jiang Tianzong was even more shocked than them, because compared to these newcomers who had just joined for a few days, he could better understand how powerful the Yigihui organization was. That is definitely a huge asset tycoon. Chapter 113, they are very suitable to become trick masters. Jiang Tianzong looked at the others. You've only just joined, so I'm afraid you don't understand what a terrifying organization the Yigihui is. The Deviant's true headquarters is located in a world beyond the reach of most advanced civilizations. The organization's tentacles extend across all major worlds, and Blue Planet is just an insignificant foothold. Even if all the countries on Blue Planet were combined, they wouldn't be even a fraction as powerful as the Deviants. Jiang Tianzong has always looked down upon anyone weaker than him, but his loyalty and fanaticism towards the Dissenters' society are revealed in his words. Du Jiasher's face was filled with amazement. Various worlds? Are you saying our organization originated from other worlds? Zhao Hun. But that's true. Since there are high-dimensional existences like horror games, it's normal for there to be other worlds. Zhang Lin nodded. He couldn't help but think in his heart, but he couldn't imagine how powerful this organization that spanned countless worlds and controlled countless resources could be. Jiang Tianzong thought about it, and he was not quite sure. There were different opinions within the organization about its origins. Even some old employees who had been there for a long time did not seem to know the true origins of the organization. Ji Wu twirled his pen and said, I've heard that the organization originated in the distant future or was founded in the distant past. Because the organization possesses a powerful ability to travel through time and space, the past, present, and future make little difference to the Deviant Order. Time travel. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. It sounded like the organization possessed not just the ability to travel through the world, but the ability to control time. They could travel to the past, present, future, and other worlds at will. This powerful and strange ability could be called that of a god. And for an organization with such powerful capabilities, it's hard to believe how powerful it is. Everyone couldn't help but feel a longing for the legendary headquarters that they had only heard of but never seen. Jiang Tianzong nodded. That's right. Organizations like the Deviant Society have occupied countless worlds. The resources they hold are beyond your imagination. Their daily revenue is probably in the tens of billions. And Boss Bay can earn 80 of the organization's wealth by himself. No wonder there are contract masters to protect him. As expected, a person who can be called the god of wealth and even make an exception to allow other high-ranking contract masters to protect him must be a very powerful person. After Jiang Tianzong and Ji Wu's stories, the people who were originally not very clear about this concept also understood the terrifying nature of Baimu. Is this the god of wealth? I go to pray to him every day. Can he bless me to win the lottery? Although the god of wealth can't bless you to win the lottery, he can definitely make you rich. I guess the little money that slips through his fingers is enough for us to spend for a lifetime. Ding. Baimu's character completion increased by 1. You indirectly promoted the organization, construction points plus 50. Du Jiasher came close to Ji Wu, looking a little shy and embarrassed to speak. Ji Wu smiled helplessly. Why are you like this? Just tell me what you want to say. Du Jiasher's eyes lit up as he asked. Mr. Ji Wu, we've joined the Igwe Society and have learned a lot from Brother Zhang and Su Zhou these past few days. When do you think we can become true Qi masters? This question of Du Jiasher happened to be what Zhao Hun and Zhang Lin were concerned about. They were both newcomers who had just joined the Igwe Society not long ago. Unlike newcomers like Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong, they can only be regarded as the reserve force of the Pact Master, because they haven't signed a contract with Weirdness yet. Ji Wu didn't expect that Du Jiasher was asking about this, but it made sense. They joined the Heterodox Society in the hope of becoming a contractor. Actually, based on your performance over the past few days, you've already passed the organization's preliminary review. However, strange contracts are extremely dangerous after all, and we can't guarantee your complete safety. Du Jiasher, there is no absolute safety in this world. Even if I don't become a ghost master, I might still be killed by ghosts. Various accidents, diseases, etc. may befall me. Zhao Hun, that's right. Power is the absolute truth. Only by mastering the power in your own hands. Even if you encounter danger or are mysteriously killed in the process of carrying out a mission, it is only because I am too incompetent. Zhang Lin also expressed his attitude. I have thought about all the consequences. Even if the contract fails in the end, or I die in the process of the contract, I will not regret the decision I made. Du Jiashir suddenly raised his hand. By the way, Sister Su Ro also said that she would never give up on becoming a contract master, but she is still busy with the job and didn't come over. Ji Wu scanned the determined faces of these newcomers one by one. These people are those who have faced the terrifying weirdness and survived from the weirdness. If it were an ordinary person, after seeing those terrifying and strange creatures, they would be scared out of their wits, let alone becoming a ghost master to fight against the weirdness. They would be so scared that they dare not resist or even go out and suffer from psychological trauma. This is how most people behave. The mental toughness of these newcomers alone means that they are very suitable to become contract masters. Ji Wu, I have actually reported this matter to headquarters a long time ago, but the headquarters has been busy exploring other worlds and suppressing those restless doors, so they can't spare the manpower to preside over the contract for you. Once we're done with this, headquarters should arrange for you to try out the weirdness of the contract. I got the answer, although there was no exact time, but at least the Igwe Society did not forget about them. The newcomers were very satisfied. After chatting for a while, they left to train. Evening soon arrived. Baimu generously booked a hotel to host tonight's party. All the people in the company took a bus to Suichao, a famous five-star hotel in Anyang City. This is a high-end hotel. In the past, I'm afraid we wouldn't even dare to take a look inside. The cost of living here is too high, and it's not a place that ordinary workers like them can come to. I didn't expect that thanks to the company's invitation, I would come here to eat one day. Many employees did not mind their rest time being occupied at all, but instead walked towards the hotel happily. At the hotel entrance, the lobby manager and service staff were already standing there to greet us. Welcome guests. Please come this way. The service was respectful and attentive throughout the trip, and no one looked down on the employees for wearing cheap uniforms. After all, this is a big client who booked the entire hotel, and because there was no reservation in advance, the other party directly booked the entire hotel by spending money. Chapter 114, No one can refuse it, no one. January is the off-season for hotels as there are no New Year or other festivals. In addition, people have been troubled by strange things recently, so the only things worth holding a banquet for are funerals. However, nowadays, the process has been greatly shortened and tried to be completed during the day, because only during the day is it absolutely safe from strange attacks. At this time, someone spent a lot of money to book the entire hotel, which was like a god of wealth falling from the sky for the hotel owner. Moreover, the lobby manager was able to sit in this position, which meant he was very good at reading people's faces. This group of people still dared to go out and hold a banquet after the night fell and the safety buff disappeared. Either they are insensitive and treat life as nothing, or they have something to rely on. No matter what kind of person he is, it is best not to offend him if possible. The lobby manager's attitude towards these people was quite attentive, which made all the employees feel uncomfortable. Our chief executive is still in the back. Go and greet him. Yeah. You don't have to entertain us. Just let us walk around. The lobby manager was stunned. He looked around and indeed did not see any leadership among them. As for Dong Hong, whose head glows slightly and who obviously works hard, he is probably just a middle-level manager, right? Even so, he called a waiter and asked her to follow the group of guests and to step forward and solve any problems that the guests had as soon as possible. He quickly returned to the hotel entrance, waiting for the real big shot to arrive. The lobby manager didn't have to wait long, probably about 10 minutes later. The car, surrounded by more than a dozen luxury cars, stopped in front of the hotel. The car doors opened in unison, and a group of men in black suits and with grim expressions got out of the car. The lobby manager couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face and ran to the back door of the car parked in the front and was about to open the door. A tall figure loomed over him, its immense force pushing him aside with irresistible force. The lobby manager saw the man who had restrained all his aura but was still very scary and stared at him coldly. Hiss! The lobby manager was very tactful and moved aside. A handsome man wearing an expensive suit of an unknown brand that looked like it was custom-made got out of the car. The bodyguard next to him, probably a bodyguard, followed him closely, preventing any danger from approaching. The lobby manager smiled wryly and said, "Sir, we have already prepared the venue, and the banquet venue has been decorated exactly according to your company's requirements." Beimu didn't listen to what he said, but instead got angry at Ling Hanyu who got out of the car later. Why doesn't our company even have a car for our subordinates? Ling Hanyu. Insufficient funds. Why don't they even have a suit of their own? This is a personal issue for the employee. Is our company's salary too low? This makes our company look so inferior. Ling Hanyu looked at the situation of Igue Company in the afternoon. When Ji Wu was managing the company, he increased the original salary by 50, which was already beyond the original salary level of this job. Dong Heng saw this when he did not continue to increase salaries after taking over the company. However, although he did not increase salaries, he did increase performance bonuses. As long as employees do not come in late or leave early and work diligently for a month, they will receive a bonus of at least 3,000 yuan. Please note that this is not an annual award. It is equivalent to a disguised salary increase. Then, Baimu was sent by the headquarters to manage the branch. As soon as he arrived at Igue Company, it was announced that the original salary would be increased by another 50. As a result, employee salaries definitely exceed the level of all domestic companies. Even if Ling Hanyu closed her eyes, she would not dare to say that such a salary was low. You know, even if the cleaning lady originally only earned 3,000 yuan a month, her monthly salary would be around 10,000 yuan after this. Not to mention other employees, their salaries will only increase, not decrease. Our employee salaries now exceed the standards of many other companies, Mr. Bei. Bei Mu was stunned. He made a figure 7 gesture with his thumb and index finger, placed it on his chin, and said thoughtfully, "It turns out that everyone in this world is just a bunch of cattle and horses. Their time is so cheap. I think." Ling Hanyu immediately caught on to his train of thought. They are simply willingly giving their labor for survival. This is a far cry from your behavior of completely selling yourself out and losing all self-respect. The lobby manager standing next to him, whose face turned red and white after hearing all this talk, really wanted to quit his job and leave immediately. Unfortunately, he is also a slave laborer who voluntarily gives his labor for money. Ha, ha. The lobby manager gritted his teeth and stared at this guy who looked like he had rich written all over his face with a subtle and vicious look. No wonder he hired so many bodyguards. Looking at his face, he must be hated by countless people, and they would want to throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetables all over him, right? Noticing this obscure gaze, Tian Long, who had been standing next to him, immediately glared at him with sharp eyes. The frightened lobby manager quickly controlled his expression and gaze, and put on a friendly smile again. Ding! Baimu's character completion increased by 2. Moreover, the president's instructions are for you to make Igue Company a giant in this world within a short period of time. Ling Hanyu mentioned the president. Baimu scratched his styled hair, and his attitude softened a lot. Of course I know about this kind of thing. In which world do you not rely on my abilities to gain a foothold in those worlds? Ling Hanyu nodded, and in a doting tone, he tried to appease the god of wealth of the eccentric society. Yes, the president also relies heavily on your ability. Because he trusts you, he entrusted you with such an important task. She picked up her cell phone, which displayed a dense array of stocks, some red, some green, which was dizzying to look at. So, which one? Beimu pointed at one of them without even looking at it. This one. Inside the body, the three-legged golden toad, which had been resting with its eyes closed and was completely golden, did not look ferocious at all, and even looked somewhat dignified because of its golden color, opened its eyes, and golden light flashed from its eyes. It seems as if you can hear the wonderful sound of gold coins knocking. All the treasures in the world will be attracted to it and come to it. And Guagua also loves those valuable treasures the most. Money comes from all directions. No one doesn't love money. If there is, it must be because there is not enough money. If a person can get a lot of money without any effort, he would think. No one can refuse it, no one. Chapter 115. We are just a group of ordinary people who have gained abilities. It is like a greedy and insatiable money-eating beast. He uses his abilities without hesitation to influence everything in order to grab inexhaustible wealth. Its desire for treasure naturally affected Baimu through the contract. Baimu pointed at the stocks above and smiled strangely. All the treasures in the world should belong to me. Ability. Wealth can communicate with the gods. Triggered. Ling Hanyu. If this is what you expect. She bought the stock without hesitation and invested all the money in the company's account except for the company's daily expenses. The lobby manager who heard all this kept complaining in his mind. That's enough. Why are you showing off in front of me, the lobby manager of this hotel? Igue? I don't think I've heard of this company. Is it one of the top 100 Chinese companies? Or is it one of the top 100 foreign companies? Just check it out later. After all, being able to hold a banquet here means it is very close, and building good relationships with large companies nearby is also an additional way out. And becoming a global giant in a short period of time? That sounds so easy. It's almost the same as the 100 million yuan goal. And those worlds? He talks about it as if there are a lot of worlds. Could he be a rich kid who is obsessed with games? This sentence is too childish. How can you say it? Do you think you are an emperor? All the treasures in the world will be yours. There were too many complaints, and he couldn't finish them all at once. Therefore, the lobby manager couldn't help but reveal a pair of dead fish eyes and invited the middle school boy into the hotel with an expressionless face. It's just one night anyway, and since the client is so generous, I'll just have to put up with it. But what he didn't know was that he was witnessing the beginning of a hungry beast opening its huge mouth, and then it would grow so rapidly that it would make everyone tremble. Just such an ordinary touch has changed the fate of countless people. Ding. Baimu's character completion increased by 3. You have publicized the existence of the Deviant Society, construction points plus 500. The banquet was held on the second floor of the hotel. The venue was decorated extremely luxuriously, with flowers dotted around it. The colors of the flowers were not strong, but the embellishments were just right, gorgeous, but not vulgar. The surrounding area is also filled with buffet meals, delicious food, fine wine, and various desserts and drinks are readily available. There was a white piano in the corner, and a man was sitting there playing a slow melody. After admiring the gorgeous decorations and taking a lot of photos, the employees of Igwe Company dispersed to find and enjoy their favorite food. They come here just to eat anyway. There are no outsiders here. We are all employees of the same company, so there is no need to put on airs when socializing. Because there were no outsiders, those who had a good relationship with each other naturally gathered together, relaxed, and enjoyed this banquet that they had never experienced before. Yang Su and Deng Xiaowei changed out of their usual work clothes and wore more casual clothes. They walked together, discussing the latest good new dramas and tasting the delicious food that they couldn't usually eat at the banquet. On the side, Xi Jing sat alone on a single sofa, slowly sipping a glass of red wine in her hand. She is a female contractor in the Order of the Unorthodox. Although he is said to be a member of Asuka, he is actually more like his deputy. Fei Niao's whereabouts are unknown. He comes to the company less often than the elusive white leftists, and some reports are not submitted at all. Fortunately, this situation has improved after Xi Jing came to the company, because his reports were all handed over and completed by team member Xi Jing. However, because there are not many contract masters in Igwe Company, most of them are newcomers who have just joined. Among them, Su Ro, a newcomer, although also a female, has not yet become a contract master. Therefore, Xi Jing had no common topics with them. In addition, Xi Jing was on missions all year round, and her sharp aura made her particularly difficult to approach, which led to Xi Jing being a loner in the company. Deng Xiaowei covered her mouth and whispered to Yang Su, "Sister, she is so cool and handsome. I really want to go up and talk to her, but I'm afraid to disturb her." Deng Xiaowei calls Xi Jing's sister Xi, not because Xi Jing is older, but because of Xi Jing's strong aura, which makes her look like a big sister. This made little girls like Deng Xiaowei admire and respect her. Noticing her gaze, Xi Jing turned her head, smiled at Deng Xiaowei, and raised the glass in her hand in gesture. Deng Xiaowei screamed in a low voice again. Yang Su said helplessly, "Since you want to talk to her, then go ahead. It's not working hours now anyway, so there's no need to disturb her. Isn't the purpose of a rare banquet for everyone to relax and have fun together?" Deng Xiaowei thought so too, so she mustered up the courage to walk toward Xi Jing. She, sister Xi." When Deng Xiaowei opened her mouth, her tongue almost didn't flow smoothly. Xi Jing was quite friendly towards the ordinary employees in these companies. "What's wrong? Can I add you as my friend, please?" Deng Xiaowei excitedly held the phone in both hands and asked the other party with the attitude of facing someone she admired. Xi Jing was stunned for a moment, then sighed. "It's just that this kind of thing doesn't need to be so serious. No, for us, we have always respected and admired you very much." Deng Xiaowei is the type of person with a carefree personality, so she is not as sharp as Yang Su. She had already noticed various problems in the company and had some guesses. It was only later that she realized that she was working for a very remarkable company. Those powerful contract masters are all affiliated with this company. Although she did not see with her own eyes the scene when they went on the mission and fought against the monsters. But these days, we have more or less seen that the Ghost Masters returned to the company with injuries in order to contain the weird things. The wounds on their bodies are undoubtedly medals of protection. Because of their existence, Deng Xiaowei and many ordinary people can live such a peaceful life. It was because of seeing these that Deng Xiaowei developed a strong admiration for the witches who were always in danger. This was her gratitude and respect for these unsung heroes who stood behind them. Xi Jing smiled embarrassedly, then took her phone and added her own contact information. We didn't become contractors because of some great dream or ideal. In the beginning, I just wanted to survive. Shi Jing said, don't assume that every contract master is someone who is solely dedicated to protecting the world. After all, we are just a group of ordinary people who have gained abilities. Deng Xiaorui nodded vigorously. No matter what, you are fighting against and containing the weird. Chapter 116, Long-Standing Pursuits and Ideals. Judging by actions, not the heart, no one is perfect. No matter what the reason for the trickster to become a trickster in the first place. As long as he still abides by the duties of a ghost master, as long as he still shelters the weird, he is indirectly protecting this world. Shi Jing smiled and raised the glass in her hand. Cheers. Deng Xiaorui also took the cup of orange juice and clinked glasses with Shi Jing. For a better tomorrow. Perhaps it was because they clinked glasses that they felt they were a lot closer to each other, or perhaps it was because they realized that Shi Jing's personality was easier to get along with. Deng Xiaorui and Shi Jing chatted about all sorts of things. Regardless of the topic, they just talked about whatever came to mind. They talked about TV series, movies, animals, clothes, and makeup. What surprised Deng Xiaorui was that Shi Jing could express her own opinions on most of these topics, and it was obvious that she had been exposed to and understood the relevant content. From this perspective, Shi Jing is no different from ordinary people. They can laugh and make jokes just like ordinary people, watch TV series and make comments, and learn about topics that interest everyone. The barriers brought about by the identity of the contract master disappeared a lot at this moment. Yang Su also joined in. The three of them chatted intermittently, and when they got excited, they even laughed happily. No one else came to disturb them. The employees actually noticed Shi Jing sitting alone at the beginning, but their male identities made it difficult for them to approach and talk to her. Now that they saw Shi Jing could chat with others and finally didn't seem lonely anymore, they finally felt relieved. The longer you work at Igwe, their care and attention to the contract masters were not just because the company paid them generous salaries. It is hard not to be moved by this group of ghost masters who are fighting and bleeding to contain the weirdness. They hope that besides sheltering the weird, the contractors can enjoy a better life, care, friendship, understanding, support. Anything is fine, as long as it makes them happier and more joyful. Many employees exchanged glances tacitly, and many male employees had gathered around Su Zhou and the newcomers. Are you tired from training recently? I've learned a little bit about massage. Would you like me to help you with a massage? I guarantee your whole body will feel relaxed afterward. This is too much trouble for you. No need, wait. Give it a try? I'm free anyway. Zhao Hun, Zhang Lin, and Du Jiashi ate relatively quickly. Their appetite was similar to that of ordinary people, and they felt full after eating a short while. Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong were still competing with the food. Most of the meals provided by the hotel were easy to grab and eat, but the quantity of each portion was small, so they had to keep going back and forth to the table to choose the food they liked. Gu Yi brought a peeled hairy crab with all the meat in it and placed it in front of Su Zhou. Have some of this. I've tried the hairy crabs from this hotel, and they're pretty good. Su Zhou looked up in surprise. Su Zhou knew this assistant. When Jiwu was managing the company before, he was not very skilled in handling many things. It was this assistant Gu Yi who helped Jiwu to familiarize himself with the company's affairs step by step. Su Zhou, who followed Jiwu, naturally saw Gu Yi often. However, Gu Yi is a career-oriented man. Apart from work, he rarely talks to others. As for Su Zhou, Gu Yi basically treated him as a child brought by his boss. He would take care of him if there was something, but basically would not care about anything else. Gu Yi surprised. Su Zhou didn't know what to say, so he shook his head and nodded. Gu Yi, I just noticed that you've lost a lot of weight recently. Have you been eating well? Or are you under too much pressure from the recent missions? Su Zhou obviously didn't expect the other party to say that. He was a little surprised, and also a little overwhelmed by the sudden concern from others. However, there was no fluctuation in Su Zhou's expression, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. No, work is going smoothly. I haven't encountered any strange things that are too difficult to solve recently. As for being thin, has he lost weight? Su Zhou took a rare look at himself and was surprised to find that what Gu Yi said was right. He had really lost a lot of weight. If last time he had 10 pounds of flesh and blood taken away, making him look malnourished, then now, the amount of flesh on his body was so pitifully small that he looked like a patient who had developed anorexia after excessive weight loss, had lost more than 10 pounds, and was almost terminally ill. It's only been a few days. Why did you lose so much weight? The confusion in Su Zhou's eyes slowly turned into understanding. This was because he had been sleepless and had been training more intensely every day, almost training day and night, going on missions, training, and going on missions. The rest of the time is spent on eating and going to the toilet, leaving almost no time for rest. Even if he always eats on time, he only eats a normal amount of food, which is not enough to meet the energy required by the high-intensity exercise of the Chi-Chi master and the energy consumed by the body. So that's why you're so thin. Suzhou's face looked a little dazed. Sorry. Out of habit, he blurted out the apology, even though he didn't know what he had done wrong. The expression on Guyi's face did not change, he just sighed. Really? If you do this, I will. It was obvious that he just wanted a stable, high-paying job with no unexpected consequences. This is clearly what he has always pursued, an ideal. What? Suzhou didn't understand what he said. Guyi didn't say much, but just picked up a lot of nutritious and delicious dishes, then left quietly. But his back looked firm as if he had made some decision. Zhang Lin also watched their conversation from the side. If we were to say who in the society pays the most attention to Suzhou, it would be him besides Ji Wu. However, Mr. Ji Wu has been very busy recently. He has been running around with Baizhua, handling company affairs, and entertaining the Qigui masters from the headquarters, so he has paid less attention to Suzhou. But this is not Ji Wu's fault. After all, he is the supervisor of the White Left, and most of his energy is focused on the White Left. Ensuring that white leftists do not cause trouble or get into trouble, and cleaning up the mess after they do cause trouble, has already taken up most of his energy. Zhang Lin's recent training has also been very strict. Not only does he have to complete the set training plan every day, he also has to help other newcomers with training. Most of those newcomers have not received proper training. Before they came into contact with the weirdness, they were ordinary people. If they are to successfully become weird masters, they must be able to rely on their own strength to survive in the mission of fighting against the weirdness. Strict training is necessary. Zhang Lin hadn't seen Suzhou for just a few days, but he discovered that Suzhou's problems had become much more serious, which surprised him. Chapter 117. Invincible and Undefeated. I thought his personality had changed. The self-destructive mentality should have changed, but unexpectedly, it has become more and more serious. How's it going lately? In order to avoid hurting Suzhou's self-esteem, Zhang Lin was cautious in his questions. Suzhou said slowly, "Is everything okay? Don't push yourself too hard, and speak up if you feel uncomfortable." Zhang Lin patted him and said, "Once I go to the headquarters and sign a contract with Weird, I can help you with the tasks." Suzhou, "Thank you, but my current mission is not important. Most of the monsters I deal with are low-level monsters, such as wandering souls and vengeful spirits." Zhang Lin thought about it. It was not a mission, and he had never heard that Suzhou did not eat on time. He observed Suzhou carefully and found that Suzhou had thick dark circles under his eyes. Not getting enough sleep? Why? If the tasks are not too demanding, rest periods should be ample. Zhang Lin knew about the mission arrangements of the Deviant Society. Generally speaking, most newcomers will not accept tasks continuously unless they encounter extremely urgent situations. Otherwise, they will usually only accept one task a day, or the newcomer will request to do the task himself. Then take a good rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Training and missions are important, but if you don't get enough rest, your body might develop problems, and that could lead to problems when fighting the monsters. After the banquet is over, go to the medical room for a checkup. Because of the missions and the fight against the weirdness, the Ghost Master will inevitably suffer some injuries, some minor and some serious. The headquarters sent a doctor with excellent medical skills to be stationed at Igue Company. If there are some skin injuries that do not require treatment in the medical cabin, this doctor will be responsible for cleaning and bandaging them. Perhaps you can also go to this doctor for some problems related to colds, fevers, and other diseases. Fighting against the weirdness is a very dangerous task that requires being in a good state. When fighting against the weirdness, perhaps just a moment of distraction can completely turn the situation around and put you in a disadvantageous position. Suzhou had no choice but to agree. Zhang Lin was a little worried, but he didn't want to keep nagging. Talking too much about something would only annoy people, even if it was for their own good. Besides, Zhang Lin and Suzhou's relationship was not that close to begin with. I can only keep an eye on Suzhou's situation from now on. Baimu came in from the door. As soon as he came in, he attracted most people's attention. Because this Mr. Bei was dressed very brightly and ostentatiously, and there were a lot of people following him. "Baimu, everyone, are you having fun?" He looked around, feeling as if something was missing. Then, suddenly realizing something, he clapped his hands. Of course, a party can't be complete without ballroom dancing. The lobby manager who was following nearby said, No. Who told you that you have to dance at a banquet? Wouldn't that turn it into a dance party?" But Mr. Bei is a very self-centered person. When he has a whim, He needs everyone else to cooperate with him and pay for his whim. Ling Hanyu didn't try to dissuade him, because she knew that once Baimu made a decision, no one could make him change it except himself and the president. So at Baimu's request, an area was cleared in the middle of the banquet hall to be used as a dancing venue. The hotel urgently dispatched an orchestra to play accompaniment there. All the ordinary employees were shocked by this operation. Urgent. Please tell me what to do if the company's top leader suddenly asks for ballroom dancing at the banquet, but none of us know how to dance. Baimu walked in front of Xi Jing. Seeing Mr. Bei coming over, the conversation between the few people stopped. Want to dance with me? Baimu bent down slightly and raised his hand, making an inviting gesture. Yang Su originally thought that Baimu was here to invite Xi Jing to dance, but unexpectedly, the other party was inviting her. Xi Jing shook her wine glass. He invited me before, but I couldn't dance. After I stepped on his foot 15 times, he never invited me again. Baimu. Pretty girls should all master ballroom dancing, because dancing together is the closest thing humans can get to each other. Most animals use dance to express themselves to the opposite sex. Ling Hanyu grabbed Baimu's mouth with one hand to stop him from continuing. Boss Bei, please don't use the banquet to harass employees. Baimu raised an eyebrow. Am I harassing you? Although Baimu's behavior and words were frivolous, he had a good grasp of the degree. This was evident from the fact that he did not get too close to Yang Su when he invited her, and his words did not seem to force her. Yang Su explained, Boss Bei is just inviting me to dance. Sorry, Boss Bei, I can't dance either. Baimu looked at Deng Xiaorui. Deng Xiaorui quickly shook her head. She would not refuse to look for her. Ling Hanyu smiled and glanced at Baimu. Baimu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and then after a moment, he lowered his hands and made an invitation gesture to Ling Hanyu. Well, would you be honored to dance with me? Ling Hanyu put his hand on it confidently. The two came to the center of the banquet and began to dance waltz to the music. The scene of handsome men and beautiful women dancing together is very pleasing to the eye. Everyone gathered around to watch. Looking at it this way, President Bei and Deputy Minister Ling are a perfect match. Their personalities complement each other, right? Boss Bei is making a fuss, while Deputy Minister Ling is being tolerant. What kind of perfect couple are they? They shouldn't be in that kind of relationship, right? It doesn't look like it. Deng Xiaorui couldn't help but ask Xi Jing about Baimu's gossip. Sister Xi, are they a couple? Xi Jing took a sip of red wine and said, no, if they were a couple, then Baimu would definitely invite her first. A banquet. It has brought many employees and the contract master closer together. This also made Baimu stand out at this banquet and left a deep impression on the employees. Baimu's contradictory personality of being frivolous, yet gentlemanly and graceful makes him very popular with women. Other employees also like this boss very much. He is generous and will treat everyone in the company to milk tea and food from time to time. Until Baimu began to take full control of Igue Company, causing this company, which had just changed its name and was of small size, to crash into the already saturated Xia country market. He took a big bite out of the cake that had been almost divided. There is not much cake left. The domestic market is saturated, and all companies are competing with each other for interests. If you want them to spit out the cake they have already swallowed, ordinary transactions will not work. However, Igue Company witnessed the ruthless methods of Mr. Bei in just a few days. There is no contract he cannot negotiate, and no benefit he cannot seize. He is always successful in business, and every investment he makes is successful, without any failure. In a short period of time, the company's funds increased exponentially, reaching a staggering number. Chapter 118. Making trouble at home, paying 10 million in compensation. Boss Bei, the front desk said someone is looking for you. This was what Deng Xiaorui saw when she came in. Baimu was lying on the sofa next to him playing the game console, while Ling Hanyu was sitting in the office chair reviewing documents. It's hard to tell who is the boss. The sound of the game console was played out loud, and the sound effects of the fighting games in the office were very loud. Deng Xiaorui was in awe of Ling Hanyu, who was able to concentrate on his work in such a noisy environment. Vice President Ling, the front desk called, and said someone specifically wants to see President Bei, and they're going to stay there unless he comes to see them. Because the game sound effects were too loud, Deng Xiaorui could only shout loudly. Ling Hanyu, do you have an appointment? Who is the person who is looking for President Bei? They refused to speak and just kept shouting for President Bei to come see them. Because the commotion was so intense, there were already quite a few people watching outside. Do we need to call the police? Ling Hanyu called the front desk, and after understanding the situation, she knew that this was a group of people who came to cause trouble. If she followed their intentions and let him see Baimu, something bad would probably happen. Well, if it was this guy, There was nothing to worry about. Ling Hanyu fixed his gaze on Tianlong, who was standing not far from the sofa, standing there like a pillar. With him around, no one can get past him and hurt Baimu. Boss Bei. Baimu was concentrating on playing the game. Go ahead, take down the opposing shooter's head. I'll be V50 by myself. This jungler is so cunning. He actually dared to ambush me. Brothers, I'm going to give a 100 bounty to the jungler for 1 kill, leaving it to me to last hit. I'm going to dance on his head. Mr. Bei. Ling Hanyu raised his voice. On the screen, the 4 teammates rushed towards the opposing jungler with a roar as if they were injected with chicken blood. The support and the top laner took the tower respectively, controlled the opposing jungler under the tower, and beat him up. When the enemy was left with only a trace of blood, he left the kill to Baimu, who was controlling the shooter. Baimu took the kill with a basic attack. It was not enough for Baimu to take down the opponent's jungler. He also stood on the jungler's head, pressed a move, and danced on the fallen jungler's head. With the omnipotent power of money, the 4 teammates followed Baimu throughout the whole process, protecting him from being killed by the other side. As long as the enemy dared to show up, they would be beaten to a pulp. Baimu's shooter relied on the kills given by his teammates to turn his negative record into a super god. Finally pushed the opponent's crystal. A large shadow fell above his head, and Baimu couldn't help but look up, seeing Ling Hanyu staring at him with a frosty face. Wow! Baimu couldn't help but cover his face, holding the game console in front of his chest with one hand. So close. Are you finally going to make a move on my handsome boss? Unspoken rules in the workplace? Office romance? Or, Ling Hanyu said with a forced smile, Boss Bei, I've called you 5 times. If your ears are useless, why not cut them off and have a pair of useful prosthetic limbs made for you? Baimu's frivolous expression turned serious in an instant. Tell me, what's the matter? Someone is causing trouble downstairs and specifically wants to see you. Baimu rolled off the sofa, threw the game console on the sofa, and stretched. Let's go. Let's get this over with. Oh, and help me transfer the money to my teammates. 300 each. Baimu walked out of the office with Tianlong, who didn't say a word. Outside the office stood a group of employees in black suits, who followed Baimu silently. Ling Hanyu looked at Deng Xiaorui. You can go back to work. Okay, Vice President Ling. Ling Hanyu picked up the game console and transferred the money to the 4 teammates according to Baimu's instructions. He turned off the game console amid the compliments of his teammates. Ling Hanyu picked up a business plan and started reading it. If he wanted to carve out a piece of meat in this already saturated market, he would inevitably damage the interests of many people. As Igwe expands rapidly, more and more small companies are going bankrupt. Although Igwe Company acquired and merged those companies in a timely manner and did not cause too many people to lose their jobs, there are gains and losses. How much money Igwe Company makes means how much money someone loses. Ling Hanyu looked at several business plans made by Baimu. Baimu spent 2 days swallowing up a number of empty shell fraud groups, as well as some companies that were hidden from the public and were used to launder money. In just 2 days, he offended a large number of people. The same group of people are causing trouble now, right? Baimu took the elevator to the first floor. A group of people gathered in the lobby on the first floor. The receptionist was trying to comfort the group of people with tears in her eyes. Fortunately, Zhuang, who was downstairs. Although he was not a master of contract, his A-level martial arts skills meant he had no problem dealing with a group of unarmed adults. Only with Zhuang Hu blocking the way in front of the front desk did they dare to face this group of troublemakers. Everyone calm down. I've already notified the leadership. If you have anything to say, please tell me first. What use are you, a woman? Get out of the way. We need to go upstairs to meet the company leader. The elevator opens at this time. Baimu walked out of the elevator. What do you want from me? The leader, a big man with a shaved head and wearing a sweater, looked at Baimu for a few seconds and asked, Are you the leader of this company? Baimu raised his chin slightly. Tisk, you're the one playing dirty with me. The bald man rushed over angrily. My company was doing well, and you actually sent the police to investigate it, causing it to go bankrupt and leaving me in debt. I'm going to make a statement here today. If you don't pay us 10 million, we won't leave. The bald man had a good idea. He brought a group of people here to make trouble for a few days and captured a few employees to threaten them. When the employees of this company saw this scene, they would be scared and dare not come to work. Some of them might even be scared to quit their jobs immediately. No one wants to get involved in this mess. If this continues for a few days, it will definitely ruin the company's business. Anyway, he is dead now. If you call the police, at most they will arrest him and detain him for a few days. As long as he doesn't hurt anyone, he won't be detained for too long. He started a fight with the company to see who could outlast the other. The bald man has a good idea. If it were an ordinary company, they might really be scared by him and either pay money to settle the matter call the police, or move away. Seeing that Baimu's expression didn't change, the bald man was frightened by him. Haha, a second-generation person like this who only has a face to look at is useless if you just scare him a few times. Baimu, does the money you owe have anything to do with me? Someone told me that someone from your company reported me. If you hadn't reported me, I wouldn't owe so much money. Anyway, if you don't pay me, I will keep making trouble here. The receptionist was speechless and looked at the fearless bald man with pity. Chapter 119, Who is the villain? Baimu let out a sarcastic laugh. Then keep making trouble. This is the first time I've heard of someone daring to ask me to pay for the things that have gone into my pocket. Unless I am willing, don't even think about me taking out a single cent. The god of wealth quacked. I totally agree with this statement. It blinked and looked at the bald man. A faint, imperceptible golden thread was peeled off from the bald man's body. It rolled its mouth and swallowed the golden thread. He patted his belly with satisfaction. The bald man felt cold all over, as if something had left him, and he had lost something important and precious forever. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. The feeling of losing something but not being able to tell what it was made his temper even worse. Originally, the bald man just wanted to make some trouble here, stay here and refuse to leave, so that the company can't continue to operate. However, when he saw Baimu's handsome face and that domineering and hateful expression, the bald man's anger became more and more out of control. Finally, his brain was filled with the rushing blood. With a buzzing sound, he lost all his sanity, shouted loudly, and attacked Baimu. As long as we hold him hostage and make him pay a large sum of money, he will escape abroad and live a happy life for the rest of his life. The bald man bumped into Tianlong before he got within 1 meter of Baimu. Tianlong looked down at him condescendingly, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. The bald man let out a scream, and his outstretched hand was broken in a twisted posture. The shrill scream scared the people who followed him. Someone's being beaten. Someone's being beaten. Call the police. We won't give up unless you pay us several million in compensation. Baimu, it's so noisy, kick them all out. The black-suited employees behind him rushed forward. It only took a few moves to deal with this group of people who had no rules in their fight. They picked up the group of people one by one, dragged them out the door, and threw them out. The crowd of onlookers outside quickly dispersed. What a waste of my time. Baimu was about to go back when a small red suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Then a dull gunshot rang out. There is a building opposite Igwe Company. A killer has been lurking here, holding a sniper rifle and staring at the opposite side through the scope. He waited patiently for the group of troublemakers to lure Baimu out. Then, the moment Tianlong, who had been protecting Baimu, left, he seized the opportunity, aimed at Baimu's head, and shot. The bullet was fired and a smile appeared on the killer's face. The shot was successful, and he would receive a large sum of money after the order was completed, enough for him to spend lavishly for several years. The killer took another look and left immediately after confirming that the other party was dead. When he saw this, his eyes widened. How could it be? The bullet that was supposed to hit Baimu was caught in Tianlong's hand. Tianlong exerted force on his hand, and with a crackling sound, the bullet was crushed into powder by his grip. He raised his head and looked coldly across. Across the street, the killer felt as if that cold gaze was falling on him. If looks could kill, he would probably be pierced hundreds of times. How is it possible? Is he still human? How can someone catch a bullet with bare hands? That's a sniper bullet. It will directly make a big hole in a person's body. It is a deadly weapon that may not be able to save the person even if there is a complete set of first aid facilities and doctors nearby. Actually, it was taken away by someone with bare hands? Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through the killer's mind. He was not a novice. He had done countless missions of sniping others, but he had never encountered such a strange situation. Who on earth had he provoked? After the killer's mind went blank, he quickly packed up his weapons and immediately left the sniper's sight. His car was parked downstairs at the back. As long as he left here and met up with the guy who was waiting for him. Tianlong knew that the killer who failed in the sniper attack would escape, but he did not choose to chase him. His mission was to protect Baimu. Unless he died, he would not let Baimu out of his sight. This is also because they are afraid that the enemy will divert the tiger away from the mountain. However, the killer who planned to snipe Baimu could not be let go. Tianlong waved his hand calmly. The group of employees in black suits, who looked like bodyguards, received instructions, opened their coats expressionlessly, and took out guns from their waists and held them in their hands. Then they moved as quickly as a group of agents and quickly surrounded the killer. Baldy and the others, who were originally lying on the ground wailing and cursing, were stunned when they saw this scene. They all stood there in a daze, their mouths that had been shouting and cursing now tightly shut. The bald man trembled in fear and thought, What kind of people did I offend? Why in this country with such strict gun control can I see a group of people in black suits holding guns? Who am I? Where am I? Did I wear this abroad? I'm not in Xia country. I'm on the Syrian battlefield, right? They endured the pain in their bodies but dared not make a sound, for fear that the big men with guns would turn around and fire a volley of bullets at them. The killer carried a small box, changed his appearance, and ran downstairs quickly. He didn't dare take the elevator for fear of being stuck in it. The killer ran quickly up the stairs, but when he reached the second floor, he heard footsteps coming from downstairs. The killer stopped immediately and leaned against the wall. There were 5 of them, no less than 6 or 7. His steps were light, showing that he had undergone some training. They are the ones who came to hunt him down. Damn, they react so quickly? The killer was stuck here, unable to go up or down. He immediately opened the box, assembled a pistol, loaded it with bullets, and prepared to fight back. Unfortunately, Xia country's control is too strict. Bringing in a pistol and a sniper rifle is already the limit. If you have a shotgun, the killer quickly thought of a way to escape, while lowering your feet and moving your position. The entrance to the corridor is very narrow, making it an easy to defend and difficult to attack place. We can take advantage of this to deal with them. Xia country has strict gun control, and they probably don't carry guns, so he has a good chance of winning. The killer made up his mind and hid aside, waiting for the group to rush over. The pistol was quietly pointed at the corridor entrance. Wait a little longer. Until they get closer, the killer gives a sinister smile. A group of people came up. The killer raised his pistol and pointed it at the men, about to shoot them to death, but he saw several empty gun muzzles pointed at him. The killer's face froze. Phew. He felt a pain in his hand. It turned out that the other party had shot him in the hand holding the gun without hesitation, and then broke both his legs. Finally, 2 people came up and pinned him to the ground, with several guns pointed at the killer's head. The killer collapsed. Isn't it said that your country Xia has strict gun control? Why are these people holding shotguns, submachine guns, and various pistols? Who is the bad guy after all? Chapter 120 The Rising Sun. This is the devil. The killer sweated profusely. I surrender. The killer was dragged back to Igwe Company like a dead pig. Along the way, the Igwe Company employees they met showed curiosity on their faces, but when they saw people covered in wounds, they did not panic like ordinary people, and there was no fear in their eyes. Just stand there, watch curiously for a while, and then get back to work. The killer's face was covered in sweat from the pain. He looked at the group of unusually calm employees and felt extremely panicked. What a terrible company this was. Why did everyone seem so accustomed to this kind of situation? Wasn't this just an ordinary company? Why did everyone act like well-trained mafia members who had experienced big events? Hateful. The information that person gave was false. The price and cost of killing an ordinary company boss are completely different from killing a mafia leader. The killer's face was pale. He knew that no good end was waiting for him. A shooting occurred in Xiagua. Shouldn't the police arrive soon? Why hasn't anyone come to arrest him yet? Someone come and save him. The killer was dragged into the elevator groaning and screaming. Came to the interrogation room on the 4th floor. Don't ask why there is an interrogation room inside a serious clean transportation and energy company. When asked, Baimu waved his hand and said that if there was an undercover agent coming to steal information, it would come in handy then. Baimu stood outside the interrogation room and asked a black-suited employee guarding outside. Did he confess? This guy is quite stubborn. No matter how we interrogate him, he says he doesn't know who hired him. Faintly, shrill screams could be heard from inside the door from time to time. I don't know. I really don't know. I said, but I really don't know who that person is. Baimu thought thoughtfully. It seems that his bones are really hard. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was connected soon. Hello? Hello? Baimu asked as if it was a matter of course. Aizwa, go back to the company. There is something I need you to do. Unfortunately, I broke my leg while racing yesterday, so I've taken a week off and am resting. The white left made up an excuse that sounded like an excuse. The aliens have various means of treating injuries, not to mention a broken leg. Even if the upper body is separated from the lower body, as long as you don't die on the spot, you can be saved. No matter how serious the injury is, you can basically be cured by going into the medical cabin. Even if you have broken hands or feet, you can still get prosthetic limbs to replace them. It guarantees that you will be able to continue your mission with full energy the next day. Are you really not coming? I've captured a tough killer and have been torturing him, but he refuses to reveal who hired him. Torture? Wow, that's quite interesting, really? Are your bones so tough? That's amazing. I really want to meet this tough killer. Baimu showed a sinister smile. Yes, that's why I have a headache. It would be great if you were here. If you were to torture him, You should be able to pry the information out of him quickly, right? Who gave the white left the ability to manipulate people's hearts? Baizhua was silent for a moment and said, I'll be back in 10 minutes. The phone was hung up. Beimu turned his phone around. Even if the other party realizes my intention, they will be attracted by that hardcore killer. This is an open conspiracy. The men in black suits around pretended they heard nothing. Beimu returned to the office on the top floor, and Ling Hanyu continued to handle the company's affairs. Although Beimu was playing games in the office, Ling Hanyu would come to ask him a question from time to time. Did the police call to inquire? They blamed the incident on anomalies, saying the other party was suspected of being affected by anomalies. Surveillance footage of the surrounding area? Let Tang Ho handle it. As for those passers-by, give them hush money and ask them to sign a confidentiality agreement. While playing games, Beimu issued instructions one after another without delay. Ling Hanyu followed his instructions without being surprised, and soon reduced the impact of the matter to the lowest level, as if he had done it hundreds or thousands of times. The white left came quickly. He was wearing ordinary casual clothes, and probably because the temperature dropped a lot today, he had a black scarf around his neck. He wore a black coat with a high-necked white shirt inside, which, combined with his childish face, made him look like a student who had just finished school. Yeah, good morning, everyone. The white leftist was in a good mood and raised his hand to greet everyone. The employee in the black suit immediately bowed slightly to him and said, Good morning, Mr. Baizhua. Where is that tough guy? Asked the white leftist with a little excitement. His tone was slightly rising, and coupled with his clear voice, it was very pleasant to hear, like the rising sun, full of vigor and vitality. But as soon as she looked into his eyes, that absurd idea was immediately dispelled. This guy is definitely not the kind of naive and energetic person. If you underestimate him because of his immature appearance, you won't even know how you died. Inside, the employee in a black suit opened the door respectfully. The killer was tied to a chair. He suffered a lot of injuries. Seeing someone coming in, the killer said pleadingly, Woo-woo, I really don't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, or you can kill me. The white leftist approached curiously. This gentleman doesn't seem afraid of death. It's true that people in this line of work have some awareness. The white leftist spread out his hands and asked someone to bring wet paper. I don't want to get my hands dirty today. Well, do you know what this is? Baizhua saw the killer's pupils shrink and said with satisfaction, It seems you know. Put this on your face layer by layer and slowly suffocate to death. This process will probably last for more than 10 minutes. It will probably be a very painful process, right? The killer's face trembled. He was trembling and unable to speak, probably imagining how painful it was. He watched as someone brought in a stack of wet paper and imagined those wet paper covering his face. When one layer was applied, he could still breathe, although it would be a little difficult. However, as more layers of wet paper were applied, it would become more difficult for him to breathe, and eventually he would suffocate to death because of the lack of breath. If the process of adding wet paper is slow, the process will be prolonged to the point of being extremely painful and torturous. The killer was terrified just by imagining it. The white leftist picked up a piece of wet paper with his fingers. In contrast to the white paper, his fingers looked particularly slender and white. But in the killer's eyes, he felt that the other party was a devil smiling at him. Seeing Baizhua getting closer and closer, the killer's psychological defenses finally broke down. He broke down and shouted, I received the reward on the intranet, his intranet number, and the contact code. I'll tell you everything. Chapter 121, The Ugly Side of Human Nature That Cannot Be Faced Directly. I'm telling you everything. Don't come over here. The killer watched in horror as Baizhua covered his face with the wet paper. Everything went dark. The wet paper stuck tightly to his face with great absorption capacity. Although his breathing was obstructed due to the thin paper, he could still breathe a little air through the wet paper. It's so hard to breathe. Just one layer is already so difficult, and then it will continue to accumulate. It will become more and more difficult for him to breathe, and this pain will continue for a long time. This kind of cruel torture is simply not something a human can endure. The killer shook his head violently, shouting in his heart, I've already told you I will confess everything. Why are you still sticking close to me? Then he heard the person standing in front of him say, Because someone told me that Mr. Killer is very stubborn and refuses to reveal any information no matter how severely he is tortured. I think such a killer would definitely not be scared into revealing everything just because of a little intimidation, right? So, I've prepared a lot of methods, and I'm planning to try them all on Mr. Killer. That's not right. Listen to me, I really want to be honest. The killer was so excited that he wanted to open his mouth to defend himself. But because of the wet paper sticking to him, he could only make a mumbling sound. Another layer of wet paper was put on top. accompanied by the demonic whispers of the white left. Mr. Killer is clearly not afraid of death, so why does he act so afraid of it? What is he trying to hide? At first, Mr. Killer didn't seem to expect his own death. Why? He thought he was just taking on a regular assassination mission, targeting an ordinary company owner. I thought this mission was very lucrative, so I didn't expect to fail. The killer's heart tightened. His eyes rolled around, and this person had guessed all his thoughts. Mr. Killer is conflicted. He wants to survive, but he's also afraid of revealing any secrets under torture. Does someone have evidence against him? The killer's fingers trembled uncontrollably, ever so slightly. If he hadn't been staring at it, it would have probably been overlooked. The killer's breathing became heavier and more panicked. It feels so uncomfortable. It was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. Feeling on the verge of suffocation, yet not suffocating, I could only breathe harder, trying to breathe in that little bit of air through the wet paper. Coupled with the constant disturbances in his ears, both mentally and spiritually, the killer's heart was tightly gripped and the blood in his body rushed upwards. So painful. Let me guess, what secret would this killer, even at the cost of his life, keep? Is it his family? The killer kept shouting in his heart, "Stop talking, don't go on." No relationship with his family. It seems so. An indescribable fear rose in the killer's heart. What did he know? What did he know? The killer felt that this terrifying man had seen through him from head to toe. The secret he wanted to keep seemed so shallow and ridiculous in the other's eyes. The killer felt a physical nausea rising up. Pain, so much pain, both physically and mentally. He was suffering unimaginable torture. He would endure this pain and be tortured for more than 10 minutes before dying. No, perhaps the other party would peel off the wet paper when he was on the verge of death and continue to use other methods on him. This kind of person has no heart at all. Maybe killing someone is not a big deal to the other person, but compared to ending it quickly and cleanly, he prefers torturing the other person slowly. The words of Baizhua undoubtedly broke his psychological defenses. He no longer had the initial determination in his mind, and he no longer wanted to abide by the ethics of a killer. What are the industry rules? He just wanted the other party to stop torturing him. The wet paper was peeled off. The killer's face, with dilated pupils, was revealed. "I'll tell you everything." No, he couldn't say that. If he exposed the client's information and caused the client to get into trouble, it would be disqualified for a killer like him who accepted tasks on the dark web. The killer's family is in the hands of the dark web. If he dares to expose it and damage the reputation of the dark web, then one can imagine what will happen to his family. The killer thought about it and decided to follow his previous plan and just make up some false information. Just when he was about to speak, Baizhua leaned closer to him and said, "Even though Mr. Killer's face is somewhat disguised, his true appearance can still be seen. I am not very talented, but I do know some technological means. You have such deep feelings for your family, so the time you've spent with them must have been quite a while. You're afraid of death, yet you still became a killer. You're afraid of death, but you're willing to keep secrets for your family. You have such deep feelings for your family, so did you become a killer for them? It's amazing. I really admire such a killer. However, the longer you stay with your family, the more careful you are. Even if you are cautious, you will leave some traces. If someone is willing to investigate, they will be found quickly. After all, this is the era of big data, and surveillance cameras are everywhere." Baizua's tone was full of admiration, and his eyes were shining as he looked at the killer. He liked the malice in human nature, but also hated the malice in human nature. Because he can control people's hearts, and because of the heart poison, he can easily see through the malice hidden deep in other people's hearts. That is the most rotten, smelly, and ugly side of human nature that cannot be looked directly at. On the one hand, he was attracted by the malice because of the strangeness of the contract, and on the other hand, he felt extremely disgusted by this ugly malice. Everything was the same, nothing worth his attention. The killer's personality is not unique. The only thing that interests him slightly is the contradiction between his fear of death and his desire to protect his family. The killer's pupils dilated as he understood the implication of the white left's words. His weakness of caring about his family has been exposed. It may only be a matter of time before the other party wants to find his family. If he tells his family, they will die, and if he doesn't, his family will also die. Even though he had been carefully avoiding high-reward and high-risk missions, he still fell into a bottomless pit. Maybe this is the retribution for killing so many people? The killer has accepted his fate. But at this moment, the demon said, "However, we are a legitimate company after all. We know that the disaster will not affect your family. If you can explain it clearly, Mr. Killer, perhaps we can help you solve the small problem of your family being controlled." The killer looked at him in disbelief. At this time, his mind was already somewhat confused, and as soon as this life-saving straw was handed to him, He couldn't wait to grab it. Can you really save my family? The smile on Baizuo's face deepened considerably. Don't you know very well our strength? Chapter 122. This is a tit for tat. Catch a sniper bullet with bare hands. This is simply not something a human can do. How powerful is a sniper bullet? One blow can directly make a big hole in the human body, even through steel plates. It's in the building opposite, just one street away, so close. Anyone who can catch a sniper bullet with bare hands has incredible reaction speed and physical strength. The killer couldn't help but think of all kinds of urban superpowers, martial arts, magic, etc., combined with the rumors that were revealed not long ago and spread rapidly in the dark world. Weird, a master of tricks. If it is a spellcaster with special abilities, in the eyes of such a person, getting rid of his family is just a matter of waving his hand. Thinking of this, the killer could only tell all the information he knew. After saying this, he felt like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. A hint of boredom flashed in Baizuo's eyes. Really? I thought Mr. Killer was so stubborn. I'm really looking forward to it. If Mr. Killer refuses to speak no matter what, or if the information he reveals is false, I'll use this to teach him a lesson. The white leftist shook the pliers and various items that could not be mentioned in his hands. Baizuo sighed in disappointment. That's what happened. The killer was so scared when he saw Baizuo's unhappy expression, as if he hadn't had enough fun, that he broke out in a cold sweat. This man is truly a devil. Fortunately, he did not lie. Otherwise, what awaits him would definitely be the most desperate torture. Ding. The character perfection of Baizuo has increased by 10. Character perfection reaches 58, unlocking the special ability Mind Barrier. Mind Barrier. Perfect shields the mind, providing immunity to mental attacks, soul attacks, thought detection, true seeing, insight, mind reading, precognition, etc. When mental power is strong enough, a barrier can be materialized to resist attacks to a certain extent. However, resisting attacks consumes a large amount of mental power. The white leftist washed his hands with cold water and yawned in boredom. Really? Is this considered hard work? This is so boring. The employee in a black suit who was watching the whole process broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of cruel torture method, coupled with your words that can really confuse people, those who can withstand a round of torture are probably people with extremely strong will, no weaknesses, and no willingness to compromise, right? No, maybe no one. Because Baizuo did not use his full strength. If he used his abilities, except for a few big guys, they would have to reveal all their secrets when facing his interrogation. There is no need for torture, just a glance, and the hard insect will naturally control the person to tell all his secrets. As for why white leftists would personally interrogate people verbally, maybe they just think it's fun? Send the information up. Yes. The employee in the black suit did not dare to disobey and immediately delivered the information to Baizuo. Baizuo took out his phone out of boredom and browsed the chat group. A private message caught his attention. The blossoming of the heart? Baizuo thought about it and thought, oh, this is an online friend he met in the game. The other person is very young, but Baizuo thinks some of his ideas are quite interesting, so he added him as a friend and chatted with him for a while. Today is Sunday. It seems the kids have a day off. Looking to play games with me? After a while, the other party sent a message back. If someone bullies you, do you want to retaliate? The white left raised his lips and said, of course. But this isn't right, is it? What is right? What is wrong? When you are hurt by someone, you are simply returning the hurt to them. It's tit for tat. Brother, I saw something strange. It would be great if you could come over, but you're too far away. This little netizen's IP address is in another province. What strange thing? You said demons are real? He sent a photo. When the white left saw this, they raised their eyebrows with some interest. Then he went to find Ji Wu. Ji Wu. Ji Wu stood up reflexively. What's wrong? What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Tell me, I can still hold on. I want to go on a long journey. Ji Wu rubbed his brows in a headache. Oh, so why do you suddenly want to go away? An online friend asked me out. Real? Ji Wu looked at Baizuo with suspicion. But meeting netizens is the freedom of white leftists. He is only responsible for supervising the behavior of white leftists, not forcing them to do nothing. When it comes to normal friendships, Ji Wu is still very supportive. So he asked for the address and readily bought 2 tickets online. Okay, I'll go with you. Ji Wu thought about it and realized that if he left the company, Song Shi would probably have to help look after the newcomers. However, Song Shi had to look after Bai Mu and probably didn't have the extra energy to take care of the newcomers. How about taking someone with you? It's boring to always stay in one place. Why not go out for a walk more often? Ji Wu immediately notified Jiang Tianzong and Su Zhou and asked the 2 newcomers to come find him. As for the group of newcomers, including Zhao Hun and Zhang Lin, they do not have strange contracts and are only kept in the branch for training. If too many people are taken out, the white left will definitely dislike them. Instead of being disturbed by the white left, it is better to let them continue training here. Ji Wu finally bought 2 more tickets and decided to take the 2 new ghost masters with him. The Chigawei master has a certain combat power, and the white left will not refuse the company of a free tool. Sure enough, when Baizhua learned that 2 newcomers were also going, he did not show any disgust. Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong quickly arrived at Ji Wu's side. Jiang Tianzong, any mission? Su Zhou remained silent. His personality has become increasingly cold recently. Jiang Tianzong originally had a cold personality, but after working with him for a long time, he was forced to stand up and be the first to speak. Ji Wu looked at the 2 of them. Jiang Tianzong still looks like that arrogant guy and seems to be a pretty energetic young man. But Su Zhou looked much more depressed and thinner. The thick dark circles under his eyes also showed that he did not get enough rest. If it were not for the fact that the physical fitness of the Chi-Chi masters was generally better than that of ordinary people, he would probably be in danger of sudden death. Su Zhou, haven't you had a good rest recently? Ji Wu was a little worried. He knew Su Zhou's situation, but he didn't know how to improve it. Maybe he really needed to see a psychologist. Supervisor Ji, I'm fine, Su Zhou said lightly. Baizhua raised his hand. Do you want me to help you? It will be a permanent solution. Su Zhou thought about it for a while, and finally shook his head. I want to be a useful tool. I don't want to continue to be a coward. Ji Wu was troubled. You are not a tool. You are a contract master, a member of the Deviant Society. Chapter 123 Netizens I Met Online. Forget it. It was obvious that Su Zhou wouldn't listen to his advice. Ji Wu could only tell them the reason why he had called them over. Going out of the province for fun? There was some resistance on both of their faces. I still have training. What about the mission? Ji Wu said without allowing any refusal. This is also a mission. Your future missions won't be limited to Anyang City. You may also go to other provinces or even other countries. It's better to adapt sooner. Although this trip was just to accompany Baizhua to meet netizens, Ji Wu didn't believe the nonsense that this was just a trip to meet netizens. To be able to arouse the interest of white leftists and make them travel thousands of miles to meet him, there must be something special about this person that attracts white leftists. And anything that can attract white leftists is not positive. Although Baizhua concealed it very well, Ji Wu could not tell anything from his attitude and expression, but after monitoring him for so long, Ji Wu had already fully understood his black heart. You are either causing trouble, preparing to cause trouble, or on your way to cause trouble. I'm talking about you, the white left. Ji Wu didn't want to stop him. He cannot stop the white left from doing what they have decided to do. They have 10,000 ways to achieve their desired goals. I've already bought the tickets. Now you two just follow us. Ji Wu rubbed Su Zhou's head and said, You look like you need a rest. Okay, go pack your luggage. We'll probably be gone for a few days this time. Ji Wu gave them an hour to prepare. Then he worked tirelessly to prepare his own and the white left's luggage. Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong had no choice but to pack their luggage. An hour later, several people met downstairs, and Ji Wu took a taxi and took them directly to the station. Just caught the high-speed train. Ji Wu directly asked Baizhua to sit inside by the window to prevent him from causing trouble. Ji Wu took out a few bags of snacks and drinks and said, Take whatever you want to eat. A child sitting next to him noticed the snacks he took out and then saw their faces. Wow, Mom, they look like celebrities, so pretty. And what are those 2 big brothers carrying? The child's words caught his mother's attention. She glanced at Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong and asked, Maybe it's a piano or a toy? Although its shape looks more like a knife, this is a high-speed train. There is no way it can be brought up here. Jiang Tianzong and others, who were allowed to pass all the way because of their employee ID cards and were not found to be carrying various dangerous items on their bodies, naturally heard their conversation. They naturally ignored the gazes of others. The high-speed rail was very fast, and it only took more than 2 hours to reach the destination. Danchi City. The white leftist jumped out of the car first. Ji Wu and others who followed behind him were carrying large and small bags in their hands. He looks like a follower of a rich young master. The white leftist opened his phone and did not even ask for the other party's address. He directly performed an illegal operation, hacked into the other party's phone, and obtained the detailed IP address. Let's go to this place next, Baizhua said. Ji Wu saw this illegal operation but didn't say anything. After all, the Yigihui had no rules prohibiting this. Everyone first went to a hotel near the location to book a room and put their luggage in. Then, he followed the white leftist to the destination to find his online friend. Jiang Tianzong was very curious all the way about this white left-wing netizen and the one who made him run so far to meet him. Is it a boy or a girl? How big? Unfortunately, he was not familiar with the white left, and he was afraid of them, so he didn't dare to ask. At this time, he felt very sorry and wondered why Suzhou suddenly became so taciturn. Otherwise, Suzhou would have started asking questions all the time. Jiang Tianzong glanced at Suzhou. Was he in his rebellious phase? Or did he think this personality was cool and wanted to show off? Noticing Jiang Tianzong's gaze, Suzhou looked over in confusion. Jiang Tianzong turned his head again. Ji Wu didn't have that concern. You said you were coming to meet an online friend. Who is he? Where are you going to meet him? Have you made an appointment with him? Baizhou was fiddling with his phone out of boredom. Hey, somewhat interesting kid. Little kid. Ji Wu suddenly became alert. Ever since the incident with Suzhou, he has been very wary of words like young people, children, and students. After all, adults have their own values, and even if they are led astray, it is because they lack willpower. However, children's values have not yet been formed, and there are various possibilities. Both internal and external factors can influence them. You are not. Still looking for weapons? Ji Wu knew that it was normal for Baizhou to want to find useful tools, because that was how he used them. The difference in strength between Baizhou without anyone controlling him and Baizhou who controlled others was huge. Whether it is to better contain the weirdness or Baizhou wants to be lazy and save trouble, he will look for more qualified contractors. As long as he is not a child and the other party agrees, Ji Wu will not be able to stop Baizhou from improving his strength. A group of people came to this small town. As soon as they approached, they sensed a strange aura floating everywhere. It's weird. Suzhou and Jiang Tianzong immediately became alert. They took the knives off their backs and held them in their hands. The white leftist waved his hand. That kind of thing is not important. Ji Wu. No. Containing the weird is the most important thing. Baizhou. Then you guys go find that weirdo. I have something to do, and I'll leave first. Ji Wu frowned, but in the end he followed Jiang Tianzong and Suzhou to look for the weirdness. The white leftist looked at his phone and found the door of a self-built house. This is the home of the netizen nicknamed Blooming Heart. If he suddenly comes here, maybe it will scare the other person? There were footsteps coming from the door. The white leftist nimbly climbed over the wall, avoiding a child coming out of the door. The child is young, but very sensible. He is now taking money to the store to buy soy sauce for his mother. But he had not gone far. Several people surrounded him. Yang Yu, what are you holding in your hand? Have you paid your protection fee today? If you have money but don't know how to share it with your friends, no one will want to be friends with you if you are too stingy. Yang Yu clenched the 10 yuan in his hand and said, This is the money I need to buy soy sauce. I can't give it to you. Just say you want to buy some snacks and ask your mom to give you some money, and we'll take it. A look of resentment flashed in Yang Yu's eyes. I could only watch them snatch the money from my hands. A few people walked away with their arms around each other in a nonchalant manner, making fun of Yang Yu as they walked. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly, staring at the backs of the group of people. In a trance, he saw a ferocious face flash by. Chapter 124 The Devil's Whisper. Want to take revenge on them? Want? No, this is not right. If I use this power to retaliate against others, then what is the difference between me and these abusers? Will I become the bad boy that everyone talks about? Then why don't these bad kids get the punishment they deserve? Yang Yu thought about the requests for help he had made online from people he had never met. Most of them told him that he was being bullied and that he should tell his family. However, it is already very hard for his mother to take care of him and his sick grandparents alone. Yang Yu didn't want to cause trouble for her. Besides, it was nothing to be beaten or scolded. When he grew up, no one would bully him. That's right, just be patient. The group of people who left went to the convenience store to buy some snacks and soda and wandered around while eating. They found a new target. But this person's face looked a little unfamiliar, as if I had never seen him before. But the group of people didn't think too much and surrounded the man skillfully. Hey, where are you from? Do you have any money on you? Do you know where this is? Everyone who passes by has to pay a toll. The white leftist tilted his head slightly. He had heard something, so he put on a very scared and cowardly look and said, You, what do you want to do? I want to make friends with you. Is it too much to ask a friend to eat something? Several people looked at each other. From the attitude of the white left, they knew that they had encountered another target suitable for blackmail. These seemingly well-behaved students are the easiest to blackmail. With just a threat, they will obediently give up the money, but with a slight warning, they won't dare to tell their families. How stupid. I don't have any money. No money? What is this, a cell phone? Give it to me. They found that the phone was not locked and quickly turned on the screen. Open a payment app and see if there is any balance. It turned out that there was a string of zeros on the balance. What? So many. Everyone gathered around in amazement. 1, 10, 100, 10,000, 100,000, a million? Is this true? A million? You must be kidding, right? This guy is so rich. That's a lot. I've never seen so much money before. It's fake, right? Turn around and take a look. Transfer me 10,000. Successful. Hiss, he really transferred 10,000 to me. They looked at each other in surprise and confusion. The white leftist looks only about 16 or 17 years old, not much older than them, but he has so much money in his account balance. It is impossible that he earned it himself. Then it could only be given by his parents. His family must be very rich to be able to give so much money to a child casually. Rich second generation? What should we do? If we threaten him like this, will he retaliate? A few of them were a little scared because they were bullying those honest children whose families were poor and had no backing. They bully a lot of people like this. No matter how you beat those people, they will just accept it because they don't have the courage to resist. But this time it's different. The other party is a rich man's child. He does not resist them only because they are outnumbered. However, the other party will definitely not accept it. When the other party returns, revenge will surely be waiting for them. The man in the lead had a twitching expression on his face, with faint black lines appearing on his skin, and a fierce look flashed across his face. It's all done. He's seen our faces. If we let him go, he won't let us go. How about? The others hesitated for a moment, and then made up their minds. There was very little surveillance here anyway, and if they did it more covertly, perhaps no one would notice. Several people covered Baizhu's head with clothes, covered his mouth, and dragged him into an abandoned woodshed. Yang Yu, who was hiding aside, watched this group of people taking the person away. He was conflicted and thought, should he stop them? Or call the police? What if they find out that I was the one who called the police? Yang Yu's mind was split into two halves. His emotions told him that he had to do something, but his reason told him that there would be no good results if he got involved. He himself is a victim who needs to be rescued. But it's better to follow and take a look. If the other party goes too far, he will call the police. Yang Yu thought so. The other side. Several people threw Baizhu to the ground and were discussing how to divide the 1 million in the account. There are 5 of us here. How about 200,000 each? I'm a little scared. What if they find me? What are you afraid of? We are just children. They will just detain us for a few days at most. Take off this guy's clothes. If you dare to tell anyone, I will post your pictures online. He's a man. This kind of thing can't threaten him, right? So what do you say we should do? The leader had a gloomy look on his face. He actually had the intention to kill, but he was concerned about the other party's identity. It is the nature of these people to bully the weak and fear the strong. Let's just go all the way. Wow. Baizhu suddenly spoke, startling the other party. Something seems to have appeared on your faces. It's really scary. It scared me. Several people's faces twitched, but because they felt guilty, they could only confirm with each other. What's on my face? Nothing at all. Hey, kid, what are you talking about? The leader grabbed the white leftist's collar and pulled him up from the ground. Baizhu's dark eyes looked at him calmly, then slowly curled up a terrifying smile. No, nothing. The man was a little frightened and couldn't help but want to punch the other person, but his fist stopped in front of the other person's face, and he couldn't hit him any further. Baizhu hooked his finger slightly and whispered in his ear, killing me alone is not enough. Kill them all. Wouldn't the million be yours alone? The words of the white left are simple and plain, but they sound extremely tempting, as if they are the whispered instigation of the devil. The man's pupils shrank. Greed and inexplicable excitement made his emotions out of control. Yes, as long as he kills them all, the money will be his alone. Yang Yu finally found this remote woodshed. He wondered why there was no sound inside. Didn't they come here? He carefully stuck his head out and looked inside through the wooden door of the woodshed, which had a hole in it. It was dimly lit inside, but there were definitely a few people there. Suddenly, there was a noisy quarrel inside. Several people pushed each other, and then one person took out a folding knife from his pocket and stabbed another person. The chaotic sounds of beating and scolding made Yang Yu, who was watching this scene, tremble all over. As one person fell, several others started beating him on the head, and some even used knives. After about 10 minutes, it became quiet inside. Yang Yu finally reacted and began to breathe heavily. His mind was blank, and he couldn't accept that he had witnessed a tragedy. Chapter 125. They have no need to survive in this world. He pressed his trembling hands against the wooden door. Do you want to open it? Or pretend not to see it? Anyway, this group of people have been bullying him. Even if such a heinous and disgusting scum died, he would just laugh. Absolutely no sympathy for them at all. No, didn't they take an innocent person in before? What happened to that person? Yang Yu recalled the person who was equally unlucky and became the victim of bullying. He didn't see his face clearly, but he only remembered that he was a very thin and young teenager. Perhaps you are also a victim of bullying, and you have a kind of empathy for the person whose face you have never seen. Yang Yu gritted his teeth and pushed open the wooden door. The dust that was raised flew into his face, and he couldn't help but cough a few times while fanning himself. Several people were lying in a pool of blood. Judging from the messy scene, it seemed that they had a dispute and ended up killing each other. Why? Although Yang Yu didn't say how well he knew them, he often saw them gathering together, like a group of slobbering jackals that would rush over as soon as they smelled a little meat. With a little fear, he looked again anxiously and found that the stranger was not among the fallen people. Very good. Brush it. There was a sudden noise behind him, which scared Yang Yu so much that he almost jumped up. He looked back in fear. I saw a man leaning against the wall in a disheveled manner. His hair was messy and his originally clean clothes were covered with dust. The man was very handsome, and even in such a disheveled state, it still couldn't hide his handsome appearance. Are you okay? Yang Yu ran over anxiously, wanting to check if the man was injured. But when he approached the man opened his eyes and looked at him, and Yang Yu stopped abruptly. What kind of look is that? The white leftist blinked and said, how terrifying. They suddenly started fighting for no apparent reason. That inexplicable feeling of fear disappeared. Yang Yu helped the man up. When he found out that the man was being blackmailed at first, and then those people found 1 million in his mobile phone, they suddenly changed their attitude and brought him here. Then they started arguing, and finally, they started stabbing each other for no apparent reason. Yang Yu looked at Baizuo's panicked face. He must be very scared, right? He had suddenly experienced something like this. Don't be afraid. I will testify for you. Ji Wu originally followed Jiang Tianzong and Su Zhou. The three of them wandered around here, trying to find the source of the strange aura. However, they did not find anything strange in the school where the aura was the strongest. They were racking their brains over how to find out what was strange. A call was made to Ji Wu's cell phone. Ji Wu answered the phone, and after listening for a while, the expression on his face became very distorted. Yes, I'm the child's guardian. Okay, I'll be there right now. Thank you for your help. Ji Wu hung up the phone. He said to Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong, who were looking over curiously, something happened to Baizuo. I'm going to the police station to rescue him. What's wrong with Brother Bai? Su Zhou asked with a big reaction. Ji Wu's expression was strange. He is the victim. The police kept him there to take a statement. However, because he is involved in a murder case, a guardian is needed to go there. Victim? Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong were unable to use this term to describe white leftists for a moment, as it was too inappropriate. But no matter what kind of storm is happening in the minds of the two, Ji Wu took them to the police station and saw a group of white leftists who stood out among the crying crowd. Those who were crying were the parents of the dead. They were accusing and cursing at each other. As soon as Ji Wu entered, a police officer approached him and asked, "Are you the guardian of the white left?" What happened was that he was kidnapped and ransomed by a group of 15 or 16-year-olds. He had too much money on him, which caused a dispute among the group. Perhaps due to uneven distribution or one of them getting greedy, they started killing each other and eventually all died. The police officer looked a little sad. This is like a movie-like plot that actually happens in real life. As expected, art comes from life. After on-site investigation and eyewitness testimony, it was confirmed that they died from cannibalism. Moreover, Baizuo recorded an audio clip when he was being held hostage, and the conversation in the audio clip confirmed that he was a victim of kidnapping and coercion. The police officer sighed. These were just a bunch of kids. How did it come to this? The group of people were still screaming and cursing, their faces full of twisted and resentful expressions. This is all your child's fault. If your child hadn't led my child astray, how could he have done such a thing? My child is usually very obedient and honest. It's obviously your child who led my child astray. They blamed each other, and no one thought their children were at fault. The pain of losing their children made them eager to find an outlet to vent. Even the victims who were kidnapped and coerced were scolded by them, saying, "If he hadn't tempted me with money, how could my child do such a thing?" The various obscene words were so offensive that the other police officers present could not bear it any longer. They said, "Okay, he is the victim, and you still have to compensate others for their losses. My children are dead, and nothing happened to him." The quarrel was still going on over there, and the scene was in chaos. Parents who are emotionally distraught over the loss of their child will not be able to reason. Ji Wu pulled Baizuo over and looked him up and down with a suspicious look. "You didn't use the heart goo, did you? How could that be? You actually doubted me. I'm so sad." The white leftist covered his face and looked sad. Jiang Tianzong. Those police officers have a strange aura about them. However, it was not the breath of the heart insect, but another strange breath that they had been tracking. It seems this is an unusual incident. Jiwoo was too lazy to worry about whether it was done by the white left. He dared to guarantee that if the white left had not intervened in this matter, his name would be written backwards. The white left must have done something. However, it will definitely not be possible to find any evidence against them. Failure to help someone in need is only a moral issue and not illegal. The Order of the Unorthodox also does not stipulate that if a contractor sees people killing each other, he must save them. Even if the other party was affected by the weirdness, there was no requirement for the witch doctor to save the other party. The weirdness is difficult to deal with, and some of the weird abilities are bizarre. It is more beneficial than harmful to allow people to explore the weird abilities and reduce the losses of the accommodated weird masters. Suzhou's expression was a little strange. His ears were ringing. The memories in my mind kept churning. It was so disgusting. This feeling. Another bunch of damn scum. They have no need to survive in this world. Chapter 126, I saw a mask. An evil thought arises. Yang Yu, who was sitting with his mother in the corner, looked over in surprise. Suzhou felt a cold breath enveloping him. There seemed to be an invisible film covering his face, and Suzhou touched his face in some surprise. Jiwoo noticed his movements and asked, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "No, nothing." Suzhou pinched his face and answered after making sure there was nothing unusual. If it were an ordinary family, those unreasonable parents would definitely not allow Yang Yu and Baizhua to leave. But after Jiwoo showed his employee ID, no matter how reluctant they had no choice but to let Jiwoo take the three people away. "Jiwoo, thank you for your help in testifying. I will take you home." "Yuing, how can this be possible? It's too much trouble for you." Yang Yu's mother is pretty, but years of hard work have made her look much older than her actual age. Perhaps the incident happened suddenly. She was preparing lunch when she learned that her child was taken to the police station. In her anxiety, she did not change her clothes and dressed a little simply. Her face was tired and uneasy, probably because her child was suddenly involved in a criminal case. Even if he was just a witness, she seemed a little panicked as she had never experienced such a thing. Jiwoo directly called a car and asked the driver to take the two of them home. Before leaving, he left her contact information. Returned to the hotel. After taking a shower and changing his dirty clothes, Baizhua threw himself onto the bed and opened the chat history with his phone. Perhaps because he had experienced an unprecedented event, Yang Yu's emotions have not yet calmed down. He is chatting online, chatting privately with others. They are all strangers to each other on the internet, and some things can only be said to netizens. Bite. A message popped up in the chat box. "Blooming Heart, are you there?" Z. "Blooming Heart. I experienced some things today, and I am a little scared." Z. "What's going on?" "Blooming Heart. I saw those people die in front of my eyes. They were the group of people I mentioned who had been bullying me." Z. "Isn't that great? If they die, no one will bully you." Blooming Heart. "I know, but do you think that people would really kill each other because of an uneven distribution of spoils?" The white left raised his eyebrows. "It's interesting. Is it because they have been bullied for many years that they have an overly keen sense of other people's emotions and actions? If such people live in a big melting pot like society, they will soon feel out of place because they cannot fit in." See, I guess so. After all, some people are just that stupid. They can only see the immediate benefits. There are people who are blinded by too much money. Blooming Heart. "No, I think it's my fault. Remember that photo I sent you before? I didn't Photoshop it." After Yang Yu typed this sentence, after a while, he felt that the person on the other side might not believe him, so he had to emphasize it again. Blooming Heart. "Really, I saw a mask, and it can speak." Blooming Heart. "It said that it could make anything I wish for come true. I did think about killing all those who bullied me. Forget it, I don't think you'll believe what I say. I'm going to eat now. Let's talk next time." Of course, white leftists believe what he says. In other words, he saw traces of strange contamination on those people, so he used his words to easily ignite the thread, causing the bomb buried in their bodies to explode prematurely. Their own greed, coupled with strange influences and the guidance of the white left's words, led to this tragic fratricide that resulted in 5 deaths. If any one link is missing, the outcome may not be the same. Of course, even if this bomb does not explode now, it may be detonated later when other things happen. It's just a matter of time or the severity of the situation. Once they were contaminated by the weirdness, their fate was already decided, unless someone helped them get rid of the weirdness before they were completely contaminated. However, Baizhua originally guessed that Yang Yu just happened to encounter an unusual incident, but he didn't expect that this person was actually a person related to the incident, and it seemed that he had been entangled by the weirdness. Baizhua did not find any signs of strange possession on Yang Yu, although he did carry a bit of strange aura. But there is very little left. Could it be that it is another strange parasite that can hide its own breath? No, The human-faced tumor that Asuka A encountered last time actually had the right time, place, and people. There was a more powerful monster that used its aura to cover up its existence. Baizwa thought about it for a moment and thought, since he wasn't sure, why not find someone to test it out and find out? Although he had already guessed what was going on. So he sent his guest to Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong. These two newcomers are much more dedicated than Baizwa. After receiving the news, they quickly finished their lunch and immediately set out to find Yang Yu. Is that brat really related to the anomaly? Brother Bai can't make mistakes. Jiang Tianzong held the knife and said, let's go and take a look. It took them some time to find Yang Yu's home, but fortunately Ji Wu left his contact information. Jiang Tianzong and Su Zhou sat on the wooden sofa with wooden faces, holding a cup of hot tea in their hands. Yu Ying warmly entertained them. Have you eaten? I'll go cook some dishes. No, we've already eaten. The two men hurriedly stopped her. After being extremely frustrated and unable to cope with such warm hospitality, they finally made Yu Ying give up on continuing to entertain them. Su Zhou, we have something else to ask Yang Yu. Yu Ying nodded. She realized that it was inconvenient for her to be present when they wanted to ask her questions, so she washed some fruits and put them on the table, then went back into the room and closed the door. Yang Yu was a little restless. Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong looked at Yang Yu. He has a weird aura. Sorry, we need to confirm. Yang Yu was a little confused. What? Su Zhou, do you know that there are strange creatures in the world? Their specific origins are unclear, but they instinctively hunt humans. Once humans come into contact with them, they will be contaminated and eventually assimilated into monsters. Yang Yu was shocked, but he quickly thought of that strange thing. Weird. He clenched his hands. So that thing was weird? Yang Yu is still young and can't hide anything on his face. His behavior has revealed that he has been exposed to similar things before. Hey, kid, don't think that thing is harmless just because nothing happened to you. The weirdness is uncontrollable. It will devour all living people indiscriminately. You saw what happened to those people, right? Chapter 127 Su Zhou controlled by the mask. Jiang Tianzong has seen many people who think they have gained some kind of power, then act recklessly, only to be mysteriously destroyed in the end. Weirdness is not something that ordinary people can control. Therefore, the contractor must contain them. Tell me everything you know. You don't want to implicate your family, do you? The weirdness is not something that ordinary people like you can deal with. Jiang Tianzong's tone was so harsh that it seemed as if he was threatening a child. Yang Yu flinched and nodded. A few days ago, I found a mask in a box. It looked very strange, and the pattern on it moved. It said it could fulfill any of my wishes. I was a little scared, so I didn't touch it. You made the right decision not to touch it. Where is it? Yang Yu quickly brought a box. When he opened the box, the mask inside disappeared. Strange, I clearly locked it in there. Then, the three of them searched his house, but found no trace of the mask. The clue was broken again. The two were very depressed. Yang Yu looked at them carefully. It won't affect me, right? Su Zhou put his hands on him and quickly cleared away the strange aura that remained on him. It will be fine now. After confirming that there was no trace of the strange creature, they left and planned to go to the victim's home to continue investigating. But it wasn't long after they left. Something's wrong in town again. Someone died from falling from a high altitude, but strangely, someone saw him with a look of fear on his face as if he was being chased by something. And finally, he jumped from a tall building in a madman. Is this a psychotic episode? It's so tragic. After investigation, this kind of case can only be concluded as suicide because many people witnessed him falling from the high-rise building. However, the number of people dying in accidents is increasing. Some people accidentally drowned while going out fishing, some were killed by objects falling from high altitudes, and some fell into a sewer with a missing lid and died. In just one day, many accidents occurred. Jiang Tianzong and Su Zhou watched the strange aura grow stronger and stronger, and they were sure that these accidents were related to the strangeness. But they didn't know whether the monster had sensed their presence. In any case, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the monster hiding in the dark and causing trouble. The other side. Baizwa is still chatting with Yang Yu. Yang Yu's recent online comments have become increasingly extreme. He believes that bad people should not exist in this world. Blooming Heart. Bad people always bully good people. Do good people deserve to be bullied? Blooming Heart. It would be nice if bad people didn't exist. Z. Yes, but that is impossible. Blooming Heart. The Blooming Heart has gone offline. To a certain extent, Yang Yu treated netizens on the internet as a trash can to vent his emotions. There are some things that cannot be said in real life, but he can say them without hesitation on the internet. Probably because I was too young. In the eyes of white leftists, flaws are everywhere, and now it is certain that the mask is with Yang Yu. Moreover, Probably because he witnessed the death of that group of people with his own eyes and blamed himself for their death. His mentality changed, as if he had opened a Pandora's box, and he began to attack other people. The white left checked the identity of the dead person. On the surface, they seem to be dutiful people, but secretly, they are burdened with a lot of sins. For example, the one who fell from a high place accidentally pushed his classmate down the stairs when he was a child, causing the other person's death. However, because he was too young, he was only educated for a few months and then released to live a normal life. There was also a person who was killed by something. When he was a child, he accidentally killed someone by throwing something from a high place. There are also bullies, thugs, wanted criminals, etc. What white leftists are curious about is how the other party determined the identities of these people. Most people can't hack into the police system like he can and check their criminal records. Just looking at their daily lives, it's hard to tell that they have committed crimes before. It seems that the mask has a certain locking function. What are you targeting? Bad guys? No, that's too general. Is it malicious intent? Murderous intent? Buys with thought of something. I hope Su Zhou and the others don't get caught. The two conducted an in-depth investigation for a long time. He found out that the group of people who were killing each other were actually a group of bullies. They had bullied not only one person, but also someone who couldn't bear it anymore, and simply jumped off the building to commit suicide. Jiang Tianzong glanced at him and said, "Hey, are you okay? You look terrible. If you're tired, go and rest. I can pull that weirdo out by myself." Su Zhou, okay. He might be a little tired. Otherwise, why would the emotions lingering in his mind not dissipate, but instead become more and more intense? In a place, when you see a cockroach appear, it means there are more cockroaches hiding in the dark. Su Zhou turned and left. Therefore, neither he nor Jiang Tianzong noticed that a black mask appeared on their faces, which seemed to be struggling. The mask fits his face tightly, and his expression keeps changing, as if it has life. Su Zhou chose to go back to the hotel to rest. Jiang Tianzong continued to track down the strange whereabouts. Su Zhou lay down on the bed without changing his clothes, closed his eyes, and recalled the broken memories of the past. He knew that he had experienced some things in the past. These memories continued to torment him, telling him clearly that he had killed someone. Although others think that he was influenced and bewitched by white leftists. But is it really like that? Deep down in his heart, he also wanted to kill all those scum. The mask on his face slowly emerged, becoming more and more solid. On his chest, a spider-like mark emerged, fighting against the mask. The mask revealed an exaggerated, clown-like laugh. The spider struggled for a while, and finally sank into Su Zhou's body again. The mask thought it had won, and the smile that appeared on its face looked even happier. Su Zhou fell into darkness. He felt vaguely like he was dreaming. In the dream, I was holding a knife and walking towards someone. When I raised the knife and was about to swing it, someone stopped me. Jiang Tianzong stood in front of Su Zhou in anger and shock. "Su Zhou, what are you doing?" Su Zhou's eyes were dull, and he raised the knife again with a stiff expression. Many people around were screaming. There were still people watching, seemingly not understanding what was happening. "Jiang Tianzong, wake up quickly. Why are you affected by the weirdness?" He felt it was a difficult situation. Su Zhou was a B-level ghost master who could open the ghost domain. No matter in terms of skills or abilities, he was no match for Su Zhou. Chapter 128, This time you owe me a favor. Su Zhou's face twisted. A black, demon-like mask covered his face. "I will kill all the evil people." 2 lines of red blood like tears flowed from the eyes of the mask. Jiang Tianzong knew that Su Zhou had been interfered with and controlled by that unknown monster. He immediately reported the situation here and once again stopped Su Zhou from attacking others. "The support from the Deviant Society will arrive in 10 minutes. I just need to hold on for 10 minutes. Boom. Su Zhou kicked him into the wall. Feeling the pain all over his body, Jiang Tianzong knew that Su Zhou had always been too gentle when sparring with him. 10 minutes? No, he couldn't even hold it for a minute. The irrational Su Zhou is a ruthless B-level trickster. How can he, a D-level 1, stop him? Cough, cough. Jiang Tianzong swallowed the blood that was about to reach his throat and staggered to his feet. He pulled out his gun. This kind of firearm is specially made by the headquarters, and the materials used are all derivatives peeled off from the weird, so it can hurt the weird. Naturally, the threat it poses to the weird master is much higher than that to the weird. At least the weird ones are not easy to kill. They have thick flesh and a lot of blood, and some of them even have an immortal bloodlocking and resurrection buff. Although the contract master's physique has been changed by the strangeness of the contract, and his body is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, he is still human in essence. Being injured will hurt, and if you are hit in the vital parts, you will die. Jiang Tianzong fired several shots at Su Zhou, all aimed at Suzhou's limbs, which would not kill him, but could hinder his mobility. When people around heard the gunshots, they knew that this was not an ordinary fight. They screamed, pushed, and fled immediately. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, the gun would be pointed at them. The scene was quickly cleared. Suzhou relied on his body's instinctive reaction to avoid the bullets shot at him, but because the distance was too close, several bullets still grazed his body. Suzhou shifted his gaze from those fleeing people to Jiang Tianzong. Jiang Tianzong's heart tightened. Just as he was prepared to be beaten, the other party's eyes shifted away from him again. Jiang Tianzong felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. The other party said that he wanted to kill the bad guys. Could it be that in Suzhou's eyes, he was not a bad guy? Jiang Tianzong thought back to what he had been doing, and it seemed that they really could not be called evil deeds. You could even say he was doing the work of protecting one side. It's really a bit disgusting to say this. He obviously joined the contractors division just for the high benefits and to make money. He doesn't have the lofty ideal of sacrificing himself for protecting the world. Then, why did he want to stop Suzhou? There was no need to stop Suzhou. If he was allowed to kill all those evil people, in the end only Suzhou would be punished, and Jiang Tianzong himself would not be at fault. Jiang Tianzong covered his face and suddenly couldn't stop laughing. Suzhou, you owe me a favor this time. What other reason is needed to stop your companions from making mistakes? The two fought again. Jiang Tianzong had been fighting guerrilla warfare. He did not go forward to confront Suzhou head-on, but shot at Suzhou from a distance, forcing Suzhou to defend himself. Jiang Tianzong dodged while counting the ammunition on his body. He came out to look for weird things today, so in order to avoid running out of ammunition after encountering weird things, he carried enough bullets with him in advance. Jiang Tianzong thanked Zhang Lin in his heart for his training. The importance of carrying ammunition in advance and not fighting a battle without confidence was something Zhang Lin instilled in them little by little during training. After all, when a newcomer has just signed a contract with the weirdness and has not yet grown up, his strength is still very weak, and at this time he needs to rely on external forces to arm himself. In fact, for a long time before a contractor becomes A-level, he needs to rely on external forces. Sometimes, being able to use weapons well is also a part of strength. As for why an A-level contractor doesn't need weapons, that's because the A-level contract masters have transformed into human-killing weapons. One of them has the power to destroy an entire city. It is not an exaggeration to call them walking human nuclear weapons. In short, the ammunition on Jiang Tianzong can last for a while. However, this is the case when Suzhou does not open the strange domain or use his strange abilities. Jiang Tianzong's brain was calculating rapidly. He could use his gun to delay the opponent for another 3 minutes. This was his limit, and this was when the opponent did not want to attack him and was not serious. Once the other party gets close to him and hits him again, it's uncertain whether he can stand up. He can also use his ability to hold the opponent back for a minute. What about the remaining 6 minutes? The two were in a fierce battle. Above, a man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands resting on the glass, watching the confrontation nervously. He kept repeating to himself, "Get rid of this person quickly and kill all those guys." Why is this person so difficult to deal with? Is this the strength of other superpowered people? This person is Yang Yu. He watched the battle below with some nervousness and anxiety. This was the first time he used the power of the mask to control others. Yes, when these two people came to him, he had already noticed that they had some special powers, the same powers as him. Originally, Yang Yu thought that he was the only one who had acquired this ability, but it turned out that there were other people like him, and they seemed to be from the same organization, specifically to investigate similar abnormal events. Yang Yu instinctively didn't want them to know that he possessed special powers. Click. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Yang Yu was startled and turned around and asked, "Who is it?" The white left came out, and he waved at him heartlessly. "Hi." When Yang Yu saw Bai Zhua, although he had met him once before, he did not let down his guard. The reason was, "Why are you here?" Yang Yu avoided his family and came here alone, and in order to avoid being discovered, he sneaked into this room. Bai Zhua and the two people downstairs know each other. The people downstairs have special abilities, so could Bai Zhua be one of them? If the white left also had special abilities, they would not be kidnapped so easily by that group of people. Could it be that he discovered something and wanted to take the opportunity to get close to me? No, he had not revealed his abilities before. Yang Yu tried his best to calm himself down. The white left spread his hands. Just a little trick. Yang Yu regained his innocent expression. "Is there something you want to talk to me about? Or do you want to ask me something? What do you want me to ask you? What's the meaning? It's a pleasure to control my tool, isn't it? It's your first time to control such a useful tool. Aren't you ecstatic?" Chapter 129 I lost. You can do whatever you want of me. Baizhua walked towards Yang Yu step by step. Aren't you very happy? Do you think you're really awesome? You can even control a contractor with special abilities? Yang Yu had nowhere to retreat and could only lean against the glass window. What are you talking about? He pretended not to understand what the white leftist was saying, but in fact his brain was already working like crazy. How did he guess that he knew he could control others? What flaws had he revealed? Could we have guessed so much just because he was here at this time? No. Is there something crucial that he overlooked? You don't need to lie to me, fellow. Baizhua came closer, and the distance between them was less than a finger. This time, Yang Yu clearly saw the emotions in Baizhua's eyes. No, nothing. There was no anger, nor any joy that pierced his heart. This is a mindless monster. Yang Yu was shocked and wanted to activate the power of the mask, but found that the mask, which had always been effective, did not react at all. The white leftist smiled meaningfully. What a pity. What were you thinking just now? Do you want to control me too? Yang Yu suppressed his vague uneasiness and said, I really don't know. Am I being haunted by something strange? The white leftist opened his phone and placed the chat history in front of him. Do you really know nothing? Yang Yu showed a look of shock. It's you? In an instant, he figured out how he was exposed. This person, including his companions, had been targeting him from the very beginning. Just because he posted a photo of a mask on the internet? After Yang Yu figured it all out, he finally gave up pretending to be himself in front of this person. He put away his fake, innocent expression and asked, How did you do it? Are you asking me why I can't be controlled by you? That's right, Yang Yu said doubtfully. You're obviously full of malice that's overflowing. Because there's a monster within me that's even more capable of manipulating people's hearts than that mask. Behind Baizhua, a pair of huge red pupils were faintly revealed. The monster stared at Yang Yu with cold eyes, as if it regarded him as its prey. Facing such a strong sense of oppression for the first time, Yang Yu felt his legs tremble involuntarily. His face turned pale, so that's how it is. He couldn't help but be attracted by the monster hiding in the darkness. Its eyes alone were bigger than footballs. How big was this monster? The same moment the heart insect appeared, Yang Yu's control over Su Zhou was instantly cut off. Only then did he realize that what he thought was a smooth control was simply because the monster in front of him did not take him seriously. That man had long been a puppet controlled by this monster. Without its indulgence, Yang Yu would not have been able to control Su Zhou. Yang Yu smiled with relief. From the beginning, I have been fooled. I lost. You can do whatever you want to me. He used his superpowers to kill people, controlled people with superpowers, and even threatened to kill all the bad guys. For committing such a serious crime, he wouldn't be locked up for life or sentenced to death, right? Although the laws of Xia country protect minors, crimes involving special abilities shouldn't be affected by ordinary laws, right? Baizhua walked to the French window, raised his hands and looked out. Ah, the fighting down there has stopped, and the two newcomers seem to be fine. He spat out another mouthful of blood. If Su Zhou had not woken up in time, Jiang Tianzong, who would have been beaten to death, silently wiped the blood off his face. Su Zhou looked around in confusion. The collapsed street lights and other facilities, the broken walls, and the bullet holes everywhere indicated that a fierce battle had taken place here. In addition, Jiang Tianzong's face was covered in blood. Su Zhou, are you okay? Where are the enemies? Jiang Tianzong almost spit out another mouthful of blood. Do I look okay to you? However, when he saw Su Zhou waking up, he felt relieved. Fortunately, things had not reached an irreversible point. Su Zhou, what happened? You have no memory? I just remember going back to the hotel and taking a nap, and when I woke up, I was standing here. Su Zhou realized something. Wasn't he sleeping in the hotel? How did he appear here? Could it be? Jiang Tianzong nodded, confirming his idea. Su Zhou, am I being controlled by something strange? This was the first thing he thought of, but he said, impossible. I have the mark left by Brother Bai on my body. The heart goo is an S-level weirdness. There is no way other weirdness can control me without the heart goo. I find it strange too. If it's really something more powerful than this that controls you, he should have noticed it and informed us in advance. That's not right. Jiang Tianzong suddenly remembered Bai's bad character. Maybe it's not that he didn't notice it, but that he didn't tell them because he wanted to make them suffer? This possibility is not impossible. The two looked at each other and determined what Baizhua had done inside. Really, the white left sent a message to inform them to go upstairs next door. After Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong went up, they saw Baizhua and Yang Yu standing together. Could it be this little brat's doing? Jiang Tianzong snapped his fingers, his expression ferocious as if he was about to hit someone. Yang Yu, I'm sorry, I took advantage of you. Su Zhou was in a daze for a moment, and he suddenly understood why he was controlled by the weirdness. Revenge of the weak? This child is much braver than this coward like him. But I don't think I was wrong. Those people deserve to die. Jiang Tianzong snorted. Who said anything about that group of people? I was talking about you using your ability to control him. Take him back and ask the captain what to do with him. This was the first time Jiang Tianzong had seen someone who hadn't joined the deviant society but could get along harmoniously with a weirdo. How did you convince that weirdo to borrow its power? Yang Yu convince? I didn't convince it. He used his ability to form a mask in his hand. It's called the Mask of Hypocrisy. It can control bad people with malicious intentions. Baizhou took a few curious glances and said, sure enough, this isn't weird. This is a weird weapon. A strange weapon? Jiang Tianzong suddenly understood. It matched, everything matched. A spooky weapon is a special item with strange powers. It exists in different forms. Sometimes it becomes an object seen in daily life, and sometimes it appears as a legendary image that does not exist in reality. It has special abilities like the weirdness, but compared to the uncontrollable and easily backfired weirdness, the existence of the weird weapon is much more stable. Therefore, even if ordinary people get it, they can unleash its power as long as they use it well. But if you want to unleash its full potential, you have to pay a certain price, and ordinary people don't have the ability to pay this price. Chapter 130, Committing an Unforgivable Crime. Ordinary people have to pay a price for using trick weapons, right? Jiang Tianzong recalled some common sense about this matter that the captain had taught him, and said with some uncertainty. Because he does not yet have his own strange weapon, his understanding of this knowledge is limited to some superficial understanding. Jiang Tianzong looked at Su Zhou. Su Zhou has his own strange weapon and often uses it in battle, so he should be more familiar with these things. Su Zhou thought for a moment and said, each trick weapon has different abilities. If you don't use the special abilities of a trick weapon and just possess it, you don't have to pay a price. Of course, this depends on the type of trick weapon it is. Some strange weapons can have very serious negative effects. Continuously holding them can aggravate certain aspects of the situation, affecting your emotions, mind, or body. Some will not be affected, such as my great summer dragon bird. But if you want to use its special abilities, you need to feed it blood. The more blood you feed it, the greater the power it can unleash, and it may even have the power of a higher level. Su Zhou took the great Xia dragon bird as an example. Jiang Tianzong, the price isn't as severe as you might think. As long as you control the amount of blood you feed it, it shouldn't put too much of a strain on your body. Su Zhou's eyes shifted for a moment. He remembered that in order to break through the strange domain of the strange baby, he chose to burn his boats and sacrifice himself in exchange for the powerful ability to tear through the strange domain. If Baizhou had not arrived in time and controlled Zhang Lin to stop him, he would probably have died there. Later, Ji Wu explained to him in person that the great Xia dragon bird was not given to him to destroy himself together with his enemies, but to give him a trump card so that he could open up a new path out of the dead instead of letting him hang there. Su Zhou finally understood the intentions of the evil society. Ji Wu said that he was a member of the cult and not a tool of the White Left, so he would not use Su Zhou as a disposable tool. The great Xia dragon bird will instinctively suck more blood, and while feeding it, it will tempt you to continue feeding it more blood. This can be considered a negative impact, not a small one, right? Hearing the word negative impact, Yang Yu, who was holding a mask, looked a little unhappy. He was thinking, were the decisions he made all along really his own ideas? Are you really not affected by the mask? He wants to kill all the bad guys. Is it because this is his true inner thought, or is it an idea formed after being influenced and interfered with by the mask? Yang Yu's hands were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the mask in his hands. If it were the old him, would he really make such a decision? Jiang Tianzong glanced at him and said, if an ordinary person wants to use a strange weapon and there is no strange person to help you bear the cost, then you have to pay the price yourself. As for what the price is, you have to experience it yourself. Yang Yu, I'm not sure, but recently my thoughts have become more and more paranoid, and my weight has been decreasing rapidly. I think it's because of too much stress. Jiang Tianzong, fortunately, you didn't use it much, otherwise it would be hard to predict what you would become in the end. There is a high probability that he will be assimilated by the mask and become a rampaging killing machine. In the end, he will be killed and the mask will be contained and controlled. Come on, you might need to go somewhere with us. Yang Yu clenched his hands. Okay. He knew that he would soon face trial for his crimes. Can I tell my family first? Otherwise they will worry. Ji Wu rushed over and after understanding the whole process, he canceled the support signal sent to the headquarters. Ji Wu looked at Yang Yu with a complicated expression. He was still so young. He sighed and said, don't worry about your parents. We will take care of it. Yang Yu opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He committed such a serious crime that he probably won't be able to see his family again. The group checked out of the hotel and returned to Yeyang City with Yang Yu. Using a trick weapon to commit an unforgivable crime, Bai Mu sat at the top, holding the chess piece and studying the situation on the board, playing chess with himself. Yes, Mr. Bai, how do you think we should decide this matter? Should we send the person to headquarters and let the regulatory authorities make the decision? Dong Heng is just a department manager. He can only come to Bai Mu for instructions. Bai Mu, bring his information here. Dong Heng immediately handed over the information his subordinates had collected about Yang Yu's personal and family background. Yang Yu was born in an ordinary family. He has a grandparent who is bedridden all year round. His father and mother worked outside and earned enough money to cover the family expenses. However, since his father was unfortunately hit by falling bricks from a high altitude and died on the spot, the burden of the family fell entirely on his mother Yuing. This caused her to pay less attention to Yang Yu, and she didn't notice that Yang Yu was being bullied. Yang Yu accidentally obtained a tricky weapon, the Mask of Hypocrisy, A. Although his mentality changed a little under its influence, his kindness in his heart and his previous education prevented him from making mistakes. He used the hypocritical mask after witnessing the group of people who bullied him killing each other and believed that he was the cause of their deaths. His concept has completely changed since then. From not wanting to kill anyone to killing one person is killing. Killing 10 people is also killing. He wants to kill all the evil people in the world. Therefore, Yang Yu chose to control Su Zhou, who came to investigate, and wanted to use him to kill all the evil people, which was a big mistake. Bai Mu read this extremely detailed document, which almost thoroughly investigated everything that Yang Yu had experienced in his life. That's all. Dong Heng bowed slightly. Yes. How many people did he kill? Subjectively, he didn't kill anyone. He only controlled the B-level contract master Su Zhou. However, when he was about to kill someone, he was desperately stopped by the D-level contract master Jiang Tianzong. Therefore, no ordinary people were harmed. What's with that group of people killing each other? It was only because of the influence of the weirdness, their own greed, and the guidance of the white left that led to this outcome. Bai Mu put the information down. I thought it was something important. This is a trivial matter. There is no need for the regulatory authorities to make a ruling. Do you think they are all idle? This. Dong Heng wiped the sweat off his face, not daring to refute. Then what should we do with Yang Yu? Let him choose for himself, to erase his memory and become an ordinary person again, or to join the deviant order and become a trickster? Yes. Dong Heng exited the office and walked towards the room where Yang Yu was imprisoned. Yang Yu sat inside, anxiously waiting for someone to make a judgment on him. Jiang Tianzong went to treat his injuries, and only Su Zhou was there to accompany him. Two people who had both been bullied sat opposite each other in silence. Chapter 131 Red Alert, Headquarters Attacked. What do you think? Su Zhou suddenly spoke. Yang Yu was confused, not knowing what he was asking about. The idea of killing all the bad guys. This kind of thing is simply impossible. No, if he possessed the strength of an S-level contract master, he might be able to do it, but the deviant society would definitely not let him do so. Yang Yu lowered his head slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. This idea is too naive. It's simply impossible to do. Let's not talk about the definition of a villain. There are so many people in the world. Before all the villains are killed, order will collapse first, right? If the stable order collapses, then those good people will suffer as well. Now that I think about it, my thoughts were just venting my own hatred, not helping others at all. Wouldn't it be arrogant of me to judge those evildoers from a high position just for my own selfish interests? By doing this and having this thought, I have strayed from my original ideal. In the beginning, I just wanted the group of people who bullied me to receive the punishment they deserved. Su Zhou, what if you could do it? What if you had the power to destroy all the evildoers in an instant? Yang Yu was stunned. He thought carefully for a moment, then said, Then what do you think is the definition of a villain? What kind of person can be called a villain? If a person is filled with malice towards others deep in his heart, wants to kill everyone, wants to take revenge on others, but does not act out his thoughts. They even help others all the time. So, are they good people or bad people? And there's a person who, with good intentions, does something bad and causes someone else's death. Is this person good or bad? There are many more people who resisted violence and killed others. There are also soldiers who went into battle to defend their country. To the enemy, they are bad guys, but to their country, they are heroes. How should this situation be defined? Yang Yu's expression was very complicated, a mixture of relief, fear, nervousness, and confusion. The world is not black and white. Su Zhou saw his face, which was a child even younger than him. Although he said nice things, he was actually still very confused. Those were actually the questions he had been thinking about, but had no answers to. Suzhou, yes, I am also looking for answers to these questions. I once lost the meaning of living, and then someone told me that he could give me the meaning of living. Yang Yu, really? He's a white leftist. He was such a scary person. Just standing in front of him, even though I didn't say anything, it was as if he saw through me. It was really intimidating. Yang Yu has complicated feelings towards white leftists, probably a mixture of respect and fear. The two chatted for a few more sentences and finally fell silent, lowering their heads as if thinking about something. Suzhou relaxed a lot. The memories that had been bothering him in the past were finally brushed away by him at this moment. He just needs to live well, take the will of the white left as his own will, and keep fighting to contain the weirdness. That's great. It seems you figured it out. Yang Yu said with some envy that compared to him, Suzhou's situation was much better. Was it because he met that person at the wrong time? It would have been better if I had met the white left earlier. Dong Hyung opened the door and walked in. Yang Yu, right? Yang Yu sat up straight, nodded, and waited quietly for Dong Hung to pronounce his verdict. After the decision of the top leaders, you are given two choices. One is to choose to be an ordinary person again, at the cost of losing all your memories of the weird. The other is to choose to stay and become a weird master, at the cost of having to contain the weird. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. My time is precious. Make a decision quickly. Wait, that's all. No need to lock me up or face any punishment. Dong Hing put on a serious smile and said, we are a serious company and would not do such a thing. After hearing this, Suzhou wanted to complain. Doesn't it mean that erasing memory is not illegal? No, it seems that there is no legal provision that prohibits erasing other people's memories. Suzhou, are we still a legitimate company? Those who want to kill President Bei will probably cry if they hear this, right? Do you remember the group of people who were beaten up by employees and thrown at the company gate not long ago? There was also the hired killer who was killed in return. Under interrogation, he honestly revealed all the information. In the end, he was not released, but was taken to the gate to farm. After figuring out many things, Suzhou started to become lively again. Dong Hung, Master Suzhou, we are of course a legitimate clean energy transportation company. We have a formal business license. As for the killer, we were acting in self-defense, weren't we? Suzhou, it redefined self-defense. There was Suzhou's interruption. Yang Yu thought a lot after understanding the relationship between Igwe Company and Igwe Society, the significance of their existence, and what kind of profession a contract master was. He finally made a decision. I want to become a trickster. After becoming a trickster, can I still go to school and go home? Dong Hung, of course you can. We won't restrict the freedom of the contract master. Yang Yu joined Igwe Company. He became a reserve member of the contract master, going to school and coming home every day, occasionally going on a mission or training with Suzhou and the others. January 15th. Xinyu browsed the mall, but didn't find anything good today. The strange weapons there were expensive and had no use, so he didn't buy any. The organization has also begun to establish bases abroad. Igwe Company has been developing vigorously in recent days, and after its funds have gradually become sufficient, it has begun to open branches in other countries. Every major country has one, recruiting local people as employees, and then collecting local intelligence. If any strange existence is detected, a ghost master will be sent to contain it. In the past few days, he has taken in 110 wandering souls, 62 resentful spirits, 25 green-faced ones, for evil curses, and 2 blood-stained ones. Gained a lot of build points. As Igwe Company grew stronger, it inevitably came into the attention of various countries. Many countries and companies have been investigating Igwe Company's background, either openly or secretly. Some countries have already realized that Igwe Company is not simple. It also brought a large number of construction points to Xinyu. Xinyu was considering whether to use this large amount of construction points to upgrade the deviant society first or to invest them in the technology tree to light up technology. The system popped up a series of red warnings. Warning, warning. An abnormal life form has been detected approaching headquarters, 1,000 meters away. Warning, warning. The resource vehicle has been attacked and is damaged. Warning, warning. An employee has been attacked and has died. Chapter 132, A New World Emerges. Warning, warning. The gate is under attack. Employees and residents of the Vassar Underground are under attack. Casualties have occurred. Xinyu sat up straight abruptly. He is now sitting at the main control console of the headquarters, which is guarded by Fu Zhang, a level 3S soldier. Even if an enemy attacks, no employees will die, so this time the attack was on the door leading to the Vassar dungeon. because it is necessary to go to the Vassar underground city to collect energy and trade with the residents there in exchange for production resources. Employees will use vehicles to transport the corresponding supplies. There are some things that machines cannot replace human labor. Xinyu controlled Fu Zhang and rushed to the gate, while opening the headquarters interface. In this attack, 5 employees died and 7 were seriously injured. 1,000 residents of the Wasser underground city were killed or injured, and the number was still increasing. More than a dozen vehicles were lost, and a number of resources were lost. Who is attacking his employees? Is it another force from the source world? No. After the headquarters was established on the Baipan Plain, Xinyu had sent out robots to explore the surrounding situation. He found that the location he randomly came to was very good. The Baipan Plain was large and flat, which was very suitable for developing power. In addition, it was surrounded by mountains, which formed a natural barrier. There was no trace of other forces in the surrounding area. In the early days, when the headquarters had not yet developed, I was randomly drawn to this kind of terrain. I can only say that I was really lucky. Fu Zhang rushed over very quickly. There was chaos inside the door. People in uniforms and smoke masks were holding guns and firing at the fleeing crowd, laughing. Where did these people come from? They were like a group of inhumane wolves, pouncing on and biting any living person they saw. After all the residents here were killed or driven away, they began to sweep away the supplies here, taking away everything they could, such as food, clothes, etc. Fu Zhang took a deep breath, resisted the urge to wipe them all out, hid his figure with cold eyes, and followed behind them. The group seized several trucks, loaded the stolen supplies onto the trucks, and then drove away. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing this time. What on earth is that door? Who knows? I originally thought it would be costly to capture a civilization with such high-tech resource vehicles, but I didn't expect them to be just a bunch of defenseless weaklings. Haha, this trip is totally worth it. Send more people over to take over here after you go back. The language they spoke was not any of the languages on Blue Planet. Xinyu had to spend 100 construction points to light up the translation machine before he could translate what they were saying. Xinyu wore headphones and listened to them belittling and looking down on the residents of the Wasser underground city, saying that each of those residents were uncivilized natives. It's such a waste to give such a large piece of land to these people. Only by giving it to them can the value of this land be brought into play. Should it be here? Yes, we just happened to find such a good place here by accident. The group of people were wandering around on a flat ground looking for something, and finally found a place that was not very stable. As soon as they passed there, their bodies twisted, as if they passed through an invisible film and returned to their world. Watch them disappear there. Fu Zhang walked out from the darkness. This is another space. Unlike the Vassar dungeon, the civilization behind this space is obviously much more developed than the Vassar dungeon. One civilization is still in the Middle Ages, and the other has entered the era of hot weapons. Furthermore, they had unexpectedly passed through the space channel and arrived at the White Plate Plains. It wasn't that only a few civilizations could reach the origin world. Xinyu quickly figured something out. It turned out that they were not qualified to reside permanently in the source world and could only travel back and forth briefly through unstable space channels. Moreover, if there is no technology to stabilize space and time, passing through an unstable space channel with the physical body is very likely to be torn apart by the unstable space distortion and die in the space channel. This group of people was very lucky to be able to pass through the space channel safely. There is an invisible rule in the source world that restricts these outsiders. These spaces connecting the source world and the civilizations in the world will only be qualified to relocate their own civilizations and obtain permanent residence in the source world if their technology develops to an extremely powerful level, at least obtains the recognition of the rules of the source world, and at least masters the rules of time and space. He made the right choice by choosing the source world. Otherwise, it would take a long time to enter the source world. After finding out where they came from, Xinyu directly used a time-space rewind. Time stops at this moment. A huge clock appeared in the sky, and everything in the world was floating with numbers. The hands on the clock counted down rapidly, and the time and space of this world also went back to an hour ago. Fortunately, this time travel back in time allows one to choose the time. Otherwise, Xinyu would have faced the situation of working for a day in vain. Time went back to an hour ago. Xinyu sat at the main control console and put on his headphones again. Send out Fu Zhang? Direct violent suppression. Or should we let the robot army go? Although robots are only responsible for collecting resources, if they are equipped with weapons, they can instantly turn into human harvesters. With such robots, he can use resources to produce thousands of soldiers in a short period of time. Faced with the mechanical torrent, The people on the opposite side are dead and cannot be resurrected. But even if the robots are scrapped, they can be remanufactured by recycling parts or collecting new materials. While Xinyu was thinking about how to deal with that world, he asked Fu Zhang to go to that space to investigate. That space is unstable. It should be a space channel that has only recently appeared. The existence time of this extremely unstable space channel is unknown. It may disappear in a few hours. I don't know what the space behind it looks like. Judging from the extremely vicious behavior of the people who were looting supplies, as well as the clothes on their bodies, it is likely that they are living in a chaotic and polluted world. The anger over the loss of his employees was somewhat reduced after he went back in time and recovered the losses, but Xinyu still did not intend to let these people go. Got it. While taking revenge on these people, why not use them to stage a big drama? Having lost the trump card of time travel, I must earn it back from these people. He hasn't been able to get the time and space rewind card these days, and every time he uses one, there's one less card. Xinyu held the control console with both hands, his face full of shadows. Are you ready for his revenge? A group of employees walked past the main control desk quickly, respectfully, and in awe. The president is working diligently again. Is the president's pensive posture thinking about the future development of the deviant society? The president is really hardworking and dedicated to his duties, which is admirable. Chapter 133, Spies with Different Aspirations. They have to work hard. Only then can we be worthy of the president's cultivation and efforts. So the already hardworking employees ran to their posts with enthusiastic smiles and brisk steps. Today is another happy working day. Blue Star. Recently, Igwe Company opened a branch. It developed and rose at an incredibly fast speed and soon became a capital giant both at home and abroad. The company's assets accumulated at an astonishing rate. This exaggerated speed is faster than just grabbing it. The land and buildings around Igwe Company were purchased and renovated. The original company and dormitory did not undergo any major changes because the employees needed an office location. However, the inside and outside of the company building have been renovated several times, and the appearance of a small company has become much more magnificent. At least the employees enter and leave such a company with smiles on their faces and full of pride. A group of people checked in together. Was work easy today? Have you finished that order yesterday? This is the first time I've seen such a cooperative client. In the past, clients were always picky, but now they are all eager to place orders. Yeah, there are quite a few people who give me money and want me to arrange their orders and jump the queue. Then you can't agree to that. Of course, I'm not stupid. I wouldn't give up such good treatment in the company for such a small amount of money. There are so many orders now. I am selecting some suitable companies to work with. After eliminating most of the unqualified companies, there are still a lot of contracts left. Before I joined Igwe, I never imagined that I wouldn't have to go out and promote my products and get orders, but would have a large group of customers offering money to my door. The employees were amazed. Although Igwe Company is called Clean Energy Transportation Company, Limited, most of the products it currently launches are high-tech products. For example, high-end chips, high-end equipment or instruments, as well as high-end mobile phones and car computers for civilian use. Since the products are aimed at the high-end market, domestic mid and low-end products were not greatly affected. Instead, foreign products were replaced by Igwe's products overnight. In addition, the quality of the products produced by Igwe Company is absolutely guaranteed. Although the price is also expensive, the technological content it contains is much higher than those foreign products. For the same price, Igwe's products have both technological content and quality assurance, so of course we would choose products from our own country. In addition, Igwe Company did not have a monopoly, but instead acted as a partner, handing over those products to domestic companies for sale to achieve a win-win cooperation. For a while, there was a large number of companies coming to Igwe Company for cooperation, and the supply could not meet the demand. Employees get a commission for every order they sign. Seeing my bonuses continue to accumulate makes me tired but happy. Don't let anyone stop me. I can still do this for decades. The employees chatted and happily returned to their workstations. How is it? Are you still adapting to your current job? Leisha was holding a pile of documents, sorting them with difficulty while asking the new colleague sitting next to him. Feng Fa adjusted his glasses as he typed on his computer. He nodded and said, "The work is very simple, and there are people to teach me when I need help. I feel that the work and environment of this company are the best I've ever encountered." Really? Leisha raised his head proudly when he heard this, and said proudly, "Companies like this are rare even abroad, not to mention in China. What a mess domestic companies are in now. The economy is in recession outside, and things are getting more competitive at home. Forget about the 2-day weekend and 8-hour workday. If the boss gets overtime pay for overtime, that's considered a good job. Not only does the company have 2 days off a week, but they actually kick people out at the end of their 8-hour shift. Regardless of whether you've finished your work or not, you're not allowed to stay in the company. After all, the company's security guards have to go off duty too. Although many people would like to volunteer to work overtime, there's no end to the work. Look at this huge pile of orders. How can they be processed in 8 hours? Although Leisha said he was tired, he held the documents with great strength. Why? Because every document represents a generous bonus and anything that can make money. He would rather stay in the company 24 hours a day and not go home. No, the company is his home. After working hard at Igwe for 2 years, he can own a car and a house. Feng Fa also laughed a few times. I just watched Leisha continue to struggle with his documents. Feng Fa turned on his computer and continued working, while anxiously thinking about what he had seen and heard in Igwe company during this period. Yes, Feng Fa is a spy. He is a spy sent by another company to spy on Igwe company. There must be many spies like him lurking around, because Igwe company rose so suddenly and so quickly. Feng Fa had been at Igwe company for a short time and heard that the contracts signed by Igwe company's old employees were different from theirs. The content they are responsible for is also somewhat different from theirs. Those old employees serve the execution department specifically, as opposed to the sales department employees like them. The executive department was very mysterious, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out any details. Feng Fa had originally given up on finding out about the executive department, but he had been lurking in this company for so long and hadn't discovered any so-called secrets. The reason why Igwe has become a top-ranked company in a short period of time is due to its various high-end products. The emergence of these high-end products is surprising, almost like they fell from the sky. Before their appearance, there was no news about them at all. If the blockade is tight, then he would be able to find out some information after joining the company. The reality is, he found nothing. Those high-end products are all shipped from other places. Igwe company is just a sales platform and is just the front agent of those high-end products. The real owner is still hiding behind the scenes. The more Feng Fa investigated, the more frightened he became. I even feel that there must be a big country behind this company. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a single company to develop such a variety of high-end products. However, he has never been able to detect the huge shadow behind this company. Sure enough, he still needs to go to that mysterious executive department. Perhaps there are the answers he needs. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had this thought. Whether it was a coincidence or just their luck, the executive department suddenly received an urgent task, which not only urgently recruited all the reserve contract masters, but also selected many ordinary employees to go. Chapter 134, Exchanges among Reservists. If these employees know each other, then they will be shocked to find that they are all in the same industry. Unfortunately, these people were not from the same organization, did not know each other, and thought each other was an ordinary employee. They disguised themselves and pretended to be ordinary employees when talking to others, without revealing any flaws. For a moment, there was joy and happiness, full of hope and beauty. Emergency mission? Do you know what this urgent mission is? I'm not sure. Could it be that there are too many orders and they can't produce enough products? So they want us to screw in the production line? There are only about a dozen of us. We can't drive that many screws together, right? Haha, the company pays well anyway. Forget screwing. Even if I'm asked to babysit the boss's kids or bathe and clean up his dog's poop, I can accept that. That's what it says on the surface. In fact, when they learned that they might come into contact with the assembly lines of those high-end products and would see with their own eyes the scenes of those high-end products being produced from scratch, they were already excited. Feng Fa was excited. Finally, was he going to uncover the corner hidden behind the scenes? All the reserve members of the conspirators were in one car. They looked at each other. There are 6 people: Du Jiashi, Su Rou, Zhang Lin, Zhao Hun, Inu, and Yang Yu. The first 4 people are quite familiar with each other because they occasionally train together. The last 2 people are very unfamiliar, so they naturally started introducing themselves. Du Jiashi looked around and was the first to introduce himself. My name is Du Jiashi. After being rescued by Brother Bai, I chose to become a ghost master in order to have the strength to resist the ghosts in the future. Su Rou was the oldest among the group and looked much more mature than the others. I'm Su Rou, and I made the same choice as him. Perhaps being weak is a sin. Zhang Lin had a resolute expression, a straight back, and an aura that made it clear at a glance that he was a very steadfast and trustworthy person. My name is Zhang Lin, and I'm a white leftist contractor. I know some martial arts, and am also proficient in using firearms. If you want to learn, you can come find me. I'm happy to improve with you all. Zhao Hun looked around, touched his head, and said, "My name is Zhao Han. I was originally an ordinary person who was saved from a strange hand by the Taoist priest. I want to take death into my own hands and don't want to die in such an inexplicable way." Yin Nu was frail, her body so thin that it looked as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She looked unhealthy. "My name is Yin Nu. I've been recuperating. I was rescued by Master Asakaye. He said I have the talent to become a contract master, so I wanted to give it a try." Yang Yu was the youngest of the group, but he was very smart. His behavior was unlike the mischievous and playful children of his age. "My name is Yang Yu. I accidentally made a big mistake using a trick weapon. Lord Baizhua stopped me and brought me back here. I must become a trick master to atone for my sins." Du Jiashi and Su Rou glanced at Yang Yu. In fact, part of the reason they wanted to become contract masters was to atone for their past actions. However, after they had been in Igwe company for a while, I learned part of the truth from Ji Wu. It turned out that the heretics would not judge them for the crimes they committed, because they were still ordinary people at that time. Even if their crimes were to be judged, they would be judged according to the laws of ordinary people. However, even though they know that they may be brainwashed, deceived, and used by white leftists, they still cannot control themselves like moths to a flame. No, that person is not something as hot as fire. That person is more like an abyss that can swallow everything. It is the evil of human nature and the truest nature of human beings. Only people like them who are between black and white would be attracted to it, right? Is this child the same as them? Zhao Han. No matter what, we will be companions in life and death from now on. Please give me your guidance in the future. After getting to know each other, the atmosphere between them became much warmer. Du Jiashi. I wonder what this urgent mission is. Zhao Han gestured, winking and hinting. It can't be that one. That one. The others were confused. Which one? Zhao Han. That's it. The weird contract we haven't tried in such a long time. Are we going to the headquarters this time? Zhang Lin asked the driver directly. The driver was an employee from headquarters, and this matter was obviously not a secret, so he answered simply. Yes, it was an urgent summons from headquarters. Zhao Han was shocked. As expected, when I saw us, the reserve members of the contract masters, were all here. I guessed it might be this. This is really exciting. Su Rou covered her mouth, her eyes brightening. She has been training herself for this day. Whether she can become a spellcaster and master extraordinary powers to change her destiny will soon be revealed. Du Jiashi clenched his fist, his face full of excitement. Great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's only been a dozen days. Why does it feel like several years have passed? Du Jiashi and Yang Yu have similar personalities and are about the same age, so they can talk about many things. Soon they sat together and talked about their experiences with strange things, and their associations with what kind of strange things they would contract in the future. Zhang Lin opened the rear window and enjoyed the breeze. Who are the people sitting in these cars behind? Du Jiashi leaned over and took a look. I don't know him. Zhao Han. I think I've seen them in the company. Are they new employees? What are they doing at headquarters? Although they were still newcomers who were not even considered as contractors, all the strange information about the society was not concealed from them. As long as you go to the seniors to ask, everyone will teach them about those weird knowledge. The employees in the company are generally divided into headquarters employees and old employees of Igwe Company. These are the ones who know the secrets of the executive department, the existence of the witch doctor, and other strange people. There are also new employees hired later, who are completely unaware of the situation and are only responsible for running the company. New employees? Zhang Lin. I remember that new employees didn't sign the confidentiality agreement, right? What if they leaked secrets after going to the headquarters? Du Jiashi. The disciplinary inspection and supervision departments will definitely find a way. In the cars behind. In addition to the driver, each car also has an employee from headquarters. They handed out several contracts. Everyone, we are now heading to Igwe's headquarters. There are some confidential matters that cannot be disclosed, so please sign this contract. Chapter 135. Yes, war. This is a declaration of war against the deviant society. Since it involves confidential information, a confidentiality agreement must be signed. This is good news for the spies who have been searching in vain. They can finally access the company's secrets. As for the consequences of violating the confidentiality agreement, they are all here to be spies. Will they take these liquidated damages seriously? The spies took the contract and were flipping through it nonchalantly when they suddenly saw several clauses. These terms occupy most of the content of the contract, or the previous benefits are just mentioned in passing. What is really important are these terms. It's normal not to leak company product information and data, but if it does, you have to pay 10 times the compensation and then wipe the employee's memory. Is it so serious that it even destroys the employees' personalities and themselves? They couldn't help but carefully consider the meaning between the lines. Why does this look a bit like a very criminal clause in an unfair terms clause? Especially erasing the employees themselves. Isn't this a blatant threat? Translated, it means, I will kill you if you dare to leak the secret. After being stunned, the spies fell into deep thought. To be able to do this, could it be that there really is a big country behind this company? Otherwise, how could they threaten others so blatantly in a contract? I know you have concerns, but you can choose not to sign the contract, and we will send you back to Igwe Company. Now that they have come this far, the spies naturally have no reason to give up. Everyone signed their names. Very good. After collecting all the contracts, the headquarters employee smiled and said, Everyone, welcome to join the Deviant Society. The vehicle suddenly shook. If they hadn't been wearing seat belts, they would have probably fallen off their horses. Earthquake. It suddenly became dark outside the window. An inexplicable wave kept stirring up their brains, causing them to feel dizzy and nauseous. The headquarters staff sat very steadily. Please sit still and calm down. This is a time jump. You may feel a little uncomfortable during your first experience, but we'll be there soon. Indeed, it probably only lasted a few seconds. The light outside the window came on again. The indescribable, uncomfortable feeling faded away in an instant, but the after effects left behind made the faces of these people turn pale and blue. The headquarters staff handed over the bag at the appropriate time. Then the sounds of vomiting continued to be heard one after another. Only after they had vomited everything in their stomachs did their brains start to work. Wait, what did that person just say? What is time and space? What is jumping? Haha, they must have heard it wrong. The driver and headquarters staff had already opened the door and got out of the car. Only then did they climb out of the car, trembling with shock and disbelief. The scenery outside the car was completely different. In an instant, they arrived at a large plain from Yeong City. The ground was covered with unknown weeds, and the air was filled with the fragrance of green grass. Everything told them that just now, they had jumped through time and space and arrived in another place. How is this possible? Is this something that can be achieved with current technology? No, am I dreaming? That's not true. I don't believe it. Feng Fa was also one of them. He looked in a trance at the completely different plane and the building standing not far away that was full of technology and fantasy. I feel like I'm still dreaming. Feng Fa twisted his arm hard, and the pain forced him to believe that everything before him was real. He muttered to himself, this is no longer a technological level that Blue Planet can achieve. It's at least hundreds of years beyond our current technology. Could someone who can achieve this be an alien? That's the only explanation. Igwe Company suddenly emerged. Countless high-end products of unknown origin. And there is this power that can instantly transcend time and space. Feng Fa trembled as he wondered, were they kidnapped by aliens to be used as slaves? Or were they experimenting on them? Studying the differences between the people of Blue Star? Those aliens won't cut open their brains and take out their brains for research, right? The spies were scared to death. Several employees from the headquarters gathered together, discussing something with each other, and then looked towards the gate of the headquarters. A researcher in a white coat came out pushing an instrument. Everyone, the reason we urgently summoned you back is because the door of headquarters was attacked. Please take a look at these clips recorded by the robots we recovered. Zhang Lin and others hurried over to watch. The researcher pressed a button, and a huge transparent screen appeared above the instrument. This is a recorded video. In the video, employees are driving resource vehicles, and many robots are following behind the vehicles on the road. Suddenly, a group of people wearing smoke masks rushed up with guns and opened fire at the resource vehicle. Many employees died on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Lin and others clenched their fists. They saw that the resource vehicles had the logo representing the Heretic Society. These dead people were all members of the Heretic Society. After killing all the employees, those people rushed into the door again. The robot tried to stop it from above, but was shot down by the people's concentrated fire. The camera was shaking badly. Finally, when the screen went black, it showed the group of people indiscriminately firing at a group of unarmed residents. Such a bloody and violent scene was displayed so nakedly before their eyes. When Zhang Lin and others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. The researcher turned off the instrument. This is why headquarters urgently summoned you back. Although the tricksters of our order are very powerful, not all of them are tricksters. Some of you are reserve members who haven't become contractors yet, and some of you are ordinary employees who know nothing. However, when you boarded the giant ship of the Outer Track Society, your fate was already tied to it. The storms and waves it suffered, you will also need to bear. I hope you will learn from this and exercise more often so that you can react promptly when encountering a situation like this and avoid so many casualties all at once. Of course, this incident was also a negligence on the part of headquarters. We didn't anticipate that someone would completely disregard the reputation of the Deviant Order and initiate this war. The researcher standing next to the instrument suddenly opened his arms and shouted frantically, "That's right, war. This is a declaration of war against the outcasts." Everyone was shocked. Zhang Lin said solemnly, "How many employees have we sacrificed?" The researcher's face twitched, and he smiled slyly. 0. However, if our leader hadn't activated that ability, perhaps what you heard would be the deaths of thousands of people, right? Chapter 136, I give you a piece of advice. Don't be too greedy. What are they talking about? Those spies were all smart people. Although they had never heard of some of the words, they understood most of them by combining them with the context. But precisely because they understood part of it, they became even more confused. The organization of these aliens is called the Society of the Others, and now, their organization has been attacked by another unknown force. Judging from the video, there were a lot of casualties. No wonder this man who looks like a doctor is so angry. What Feng Fa was puzzled about was, how could there be thousands of casualties originally, but now it was 0? In the picture, those who died from gunfire were so real, with blood splattering and flesh exploding. This level of effect cannot be achieved by photo editing. Moreover, the wound was so big that even the head was blown off. No matter how you look at it, there is no way he can survive. So how could the researchers claim the casualties were 0? Could it be that these aliens have mastered the technology to resurrect the dead? Are you kidding me? Feng Fa's brain was temporarily overloaded. He could not admit that the aliens' technology was so advanced. If they were like players and could be easily resurrected after death, then who could defeat this group of undead legions? The other spies had the same idea, and their faces became paler and uglier than each other. No, let's think about it another way. These are a group of aliens who have mastered high technology that is unimaginable to him. Since it is technology, could they have a way to upload human consciousness to a terminal? Then, the current body is just a sub-terminal, and the consciousness can be loaded into the body to control the body's actions. After the body dies, the consciousness returns to the terminal, and when the next body is cultivated, the consciousness can be loaded into the body again. In this way, a kind of resurrection from the dead was achieved. In this way, as long as the technology of uploading human consciousness is solved, isn't this technology very familiar? For example, the legendary virtual game. Aliens all have the technology to jump through time and space, so this technology would be easier for them, right? After figuring it out, Feng Fa felt that his fear was reduced a lot. He subconsciously touched a miniature camera attached somewhere. He accidentally discovered such a huge secret and might become a hero of their country, no, the entire blue planet. After listening to the researchers' words, the spies were terrified, while these newcomers were excited and in awe they were adoring. Oh, the president is so powerful that he even possesses this ability. If they actually attack us, they should be prepared for our revenge. Does the president have any instructions? Knowing that there were no casualties on their side, the newcomers were not so angry. I urgently summoned you here because, firstly, someone attacked the regular employees, and secondly, since you've been here for so long, it's time to try out the weirdness of the contract. The researcher gestured for the newcomers to follow him. The group of spies wanted to follow, but were stopped by several armed security guards. Stand still and wait. Feng Fa frowned as he looked at the chattering group of newcomers who were obviously of a more special status than ordinary employees like them as they walked into the headquarters. Are they from the executive department? The contract is weird, huh? Weird? No way. Could it be that this group of people are related to the contract master? You have publicized the existence of the Deviant Society, construction points, plus 1,000. Unfortunately, they were unable to go and verify it, because the guns in the hands of the cold-looking security guards around were not to be underestimated. In the huge headquarters of the Heretic Society, the staff was unexpectedly sparse. Everyone was in a hurry or doing their own things with the door closed, making it impossible to see inside. The newlyweds were in high spirits at first, but as they walked along the seemingly endless corridor, they were surrounded by cold, dark white paint. The dehumidification inside is very good. Even when there is no sunlight, the interior remains dry and constant temperature, maintaining the most comfortable temperature for the human body. But, perhaps because the paint on the wall gave people a too cold feeling, after they walked for a long time, a gloomy feeling surged up from their backs. Hiss! Zhao Hun couldn't help but take a breath. Mr. G, where are we going? Mr. G is the researcher in the white coat, and it sounds like a code name. Mr. G took the lead and walked in front, his hands in his wide pockets, his slightly brown hair playfully curled up. The place we are going to is called the Abnormal Asylum. It is where all the weird things are kept. There was a quick way to get there, but it was closed. Just think of it as exercise. We're all young people, so a few steps won't be a big deal, right? Now that Mr. G has said so, who would object? Except for Ms. Een, who was not in good health. The others had been trained and were young and strong. Du Jiashi, Mr. G, do you know how to make a weird contract? Mr. G, I'm not a phantom wielder, or rather, I don't have any talent in this area. It's a shame, but I've heard from others that the process of contracting a phantom depends on the individual's constitution and the type of phantom. Everyone's reaction is different. There's no reference to this. You'll know once you try it. Walk for a while. Arrive. The heavy mechanical door slowly opened. The vertical sign next to it read, Abnormal Shelter. There is a long row of rooms around it, each with a number written on it. Below the number, there are corresponding strange names and levels. Generally speaking, the lower the level of the weird, the easier it is to contract. Moreover, a low-level weird doesn't mean it's useless. Each weird has unique abilities, and if used well, it can be used to great effect. Moreover, as long as it devours other weird things, it can continue to grow and will not be limited to a certain level. Okay, newbies, now go choose the weirdness you want. By the way, here's a piece of advice for you. Don't be too greedy. There are many strange things here, and there are no less than 200 of them at a glance. Several newcomers either gathered together to talk or scattered around to look at the numbers. In the end, they all chose the weirdness they wanted. Du Jiashi chose the Ghost Express. Su Ro chose the Evil Curse, Rakshasa Umbrella. Zhang Lin chose the Blood Robe, Gun of Cause and Effect. Zhao Hun chose Blood Robe, Nightmare. Yin Nu chose the Evil Curse, the Voodoo Doll. Yang Yu chose Green Face Strange Eyes. After everyone had made their choices, Mr. G still had his hands in his pockets, but the smile on his face became increasingly devious. Are you ready then? After they all nodded in confirmation, Mr. G raised his arm, on which was a watch of a very complicated design, and pressed the door with the watch. The gate that holds the mysterious things usually has 2 layers. He opened the first floor. Chapter 137. What you are doing is illegal. Come in. Everyone looked at each other, cheered others up, and after making sufficient mental preparations, they stepped into the room where the strange person was imprisoned. Once they entered the first floor, the door closed behind them. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. Z. A strange electrical sound rang in their brains. A mechanical sound went straight into their minds. This is using the telepathy of the white left to directly transmit the voice of the master control system into their brains. Beep. This is the control center. Newbies, please answer. They were shocked, but quickly realized that the Igwe Society chose to contact them in this way in order to prevent the leakage of secrets. Du Jiashi and others responded in their hearts. Okay, now I'll announce the process of the strange contract. First, clear your mind and all unnecessary thoughts. Second, when the strange contract occurs, please do not believe anything you hear, see, or touch. Do not panic and do not attack. Third, the strangeness can affect emotions and bring about certain mental effects, including but not limited to the following: hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, nervousness, madness, etc. Fourth, you must be firm in your resolve and not allow strange spirits to take over. Did you understand the above process? I heard it clearly. The 6 people replied. The contract has begun strangely. I wish you a successful start. Click. In front of the 6 people, the second door opened. Everyone cheered up and stepped into the room together. Outside the door, Mr. G leaned against the wall. I wonder how many people will succeed this time. It would be great if I could study the strange ingredients. Unfortunately, those strange ingredients are too unique. An ordinary person like me would be contaminated and turned into a monster if I came into contact with them for a long time. Ha 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 ha. That makes me even more excited. Will I still have my sanity after becoming a monster? Mr. G's face was full of enthusiasm for exploration, and his eyes were full of regret and pity. Outside the headquarters building, the spies didn't wait long before several security guards came over with a few boxes of things. Put them on. We're about to get moving. What is this? They looked at the security guards in confusion as they opened the box. I saw that each box was filled with a lot of bulletproof vests, grenades, tactical clothes and pants, etc. The spies looked at each other in bewilderment. This is... Change it. The security guard said impatiently. Wait a minute. We put this on. Are you asking us to go to the front line? The spies had a bad feeling. The security guard took one look at the frightened faces of these people and snorted disdainfully. What? Are you scared? Rookies, I'll count to 3. Hurry up and change your clothes before you miss the battle. Even if you are a contractor, it is illegal for you to do this. What about human rights? I'm going to file an international complaint that you're violating human rights. We want to go back. Your contract doesn't specify this type of work. This is deception and the contract is invalid. The spies began to protest. No one wanted to go to the front line and be cannon fodder. They are just corporate spies, not well-trained agents. If they really end up on the battlefield, they will probably just be targets. Few of them can even shoot. However, the tall and strong security guards were not moved at all and pointed their black guns at the spies. The spies were extremely panicked. Why were they treated like this? They have to change it no matter how reluctant they are. However, their thoughts were different. Some were thinking about disobeying orders and running away when they saw danger, while others were thinking about how to kill the security guards. After they changed their clothes, one by one, they exchanged their suits and ties for khaki tactical uniforms. They looked like gentle modern corporate elites turned into mercenaries shuttling across the battlefield. Of course, only their clothes are similar. They still lack the bloody and murderous aura that comes from years of immersion in the battlefield. They had 4 grenades hanging from their waists and only carried daggers. They were not equipped with firearms. Then, the spies were pointed at guns and headed to an unstable location several thousand meters away. If it were an ordinary employee, the security guards would not be so rude. The security guards had this attitude because their identities had been exposed. If it wasn't an order from their superiors to keep them, the security guards would have shot them to death on the spot. Shen Yu sat at the control console, looking at the spies with red exclamation marks flashing above their heads. Ever since they entered the company, their identities had been exposed to Shen Yu. Shen Yu kept them because he hoped they would be useful in the future. So, he raised the soldiers for a few days and then used them for a while. I think we can earn a lot of construction points this time. If those countries don't ban the content, then the news of Igwe will not be limited to just a few countries after this. The security guards escorted the group of spies to the vicinity of that space. Lie in ambush and wait for the group to arrive. This place is closer to the Vassar underground city than the headquarters, but it is not easy to find a hidden door in such a vast plain. If they hadn't been following the resource truck, they probably wouldn't have discovered the existence of the Vassar underground city. The attack on the Vassar underground city was a wake-up call for Shen Yu. Don't think that just because there are no outsiders in the Baipan plain, it is 100 safe. Light up some weapon technology and deploy defense and counterattack equipment in the Vassar underground city. Also, equip the robots with weapons. In this way, the robot can be used for 2 purposes. When there are no enemies, it is a robot that collects resources and materials. Once it encounters an enemy, it can instantly become a combat robot. An hour passed quickly. The group of people arrived as promised. They held their guns and looked around vigilantly. Where is this place? Hey man, are we traveling through time? This blue sky, this grass, how long has it been since I've seen such a pure blue sky, white clouds, and green grass all over the ground? It feels like a century has passed. Haha, we've made it. This is countless resources. With land, we won't starve to death. Let's go ahead and take a look. If there's no strong force here, then we'll occupy this area. Even if there is an owner, as long as we kill them all, this land will naturally become ours. They are just barbaric natives. We are the masters of this land. While joking around, the group advanced in a wedge formation very skillfully. The security guards waited silently for them to enter the blasting area. Grab the grenades. Throw them when I tell you to. Don't forget to pull the ring before throwing them. Aim. Preparation. Throw. Chapter 138 Werewolf Killer. Dozens of grenades were thrown out in a parabolic shape. Although the force and amplitude were lacking, several grenades were still thrown near the team because the distance was too close. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Even the ground began to shake. Those people instantly fell to the ground and crawled away from the spot. Several people were injured by shrapnel, but their companions didn't even look at them and just left them there. Damn it, enemy attack. There are other people here. On the plains, the knee-high weeds are the most natural cover. Moreover, they can use grenades and set ambushes, which means that the other party is civilized and their fighting power may be comparable to theirs. This is a difficult situation. Withdraw. They had no choice but to evacuate from here, go back and discuss with others, and then decide how to deal with this problem. Is it cooperation or aggression, extinction or win-win? Everything depends on whether the military strength of both sides is equal. As for retreating, their place had been almost destroyed by the war decades ago. There was radiation pollution everywhere. The land for growing food was becoming increasingly scarce, and clean water resources were becoming increasingly scarce. Originally, they thought that their end would be to linger on until the last person died, and then their civilization would be declared extinct. Unexpectedly, they were lucky enough to pass through a magical passage and discovered this uncontaminated, radiation-free, intact land. They won't back down. On this side, the security guard took out a telescope and saw that the enemy had left behind several injured people and was out of range. The security guards did not continue the pursuit. Instead, he looked at the spies whose limbs were limp and they were probably scared silly. Well done, newbie. The security guard took out the communicator from his waist and reported the information here to the headquarters. Then, holding their guns, they carefully approached the injured outsiders. While the security guards are away, the dozen or so restrained spies finally had a moment to breathe. They looked at each other, thinking about what words they could use to fool each other and make the other party willingly cooperate with them. Anyway, the other party are just ordinary employees and definitely don't have much IQ. It doesn't take much effort to deceive them and make them stand in front as pathfinders. Time is running out. All the spies began to act in unison. So when they started talking, the more they communicated, the more confused they became. No, why didn't the other party fall for it? There is a language trap here. How did the other party avoid it? How could he refuse this proposal? Although it contained countless risks, it seemed to be beneficial to the other party on the surface. Feng Fa calmly avoided one language trap after another, sweating silently in his heart. Have the employees of today's companies been dragged to this extent? This ability to brainwash, this ability to deceive, this inflammatory rhetoric, this ability to paint a rosy picture, is actually just an ordinary employee in the company? If you put it outside, don't even think about being a manager, you can also be a department manager. Trying. Everyone was feeling a little overwhelmed. The other party was completely unmoved. No matter how they tried to persuade them, they would be fought back, and some language traps were mixed into their words. Not only did they have to set traps for the other party, but they also had to prevent themselves from falling into the trap. After this conversation, everyone felt as if their brains were overloaded, and they all had a slight dizziness. They were indeed spies who had undergone rigorous training. After going around in circles, they all realized that something was wrong. The opposite side seems not very civilian. It felt like a dozen people gathered together to play werewolf. Except for me, everyone else should be a civilian. Originally, he wanted to find a way to trick these civilians into coming over to shield himself from the attacks and eliminate them one by one. As a result, after going around, he found that other civilians were also actively deceiving him, trying to push him out to block the knife, and each of them behaved more like a werewolf than a werewolf. Feng Fa had a bold guess. Could it be that these people are all wolves? The Real hunters stood behind them, watching the wolves biting each other in mockery, and after they were both injured, he took them down easily. No, or rather, it would only take a few minutes for the hunters to capture them, but since the hunters were well fed and satisfied, they just wanted to watch them put on a farce as an after-dinner entertainment. Feng Fa trembled and tentatively said a code word in the industry. A question mark popped up in the minds of others, and after a series of brainstorming, they also tremblingly spoke out one code word after another. Who are you? The same to you? You all? Everyone was silent for a while. Then they showed a smile that was uglier than crying. It seems our identities have been discovered. Escape now. Can we escape? We don't even know where we are. Alas, our operation has been exposed. I guess we'll be used as cannon fodder and die on the front lines, right? Feng Fa looked at the security guards curiously and found that they had already reached the enemy side and didn't care whether they would cause any trouble here. So he took out the spare phone he carried with him. Probably every spy would carry some gadgets with him. He didn't use his original phone because he was afraid that his phone would be monitored. The performance of the backup phone is different. As a device specifically used for communication, it has top-notch performance in terms of both anti-eavesdropping and anti-surveillance. Originally, Feng Fa had prepared himself mentally for the possibility of no cell phone signal, but he unexpectedly discovered that there was a signal. Feng Fa couldn't wait to send an email in code to each account, but it showed that the posting failed. How come? He tried several ways to contact her, but couldn't get through. There is a signal on the mobile phone, but this signal does not seem to be connected with the signal on Blue Star. It's like a local area network. It can only connect to the inside of the local area network and cannot connect to places outside the local area network. Hateful. Feng Fa almost wanted to smash his phone. He switched back to his usual phone and tried again, but still couldn't get through. But this time, he accidentally touched a software, and the system prompted him that he had logged in successfully. Feng Fa was stunned. He took a closer look and found that the software was developed by Igue Company. It contains a lot of content. After more than 10 days of development, this software has become the most downloaded software in the world. It is divided into two parts. One is the internal area, where some content will be posted that can only be viewed by employees who log in. Some content requires permission and can only be viewed by people from a special department, such as the executive department. The external area is open to the world, where the company's newly launched products and announcements of some activities will be released. Chapter 139, The Famous Scientific Research Geek. Maybe he can contact his superior through the external network? After tinkering for a while, he successfully found a company in the online camp in Igaway's fan list. That's right. If you want to defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. Then, it is easy to get in touch with him. Just send a private message with a string of secret codes and ask him to find his superior. As long as he finds his superior, he can inform him of his situation. Wait, he doesn't even know where this place is, so where should he ask others to go to save him? Several spies around discovered this function. They tried every possible way to contact their superior, and the good news was that they did. The bad news is that the other party knows they have been kidnapped, but cannot find the spy's current location. Take some photos of your surroundings, and we'll try to analyze the terrain and geographical location you're in. Okay. The spies are very professional. Perhaps they have received special training, and the pictures they took are very good, giving the feeling of being in a blockbuster movie. But as soon as this picture was uploaded, the other side released a series of messages, and the shock in the words could be seen through them. Where on earth have you been? What kind of place is this? Such vast plains, such high-quality grasslands for grazing. No, none of those grasses are herbs that we can find on our blue planet. Fuck, have you been to an alien planet? Don't tell me you were abducted by aliens. The spies were in tears, as they initially thought they had been abducted by aliens. So I could only tell you about the time and space jump at the beginning. A time jump? Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? We originally thought we were kidnapped to an alien planet, but the people who kidnapped us are actually related to the contract master. We are still on Blue Planet, just in a country we don't know about. No, you are definitely not on Blue Star. This can't be on the Blue Planet. There are no planes filled with alien species on the Blue Planet. The Chigaway Master is actually related to Igaway Company. This was something they hadn't expected. Now all their plans of action had to come to a halt. They feared the Master of Tricks and also the organization behind him. Especially after learning that the contract masters possessed so many high-end products and had a technological level that was many years ahead of Blue Star, they became even more afraid of this behemoth. Most of those companies are backed by the state or have some connection with the state. Such a big thing will naturally be reported to various countries. I'm wondering why the Xia Kingdom has been so complacent, allowing Igaway to develop to this point. It seems they are more or less aware of the situation. What kind of monster is the organization behind the trickster? It seems we have to reconsider how to treat it. Perhaps, in the near future, there will be a major reshuffle on Blue Planet. I wonder how many countries will be able to survive. Under such a giant tree that cannot be stopped from rising and growing. In order to fight for the little bit of sunlight that leaks through the branches, we small trees can only desperately grow or cling to the giant tree. Everyone, I hope to see you again in a few years. You indirectly promoted the heresy, building points plus 56,781. The spies were almost desperate. They have completely lost hope of returning, unless they can please Igaway Company and survive the battlefield, and perhaps have the possibility of returning to Blue Star. The security guards brought the prisoners back. They were not dead yet, but were only injured by shrapnel. However, if they did not receive treatment, they would soon die from excessive blood loss after losing a lot of blood. The security guards dragged these people with great force. They never showed mercy to these enemies. Good, very good, no one escaped. It seems that you are all smart people. I like talking to smart people. Unlike some idiots who can't even understand what they're saying and don't even know what's going on. The security guard's tone was teasing. The spies trembled. They knew that the other party knew their identities, but neither side had made it clear. Then I can only maintain my current identity. Should I choose to obey the other party and face an ending where I don't know whether I can survive or not obey the other party and die on the spot? The spies chose the first one without hesitation. They are just commercial spies, not assassins, and they don't have the spirit of sacrificing their own lives. The spies became much more obedient and did whatever they were told to do. It's just that some people quietly recorded everything they experienced. The spies carried the prisoners back to the door of the headquarters building. The group of prisoners were carried inside by other employees, and they were greeted with severe torture. The spies were not allowed to set foot in that building. Of course, after knowing that this was the territory of the contract master, they were not so willing to step in because they were afraid of the mysterious and powerful contract master. Mr. G, who was waiting outside the room, yawned. He learned that security had caught several intruders and casually sent a text message. I locked him up in the cell. I had just developed some potions and was worried about having no test subjects. They arrived just in time. Mr. G has a great talent in scientific research. He can research many items based on existing technology and even draw inferences from one instance to another to research different things. However, whether due to his personality or simply his hobby, he was more interested in researching potions. When the security guards saw this news, they shuddered. He cast a sympathetic look at the invaders who were imprisoned in the cells and wailed constantly. If I fall into the hands of Mr. G, I might as well die. At least I won't have to suffer so much. Mr. G, whom they called a mad scientist, was a notorious scientific research eccentric. Mr. G kept staring at the indicator light in the room. I silently glanced at the time on my watch and saw that dozens of minutes had passed. I don't know how many were successful and how many were failed. He subconsciously analyzed that the two newcomers who chose the blood-stained robe would be in trouble, and the gun of cause and effect and the nightmare were not easy to deal with. As for the other four, the Rakshasa umbrella and the voodoo doll are more difficult to deal with, but the two newcomers who chose the Weird Express and the Weird Eye are quite smart. Weird levels aren't everything. If one has a strong will, powerful weirdness will indeed be a great help, but if the will is too weak, not to mention whether the contract can be successfully made, even if the contract can be successfully made, it will be difficult to bring out the weird power. Mr. G thought of the person who had contracted a monster that was so powerful that it was beyond the standard, but because he could not control the ability, he could only suppress his own nature. Chapter 140. Seeing through the past and the future, storage space. Although it does have powerful power, but he has always suppressed his nature and is even so good-tempered that everyone thinks he is a good guy. Mr. G is one of the few people who knows Jie Yu's true nature. When Jie Yu first joined the Igue Society, his personality was not as gentle as it is now. Everyone who has seen him in action says that he is a ruthless, arrogant, and self-centered guy who likes to play tricks on others. Mr. G had met Jie Yu several times at that time, and he suffered a great loss. That guy was too dirty, and conspiracies and tricks were almost commonplace for Jie Yu. It has been integrated into his bones and blood. Almost every sentence, every word, and every small action contains countless traps. Of course, compared to the white leftists who are pure evil people with no bottom line, Jie Yu only schemes against others in order to achieve a certain goal. After joining the Igue Society, he is basically tied up. Mr. G blinked and laughed silently in his heart. Humans are strange creatures who need to vent their emotions. Otherwise, they will be crushed by their emotions. In order to gain powerful strength, he completely loses himself. Even his emotions cannot fluctuate too much, and he lives like a puppet with a set program. Or you may give up your powerful strength and choose to become stronger from weak, but you may also die on the way to becoming stronger due to various encounters. I don't know which option is more terrifying. Bite. Someone pressed the call button inside the door. Mr. G turned his head to look. Did the contract with the strange eye succeed? Mr. G walked over and looked at the person standing behind the door for a while. After observing that there was nothing unusual, he opened the door and let the person out. Yang Yu stumbled as he walked out the door. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help rubbing his eyes with his hands. The method of contracting each weird is different, and only the weird master himself knows how to contract the weird he chooses. Yang Yu kept blinking. He felt that his eyeballs were somewhat out of control. They seemed to have their own consciousness, turning left and right. Congratulations, Mr. G said while clapping his hands. Don't rub your eyes. You'll get used to it soon. Ah, thank you. Yang Yu looked at Mr. G. His pupils dilated uncontrollably, and the expression on his face became very strange, with a little fear. What's wrong? Mr. G tilted his head when he saw Yang Yu's expression was a little off. Oh right, when you contracted the weirdness just now, there might be some strange effects, especially the weirdness you chose that can directly affect people's senses. You might see something strange. Please relax and try to adapt to this vision. You must distinguish what is real and what is fake. Don't be deceived by your eyes. Yang Yu covered his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. He saw countless deformed things entangled around Mr. G, and Mr. G's clean white coat was covered with blood splattered on it. Mr. G's gentle face became blurred, and then those disgusting, twisted things burst out of his body. Ugh, so disgusting. Seeing such a scene that made him lose sanity, Yang Yu's face wrinkled, and a feeling of nausea rose from his stomach. He covered his mouth again. No, I can't vomit here. Seeing his big reaction, Mr. G was also stunned. I'm really curious, what did you see? If we could dig out your eyes and dissect them, maybe we could figure it out. I see many deformed hands entwined around you, as if trying to pull you into the abyss, or even devour you. Mr. G seemed to be lost in thought. Is that so? The corners of his mouth curled up, and his tone became elusive. Could it be that my experimental subjects have come to find me? No, perhaps they have always been by my side, but I just can't see them. Mr. G's words are terrifying when you think about them carefully. Yang Yu didn't dare to think about it too much. He always felt that after figuring it out, something would be shattered, such as his values and moral bottom line. Try to control it, maybe turn off this vision. Yang Yu closed his eyes. Even when his eyelids fell and the world fell into darkness, he could still clearly feel his eyeballs moving uncontrollably under his eyelids, as if a strange creature was parasitic inside. In the darkness, an eye slowly opened. It stared at Yang Yu. Yang Yu had a general understanding of its capabilities. Weird Eye. Currently only at the green-faced level, it can see some fragments of the past, as well as the resentment left by creatures, and can see through some weaknesses. After evolving, it will most likely gain the ability to see the future. It needs to devour weirdness or weirdness of the same type to evolve. It is a monster with a very high growth ceiling, and if it can gain the ability to see the future, then many attacks will be useless to it. Yang Yu became happy. Even though he had the side effect of seeing the scene where his sand value dropped, it couldn't stop this ability from being useful. After studying for a while, he finally figured out how to close the strange eye. Close your eyes, close your eyes. Instead of closing your own eyelids, let the restless and evil eye close its eyes. Yang Yu felt a little confused about trying to control an organ that did not belong to him. As he tried to take control, another pager rang. Mr. G went to open the door. This time it was Du Jiashi who came out. Du Jiashi didn't look abnormal, but not far behind him was a dark creature with an unclear face. The expression on Du Jiashi's face was hard to describe. How do I put it away? The dark creature twisted its body and made a series of unclear sounds from its mouth. It could only be heard when it got closer. It was saying, express delivery, go out and get the express delivery. Yang Yu, it's worthy of being called Gue Express. A gleam of light flashed in Mr. G's eyes. I wonder if it can be dissected? Mr. G, try to control it. You should know how to do it. Du Jiashi had no choice but to try. Should he take it back? Oh right. He suddenly pulled out something. It was a miniature courier box, smaller than a fist. This thing can store things. Du Jiashi said this in a very excited tone. Yang Yu, wow. Yang Yu's eyes also began to light up. Storage? Is that the storage I'm thinking of? Storage space. Yes, it's just what you thought. There are about 4 cubic meters of space in here. Du Jiashi said proudly, holding the mini box in his hand. Yang Yu, wow, that's pretty good. It can hold a lot of things. I'm envious. Ha 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 ha, I'm lucky. I didn't expect to choose this weird ability. But the only drawback is that it has no attack power. Chapter 141. There will be a few more psychopaths and paranoiacs. It's okay. From now on, you will be the mobile warehouse, providing logistical support. As for the combat, let us handle it. Besides, just because I don't have attack power now doesn't mean I won't have any in the future. This kind of ability involving space will be very powerful even if it evolves to the end. I hope so. Du Jiashi suddenly noticed something was wrong with Yang Yu's eyes. Why are your eyeballs moving around so much? Well, I contracted with the trick eye, and I can't quite control it yet. Just as the two were discussing their illnesses, the strange methods of controlling them, another pager rang. Suro walked out slowly in high heels. Her face was extremely pale, and she walked with great weakness. She looked very exhausted. The process of making this strange contract must not have been easy, but she succeeded. Mr. G, the quality of the reserve force this time is very good. The success rate is already half, which is good, very good. Mr. G clapped his hands again. The number of contract masters was already very small, and every newcomer was precious. Now that there were so many newcomers, Mr. G had already foreseen that in the future, the Igwe society would have a few more trusted ministers. Suro slowly opened her hands, and a bone umbrella made entirely of bones appeared in her hands. After she opened the umbrella, a touch of red slowly spread from the handle to the tip, as if flesh and blood were growing from bones. The process was very scary. Countless pieces of flesh and blood grew out of the bone umbrella, trembling. Finally, a hand as white as jade grasped the umbrella handle and placed this strange bone umbrella, which was made of countless bright red gemstones and was visible through the white, on his shoulders. A girl who looked extremely weird was standing there with an expressionless face, holding an umbrella. It was not tall, only about 1.6 meters, and wore red and white clothes made of bones. Its cold, lifeless eyes revealed a strong sense of inhumanity. Suro said softly, "This is the weirdness of my contract. How about it? Doesn't it look good?" Du Jiashi gave a thumbs up and said, "It's not just good, It's simply great. Yang Yu also nodded. It suits Sister Su very well. Su-ro smiled and said, it's just too hard to control. She could feel that every second she maintained the Rakshasa umbrella, her physical and mental strength were being rapidly drained away like a pump. Soon, her physical and mental strength were no longer enough to maintain the complete form of the Rakshasa umbrella. The flesh and blood began to shrink back, and the strange girl returned to the bone umbrella, waiting to be awakened next time. Su-ro held the umbrella and said regretfully, I can't bring out its power at all. The Rakshasa umbrella is very powerful. It is a powerful attacking monster. First of all, the Rakshasa umbrella can suck the blood of others to strengthen itself. The bone umbrella weighs 10 tons, and the contractor cannot feel its weight when using it. But when it hits someone else, they just keep silent. This is just the most basic application. There are other abilities, such as summoning the Rakshasa umbrella and letting it move on its own. It will transform into a powerful killing machine. As for other abilities, she needs to slowly explore them. Mr. G, you've just contracted a strangeness of this level, so it's normal that you can't use its power at first. As you slowly get used to it and gain proficiency in controlling it, the consumption of your ability won't be so great. Su-ro nodded gently. Thank you, Mr. G, for your guidance. The three of them discussed the strangeness of their contracts, and Su-ro asked when she saw that the others had not come out yet. Where are the others? Mr. G, the more powerful the weirdness, the more bizarre the weirdness's abilities, the harder it will be to contract with. You might also suffer if the contract fails. Wait another hour. If it still doesn't work after an hour, then we can declare the contract a failure. Mr. G said this. Su-ro and the others became nervous. As companions, even though they haven't been together for long, they hope that everyone can successfully sign the contract. Unfortunately, the outcome of the contract cannot be controlled, and they can only rely on themselves. Time passes by little. While trying to control the weirdness, they waited for their companions to come out. Bite. The three of them looked towards the door where the sound came from. Mr. G walked over and opened the door. Zhang Linxiang struggled to walk out and then fell to the ground. Mr. G pulled his arm and barely saved him from hitting his head. Su-ro and the other two gathered around and asked with concern, Mr. G, what happened to him? Did the contract fail? Why is he fainting? Should we call a doctor? Isn't Mr. G a doctor? Mr. G checked Zhang Lin's body and found that it was just a normal fainting spell. He's fine, just fainted from exhaustion. He will wake up after a while. As for the contract, it should have been successful. It's really amazing. A contract of the blood robe level of weirdness was able to succeed. His willpower must be quite good. Mr. G's tone was very gratified. We have another powerful contractor. Hearing that Zhang Lin was fine and had successfully contracted the weirdness, Su-ro and the others felt much more relieved. Mr. G changed his tone and said, but I'm not a doctor. I'm just an ordinary researcher. The three of them nodded quickly. I didn't expect Mr. G to be a researcher. You are so modest. Indeed, he looks like a scientific research geek. He's the kind of person who, with a cold glint in his eyes and a calm expression, cuts the experimental subject with a scalpel. Mr. G twitched his lips with a forced smile and watched silently as these newcomers spoke ill of him in front of him. Mr. G was not angry. As a ghost contractor, all of them were neurotic. Being abnormal was normal. Now that he had just completed the ghost contract, the impact was not deep. After a while, there will be a few more psychopathic paranoids among the witches. Mr. G cursed maliciously in his mind. The next one to come out was Yin Nu. Her health had not been very good to begin with, and although she had been recuperating at Igue Company for a few days, she had suffered from years of malnutrition, anemia, stomach problems, and other minor ailments, and it was difficult to recover much in a short time. The disease was cured, but malnutrition and anemia can only be recovered slowly over time. This time she contracted a curse-level monster, which seemed to have severely depleted her body. She couldn't even walk, and in the end had to let Su-ro support her. Yin Nu's face was completely pale, and so were her lips, but she didn't care. I succeeded. Sorry, I can't control it yet. A small voodoo doll suddenly appeared on her shoulder, with its huge mouth that almost took up half of its face, and it was smiling strangely. The two very large eyes had no pupils, and the eyes were filled with a vast expanse of white. It was tied up with a lot of ropes and chains, and its neck was also wrapped around with ropes again and again. When it looks at someone, it makes the person feel cold all over. Chapter 142, Where Will My Future Go? You may even feel your throat tighten. Something cold and rough wrapped around my neck, then pulled hard. Everyone shuddered, but they were also masters of the art of contracting, and their resistance to strange things was much higher than that of ordinary people. Inu grabbed the voodoo doll with a pale face, trying to stop it. However, the connection between the two parties is still too weak after the contract was signed, and the degree of control is estimated to be less than 1%. Trying to control the runaway voodoo doll was not something Inu could do, as she had already exhausted all her physical strength. She was very anxious, but her body was shaky, so she could only increase her mental strength to control the voodoo doll. Although the power of this strange voodoo doll was unleashing chaos, others were not so afraid. After all, they also have their own weirdness. If they really let loose and run wild together, it is not certain who will beat whom. What's more, this is the headquarters of the Heterodox Society, the place with the largest number of contractors, and there must be some powerful pillars guarding here. Even if a few ghost masters who had just made a contract with a ghost went berserk together, they would not cause much waves. Su-Ro calmly comforted Inu with her eyes. The others surrounded Inu in a circle, and they would not abandon their companions and run away. Nor will they be afraid of strange outbursts. If necessary, they are ready to fight to the death. Of course, this is just the worst-case scenario. As long as they can hold on until rescue arrives from other Pact Masters at headquarters, it will be fine. The voodoo doll laughed wildly. Blood kept flowing out of the corners of its mouth, and it looked at Su-Ro and others with greedy eyes. It was hungry and wanted to eat. There are undoubtedly many high-quality delicacies here, and the delicacies also contain the power that makes them covetous. Isn't this better? It's like eating an extremely delicious meal, and after biting it open, you find that there is something even more delicious inside. The voodoo doll has placed a vicious curse on others, and it wants to eat all the food. The others immediately became alert, and all tried to activate the weirdness of their contracts. Unfortunately, their control over the weirdness was too low. The first attempt to control the weirdness obviously failed. The weirdness in the body remained calm, and no matter how they tried to control it or urge it, it did not move, as if they had contracted a fake weirdness. Of course, this is also partly because they had just completed the weird contract and consumed too much energy. It seemed that the voodoo doll was about to go berserk. An undisguised sound of footsteps was heard. Almost at the moment when the footsteps were heard, the voodoo doll seemed to sense something terrifying and immediately retracted the power it had spread out. It uttered a woof and shrank pitifully behind its contractor's neck, trying to use the contractor's dry, rough, and dull hair to cover itself. The power that had been hanging over everyone, dangling around their necks and about to hang them to death, disappeared completely. Instead, there is a weak, helpless, and pitiful doll that keeps whining and begging for help from the contractor. This voodoo doll looks quite cute when it is not going berserk. It does not have the weird, terrifying, and twisted appearance of other dolls, and its proportionally reduced body proportions make it even more adorable. If they could not still feel the coldness that had recently dissipated from their necks, they would probably be captivated by its cute behavior. As for the other powerful aura, they did not notice it because it was not specifically aimed at them, and they did not use any strange power. Only the strangeness in their bodies trembled for a moment, and then they returned to a deathly calm state, just like young birds. When a predator came nearby, they all held their breath quietly and did not make any sound, for fear of attracting the predator. Du Jiashir wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "What is this?" "Su-Ro, can you control it?" Yang Yu stuffed the hypocritical mask he had taken out back into his arms. Fortunately, he didn't really go berserk. Lady Een touched the voodoo doll's head and saw it trembling with fear in its eyes. "Just now, I seemed to sense a powerful aura approaching." The voodoo doll might have been frightened by this breath. The footsteps disappeared silently without them noticing. Because they were so nervous, all their attention was focused on the voodoo doll. Only someone like Zhang Lin, who had undergone certain training and had resistance to murderous intent, could possibly notice other movements under such tension. Unfortunately, he is still in a coma. The other people present were ordinary people just a dozen days ago. Even if they have received training for a period of time, it is not enough to transform them completely in a short period of time. Moreover, they had just completed the contract with the weird power, and the weird power was still transforming their bodies subtly, preventing them from gaining outstanding perception all at once. A powerful aura? Is it from another contractor? They looked back. No other contract masters were seen at the entrance. Only Mr. G noticed something. He smiled and said, "This is an important place where strange things are imprisoned. And today is also a rare day for newcomers to sign contracts. I guess it's the pillars of the executive department who are here for inspection. The only one stationed at the headquarters recently is him. I think he deliberately leaked a little bit of his aura to suppress this weirdo." Everyone looked amazed. Just a leak of breath was enough to scare the monster that was about to go berserk and make it tremble. Isn't this too powerful? Du Jiashi couldn't wait to ask. Can I know which pillar it is? Mr. Ji. That's Lord Fu Zhong, known as the Thunder God, who controls violent thunder. You should be respectful when you see him. Wow, Thunder God. Anyone who can be called a god must be incredibly powerful, right? Du Jiashi said with envy and admiration. I don't know if he can can achieve half of this person's achievements in the future? Su Ro smiled and said, he must be a pillar that can support the entire Igui society. Such a person is truly remarkable. She held the cold bone umbrella in her hand, not knowing whether her future would be a skeleton lying on the road to shelter or becoming a strong person standing at the top. Yang Yu touched his eyelids, his eyes full of longing. I wonder where my future will go. The same goes for Inu. She was unable to control the weirdness of her contract, causing it to run wild. Although it did not cause any harm, she felt very ashamed. I feel ashamed of myself for being too weak to even be able to control the weirdness of the contract, and I feel guilty that my companions were almost hurt by the weirdness of my contract. Therefore, her admiration and desire for such a powerful trickster was even greater. Chapter 143. The contract failed, and I can never become a contract master. She silently vowed that she must become a powerful spellcaster. At least, he wouldn't be unable to control the weirdness of his own contract. Ding. Fu Zhang's character completion increased by 5. The violent storm subsided. Everyone began to worry about Zhao Hunlai, who had not made any movement. He chose the blood robe level weirdness? Why haven't you come out yet? It's almost an hour. Mr. Ji said that if he still hasn't come out after an hour, it means the contract has failed. Everyone was worried. He was worried about Zhao Han and was also afraid that he would really fail. As companions who came here to make a strange contract, everyone else succeeded, but he was the only one who failed. No matter how cheerful and lively Zhao Han is, he would still feel guilty, right? Amidst everyone's concerns, what is Zhao Han doing now? He was having a beautiful dream. In the dream, he was still that ordinary person who had accomplished nothing. He was not very popular in the game anchor industry, earning a fixed signing fee and a pitiful amount of tips from fans every month. But suddenly one day, his live broadcast room was on the homepage banner of the video, and countless viewers flocked into his live broadcast room, praising his operations, and countless rewards flowed into his pocket like water. Just when Zhao Han was wondering, his father called him. Hey, son, you've grown up and started your own business. I'm very pleased. So, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm the richest man in Asia and I own one of the top 500 companies in the world. Dad, are you drunk? Or are you kidding me? Hey kid, I'm going to transfer this month's pocket money to you. Work hard, and my group will be yours in the future. Ding dong. 10 million RMB has arrived in Taobao. Zhao Han widened his eyes in disbelief, opened the software, and confirmed it over and over again. The string of zeros on the account showed that all this was true. Zhao Han couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, I'm the son of the richest man in Asia. I'm a second-generation rich man. Well, my dad kept it a secret so well that I didn't even notice it. From childhood to adulthood, he received an ordinary education, lived in a neither good nor bad place, and could barely be considered an ordinary working-class family. He used to have only 2,000 yuan of living expenses per month. Because he was not good at studying and was under too much pressure, he entered the workplace after graduating from high school. After hitting a wall everywhere, he chose to be a game anchor, but the money he earned every month was only enough to cover his own expenses. He has had enough of this hard life. Ha ha ha. He finally turned over a new leaf and became a dragon. Zhao Han turned into a monkey on the spot and sang a song called Tarzan for the audience in the live broadcast room. Dude, you're so happy? You're singing all the songs from all these years. Ha ha ha. This is your first time on the homepage, right? This anchor sings really well. Isn't this a game anchor? His gaming skills are pretty good, and he's also pretty good looking, but I don't know why he hasn't been popular before. The live broadcast room was full of praise, without a single hater. Zhao Han felt so happy. It even feels too good to be true. He slapped himself. It hurt. This was not a dream. End of live broadcast. The live broadcast revenue for that day was 100,000. He finally couldn't help laughing. I, Zhao Han, have finally become a rich man. He was extremely addicted to it. He started to spend money lavishly, and he could spend hundreds of thousands on a meal. He bought luxury cars worth millions, booked out clubs, and spent money at various entertainment venues. In a short period of time, he squandered 10 million. As long as you ask your father for money, you will definitely get what you want. He spent a month in such a happy mood. A month later, he received another call. Son, come to the hospital quickly. Your mother was hit by a car. Zhao Han's mind was confused. He didn't know how he got to the hospital. When he came to his senses, he was already standing at the door of the operating room. The doctor came out and asked them to sign a critical illness notice. Doctor, how is she? The doctor talked about the patient's current injuries. Because the injuries were too severe, even if they tried their best to rescue him, it was difficult to guarantee that the patient would survive. After signing your name, Zhao Hun saw that his father's hair had turned white, and he seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant, and even his straight back had been a lot. After a while, the doctor came out again. He shook his head regretfully and said, "My condolences. Please prepare for the funeral as soon as possible." Zhao Hun's father suddenly covered his heart and fell to the ground, unable to bear it. "Dad, is this a sweet dream? Is this a nightmare?" Zhao Hun's brain was buzzing, and the sounds around him suddenly became very distant. On this day, he lost the two relatives who loved him most. The company then went bankrupt. His live broadcasting career plummeted due to his suspension, and soon all his fans left. He lost everything. Zhao walked on the street in a daze. When he passed the bridge and saw the rippling river water below, he jumped without hesitation. Mr. G opened the door and saw Zhao Hun lying on the ground, unconscious in sleep. He dragged him out as if nothing had happened. A monster that existed only in dreams was circling in the room, its form ethereal and swaying. All you could see clearly was its pair of dark purple pupils, which stared at the people coming in with disdain, like a higher-dimensional creature. Mr. G dragged the man out and closed the door. The others quickly gathered around. Unfortunately, the contract failed. Mr. G announced the result. The others sighed. Is he okay? If a contract fails, can it be signed again? What are the negative consequences of a failed contract? Should we take him to treatment? Mr. G took out a healing potion and gave Zhao Hun an injection on the neck. This potion can only help heal the backlash on his body. The mental damage is not so easy to heal. Unfortunately, the contract failed. Of course, we can't continue the contract. Everyone was shocked. If I can't make a contract, then I can't become a contract master, right? How desperate will Zhao Hun be when he wakes up and learns the news? They couldn't help but look sad, feeling grief for their companions. Although there are many ordinary people in the society of the unorthodox, the contract masters are only a minority among them. But it is certain that only by becoming a contract master can one master powerful strength. For Zhao Hun, who wanted to hold death in his hands, this was a bit cruel. Was he going to have to watch his companions grow stronger one by one, leaving him far behind, while he could only watch their backs and become an ordinary clerk in the deviant society? Although they would not abandon him, it was too cruel for him to watch his companions become stronger while he himself would never be qualified to become stronger. Chapter 144. The contractor has priority over other departments. Is there no other way? Everyone was very depressed. Mr. G saw their expressions and asked in confusion, "Why are you so obsessed with 1 to 162? 1 to 162 is the number of nightmares." Everyone was stunned. It's not a question of persistence or not. It's that kind of, the rare kind, etc. Suro felt something was wrong. Are we talking about the same thing? Du Jiashi held out his hand. Wait a minute. Let's start from the beginning. First, we're asking if a contract fails, can it be renewed? Mr. G, no. Nu tilted her head. I always feel like something is wrong, but it's right. Yang Yu twitched his lips and asked concisely and directly to the point. Mr. G, can he contract other weird things? Mr. G nodded. Of course. Everyone felt relieved. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You scared us to death. As long as we can make a contract. Very good. Mr. G, you should tell me something this important sooner. Mr. G smiled mischievously. I'm a researcher, and I'm very rigorous in my research. You're asking if it's possible to contract with it again. My answer is no, because after failing to contract with 1 to 162, he can't contract with it again. Of course, as long as he recovers from his injuries and regains his strength and spirit, he can try to contract other strange things, but whether he can succeed depends on his physical fitness and willpower. We can't offer any assistance in this regard, but we are the only ones who can use our human bodies to contract with the strange and harness its power. Although the number of contractors in the Deviant Order is small, compared to other organizations that don't have any contractors at all, isn't this a great thing? Mr. G said so. What else can they say? Su Ro stroked the cold bone umbrella and said, Indeed, being able to become a contract master puts me ahead of most people. Mr. G, please send them to the medical room to recuperate. I'm going to go back to work. Excuse me, Mr. G. Take care, Mr. G. Du Jiashi, Su Ro and others worked together to lift Zhang Lin and Zhao Hun up. When they were carried out of the corridor and arrived at the lobby at the entrance of the abnormal shelter, A logistics staff member who saw them immediately came over and said, "Do you need my help, Master Trickster? We need to take them to the medical bay. Can you tell us where it is?" The support worker nodded, then spoke into a communicator clipped to his collar. "Emergency notice. There's a Master Trickster in need of assistance in the lobby at the entrance to the abnormal asylum. For support personnel, please take the injured Master Trickster to the infirmary." Report completed. "Wait, we can." Su Ro and the others were stunned. They originally wanted to refuse his kindness. They could move the person to the medical room, but they needed someone to show them the way. After all, they didn't know where the medical room was. But the logistics staff acted very quickly. Within a minute after they contacted the person, nearby logistics staff came running over carrying 2 stretchers. They skillfully placed Zhang Lin and Zhao Hun on stretchers, lifted them up, and ran away, looking like battle-hardened medical personnel. Maybe there are so many injured contract masters that they have already developed their skills. For support staff members took the man to the medical room. Another logistics staff member asked, "Have the contract masters just concluded their contracts?" "Right. Just now, the executive officer, Lord Fu Zhong, gave instructions. He said that as soon as I see you come out, I will take you to find him." The reason why this logistics staff showed up so promptly was because he had been waiting here for them to come out. Lord Fu Zhong, Du Jiashi and the others were a little surprised. They learned Fu Zhang's identity from Mr. Ji. He was the pillar of the executive department, and in other words, their immediate superior. "Okay, take us there." They followed the support staff through corridor after corridor. The headquarters is huge. Various corridors are connected in series, and every few steps there is a closed hatch with a facial recognition machine installed on it. If the verification fails, the hatch cannot be opened. The logistics staff introduced as they walked over. "Your information has been entered into the system since you joined the Igue Society. Access to most areas of the Igue Society is now open to you, with only a few areas requiring higher permissions. The Deviant Society has many departments and facilities, such as the abnormal shelter you visited. This is a place dedicated to storing strange creatures. Usually, after the strange masters have contained the strange creatures, they need to bring the strange creature cage to the abnormal shelter and lock the strange creature in a room. This completes the entire containment process." Everyone walked and listened with great interest. This is the Research Institute. It's where the researchers from the Scientific Research Department work. There's a lot of scientific research equipment and a lot of drugs that have been developed. Some of the potions being researched are extremely dangerous. Master Trickster, please be careful if you wish to visit. Several researchers wearing light blue lab coats, heads covered, and protective masks ran out. "Quick, turn on the ventilation equipment." Something went wrong during the production of the T1 experimental potion. If it leaked outside, it would be disastrous. "On my hands are starting to rot." "You didn't put on your protective suit?" "I accidentally cut myself while trying to escape." The logistics staff silently took the shocked people away from the institute. Du Jiashi pointed over there. "Wait, don't they need to go up and help?" "Yang Yu, it seems like something went wrong." "Su Ro, the experimental drug leaked. That sounds pretty dangerous." Mizine looked over there with a worried look on her face. The logistics officer remained unmoved, not at all as anxious as he had been when he saw the 2 injured contract masters. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, they are all experienced researchers. I believe they can handle it." He was not worried at all about the researcher who was corroded by the leaked drug, nor did he intend to notify other logistics personnel to bring a stretcher. Seeing that they were a little confused, the logistics staff diligently explained their confusion. "We don't belong to any department. Normally, other departments have the right to transfer us to do things, but if Master Chigue needs us, we must serve Master Chigue first. The logistics personnel are like bricks. They need to be moved wherever they are needed, but he is currently serving the contractor, so the contractor has a higher priority than people from other departments. Other departments can ask other logistics personnel for help, but they have no right to transfer him." Du Jiashi nodded, not quite understanding. "I always feel that the contract master has a very high status in the Order of the Deviant." He had vaguely sensed this when he was at Igue Company, and now that he had come to the headquarters, this feeling became even more obvious. Chapter 145. Come and play with me. The Institute did not remain in chaos for long. They have extensive experience with leaks of this type of experimental drug. The injured researcher was quickly taken away and the leaked drugs were dealt with. Soon, the panic was settled. The logistics staff were not surprised and continued walking forward without looking back. The front area is the sales and shipping department. Researchers will develop some products. They are usually responsible for developing the technology. Then, they put the products on the production line. The products will be sent to the sales department for price evaluation and finally sold by the sales department. And the Ministry of Transportation is responsible for transporting goods or people and various things that need to be transported. The Ministry of Security and the Ministry of Energy are on the other side. The executive department is in the innermost area and occupies the largest space. Here we are. The hall of the executive department is decorated very simply, without any fancy colors. The sofas placed around it are soft, and the color is the unmistakable black. The surrounding walls are covered with scratches. These walls are made of metal of unknown material, but definitely very hard. How much force must be used to leave marks on the walls? A maintenance worker wearing a yellow helmet and carrying a bucket of silver-white paint is repainting the battered walls. Logistics staff. This is a place for the master of the contract to rest temporarily. They will meet up from time to time, and occasionally, when they feel like it, they will exchange some skills here. Although there is a dedicated training ground at headquarters, what's wrong with Master Cheshire wanting to practice a few moves here? Du Jiashir couldn't help but complain. No matter how you listen to this, it sounds wrong, right? This is where Master Cheshire stays. This is the entertainment room. This is the kitchen. This is the wine shop. This is the hot spring room. And this is the library. The executive department is indeed the department that occupies the largest area. In addition to everyone having a room that is larger than a luxury villa, a variety of entertainment venues are also provided, covering almost all entertainment. There is nothing you can't think of that is not available here. Du Jiashir even saw an ice rink with a snowy field next to it. The thick layer of snow made him, a southerner, eager to try it. Wow, there's so much snow. Yang Yu's eyes lit up. No matter how mature he acted, he was still a child after all. Even adults would be moved when they saw the white snow, let alone him. The logistics staff said tactfully, after the audience with Master Fu Zhang, all the Master Chia masters are free to explore the world, as long as there are no tasks. In fact, there are so many entertainment venues here, but there are very few contractors who come here to play, because most of the contractors are out on missions. After completing their mission, the contract masters either recuperate or fall asleep. Few pawnbrokers would visit these entertainment facilities. I guess only newcomers who have just joined would be curious about these places, right? Everyone followed the logistics staff out of the rest area and headed to the executive department's office area. Just as they were about to pass by the snow, a bulge in the snow suddenly moved, snow fell down, and a hand emerged from the snow. Du Jiashir and Yang Yu, who had been paying attention to the snow, were startled. I'll go. Wow. Su Ro, what's wrong? Du Jiashir. There suddenly stretched out a hand. The others quickly looked towards the snow. Sure enough, the hand that suddenly appeared on the thick layer of snow looked very scary. The logistics staff hurriedly opened the transparent door, and as soon as it was opened, cold air rushed out. He ran over in small steps, squatted on the snow, and kept digging away the snow with his hands. Soon, more and more area of the hand was exposed, and a person's head was also exposed. Master Milan. The logistics personnel quickly dug the people out of the snow. As soon as they touched the patient, they found his skin was ice cold and his breathing was barely perceptible. The logistics staff were so anxious that they were about to perform first aid. The man suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Now the logistics staff were also frightened by him and sat down on the snow. He rubbed his head, seemingly confused about where he was. He looked around and said, did I fall asleep? The logistics staff collapsed and shouted, Master Milan, don't fall asleep in the snow. You will die, you will really die? You may never wake up again. The others were also quite frightened. Who is this? Du Jiashir walked over. This was a strange young man. Judging from his appearance, he was very outstanding, especially his blue eyes, which were like the deep sea and the blue sky. And from his face, which still has some baby fat, it can be seen that the boy is about 15 years old. The logistics staff wiped his sweat and said, This is Master Milan from the Anti-Object Alliance. Like you, he is also a trickster. The logistics staff pulled the person out of the snow and brushed off the snowflakes stuck on Milan. Master Milan, please go back and take a shower and change clothes, otherwise you will catch a cold and it will be bad. Milan completely ignored the logistics staff's words and looked at Du Jiashir and the others. Are you new members? Du Jiashir and others nodded. Great, come and play with me, Milan said happily. The logistics staff trembled and stammered. Master Fu Zhang has something to summon them for, so later? Or, let me stay and play with Master Milan. When the logistics staff spoke to the end, their faces were filled with expressions of heroic sacrifice and selflessness. Milan glanced at him and said unhappily, What do you have to play with? Du Jiashir. Wait, when you say play together, don't you mean you play and we get played? Milan squinted his eyes and smiled, which made him look even more innocent and cute. Big brother, play with me. Yang Yu frowned and moved away from the man calmly. He didn't sense any malice from this person, but instead felt that he was very innocent and enthusiastic. But sometimes, naivete is the cruelest. Su Rou sighed. Young master, although we really want to play with you, Master Fu Zhang has something to tell us. If we delay Master Fu Zhang's time, won't we all be at fault? Su Rou was worthy of being someone who had been in society for a long time. She quickly grasped the other party's weakness and bet that the other party would not dare to offend the pillar of the executive department. Sure enough, after listening to them, Milan did not continue to hold them accountable. Oh my god, what a bummer. Milan kicked the snow under her feet and then slipped away at a very fast speed. Although the logistics staff watched the little ancestor leave, his face was still sad. Obviously, this matter was not over yet. Please, all the masters of the contract masters, please go this way. Chapter 146. A guy who is not punctual. The office area is behind the rest area, a row of rooms with signs hanging on the doors. The layout here is a bit like the diamond-shaped rooms in a honeycomb, with one room in each diamond. In the middle is the lobby and corridor, which are furnished with various facilities and decorations, and refrigerators filled with drinks and snacks can be found everywhere. No need to insert coins, just open it and take it out. These foods are part of Master Cheshire's benefits, and there is no extra charge. This is the office area. Each team of contractors has their own office. You may join one of the teams later, or you may create your own team, or you may not join one at all. It's all up to you. Du Jiashi looked around and said, Teams? Wow, there are quite a lot of them. Could you introduce them to me? Su Rou, excuse me, I also want to know more about the composition of the team, as well as how to join a team, or how to form your own team. Logistics staff, no trouble, no trouble. This is what I should do. Then I will start from here. First, if you want to establish a team, you need at least an A-level contractor as the leader and 3 members. Once you meet the requirements, you can apply to the head of the executive department to establish a team. If you want to join a team, one option is for someone in the team to invite you, or you can choose a team that suits your style and join it yourself. Since the personalities of the Masters of Deception are so different, it's best if the Masters of Deception in a team can get along with each other. Of course, it depends on your choice. As for the team style, this is the office area of the Anti-Objects Alliance I mentioned earlier. The meaning of their founding is that things will eventually turn against themselves, and it also implies resistance, struggle, and refusing to succumb to fate. The logistics staff put it very tactfully. What I have said are the advantages of the Anti-Object Alliance, which sounds really good, because life is not short of struggle, and this spirit of courage to fight is worthy of praise. Of course, if you resist too much and lose all sense of proportion, then you are a traitor and will oppose you in everything. With the Chigue Master's unstable mental state, would he really know when to stop? Su Rou smiled and nodded. She remembered that Lord Baizuo was a member of the Anti-Object Alliance, right? She followed the white left and will probably join the Anti-Object Alliance. Du Jiashi also thought so. Mizine had no interest in the Anti-Object Alliance. As soon as Yang Yu heard the meaning of this, he knew that he would definitely not get along with the people from the Anti-Material Alliance, so he decided not to suffer. The few of them walked for a while longer. Each office is separated by 2 or 3 corridors, probably to separate this group of difficult-to-deal-with tricksters. This is the ghost hunting team. They believe in mysticism and pursue and search for all the mysterious things in the world. It was the first time that everyone had heard of this team. As soon as they heard the name, they knew that the people in it were quite weird. Yang Yu asked, is the Taoist priest who recommended Zhao Han in the soul-seeking team? Logistics staff, yes. Everyone, you know what, it's quite suitable. This is the office of the Eye of Arbitration. They believe that everything operates according to natural laws. They uphold these laws and judge those who violate them. However, I heard there's a conflict among them. The logistics staff did not continue to say what the specific contradiction was. Perhaps he did not know, or perhaps he could not say. This is the Amber Squad. Our philosophy is to gather like-minded companions. We are the most unrestrained and free team among all the teams. There were still many teams that had not been introduced, and the logistics staff received a message. After he finished reading, his expression changed. I'm very sorry, fellow Chigue masters. The situation outside has changed. You need to go to see Master Fu Zhang as soon as possible. As for these teams, you can always ask me or any member of the Deviant Society about them later. I think they will be happy to answer your questions. This way, please. The logistics staff quickened their pace. Everyone quickly passed through the office areas of one team after another. Finally, we arrived at the office of Executive Officer Fu Zhang. The logistics staff stood respectfully at the door and pressed a communicator beside the door. Master Fu Zhang, I have brought several masters of the Qigui masters here according to your instructions. Fu Zhang's deep voice came from the communicator. Come in. With a click, the office door opened. The logistics staff bowed slightly respectfully and said, I will take you here. Everyone waved their hands and thanked him quickly. Su Rou took the lead and walked in. Fu Zhang did not sit at his desk, but stood in front of a huge monitor, looking at the map displayed on it. Are you here? Sit down. Several people sat obediently in a row on the beige fabric sofa. Each one of them is as well-behaved, honest, and obedient as a quail. You should know about the attack on the members of the Deviant Society. I called you here this time mainly to see what strange contract you have made. Fu Zhang just glanced at them. Everyone felt as if a string of electric sparks seemed to pass through their bodies, making them shiver. Du Jiashi lowered his head and played with his fingers, crying in his heart, what a strong feeling of oppression. It was the same kind of terrifying feeling as when I faced the principal after getting into trouble as a child. I didn't even dare to speak. The others didn't perform much better than him. Fu Zhang noticed their restraint and said nothing more. You're all quite good. Given time, you'll definitely achieve something. This incident serves as a good training exercise. The other side is a group of powerless ordinary people. I'll send 2 tricksters over there. You should all go and take a good look. After saying that, Fu Zhang looked up at the time. It seems that he is waiting for the other 2 tricksters. But it seems that it exceeded a certain time. Another 10 minutes passed before the communicator rang. Hello Fu Zhang, I'm here. Let me in. This is Milan's voice. Fu Zhang, come in. Milan pushed the door open and walked in. He had changed out of his snow-soaked clothes and waved to Su Rou and the others sitting there. Hey everyone, nice to see you again. He walked to another counter, opened it, looked inside, and then closed it with a snap. Tisk, Fu Zhang, why don't you have anything to eat here? Milan hugged her hands and puffed up her face, sitting down on the ground in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, there was a carpet on the ground. So her, but didn't get cold. So boring. Who are you waiting for? Fu Zhang, a guy who's not punctual. As he spoke, Fu Zhang glanced at Milan. This is also a guy who is not punctual. Milan held up her face with a smile. Who is it? It's definitely not me. Chapter 147 Lighting Candles for the Invaders. Another 20 minutes passed. Another magician arrived late. This person didn't even announce himself and just pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as Milan saw the person coming, she sat up straight. Senior, so this mission is with you. That's great. I can't find the time to play with you. Seniors always reject me, which makes me very sad. Baizhua glanced at the people in the office, a group of newcomers, and said, Fu Zhang, didn't I tell you I didn't? Fu Zhang interrupted him. A special door has appeared. This time, a group of people came out of it and attacked the staff we sent to the Vassar underground city. The Elders' Council has ordered us to investigate inside the door, kill all the relevant personnel in that team, and take control of the small world. With a pair of S-level white leftists here, this kind of task is no problem. And this sentence has to some extent lifted the restrictions on white leftists. Being able to show his skills within the sect, even if Baizhua doesn't want to bring in new people, he should not refuse this mission. Baizhua, kill all the relevant personnel? Is it actually a kill order? It's been a long time since the Yigui Society issued such an order, right? It seems that this incident has made the elders very angry. Milan clasped her hands together and looked at Baizhua with shining eyes. After all, it's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Yigui Society like this, and even attacked those ordinary employees. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Yigui Society? Senior Baizhua, I can finally play with you this time. Even though we're just a bunch of weaklings, as long as we can play with our seniors, then the toys we have don't matter. The remaining 4 newcomers could not get a word in. They could only watch silently, secretly memorizing the unfamiliar words in their minds and asking others later. By the way, they became more wary of Milan. This person doesn't seem normal. His words and actions give people a strong sense of separation, which makes people feel uncomfortable and creepy. Ding. Milan's character perfection increased by 3. Fu Zhang pointed to a certain spot on the map and said, This is where the door appears. You should set off now. Fu Zhang gave the order in an unquestionable tone. Milan. Yes, yes, yes. Baizua's eyes were gloomy, and he said in a very villainous tone, I hope I can find some useful tools this time. Yin Nu and Yang Yu looked away, and Du Jiashi and Su Rou couldn't bear to look at them either. Both of them were not normal. By the way, let's light candles and observe a second of silence for those invaders. A group of people quickly walked out of the headquarters building. Du Jiashi saw a group of ordinary employees gathered at the door. Is this the employee who came with us before? Seeing their attire, several people had a guess. Could it be that they want to go with us too? No way, they are all ordinary people, right? It could be weight training, like protecting these ordinary people during combat. You think you're playing a game? Yang Yu glanced at the spies who looked like a bunch of small fry, with desperate faces, numb eyes, and crooked postures, as well as the security guards behind them who were holding guns and pointing them at the group. Is there something wrong with this group of employees? Otherwise, the security guards wouldn't have their guns pointed at them. This is a very standard way to treat enemies. Spy? Undercover? Yang Yu quickly guessed their identities. Du Jiashi, look, there are a few boxes of bulletproof vests here. Are they prepared for us? When the security guards saw them coming out, they said respectfully, Master Chigue, yes, these are all prepared for you. Under the guidance of security, everyone put on bulletproof vests and changed into more convenient combat uniforms, and then began to load magazines and choose weapons. This sniper rifle is great. I want it. Wow. Bazooka. The security guard stood aside, hesitant to speak. Suro lifted a gun and hefted it. The gun itself was not light. Even though the Igwe Society had modified the gun and the materials used made its weight drop sharply, but when combined with other miscellaneous equipment, the guns they were wearing still weighed about 70 or 80 kilograms. They had just completed the contract with the Weird, and the transformation of their physical constitution could not be completed overnight. If you go to the battlefield fully armed, you probably won't be able to walk more than 10 kilometers. Suro put down the large caliber gun, picked out 2 lighter and easier to carry pistols, and put them on her waist, and then took a lot of bullets. More is not necessary. Du Jiashi, on the other hand, was holding the sniper rifle tightly and couldn't let it go, refusing to put it down no matter what. Yang Yu picked a rifle in a conventional way. Ms. Een was carrying a pistol and a small amount of ammunition. She was very clear about her physical condition. A forced march was already a bit difficult for her, and she was afraid that she would become a burden if she carried too many weapons. Du Jiashi yawned and said, It's over. I'm feeling a little sleepy before we even set off. Suro nodded. It must be that the strange contract consumed too much physical and mental energy. Inu nodded. But this mission is very important, right? Yang Yu, maybe he's testing us? Creak. There was a sharp brake sound. A small bulletproof SUV stopped in front of the team. Milan lowered the window of the cab. Would you like to get in the car? The white leftist was already sitting in the passenger seat. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Milan looked so young. Did he really get a driver's license? However, they had no other choice but to get on the back seat. The 4 of them sitting together seemed very crowded. Let's go, go. The spies boarded 2 other transport vehicles and stayed in the rear compartment with the supplies. Milan drives the car recklessly. The road leading to the Vassar underground city is a two-lane concrete road. The road is relatively straight and has few bends. Milan was driving like a bumper car, sometimes leaning to the left, sometimes to the right, but he was driving very fast. The 4 of them tightly grasped at various objects that could stabilize their bodies, their faces pale as they thought, could they die on the road? Du Jiashi boldly asked. Do you have a driver's license? No, but don't worry, I have 5 years of driving experience. What car? Bumper cars. Ah! Everyone screamed at the same time. Finally, they reached the passage and the 3 cars crashed into it. In a dizzying spinning and squeezing, they luckily passed through the passage and came to another space. The spies sat crookedly on the ground in the back of the car, their buttocks numb from the vibration. They had been trying to find ways to contact the outside world. However, the superiors were powerless to do anything about their situation and could only promise various conditions, such as if the spies unfortunately died in the line of duty, they would compensate their families with a huge amount of compensation and take good care of their families, etc. Chapter 148, They are the damned executioners. Try every possible means to appease these spies first. The effect is immediate. The spies accepted their fate of not being able to return, so for the sake of their loved ones and children, they had no choice but to send more intelligence back. Everyone, let's cooperate. Let's survive the battlefield together. Feng Fa. We should behave ourselves and behave ourselves. Let's put our previous escape plan on hold. First, gain the trust of this organization. Although it's a shattering start, as long as we perform well, they will most likely not execute us. First of all, we must survive the battlefield. Otherwise, everything we say will be in vain. Everyone, I have an idea. I've been observing for a long time and found that those contract masters hold a very high position in their organization. Perhaps, if we can please them, we can turn things around. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. No matter how miserable we are, we will die anyway. Rather than being used as cannon fodder, we might as well take a chance. After several spies discussed it, They changed their sitting positions several times. Hasn't it arrived yet? I feel like my butt is about to break in two. The butt is made of two halves. We are all civilized people. Stop talking nonsense. It's so disgraceful. In peacetime, everyone can be civilized. But now, with life and death hanging in the balance, why should we be civilized? We all have butts. This term was invented to be used. How can there be civilized or uncivilized terms? So what's the civilized way to say butt? Buttocks. The spies entertained themselves and tried their best to control their emotions. Although they have not experienced war, they were sent as spies after all, and their mental strength is definitely much stronger than that of ordinary people. Once they adjust their mindset and calm down, they will be able to display their abilities. 3 cars drove into the passage. After a period of flipping, it successfully reached another space. The car stopped. Click. The door of the carriage was opened, and the security guards stood behind the car with guns raised. Everyone get out. Hurry up. The spies did not dare to delay and staggered out of the car, taking 1 step forward and 1 step back. Arrive. When they stood on the ground and saw this other space, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. The land before my eyes was barren and desolate everywhere. Large pieces of land were bumpy and had been turned over several times, leaving many holes on the land, some of which were more than 10 meters deep. They stomped on the ground, a confused look on their faces. This is the appearance that is formed after being washed and destroyed by war. The skin began to sting and itch, and the spies' faces changed. There's radiation here. The security guards' expressions did not change. The inner layer of the clothes they wore was made of radiation-proof material, so the trace amount of radiation in the air would not affect them. As for these spies, they were originally used as cannon fodder, so why would they be provided with the security guards' clothes? Oh my god! Feng Fa ran over in shock. The place was full of ruins and debris, with only a few metal fragments to remind people that this might have been a developed and prosperous city before. Unfortunately, it has now been razed to the ground, leaving behind many holes filled with radiation. This is a doomsday-like scene. The people of Blue Star have imagined in science fiction films what the blue planet would look like after a global nuclear war. Maybe it will become a doomsday ruin? Wasteland punk. Maybe radiation infection, global extinction. It is also possible that they will mutate and evolve in the radiation, and those that remain will become new species, new humans. But no matter how much I imagine, it is nothing compared to seeing this scene with my own eyes. Can humans really survive in this environment? Didn't a group of people break in before? That means there are still people alive. Du Jiashir and others were also shocked. They didn't expect that the world here would be in such a dilapidated state. Milan crossed his arms. A group of starving jackals in the apocalypse, after discovering the land of Vassar Underground City, went crazy and wanted to occupy it. A group of jackals who have lost their homes, everything, and are starving with empty stomachs. They are extremely cruel and brutal. Du Jiashir. Their homes have become like this because of their own actions. Choosing to attack us is a mistake. It's not like we're the ones who destroyed their homes. Su Ro. To us, they are invaders. Milan applauded. Not bad, newbie. You didn't even choose to sympathize with them. Yang Yu said coldly. Just because they are pitiful is not a reason for them to attack those innocent employees. Ms. Yin. From the moment they chose to attack those unarmed employees, they were damned executioners. If this group of people had not attacked the employees and had cooperated with the Deviant Society because they were so pitiful, they might have received help from the Deviant Society. The Order can hire them, and they can also get protection and food from the Order. But this possibility was cut off after they took action against the employees of the Deviant Society. The security guards have brought out a machine and collected the soil here for testing. Another person was holding an instrument and exploring around. The instrument continuously issued red alarms. Ding, ding, ding. The surrounding radiation exceeds the standard. Please get away as soon as possible. Master Chechi, the radiation levels in the soil and air here have exceeded the standard. It is no longer suitable for human survival. I don't know if the radiation level here exceeds the limit, or if it's the same in other places. If the same is true elsewhere, then this space doesn't meet the criteria for reclamation. The security guards reported to Baizhua. Send out robots to explore in 4 directions. Leave here first and set up camp in an area with lower radiation levels. Yes. A group of people got on the bus again. We found a flat place with low radiation content in the air and stopped. The security guards moved the equipment out of the trunk and quickly set up a camp. Once they arrived in this space, they could not contact the outside world because there was no signal. However, Xinyu had already thought of this. After the Vassar Underground City was recaptured, the inside and outside were not the same space, and people who went into the Vassar underground city could not connect to the outside world. So he found a technology that could enable cross-border communication and spent 50,000 construction points to light it up. Researchers have already produced it and installed it in the Vassar underground city. Now the Vassar underground city can directly contact the headquarters. And this time, they also brought this cross-border signal transmission tower. The security guards took down its parts and were assembling it. Soon, a signal tower about half a person's height was installed behind the camp. Ding dong. After the signal tower was installed, Du Jiashi and others' mobile phones received the signal, and various information was sent to their mobile phones. Chapter 149, to preserve the last dignity of mankind. Suzhou sent a message asking how their mission was going. The group of employees from Igue Company, who got along well with each other, also sent their condolences. Du Jiashi and others were busy replying to the message. Just when they were busy replying messages, the security guards had prepared a simple meal. Although this camp is simple, it has complete facilities. First of all, it has electricity and energy, which makes cooking easier. The security guards brought out the prepared meal. Master Chechi, it's time to eat. This is a radiation-repellent drink developed by researchers. Although there are radiation-resistant materials inside the clothes, it's safer to drink this. Although they knew that after a contract master made a strange contract, his physical fitness would become different from that of ordinary people, and that he was immune to many things that would affect ordinary people. But these contract masters are still newcomers, and their bodies have not yet been strangely transformed into that appearance, so they still have to be careful about radiation. This time they brought a lot of potions with them to prevent various situations that would be unfavorable to the Chigue master from happening. The spies were ordered to wash, cut, and cook vegetables, and finally they were given a meal and the radiation-repellent potion. Several people sat on the ground and started eating in a panic. After drinking the medicine, the stinging, redness, swelling, and itching on the skin disappeared. The effect was very good. The spies drank the last drop of the potion carefully, feeling a little regretful that they couldn't stay to study its ingredients. You know, their country is also plagued by various radiation problems. If there is such a medicine, then the spies just thought about it, and no one dared to stay. If they didn't drink enough, it would cause health problems, and they would be doomed. After a casual meal, the white left turns on the computer and tries to search the world's network and information. His fingers moved across the keyboard, constantly searching for a network to invade this world. Unfortunately, I don't know if the network in this world has completely collapsed, or if the signal is too far away from here. White leftists can't find any network search results. It seems we still need to rely on those robots to collect information. They sent out dozens of robots and drones to search for any information in all directions. The white left looked at the dozens of small green dots on the computer, which represented the robots and drones that had been dispatched. He selected a robot, connected to its terminal, and synchronized the images seen by the camera installed on it to the computer. Du Jiashi and others crowded together, trying to get closer to see. Milan could hardly squeeze in. So he immediately ordered the security to bring a projector, and Baizhua projected the image onto the screen. Now, everyone could see the image. In the picture, everything that was transmitted remains the same. Ruins, ruins, and more ruins. There are traces of war everywhere. The steel forest that was supposed to exist has been wiped out by humans themselves. Not even a weed can grow on the scorched earth. In this case, the war should have lasted less than 100 years. Everyone watched the images transmitted by the robot quietly. The robot has traveled hundreds of kilometers, but the scene is still a ruin and the traces of war have not disappeared. Could it be that this world was directly plowed by mushrooms? What on earth happened that made the people in this world make this choice of mutual destruction? White left? Didn't they capture a few prisoners? What did they reveal? Security. Master Baizhua. They were sent to the research department and have revealed all the information they know under the influence of the drug. However, according to them, they are the newcomers after the extermination war. 49 years have passed since the battle, and the older generation has died. This new generation has no idea why the war happened. The story passed down by their fathers is that war suddenly broke out one day, and the major powers seemed to go crazy and began bombarding an invisible enemy. Countless people said they were crazy. There was no fighting between the major powers. Instead, they discovered something that threatened their existence and rose up in resistance, leading to the current situation. Du Jiashi, invisible enemy? Yang Yu, supernatural? Lady Yin, it could also be weird. Su Ro, if they are really weird, even if they use that to clean the floor, they won't be able to eliminate them. If the Order of the Deviant does not exist in this world, there will be no contractor either. So one day they suddenly discovered something strange, and in a panic they chose to attack it, but despairingly discovered that human firearms had absolutely no effect on it. And finally, in despair, they chose an ending where you die, but it survives? Yes, without a contractor, if we want to kill the monsters, we can only let them kill each other. But before they finish killing each other, I guess all humans will have been devoured, right? The leaders of this world also saw this clearly, so they made the choice of destroying both themselves and the enemy, in order to preserve the last bit of humanity's dignity. Du Jiashi and others sighed. If their world didn't have the deviant, it would exist. After the invasion of the horror game, perhaps their final ending will be very miserable. They don't know what choice the top leaders of Blue Star will make in the end, but probably no one would want to be swallowed by the weirdness and become the nourishment for the weirdness to grow stronger, right? The spies listened tremblingly and recorded all the information. While they were terrified, they also discovered why the contract master had such a special position in this organization. Du Jiashi and others also thought of the blue planet invaded by the horror game. Du Jiashi, the number of tricksters is still too small. If there were more, could we directly overturn that horror game? Su Ro touched the small pistol at her waist and asked, didn't the outcasts invent firearms that can be used to deal with strange things? Then, wouldn't forming a special unit armed with these firearms solve the problem of insufficient numbers of pact masters? The security guards replied, there are such departments within the Deviant Order, and the security department is one of them. However, although these firearms have been modified, they can only cause damage to low-level weirds, and the damage is very slight. Using modified special weapons to bombard weirds to contain them is impossible. We can only carry out the containment missions of wandering spirits and vengeful spirits alone. Anything higher can only be filled with human lives. Some weird things will affect our spirits, and we may even attack teammates indiscriminately. After trying various containment methods, the deviant will find that using a deviant master to contain the deviant is the most correct option. The security guards spoke these words in a very calm tone, but they had already heard a lot from the words. The phrase, filling the gap with human lives, had already revealed a past full of corpses and blood. Chapter 150 video leaked. Igua's production must be excellent. Because the resistance of the contract master to weirdness is much higher than that of ordinary people, and he can use weird abilities and also devour the weirdness to strengthen his own strength. The higher the degree of compatibility with the weirdness, the better the physical fitness of the weird master will be. As long as they undergo some training, a low-level contract master can display enough strength to rival a well-trained and fully armed team of dozens of people. Du Jiashi and others could only remain silent. Du Jiashi. Anyway, the ending of this world will not happen on Blue Planet. Su Ro smiled. Yes. Inu. Well, we must work hard to become stronger. Yang Yu, what exactly is their purpose? Du Jiashi they? Yang Yu. The horror game. Isn't that what caused the weird appearance? Du Jiashi, high-dimensional invasion? Inu. Perhaps, they regard Blue Planet as a playground. Weird and us are all prey. We are like the poisonous insects that have been raised to kill each other on Blue Planet. The one who survives is what they need. Yang Yu. I think they are using humans as nutrients to grow the weirdness, using human flesh and blood to allow the weirdness to continue to grow and evolve. Su Ro. Not only can the weird achieve advancement by devouring other weirds, but they can also achieve advancement by devouring large numbers of humans. They had a vague feeling about this ever since they contracted the weirdness. However, they can control the weirdness in their contracts and not attack humans. The Deviant Society also restrains the contract masters from attacking ordinary people. Perhaps they are worried that the contract masters will be assimilated by the weirdness when hunting humans and become heartless monsters. The four newcomers gathered together again to talk about the control of weirdness, and some of their worries that their weirdness was very difficult to deal with, and that they could not improve their control. Du Jiashi rubbed his head, feeling a bit frustrated. I originally thought it was cool to have a portable space, but who knew opening it would consume mental energy, and with my current mental energy, I can't store things easily. Su Ro didn't have this worry. It's okay. Although I can't use my weird abilities, the Rakshasa umbrella is pretty good for hitting people. After all, the tonnage is there. Mizine, I still can't control the voodoo doll. She tried to communicate with the voodoo doll, but the thoughts she conveyed were like sinking into the sea, with no response at all. Yang Yu was much better. He had roughly mastered some techniques to control the weirdness. What remained was just a matter of trying more and increasing the time required to achieve a better fit. He thought about it and asked the security guard for a piece of rope. Try to wrap this around your neck. Mizine did as she was told out of curiosity. She wrapped the rope around it a few times, but because she didn't use much force, the rope was still quite loose. But the voodoo doll in her body showed some emotional fluctuations, as if it was a little happy. Mizine tentatively tightened the rope around her neck. The emotions conveyed by the voodoo doll became more and more joyful. No way. Does it really enjoy seeing its contractors hang themselves? Inu could only loosen the rope, touched her neck, which had several red marks on it, and said, "It works. It's just a bit of a neck strain." Suro pondered for a moment. Should we start with weird hobbies? Each weird thing has different preferences. The voodoo doll likes to watch people hang themselves. Ultimately, it is because its ability is to curse. It's not limited to this method. Perhaps it also likes other forms of curses. So what about the Rakshasa umbrella? Suro pondered its preferences. Du Jiashur, does that mean I have to be a courier? What made him sad was that after he said this, the ghost who had been ignoring him all this time actually showed his joy and excitement. Damn, you are already a weirdo. Do you have to be so curly? Yang Yu also figured out Weird Eye's preference, which was probably looking. As long as he keeps looking at other things, his compatibility with the strange eye will continue to improve. Thinking about it this way, the weird eye is one of the weirdness that is easier to get used to. The security guards checked the time and asked, "Do you need to take a break? We need to wait for the robot to come back after gathering intelligence." Du Jiashur and others did not refuse. The strange contract they had signed had already consumed a lot of their physical and mental strength, and they hadn't recovered yet. There might be a big battle soon, so they had to recover as soon as possible while they had time. So they crawled into their sleeping bags and fell into a deep sleep under the watchful eyes of security. Spies were not treated so well. They could only lie down in a corner of the camp to rest. For a moment, the camp was filled with snoring. The security guards left a few people to guard the camp, and then sent a few people to patrol the surrounding area to prevent any enemies or wild animals from approaching. The white leftist threw down his computer and took out a game console to play. Milan took the other controller, and the two of them started playing a two-player strategy game. Because it is all controlled by Shun Yu's mental power, it is equivalent to multitasking. The only difference is that there is an extra pair of hands to control the game controller. Therefore, they cooperated very well, and many levels that stumped countless people were easily passed. Their ranking in the game climbed all the way up, and they soon reached the top. The backs of the two people playing games are very confusing. Feng Fa secretly contacted his superior. "I've taken a lot of videos, and will be transmitting them now. Remember to destroy the records after receiving them." The white leftist moved his fingers and showed an ambiguous smile. After Feng Fa is ready to go online, ask him to transfer it quickly. Feng Fa uploaded all the videos he shot. However, the network inexplicably got stuck. Feng Fa broke out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Why was his network suddenly down? Had he been discovered and his internet access restricted? Fortunately, the network was only stuck for a moment, and soon the video was sent smoothly. Feng Fa observed it for a while with trepidation, and was relieved when he found no other problems. But neither he nor his superior had expected this. These videos were not only received by them, but also appeared on the external domain network built by Igwe Company. At first, these videos were discovered by users who bought Igwe products. They thought Igwe Company had released a new product promotion and couldn't wait to click on it to read it. After all, products produced by Igwe must be high quality. Now, all products produced by Igwe, such as mobile phones, cars, and batteries, have replaced the high-end markets at home and abroad. Therefore, there are a lot of people who support Igwe Company. These people are the most active when Igwe Company has any activities. After all, when Igwe Company has activities, they really give away various mobile phones. However, this time, when they clicked on the video and watched it, they realized something was wrong. At first, the camera is shaky, as if it's in a car. Then, after a period of darkness, the video owner seems to get out of the car and walk into a large grassland. Chapter 151. These are the company's personal actions and have nothing to do with me. In the video, many people in suits got out of the car with terrified expressions on their faces. They asked a series of questions in fear, as if they couldn't believe what they were experiencing. This is beyond the technological level that Blue Planet can achieve. Could aliens be the ones who can achieve this? The video host's murmurs are conveyed through the video. Users who watched the video were puzzled. What kind of movie trailer about aliens is this? Could it be an announcement for a new phone? By mentioning aliens, are they trying to imply that their phones are as technologically advanced as aliens? 6666. Igwe Company will promote it. Don't tell me. I bought a new phone from Igwe, and the performance is simply amazing. It's way better than any other phone company. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a dimensionality reduction attack. Igwe's technology is like a demon sent down from heaven. It's truly the Tai Sui God on earth. That's an exaggeration. It's just ordinary, a few decades ahead of other technologies. Are these people employees of Igwe Company? Their acting skills are worthy of a bonus. A new product? I'm going to buy it all. I'm already preparing my wallet for this month. Mr. G appeared in the video and said that they were urgently called back because they were attacked. Then a video of the employees being massacred was played. Is this a movie special effect? It looks so realistic. Seeing this kind of scene, my DNA was triggered. Damn, these people actually massacred unarmed residents. I really want to fly into the video and shoot these invaders. No, I'm confused. What exactly does this video mean? Then, Mr. G's words overloaded the brains of all users. Wait, what do you mean? Our Order of the Deviant? The contractor? What's the connection between Igwe Company and Igwe? They both have the same pronunciation. Wow, I didn't expect Igwe Company to be so well hidden. Hehe, I like Igwe Company even more. I'm going to buy more products to support it. After all, those contractors are protecting us by containing the weird. Get to the point. This video is real. Doesn't it mean someone attacked the headquarters of another deviant society and massacred so many people? How cruel. Who did this? Someone from another country? Didn't you watch the video later? There were 0 casualties. It seems the leader of the deviant society used some kind of ability. Resurrection? Reversing time. Can a contract master do this? Too strong. As more and more people watched these videos, the matter became more and more popular on the internet. If videos from external networks could be downloaded and saved, these videos would have been leaked to foreign countries long ago. However, Igwe has developed too rapidly, and many foreign companies are paying attention to it, so it doesn't make much difference whether it leaves or not. Ding! You've spread rumors about the heresy. Build point plus 72,105. But would the Igwe treat their ordinary employees like this? Seeing the security guards forcing the spies to go to the battlefield, users who were unaware of the spies' true identities raised questions. Goodness me, he just signed a contract to sell himself? What kind of cheap mercenary contract is this? Isn't it a bit excessive for the deviant to do this? You don't take the lives of ordinary people seriously. Even if you are a powerful contract master, the lives of ordinary people are still lives. Yes, those ordinary employees definitely work for the salary. They want to find a stable job to support their family, not to work hard for you. I looked at their recruitment notice. Igwe Company's salary is indeed good, but compared to the money I earned by selling my life, it's nothing. Continue reading below. Users who were originally condemning the immorality of the organization and forcing ordinary employees to be cannon fodder watched this group of ordinary employees stage a wonderful spy war. Finally, after a battle of wits and courage, these people finally recognized that they were all in the same industry. Users were almost dying of laughter. They are so funny. They are trying to trick others into committing suicide, but others are also tricking them. Don't say they speak so eloquently. I was so confused that I really fell for it. Indeed, if this wasn't a video, I would be able to carefully analyze the meaning of their words. If I stood in front of them, I would definitely be fooled by them. Do ordinary employees have so many thoughts? They are indeed cunning and can even scheme against each other for a job. However, there aren't many people of their caliber. It's considered good if a company can produce 1 or 2, let alone so many of them. Are they exchanging secret signals? I think I understand a little bit. These people are all corporate spies, right? Spies? Are they all spies? I really want to know why they were forced to go to the front line with guns pointed at them. After all this time, they are not ordinary people. They deserve it. I was wrong. I wronged the Ichi society. I take back what I said. In particular, some of the spies' actions in contacting their superiors were recorded, and now all of them were exposed on the internet. The users who originally condemned the cult all changed their tone and said that they deserved it, and it was their own fault. The Deviant Society, a powerful organization of pact masters. I didn't expect them to be so close to us. I have submitted my resume. Everyone, wait for my good news. Fuck, you actually ran away. Add me, and I'll go too. We'll all be colleagues at Igwe Company from now on. Hehe, if you're chosen to become a contract master, that would be a real step up to the heavens. Many people from other countries are paying attention to Igwe Company's external domain network. After these videos were released, they also attracted their attention, especially the relatives of these spies. Everyone was sweating profusely. Quick, erase all traces and say this was just a personal business activity by these companies and has nothing to do with our country. Who would have thought that just wanting to go undercover in an ordinary company and steal some high-end scientific and technological information would actually cause trouble for the master of contract? There are still so many strange things wreaking havoc in various countries, all waiting for the master of tricks to come and deal with them. Before the weirdness is resolved, These countries do not want to fall out with the weird masters unless they can master the power to fight against the weirdness themselves. Otherwise, we still have to coax these witches. Now, all of their men have gone undercover in the other party's branch, and their identities have been discovered by the other party. These people didn't hesitate at all and directly threw their subordinates out as scapegoats. Anyway, everything was just the personal behavior of their subordinates. They expressed strong condemnation and drew a clear line, saying that everything had nothing to do with them. This matter caused a lot of uproar. However, the blocking force of the external network is quite strong, and it is directly said that it will be blocked, so everyone uses other words to refer to it. Especially words like Igwe Company are absolutely not allowed to be blocked abroad. Chapter 152, Foreseeing the Future, What I Saw. Many people in China also know that Igwe Company is a branch established by the Kagwishi organization. Ding! You've spread rumors about the cult. Build points plus 213,796. The construction points bring in a lot of money. Many people from Anyang City came to the gate of Igwe Company to watch. But because Zhuang Hu was standing there holding a gun, they only dared to take pictures from a distance and did not dare to go forward. Wow, that's cool. Is that a gun he's holding? Why didn't I notice this before? How could an ordinary company have security guards with guns? Yeah, I passed by here several times before and ignored it. Hey, you guys don't know, I live here. A while ago, there was a gunfight here. It seems like someone came to assassinate people from Igwe Company. Is it so exciting? Then why haven't I seen any relevant reports online? I don't know. I find it strange too. I saw it then and forgot about it. I just remembered it now. Could it be misleading thinking? Upstairs you. Will the number be gone? If you know, then you know. Why say it out loud? Speaking of which, the treatment at Igwe Company is really good. I also want to join Igwe Company. Igwe Company is always recruiting employees, and they have branches in other cities where they have more positions. This seems to be the head office, and the recruitment standards are relatively high. I went for an interview once before, and wow, for a small job as a cleaner, all the people who came to interview were college graduates. Everyone tacitly chatted about other topics and posted the post. Let's not talk about how those countries are having the headache to suppress the topic. They were all guessing what the Igwe would mean by this card. There is no doubt that Igwe Company is a company supported by Igwe Society. Why did these videos suddenly appear on the external domain network built by Igwe Company? Is this a warning against the practice of sending commercial spies to other countries? Or is it an attempt to assert authority? Or perhaps a plan to use courtesy first and then force? Just guessing the meaning behind the meeting is enough to give these countries a headache. They could not have imagined that an ordinary routine operation of commercial espionage would actually provoke such a mysterious organization. Other countries that did not send out commercial spies or did not have time to send out commercial spies were all laughing and watching their jokes. However, no matter how they issued apology statements and requested meetings to Igwe, except for requests for cooperation, they were all rejected by Igwe. Igwe behaves like an ordinary, normal company, focusing only on conducting business activities. The spies were unaware of the turmoil in the outside world because their network was blocked after they transmitted the video. The security guards used the excuse that the next action could not be leaked and shut down the external network. Now they can only communicate with each other internally and cannot contact the outside world. Several newcomers are still sleeping. Yang Yu didn't sleep well. When he fell asleep, he felt his eyeballs were still trembling, as if he saw something and were rolling around excitedly. He saw that he and his companions had come to a gathering place where the people were living a miserable life. They were starving, emaciated, and most of their exposed skin was rotten and swollen due to radiation. Because it was found that the group of invaders had no connection with this gathering place. Du Jiashi and others are discussing whether to accept the surrender of these people or kill them all. The people in that gathering place were so miserable that they felt they should be given a chance. In the chaos, a child stumbled towards them, and the security guard pointed a gun at him and ordered him not to come over. There was a violent explosion. Yang Yu struggled in his sleeping bag and finally sat up. He covered his eyes and gasped for breath. His heart was beating fast, and his body was trembling slightly because of the last scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere that he saw. Such a loud noise woke up Du Jiashi, who was standing next to him. He sat up and yawned. What's wrong? I seem to have seen something. Yang Yu's voice trembled a little. Seeing that his face was covered in sweat and he looked terrified, Du Jiashi patted him on the back and asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" Du Jiashi thought that although Yang Yu looked sensible, he was still too young. It was normal for him to be a little scared when he stepped onto the battlefield for the first time. However, Du Jiashi didn't know how to comfort others, and finally just said, Anyway, as long as we control our strange abilities, those bullets will not pose a threat to us. What about the bomb? Yang Yu almost blurted out. But after thinking about it carefully, maybe he was just worrying too much? With two senior masters of the art of war here, no matter what, that kind of situation will not happen. Everyone got up one after another, washed up, and had their meal. One of the robots sent out earlier sent a warning that it had discovered human life. The white leftist sat in front of the computer and tapped on the keyboard again. Transfer the robot's image. After walking 1,000 kilometers, the robot finally saw some animals moving through the ruins. A bald wolf was walking through the ruins. It looked up at the robot from a distance, but when it didn't smell any scent of prey, it jumped a few times nimbly and quickly disappeared into the ruins of the abandoned building. Following these lives, it discovered several humans. Then he followed this group of humans and filmed them hunting mutant wolves, dogs, and other creatures. Finally, the robot followed them to their gathering place. The robot didn't get very close. It just recorded the route to the gathering place and continued to explore other places. Because the path the robot explores is not a straight line, but a robot searches a certain direction over a large area. So, in fact, this gathering place is only more than 200 kilometers away from the camp of the outlaws. The robot is very fast and relatively light, so it can travel several times faster than a car. This is why robots are used for exploration. After receiving the route map, Baizhua compared the terrain on the map and decided that it would only take about 2 hours to reach the gathering place. Baizhua was bored, so he recruited this group of newcomers and said, "I'll give you a mission. Go to this place and check if the invading group has any connection with them." Du Jiashi responded without hesitation. "Okay, Mr. Baizhua, I promise to complete the task." Su Ro, "This is my first mission, so I need to take it seriously." Ms. Yin, "Okay." Yang Yu frowned, feeling that the place gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere. Wait, is that where? Chapter 153, I will never let you ignore me again. Isn't that a dream? Yang Yu frowned, struggling over whether to tell what he had dreamed. Du Jiashi noticed that he was in a bad mood and asked, "You don't look well. If you are not feeling well, please stay." The others had no objection when they heard this. Anyway, Yang Yu is still young. Seeing the concerned looks from the others, Yang Yu finally decided to speak out. "I seem to have seen something. Just now I had a dream. I saw us coming to a gathering place. Then, there was some chaos. A child ran towards us with a bomb wrapped around his body. Finally, the bomb exploded." Yang Yu paused. He didn't know if they would believe what he said. Du Jiashi asked, "Precognitive dream? Su Ro, is this the ability of the strange eye?" He knew. "That's great. I can't control it right now." Yang Yu was stunned, then smiled with relief. Well, they were all companions, so why wouldn't they trust him? Du Jiashi, "Then we need to make a good plan, otherwise we won't be prepared and get blown up in the face." Su Ro, "Exploiting children? Indeed, people are always less defensive towards the weak." Milan suddenly rushed in between them, her blue eyes sparkling. "I heard you. Are you talking about bombs?" Du Jiashi, Yes. Yang Yu rubbed his eyes. When he found that his eyes were no longer sore, he took the initiative to say, "My strange eyes seem to have activated their power, allowing me to see some fragments of the future." He told Milan what he had seen. Milan held her chin with her hand and nodded as she listened. "I see. In that case, I'll go with you. It's a bit regrettable. I originally wanted to stay and play games with Baizhua seniors, but since my lovely juniors have troubles." Du Jiashi and others looked around and began to ask Milan for help very politely. "Master Milan, please take good care of us newcomers. With Lord Milan here, I'm sure any difficulty can be easily solved, right? Master Milan is willing to take care of us newcomers. He is indeed the most reliable senior. Master Milan is awesome." Milan nodded and put her hands on her hips. "Yes, I am awesome. Senior Baizhua, do you see that I am more loved by the younger generation than you are?" The white leftist only showed him the back of his head and didn't even turn around to look at him. Milan puffed up her face in anger. Seriously, Senior Baizhua always ignores me. One day, I'll make sure you can't ignore me anymore." "Wow, I was just kidding. Don't let it get close to me." Milan suddenly jumped behind Du Jiashi and others. They saw a small white spider standing on the ground, raising its front legs and waving them at them proudly. Although it is no bigger than a kitten and its appearance is not particularly scary, this multi-legged creature can indeed cause discomfort to people. Baizhua tilted his head slightly, a thick darkness brewing in his eyes, as if it could swallow up all the light. "Milan, don't forget who brought you to the Igwe Society." His voice was very soft, but when it fell into other people's ears, it gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. Several people froze in an instant, not daring to breathe. Milan muttered softly. I know. I will be obedient. Very good. Baizwa gave a wicked smile. I like obedient tools. No one else dared to speak, but Milan waved her hand nonchalantly. Let's go. Let's go. It's time to set off. The white spider returned the same way it came, climbed up Baizwa's trouser leg, and then climbed up his leg all the way to his shoulder. It shook its legs, as if conveying something to Baizwa. Baizwa listened for a while, and then said, There will be a chance, don't worry. There was a coldness in his eyes. The hidden malice in it makes people dare not look over there for even a second. Several newcomers fled from the camp. Milan took them to the gathering place. The spies didn't dare to cause any trouble and went to the surrounding area to collect information under the command of security. They need more samples to test whether this space is still worth reclaiming. Some researchers have previously considered researching agents to purify pollution, but this requires a large amount of materials, funds, and time to research. If you have that much time, it would be more cost-effective to find a pollution-free space. So this was just a proposal and was never implemented. In his setting, Igwe would possess countless resource spaces and was a behemoth that had been developing for an unknown period of time. For a polluted space, will the off-track take it too seriously? But in fact, the only resource space controlled by the Deviant Society is the Vassar Dungeon. And the space in the Vassar Dungeon is limited. It is far smaller than the space discovered this time. The area explored in such a short time is already much larger than the Wasser underground city, not to mention other spaces that have not been explored. Xinyu is determined to get it. However, the radiation and pollution are quite serious. If not handled properly, the land on the ground will be completely unusable. Fortunately, there is profit to be made from digging deep underground for mineral resources, but mining is a bit more difficult. The robot will not be affected by radiation, and using it to mine rare minerals can also avoid radiation. All in all, there is still profit. But Xinyu not only wanted to make money from these rare minerals, he also wanted these vast and boundless lands. Perhaps the farming gene is really deeply engraved in the bones of the Xia people. Seeing so much land, it would seem a waste if we don't plant something. Therefore, when Xinyu stepped into this space, he had already started looking for relevant information on the technology tree, and had found several similar technologies. This is great. It can both purify pollution and solve radiation problems. 100,000 construction points? No big deal. The most important thing is that this technology is a biotechnology. It will clone a microscopic organism that specializes in purifying pollution and consuming radiation. This organism will be implanted with some programs at birth. After purifying the pollution and radiation, it will return to the incubator to self-destruct, leaving behind the pure energy that is decomposed. This kind of energy can be regarded as a high-purity clean energy, which is an essential energy for some advanced civilizations. For example, some spacecraft, wormhole starters, rain shields, core power supplies, etc. all need it to operate. Now the Deviant Society can also use it. For example, the electricity consumption of the headquarters building of the Yigihui has always been maintained by consuming construction points, and about 1,000 construction points are spent every day. As more production lines are opened in the future, more construction points will be consumed. Now, with the energy left over from the decomposition of pollution by these microorganisms, a certain amount of construction points can be saved every day. Clicked. Chapter 154. Those who survived are both lucky and unlucky. Woohoo, it's better to be in a place without traffic lights like this. The others were vomiting, and even the seat belts couldn't hold their swaying bodies back and forth. Under Milan's control, the car made another 180-degree turn and performed a drift on the plain. The ground was bumpy, and when the wheels rolled over the potholes, the people inside were thrown up and down as if they were riding in a bumper car. If they were not held by the seat belts, their heads would probably hit the roof of the car. Du Jiasher's face was grim. Milan, sir, can you drive slower? He could hardly contain his churning stomach. The others also looked pale. Milan slammed on the brakes. Everyone in the car hurriedly pushed open the door and climbed out. For a while, the sound of vomiting continued. Nice newbies. Milan rolled down the car window and looked at the group of newcomers who were vomiting like they were dying. He laughed with schadenfreude. No way. If you can't even accept this level, you'll easily die when facing weird things in the future. After Du Jiasher vomited everything in his stomach, he said with a twisted face, I think fighting weird is better than this. The others remained silent, but nodded in agreement. The main reason is that their bodies really can't withstand this kind of bumps. Well, Lord Milan, why don't we just walk there? After resting for a while and feeling that the discomfort had subsided, Du Jiasher dared to make this suggestion. Yang Yu raised his hand in agreement. I think Brother Du is right. Su Ro wiped her mouth with a tissue and handed another to Yin Nu. Yeah, let's walk there. It shouldn't be far anyway. After all, it was such a long drive. Ms. Yin nodded and took the tissue. We need to exercise. Everyone unanimously decided to walk there and would rather die than get in the car driven by Milan. Milan tilted her head. What are you talking about? We've already arrived. Everyone turned their heads suddenly, and sure enough, the gathering place was right in front of them, probably only a few hundred meters away. We actually endured for 2 hours. Du Jiashi shouted in disbelief. The experience is like riding on bumper cars, spinning tops, washing drums, pendulums, and other entertainment props, and the driving skills are like those of ghosts and gods. They can actually sit for 2 hours. What an amazing endurance. Everyone touched their bodies in disbelief. Is this the powerful physique of a contract master? It can actually improve resistance to motion sickness? It's amazing. Yang Yu looked at the time, and then he was surprised to find that only a little over an hour had passed since they set out. In other words, Milan used his supernatural and deadly driving skills to shorten the 2-hour journey to just over an hour. Yang Yu's face turned pale. Why did he feel more uncomfortable this time? And the driving was more bumpy than the previous time. It was obvious that the speed was a little faster and the car swayed left and right a little before, but it was still driving very smoothly afterwards. Suddenly he thought of something and glanced at Milan. Milan was humming a song in a good mood, and picked a plant that looked like dogtail grass and put it in her mouth. Yang Yu thought, could it be that they restrained themselves a lot the first time they met them because the white leftists were there too? This time when the white left is not around, he completely lets out his true nature and doesn't pretend at all? Yang Yu guessed it, but he didn't dare to say it. Du Jiashi and others dragged their exhausted bodies towards the gathering place. As they walked, they discussed, how do we get in? Should we just fight our way in? Let's ask first. Just say we are foreign merchants. Yang Yu, what did we do last time? Yang Yu thought for a moment. Because I was watching a clip from the future, I don't know the specifics. Is that so? Su Ro was not disappointed. The ability to foresee the future was inherently buggy. If there were no restrictions at all, it would be too incredible. Moreover, the level would not be Qingyan. Perhaps only after the weird eye is upgraded to a higher level can it foresee more of the future? Du Jiashi. We'll analyze the situation on a case-by-case basis. Anyway, we should be careful with this group of people. Those who struggle to survive in the apocalypse have lost the beauty and humanity of peacetime. Bloodshed, violence, betrayal, and exploitation. This is what it means to be a struggler in the apocalypse. Lady Yin, kind people probably won't live long. The doomsday disaster is a huge elimination ground. Those who survive are both lucky and unlucky. Fortunately, they are still alive, but unfortunately, their life may be more painful than death. Did the organization say how to deal with these people? Du Jiashi asked. Compared to these newcomers who knew nothing, Milan was the only one who understood all this, so he asked Milan. Milan, let me think. What did we do in the past when we encountered this kind of situation? Well, probably those who resisted were killed, and those who didn't resist were settled down, and then became members of the Deviant Society, working for the Deviant Society, and we would provide food and ensure their safety. When Du Jiashi heard that those who resisted were killed, he felt a little uncomfortable as he had always lived in a peaceful country, but he also knew that the era he lived in was not very peaceful. It was because he happened to be born in a peaceful and powerful country, which protected ordinary people like them from the invasion of war. Some places in foreign countries have been plagued by war for many years, and countless people have been displaced or even starved to death. However, after the strange incident, these countries became much more peaceful. Although fighting was still going on in some local areas, there were no large-scale attacks. He knew that this invasion and counter-invasion would not be bloodless. The Orbital Society is a powerful organization. It was invaded and many of its employees were killed. Although no one was lost in the end, that cannot erase the evil deeds committed by the invaders. If Igwe does not take any action, he will be looked down upon by other forces, and then he will have some inappropriate thoughts. When people within the organization see their people being beaten and the top leaders are so weak that they dare not take action, they will also become disappointed in their organization, and the organization will lose its people's support and cohesion. Everyone knows that this battle is necessary. The organization will fight back fiercely and will not stop until all the invaders are killed. However, what will the Yigihui do with other unrelated people who have not yet launched an attack? Ms. Yin, what if they all resist? This is their place. If someone suddenly broke into my house and said they wanted to take it away, I would not give it to them. If one person cannot defeat the enemy, then gather others to resist together. Du Jiashi, Yang Yu, and Su Ro all looked at Milan, waiting for his answer. Chapter 155, The President's Philosophy, Moths to Flame. Milan made the number 7 with his right hand at his chin. Of course, kill them all. A deep oppression that seemed capable of drowning people emerged from Milan's originally clear eyes, as if endless sea water was pouring into her body, unable to struggle and could only sink heavily to the bottom of the sea, making people feel the horror of the deep sea. Du Jiashir and others who were staring into his eyes were shocked. Then a thought came to their mind. As expected, they are people who admire white leftists, and they are very similar to them. But there are some differences. Yang Yu observed for a while and found that this was probably a child trying to attract the attention of an adult, and then imitating the character and behavior of the adult he admired in order to gain the adult's attention. Unfortunately, that adult's character was so bad that he didn't even want to look at him. Milan is too persistent. So, Milan developed this naive yet cruel character? All killed. Du Jiashir was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. Inu clenched her fists. She didn't know if she could do it. She could fight against the monsters or kill the bad guys, but she couldn't do it to ordinary people who just had different opinions. Maybe she couldn't get over it in her heart. People who have not undergone certain training, or whose own character is not firm or cruel enough, cannot attack others. Su Ro, the people of this world have struggled to survive. For those who didn't attack us, are there any other more peaceful methods? If the Xia kingdom was attacked, it would fight back fiercely, but it was not a country that advocated aggression. In ancient times, going to war had to have a legitimate reason. Yang Yu. It's impossible for everyone to resist. There will always be people who will see the situation clearly and surrender. As long as we communicate well and let them know that after joining the deviant society, they can survive well and even live better than before, maybe we won't even need to fight, and they will surrender. Yang Yu could tell what kind of life the people here lived just by looking at the environment. A large area of land has been polluted. There should still be some land suitable for cultivation, but not much. The food produced may only be supplied to the upper class, and the lower class can only rely on labor to get a small amount of food that is barely enough to avoid starvation. If you want to eat meat, you can only hunt and kill those contaminated and mutated animals. You don't know if you will get sick if you eat their meat. No, perhaps the world is already sick, very sick. Now it is just barely surviving, and no one knows when it will perish. Milan saw that they had already started discussing how to persuade the other party to surrender and not resist. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Of course I was lying to you. Oh. The four of them looked confused. You're a newbie, huh? Have you forgotten the existence of human relations rules in the deviant society? Humanity regulations? Du Jiashir touched his head, feeling a little itchy, as if he was about to grow a brain. Yang Yu. I think I've heard of it, but I'm not sure what the specific regulations are. Inu and Su Ro also recalled carefully, but they had only heard of it. Milan, because you weren't contract masters before, you certainly didn't need to know this. But after this, you will be asked to memorize the long human protection regulations, right? Listen carefully. Article 4 of the Humanitarian Protection Ordinance is to protect the flame of civilization and ensure the transmission of human principles. Not only can we not destroy the transmission of a civilization, on the contrary, if we see that civilization is about to be destroyed, we need to spend energy to protect it. Du Jiashir, huh? This is the first time I've heard that our organization isn't a shelter organization. Yang Yu. It sounds more like a salvation organization. Su Ro, really? So the organization still needs to do this kind of thing. Mizine. It will be very hard, right? Not only do we have to contain the weirdness, but we also have to protect civilization. If the organization is not strong enough, it is easy to lose sight of the big picture. Milan saw that they had misunderstood the idea, so he corrected them. It's not what you think. If you think the Igwe Society is a savior organization, you are wrong. To be more precise, it should be the owner of the garden who maintains the health of the giant tree. If the civilizations in those worlds and dimensions are like leaves, and the countless universes are like giant trees, then the extinction of civilization in a world or dimension will cause that world to lose the light of civilization, and the leaves on the corresponding giant tree will wither and fall. The strange one is more like a pest that damages trees. If you leave a leaf alone, it will be difficult for the insect to survive after all the leaves on the tree fall off. What we have to do is to remove pests and ensure the health of every leaf, thus ensuring the health of the giant tree. Then, harvesting abundant fruits from these giant trees and strengthening ourselves is a mutually beneficial thing. So, the organization will consider whether it's worth saving the world. After all, removing some diseased leaves will also protect other leaves and branches from being infected. This is just an analogy. The specific situation will certainly be more complicated. Milan just gave an example to help these newcomers better understand why the organization would spend the effort to do this. Of course, you just need to listen to it. I heard that it all started when the president was establishing the organization. In order to prevent the deviants from losing their original ideals as they grew stronger, he became unscrupulous and eventually lost himself, becoming a new pest that did all sorts of evil. This is probably a rule he set in order to find what he wants. The four newcomers listened very carefully and silently took note of what Milan said. They became increasingly curious about the president, whom they had only heard of but never seen, and they couldn't wait to get to know him. What kind of person is the president who built such a powerful organization? What is his philosophy? What kind of mood did he have when he set these rules? Suddenly, they seemed to see a pair of inclusive eyes, watching them silently. The order, the contract master, the employees, and everything else turned into a sphere, held in the palm of the hand by a man as powerful as a god. They all grew up slowly under his watchful eye. Then it slowly floated in his hand, flapped its wings and flew, circling around him. He stood at the end of time, and with just a glance back, countless spheres gritted their teeth and chased after him recklessly. It seemed that those worlds were chasing him, but in fact, it was because he exuded a strong gravitational force, like invisible threads that sucked them tightly, making them unconsciously chase him nonstop. Several people's hearts beat faster and faster with excitement, their eyes filled with longing, curiosity, and admiration for the president. The world under his gaze, tolerance and salvation will probably rush towards him without hesitation like a moth to a flame, right? Chapter 156. The white left has a way to pry open his mouth. A dull engine sound was heard. Several cars were coming towards them from a distance. It seems that the gathering place over there discovered them and sent people to investigate. A group of people got out of the car, pointed their weapons at them, and chattered in words they couldn't understand. What are they talking about? Can't understand. Oh no, we don't speak the same language. How are we going to communicate now? The four newcomers never expected that their plan would fail at the very beginning due to a lack of communication. Du Jiashir tried to make the other party understand what they meant by using gestures. But not only did the other party look at them as if they were fools, their attitude was also very cautious, even full of distrust and viciousness. We are businessmen. How should we make gestures? I don't understand sign language. It's over. The mission is going to fail. Milan watched the excitement from the side for a while before speaking out to help. Ha 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 ha. I have a translator here. Do you want it? Su Ro smiled bitterly. Master Milan, please don't tease us. Du Jiashir. Yes, we thought we failed in communication. Yang Yu walked over and took the translator, studied it for a while, and opened it according to the instructions. Those people kept talking in gibberish. After the translator translated, Yang Yu and others finally understood what they were saying. Who are you? Don't come near us, or we will shoot. Which gathering place are you from? Why aren't you talking? Are they hyenas? It doesn't look like it. This kind of clothing and body condition can only be raised by the children of the pampered and wealthy people in those two central gathering places. Could it be someone from those two bases who came out for fun? What's fun here? Nothing. Who knows what they were thinking? What is that thing? Why is it repeating our words? Translator, are you from the central gathering place? It's really nice there. They even have high-end products like translation machines. It would be nice if I could go to the central gathering place too. Maybe they would have accepted people 20 or so years ago, but now? Unless you are of high status or have great value, that group of people won't accept outsiders. Yang Yu fiddled with it for a while. Master Milan, how do we translate what we say into their language? Milan leaned over and said, press here, speak, and then press here again for automatic translation. Perhaps they were wary of their identities, fearing that they were sent from the central gathering place. These people didn't dare to shoot at all. They just kept asking about their identities. Yang Yu discussed with the others, should we pretend to be someone from that central gathering place? That's not good. We don't know what the central gathering place is like. What if they ask something and we can't answer it? Wouldn't that give us away? We can say we're merchants from a large settlement, but we won't reveal which settlement it is. We can scare them first, trade a few things to gain their trust, and then we can get intelligence about this world from them. Seeing the newcomers working so hard to discuss things, Milan yawned. Actually, there's an even simpler way. Just grab a random person, and Senior Baizu will be able to pry open his mouth. At that time, you can have any information you want. The newlyweds looked at each other, and then, Du Jiashir moved closer to Milan. Lord Milan. You also want to gain recognition from the white left seniors, right? Milan's eyes widened for a moment. Then she regained her composure. No, I just want him to look me in the eye and play with me. After all, being alone is just too boring, and the others are too fragile. It's not fun at all. Yes, yes, yes. Du Jiashir nodded frantically. Think about it. If we can rely on ourselves to obtain intelligence and don't bother Senior Baizhua will definitely look at us with new eyes. Yang Yu. Maybe he will even praise us? Milan froze. Huh? So you guys want to be praised? Are you some 3-year-old kid who wants candy? Su Ro. Yes, we don't want to trouble Mr. Baizu and make him disappointed in us. Ms. Een. This is the mission assigned to us. If we have to rely on Senior Baizhua for this, wouldn't it make us look incompetent? Milan pondered for a moment. That's true. Even with me here, I can't complete this task. Senior Baizhua will definitely laugh at me, right? I'm not trying to gain his approval. I just don't want to perform too badly and make people doubt my ability. The others nodded repeatedly. No matter what, the right thing to do was to coax him. Yes, we must take down this gathering place and let others know our strength. Yeah, let's do it big time. Milan gave them confidence directly. Just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about them resisting. After procrastinating for so long, those people can no longer wait. Du Jiashir approached them and spoke. Hello, we are merchants from a distant city, and we want to trade some things here. The translator converted his language into words that the other party could understand. A distant city? Are there still cities these days? Which settlement is it from? A man in the front looked suspicious. What do you want to trade? We're going to trade for food and water. Food and water? We don't have enough of these scarce resources, so we can't trade them. The man immediately refused. No, you misunderstood. We need something else. We traded food and water for something. Shock flashed in the man's eyes. What? The person next to him immediately responded. Okay, if you can really come up with food and water, we'll do our best to find whatever we need. Suro took out several boxes of compressed biscuits, canned food, and water from the trunk of the car. These are all we brought. The man looked at those things. Greed and desire flashed in his eyes, but he held it back. Because he didn't know the other party's origins, anyone who could trade with scarce food and water must have a powerful gathering place behind him. The scale of their gathering place is not large. If they offend a powerful force, they may be wiped out by the other party with a wave of their hands. The man lowered his weapon. Someone was asked to check the boxes of food. It was found that there was no production date or trademark information on the cans and bottled water, which shows that the other party still has a certain degree of productivity. The man became even more wary of this group of people coming from afar. In this doomsday, any place that still has a gathering place of productivity is powerful. What do you want? Yang Yu. Intelligence and some rare minerals. Chapter 157. I have plenty of ways to make you agree. Rare minerals. I see. What do you want? Just provide a list. We'll do our best to find whatever we can. But, intelligence, what kind of intelligence do you mean? After the two sides talked for a while, the man said, this amount of food and water can only provide 1,000 kilograms of minerals at most. You should know that if we go looking for minerals now, we will have to risk our lives. 1,000 kilograms is already a lot, and it can be seen how scarce water and food are. If the radiation outside wasn't too strong and there weren't contaminated organisms active, mining and searching for minerals would take time. The men could probably provide as many minerals as they wanted, as long as they could provide more water and food in exchange. In this radiation-filled world, food and water are becoming increasingly scarce, especially clean water, which has become more precious than gold. After all, no matter how much gold you have, you can't survive for 3 days without water. Du Jiashir said, our city is not short of water and food. What we lack is people, a lot of people. He was talking about the lack of labor because he thought of what Milan said, that if civilization is to be preserved, then people are the most important. By relying on the trade of materials, we may be able to take over this gathering place without spending a single soldier. However, it did not sound like that to the man's ears. His face changed and became very ugly. The people around him were even more excited, and some of them even raised their guns, but the man raised his hands to stop them. Valti, are you going to cooperate with these demons? We have persisted for so long just to survive. We can't possibly provide them with live pigs. Live pig? What is that? It doesn't sound like a good word, Du Jiashir thought. Suro wondered why they suddenly became so excited. Was there something wrong with what they said just now? She went over Du Jiashir's words in her mind and found that there was indeed some ambiguity in his words, so she added, what we mean is that we want to come here to establish a gathering place, so we need to recruit some talents. The man named Valti looked surprised. Establish a gathering place? Don't you have your own city? She's lying to us, right? We have nothing here, and the radiation level is exceeding the standard. We're nowhere near as good as the central gathering place. How could anyone come here to establish a gathering place? They don't believe anyone would do such a thankless job. Du Jiashir raised his hand. Wait a minute, what do you mean by live pigs? Valti and his companions looked strange. You don't know what a live pig is? Du Jiashir. Although I know this word, I feel that what you mean is different from what I understand. Walti observed Du Jiashir, Su Ro, and others again. Their ages varied, but two of them looked like children who had not yet grown up. There is still a childishness on their faces, and there is no numbness and despair on the faces of Du Jiashir and others who are struggling to survive in the doomsday. There is still a glimmer of hope for life in his eyes. How ironic is this? Clearly living in such a hopeless world, what kind of paradise do they live in that makes them blind to the suffering of the outside world? Walti said in a bad tone, Live pigs, isn't that what you people in the central gathering place use to describe us low-class, worthless people? They exchanged some food for a person. As for what they're going to do with those live pigs, slaves, consumables, experimental subjects, or even just for venting their anger. Anything is possible. So this is what live pigs mean, Du Jiashir thought, and then explained, No, we don't mean to buy you. We really plan to establish a gathering place here. Milan looked at the group of little devils with boredom as they racked their brains to think of how to persuade each other. She tilted her head and said, Too slow. Milan snapped his fingers, making everyone look at him. Then he said, I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. If you don't agree, I have plenty of ways to make you agree. Valti's expression turned unhappy. What do you mean? What I mean is, Milan snapped his fingers again. You can't disagree. Valti's companion was furious. Just as he was about to pull the trigger to give the other person a warning, he was horrified to find that his body had become very strange. Something in his body was boiling and squirming. He looked at his arm and found that the skin on it was bulging with lumps and something was moving inside, as if countless worms were rolling around inside. He screamed in horror. What is this? His companions also screamed one after another, and they couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands, and they dropped them to the ground. They were so terrified that they couldn't stand and sat down on the ground. Milan smiled and said, This is divine punishment. Valti was anxious, but just as he was about to move, he felt an indescribable feeling in his body, as if all the blood in his body was being controlled by someone. He thought helplessly, So that's how it is. Isn't the opponent on the same level as us? Please stop. We agree to all your demands. We only hope you will show mercy and not kill us. Du Jiashir and the other three were shocked. Is there such a thing? Yang Yu twitched his lips. What had they done before? Thinking of their previous stupid actions, he suddenly wanted to cover his face. Yes, they are all contractors, and this mission has no restrictions on the use of abilities. They actually only thought of communicating with words instead of directly using their abilities to coerce the other party. Is it because of the inertia of thinking? Du Jiashir slapped his face. Actually, we're not very proficient in controlling the weirdness yet. Luckily, we have Master Milan here. They are not yet able to achieve such fine control, and it is possible that after releasing the weirdness, they will kill everyone directly. It is more than enough to save one's life, but it is difficult to achieve the effect of coercion. Valti lowered his head and said respectfully, My lords, who have come from a distant city, do you have any instructions? As long as we at the White Sands Gathering can do it, we will definitely do it. The experience just now made him realize that he had no right to resist the other party. In this case, he might as well put aside his pride and perhaps save his life. For those struggling in the end times, nothing is more important than being alive. Give us detailed intelligence on all the gathering places here. Milan. Also, I need to know which gathering place this group of people are from. Valti saw the photo that Milan took out, which showed a group of people wearing combat uniforms with their faces covered. Chapter 158. The Blood Feast organization's shattered ideals have become bandits. The logo on it shows that they are members of the notorious organization, the Blood Feast Armed Forces. This is a group of extremely vicious individuals who have committed all kinds of evil. They are wanted criminals in every gathering place. Valti told all the information he knew. The Blood Feast organization was originally a resistance organization composed of a group of oppressed people who could not survive. At that time, they were not called this name, but glorious. Because certain groups in those central gathering places are inhumane and have seized most of the resources without passing them on to the people at the bottom, many people are unable to survive. One of those small settlements started a protest, wanting those at the top to give the resources they deserve to those at the bottom. We have put in the hard work, and we shouldn't get just this little bit in return. Your blind exploitation and oppression will only drag the whole world down with you in the end. How low have our newborns gotten? If we weren't here, I wonder if you masters would still be able to enjoy your lives in high esteem. In the name of justice, he gathered a group of like-minded partners and launched an attack on those large gathering places. They looted a large amount of supplies and distributed them to other people who were starving to death. At the beginning, their behavior was followed by many people. As more and more people joined them, they became a huge force that no one dared to provoke. If they establish a gathering place and then implement their ideas equally, perhaps they will eventually become the largest force in the world. Unfortunately, when they wanted to establish a gathering place, the initiator died in a counterattack by a central gathering place, and most of his followers were also killed or injured. They barely escaped from the encirclement of several major gathering places, but could only become a wandering soul in the wasteland. They kept robbing other people's supplies. At first, they only chose to rob the supplies of the upper class. However, their actions made them hunted down by those people. This time, all the women and children who followed them died, leaving only a few strong men to escape. They were forced to lose their last bit of humanity, and with strong malice, they wantonly attacked others. They began to do all kinds of evil and kill anyone they saw. When they encounter a caravan or hunting team in the wild, they will rob their belongings and kill everyone, leaving no one alive. Although they are always wanted by people in the gathering place, they do not stay in one place all the time. They just fight and run away. Gradually, they absorbed some people who were exiled in the wild and established the Blood Feast organization. Become a notorious criminal who is hated by everyone. After listening to it, Du Jiashi and others sighed. The philosophy and purpose of the predecessor of the Blood Feast organization are very familiar to people like Du Jiashi, who were born and raised in Xia country. What a pity. If the leader who founded the glory hadn't died, the organization wouldn't have ended up like this. His death represents the shattering of an ideal, but there are still people who still cling to this ideal. Unfortunately, the death of their loved ones completely shattered this ideal. Du Jiashi sighed. If they hadn't fallen to the point of wantonly slaughtering others, perhaps. Yang Yu. Their beliefs have been completely distorted. Unable to see the future, they have probably become a group of bloody ghosts. Their hearts have long been dead, leaving only inhuman shells. Su Rou. No matter how tragic and miserable their pasts were, when they dragged innocent people into hell with their own hands, they also became evil ghosts who deserved to die. Lady Yin. In other words, there's no need to show mercy. Valti. Are you looking for them because they attacked you? Valti vaguely guessed the purpose of their visit. Do these lunatics know what kind of monster they have provoked? Their whereabouts are elusive, and finding them is not easy. They have attacked caravans and expeditions from many gathering places. Everyone hates them, but there is nothing they can do. Unlike the previous glorious organization which had a base, the Blood Feast organization, which abandoned the concept of a gathering place, was simply a group of mobile bandits. They may have places to rest, but they never stay in one place for long. The gathering places with fixed addresses are the ones that suffer the most from invasions. They are treated as fixed resource refresh points. The Blood Feast organization comes to these gathering places from time to time to suck blood. Nourish yourself with the looted supplies. Valti smiled bitterly. Perhaps those people in the central gathering place are also having a headache right now. Being targeted by such a group of desperate mad dogs, they are afraid to do anything. What should we do now? Du Jiashi asked. Su Rou, we don't know the situation nearby, but since they appeared there before, it means their main force is not far away either. Yang Yu analyzed. They should have split into many small teams, looking for resources to plunder. The merchant caravans and hunting teams formed by ordinary gathering places are no match for them. If they encounter a large gathering of hunting parties, they will notify the others to gather together and attack the target. Du Jiashi, this is a bit difficult. Their attacks are completely random, so it's difficult for us to determine their location. Lady Yin, can we use a bait to lure them out? Du Jiashi, what if they have already left here and gone to other areas? Milan, in fact, they might come to us. What? X4. Hehe, don't you know yet? Oh, yes, you really don't know. Don't forget, the task that Senior Baizhui gave you was never to ask you to find the Blood Feast organization. Milan shook his finger and said mischievously, I just want you to confirm whether this Baisha gathering place has any connection with the Blood Feast organization. After all, this is the closest gathering place to that place. At first, they were very suspicious. Of course, after listening to this person's words, the suspicion of the Baisha gathering place has been dispelled. If the Blood Feast organization is really that famous, we can find out about them by simply asking around elsewhere. The people at the White Sands gathering place wouldn't lie about this. The four newcomers opened their mouths wide and exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, so our original purpose was wrong. Master Zhuo clearly stated it, but we actually misunderstood his meaning. No, no, no. In the final analysis, we just want to find these people. Chapter 159. Mutated wild boar meat. Eating it will not cause any harm. Yes, there's nothing wrong with us wanting to exceed our targets. It's just that it's a little difficult to catch them. So, our mission is accomplished. Milan nodded. Valti couldn't understand what they were saying without the translator, and seeing them whispering to each other, he didn't dare to disturb them. Du Jiashir, hasn't your gathering place ever been targeted by them? The Blood Feast organization is obviously an organization with strong military power and excellent weapons and equipment. Once a small gathering place like the Baisha gathering place is targeted by the Blood Feast organization, there is a high probability that the entire base and all the people will be cleared out, right? Valti. Although I've heard of this organization, I've never encountered them. If I had, the White Sands gathering would have ceased to exist, right? After getting the information he wanted, Du Jiashir waved his hand and asked them to leave. Walti and the others had their lives saved. After bowing to them, they immediately drove away, looking as if a ghost was chasing them. Speaking of which, why were we bombed in the first place? Yang Yu. Maybe because we couldn't communicate at first, they thought we were a large gathering of people buying live pigs. Then, after all sorts of misunderstandings, we demonstrated force, like Sister Su using an umbrella to scare them, and then they got so frightened they used a biological bomb to send us flying? The inference is very reasonable. The others applauded. Then shall we go back? Let's go back. Just as Milan was about to get into the driver's seat, he was stopped by several people. Master Milan, you have been driving for so long. Let us take over this time. Can you drive? Su-ro, I have a driver's license, but I haven't driven a car in a long time. If it's a road like this, it shouldn't be a problem. This is a wasteland, and as long as you don't drive into a big pit, you can basically drive anywhere. The others looked like they had been saved. Milan had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. Su-ro drives very steadily, not too fast, and carefully avoids the potholes. Although it took more than 2 hours to drive back to the camp, the riding experience was incomparable to that of the Milan. Senior Baizwa, we're back. Wow, it smells so good. What are you cooking? As soon as we returned to the camp, the aroma of meat wafted out. The spies set up 2 large pots and stewed the meat there, occasionally dropping in some ingredients and stirring it. The fragrance is so tempting. Du Jiashir shrugged his nose and almost drooled. What kind of meat is this stew? We're hungry too. Can we eat now? The expressions on the spies' faces were a little strange. They hesitated, not knowing whether to speak. Why do you have such expressions? Du Jiashir was very surprised. It's like you swallowed a fly. Yang Yu saw the meat in the pot and judged that it was cooked. It's cooked. Then we can have dinner, right? Let's call Mr. Baizwa over for dinner. They went to get the bowl themselves. First, he scooped some white rice, then scooped a spoonful of soup and poured it on the rice, and then scooped a lot of meat and side dishes. Just looking at it like this can really whet one's appetite. Du Jiashir sniffed the soup and said, "This tastes really good, but maybe there are too many spices? It's a bit pungent. And chili and cumin? It tastes a bit like stewed beef brisket. I quite like this kind of strong-flavored dish." Several newlyweds discussed and tasted the dish. Several spies saw them eat the meat with a look of disgust on their faces. Milan probably went to find the white left. While eating, Du Jiashir asked, "Why aren't you eating? Where are the security guards?" The spies hemmed and hawed. "You're welcome. There's so much food here. Come and eat together." Yang Yu found the security guards washing knives outside the camp, so he asked them to come and eat together. The security guards were wiping their bloodied knives. Upon hearing this, they said kindly, "A mutant wild boar just broke into the camp. After we slaughtered it, Lord Baizwa suddenly had the idea to try the mutant wild boar meat, so he asked us to stew it. Maybe it's because of the mutation, the meat is quite fishy. We had to use some spices to suppress it. We stewed it for several hours. How is it? How does it taste?" Yang Yu had just swallowed a piece of meat when his hands trembled after hearing this. "Is this mutated wild boar meat?" "Yes, this wild boar is really big. It weighs more than 800 kilograms of meat. It's enough for us to eat for a while." Yang Yu's lips trembled. "Can we eat this mutated meat? Will we mutate after eating it? Will we suddenly grow a pair of hands, or an extra leg, or eyes on our foreheads? How could that be? The people here also make a living by hunting these mutant animals. Do you see any extra growth on them? That's not the case. The meat that was originally very delicious in my mouth suddenly became unpalatable, and I even felt a little nauseous." Yang Yu thought of the mutated animals he had seen before. Each one is either deformed, with ulcerated skin, bald fur, cracked mouth, and concave and convex eyes. His face was greener than a vegetable leaf. Du Jiashir and the others were enjoying their meal when they saw Yang Yu walk in with an unsteady look on his face. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you carsick? Would you like some water and a rest?" Yang Yu put the bowl down and said with a serious expression, "I have something to tell you. Please make sure there is nothing in your mouth first." Du Jiashir was curious. "What's the matter?" "This meat is mutant wild boar meat." "Oh, wild boar meat. What? Mutated? Wild boar meat." Du Jiashir had just eaten a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup, and had eaten a lot of meat. After hearing this, he felt a strong urge to vomit. He only felt his stomach rummage a few times, and then he couldn't help but ran to the toilet in the camp to vomit. Suro also put down her bowl. "Is this meat edible? Are there any side effects?" Since Ms. Een didn't like eating meat very much, she only ate the side dishes and drank the soup. Her reaction was not that big at this time, but she was also scared. "Someone poisoned me?" Yang Yu said. "It was Lord Baizhua who ordered us to eat the meat. He wouldn't have poisoned it." Baizhua and Milan came out at this time. "Is the meal ready? It tastes pretty good." The white leftist scooped up a bowl of soup without a care in the world and drank it. After finishing it, he commented, "Although it's suppressed by spices, you can still taste a bit of fishy flavor. It's just barely drinkable." Milan couldn't eat anymore after taking a bite, so she put the bowl down and went to eat some snacks. "Yang Yu, will this meat have any side effects?" Baizhua sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, "Having a meal won't be a problem. You have to trust the powerful physique of the Chigue master." Chapter 160. They had no choice but to join the deviant society. Su Ro and Yang Yu looked at each other. They endured the discomfort and tried their best to ignore the fact that it was mutated wild boar meat, chewing it up and swallowing it. In fact, the taste of this meat is not that bad. At least it does not have that sour and rotten smell. As long as you don't think about whether you will have diarrhea, gastric perforation, mutation due to radiation contamination, or skin ulcers after eating the meat, you can still eat it. The white leftist tilted his head slightly and smiled, as if he was very satisfied with their reaction, or as if he was just in a good mood. But they were terrified in their hearts. This meal was prepared specifically for them. What was the purpose? Was it to test their character, their endurance, their willpower, or something else? They can't see. Those dark eyes are always filled with endless darkness, and no one can read the emotions inside. Perhaps, after you have read it thoroughly, you will suddenly come to your senses and find that you are stuck in the quagmire and cannot escape from it. Those who cannot win choose to submit. After Du Jiashir vomited, he came back with a pale face and found that they were still eating, with distorted faces. He said in shock, "Oh my God, you can eat this?" The two companions winked at him desperately. Du Jiashir saw the white leftist man looking at him with a half-smile. He shuddered and forced a smile, saying, "Actually, this soup tastes quite good. Well, if you taste it carefully, it feels like returning to nature in its original flavor." Du Jiashir gritted his teeth and scooped another bowl, gulping it down. The contractor ate them all. Security guards and spies couldn't escape either. The security guards' expressions remained unchanged. After all, they worked in the deviant society and had experienced all kinds of situations. There are many strange and bizarre creatures that are even more bizarre than mutated animals. As long as you don't die from eating them, there's no problem. The spies were different. They knew that this was radioactive mutated meat, and they also saw with their own eyes the wild boar that broke into the camp. That deformed appearance doesn't make it edible. Can this kind of meat really be eaten? The spies' stomachs churned, and they felt like vomiting before they even started eating. "Wait until they finish eating." Baizhuai then asked, "How is the Baisha gathering place?" Everyone sat around on the sofa, eating fruit to help digest their food while responding to the white leftists about their investigation. Du Jiashir, we went to the Baisha gathering place and found out a few things. The first thing is that we know who the invaders who attacked our organization are. In this world, they are an organization called the Blood Feast Armed Forces. Their predecessor was the glorious, uprising organization that resisted oppression. Later, the initiator of the uprising died, the glorious was gone, and their ideals were shattered. They became the exiled bandit gang Blood Feast that provoked fighting, looting, and killing everywhere. As for the White Sands gathering place, they have nothing to do with the Blood Feast Armed Forces. Su Ro added, "We also mentioned establishing a gathering place here." White left, "Establish a gathering place." Us. Baizhua held his face with his hands, his eyes showing no smile or other emotions. "Did I ever say that?" Yang Yu played with his fingers. "You didn't say that, but we discovered such a big world. I think even if the surface is full of radiation, there will be many scarce resources underground that can be mined. The organization won't let go of such a large resource mine. If that's the case, they will definitely establish a gathering place here." After all, there are so many gathering places here. If there is no decent base, mining minerals will be very difficult, right? A white spider emerged from Baizhua's shoulder. You're quite right. Generally speaking, when an organization encounters a healthy and complete space with a large number of intelligent civilizations, they will first establish their influence and integrate into the group, and then slowly acquire resources. But this space is not. Baizhua waved his hand in the air. Excessive radiation is everywhere, with mutated creatures and a chaotic environment. Before this world falls into destruction, the first to be destroyed will be the creatures above. The world may not necessarily end. Perhaps after millions of years, the Earth will return to green, the radiation will disappear, and new creatures will reappear. It's just that it's no longer humans who dominate this land. The Humanitarian Protection Act only protects civilization. A civilization of 100,000 people is still a civilization. As long as they survive extinction, then, in theory, civilization will not be extinguished. They can live in the safe fortress provided by the organization, recuperate there, and pass on their civilization. As for how many of these 100,000 people can be restored in the end, that is not something the Deviant Society has to do. And this world will be taken into the pockets of the Deviant Society as a reward for helping them, allowing the world to return to its original state faster. Then, those gathering places? Du Jiashir asked cautiously. If they were sensible, Igwe would have no shortage of them. They understood the hidden meaning of the White Left's words. If they don't know what's good for them, don't they have a ready-made excuse? The attack on their own employees has allowed the Deviant Society to occupy the moral high ground, and using this as an excuse to launch a battle against the world is just a counterattack. As for the Blood Feast Armed Forces, aren't they the same group as these gathering places? They are outsiders and cannot tell which forces belong to which. Anyway, they are all from your world. Either the gathering place hands over the Blood Feast Armed Forces, or it surrenders to the Heretic Society and becomes part of its ranks, or it shelters the Blood Feast Armed Forces and the Heretic Society will be liquidated along with the Blood Feast Armed Forces. The Yigihui had no intention of getting along well with them this time. Especially after understanding the situation here, a civilization that is on the verge of extinction and needs the protection of the outer society to survive, they are not qualified to choose the way they want. They had no choice but to join the order. Since you have already made a decision, why do you want us to investigate the White Sands gathering place? The Baisha gathering place is just a small gathering place. If the Deviant Society has already planned to use violent means to crush it, there is no need to investigate such a small gathering place. They can just crush it directly. As for whether they have any connection with the Blood Feast Armed Forces, that will be clarified after the crushing. Milan came over and threw something to Baizhua. Since you guys are so free, let me give you some participation. Baizhua took it and took a look. It contained the radiation concentrations from various surveys. In some places, especially near giant pits, the radiation concentration is significantly above the standard, while in some places, such as those with gathering places, the radiation concentration is relatively low. It seems that the locations of those gathering places were not chosen randomly. This saves white leftists a lot of effort. Chapter 161 Their fate is already determined. The intelligence gathering is almost complete. The white left stood up and said, "Since you are full, let's go exercise together." Milan put down her finished drink and jumped up in anticipation. Oh, is it finally going to start? Du Jiashir, want to take a walk after dinner? To be honest, I'm really too full and need to move around. Su Ro, then let's go together. I wonder if the stars here are beautiful. Inu followed Su Ro silently. Only Yang Yu looked at Baizhua with suspicion. Was it really just a temporary event? Why didn't he believe it? Really just a walk. A group of people were walking slowly and leisurely in the wilderness. The stars here are so bright. After they had been walking for 20 minutes, a car drove towards them. Seeing the logo of the Heterodox Society on the car, none of them were on guard. The car stopped next to them. The window of the cab was lowered, and Jiwu waved at them. Is everyone okay? Didn't you get tortured to death by that little bastard? He looks quite energetic, so he should be fine. Mr. Jiwu. Disciplined supervision. Several newcomers shouted in surprise. Also sitting in the car were Su Zhou, Jiang Tianzong, Zhang Lin, and Shi Jing. Jiang Tianzong folded his arms and said coldly, "Hello, newcomers." He was secretly happy in his heart. Finally, there was a newcomer. He could finally become a senior instead of being treated as a newcomer. Ha ha ha. Su Zhou waved to them. "Hello, everyone." Zhang Lin. "Everyone, I'm here." Shi Jing. "Hello." Several newcomers greeted them one by one. Du Jiashir. Zhang Lin. "How is Zhao Han?" Zhang Lin. He suffered a severe backlash and needs to recuperate for a while. He is currently lying in bed. As for Zhang Lin, he was just a little exhausted after the strange contract. After resting for such a long time and recovering his strength, he can go out and move around. As long as he's okay. Zhang Lin, what are you doing here? Walk. Digestion. Zhang Lin, did you just finish your meal? What did you eat? This question made Du Jiashi and the others' faces twist. Wild boar meat. Don't ask for details. Wild boar meat. Zhang Lin thought about the vast ruins and debris he saw after coming to this space, as well as the environment with excessive radiation. The creatures that could survive in such an environment could not be the same as those on Blue Planet. He seemed to understand why Du Jiashi and the others looked so unhappy. Zhang Lin glanced at Bai Zhua. Was this his bad taste? Du Jiashi just remembered and asked, by the way, why are you here? Zhang Lin, I received a mission, which asked me to come here for training. Then, he happened to run into Su Zhou and others. They also received a mission to come here, so they simply came here together. White left. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Wait, leave? Where are we going? The White left's words were too sudden, and Du Jiashi and others didn't understand. Milan smiled and said, of course, revenge. We've already tracked down the whereabouts of the Blood Feast armed forces. So fast. Everyone thought in surprise. But when I think about the White left here, it seems normal. Jiwu looked at the number of people. Although the car he was driving was an off-road vehicle with 7 seats, there were 11 people here, so if they squeezed, they could barely fit in. However, the little bastard definitely doesn't want to squeeze together with so many people. I heard that this person named Milan has a very eccentric personality and is difficult to get along with. This is a bit of a headache. Bai Zhua raised his hand, and the hard insect, which was originally only the size of a palm, became as tall as a floor. He raised his foot, and the hard insect lowered its body, allowing him to walk on it. Milan quickly followed and said in a coquettish voice, Senior Bai Zhua, please take me with you. The hard goo had already stood up and looked at him with disdain with its red eyes. Only Bai Zhua could stand on it. Milan immediately hugged Spider's long, furry legs and cried pitifully, wow, please take me with you, Senior Bai Zhua, the car is so crowded. My small body will definitely get squashed. If I get squashed, where will Senior Bai Zhua find such a useful tool like me? The heart goo spit out a thread at him, sticking him in the air and spinning him around a few times, then wrapped his lower body with white spider silk a few times, sticking him tightly, and then hanging him in the air like that. The others who watched were all worried for him. But the man moved in midair and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, so high, so fun, so interesting. It was also wriggling in the air and looked like it was having a lot of fun. Everyone was stunned. He looked away with worry. I almost forgot, this person's brain is not normal. Xian Gu raised his legs and walked forward very steadily. Ji Wu, get in the car. Du Jiashi and others got on the bus immediately, and after squeezing together, there was still enough space for everyone. Ji Wu started the car and followed the giant spider. Have you found out who attacked the organization? Ah, I found out. It's an exiled organization called the Blood Feast Armed Forces. Their methods are very bloody. Ji Wu said as he drove. No matter what their behavior was, no matter if they were blinded by greed, their fate was sealed the moment they attacked the Igwe society. Ji Wu was very clear about the nature of this mission. When the people above assigned the task and designated Bai Zhua to complete it, with Milan assisting and without any restrictions, Ji Wu knew that those invaders would not have a good end. These newcomers are just brought in to hone their skills, or to see the world. Ji Wu glanced in the rearview mirror at the newcomers who were happily sharing what they had seen and heard in the wilderness. I just don't know if they can maintain their mentality after this mission. How about contacting the research department and giving them some psychological treatment after this mission is over? After this mission is over, these newcomers who have just completed the weird contract should be able to get a level assessment, right? Ji Wu thought as he drove to catch up with the spider, following it not too far away. Zhang Lin noticed Ji Wu's gaze. He also had some premonitions and looked at the group of people around him. They were all newcomers who had never really seen blood. I hope there won't be any problems by then. The Blood Feast armed forces have only recently spread to the vicinity. According to their usual arrangements, they first send out several teams to search for resources nearby. If you happen to encounter a caravan, then just capture it, plunder all the supplies, and then kill everyone in the caravan. If you encounter a small gathering place, gather other teams and attack it together. They have always survived by robbing others of their supplies. Chapter 162, Can it withstand our bullets? The reason why the Blood Feast armed forces are wanted by so many gathering places, still living happily till now. One reason is that they are all middle-aged and well-equipped. Second, They never stay in one place for long and will not end up being surrounded. The wilderness is so vast. They usually move around in a scattered area. After plundering the resources in that area, they move to the next area. When they have almost eaten all the supplies, they start plundering again. This is also the reason why the Blood Feast armed forces have survived for so long without being jointly encircled and suppressed by those gathering places. The wilderness is too vast. Those gathering places do not have enough manpower and resources to support them in hunting down these troublemakers in the wilderness. The cost of recovering them is too high. Anyway, the Blood Feast armed forces dare not attack large gathering places. They only dare to attack small and medium-sized gathering places and hunting teams and caravans in the wild. All I can say is that the Blood Feast armed forces have grasped a good balance. Although they are crazy, they are not the kind of madness that makes people lose their minds. The Blood Feast armed forces have been rampant in the wilderness for so long because they only target the weak. I have never suffered much loss so far. I didn't expect that I would suffer a loss this time. What did you say? You found a large piece of unpolluted land with water and suitable for planting. If you lie to me, you know what will happen. The leader of the Blood Feast armed forces said in disbelief. Greed and cruelty flashed in his eyes. Ever since that devastating blow struck, the entire world has been dragged into hell. Surface water resources and land were polluted first, crops withered, and only those specially stored foods were edible. Decades passed. Underground water resources are also polluted. If they want to drink clean water without radiation, they must filter and purify it through various means. Even so, drinking this water will still have many unspeakable side effects. It's just that they have no choice. Given a choice, who would eat the flesh of an obviously mutated creature? They have lived in such a hopeless world for so long, living a life worse than death. It was the first time he heard that there was such a place in the world. Impossible. The second in command of the Blood Feast armed forces stood up and said, if there really was such a piece of land, the people from the central gathering place would have occupied it long ago. How could we possibly have taken it? The boss stared at the group of subordinates who were scared back to report the news, half believing and half doubting. He also wanted to believe that there really was such a paradise in the world. However, after so many years of fleeing and wandering, he has seen countless places, all of which are full of potholes left by explosions. This is a global strike. Only a few places were less affected and are now occupied by the force in the central gathering place. Where else is not covered by radiation? Boss, how dare we lie to you? We saw it with our own eyes. Yes, that green plane full of life, and we were attacked. The enemy has grenades and a large number of them, probably a team of dozens of people. We saw something was wrong and immediately ran back to report it. Unfortunately, several brothers were still hit by that group of people. The Blood Feast boss clenched his hands, and there was a patch of skin on his hands that was beginning to fester. He scratched it nonchalantly and picked off a piece of rotten skin. His body had long been destroyed by radiation. Not only could he not leave any offspring, but this body was like a rotten dead tree, and it was impossible to tell when it would begin to collapse. Therefore, he became more and more arrogant, trying to survive as long as possible. If it were a few years ago, he might have been ecstatic to hear this news, but now, he was not as happy as he imagined. He has lost his future and his hope. If he could leave behind a descendant, perhaps he would do everything he could to seize this land. The Blood Feast boss was still thinking. After repeatedly asking and confirming that there really was such a place, the second in command of the Blood Feast became extremely excited. Different from the boss, he has one offspring. When he thought that after he had taken over the land, his children would not have to live a life of worrying about their heads on their belts like he did, and would be free from the trouble of radiation and be able to live healthily. There was no way he would give up that land. So, after noticing the boss's hesitation, he said, that piece of land hasn't been discovered by anyone else yet. And according to them, they only have grenades, which doesn't mean their equipment is better than ours. As long as we sneak over and take down their leaders, will they still be able to resist us? Others also echoed. Water is a scarce resource, and land is secondary. As long as there is clean water, it is enough for them to fight for it. That Boss Shuyan still has to consider the opinions of his other subordinates. See that everyone else wants that piece of land. The Blood Feast boss had no choice but to compromise. Notify everyone and prepare to head to that place. Take it down before being discovered by other gathering places. All the members of the Blood Feast armed forces began to take action. Just as we were getting ready to set off, several people looked terrified and panicked as they crawled to the boss's side, and they fell down because they couldn't stop the car. Boss, something terrible has happened. The boss frowned. Just when he was about to take action, something unexpected happened. This was not a good sign. What happened? Look how scared you are. Did the people from that gathering place discover us? Or is it that group of mutant creatures that are besieging us? Some mutant creatures that gather together, such as wolves, dogs, rats, etc., will gather together and attack the gathering place together. They are prey to humans. In turn, humans are their prey. Hunting and counter-hunting have always been going on in this wilderness. Why are you so anxious? The second-in-command angrily kicked the person who came to report the news out. Are the weapons in our hands just for show? Boss, a giant mutant spider is coming towards us. The man swallowed and spoke while gesturing with his hands in extreme fear. The others laughed. Boss, huge? How big can it be to scare you like this? Second-in-command. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be just a mutant spider. Even if a pack of mutant wolves comes, we can make sure they never come back. A spider, can it withstand our bullets? Even if it can withstand bullets, can it withstand our artillery shells? Everyone laughed and then walked out of the camp. They wanted to see how big the spider was. The spider, as tall as a floor and completely white, stood out in this reddish-gray wilderness. Chapter 163, This Absurd and Twisted World. It was approaching them like the god of death. The Blood Feast boss and second-in-command watched it from afar, and it was truly an eye-opener. What a twisted world this is. The Blood Feast boss sighed. Even monsters like this have appeared. The second-in-command was also very shocked. It has mutated so tall. It must be at least 3 or 4 meters tall, right? They all thought that the spiders were affected by radiation and mutated to such a large size. But no matter how powerful the spider becomes, as long as it is not Godzilla, it is just a mortal body, and it will fall after a few shells. It just looks a little taller and a little scary. Pull out our guns. The second-in-command angrily scolded his subordinates. Look how scared you are. It's just a giant spider. It's really big, but it's just a spider. You, a member of the Blood Feast, are actually afraid of a mere spider? Which member of the Blood Feast armed forces does not have his hands stained with countless blood? They never show mercy to the caravans, small settlements, etc., and will not let anyone go, no matter if they are adults or children, the elderly or women. At most, they would snatch some young and beautiful women, enjoy them, and then throw them away. After all, they are a group of bandits who have been in exile. They will not carry useless, weak, and non-combatant people with them, as this may hinder their actions. Several men lowered their heads in shame. They were actually frightened by a spider and were at a loss. Yes. They immediately pushed out several cannons, set them up, adjusted the data, and aimed them at the target. The Blood Feast boss looked at the spider and said, "This world has become so unrecognizable. This is the result of human stupidity." The second-in-command snorted coldly. I wonder if the leaders of those countries were brainless back then? They opened Pandora's box with their own hands and pressed the button of hell. We are the ones who have to bear the consequences. What a shitty world. The second-in-command was not originally a member of the Blood Feast armed forces, but he was forced to resist due to the environment and hunger. If he had not joined the Blood Feast armed forces, he would have died in some unknown corner and his body would not even have been buried. Although he had to live on his head in the Blood Feast armed forces, at least he could have enough food and clothes. Even if that was obtained at the cost of countless lives, so what? In this absurd and twisted world, let him continue to degenerate like this. Don't let it get close to the camp. Attack once it's within range. Yes. Baizwapan was lying on Xiangu's back. When he was locked just now, the heart insect conveyed it to him through emotions. Have you been discovered? Baizwa's pupils shrank, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Ha ha ha. Soon, we'll be able to see the beautiful fireworks. Xiangu, you're looking forward to it too, right? The car following behind. Jiwu opened the window, squinted his eyes and looked forward. What's that in the sky? Everyone leaned against the windows and looked up at the sky. Hey, stop pushing me. You're going to push me down. What is it? What is it? It's too far to see clearly. It seems like a cannonball. Suzhou and Shijing said uncertainly. They are the most powerful and highest-ranking ghost masters among these people, and their degree of assimilation with the ghosts is even higher. As a result, their vision and other 5 senses also become stronger, and they can see clearly far away. Oh, it's a cannonball. Wait, a cannonball. They looked as if they were shouting, bombs. It's a bomb. Do we have anything here that can protect us from the bombs? Is this car bulletproof? They are not weird. Weird creatures cannot be hurt by weapons such as bullets and artillery shells. They still have to be careful. The bodies of the weird masters who do not use their weird abilities will still be hurt. Jiwu, you must be joking. This car is bulletproof, of course, but it's only bulletproof. If it's a cannonball, it's pretty bad. Because he was not sure whether the car had entered the bombing zone, He drove backwards for several hundred meters, away from the big spider. Du Jiashi, the other side must have discovered the spider. Yang Yu. It's so big, it's hard not to be discovered. And the color is also very eye-catching. Such a big white lump can be seen by anyone who is not blind. The shells pounded down. It hit the ground and caused a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A thick layer of smoke rose around. Ji Wu's decision was very correct. If he had not backed the car out, it would have been hit by a shell and everyone in the car would have gone to heaven. After a round of bombing, the thick smell of gunpowder lingered for a long time, and the raised dust blocked the view, making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Ahem. A few newcomers fanned the air. Zhang Lin looked at the stopped spider with some concern. Is Bai Zui okay? Ji Wu leaned one hand on the car window and lit a cigarette. Huh? Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about us. We're not completely safe here. The enemy has cannons. How can we get close? On their side, only Du Jiashi brought a sniper rifle, but he had never practiced with it, so his accuracy was very worrying. He just used it to satisfy his desire, and there was no way he could put it to good use. Others either use melee weapons or pistols, which are also unable to hit the enemy at a long distance. They were very worried about how to get closer. If they couldn't even get close to the enemy, how could they defeat them? At this moment, we can feel that these thermal weapons invented by humans are simply beyond specification. If the weird creatures are not immune to the damage of these weapons, then no matter how powerful the weird creatures are, they will eventually be wiped out by humans. Du Jiashi and others sighed. In a word, it's a must-ban, must-pick. Ji Wu got out of the car, went to the trunk, opened it, and rummaged around inside for a while. Then he took out a machine. Others were curious. What's this? Zhang Lin. It looks a bit like the fuselage of a drone, but without the propellers. Ji Wu picked up the oval-shaped machine, which was about the size of a goose egg, and pressed the switch in the middle. A red light flashed on the machine. Beep. The U2 high-function drone has been powered on. Please enter your password to log in. Ji Wu. Use, contain, and control. The password is correct. U2 high-function drone is at your service. Please give the command. Ji Wu picked up a tablet on the side, turned it on, and connected it to the drone. Follow the big spider in front and film it covertly. U2 high-function drone receives the command and begins work. Its oval body opens up, revealing the thrusters on both sides. Then, with a whoosh, it quickly rose into the sky, as fast as a flying monkey. Chapter 164. The monster is catching up. Everyone's mouth opened into an O shape. So fast. Is this little thing so flexible? Ji Wu nodded. This is a new type of drone developed by the research department. It's not only equipped with an intelligence system, but also has a maximum speed of Mach 5. It also has stealth, anti-missile, and other functions. It's a very convenient drone. It seems it was originally developed for photographing extreme scenery, right? I don't know what those researchers are thinking. Zhang Lin twitched his lips. Invisible? Anti-missile? Such a powerful drone. Was it only used for filming in the beginning? Ji Wu nodded and said, when the researchers gave it to me, they also asked me to record this battle. I need to synchronize the footage it captured to the camp and headquarters. Ox. Zhang Lin felt that being out of line would be very magical. He can easily come up with countless high-techs, and you will never know where his limit is. Moreover, their views on these high technologies are very ordinary, as if in their eyes, these high technologies are nothing special. Perhaps, what is revealed now is just the tip of the iceberg of what the alien track will reveal, and something more powerful and more extraordinary has not yet been revealed. But every time a little bit is revealed, it is amazing enough, and from this corner, you can vaguely glimpse a part of the behemoth. Ji Wu made a few more adjustments and transmitted the images taken by the drone to other places simultaneously. At this time, in the camp, the security guards and spies stationed there were conducting training. The security guards were running in front in an orderly manner. The spies followed behind in a sparse and crooked manner, jogging, and some of them could not keep up and could only walk quickly or stroll. They are now frustrated. Why do we still have to run? I thought after graduating from college, I wouldn't have to do this anymore. Who says it isn't? Hurry up and go, or you'll get scolded. The security captain's communicator on his waist rang. He picked it up and listened for a moment before shouting, "Mark your ground. Stop. Stand at attention. Turn around. March. Back to camp." The spies looked at the security guards in confusion as they turned and ran towards them. What happened? Why did you suddenly turn around? Should we turn back too? Back to camp. Go back, go back. My legs will break if I keep running. So, the spies followed the security back to the camp in small groups. The security guards brought out the projector and screen. The spies smelled something confidential and calmly started recording the screen again. The security guards seemed to have determined that these spies could not go back and could not cause any major trouble, so they did not avoid them at all. They started talking in front of them. Master Baizhua and the others have found the invaders? I heard it's a group of exiled bandits called the Blood Feast Armed Forces. This time we get to watch Master Baizhua and his men fight. Everyone should pay close attention. Opportunities like this don't come around often. The battle between the conspirators? Very good. I must write it down and read it several times a day while eating. The spies sat quietly on the ground. The longer they stay here, the more relaxed they become, because there were no stools for them to sit on. When the picture is transmitted, the enemy launched another round of bombing. Countless shells rained down on them, and the explosions were so close that the ground was blown away with such force that it was very intimidating. Not to mention those who faced the bombing head-on. Those who were watching in front of the screen felt extremely shocked and awed, which is something that the human body cannot compare to. The spider stopped moving forward. The enemy's artillery fire also stopped after this round of bombardment. It seemed that it was determined that the spider had died from the bombardment. This is what everyone in the Blood Feast Armed Forces thinks. 5 hits. Whatever mutant creature it is, its flesh has probably been blown to pieces by now, right? It stopped. Ah, he's dead, right? I wonder if this spider is poisonous? Can I eat it? For such a big guy, he must have quite a bit of meat. That's enough to last us a few days. Everyone was smiling and cheering as they ran over to receive the food that was delivered to their doorstep. The smoke slowly dissipated. The Blood Feast boss took a look through the telescope. The giant spider was unharmed. The second-in-command noticed that his expression was not right. What's wrong? What did you see? It's not dead. The Blood Feast boss looked at it again and again in disbelief. Although the spider stopped, its body did not suffer any damage. It was as if the shells did not hit it. The explosions around it didn't cause any harm to it. Did it go astray? Gradually, others also discovered that it was not dead. How could that be? I clearly hit it. Damn it. Quick. Fire. Another round of bombardment, and this time, the spider started moving again. This movement of its further proved that it was not hurt by the shell at all. Hit it. Don't let it get any closer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How come it's okay? Could it be that the shells can't hurt it at all? What nonsense are you talking about? How could any living creature be able to withstand the power of a cannonball? Even a machine wouldn't be unscathed after being hit by so many shells. It's just a spider. Everyone started to panic. However, no matter how they attacked, even using rocket launchers and various highly lethal armor-piercing shells, they could not stop its advance. Seeing such a huge monster getting closer and closer to them, the people of the Blood Feast Armed Forces gradually began to feel fearful. Oh my God, this is a monster. This is an unkillable monster. The sins of mankind have finally been punished. The Blood Feast boss spat on the ground. He stared at the monster with a gloomy look in his eyes and finally gave an order. Pack your things, we're leaving. Let the bigwigs in the central gathering place worry about this monster. Haha, the button they pressed finally created such a monster. It's time for them to feel the consequences of their sins coming back to bite them. The Blood Feast Armed Forces were originally a group of exiles, and no one wanted to stay and defend to the death. Pack up the things you need to take with you, and throw the rest you can't take here. A large group of people quickly evacuated from the back of the camp. They thought the spider was just passing by, but they didn't expect that it was targeting them. After they evacuated the camp, they found that the spider turned a corner, left the camp behind, and headed straight towards them. They were practically frightened to death. The monster is catching up. Chapter 165. We are willing to sacrifice those who invade your territory. What? How did it find us? The Blood Feast boss was worthy of being the leader of an organization. He reacted quickly. Perhaps this mutant creature has undergone some kind of enhancement, such as vision or smell, to the point where they can still be spotted from a long distance. Disperse. We will split into small teams and move to different locations. Finally, we will gather at Area B. The Blood Feast boss gave a secret code. The second-in-command also agreed with his decision. He led one of the teams, left the main force, and fled to the west. Soon, they split up into different teams and went in different directions. In this way, even if the spider chooses one of the teams and causes the entire team to be wiped out, the others can still survive. Baizhua stood on Xiangu's back and watched them separate and flee from afar. This distance is enough. Mind control. The leader, who was supposed to escape with his team, suddenly stopped. He felt as if something had bitten his arm, and he couldn't help but look up. He saw a white spider biting his arm, and something like a bright red pattern spread out under its mouth. Bad, poisonous. He wanted to drive the spider away, but his body seemed to be poisoned and gradually became sluggish. He wouldn't die of poisoning, would he? As a well-to-do leader of the Blood Feast Armed Forces, he didn't want to die so soon. The body is still moving. My consciousness seemed to be separated by a thin film, and I could only watch, unable to control my body freely. This feeling was very uncomfortable, as if I had become a vegetable. But his body is moving. Why? The leader thought with great fear. It was as if something was controlling his body. Could it be that spider? Yes, the white spider that bit him was exactly the same as the giant spider that had been chasing them. Because his body had shrunk countless times, he didn't immediately associate the two things together. Are they the minions of that damn monster? Will it control humans? How far has it mutated? Does it even possess superpowers? The leader watched pathetically as his body was controlled by the spider, and he took those stupid subordinates who didn't even know that their boss had changed and made a circle and headed towards a familiar place. And he is not the only leader who is controlled in this way. When everyone arrived at the gathering place in a daze, they were shocked to find that they were back in the camp. Could this be a plan of the boss? Lure the enemy and give them a fake move first, making them think they are going to leave. In fact, they are just fainting and going back. But isn't this strategy used on wise people? The mutated spider, does it have that kind of intelligence? Never mind. The boss has already said that. Can he still betray his own people? The members of the Blood Feast Armed Forces silently watched the spider as tall as a building, standing quietly by the side. Was it here just now? How come I don't seem to see it? The white left put away the information cocoon that he had fiddled with. It just added a cognitive filter, causing them to replace the giant spider they saw in their minds with an insignificant building. The cold sweat on the back of the Blood Feast boss could not help but flow down. The moment he was controlled, he knew he couldn't escape. But he didn't expect that everyone else was under control. How did he do it? Such a long distance, so many people, why on earth would he provoke such a monster? The U-2 drone flew over their heads, silently recording everything. Weiswell walked forward a few steps and stood on Xiangu's head. Only then did the people on the ground discover him. They were in chaos again. There's a man standing on that spider. The face of the Blood Feast boss twitched. If the spider had an owner, then they were not being hunted by a mutant creature, but were being picked on with a very purposeful purpose. He moved his fingers and found that he could control his body. So he took a few steps forward and bowed to the man. In front of a powerful person, even an exiled bandit would be very reasonable. Your Majesty, I wonder what you are seeking us for? If the Blood Feast has offended your Majesty in any way, please allow us to atone for our sins. The white left threw down a photo. The photo was stuck straight into the ground not far from the feet of the Blood Feast boss. The boss of Shuayin could feel the force of the photo flying towards him. If it hit him, it would probably penetrate directly into his body. His legs shook involuntarily. This power, this control. The Blood Feast boss bent down and used some force to pull out the photo that was stuck in the ground. His pupils dilated when he saw the beaten man in the photo. He actually didn't recognize who the people above were. After all, they were beaten beyond recognition. Not to mention him, even his own mother probably wouldn't recognize them. He was able to recognize them because they were wearing the unique emblem of the Blood Feast Armed Forces. Why would an exiled bandit gang create a well-known symbol? He hid his identity well and fired shots here and there. Who would know that this was done by the Blood Feast Armed Forces? Then we have to talk about the initial revenge of the Blood Feast Armed Forces. The Blood Feast Armed Forces were originally a force that remained after their resistance failed and they were wiped out. Their original intention was to avenge those gathering places that had harmed them to this point. They had an obvious symbolic sign that would allow those people to see their revenge that would burn everything like a raging fire. Anyway, the other party can't catch them. Leaving a mark is both a deterrent and a way to show off. But the leader of the Blood Feast regretted all this immensely. He wondered why he had retained the rule that all Blood Feast members must wear the Blood Feast emblem. When he thought about when they had lost a member recently, he soon thought of that healthy land with water and no pollution. Now, many puzzled things suddenly have answers. Why does no one go to fight for such a piece of land? It is because there is already a ferocious dragon guarding it. Anyone who dares to step in there will be subjected to the dragon's brutal and furious flames. And his Blood Feast Armed Forces were clearly no match for this giant dragon. The Blood Feast boss immediately lowered his head and loudly begged for mercy. Forgive our impulsiveness and ignorance. We didn't know that the land was under your protection. We are willing to sacrifice those who invade your territory. The Blood Feast boss planned to send those dozen men away in exchange for the survival of others. Chapter 166. I hope you can make both of us happy. He now wished he could bite those men to death. I have said it thousands and tens of thousands of times before, that we can massacre those caravans and small settlements. Even medium-sized settlements are nothing. But don't attack large gatherings. Do they think the Blood Feast armed forces can fight against those large gathering places? If that were possible, the Blood Feast armed forces would not have degenerated into a group of exiled bandits. These stupid, arrogant, ignorant idiots who can't see the situation clearly. He actually brought such a powerful enemy to the organization. The Blood Feast boss waved his hand, and soon his men captured the team. More than a dozen people were dragged out with pale faces. Once thrown to the ground, they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Let me go. I don't dare anymore. Please let me go. We didn't know the land was owned by someone. We didn't do anything. We have done nothing wrong. Please forgive us for breaking in without warning. We just discovered that piece of land and thought it was unoccupied, ownerless land. We did not attack the people there. These people were scared out of their wits, because they know that once they were dragged out by their boss, they have become abandoned pawns. If the other party does not forgive them, their only fate will be death." The Blood Feast boss certainly knew that they had done nothing, and now he could only be thankful that he hadn't done anything before the other party came to him. The hatred is not too deep, so there should still be room for redemption. Baizhou looked down at them, unmoved by their pleas for mercy. Since he paused, the Blood Feast boss pricked up his ears, unwilling to miss a single word the other party said, because the cries of his men begging for mercy were too loud and affected him. He pointed at those people and whispered to the leader beside him, "Shut up." The leader immediately rushed over with a group of people to cover those people's mouths. "You have recognized your mistakes. Then, accept the declaration of war against you by the deviant society. The white left has thrown down another declaration of war. It was clearly just a thin layer of paper, falling lightly to the ground, but it hit the heart of the Blood Feast boss like a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds. The Blood Feast boss's mouth, hands, and legs were shaking. He swallowed hard and said, "Your Majesty, there is a misunderstanding between us. The Blood Feast armed forces had no intention of offending us. We previously..." "Misunderstanding? No, there is no misunderstanding," Baizhou said in a firm tone. The other party's firm attitude made the Blood Feast boss' heart sink. The second-in-command was very anxious, as he was about to outlast the boss and become the head of the Blood Feast. Why would the Blood Feast armed forces suddenly provoke such a monster? He quickly stood up and said, "It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Those were all acts of our subordinates acting on their own initiative. We absolutely have no intention of invading your territory. We are willing to hand them over to your Majesty and leave them to your disposal." He was eager to distance himself from the Blood Feast and attribute the actions of his men to their own will, clearing himself of all charges. Although he knew it was a joke. Anyone who casually inquires around will know that the Blood Feast armed forces, from inside to outside and from top to bottom, are a bunch of bad people who are oozing pus and covered in stench. None of them is innocent. It can be said that in other gathering places, if you throw a brick from a high place, 3 out of 10 people who are hit may be bad guys. So in the Blood Feast armed forces, no matter how many people you hit, none of them will be wrong. There was a look of despair in the eyes of those men. They knew that no matter what, they would never survive. Death is already beckoning to them. It is also gradually descending upon this wanton Blood Feast organization. The white left ignored their explanations and sophistry. After the declaration of war was thrown down, the countdown to the death knell had already begun. His last words were, "This is a war. I hope you can make both of you happy." The giant spider took another step, this time to move away. Without the oppressive feeling of the huge monster watching closely from the side, it was no longer there. Their backs were still wet with cold sweat. Everyone's face was filled with fear, and everyone's muscles were twitching and shaking with fear. Everyone looked at the Blood Feast boss and the second-in-command. Hopefully he can save them. The Blood Feast boss had already received the declaration of war. He stared at it in a daze. On it was a glaring red seal with the infinite serpent, the symbol of the deviant order. The giant snake on it seemed as if it was about to leap out and bite his throat. His throat moved up and down. Open the declaration of war. The above heresy tells what this team did in the Vassar dungeon. They attacked the robots belonging to the outlaws and the staff transporting resources, massacred the defenseless residents of the Vassar underground city who were protected by the outlaws, plundered countless resources of the outlaws, destroyed countless vehicles and facilities of the outlaws, and so on. These things were listed one by one in detail, clear at a glance, and clearly recorded the crimes committed by the Blood Feast organization in the territory of the Heretic Society. The more he looked, the more cold sweat clung to the Blood Feast boss's face. How to say it? He completely believed that these were the actions of the Blood Feast members, because this was simply the usual style of the Blood Feast armed forces. This is the only one of its kind. He angrily kicked a fool lying on the ground and said, "Didn't you say you didn't do anything? Huh. Is this what you mean by not taking action? Oh. His teeth chattered with anger. Then, after taking a deep breath, he staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. It's over. It's all over. He originally thought that there was still room for improvement, but when he saw the declaration of war, he realized that it was impossible. This is an inevitable battle. Either you die or I die. If the other party does nothing even after so many of its members are slaughtered, then they are not a very powerful force. But he was able to find the Blood Feast camp so quickly after being attacked, and he even possessed methods that were as powerful as gods and demons. Can the Blood Feast armed forces really defeat such an opponent? The second-in-command took the declaration of war, and after reading it, his face turned pale, and he looked in disbelief at the group of idiots who dared to deceive them. Is it because they have done so many things like this before and think that these are trivial matters not worth mentioning, so they say that they did nothing? However, the second-in-command who was cheated would not consider that his previous style of doing things was even more inhumane than this. A bunch of idiots. You actually provoked such a powerful enemy to the organization. Why don't you all die? What are you good for? The second-in-command kicked and slammed those people hard, and only stopped when they were beaten to the ground and wailing. Chapter 167, A Black Pot. Escape without a fight. Boss, leader, we really didn't do anything. Before we could even react, they threw a grenade at us. Several of our men were injured, so we quickly ran back. Yeah, we really didn't even have time to fire a single shot. We swore that if we told even a single lie, we would die. Boss, leader, please be clear about this. The boss raised his chin, and several of his men took out the guns they had confiscated from these people. After checking the bullets and magazines, they said, "Report to the boss. The bullets are still there, and the number of magazines is not less." A leader in charge of ammunition also came over and replied, "I checked the registration at the warehouse, and they didn't go to restock the ammunition after returning." The boss was a little stunned. Does that mean they were really scared back without even firing a shot? Although it's a bit embarrassing, it's a good thing that I didn't shoot. This was probably just some misunderstanding. Could it be that, besides the people from Blood Feast, there were other people causing trouble and putting the blame on Blood Feast? The second-in-command looked at the boss with a gloomy face. Even if our people really didn't open fire, given the Blood Feast's past practices, I'm afraid we will have to bear the blame. Boss, how do you think we should respond to this declaration of war? The second-in-command said. This time, the enemy only sent out one person to trick us. If he hadn't come here to declare war, he alone would be enough to wipe out all of us. Boss, what an arrogant act. It's as if starting a war is a very easy thing for them. They are following a set of rules and kindly giving their opponents equal time to prepare. This is based on the enemy's strong self-confidence. They are very confident that they can still defeat us even without a surprise attack. In the past, the Blood Feast boss didn't believe that any force could do such a thing. If you can't win, just run away. When the Blood Feast armed forces encounter a strong enemy, they can break up into small groups. At most, only a part of them will be eliminated, and most of them will escape and then reunite. Then, the undead Blood Feast turned into a crazy, vicious dog and retaliated fiercely. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. The locations of the major gathering places are right there. Compared to the nomadic Blood Feast organization, it is obviously much easier to find a gathering place when being retaliated against. Therefore, many gathering places only issued symbolic warrants for the arrest of the Blood Feast armed forces, but not many gathering places actually and seriously tried to wipe out the Blood Feast armed forces. The Blood Feast armed forces have been rampant for so long, and this time they have kicked into a meat grinder out of thin air. I got myself tangled up in it. Can't fight, can't escape. Transfer some people away. This is truly a life and death battle. Perhaps the Blood Feast will be destroyed from now on. The boss has already started mobilizing the members of the Blood Feast. Some people have not experienced the other party's strange means of manipulation, so their fear of that person is not that deep. Why should they be afraid of each other, Chief? He's just a young boy, and he's alone. Even though he has that monster as a pet, he can't stay on that monster's body forever, right? Yes, if we kill him while he's alone, wouldn't that be the end of it? The subordinates were discussing enthusiastically. They were not afraid of the upcoming battle at all. This is a good thing. At least when facing a battle, you won't be so scared that you can't even pick up a gun. But the leaders who had felt their bodies moving involuntarily were more frightened than each other. What they feared was the other party's unpredictable abilities. Having experienced this kind of despair and fear of losing control of the body once, they don't want to experience it again. No matter how hard you try, you can't fight a monster like that, right? Is he really a human being? Perhaps it's a mutant created by some organization through human experiments? You know, Those people in those large gathering places are just that crazy. Don't they do less human experiments? Maybe this is the product of their experiment. It's not that his organization is called the Deviant Society. None of those large gathering places are called that name. Are you going to stay? Several leaders gathered together in private. I can't think of any way to beat him. Why don't you just surrender? If we surrender, will they let us go? Will they keep us and waste our food? Because the Blood Feast armed forces always leave no one alive, they believe that the other side will not leave anyone alive either. Do you want to escape? What? Could it be that you have such ridiculous loyalty to the organization? Who would want to join a notorious gang of robbers if they hadn't given up all the good in their human nature? Several leaders pondered for a while. Then they dispersed. Then, take advantage of the good opportunity tonight when there is no moon and it is dark. These leaders left the camp overnight with their trusted subordinates and their belongings. Boss Shuyan knew that the morale of his subordinates was unsettled, but he didn't want to care. Anyway, when the day of declaration of war comes, it is hard to say whether the Blood Feast organization will still exist. The second-in-command was pacing around in his room with his hands behind his back, worried and troubled. He didn't want to give up the high-level position he had worked so hard to obtain, but he was also unwilling to face that strange monster. His face was gloomy and uncertain, but he finally made up his mind and took his property and children, as well as dozens of his men, and left the camp. The day of declaration of war was set for the next day. Most of those who made the decision fled the camp overnight. Early the next morning, the Blood Feast boss, who had not slept all night, sat at the top. His face was haggard, as if he had aged a dozen years overnight. How many people left? Boss, 7 chiefs are gone, including the big chief. The Blood Feast boss was not surprised at all. The people in the organization originally came for profit. If it was just some minor disasters, they would not give up the Blood Feast. But when it comes to this kind of death-defying situation, don't expect these cunning people to stay and fight together. Let's go. It's better to leave. At least we can leave some sparks behind. Maybe someone will know in the future that such a feared organization once existed in this wilderness. His subordinates complained indignantly on his behalf. It was just a declaration of war. We, the Blood Feast armed forces, are not a weak force. Yet they escaped like that, and the leader even took away a batch of guns and ammunition. Let them be. All right. Notify them to prepare for battle at any time. Yes. The other side. Bai Zuo and others had a good sleep. The newcomers were more excited than each other. Ji Wu extinguished their passion with just one sentence. Can you control strange abilities? Chapter 168. The hunter is about to enter the hunting state. All the newcomers gave awkward but polite smiles. Well, it does work, but it sometimes doesn't work and doesn't last long. It gets out of control 8 out of 10 times. However, this is normal transition time for newcomers. How long have they been in this strange contract? It only takes 2 days at most, and if you can control it within a week, you can be considered very talented. There are also many people who cannot control it even for a month or several months. This depends on the strangeness and difficulty of the contract, as well as the talent and willpower of the contract maker himself. Ji Wu, I don't mean to blame you, but you can't summon the weirdness in time. It's very dangerous on the battlefield. A stray bullet or a shell can take your life. Headquarters sent you here just to let you see the world. If we lose 1 or 2 newcomers in this insignificant little fight, it would be a completely unnecessary loss. Du Jiashi raised his hand. I can hide behind and shoot from behind. He had wanted to try out his sniper rifle for a long time, and during this period, he even practiced sniping with security guards. Ji Wu glanced at these people and said, when the time comes, you should go to the side battlefield to clean up those deserters who have been missed. With Su Zhou, Jiang Tianzong, and Shi Jing following you, the danger should not be that great. Great. Du Jiashi and Yang Yu high-fived. Su Rou held the umbrella and glanced at the children over there. Is that really okay? The battlefield is not a place for playing around. If you don't handle it right, someone could actually die. Even if he is a novice master of the art of war, a novice master who cannot even control his weirdness may lose his life in the blink of an eye when facing modern weapons such as bullets and artillery shells. There is also death everywhere on the battlefield and the cruelty of war. Can these children who grew up in peacetime really accept it? Ji Wu. So, we need to broaden their horizons. After becoming a contractor, they will inevitably face even more terrifying and unreasonable monsters. With seniors leading the charge in the front, this opportunity to witness the cruelty and bloodshed of war from behind is nothing compared to this 1% risk. In the future, when they encounter even more dangerous situations, they will have a glimmer of hope because of what they've experienced now, and the organization's painstaking training will be worthwhile. Su Rou, wow, That's really a good idea. Jiwoo frowned, feeling that Su-Ro's words sounded sarcastic. He glanced at the Rakshasa umbrella in her hand. The cold white bones seemed to be shrouded in a layer of icy white mist, emitting a bone-chilling chill. He nodded in understanding. Oh, another person who was influenced. He understood. He understood everything. Before you master the weirdness, it's better to avoid it. It will affect your emotions. Su-Ro touched the umbrella, and a strange emotion, which she didn't know whether it came from her or from this strange emotion, kept surging. Mizine grabbed her hand with some concern. It was icy cold to the point where her fingers felt tingling. Sister Su. Su-Ro came back to her senses. I'm fine. She knew that she couldn't hate anyone because the person she could hate was already dead. Her hatred lost its support and could only fill her body aimlessly, constantly expanding and colliding, as if looking for an outlet to pour out. Is this her emotion? Such extreme hatred. Su-Ro put away the Rakshasa umbrella. Her hands were now as cold as a corpse, pale and stiff. After the Rakshasa umbrella disappeared, the temperature in her hands slowly recovered, and the hatred that had been surging in her gradually subsided a little. Jiwoo was quite pleased to see that she was able to get rid of the strange influence in time. You know, some ghost masters are trying to achieve the desired compatibility, or they themselves are too deeply affected. They are not willing to get rid of it at all, no, or rather, they think they are not affected at all, and they are just releasing their nature. It is the liberation of the ego and the self. It is about rediscovering who you are as a person. Some masters of the law have said that they only felt alive after becoming masters of the law. Gather, gather. The security guards pushed and shoved the spies. The spies were pale and numb, allowing them to manipulate them. After being trained by the security guards, they had already understood what it meant to be helpless. They were dressed in combat uniforms and driven onto transport vehicles with a tragic sense of impending death. Zhang Lin looked at the group of people. Are they going too? Jiwoo. Yeah, I heard they were spies captured by the branch. There's no point keeping them anyway, so we just threw them to clean up the battlefield. As for being cannon fodder, with just a dozen or so of these small bodies, they are not even enough to fill the gaps in the enemy's teeth. If they were really thrown into the battlefield, they would all fall down in less than a minute, and the other side would think that they were deviants who would take in any small fry. Such an embarrassing thing must not happen. Leave. It's time to leave. Everyone is ready to go. This time is different from last time. This time we are going to take it for real. Sitting in the car, Du Jiashir was cleaning his sniper rifle while asking, if we declare war in advance, won't the other side take the opportunity to escape? Jiwoo replied as he drove behind the main force. Of course we are confident that we can capture those who have escaped one by one. Hiss, are we going to catch those who escaped too? Certainly. Then why didn't they do it right away? They were all together then, right? Wouldn't it have been easier and quicker to do it then? Oh, declaring war first and then attacking is basically just a way of saying hello to the other side. In your Blue Stars international community, it's a humanitarian measure, reminding the other side to prepare for the evacuation of the people. And the Deviant Society is probably meant to show that we are not a rude and barbaric organization. Jiwoo expressed his guess, but he was not sure whether it was true or not. After all, these were decisions made by the higher-ups in the organization and had nothing to do with him as a supervisor. The white left sat quietly in the car. At first glance, he seemed very quiet, but through the glass of the car window, you could faintly see his eyes reflected in the glass, his pupils erected in a straight line with excitement. That is a sign that the hunter is about to enter hunting mode, which is very dangerous. Yang Yu, who was sitting next to him, took a casual glance and was so frightened that he sat up straight and moved a few times, not daring to get close to Baizhua. He felt his hair stand on end. It was his body sensing something extremely dangerous and constantly warning him not to get close, not to approach, and not to look at it. Otherwise, he would be targeted by hunters. The strange eye kept trembling, and then it silently moved to the right, showing with its actions that it did not want to get closer. If it could move, it would have grown legs by now and run as far away from Baizhua as possible. Chapter 169. It's too late, and everything is over. Yang Yu looked away. Soon, the strange eye calmed down. The car stopped a few kilometers away from the Blood Feast camp. Everyone got off the bus. Chi-Chi took out a telescope and looked towards the Blood Feast camp. The Blood Feast camp is now on full alert, with armed Blood Feast members patrolling everywhere. There was a team guarding almost every 100 meters. Wow, such tight defense. Are those machine guns? And howitzers? This Blood Feast armed group is indeed a notorious gang. They are well equipped. Fortunately, they don't have any drones. Because there's no signal, the communication bases here are basically all scrapped. Only those large gathering places have been rebuilt. There is basically no signal in other places. Where's the satellite? I can't say for sure. Maybe they were all shot down, or maybe they were scrapped for various reasons. It's so miserable, living like this with no internet, no water, and no food. I couldn't even stay here for a month. Du Jiashir, when do we start the attack? Jiwu glanced at Baizhua. The white leftist's voice was low and a little hoarse. When the signal blooms in the sky, it's time to attack. It wasn't long before the words were spoken. Call out. A dazzling red line rose high into the sky. Everyone's eyes followed it and looked up into the sky. Bang! The red flare hung high in the sky like a big lantern. Even in daytime, it is still clearly visible. It rose to the highest point and then slowly fell down. Yang Yu looked towards the place where Baizhua was originally standing, but found that the person standing there had disappeared at some point. The attack begins. Dozens of drones took off, silently tracking the battlefields everywhere. Leave a comprehensive video record of this battle. Jiwu immediately took Su Zhou and others to the battlefield on the side. Before the battle begins, they need to reach the designated position so that they can clean up the remnants of the defeated soldiers who have fled from the battlefield. We'll hold the left side. What if they flee to the right? Someone else is in charge over there. Jiwu pressed the earphone and heard Baizua's slight breathing sound, the sharp sound of bullets passing through the wind, and the roar of artillery shells exploding not far away. Even though the sound was coming through headphones, my ears still felt uncomfortable from all the noisy sounds. You can imagine how fierce the battle was over there. However, this was only because we were still in the bombing zone and not close to the enemy. Jiwu's place happened to be on a high ground, and there was no debris blocking his view, so he could see the situation in the camp. They looked over there from a distance. The members of the Blood Feast armed forces were a large black mass. They operated their weapons, bombarded the ground with artillery shells, and bombed all the areas in front. Du Jiashir and others were very shocked. This kind of scene of artillery fire was not a common thing. Can the white left do it alone? Milan is still here. But with this level of intensive bombardment, it's going to be hard to break in, right? Huh? What's that? In the bombing area filled with lingering smoke and dust, a white torrent rushed out. The dense white dots gathered together to form a moving white tide. Like a roaring river, they broke through the bombed area with unstoppable force and rushed towards the first line of defense. That's a spider? There are so many spiders. It's the white left who's taking action. The white torrent was getting closer. The members of the Blood Feast carried their machine guns like crazy and kept shooting at the spider swarm. But those spiders seemed not to be afraid of bullets, and nothing, whether bombs or anything else, could stop them. Oh, they're coming. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Bullets kept firing from the gun barrel, and the barrel was already red and hot, but the spiders were fearless and rushed to their feet. A spider was the first to break through the defense line and rush to the side of a person from the Blood Feast. It jumped lightly and bit the person's neck. The man screamed in fear and kept grabbing at it with his hands, trying to pull it off. After the spider bit him, it suddenly deflated and hung on his neck, leaving only a layer of white spider skin. When the man's hand touched the smooth and cool spider skin, he felt a chill down his spine. Once one spider breaks through, the next one can't be stopped. More and more people are being attacked by spiders on their faces, necks, hands, and other parts of their bodies. In an instant, screams and panic filled the entire space. They panicked and tried to shake off these horrible creatures, especially when they saw them quickly collapse after biting them. Toxins, chemical weapons, parasites. All kinds of terrible speculations came to mind, and many people wet their pants with fear. However, after the initial confusion and fear, they were surprised to find that they did not show any signs of poisoning or discomfort. What are these things? Someone asked in a trembling voice. They were filled with doubts and anxieties. Could it be that the enemy's attack is caused by these spiders? So why are they still standing now? The doubts didn't last long. Gunshots rang out close by. What are you doing? A member shouted at the man who shot his own people. There was no light in the man's eyes, and he raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the others. Shoot without hesitation. Others tried to subdue him. However, as the number of such people increased, chaos ensued among them. For a while, the sound of gunfire continued, and people kept falling at the hands of their own people. Crazy. They're all crazy. The leader who was leading a team of people stationed here shouted in a state of mental collapse. He vaguely realized something. He widened his eyes and looked in horror at the 2 blood holes on his arms that had begun to clot. It looked horrifying. He was also bitten by a spider. He felt cold all over, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his heart was filled with self-blame and regret. How could he be so stupid? He had the opportunity to escape last night, but he chose to stay. Now, It's too late, and everything is over. Haha, we're done. How can we fight this kind of monster? Fear surged into his heart like a tide, and he suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. Until my body was controlled by something, and I felt the familiar and terrible feeling of powerlessness. He picked up his gun with lifeless eyes and ran towards the rear position. If you look closely, you will see that the pupils of these people are straight, and they have been manipulated. The white leftist walked slowly among the group of people. Many spiders were climbing everywhere, weaving layer upon layer of white webs. Rear. The leader of the Blood Feast armed forces waited anxiously yet calmly. As the artillery fire from the front line continued to sound, screams could be heard faintly. Chapter 170 Baptism of Blood. Can these people hold on? His expression became increasingly stiff. Finally, his face collapsed into a paralyzed expression. Boss, leader, the entire front line has been conquered. A member of the Blood Feast ran over with a pale face to report. Everyone was silent. In the deathly silence, the Blood Feast boss asked, "How many enemies are there?" This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears, making the already tense atmosphere even more solemn. The member's voice trembled as he spoke in a tone of confusion and disbelief. We didn't see any enemies, but the people who retreated said they saw a group of invincible monsters. After hearing this, the Blood Feast boss's face turned pale as paper. He laughed bitterly, as if he had expected this result. Really? Huh. That laughter was filled with despair and helplessness. Yes, the enemy they faced was such a strange and terrifying one. The Blood Feast boss looked around and saw fear on the faces of everyone present. An immortal monster. Just hearing this news is enough to fill people with fear. That's right. Seeing one monster doesn't mean they only have one. Perhaps we are facing a huge army of monsters. Why haven't we heard of this terrifying force? If they had known this earlier, they would definitely stay away from that organization, not to mention provoking it. They wouldn't even look at it. Unfortunately, there is no if. Anyone who wants to escape now can escape. The Blood Feast boss said helplessly. The front line was filled with smoke, and shouts and screams were heard one after another. However, they suffered successive defeats due to the rebellion of those they controlled. Side battlefield. Some people who had escaped from the front line appeared in sight, their bodies covered in blood and their faces filled with endless fear. Some of these people were seriously injured and limped, while others had completely lost their fighting spirit and were running and crawling in panic. They had only one thought in their minds, which was to stay away from those terrible monsters and this cruel and absurd battle. These people were running desperately, as if there were countless evil spirits chasing them from behind, and they didn't dare to look back. These people soon met Su Zhou and others who were guarding on the side. When they saw someone in front of them, they immediately shouted with ferocious faces, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The extreme fear made them think only of escaping, and anyone who dared to block their escape was their enemy. The gun fired. A bullet was shot towards Su Zhou and others. Wow! Su Rou opened the bone umbrella, and the blood and flesh quickly spread onto the umbrella to cover her body. The bullet hit the umbrella, but it seemed to be stuck inside the umbrella. The umbrella surface was slightly concave, absorbing the bullet. Then, the umbrella surface returned to its flat state, and the bullets on it slid off and fell to the ground with a clink. Puff! The head of the Blood Feast member who fired the shot exploded like a watermelon. Du Jiashi, who was holding a sniper rifle in the distance, released his hand that was pulling the trigger. Through the scope, he clearly saw every detail of the man's head exploding. And this was all caused by him. He shot, he killed. Du Jiashi's pupils dilated, and he gasped unconsciously. It doesn't matter. This is an enemy. He is trying to protect his companions. Du Jiashi's mind was blank. The fear of killing someone for the first time was not so easy to get rid of. Thinking and doing are two completely different things. Su Zhou pulled out the Great Xia Dragonbird. Direct hand-to-hand combat. The knife that had always been used to deal with monsters was finally stained with human blood. The Great Xia Dragonbird is indeed an A-level weapon. Its blade is extremely sharp. Just a slight scratch can separate the enemy's head from their body. Blood splattered on Su Zhou's face and body. Su Zhou just rolled his eyes and set his sights on another enemy. He used to be a killer, so naturally he had killed people. Of all the people present, he was the only one best suited to this battle. Yang Yu raised his pistol, and a strange eye appeared, rolling around in his eye sockets. 2 seconds. A fragment of the future came to his mind. His pupil shrank, and he moved his feet. The next moment, a bullet ripped through his clothes and shot past his arm. He aimed at the enemy, took aim, and fired. Decisive shooting. However, the attack only grazed the enemy's body and missed. As expected, without training, It is easy to miss the target, especially against a moving enemy. Yang Yu was not surprised and quickly aimed at the enemy again. Inu was blocked behind Su Ro. The open Rakshasa umbrella provided them with an absolutely safe area. Mizine worked hard with sweat all over her face. Her hands were wrapped with coils of noose. Perhaps the killing in the outside world attracted the voodoo doll, and it finally gave a response. The noose started moving. Then, out of nowhere, she appeared on the neck of an enemy who was attacking them. The rope was twisted hard, and he was hung in the air with a scream. He grabbed the rope around his neck with all his might, struggling and tearing at it, kicking his legs wildly, but he couldn't pull the ropes free. In the end, they can only die in painful suffocation. Jiang Tianzong watched these newcomers from the side, occasionally fire a shot and add a knife. He has a high degree of compatibility with the weird, and his outstanding 5 senses and control over his body allow him to easily control the gun in his hand. Shooting an enemy is very easy for him. A gunshot rang out. The next moment, a flower of blood bloomed on someone's body. The smell of blood and gunpowder filled my nostrils. Jiang Tianzong thought, it's quite disgusting. It's the first time for these people to encounter such an extraordinary battle. I wonder if they can hold on. Shi Jing went to the other side, where more people had escaped. Yang Yu felt his brain starting to ache. His control over the weirdness was still not very good. After using his ability twice, his body began to collapse. So, this time, he didn't have time to predict it. A bullet hit his leg. Intense pain spread throughout his body in an instant, and Yang Yu couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. And the man raised his gun again. There is no way to dodge it, Yang Yu thought. Where will this shot hit him? Head, hand, heart. It hurt so much. When the man was about to shoot, he suddenly stopped. A flower of blood bloomed on his chest, his body twitched, and finally he fell to the ground weakly. This gun? Yang Yu rolled over and hid in the bunker. He looked towards the place where the bullet came from and saw Du Jiashi. Du Jiashi shot and saved him. Du Jiashi held the sniper rifle and saw Yang Yu, who survived through the scope, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It was so scary, his companion almost died. Du Jiashi was so frightened that he even forgot all his previous entanglements and struggles. My mind was full of questions about whether Yang Yu was okay. He seemed to be injured. Chapter 171: A Ferocious Humanoid Demon. After the shot was fired, he put aside the messy thoughts, took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and continued to aim at the target. As gunshots rang out, the third and fourth shots were fired one after another. These 2 shots seemed much smoother than the previous ones, without much hesitation or delay. Or maybe Du Jiashi really has some talent for sniping, and his potential may have been unleashed when his companions were in danger, or maybe it was just a bit of luck involved. In short, both his first and second shots hit the enemy. However, he is still a novice after all, and his explosiveness and luck cannot always last. These 2 shots naturally missed. The previous performance was obviously an exceptional performance, and the following performance showed his true level. Du Jiashi was not discouraged by this. He carefully analyzed the shortcomings of his shooting and tried hard to adjust his posture, breathing, and aiming methods. Gradually, his hit rate began to improve. It's not just Du Jiashi who has grown. The brutality and cruelty of the war were not alleviated or mitigated, even though this was only a side battlefield. Those remnants of soldiers who escaped from the front line, their eyes flashed with extreme fear of death and infinite desire for life. It is this strong desire to survive that makes them burst out with amazing strength. Compared to those terrible, endless, and invincible monsters, these people may feel despair. However, when the enemy turned into Du Jiashi and others who were also human beings, the courage and hope to resist were ignited in their hearts. When it comes to experience in killing, who can compare to the members of the Blood Feast organization? After all, they are a notorious gang of robbers who have been robbing and slaughtering others for years. We are all flesh and blood. When the cold and ruthless bullets fly towards us, we can only watch helplessly as our bodies are pierced, bursting into shocking flowers of blood. In the face of powerful violence, we seem so small and vulnerable. The members of the Blood Feast armed forces thought so. They thought that as long as they killed everyone who stood in their way, they would survive. Once they successfully escape, finding them in this vast wilderness with no network coverage will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. With such thoughts, it is no wonder that Du Jiashi and his team faced a desperate fight from the Blood Feast members. The enemy's attack was too fierce. Yang Yu and others who were not yet able to master their strange abilities soon showed signs of fatigue. Suzhou flashed and quickly stood in front of Yang Yu, Zhang Lin, and Jiang Tianzong. He was like an indestructible fortress, blocking all the bullets for them. Suzhou held the great Xia dragon bird in his hand and swung it quickly. With a swish sound, The sharp blade in his hand cut through the air and split the bullet into two halves. This scene was so shocking that everyone present was dumbfounded. Jiwoo watched from the side and thought with some relief. Suzhou has finally grown up. Suzhou just turned his head and glanced at the three people behind him calmly. Yang you guys step back first, leave this to me. Yang Yu nodded subconsciously, but at the same time, a hint of unwillingness and helplessness appeared in his eyes. Yang Yu's eyes were full of bloodshot. He rubbed his eyes hard, trying to relieve the burning and stinging sensation, but the discomfort kept lingering, making him feel irritated and powerless. It's just discomfort. Compared to being able to foresee the future and successfully avoid several death crises, what is this small price to pay? Zhang Lin has not yet mastered the strange ability. It is undeniable that his shooting skills are the best among everyone present, except Jiwoo. However, this is a battlefield where bullets are flying everywhere and life and death are at stake. If you are not careful, you will be hit by stray bullets. Although Jiang Tianzong's abilities have improved somewhat, they are not very suitable for dealing with this kind of medium and long-range combat. Su Ro, who had been holding an umbrella, had a pale face, completely devoid of blood. She clenched her teeth tightly, and under the shelter of the umbrella, she pulled the trigger with her finger, continuously shooting bullets at the enemy in the distance. Inu, who had used the power of the voodoo doll once, was now in trouble because she was unable to control it, causing the voodoo doll to go out of control again. Fortunately, this time, it was just harvesting enemies. The originally small and cute voodoo doll now became extremely ferocious. It ran among the enemies, raised its little hands, and laughed happily from time to time. Swinging. Everyone is swinging. Several members of the Blood Feast were forced to have their necks strangled and hung in the air. More than a dozen pairs of legs hung limply in the air. Such a bizarre and unpredictable method frightened the surrounding Blood Feast members. They screamed and crawled away from this strange slaughterhouse in a panic. However, as the voodoo doll used its abilities more and more often, the terrible backlash began to erode Inu's already weak body. Her body was shaky, and she could only try her best to control it, not letting the voodoo doll accidentally hurt her companions. This is just a small part of the battlefield. As more and more enemies fled, they gradually became unable to cope with them. At this critical moment, a clear and cheerful young man's voice flowed into everyone's ears like a spring. Do you need help? Immediately afterwards, a figure covered in blood appeared, with scarlet blood flowing on his body and hair, gathering on the ground to form a small puddle. It is hard to imagine whether so much blood came from him or from the enemy. Milan stood there like a devil, but her face was filled with a smile as bright as the sun. The moment the enemies around him saw him, it seemed as if time had stopped. Their eyes widened, their expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief, their mouths slightly open, but they could not make a sound, and they even forgot to breathe. At this moment, their minds were blank. Although their bodies were shaking involuntarily due to extreme fear, their legs felt like they were filled with lead, and they could not move an inch no matter how hard they tried. That brilliant smile was as dazzling as the sun, but now it was distorted in their eyes, emitting a creepy aura. It became hideous, and they trembled. It was a terrible monster, a hideous humanoid demon. Some people collapsed and cried instantly, kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Don't kill me." Some people stood there in a daze, their eyes blank, as if they had lost their souls. In an instant, the battlefield, which was originally filled with the sound of gunfire, became quiet with only the sad and desperate cries. Ding! Milan's character completion increased by 25. Chapter 172. This is a monster in human skin. Character perfection reaches 28, unlocking the special abilities Blood Summoning and Blood Curtain. Blood Summoning. Excellent, can summon undead creatures through blood. The more blood used, the stronger the summoned creature. The summoned creature's weapon capabilities and form can be customized according to your imagination. This requires mental power to control. Once the mental power is consumed, the summoned creature will return to blood. Blood Curtain. Perfect, control blood to form a barrier that can defend against all attacks, or manipulate the blood curtain to trap the enemy, or subtly manipulate blood to form a blood mist to confuse the enemy. This war. It made those armed with the Blood Feast feel unprecedented shock and fear. Milan's every move seemed to carry an endless bloody aura, which was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Blood Feast members. In the hearts of these people, Milan has become the incarnation of the blood demon. Wherever he goes, death comes. They couldn't imagine why he possessed such a terrifying and strange ability. They only knew that wherever he appeared, blood would gush out like a fountain, dyeing everything around him bright red. On the battlefield, wherever he passed, Those who dared to attack him would instantly turn into sad and beautiful flowers of blood. The blood splattered on Milan's body, making him covered in blood. Warm, bright red blood was flowing and dripping on his body. No wonder these people were frightened by him. The monster in Milan's contract is called Blood Demon, and it is a blood clothes level monster. It feeds on blood, and all its abilities are related to blood. A special ability unlocked at the beginning is the Blood Bomb. Excellent, it can manipulate all liquids it touches and make them into bombs. The human body is the best carrier for bombs. Needs to come into contact with skin or blood. One can imagine how terrifying it would be to see everyone he could come into contact with explode into a pool of blood in front of his teammates. This added sophistication unlocks 2 more special abilities. Next, he will transform into a blood nightmare and become one of the most terrifying shadows in the hearts of his enemies. Milan tilted his head slightly and looked at the deserters. He gently raised his right hand, with blood dripping from his fingertips. Under his control, the blood turned into a blood mist and rushed towards the people at the blood feast. Those people with lifeless eyes stood there blankly, allowing the blood mist to surround them. Gulyalu, gulyalu. The sound, like boiling water, is very obvious. At this moment, those who were crying and shouting seemed to be strangled by an invisible force, unable to make any sound. They turned their heads stiffly and looked at the person wrapped in blood mist. The blood mist was very thin and could not completely cover the body of the person inside. Therefore, people outside can clearly see the people inside. The people in the blood mist had the blood under their skin boiling like hot water, and their bodies were steaming. Then, the flesh and bones melted in the high-temperature blood. However, this high temperature did not turn all the blood into mist. Instead, it was wrapped in a thin layer of skin, constantly expanding, and finally when it reached its peak, it exploded with a bang. The power of this explosion is no less than that of a 500-kilogram bomb. Boom, boom, boom. It caused a chain reaction, and all those people were blown up. The damage from the explosion even affected some people who were not surrounded by the blood mist. The extremely brilliant blood flowers blended into the blood mist. Returned to Milan's side. Shock. The blood feast members widened their eyes, growling in their throats and making some ambiguous sounds. Their bodies were no longer able to respond. They could only stare blankly at the blood mist rushing towards them again. At this moment, their brains were not thinking about anything. Perhaps, death was also a relief. The blood mist dissipated and all enemies dissolved in the blood. Milan's blood demon greedily absorbed all the blood and returned to his body with satisfaction. Du Jiashir and others were also shocked. Is this Lord Milan's ability? Du Jiashir rubbed his arms and looked at the bright and innocent smile on Milan's face, and couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, Lord Milan is not our enemy. Otherwise, having such an enemy standing opposite would be too terrifying, wouldn't it? It would be a nightmare. The smell of blood was so strong that it could not be dispelled. Every breath would bring the sticky, fishy smell into everyone's lungs, causing them to reflexively feel uncomfortable. Nausea. Feel like vomiting. After the battle here is over. It was their first time seeing blood, and they finally began to feel uncomfortable. One person vomited first. The others finally couldn't help it and ran to vomit one by one. The sounds of vomiting continued. Su Zhou was wiping the knife with an expressionless face. Jiang Tianzong covered his nose and mouth. He didn't want to vomit, but the sound of vomiting was really nauseating. He hurried away, staying away from the bloody battlefield. Ji Wu took out a bandage, disinfectant, and cotton, and walked to Yang Yu to treat his wound. Yang Yu was shot in the leg, but fortunately the artery was not injured. Perhaps the wound was too painful, and apart from being pale, he showed no signs of nausea. Ji Wu cut open his pants with a dagger and checked the wound. The bullet went straight through Yang Yu's calf. Ji Wu gave him an injection to relieve the pain, then cleaned the wound with disinfectant, blocked it with cotton, and then bandaged it to stop the bleeding. Made a simple emergency response. Then he turned on the communicator and asked the logistics personnel to drive over to pick up Yang Yu and take him back to headquarters for treatment. When being bandaged, Yang Yu cried out continuously because it was so painful. Su Zhou and Jiang Tianzong came to express their condolences to the youngest newcomer. Keep talking to him to distract him. It hurts so much. Yang Yu's eyes were red. Ji Wu's technique was very skillful. You did a great job, kid. Just bear with it. The pain will go away once the painkiller takes effect. The others were all injured to varying degrees, with scrapes and scratches from shrapnel. Yang Yu was the only one who was shot. However, their wounds also need to be treated. So, when the logistics people drove over, they also got in the car back. The next step is to leave it to Baizhua, Milan, Shi Jing, and others. White leftists have already entered the camp. The leader of the Blood Feast armed forces stood there with a miserable expression, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. It is clear that Mingming Zhuo is not tall. His face looked very childish, like a 15-year-old boy. However, in the eyes of the Blood Feast boss, he was just a monster in human skin. Chapter 173. With such strong acting skills, why would he be a robber? Otherwise, what are these things in front of me? Everyone at the Blood Feast watched all this in horror and fear. As Baizhou stepped in, a strange atmosphere spread out, and the ground and walls seemed to be covered by a layer of pale gauze. It was made up of countless thin and tough white spider silks. These spider silks spread very quickly and quickly covered the entire camp. Countless spiders are moving on these spider silks. They are busy pulling the spider silks with their slender legs and begin to carefully weave one oval-shaped cocoon after another. These cocoons are hung high in the air or on the walls, like exquisite and peculiar decorations. Above the camp, a huge dark curtain slowly descended, covering the entire camp. The sunlight is completely blocked out, which brings people infinite depression and fear. Some people couldn't bear this feeling of oppression and knelt on the ground, looking at the spiders with despair on their faces. The Blood Feast boss said in a weak and hoarse voice, "What do you want? Why not kill them all? Is there anything about them that is worth this monster sparing their lives?" The white leftist glanced at him nonchalantly. "Your only value is to become my tools. What a shame. You originally had the right to protest, but you lost that right after you attacked the deviant society." The Blood Feast boss said, "The Blood Feast armed forces are almost wiped out now. Whether you believe me or not, my men did not attack you. They had all the bullets in their guns. Someone else attacked you. They want to put the blame on us for what they did and make us a scapegoat. You've got the wrong target." The leader of the Blood Feast thought that this was a scapegoat thrown by another force. After all, the other party was a powerful force and would not attack them for no reason. There is no need to lie to them. He said this to make the other party understand that although they had done so many evil things and deserved to die, they were not the ones who attacked the Igwe society. Is he begging for mercy? Or is he doing something else? The Blood Feast boss didn't quite understand his own feelings. Perhaps they also have the idea that after they die, they will drag those who framed them to hell with them. White left? I said from the beginning, there is no misunderstanding. A drone flew over. It has been following the white left for a long time, recording all of their actions. Baizhou didn't look at it. If he hadn't put it in on purpose, the drone would not be able to operate in his strange domain. The leader of the Blood Feast opened his mouth and wanted to say something. It seemed that he still believed that there was some misunderstanding and wanted to convince the white left. White leftists don't want to explain too much. He directly used his telepathic ability to transmit the video that had been played to the newcomers and spies to the brains of everyone present. A huge influx of information. Their brains were forced to watch the entire video uncontrollably. In the picture, the team wearing combat uniforms with the Blood Feast Armed Forces logo came to a plain covered with weeds. They were ecstatic. They didn't expect to find such a land that had not been contaminated by nuclear weapons or bombed. They were communicating excitedly and talking loudly about how to occupy and seize this land. As for the original owner of this land, of course they were all killed. This is the usual style of the Blood Feast Armed Forces. Their conversation was completely recorded by a robot that was sent out to collect materials. As they walked forward, they found several transport trucks driving along a small path that had been pressed out. The next moment, they decisively opened fire, first blowing up the tires of the transport vehicles. After discovering that the windows were all bulletproof glass, they decisively rushed forward, violently opened the doors, and killed all the drivers. They went to check the supplies on these vehicles and were surprised to find that they were loaded with very practical daily necessities such as food, seasonings, clothes, etc. These are enough to last us for several days. Are these people a caravan that just finished trading goods outside? I wonder if they have any good things in their camp. Isn't there a road here? Just follow it and you'll know. Seeing this, the Blood Feast boss's face turned pale. In the picture, some people's voices are extremely familiar. They are the voices of the team members who caught them and are still begging for mercy. How could that be? What exactly happened? Boss Shuiyan was confused. Could it be that he was deceived? That was impossible. That group of people clearly had enough bullets. Could it be that someone in charge of the warehouse helped them to hide it from him? The leader in charge of the warehouse was even more troubled. He was racking his brains to figure out which of his subordinates was betraying him. There were so many weapons and ammunition in the warehouse, and he usually didn't pay much attention to this matter. If someone does a little trick, it's possible to hide it from him. Continue reading below. The group was seen following the road and saw a strange door. Enter the door. Inside is a place that seems like a paradise, with large tracts of cultivated fields planted with various rice and vegetables. At the edge of the forest, there are also many half-human-high fruit tree seedlings planted. There were many people wearing clothes that could only be seen before the end of the world, walking through the fields, leisurely tending to the vegetables on the land. If someone from another gathering place breaks into this place, maybe they will pretend on the surface, trade, or merge. In short, although they will occupy this land, they will never kill all the people here. Unfortunately, the one who discovered this place was a team of the Blood Feast armed forces. Their style is totally unreasonable. A massacre began. Submachine guns and rifles mercilessly fired at the unarmed residents. Bullets poured out. The residents screamed and fled in panic. But he still couldn't escape the slaughter of these demons. There are also some employees from the Orthodox Society in the Vaser underground city, and their uniforms are printed with the conspicuous logo of the Infinite Snake. They were the only ones with some fighting ability, but the few small pistols they used for self-defense and the fact that they were just logistics personnel were not enough to face the battle-hardened members of the Blood Feast. Bullets pierced their bodies. In the eyes of the Blood Feast boss, it was extremely glaring. It turns out there was really no misunderstanding. No wonder the Blood Feast armed forces were declared at war by the other side, and were bullied to such an extent that it would be incredible if they didn't react at all, right? Those guys are really nice. With such great acting skills, why would he be a robber? The Blood Feast boss knelt on the ground helplessly. There is no blame, no scapegoat, no misunderstanding. It was all caused by the Blood Feast armed forces. Chapter 174, Become a Puppet in My Hands. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. They, the Blood Feast armed forces, commit many evil deeds and have no conscience. If you act like this, you will run into trouble sooner or later. The leader of the Blood Feast naturally understood this truth, but he still did his own thing, acting recklessly with the idea of living one day at a time. However, when this day really comes, the Blood Feast boss was filled with regret. The leaders began to cry one after another. It seemed that they had begun to regret what they had done, but it was too late. The cocoons that were originally hanging there quietly seemed to sense their emotions and began to tremble. This subtle vibration became stronger and stronger, and the entire space was shrouded in this inexplicable and strange atmosphere. The Blood Feast members looked at the cocoons uneasily. Immediately afterwards, a horrifying scene appeared. One terrifying eye after another slowly opened from the surface of the cocoon. These eyes were spread throughout the entire strange domain, and the number of them was enough to make people shudder. Each eye revealed an unspeakable evil aura, like the gaze of a demon. These eyeballs moved as if they had found a suitable prey, and suddenly they all looked down at the ground, staring intently at the people at the Blood Feast who were kneeling on the ground and repenting. Their cold and playful eyes seemed to be mercilessly mocking this group of people, and it seemed as if they had already seen through the hypocrisy and evil hidden deep in their hearts. Their confession at this moment is nothing more than the cry of a defeated dog, simply because they are afraid of provoking such a powerful enemy who can destroy them with just one counterattack. They did not truly regret having become bandits whose hands were stained with blood and who had committed countless crimes. When his extremely dirty heart was completely seen through and exposed by those eyes, all his emotions were exposed without reservation and displayed in front of everyone. Everyone felt so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. At the same time, their bodies were trembling and their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear. The strange scene before them made them shudder, as if they were in a nightmare. Those strange eyes seemed to have extraordinary power, able to penetrate the human body and see through everything. Under the scrutiny of these eyes, everyone felt like they were standing naked in public, with no privacy at all. All disguises and concealments become futile, and the secrets deep in the heart are exposed. Their minds were in a mess. Their thoughts were surging like the tide, but they couldn't concentrate on thinking. All kinds of thoughts were intertwined in their minds, giving them a splitting headache. Not only that, even their thoughts, hearts, and souls seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, being torn apart bit by bit and displayed before everyone. This feeling is really terrible. Fear spread like a plague, quickly devouring their hearts. In this endless terror, they finally broke down and shouted at the top of their lungs, "We plead guilty." The White Left stood in front of them, looking down at them kneeling on the ground. His eyes were cold and sharp, surrounded by countless spiders and eyeballs. He stood in this strange, absurd, and terrifying scene, like an unspeakable evil god who observed people's hearts and took pleasure in toying with them. The minds of these people have been completely broken. He fell to his knees, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. They were like puppet dolls that had been played with and had lost their own will. In this bizarre and terrifying atmosphere, the white leftist slowly stretched out his pair of overly slender and beautiful hands. His 10 fingers were rebelliously painted with black nail polish, which made the white reflections of his fingers stand out even more. He covered his face with one hand and smiled a sickly smile that was tinged with evil excitement. Then, be my puppet. The other hand opened, and countless spider silks stretched out from it, like transparent silk threads, connecting to these people. From then on, these people will be permanently branded by him and become puppets without their own thoughts. Allowing them to be manipulated by the white leftists, they become very useful tools in their hands. Ding! Baizu's character's completion has increased by 22. The current completion is 80 unlocked special abilities. Fall of Evil Thoughts, Mind Prison. Fall of Evil Thoughts. Perfect. You can inject malice into the target. The malice will penetrate the opponent's thoughts and consciousness, causing them to fall in the malice. Mind Prison. Perfect. Open up a world of the mind, where you are the master of the mind, able to control and transform this world at will, turning it into a prison. All enemies drawn in will be trapped, unable to escape. The character's completion has reached 80, unlocking the special scene, Crime City S. Completing the special scene will drop rare items. The newcomers have returned to headquarters for treatment. After a great battle, everyone was more or less exhausted. But there are still some people busy cleaning up the battlefield and sorting out the mess. Those people are the spies who were forced to do this, as well as the security and logistics personnel of the society. They wore masks, wrapped the bodies in body bags, and moved them aside, while picking up the guns and other things scattered around. The spies' faces turned pale. It was the first time they had seen so many corpses, which were not in good condition, at such close range, which made them extremely uncomfortable. But the security guards kept urging them, so they had no choice but to keep bending over and carrying the things. Ding dong. The phone rang with a message. The spies stopped what they were doing curiously, wiped their hands, took out their phones and clicked on them. It turned out to be the live footage from the drone. When everyone saw the scenes on the screen, they couldn't help but gasp. The horror of the white left deeply shocked their hearts. The newcomers remained relatively calm. After all, for them, although white leftists are scary, they are still their predecessors after all. As long as they do things in an orderly manner and do not take the initiative to provoke others, the white left should not attack them for no reason. Thinking of this, these newcomers felt a little more at ease, but their fear of the white left did not diminish in the slightest. The method of completely defeating the enemy's mind, controlling the enemy's body and mind, and turning the enemy into a puppet in one's hands, this method of attacking the mind is indeed terrifying. The spies' faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies were shaking like sieves. Some even had weak legs and were unable to stand and collapsed to the ground. Even worse, some were frightened to the point of insanity, mumbling to themselves words that no one could understand. Chapter 175, Killing All, Mutated Monster. When the security personnel saw this scene, they frowned. He muttered to himself, "These people are so timid, aren't they? They're just a few corpses, are they so scared? They're so useless." They shook their heads, expressing their disappointment and disdain for the performance of these spies. However, they didn't realize that the reason these spies were terrified was not just because of the corpses before them. What really scares them is the extremely cruel methods used by the white left. These people were anxiously wondering if they would suffer the same fate. Will they also be deprived of their self-awareness and be terrified that they will be treated like this and become puppets at the mercy of others? It is this fear of an unknown fate that makes them become so miserable. Could it be that he has also been turned into a puppet without his own consciousness, which is why he is so scared? Unfortunately, no one has the time to explore why they are so frightened. The security personnel ordered those spies who had not yet suffered a mental breakdown to continue cleaning up the battlefield. Although these spies were terrified, they had no choice but to carry out the security personnel's orders. The white left have screened all those who can stay. Most people who can become leaders have good talents. After obtaining these dozens of useful tools, the strength of the white left finally rose to a certain level. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often. After all, there are human rules and regulations for heretics, which impose various restrictions on the behavior of the psychic masters and ordinary people. Generally speaking, it is not easy to get so many useful, talented, and physically fit tools. Now, there is a rare opportunity to use their abilities wantonly, and the white left will certainly not let it go. Moreover, this is just the beginning. He won't be satisfied with this. The strange realm is removed. The white left looked into the distance. He will not let go of those who escape. After all, the mission given by the Deviant Society is very clear. All members of the Blood Feast organization must be eradicated without leaving a single one alive. It is this order that allows the White Left to exert all their strength without any scruples. Live broadcast, not interrupted yet. Before the war started, some members of the Blood Feast organization fled overnight with their subordinates and important resources. They didn't dare to rest, for fear that they would not escape far enough and would be caught up by the enemy. Boss, there is a medium-sized gathering place ahead. The leader finished the last bite of his canned food and stared coldly in that direction. Everyone, please hide your identities and say you are survivors who escaped from the destroyed gathering place. After saying this, a trace of cruelty flashed in the leader's eyes. He then made a throat-splitting gesture and added harshly, "If there are those who are blind, then..." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Then the leader leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and tried to give his exhausted body a little rest. The Blood Feast has been organized. Fortunately, he is still alive and has a group of loyal subordinates with him. As long as he is given time, he will be able to make a comeback one day. However, he could no longer be as lawless as before, wantonly robbing others of their wealth and taking their lives. Once you enter a gathering place, you need to abide by the rules there. The leader felt very uncomfortable. Ever since he joined the Blood Feast armed forces and reached his current status, he has never felt this kind of frustration again. Once you've tasted power, it's not a pleasant feeling to lose it. But he had no choice. Losing his rights was better than losing his life. The leader was thinking secretly in his heart, but his body suddenly shook violently. Then there was a sharp, shrill sound of brakes. The men screamed in fear. "Boss, what the hell is that?" He opened his eyes irritably. However, what he saw before him also shocked him. In front of the vehicle that was forced to stop stood a crimson monster. It opened its mouth wide and gave them a terrifying grin. "Monster! Damn, what is this thing?" The leader immediately pulled out the gun from his waist and shouted, "Damn it! Kill it for me." His heart felt extremely heavy, and an ominous premonition came over him. Is there no escape after all? Having personally experienced the horror of having his body controlled, he understood the enemy's incredible abilities better than his own men. The men picked up their weapons, opened the car doors, and rushed towards the monster. Intensive gunfire rang out, and bullets continued to pour towards the monster like raindrops. With so many bullets hitting the monster, any other animal or human would be instantly turned into a hornet's nest. But this monster is different. The bullet hit it as if it fell into a sticky liquid. The bullet sank deeply into it, but did not cause any harm to the monster. It was like it ate the bullet. The more he beat his men, the more frightened they became. However, they had no chance of escape. The monster pounced on them, only scratching them lightly with its sharp claws. They were split in half. The leader's eyes widened in shock. Through his dilated pupils, he saw the monster tear open the roof of the car and its huge claws grabbing towards his head. He fought hard and attacked the monster, but unfortunately, the bullets could not stop it at all. Finally, the monster grabbed his head and lifted him up. With a click, the leader's whole body collapsed, and he stopped moving. Less than 5 minutes. This team was completely wiped out. The monster stretched out its thick and powerful claws and stuffed the bodies of those people into the car easily like toys. Then, it lifted the entire car effortlessly and turned away. Mi-Lan was flying in the air, chewing the gum in her mouth expressionlessly and blowing a bubble. Under his feet was a monster summoned from blood. Because Mi-Lan has been addicted to a Monster Hunter game recently, the summoned monster was deeply affected by it. It has a huge body, a pair of thick and powerful wings, and looks very ferocious, like a mutated dragon. It growled and flapped its wings before flying away. Before leaving, Mi-Lan looked back at the gathering place over there. At that medium-sized gathering place, the people who had been watching the battle here broke out in cold sweats. He muttered to himself in disbelief. Could it be that some strange monster has appeared outside? It's serious. We must report it immediately. It would be troublesome if those monsters attacked the gathering place. And that person standing on the monster's back, which faction does he belong to? The news was quickly reported to the higher-ups. At first, no one believed the news. After all, no matter how strange the changes are, there has to be a process, right? Chapter 176. This tone is like the Death King. However, when some news came from other gathering places one after another, these gathering places asked them in panic, "Have you ever seen those terrifying monsters?" Faced with this series of inquiries, their doubts were gradually confirmed. There really was a group of ferocious and terrifying mutant monsters in the wilderness. At the same time, Baizhua and Mi-Lan are still working tirelessly to hunt down the escaped members of the Blood Feast. They inevitably come into contact with people from this world's gathering place. because most of the Blood Feast members who escaped fled into various gathering places, blended in, and hid. They wanted to use the shelter of the gathering place to escape the enemy's pursuit. They have a good idea. If it were any other organization, they would surely not offend people from various gathering places just for a few escaped remnants. However, the heterodox society had no such concerns at all. The white leftist wore a black wide-collared long-sleeved shirt that revealed his beautiful collarbone and slim-fitting cropped motorcycle harem pants. A few ribbons were lazily dotted on the trouser legs, adding a bit of handsomeness to him. This outfit makes him look like a rebellious handsome boy. It attracted the attention of a group of girls gathered there. He's so handsome. With that kind of aura and the clothes he's wearing, could he be the young master from the central gathering place? In the apocalypse, materials were scarce, and the clothes they wore were rough, all made of animal fur of the same style. There is no way. There is too little land available for cultivation, and all of that land must be used to grow high-yield crops such as rice, potatoes, etc. that are edible for humans. The only people who can afford to wear clothes made of this kind of cotton are the high-ranking people in the central gathering place who have a lot of resources. A group of girls and women gathered around. They tried their best to show themselves, but because of the lack of water, they were always unkempt and their body smell was definitely not very good. But they also try their best to clean themselves up and show their best side to the white left. In the end, everyone has a hard time, especially women. Beautiful women will become resources and be snatched away by the upper class. Even if women are not very pretty, they still have reproductive value. Therefore, they will be bought and sold like commodities. In this doomsday, their status is very low, and unless they have powerful military force, they cannot guarantee their own safety. Perhaps the white leftists from a large gathering place are their only chance to change their fate. Once they are noticed by white leftists, they can escape from this miserable life that is like hell. There was hope in the eyes of these women. White leftists have become their only hope. The white leftist had a cold expression and did not show much impatience or disgust towards the women who surrounded him. Compared to those men who often beat them up and verbally abused them, the attitude of white leftists is quite friendly. Despite this, he clearly had no interest in the group of women surrounding him. Hey handsome guy, do you want to try it with me for one night? As long as you try it, you will definitely enjoy it. Handsome boy, choose me. I can wash clothes, cook, clean and tidy up the house. I can also hunt and mend clothes. I will definitely take good care of you. They just want to survive in this hell and live more like human beings. The white left glanced at them. These people all have some scars on their bodies, and years of malnutrition have made them very thin. They were wearing ill-fitting, messy clothes. Some of them even just had a few pieces of cloth hanging on them. They are lucky that this gathering place is not so inhumane and tolerates them living here. As long as they are willing to work, they can get something to eat. Although they cannot eat their fill, at least they will not starve to death. Call the leader of your gathering place. The white left found a man who looked like he was in a leadership position. Judging from his dress and temperament, he should be a caravan captain. The caravan leader was startled, then said happily, "Excuse me, which base are you from? What do you want to see our leader for?" Baizwa sighed. He didn't bother explaining and directly stated his purpose. Your gathering place is sheltering a group of members of the Blood Feast Armed Forces who are wanted by us. Hand them over. Blood Feast Armed Forces. The caravan captain had indeed heard of the reputation of this organization. Everyone in the caravan was very afraid that they would encounter people from the Blood Feast in the wilderness. Because once they encounter it, it means that the entire caravan will be destroyed. Then, he asked in surprise, "Why are there members of the Blood Feast Armed Forces in our base? Are you looking in the wrong place? The Blood Feast organization roams the wilderness everywhere. They won't enter any gathering place unless they want to plunder it." Baizwa tilted his head slightly, and a spider appeared on his shoulder. "Did you find it?" He left the man behind and headed towards the address conveyed by the spiders. This is the area where the middle-class people in this settlement live. The buildings here are much more spacious and brighter than those crowded buildings. The man hurried over. There were many leaders living here, and they couldn't let the two sides clash with each other. A group of people just came down from upstairs. The one who took the lead happened to be the second in command of the Blood Feast Armed Forces. When he saw Baizwa, he was stunned at first and did not recognize him at first. After all, Baizwa was standing on the tall spider head at that time and was some distance away from them. They are so scared that they are almost dying. Who has the time to care about what white leftists look like? Baizwa smiled at him and said, "I found you." The second in command was stunned. "Looking for me? Who are you?" White left. "Did you forget so quickly?" The second in command frowned and thought. If he had seen this face, he would never forget it. Moreover, the other party obviously seemed to recognize him. Could it be someone he had met at the blood banquet? Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? The more the second-in-command looked at the white left, the more hairs began to grow on his back. This dark and depressing temperament, this tone like that of the king of hell. The second-in-command's face changed. He suddenly pulled his subordinate over, pushed him out, and ran away. Damn it! Why the hell was he found even though he was hiding here? The white leftist leaned slightly sideways. The subordinate who was pushed over collided with the caravan captain who was catching up with him. Ouch! What's wrong with you? Why are you bumping into people? The caravan leader complained. But the person who bumped into him looked as if he had seen a ghost and stood there in a daze with fear. Chapter 177. How sad. The trash. Bang! A gunshot rang out. It exploded like thunder. It was like a danger signal, causing everyone around to scream in panic and shove to flee the area. A member of the blood feast was trembling, holding a gun tightly in his hand, with the muzzle pointing at the white left. Obviously, he accidentally pulled the trigger due to excessive nervousness after seeing the white left. The second-in-command who abandoned his men and fled alone heard the gunshots behind him and couldn't help but curse under his breath. However, at this moment he had no mind to scold the subordinate who fired the gun. He had only one thought in his mind: to escape from here quickly. The second-in-command ran as fast as he could. He didn't dare look back, for fear that the devil was chasing him. When the other subordinates saw their brother shoot the man, they immediately showed joy on their faces. At such a short distance, there is absolutely no possibility of missing. But the man who fired the gun did not show any joy at all. Because he saw that the bullet did not hit the white left as expected, his heart was filled with astonishment and confusion. The bullet strangely hovered about 10 centimeters in front of Baizois. The bullet was smoking and making a sizzling sound. In the sight that no one could see, transparent, invisible spider silks blocked the white left's way, firmly sticking the thrown bullet to the spider web. Even bullets that can easily penetrate steel cannot cause any damage to the seemingly thin spider silk that breaks at the slightest touch. This scene before him was beyond common sense, completely subverted imagination, and unbelievable. It had far exceeded his cognition. His mind went blank, and he seemed to be frozen in place, completely losing the ability to think and act. Seeing this, Baizois, who was standing by, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, sneered, raised his hand elegantly, and gently pushed the bullet away. With a crisp ding-dong sound, the bullet fell straight to the ground as if it had lost its support. He then walked toward the shooter. The man stood there like a sculpture, motionless, allowing Baizois to approach step by step. Baizois walked slowly in front of him and stopped when he was only a fist away from the muzzle of the gun. His dark and deep eyes, without a trace of light, stared at him intently. Baizois reached out, his fingers easily grasping the gun in his hand. He moved the muzzle of the gun to point at his forehead, lowering his voice and chuckling. Come on, shoot again. As soon as he finished speaking, the man moved his fingers slightly as if bewitched by a demon and pulled the trigger with an expressionless face. Bang! The bullet stopped abruptly just 1 centimeter away from the white leftist's forehead. This short 1 centimeter seemed like an unbridgeable gap, and it was impossible to touch the white leftist at all. Holy! The man looked at Baizois in horror. The strange and unusual scene before him was extremely stimulating to his three views, causing his already dull and rigid brain to completely stop working. In his extreme fear, he could only make intermittent, hoarse and broken sounds from his throat. He didn't even know when he let go of her hand. The pistol belt fell into the hands of the white left. Baizois turned the gun and held the pistol in his hand. Then he pointed the gun at the member of the blood feast in front of him. Goodbye. Bang! A gunshot rang out, instantly piercing the man's forehead. But he obviously did not have the mysterious means to withstand bullets with his body. So, the unconscious body could only fall backwards and fall to the ground. Blood splattered on Baizois' face, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled morbidly and looked at the stunned blood feast members. Next, it's your turn. The captain of the caravan was stunned for a long time before he finally came to his senses. He collapsed to the ground and exclaimed, "Murder! Murder!" He stepped back repeatedly and crawled away from the scene in a panic. Those women who had been following Baizois from a distance and had not given up hope saw Baizois being forced to be shot and thought that Baizois had encountered trouble and were about to rush over to save him. Maybe, if I try my best to save the white left, I can turn things around and live a good life. As a result, as soon as they rushed over, they saw the white leftists snatching other people's weapons and sending them flying. This murderous and decisive temperament made them stop immediately, and they hesitated and dared not move forward. A huge black crack ran between them, and at this moment, they clearly realized that they were completely different. Whether it is status or cognition, the subordinates couldn't believe it. Was this man a devil? Could a human really do such a thing? Shoot! They attacked the white left madly. The gunshots were deafening. However, no matter how they attacked, the bullets all stopped when they approached the boy. It was as if there was something protecting the boy tightly. No matter how they attacked, they could not hurt him in the slightest. They were growing more desperate. At the same time, they finally understood why their boss left them and ran away without looking back. Facing such a monster, they had no way to defeat him. In their terrified stares, the white leftist raised his gun without hesitation and pointed the black muzzle at them. Gunfire continued to spew out. At this moment, that handsome boy has turned into the god of death from hell. Every time a shot is fired, a life is ruthlessly taken away. Blood splattered everywhere and screams were heard. This cruel scene, like a scene from hell, was being played out before my eyes. Haha, how sad. Trash, not even worth being used as waste. The white left's expression was gloomy, mixed with a hint of madness, as if he was immersed in killing. Moment. He stood in a pool of blood. His whole body was covered with the blood of the enemy. There was no living person around him. Lying around were the bodies of the Blood Feast members. He pulled the trigger again, but the muzzle made a clicking sound, and the bullet in the gun was empty. Bai's left hand loosened, and he casually threw it into the pool of blood. He left the place without looking back. The girls covered their mouths and supported each other as they could barely stand. There were fear and tears in their frightened eyes. They have lost the courage to keep up. That young man was not at all the young master they imagined coming from a large gathering place. He's more of a cold-blooded killer, not someone they can afford to mess with. Baizwa looked at the traces left at the scene and quickly analyzed the direction in which the second-in-command escaped. He took another step and followed the traces all the way. Chapter 178, the villain finally sentenced to death. The girls looked at each other. They could only support each other and leave here. Since there is no hope of clinging on, there is no need for them to stay here. Most of the people who have survived the apocalypse are very resilient. They just took a last look at Baizwa's back, sighing at this handsome young man, while continuing to try their best to survive in this desperate world. The second-in-command fled in panic, knocking down several people along the way. Those people cursed angrily, but the second-in-command had no time to pay attention to them and didn't even dare to pause for a moment. The gunshots from afar gradually stopped. This means that all his men have been wiped out. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that his child was still safe downstairs and thus escaped. But at this time he could not go back to find his son, as this would very likely lead him to walk into the tiger's mouth and cut off his only chance of survival. The second-in-command had no choice but to cruelly abandon his own flesh and blood, leaving his son to fend for himself. After all, he couldn't even say whether he could save his own life. The battle here has attracted the attention of the top leaders of this gathering place. A group of armed guards are rushing towards this side. However, the battle ended too quickly, and when they arrived, only dead bodies remained on the scene. Their faces turned pale. Which force is so ignorant? They didn't even follow the rule of not firing guns in gathering places. This is a rule jointly implemented by those large gathering places. Aren't they afraid of offending those gathering places by disobeying the order? Catch them quickly, or our gathering places' faces will really be rubbed on the ground. Those who are able to establish a gathering place all have some ability to a certain extent, especially those at the top who control most of the resources. They are not like those people at the bottom who are still struggling for food every day. They only care about their own face. Under pressure from above, the guards had no choice but to speed up and chase the culprit who caused the fight. The second-in-command prayed in his heart. He never believed in God, but now he was calling all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, hoping that he could escape from the clutches of that devil. Didn't catch up? He has run so far. He also deliberately chose to run in crowded places, hoping to use the bustling crowds around him to cover his whereabouts. The buildings in this gathering place are so complicated that it is easy for newcomers to get lost. Even the second-in-command didn't know where he was. But he didn't dare to take any chances. He fled all the way from the Blood Feast camp to this gathering place, but still couldn't escape the devil's pursuit. That person is really scary, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The second-in-command was sweating profusely as he ran, breathing heavily as if he wanted to squeeze all the air out of his lungs. There is a corner ahead. The second-in-command immediately ran towards that direction and quickly turned the corner. However, when he turned around, a figure was standing there quietly. He was stunned on the spot. The figure was Baizwa. He was standing leisurely in front of the intersection, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. At this moment, there was a slightly crazy smile on Baizwa's face, as if it was the smile of a devil from the abyss, which made him tremble with fear. "My lord, please spare my life. I am willing to join your army and serve you like a slave." The second-in-command knelt on the ground and begged for mercy without hesitation. He threw all his face and dignity behind him. At this moment, he just wanted to survive. The white left looked him over and sighed softly. Another piece of trash. The second-in-command felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was a villain who had finally been sentenced to death. Baizhua bent down slightly and said to him, "I have already sent your child down there, and you will be reunited with him soon." The second-in-command's pupils constricted, and in extreme fear, he felt his heart suddenly ache, and he covered his heart in pain. The guards hurried over at this time. They raised their weapons, pointed them at the two white leftists, and shouted, "Don't move, the two in front. Everyone raise your hands." The white left looked at them and stood up straight. The second-in-command was already clutching his heart, his face grim and filled with pain as he collapsed. The guards approached with nervous expressions. Several people gathered around and checked the second-in-command who had fallen to the ground. Then they shook their heads. "Captain, his heart has stopped beating." They found no external injuries. However, looking at the person who fell down, his pupils were dilated and his face was full of pain and fear, as if he was scared to death. They looked at the young-looking Baizhua, who looked like a teenager. Baizhua had a handsome face, and no matter how they looked at him, he didn't have a face that was scary enough to scare someone to death. But they dared not underestimate this man. Whether it was the blood that had not yet dried on the white left's body or the battle with corpses everywhere, it showed that this person was not that simple. They pointed their weapons at the white left and did not relax even a little. "Which gathering place and force are you from? Who are they? Why are they fighting in our gathering place? Please cooperate with us in our investigation until your faction sends someone over. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." The captain took out handcuffs and was about to approach Baizhua. An ominous premonition was stirring in his mind like needles. "Don't get close to this boy, you will die?" The captain paused and looked at Baizhua in astonishment, meeting Baizhua's lifeless eyes. He couldn't help but shudder. What kind of look is this? He felt that if he dared to get any closer to this person, he would be the one to die the next moment. The captain didn't dare to move. The two sides suddenly reached a stalemate. His teammates looked at their captain with some confusion, as if wondering why the captain was standing there without taking any action. Baizhua pointed to the emblem printed on his chest. "I'm an S-rank contract master from the Outlaws Executive Division. I'm here on a mission to kill all members of the Blood Feast Armed Forces. This mission has nothing to do with you. This is purely a personal vendetta between us and them." "Members of the Blood Feast Armed Forces?" the guards exclaimed. The captain's face changed. He took a few steps forward and carefully observed the dead second-in-command. The second-in-command holds a high position in the Blood Feast organization, so his face is naturally on the wanted poster. The captain recognized the second-in-command. He was even more shocked. Even the second-in-command died here. It seemed that what the man in front of him said was true. What kind of force was this outcast society? Why hadn't he heard of it? Why is it so powerful? They surprisingly easily solved the problem of the Blood Feast Armed Forces that had been a headache for all the major gathering places, but had been unable to deal with. The captain's attitude suddenly became much more respectful. As a captain of the guard team, he could not afford to offend such a powerful person. Chapter 179. Your figure in killing the enemy is truly captivating. The captain's face was sometimes surprised, and sometimes revealed a hint of doubt and hesitation. The symbol of this cult is very unique and eye-catching. The diamond-shaped border tightly surrounds an extremely large snake, whose body is winding and twisting, with its head and tail connected, forming an infinity-shaped pattern representing infinity. The head in the center appears extremely fierce and majestic. If you stare at this logo for a long time, you will seem to see an illusion of a giant snake suddenly rushing out of the pattern, making you afraid to look directly at it. If such a special pattern had appeared before, it would definitely have spread among major gathering places. It is impossible that no one has heard of it at all like now. This sign was also very unfamiliar. He had never seen it before. Could it be a newly formed force? Executive Department. The captain murmured in a low voice, sounding like a special combat unit. S-level contract master? This title is really too weird and confusing. Does S-level refer to the level of strength or a specific title? There is also the Kiguishi. Although the specific spelling is unknown, judging from the pronunciation alone, this should be a very special professional title. Such titles often exist in legends or stories made up by people. Those strange people with extraordinary abilities and strange and unpredictable behaviors seem to fit the mysterious image of Master of Tricks. The captain was a little undecided. Was this just a simple code name, or was there a deeper meaning and mystery hidden behind it? Or, the white leftist had no intention of continuing to explain. He walked towards the second-in-command who was lying on the ground. Those people looked at him with vigilance and caution. Baizhua took a look, and finally, he used spider silk to stick to the legs of the corpse and drag the corpse away, etc. The captain quickly stopped him. When the captain met the white leftist's gaze, his scalp tingled, but he had to stop him due to his duty. Although this is a personal feud between you, you can't fight in the gathering place. According to the rules, you need to. The captain hadn't finished speaking yet. A spider 2 men tall came over, dragging a string of corpses wrapped into cocoons. He nearly bit his tongue. Let's go? What the hell? It's a huge spider. This is too big. Bai pulled with his left hand, and the spider silk pulled the corpse on the ground and threw it into the air. Throwing an adult male with one hand? The captain was stunned and confused by this series of changes. Watching the spider skillfully catch the thrown corpse, spinning its front legs and wrapping it with spider silk. Soon the freshly baked cocoon joined the army behind. Baizhua stepped on the spider's front legs and jumped lightly onto its back. The spider roamed freely on the road, and everyone crawled to avoid it. Captain. The team members were undecided and looked at the captain. The captain wiped his face and said, "Don't look at me. Let him go. Otherwise, can we stop it? I always feel like I'll die if I try. Report it to the higher-ups. We can't make the decision on this matter." All the armed members of the Blood Feast, including those who fled to other places, were killed. The newcomers who had returned to the camp and had bandaged their wounds were also following the live broadcast. When they saw the last person being killed by the white left, they stood up and cheered with their fists. Good. Finally found them all. They're really good at escaping. Master Baizhua is amazing. How did he determine where the enemy fled to based on just that one trace? I probably wouldn't be able to figure it out even if I racked my brains. It wasn't easy. It only took us 40 minutes to defeat the enemy base camp, but it took us over 6 hours just to hunt down these people. It's mainly because they're so fast runners. If we find them one by one, the time we spend on the road is more than the time we spend killing them. The war, which lasted about 7 hours, finally ended. Shi Jing, Milan, and Baizhua returned to the headquarters covered in blood. There is a lingering murderous aura about them, and the cold look in their eyes alone is enough to scare people away. However, the logistics staff at the headquarters of the Society of the Others were used to big scenes, and were also used to the contractors returning covered in blood after completing their missions. They have seen even more horrifying scenes, so how could they be afraid of this little murderous aura? As soon as Baizhua and others came back, the logistics personnel surrounded them. Master Shi Jing, are you injured? Master Milan is amazing. As expected of you, Lord Baizhua. Your posture when killing the enemy is truly captivating. I have prepared hot water and delicious food. Please wash yourselves and take a rest. The white leftist yawned and waved his hand. I won't eat it. He walked into the bathroom specially prepared for him, washed his body, changed into clean clothes, and then lay lazily on the sofa. He rested his head on the velvet couch and closed his eyes. His consciousness is already communicating with the system. System, what is this special scene? When the completion of Baizua's character card reached 80, the system prompted that a special scene, the City of Crime, had been unlocked. System, when the character perfection of each character card reaches 80, their respective special scenes will be unlocked. As long as you complete these special scenes, you will receive some rare rewards, and at the same time, the relevant characters will be improved. Please note that all images and special scenes will be broadcast in a special format. Is it a live broadcast? The specific form can only be known after opening a special scene. Shinyu was speechless. It was the same whether the system answered or not. He clicked on the interface between the headquarters and the branch. The newcomers were in good condition and doctors had been sent to provide psychological counseling. The others each have their own duties. The construction points are also constantly rising. As for that space, the name of the Heterodox Society should have spread to all the major gathering places, and we will definitely have to contact them later. Clean up what needs to be cleaned up, knock down what needs to be knocked down, and leave some people to maintain the operation of that world, and this space can be taken into your hands. As for why a nuclear war would happen in this space, Shinyu planned to explore again later. After all, it's your own backyard, so it's better not to leave any hidden dangers. Anyway, now the matter has come to an end. So, should he try to activate a special scene? He was also a little curious about what the special scenes looked like. Shinyu thought about it for a moment and quickly decided to open it. System, start the special scene. Special scene, Crime City, S, is opening. Activation is complete. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported to this scene. 10, 9, 2, 1. Transmitted. Chapter 180 Abnormal Black Crystals, Huge Dark Curtain. High Bay City. A harbor city by the sea. Some problems left over from the last century have made this city prosperous, but beneath this prosperity lies many deep-rooted chronic diseases. It relied on shipping and a large number of foreign populations to make a fortune, and its economy developed very strongly. But at the same time, many dark things are hidden in the shadows of this prosperous city. A tired-looking office worker finished his day's work and hurried home with his briefcase. Thanks to the activeness of the Pact Master, another S-level copy was conquered in the territory of Xia State, which obtained a 30-day buff and 12 hours of safety during the day, free from strange attacks. Although people still die at night, this is unavoidable. As long as that damned thriller game continues, they are destined to live in fear. The office worker raised his hand and glanced at his watch. The clock hands pointed to 5:50. The safe time during the day is from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. He had to get home as soon as possible. The office worker quickened his pace, and when he passed an alley, he heard bursts of dull sounds of punching and kicking coming from inside. He knew what it was. At the turn of dusk and night, the rats in the dark will crawl out of their burrows and go outside. He walked forward with his head down. What did this have to do with him? He is just a wage earner with a family to support, and he is no longer at the age of passion. Low screams continued to be heard, as well as suppressed pleas for mercy and crying. The pace of office workers became hesitant. He took out his cell phone and pressed the alarm button. In short, there will be police officers to handle these matters, so as an ordinary person, he should not get involved. Yes, this is the wise choice to protect yourself. The office worker thought so. Bang! Something suddenly fell from the sky and hit him on the head. He uttered a low cry and looked up to see who was so wicked as to throw something from a high place. But he saw that every window on those floors was tightly closed, so he had to lower his head to look for the object that hit him. On the ground, a shiny object, about the size of a grape, glass, or crystal, lay there. The office worker picked it up and examined it carefully. It is black in color and has an irregular rhombus shape. The surface is very smooth, as if it has been polished. And after polishing, you can see that there is no impurities inside, and it looks like a black diamond. Thinking of this, the office worker couldn't help but laugh. How could it be possible? How can diamonds fall from the sky? Maybe it's just a crystal decoration? But it looked pretty nice, so he put it in his pocket and prepared to take it back to give to his child. Just as he was about to leave, the people in the alley seemed to hear his voice and came out to check. After seeing the office worker, they exchanged a subtle look with each other. Then, they quietly approached the office workers. Two people, one on the left and one on the right, tightly grasped the office worker's arms. The office worker was shocked and tried to struggle, but was firmly held by the other party. He wanted to shout loudly, but someone covered his mouth and dragged him into the alley. The office worker struggled hard in shock, but was no match for these tall and strong men. Someone snatched the phone from his hand and unlocked it using facial recognition. This kid called the police. Fuck, you're so nosy. Give him a lesson so he'll remember it. Fists and kicks rained down. The office worker could only beg for mercy, but his head was broken and his arms were bruised. The office worker held his head and tried his best to protect it. If he hadn't meddled in other people's business, if he had left there immediately, perhaps he wouldn't have encountered all this. The pain in his body made him scream. He won't die here, will he? At this moment, the office worker's hatred towards the rats who beat him reached its peak. It would be great if someone could punish these bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. The blood on his body seeped onto the black crystal that fell from his pocket. The black crystal absorbed the blood and suddenly burst into light. Those people were shocked. What the hell? What is this? They stopped beating and looked at the glowing black crystal. The black crystal slowly floated up from the ground, its surface making crackling sounds, and soon it cracked into several pieces, and something overflowed from it. Such a strange scene. Coupled with the existence of the thriller game, these people suddenly screamed and ran away, leaving the office workers behind. The office worker also wanted to run, but he was in pain all over and couldn't get up for a while. He could only look at the black crystal in horror. No way. Wouldn't he have encountered any unusual incident? The office worker's mouth dropped open. I saw the black crystal completely shattered, and then it overflowed with turbid black. The next moment, a black beam of light shot up into the sky. When it reached a certain height, the black liquid expanded in an instant, enveloping the entire city. At this moment, time in the entire city came to a standstill. A huge black hood loomed over the city, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. What's this? The time in the entire city returned to normal, but the people here were shocked to find that a huge black curtain had appeared in the sky, covering the entire city. Such an abnormal situation caused everyone in the city to panic. What is this? Have we entered a copy of the horror game? No way, I didn't hear any game prompts. That's the unusual event. An unusual incident affecting the entire city. Someone come and save us. Everyone rushed madly towards the edge of the darkness. They wanted to escape from here. Some people were very close to the edge of the black curtain. When they arrived at the foot of the black curtain, they found in despair that the black curtain had trapped them inside. No matter how they hit the black curtain, they could not shake it or get out. Office workers also raised their heads and looked at the sky. He felt as if he had witnessed something extraordinary happening. Such an abnormal situation caused a lot of chaos. With emotions out of control, many people started looting and smashing things. The darkness hidden in the shadows also began to stir. At this moment, everyone's brain was invaded by a consciousness. A message was instilled into their brains. This is a beautiful city, a bright and gorgeous city. Even though it has many shortcomings, it still has an indescribable charm. Welcome everyone to the Crime City. Chapter 181, I'm just an ordinary emotional consultant. The voice was like a breeze, gently blowing past people's ears. But it contains endless nostalgia, as if the owner of this voice is full of indescribable emotions for this city. This city holds an unparalleled place in his heart. Next, please quietly watch the last glory of this city. Take this as a warning and remember that if the evil of human nature is not curbed, it will eventually lead to self-destruction. The people in Haibei City who were forced to consume some information were confused. What were they supposed to do? A clear picture began to emerge on the huge black curtain in the sky. Zahai City, an extremely prosperous and beautiful port city. Because it has the largest overseas port trade, the city has developed very well. Whether it is prosperity or being a port city, it is very similar to Haibei City. But the difference is, Haibei City still has some chronic diseases left over from the wars of the last century. Even under the governance of the Xia state, there are still some powerful rats that are difficult to get rid of. But they can only be active in the dark and cannot surface to affect the lives of ordinary people during the day. However, the Zahai City, known as the crime capital, is different. It is prosperous and beautiful, but due to the inaction of the upper class, the public security is not very good. Those insects, snakes, rats, and ants that should have been in the dark were actually active on the water surface in broad daylight. Most people walking on the streets were in a hurry, with sorrow and fear on their faces. They looked around vigilantly from time to time, as if they were avoiding something. In this bustling crowd, one hooded boy stood out. In contrast to the frightened people around him, he seemed very relaxed and calm. He was leaning slightly against a street sign, seemingly just in a daze. Across the street, a middle-aged woman with an anxious look on her face walked quickly towards them, carrying a backpack. She walked to a signpost and looked around. Then he took out his phone and dialed the PIN number. Hello? Is this Mr. Consultant? I'm already here. The young man tilted his ears slightly and heard the woman's anxious voice in the headset. Sir, is this really possible? I mean, would I? The boy interrupted her. Well, ma'am, I'm just an ordinary relationship counselor. I have already answered all the questions you asked me. What else are you dissatisfied with? The man hesitated for a long time and finally gave up asking any further questions. The phone was hung up. The middle-aged woman left the street. The boy waited for a while before crossing the sidewalk and coming to the opposite street. He stopped at a place without surveillance and picked up a thick envelope. Instead of opening it, he put the envelope in his arms and left humming a song. He walked through the busy streets, boarded a bus, passed countless stops along the way, and finally got off at the terminal. There are also less prosperous places in prosperous cities, such as urban villages, where all kinds of forces are intertwined, and it is the most chaotic and dangerous place. The young man walked into the urban village with familiarity, turned left and right, passed through several alleys, and finally returned to the house he rented here. As soon as the boy closed the door, he lowered the hood that covered most of his face, revealing his childish face. The boy has a handsome appearance. Even though he hasn't grown up yet, it's not difficult to see how handsome he will be when he grows up. If an employee of the Yigihui saw this, they would be surprised to find that this person was a younger white leftist who looked only 12 or 13 years old. Of course, in addition to those who have watched the internal live broadcast of Igwe Company, and the group of senior officials from various countries who have watched the video through spies. No one in Haibei City recognized the identity of this young man. They were a little confused as to why this strange sky screen was showing them these images. We can't trap the entire city here just to let them see how this young man lives, right? The local garrison in Haibei City has already reacted. After receiving orders from the higher-ups, they immediately took over the entire city. They first evacuated the group of people who were blocking the edge of the city's dark side and let them return home. then go out into the streets to arrest those who are looting, smashing, or committing various crimes. Soon, High City was sealed off and everyone had to stay at home and was not allowed to go out. However, they can still watch the images broadcast on the sky screen from the balcony, rooftop, and through the window when they stay at home. Xinyu, who had entered the special scene, had already learned from the system that his every move would be broadcast through the skylight for everyone in High City to watch. This means that from the moment he enters the special scene, Xinyu must play the role according to the personality of the character card. Otherwise, if someone notices something incongruous, his work will likely be deducted from the level of perfection, which will result in him being unable to complete the special scene. Xinyu was not worried at all. After reading the updated information on the character card, I immersed myself in playing the character card. After Baizhuo lowered his hood, his whole body relaxed, and he walked towards the sofa with floating and dazed steps. As soon as he approached the sofa, his body fell limply into it and curled up into a ball. He turned over, put his legs on the armrest of the sofa, and lay on his back on the sofa. He reached out and took out the envelope in the inside pocket of his coat. When he opened the envelope, a thick stack of brand new coins appeared inside. The white leftist took the money out of the envelope. All of the money was the largest denomination of banknotes he had just withdrawn from the bank, with a face value of 500 yuan, and there were 200 of them. The total is 100,000 Zahai coins. Even for Zahai City, which mainly relies on port trade, this is a considerable amount of money, enough for an ordinary white-collar worker to earn in a year's work. The value of currency had been instilled into the minds of people in High City before. Seeing this scene, many people gasped. Because after conversion, based on the purchase rate of 100,000 Zahai coins, it would be about half more when converted into Xia country currency. What exactly is the profession of this emotional consultant? How can you make such a huge sum of money so easily? Many people are very envious. You know, High City is not full of rich people. There are also many young people from other cities who come to High City to earn their first pot of gold, and many people who do manual labor. Most of them only earn 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month, and in a city like High where prices are high and rent is not cheap, they often cannot save much. The white left just threw the money on the table, and his nonchalant look irritated many people. Some people speculated with envy. Could he be a gigolo? Chapter 182, An Unusual Information Dealer. The picture on the sky was too unusual. Soon, a strange post appeared on the internet. People who have not experienced it personally may still be a little confused after clicking on this post. About the time, I earned 150,000 yuan as a gigolo. Those in High who click here will understand. Ha ha ha, the poster is really brave to post this online. The people of High who had seen the sky curtain understood what was going on and started joking about it. Otherwise, what kind of relationship consultant can make so much money? He's still so young. How can he find a proper job? You're not looking for those rich ladies with special XP, are you? I understand. That woman is already in her 40s. Is this acceptable? TSK, very Xing. That's great. I also want to find a class like this. I really don't want to work anymore. Why aren't there any rich women interested in me? Maybe you're too old, buddy, and not popular anymore. Even being a gigolo has to depend on looks. There are many people who make malicious speculations like this. The frustrations of reality, coupled with the anxiety of being trapped in the city and unable to leave, were all vented online. Soon, many people in High City pushed this post to the top of the list. Many people from other cities clicked in without knowing why, and when they heard them talking in secret codes, they couldn't help but become curious. What gossip are you talking about? Rich woman? Gigolo? 150,000? What kind of news is this? It's hard to say exactly what happened. I can only say what I know so far. A boy who looked only 12 or 13 years old, working as a relationship consultant, received 150,000 yuan from a middle-aged woman in her 40s who appeared to be quite wealthy. Oh my god, what kind of relationship consultant is this? Is this a scam? So young? This is against the law. News from High City? I searched it, but couldn't find anything. Could it be fake? No matter what those people speculate. The images on the sky screen continued to play. Baizhuo was lying on the sofa when his phone vibrated. He took out his phone and opened it to check. Someone sent a message to the white left's private message. Things aren't going well in the east. Those rats are getting really annoying. The information you provided was very timely. If we hadn't discovered it earlier, we would have lost much more. I'll give you an extra 30 on the fee this time as a token of my gratitude. A huge amount of money was transferred through several transfers to an anonymous black card of a white leftist. The countless zeros on it make those with malicious intentions dumbfounded. This is only 30 of it. Damn, there are so many zeros. I can't even count them all at once. 3 million. I can never make that much money in my entire life. What information is so valuable? Didn't he say he was an emotional counselor? What's the deal with this money? Someone posted a puzzled question. There are many smart people on the internet who have analyzed some things based on what netizens in High-Bay City revealed. First of all, let's not talk about the emotional consultant for now. Let's look at what happens next. The mice are a bit like jargon, and this information is actually very obvious. This profession is illegal in Xia country. It's likely that this profession involves intelligence dealers who provide and sell intelligence. Some intelligence is indeed valuable, such as commercial secrets and state secrets. However, if you dare to have this idea, congratulations. You'll receive a free White House with food and accommodation. Don't think you'll be alright if you chat online. Don't be too optimistic. If you do, you'll be caught. I don't have the brains for it, so don't even think about it. Many people who had this idea changed their minds. If they really had this kind of thinking, they probably wouldn't have ended up so miserably. However, to be able to be an information dealer at the age of 12 or 13, this person must have someone behind the scenes, or he must be a monster with an outstanding mind. Through this analysis by netizens, those who viewed white leftists with ill intentions could not help but change their views of him. The white left turned off his phone out of boredom. This is so boring. Is there nothing happening worth being happy about? The white left rolled around on the sofa. I don't know how he rolled around on the narrow sofa without falling off. Ding dong. Zhai City pushed a message. Just now, Mr. Zhang, a well-known entrepreneur in Zhai City, unfortunately died due to a sudden heart attack and lack of timely treatment. His wife, Ms. Li, and his son inherited all his property. Suddenly, a news push appeared on his mobile phone screen. Baizhua clicked it casually, and his expression did not change at all, as if everything was expected. He watched the news silently, his eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. After reading it, he sighed softly and said to himself, "Finally, this decision has been made." With this, Ms. Li's long-standing emotional distress has finally come to an end. This is really a good thing. From now on, she won't have to be disturbed by her crying every night. These words should have sounded relaxing and joyful, but when they came out of his mouth, a strange atmosphere inexplicably permeated the air, making people feel uneasy and frightened from the bottom of their hearts. The push news was thoughtfully displayed on the sky screen for everyone to see. They didn't know Mr. Zhang, but there was something indescribably familiar about Ms. Li, both in her face and her dress. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the lady who consulted him about his relationship problems before?" No way. Although it's a little blurry, it's definitely her face. She has a husband, and her husband died of a heart attack. This was originally an accident. If a heart attack is not discovered and treated in time, it is very likely that the person will die within a very short time. This sudden illness is difficult to prevent. However, not long ago, Ms. Li gave a teenager a large sum of money for emotional consultation, and her husband suddenly died of a heart attack, leaving her with a large inheritance. And what the white left said, everything has an undertone of conspiracy. Could it be that Ms. Li did this on purpose? Her goal is to kill her husband? She was crying constantly before. I guess she's been wronged and suffering. Maybe there's a problem with her and her husband's relationship, or maybe he's having an affair or a mistress. So, she found this relationship counselor, hoping to find a solution. Then this information dealer probably hinted something to her, and in the end, she chose to get rid of her husband? Wow, this is really eye-opening. Chapter 183, Kidnapped? No, I'll join the game. The people in the city outside became more and more confused. Looking at the heated conversation, it doesn't seem to be made up, but the topic has evolved from gossip at the beginning to legal news later. It's getting more and more outrageous. What a great relationship consultant. Let me ask you, has this emotion been resolved? It's solved, completely solved. There's no more complete solution than this. It's just a little more punishment, imprisonment, and torture. If it's fake, I'll just take it as a joke. But if it's real, I'll call the police. Isn't this considered murder? There's no evidence that Ms. Li did this intentionally. After all, Mr. Zhang already had a heart condition, and his death from a heart attack wasn't caused by someone else. Innocent until proven guilty is the norm. This is just speculation. Unless we can retrieve their phone conversations and chat logs and see that they clearly planned this process, we can't convict them. Are you guys in High-Bay City so powerful? It looks so chaotic. It's not from our High-Bay City, it's clearly. Strange, why can't I type that name? What the hell? I can't even send it. People in High-Bay City felt a chill down their spines. When they tried to post the specific information about the skylight and other items online, they found that no matter how hard they tried, they could not send it successfully, so they had to give up. It's like the existence of the sky curtain, which is not very scientific. No way. They could only use specious words to describe the plot they saw in the sky. Because there was no concrete evidence, people in other cities thought it was a story they made up. The flow of time on the sky screen is different from that in reality. Sometimes it speeds up a lot, and sometimes it skips some unimportant scenes. The main focus is still on white leftists. After getting some money, white leftists quickly spend it like water. It can be seen that he does not have high requirements for living environment and food, as can be seen from the fact that he lives in a simple, cheap one-room rental house. I also order takeout twice a day to eat. I try not to go out if I can, and I just sit in front of the computer and operate it. A large amount of data flows on the computer, and most people who see it don't understand it. Some people who can understand it only know that white leftists are using hacking skills to do something, but they can't understand more specifically. Baizhua closed his computer and stretched. He got up and tidied the room, packing some things. He had always deliberately not prepared too many things of his own, and threw away everything that needed to be thrown away. So after packing everything, he only needed a backpack to carry it all. He quickly cleaned the room. Then, he left a few $100s in cash on the table and walked out with his backpack. This is just a temporary stop for him. People of his status never stay in one place for too long. On the way, he was wearing headphones and seemed to be talking to someone. His words were vague, with some hints and guidance that were difficult to discern. Finally arrived at a place. This is the most dangerous place in Zhai City. The danger lies in the fact that it is the intersection of the territories of two forces. Chaos and violence occur here all year round. Baizhua was talking on the phone as he passed by here. He glanced at the path next to him and saw a group of people in it who were dressed in extravagant clothes and behaved like gangsters. He stopped and hung up the phone. Whether in terms of numbers or size, the white left is at an absolute disadvantage on both sides. Not to mention that the white leftists look like children of only 12 or 13 years old. Even tall and strong adults will consciously avoid them when they see this group of people. When Baizhua walked towards them, he did not show any fear. These people are one of the largest underground forces in Zhai City, and they control most of the highly profitable businesses in Zhai City. It is also one of the sources of chaos in Zhai City. Hey kid, what are you looking at? This is not the place for you. Why don't you go home now? Ha ha ha. This guy is pretty good looking, isn't he? TSK, don't even think about it. The crackdown has been a bit strict lately, so it's hard to get out. What are you afraid of? I'm short on money lately. If I can sell a product, my final days will be much easier. As long as the higher-ups don't find out, who will hold me accountable? Those people looked at the white left with malicious eyes, their greed and malice revealed without any concealment. The leader gave a wink, and a group of people surrounded Baizhua. The white left seemed to be frightened and stood there in a daze, allowing people to approach him foolishly. One person took a handkerchief and covered the white leftist's face with it. Soon, Baizhua lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was locked in a sealed room. Food was delivered through a very narrow hole in the door. The backpack and other belongings were searched and taken away. When people in Hebei City saw this scene, all kinds of emotions surged in their hearts. Some people felt gloating over the fate of the white left, while others felt pity. I express my sympathy and regret for his experience. Human traffickers deserve death. How many families have been tragedies caused by the existence of these human traffickers? All right, both sides are bad, but the traffickers do deserve to die. And I think they're not just doing this. They're probably involved in other gray industries as well. What's the point of us watching these? There are so many injustices in reality that we can't even take care of. How can we take care of this place on the sky that we have never heard of and can't even touch? However, just as everyone was discussing this, what happened next was completely beyond everyone's expectations. With just a few words, Baizhua easily aroused the ambition of the person responsible for delivering food to him and successfully instigated the other party to rebel. Not only did this person secretly return many of the previously confiscated items to the white left, he was even tricked into extracting a large amount of important intelligence during the conversation. Mr. Consultant, please tell me what to do next. The man's tone was extremely respectful and humble. He did not treat the white left as a child who was locked up and about to be sold to others. Instead, they treated him with great respect, as if he were their own leader or chief. The reason why he became like this? That's because he completed several tasks that brought benefits to the organization with the guidance of white leftists. Then he turned around overnight, from being an insignificant errand boy into a middle-level figure who could command others and had some power. Gained fame, wealth, and status. Compared with his previous treatment, it is like heaven and earth. This person wants to worship Baizhua as long as Baizhua can continue to guide him. Chapter 184. President, the wild card in the deviant society. He will be valued by the organization. By then, he can continue to be promoted and even become a senior cadre in the organization. At that time, how much wealth could he obtain? He couldn't even imagine it. For someone who could pull up a useless piece of shit like him, what good would it do to him even if he was treated like a slave, let alone being worshipped as a slave? The white left is still the same. They only give him 1 or 2 words of advice, and most of the decisions are left to him to make. In this way, this man became a senior figure in the organization, released the white left, and taught a lesson to those who had tied the white left in. The white leftist was playing with his mobile phone, watching as this organization grew increasingly powerful and acted more and more arrogantly under his subtle instigation. In the end, the organization's style and behavior caused dissatisfaction among other forces. This led to other forces uniting and attacking this force together. White leftists sent out several messages. More forces joined in and devoured each other. The small and medium-sized forces wanted to advance to a higher level, while the large forces wanted to seize more wealth, strengthen their own power, and take the entire Zahai city into their pockets. The melee in the dark intensified. Even during the day, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets. All of them smelled the uneasiness in the air and hid in their homes, staying in as much as possible and waiting for the chaos to end. And the white left has been hiding behind the scenes and manipulating the situation. Countless people died indirectly as a result of his schemes. The people in Hebei City looked down on him at the beginning, but in the end, they almost watched in silence as the white leftist relied on only a mobile phone and a computer. A war broke out on the dark side of the entire city. The harshness and sophistication of the means used can only stir up fear in those who live in a peaceful country. This city deserves to be called the crime capital. The citizens are simple and honest, and robberies, murders, bombings, etc. occur from time to time. And these are just crimes that are relatively easy to suppress. The police officers in Zahai City can arrest the criminals. The struggles among underground forces are what really give people a headache. These forces are complicated, and some are very powerful and are not afraid of official forces at all. Perhaps it's because the chaos here is too great, or perhaps it's because the smell of blood here is too strong. The city attracted a huge monster. This monster is taller than those skyscrapers, and the tall houses under its feet look like toys. It just stood in the center of Zahai City, staring at the humans in the city like a monster. It feeds on human blood and malice. Continue to grow yourself. Baizhua has completed the final cleanup work. Next, the underground forces in Zahai City will face a major reshuffle and reorganization. However, he knew in his heart that as long as these underground forces existed, the evil in human nature would continue to spread. The evil of human nature? I'm really fascinated by this. Let me see more of this evil, all unfolding before my eyes. The white left whispered softly, as if full of longing for the ugliness in the world. His deliberately lowered voice echoed in the air, revealing an indescribable madness. White leftists continue to pay attention to the follow-up of this struggle. During a surveillance of Zahai City, Baizhua discovered that something strange happened on the crossroads in the center of Zahai City. He contacted the system in surprise. System, what's going on? Why is there something strange happening in this particular scene? The Baizhua he is playing now is the Baizhua before he joined the Igwe Society. In other words, he does not have a strange contract. Although he can use his abilities, won't he be exposed if he uses his abilities? The system quickly replied, "This is the special plot of this scene." Wait, how do I solve this? Oh, I see. Shinyu didn't understand the purpose of this strange appearance at first, but he soon realized it. If this monster had not appeared, the people from the Deviant Society would not have come. Then Baizhua may continue to hide in the gray area of Zahai City and serve as his intelligence dealer and emotional consultant. Finally, you will sink deeper and deeper into the darkness, until finally, you will either bring about destruction, destroy yourself, or destroy others. Now, the weirdness has appeared, and a trickster is needed to deal with it, so the Deviant Society will also appear. Therefore, he not only has to play the role of a white leftist in this special scene, but also has to open another pseudonym and play the role of a trickster. The character card of Baizhua did not indicate who captured him and brought him into the cult. However, when he played the role later, he gradually added some details of the white left setting, hinting or explicitly indicating some things. For example, white leftists have committed crimes. Before being brought into the order, he had committed some very punishable crimes under the law. This led to the fact that after joining the heterodox society, the white left also brought a supervisor to monitor his behavior. Considering this special scenario, well, he provoked a war among all the criminal organizations in a city. Not to mention how many people died in the process, he also instigated people to commit suicide, murder, and commit crimes. And it's not for profit. I simply want to see the evil in humanity. When Shinyu saw this, he felt that what he did in that special scene was a bit crazy. Shinyu thought that it was just a special scene and he could play however he wanted, so he released a little bit of his nature and did not restrain himself. And this white leftist has a very high criminal IQ. All his actions were accomplished by instigating others, and none of them were done by himself. If a normal investigation were conducted, no one would be able to find any evidence of his crime. At most, it's just a crime of trafficking intelligence. There aren't too many intelligence dealers in a place like Zahai City, and no one would make a big fuss over an intelligence dealer. Shinyu checked his existing character cards. Excluding the newcomers, there were only a few that could be used. Wu, Wang Qing, Fei Niaoe, Fu Zhang. These people are all fine. However, Fei Niaoe and Bai Zhua are evenly matched, which means that there is no winner between them. Wu and Wang Qing are both S-level spellcasters, so it's not easy to arrange them. Finally, after some thought, Shinyu decided to put on the president's vest and go himself. When things are undecided, a horse will appear. President, the wild card in the cult. After making the decision, Shinyu was no longer so nervous. He looked at the strange creature in the center of Zahai City, more like he was looking at a pet that was about to be imprisoned. It's so big, so it must be quite powerful, right? Can accommodate a new weirdo. I don't know what this strange ability is and whether it is useful. Thinking so, Shinyu's real body directly entered the special scene. Descended over the sky above Zahai City. Chapter 185. People fear him, but they also fear the evil of humanity itself. As soon as the main body arrives, basically, there is no need to worry. Shinyu began his performance. Bai Zhua's expression, which had been nonchalant, as if everything was under his control, suddenly changed and he looked at the computer in surprise. What's this? There was a hint of confusion in his tone. He bit his fingernails unconsciously and his brain started working frantically. Monster? Alien creature? Demon? Or an illusion? White leftists hacked into the internet, but couldn't find any information about this thing. The monster appeared in the center of the city, where there were the most prosperous streets and transportation hubs. So many people passed by there, but no one noticed this huge creature. Bai Zhua called up the surveillance footage on the central street of Zahai City. Although the pedestrians on the street were still hurrying along, none of them noticed the huge monster above their heads. There was no sign of commotion. This is not normal. Can't they see it? Bai Zhua muttered to himself. What can't you see? In the sky, this person has been hiding behind the scenes, controlling the dark side of the entire city, from provoking fights, to involving all organizations, and then to the final closing of the net, eliminating the largest force among them, and giving this chaotic city a strong dose of medicine. Change the world. These methods are ruthless and skillful, and can be said to be completely calculated. Human hearts and human nature are completely under his control. I'm afraid those organizations that fight to the death never thought that the person who provoked this melee and ended it was a boy of only 12 or 13 years old. The people of Haibei City, because they were able to watch this scene from the perspective of white leftists, understood more deeply how terrifying this young man was. I always feel that his mind is so evil that it is almost inhuman. What's more terrifying is that someone with such a smart mind has plunged into darkness. When he wants to get closer to the darkness and see more darkness, he himself will be infected by the darkness. It was a humanoid monster covered in human skin. All the people in Haibei City who watched the whole process had the same thought in their minds. And what could be the thing that could make this well-planned humanoid monster feel confused? People in Haibei City became very curious. As if he saw their curiosity, the scene on the sky changed and came to the sky above Zahai City. The camera looked down at the city from high above. Everyone finally understood why the white left was confused. They stared with wide eyes and looked at the scene appearing on the sky in astonishment. They saw a huge and terrifying monster standing quietly in the center of Zahai City. Its body is extremely huge, probably several thousand meters or tens of thousands of meters high. The skyscrapers that originally towered into the sky look like insignificant toys under its feet. Everyone gasped. Even though the monster stayed there motionless and seemed to have no intention of destroying the city, people who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a deep fear in their hearts. This fear comes from an instinctive reaction. Just like gigantic fear and deep-sea fear, humans always have an unspeakable fear of the unknown. It's like the indescribable and uncontrollable thrill that a low-dimensional creature experiences when it suddenly glimpses a high-dimensional creature. Faced with such an unimaginable existence, the insignificance and fragility of human beings are clearly revealed. Their voices were blocked in their throats, and they wanted to open their mouths to say something, but no sound came out. What kind of monster is this? After a long time, someone finally uttered a word that was almost a sigh. Someone was silent for a long time before saying, "It's a bit weird, but, so far, none of the weirdness that has appeared is as huge as this." Some unusual events would occur from time to time in Xia. Most of them will be blocked by the authorities. A small part of it will be revealed and then known to the public. Although they were panicked, the atmosphere in China was much better than abroad because of the presence of the contract master and the safety buff during the day. At least, doomsday theories and theories of human extinction rarely appear online, while the order abroad is completely chaotic. The economy is already in decline, and there have been years of war between countries. Plus the weirdness of this attack. The smaller countries are beginning to struggle. Weird? Really weird. What else do you think it could be? A monster? Something strange has appeared in the Zhai city in the sky. It was said before that this was the last glow of the city. Could it be that Zhai city was destroyed by it? How could the human army possibly defeat such a monster? If physical weapons can cause damage, then even if it means sacrificing the entire city, dropping a few nuclear bombs might be enough to destroy it. However, the weird is something that cannot be killed by conventional weapons. If the contractor hadn't appeared, this city, if not the entire world, would have been destroyed. This monster is so huge that the damage it causes to humans just by moving or lifting its feet is incalculable. That person must have seen such a terrifying monster for the first time, right? Haha. This kind of existence that is beyond human comprehension must scare him a lot. Finally, I could see the fear on his face. The white left is too young, and his methods of controlling people's hearts are too cunning and awe-inspiring, making people even doubt whether he is a human being. Although the people of Haibei City who had been watching did not want to admit it, deep down in their hearts, they were very afraid of this young man. They were afraid of his keen ability to see through people's hearts, his ruthlessness in controlling people's hearts, and his paranoia in pursuing malicious intentions. They feared that he was tainted with darkness, like an abyss pulling people into hell, like a devil tempting people to commit crimes, or like Pandora's box itself, a symbol of the evil side of humanity. People were afraid of him. It is also the fear of human evil itself. Such an existence beyond human beings, like a concentration of malice, will unexpectedly have an unexpected day. This gave a sense of pleasure to those who did not want to admit that they were no match for a 12 or 13-year-old child. The white left confirmed one thing. That is, no one except yourself can see this monster. Looking at the monster standing in the center of the city, breathing continuously, endless blood and malice flew out from all over the city and were sucked into its mouth. What will happen if this continues? It is using this city as nourishment to sustain itself. Baizhua frowned and took a look at his layout. Sure enough, the battle that should have entered its final stage and gradually died down seemed to be starting to stir again, causing friction and trouble. It seems that the existence of that monster is not just absorbing the blood and malice of this city. Chapter 186. Are you also attracted by the malice emitted by others? It is still inspiring humanity. Let them create more malice. And what kind of situation will the people of Zhai City face under such extreme malice? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle, and one dares not think deeply about it. Everyone thought that this extremely intelligent young man would show anxiety and fear. After all, this monster was not in the boy's plan. It was a completely unexpected variable, and an existence that the boy could not control at all. It will completely disrupt the boy's plans. Even the young men in Zhai City would be passively trapped in the quagmire and become food for the monster. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, anyone would feel fear, right? However, under the sky, Baizhua only felt a moment of doubt, surprise and confusion when he first discovered the strange thing. Soon after, he restrained all his expressions and even looked at the monster with interest. He spoke briskly. Did the chaos in the city attract monsters looking to prey on us? This is truly a headache. I never thought such a thing could exist in this world. Talking about having a headache. In fact, the boy didn't show any signs of being bothered by the monster. His eyes grew dark and obscure as he stared deeply at the monster on the surveillance camera. Or, are you also attracted by the malice emanating from people? Hey, that's really disgusting. The malice in the boy was so thick that it seemed to overflow through his body, materializing into clumps of filthy, muddy black mud. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although it wasn't the first time they had recognized the boy's true nature, they were still surprised when he revealed his true nature without any concealment. This person is definitely not normal, right? Is he some kind of human-shaped holy grail? Is every 100 pounds of your body made of malice? Is such a person still considered a human being? The white left made a bold move. If it were someone else, when he saw a monster like that appear in his city, he would probably be scared and run away as far as possible. But the white left took the initiative to approach the monster. That's right. He took a ride to the city center. Baizhua got out of the car when he was still one street away from the monster. With his arrival, the monster, which had been standing still, suddenly moved its head. Then, from a distance of several thousand meters, its gaze was fixed on the person on the ground who was as small as an ant to it. Baizhua also looked up and met its gaze. At that moment, the white left was certain. This monster was indeed attracted by malice. The monster seemed to be very interested in Baizhua, the human who could see it. A creature like it that had existed for who knows how many years and fed on malice must have developed a certain amount of intelligence. It could communicate with humans, but it didn't. Who wants to communicate with their food? Before meeting the white left, this weird person's attitude was condescending, arrogant, and indifferent. To it, humans are just a large group of noisy food. However, after it was attracted by the huge malice and followed its desire to come to this city, it discovered a different human being. That human looked as weak and small as all the other humans. However, the malice emanating from him made it look sideways and aroused its curiosity. Can such malice really be emitted by a tiny human being? Rather than saying that he is a human being, it would be better to say that he is a fellow being who has just been born and is covered with a layer of human skin? Yes, the same kind. Weird thought. But that's all. The relationship between the weird things is not that harmonious. It is even common for the weird things to cannibalize each other and devour each other to improve their own strength. It's just a newly born, weak one that can crush its own kind in an instant. Guy thought that even if he devoured him, he would not gain much power. It's better to raise him and eat him when he is fat. Baizhua felt the monster's gaze on him and became filled with greed and appetite. He sighed. He didn't want to be eaten by this monster. The white left's brain started working. Since this kind of monster exists, then, is there a kind of people in the world who specialize in fighting this kind of monster? I need to find these people and spread the word about this monster's appearance. The white left turned around and left. He's not the type to want to save the city. He just wanted to confirm one thing, that is, whether the monster would be attracted to him. The results are obvious. His very existence seemed to have a certain attraction to the monster. So, if this monster doesn't die, no matter where the white leftists escape to, they will be found by this monster one day. The white left took out their mobile phones and began spreading some specious remarks on the internet. He transformed himself into an innocent resident of Zhai City on the internet, constantly complaining about the chaos in the city and the oppression of various underground forces, which made it impossible for him to live in peace. The security on the streets is getting worse and worse. He is even scared to go out to buy something. When will this kind of life end? This kind of ordinary words seem to be complaining. The topic was accompanied by pictures of smoky and foul-smelling places in the city. One of them is a photo of the center of Zhai City. White leftists have already tried it out online. Ordinary people seem to be unable to see the existence of this monster, whether with the naked eye or through surveillance and photos. They cannot see this monster. Only some abnormal people, perhaps those with some kind of talent, can see this monster. So, he sent out this picture to hook out those who can see and deal with this monster. Baizhua carefully cleaned up all traces of himself. He checked his previous layout again. He was very careful not to leave any evidence against himself. I think that even if someone investigates the cause of this incident, they will blame it on this monster. The people in Hebei City watched the white left's actions with their mouths wide open and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. It's really scary to be so calculating. I'm afraid he must have 800 tricks up his sleeve, right? I feel like if I meet him and get cheated by him, I will help him count his money. He and I together have a total of 999 hearts and minds. The missing one is what I'm missing. Baizhua put his hands in his pockets and wandered lightly on the street. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Why are you following me? A mysterious figure wearing a white robe and a large hood that covers half of his face stood quietly in front of Baizhua. Chapter 187. Sir, are you here to consult me about your emotions? The man in white robe followed Baizhua not too far away. The robe he wore was complicated and mysterious. On the white robe, golden threads emerged, flowing on the robe like a gorgeous nebula. Points of golden light appeared and then gradually disappeared. Such strange clothing should be very eye-catching. However, he has attracted less attention along the way than white leftists. White leftists have been immersed in the gray area for many years, and they tend to restrain their aura, making themselves less noticeable in the crowd. This man was dressed so conspicuously that only a few people would pay attention to him. Moreover, every time those people looked at him, they seemed to be dazed for a moment and then looked away. One or two are coincidences, but if 3 or 4 are the same, white leftists will suspect that this person knows some hypnosis or something like that. Or, does this person possess some mysterious ability? Why don't you answer my question, sir? The white left is acting out a drama with its own essence at loggerheads. Hebei City. The upper echelons of Hebei City, who had already contacted the top brass of Xia State and learned about the unusual society, the contract master, and other strange things from them, were boasting about it. For sure, what happened in Hebei City was definitely an abnormal incident. Therefore, they have sent people to search the city vigorously and finally got a clue from an office worker. You're saying that you picked up an unidentified prismatic crystal, and after it was stained with your blood, it suddenly shattered, revealing this sky curtain? The office worker looked terrified. I don't know if it was my fault, but at that moment, a thought actually came to my mind. And I was indeed saved by this crystal. After they found the office worker, they basically checked every bit of his information. I also know what happened to office workers. What's the idea? The upper echelons of Hebei City had a bad feeling. The office workers looked dazed, with an unconscious piety and belief. If only someone could punish these bullies who only care about the strong and the weak. The upper echelons of Hebei City were sweating profusely. The office worker's idea cannot be said to be wrong. When he was beaten by a group of thugs, he needed someone like this to punish those thugs. However, if that crystal is a so-called wishing stone, then who knows how it will understand the concept of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? For office workers, the group of people he refers to as bullies are the ones who beat him up. But the wishing stone is not a human being, so how can it make judgments? It is only possible that all those who bully the weak and fear the strong in Hebei City will be included, which is a very large scope. It also involves the cognition of thoughts and behaviors. For example, a person is essentially a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong, but he himself is too weak and there is no one weaker than him to bully him, which leads to him not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, the wishing stone also included him, so this is also one of the reasons why the upper class of Hebei City is sweating profusely. The scope is too large, so large that they dare not even imagine. If this is really a wishing stone, how will it fulfill the wishes of office workers? Look at the picture that appears on the sky. The malice of Zahai City attracted the weirdness, and at the beginning, a voice also reminded that if human malice is not curbed, it will lead to self-destruction. Hurry up and have them contact the deviant master of the deviant society and tell them that a strange phenomenon of at least S rank is about to appear here. If they don't believe me, just say that the image of the plotters of the pagan order in the past appeared on the sky screen. I hope it's not too late. Because the president of the deviant society had never left any images. He had appeared once before, but under a strange influence, everyone only remembered a pair of eyes. Therefore, no one would connect the white-robed man who appeared this time with the mysterious president of the Igwe Society. All I know is that the other party might be a contract master from the heterodox society. I added this point specifically because I was afraid that the other party would not believe that there would be anything strange here. After all, up to now, the only abnormal place in Hebei City is the black curtain above the sky and the barrier that prevents them from entering and exiting. Can they come in? After Hebei City contacted people outside, some people were sent over, but they were all blocked by the black sky. Since we're dealing with a strange contractor, there should probably be some power that can handle this anomaly, right? We can only wait for them to arrive. Contact through the senior management of Xia State. The Deviant Society received the news. He said he would send a witch doctor to investigate here. After receiving a positive answer, the people at the top felt relieved and turned their attention to the sky. White leftists and people in white robes stood on the street. The people around them were in a hurry, but they subconsciously avoided them when they passed by them. There seemed to be a vacuum zone between the two of them. Everyone else consciously avoided them, but no one realized it, and no one felt strange. This made the two people standing there stand out in sharp contrast to the crowd around them. The white leftist clenched his fingers, but there was no expression on his face that might reveal his true thoughts. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, outlining a faint smile, and he said in an innocent and childish voice, "Could it be that, sir, you are here to consult me about your relationship?" The man in white robe did not answer his question, but slowly stretched out a hand, his movements graceful and slow, as if catching an invisible object in the air. His palm hovered in the air, as if he had really grasped something illusory. Can you see this? The voice of the man in white robe is low, magnetic, and very pleasant to the ear. It has the tolerance and gentleness that are unique to mature men. At the same time, it is mixed with some unique charm that is hard to describe. People can't help but be intoxicated after listening to it. Baizhua felt a stream of air flowing into his brain from his ears, echoing in his mind, making him feel uncomfortable all over and want to tremble. Strange, what does this feel like? Baizwa glanced at what was in the white-robed man's palm. Yes, he could see it. It was as if everyone else couldn't see the monster above the city, but he could. He could also see the bloodline on the white-robed man's palm, and the red line between the flawless, white jade-like fingers was so red that it was blinding. That's a monster attracted by malice, and after it has consumed enough malice, it will devour everyone, including you, young man. The white leftist looked calm on the surface, but he was actually secretly frightened. I always feel that no matter how good his acting skills are or how smart he is transparent in front of this person. Chapter 188: Join the Deviant Society and be driven by me for the rest of your life. The two of them appear to be very friendly on the surface, but in fact there are undercurrents. All of this was seen by the people of High Bay City. Some people don't have that kind of understanding in their heads and can't see the danger within. Some smarter people can see it a little bit. What's going on? It seems like this young man is at a disadvantage when facing that white-robed man. No way. He's only 12 or 13 years old, but he's already controlling the dark side of an entire city, even making those forces run around in circles. Until now, I'm afraid they haven't discovered that he's the mastermind behind this. How could someone with such terrifying calculating abilities end up at a disadvantage in a confrontation? Is it an act? On the surface, I appear weak and I can't win, but in reality, I've already laid countless traps for you, and I'm just going to walk into them with you. Haha, just kidding, innocent and pure boy. Is this still the same intelligence dealer and the mastermind behind the struggles among all the underground forces in the city, the son of evil? Don't talk, leave me alone. I was lost in thought. 3 sentences and I'll make you pay 3 million for him. Impossible. There's absolutely no way I could be cheated because I don't have 3 million. The man in the white robe ignored Baizwa's obvious defensive reaction and continued to speak. Do you see these lines? They are the source of evil, the white-robed man said. It's difficult for ordinary people, even for a contract master, to find the source from these intricate threads. They are so complicated and numerous that even if they spend years sorting them out, they still cannot be untangled. The man in white robe did not say the following words, but raised his hand to lift one side of his hood, and his hair, as soft as black satin, fell down, revealing his clear and beautiful eyebrows. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Baizwa with a gentle gaze. The white left was almost instantly attracted by those eyes after meeting them. If we say that the eyes of white leftists are like black holes, then what we can see in their eyes is only a bottomless abyss and a strong malice that can devour people's hearts and make people dare not look directly at it. Then, the eyes of the white-robed man in front of him should obviously be sharp, bloody, and ominous, but there is no negativity to be seen in this man. As if having gone through billions of years, those pupils, as bright and dazzling as gems, have been washed clean of all dirt and impurities. What remains is only the calmness and wisdom that has been condensed after seeing through the vicissitudes of life, witnessing the changes of history, being baptized by time, and knowing the good and evil of human nature. When you gaze into these red eyes, it is as if you are passing through the body in front of you and facing the dazzling and unparalleled soul inside. These eyes seem to contain countless mysteries. Just one look, and you will be completely intoxicated by them, willingly captured by him, and willing to become his follower, just to be qualified to pursue the secrets. And when his eyes fall on you, no matter how you hide, how you disguise yourself, how smart you are, or how outstanding your strategy is, he will see through you one by one. Because he has seen too much and experienced too much. It is the accumulation of years, and the unspeakable accumulation of knowledge and wisdom that humans cannot imagine. In his eyes, Baizwa was like a real, innocent child. His every move and every word were as clear as black words on white paper. Baizwa's body stiffened, but his brain was working rapidly, replaying the words of the mysterious man in white robe word by word in his mind countless times. The meaning and intention of the words spoken by the man in white robe, the hidden meaning and hints behind him, etc. It was quickly analyzed by white leftists. What that sentence means next is, this does not include him. If he wants to find the source, then he can do it easily. So why didn't he just come clean? What was he waiting for? Wait for me to confess? Baizwa thinks he is a 1 in a million weirdo. In his eyes, most people in the world are fools, with a head but nothing inside. No matter what those people do, they all reveal their stupidity, like giant babies without any thoughts of their own. White leftists can easily see through the hearts of those people. Dirty, malicious, jealous, ugly, mean. He can see through it at a glance. Since he was born, he has been surrounded by the world's great malice, so he began to pursue malice, maliciously provoking people's malice and wantonly playing with people's hearts. Watching those people unleash their own evil. He likes this malice, but he undoubtedly hates this malice. Therefore, he never cared about human life. In his eyes, human beings were nothing more than empty shells filled with malice and driven by desire. Baizhou couldn't help but whisper, "It's really disgusting." He stuck out his tongue, seeming to be genuinely disgusted. The man in white robe was stunned, but he put down his hand that was lifting his hood and laughed softly. He understood the boy's unconventional thinking. The laughter of the man in white robe made Baizhou feel a little uncomfortable. It was the first time he met someone whose thinking matched his own. No, the other person was even stronger than him and was an elder who had grown up. When I was still young, facing this person, I could only, "What are you going to do with me? Imprison me? Or execute me? If possible, I hope the execution method can be quick and decisive, or maybe just beheading." The white left readily admitted that he was the one who instigated the malice. The man in the white robe propped up his chin, as if thinking, Logically speaking, you are an ordinary person. Your previous actions should be punished according to secular laws. However, what you did not leave any evidence to prove your guilt. Secular laws cannot judge the crimes of white leftists. White leftists have never directly killed anyone. Regardless of whether they are emotional consultants or information dealers, the white leftists are not old enough to be subject to criminal punishment, and at most they will be subject to supervision and education. But the man in white robe looked at the huge greedy creature in the center of the city that was constantly absorbing the malicious weirdness. After joining the Order of the Deviant, your past sins will not be judged, but they will leave a mark. You must bear these sins and become a contractor of the devil, contain the weird, protect human principles, and shine for the order. For the rest of your life, you will be driven by me. Can I say no? Asked the white left. The man in white robe smiled softly. He put his finger to his mouth and seemed to say something. A gust of wind blew and blew away his words. Under the sky, no one could hear those words clearly. However, it can be seen from the sharply shrinking pupils of the white left that those words must be forced and unquestionable. The only impression left on people was a pair of gentle and tolerant eyes. Chapter 189, You Have a Heart That Will Not Change. The white-robed man's temperament was as gentle as the breeze, and his strength was as unfathomable as the vast stars. Whether it is temperament or strength, they are beyond the scope of mortals, like a god descending to the world. However, compared to the high and mighty, cold and ruthless gods. But he has an extra warmth that is noticeable. That is the brilliance of humanity that is unique to human beings. The white leftist seemed stung by the dazzling gaze, lowered his head, and muttered to himself, "I have never dreamed of possessing true humanity." He was a heartless monster born only from malice. But those eyes were filled with too many things that he couldn't see through. And I don't have the right to refuse, right? The world he saw was always filled with only black, white, and gray, as well as endless malice. But just when he felt hopeless about everything in this world, he wantonly started a war just to see more gorgeous fireworks. A ray of light suddenly broke into his eyes, illuminating the entire dark world and adding color to everything in the world. This was the first time he discovered that the world was not completely ugly. Although the unpleasant stench still permeated the air, at least now it seemed that the world was no longer as disgusting as before. The white left doesn't want to admit this. Perhaps it's the awkward self-esteem of teenagers? Those who watched this scene could see that the boy's eyes were gradually lit up. The man in the white robe said, "After all, your latent talents have been fully awakened. We are always in great need of talented people. I know what kind of organization the Ikue Society is right away." The white left quickly analyzed the composition of the Heretic Society. Can they fight against this monster organization, safeguard human rights, and protect it? And the number of people who have the ability to see or fight monsters is very small. As can be foreseen, this career is not an easy and enjoyable job. I guess only those people with ideals would burn everything they have for this illusory ideal. I don't have that kind of firm belief. Is this really okay? Let me do this kind of work. The man in white robes seemed not to care about Baizhu's words, or perhaps he had strong self-confidence that even a villain like Baizhu would be reformed in the end. All of this is speculation by white leftists. The man in white robes only murmured affirmation. You can do it. During the time when they were chatting enthusiastically, the huge monster finally absorbed enough malice. Its body moved, and then, at a distance of who knows how many meters, at such a long distance, it should not be able to see, but it turned its gaze towards Baizhu with great certainty. It seems that there is something on Baizhu's body, and no matter where he goes or where he is, he will be discovered by it. Baizhu certainly knew all this. Ever since he discovered the monster, He had prepared for the worst. He just walked in front of the monster and confirmed this guess. There is something on his body that attracts monsters. After the monster absorbs enough malice, this thing will become his death warrant. So Baizhua did not think of escaping to another place, but used some means to attract people who could deal with this monster. However, because Baizhua did not understand the methods of the mysterious side, he exposed himself to the other party. If someone else came, Baizhua was very confident that after the other party dealt with the monster, they would not realize that the chaos in the city was caused by him. The man in white robe also noticed its unusual movement. That strange creature became even bigger, and its appearance also changed, from an arthropod to a humanoid monster. Its entire body was pale, its arms had turned into demonic claws, and its body was covered in massive white scales. The huge head was terrifying and ferocious, with sharp fangs exposed in its open bloody mouth. The two huge bright red pupils make it look even more like a demon. It began to move towards the white left. Every step he took caused a rumbling earthquake. Pedestrians and vehicles were affected, and many vehicles even collided with each other due to the vibration. Pedestrians also accidentally fell to the ground. There was an earthquake. Baizhua looked at the monster and said, "It discovered me. Why is it so obsessed with me? What is it about me that attracts it?" The man in white robes said, "Perhaps they mistake you for one of their own kind. The malice you emanate is the perfect nourishment for these monsters. Devouring their flesh and blood can increase their strength. Some monsters need to hunt and kill their own kind to gain their abilities and advance to higher levels. Anyway, no matter what, the people of Zhai City will eventually become the other side's food." As for Baizhua, regardless of whether he appeared in front of this monster or not, just because Baizhua was the source of this melee, the bloodlines lingering on his body would eventually guide this monster to find Baizhua. In this regard, the weird is much more sensitive than humans. It's rare to find a human being that can radiate so much malice. Perhaps you, and it will get along well. The white-robed man commented. Baizhua saw that the other party did not take the monster seriously at all. This relaxed attitude showed that the other party was very powerful and the monster could not threaten him at all. It is undeniable that white leftists feel much more relaxed because of the other party's attitude. However, he still declined the white-robed man's comments. "Please spare me. I don't get along well with such an ugly monster." For the first time, white leftists felt that being treated as an inhuman monster was extremely presumptuous. Although he is indeed inhuman and heartless, full of evil, and there is not a single bit of kindness in his body, he is not guilty enough to be compared to this monster, right? Is he that ugly? Baizhua touched his face with some doubts about his life. At least, his body was still a good-looking one that was sincerely praised by many people who could not see through his true face. The white-robed man smiled and said, "By the way, you don't quite understand what a contractor is. A contractor is a profession that requires signing a contract with a strange monster, like the one in front of you, to gain power. What kind of magical girl transformation is this? Will it corrupt my soul gem and turn me into a witch? My dear, you have a heart that will never change. Enough sin, enough darkness, and also a different kind of strength. At least it can no longer be affected by other sins and darkness." I couldn't tell for a moment whether this was a compliment or an insult. The white leftist paused, then added, "Just think of it as a compliment. Chapter 190 is expected. It really suits you. Do I have to sign a contract with this terrifying monster to become a contract master?" The upper echelons of Haibei City looked at the huge and hideous monster before them, and they were all filled with fear. Although they knew a lot about weird things and the trickster, it was limited to written information. When they faced such terrifying weirdness, after hearing that the contract master needed to sign a contract with this kind of monster, an idea arose in their minds at the same time. Is it really true that there is no cost to sign a contract with such a terrifying thing and borrow its power? The upper echelons of Haibei City are not so naive. They know very well that there is no free lunch in the world. The candy wrapped in beautiful candy paper may contain deadly poison. After using their powers, will the contract masters really not be affected by them? In the end, can you really maintain yourself and not degenerate into a monster? But they cannot refute the significance of the existence of the trickster. Because the world needs such a group of people to stand up. Even if they have to pay everything, it is worth it as long as they can curb the spread of the weirdness. In other words, it is fortunate that such a group of people exist. Otherwise, when they encounter such a terrifying monster, who can they turn to for help? Weirdness can only be defeated with the help of weird power. All they can do is pay their most sincere respects to this group of respectable people. On the sky, that weird thing is still approaching Baizhua. Its body was huge, and each step it took covered a very long distance. Before long, It had crossed half of the city. Come to the white left. Before it wants to take action against the white left, imprison or directly devour the white left. The man in white robe raised his hand and pulled it into his mysterious domain. The surrounding environment changed instantly. The sky changed color, becoming brighter and clearer. The surrounding high-rise buildings, busy streets, people and vehicles disappeared, replaced by an endless plain. A gust of wind blew, and the grass on the plain swayed slightly. Standing here seemed to calm down a lot. The monster was suddenly pulled into the strange area and seemed to be frightened. It didn't expect that it would be provoked by its own kind. Then, it fell into a rage. It also released its own strange domain. Endless and thick malice extended from its body, constantly encroaching on the surrounding plains. Moreover, it attacked the two people standing there. Baizwa stood behind the man in white robe and felt something. A message filled with malice suddenly pierced into his mind. This malice represented the evil of countless people. Curse, swear, hate. It floods into the brains of white leftists. If a normal person were to be provoked by such strong malice, he would either be unable to bear it or become a madman. Or they may be influenced by evil and degenerate into unforgivable evil people. Baizwa just frowned. The large amount of malice had only a little effect on him, which was a slight tingling sensation as if his brain was about to burst. Besides, it was not difficult for him to accept the malice. He even flipped through the messy messages with ease, trying to infer from the malice in them who was sending them. These seemed to be the evil that absorbed Zahai City's malice and then stuffed it into his brain. White leftists think this trick is not bad. At least no normal person can withstand so much malicious infection. Baizwa glanced at the unmoved back of the man in white robe. Of course, this person is not a normal person either. Malice is like entering the sea, without causing a single ripple. The white left watched quietly from the sidelines. So how should this person deal with it? The man in white robe chose the most violent method and suppressed it directly with his most powerful strength. A clear cry was heard from the azure sky, and a huge bird with broken feathers spread its huge wings and swooped down. Every time it flaps its wings, it stirs up a terrifying storm. Countless tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth launched the most ferocious attack on the monster. The azure sky was covered with a shadow, the sky darkened, and countless dark clouds gathered into a ball. There was thunder rumbling inside, as if something terrible was brewing inside. The originally gentle wind turned into the sharpest knife, constantly scraping against the strange body. The strange white scales have dimmed a lot. Many scales were torn by the wind and fell off the body, oozing red blood. In the sky, the terrifying thunder was finally brewing, and it brought down its most violent fury on the monster below. Huge lightning bolts kept striking the strange body. It left many dark, smoking scars on its body. It roared strangely and looked at Baizwa. Baizwa only felt his brain go blank, and then he found that his consciousness was suppressed deep into his body, and he could not control his body. However, his body began to move without his control. This strange ability is manipulation? Is it more of a mental attack? Baizwa thought so and allowed his body to take out a folding knife from his waist. As a relationship counselor and information dealer, it makes sense for him to carry some self-defense equipment with him, right? Very reasonable, very reasonable. But now the situation is not good. Did that person realize that he was being controlled by something strange? It would be bad if he stabbed me in the back. Baizwa's body was controlled by someone and slowly approached the man in white robe. Over there, wind, thunder, and lightning were still beating up the monster. Guyi launched many attacks, used a black barrier to protect himself, and briefly controlled the bird. But thunder and lightning have no specific image. Mind control obviously cannot control thunder and lightning. Guyi was beaten into a mess by the thunder and lightning. The white leftist's knife stabbed fiercely into the back of the man in white robe. But when he was still a palm's distance away from the man in white robe, he grabbed his wrist and twisted it. It was easy to subdue the white left. The man in white robe knocked the knife out of Baizwa's hand. Spiritual ability? Not surprising. It really suits you very well. The evil god appeared above the man in white robe. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, holding various weapons in its hands, and rushes forward to fight with the monster. 3 powerful monsters worked together to suppress that monster. Even though that monster had the most difficult mental ability, it was still defeated under the opponent's continuous attacks. The 3 monsters tore off a lot of flesh and blood from the body of the monster. The strange body suddenly shrank a lot, becoming only a few meters in size. The white left's consciousness was finally released, and he was able to control his own body. He was now being held by the man in white robes by both his hands and was in his arms. He looked up at the man in white robes, but from this angle, he could only see his chin. Do all contractors possess so many abilities? Chapter 191. Do you want to regain your humanity? The man in white robes let him go. A contract master can only contract one kind of weirdness. If he contracts multiple kinds of weirdness, not only will his mental strength be unable to withstand the erosion of so many weirdnesses, but he will also suffer backlash from the collision of multiple weird powers in his body. Then why? This person can control 3 different monsters. This is probably because I'm the president of the Deviant Society. Baizhou curled his lips. He could hear the man's perfunctory attitude. What does being able to use so many strange tricks have to do with being the president of the eccentric society? The white-robed man who claimed to be the president used a spherical object to collect the monster. This is an S-level weirdness, Heart Goo. It can control people's hearts and absorb their malice. It might be a good partner for you. If it were another contract master, one might worry that the excessive malice from the heart poison would explode his brain, distort his thoughts, or that he would go crazy because he couldn't bear the malice. But white leftists don't have this problem. White leftists. No, it's too ugly. I reject it because it's ugly. The white-robed man tossed the strange cage in his hand. Perhaps the appearance of the heart goo can be changed? After all, it's a spiritual type weirdness. Change the image? The white leftist seemed to be thinking about something. Was it because this strange image was more about reflecting people's hearts? If you really want to contract something weird, instead of looking for one with an unsightly appearance, why not look for one that can be freely set according to your own intentions? That's acceptable. So under the president's deception and rhetoric, Baizhou agreed to try to sign a contract with this weird person. The man in white robes put away the mysterious domain he had released. High-rise buildings reappeared around, but they were collapsed buildings. The city suffered a huge number of casualties. Many people were injured in previous car accidents, and most were crushed under collapsed houses. There are also some people whose brains and thoughts are distorted by malice, leading to their own destruction. A prosperous city turned into a vast ruin in an instant. This hellish scene frightened everyone in Haibei City who was watching it. How come? Hasn't that weirdo been contained? It should be just now. Didn't that weirdo also release that black thing? At that time, it also covered and eroded a lot of the mysterious man's power. Perhaps it was because of that moment of confrontation that the city became what it is today. Just a moment. If this mysterious guild leader hadn't appeared, it probably wouldn't have taken much effort for that weird creature to destroy this city, right? Its size means you only need to walk through the city. When you stomp your feet, the ground will be like an earthquake. When you step on it, buildings will collapse one after another. This is weird. Everyone, we must take this as a warning. The upper echelons of Haibei City gathered in the conference room, looking at the images uploaded from the skylight. The tragic situation in Zahai City made them gasp. This is a pain that a city cannot bear. After being destroyed like this, the city is most likely finished. Even if it is rebuilt, it will never be the original Zahai City. The weirdness attracted by the malice of human hearts. What does the sky curtain mean? The upper echelons of Haibei City actually know that there are some places in Haibei City that cannot be controlled, but fortunately, Xia State is now becoming increasingly powerful. Although it is a bit chaotic, it is not as chaotic as Zahai City. For example, the most obvious difference is that the underground forces in Haibei City cannot operate in the open. They cannot even show their heads, as they will be killed in seconds if they do. If you act too arrogantly and cause some big incidents, you will soon be hit by a wave of crackdowns on gangs and evil. We still need to take this seriously. Using this incident as an excuse, we should clean out all those people. You don't want our city to end up like Zahai City, do you? It is also a prosperous coastal city. In the end, half of the magnificent city became ruins. Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of such terrible consequences. What exactly is that mysterious crystal? Is Mr. Trickster not here yet? I'm already in contact. They said they're on their way and it'll probably take about 10 minutes to get here. Are there any other abnormalities in the city? Police officers have been dispatched to maintain order in various streets, and no other abnormalities have been found so far. Be extra vigilant. We can't relax for a moment before the contract master arrives. Well, hopefully we won't end up like that. What happened to Zahai City really made these people sweat. Later, Baizhou was taken to the headquarters by the president. In the weird shelter, Baizhou learned the process of sheltering weirdos and the method of contracting weirdos. Finally, he successfully contracted the S-level weirdness, Heart Goo. But the white leftist who came out was not very happy. He held a furry white spider in his palm and asked the president with some displeasure, why did it become like this? He clearly wanted to appear more imposing. The white-haired spider nestled quietly in Baizhou's palm and rubbed his fingers. The president said, Perhaps this heart goo changes its appearance based on your subconscious mind? The president patted his head and said, "Isn't this cute? Compared to the previous look, this image is more acceptable, right?" "That's not what I meant. It's too small." The white leftist held up the spider in his hand. It was so small, not even as big as a palm. And because its head-to-body ratio is about 5:4, it looks very similar to a jumping spider. Everyone saw this scene. Everyone has a strange feeling. This young man who has restrained all his malice, but looks lively and competitive, is still a child. However, they didn't dare to really treat him as an ordinary child. Its strength has been slightly damaged now. Once it absorbs the evil and grows, it should become quite large. The president answered him very gently, calming the boy's obviously competitive spirit. After hearing what the president said, Baizhua finally acknowledged the strangeness of this contract. "My name is Baizhua, and I am a monster without humanity." Baizhua formally introduced himself to the president. "Is there no humanity?" The president leaned forward slightly and looked into the eyes of the white left. "Who said that?" "White leftists. Anyone who has spent time with me and understands my true nature would think so, right? They're not wrong. So what are you looking for in me? Do you want to regain your humanity?" Chapter 192. The consciousness of the character card is completely unlocked. "No need. I'm not that kind of coward. What other people think is none of my business." Baizhua knelt on one knee and swore his loyalty to the man in white robes. "Master, please take in this little monster of mine." Under the sky, people in Haibei City couldn't help but hold their breath as they watched this scene. They seemed to be witnessing a particularly important ceremony. The president chuckled and replied, "After all, the Deviant Society is an organization dedicated to containing anomalies. As the president, it is my duty." The president pulled up the white left. The image of the sky gradually became blurred, and soon it returned to darkness. Here, Xinyu, who had finished his role-playing, received a prompt. Ding. The character perfection of Baizhua has increased by 20. When the completion reaches 100, the special features of the character card are unlocked. The character card generates a complete personality, consciousness, and memory based on your previous role-playing. Without your control, it can act according to its own consciousness. The strength of the character card and its strange abilities have been fully unlocked. Ding. Complete the special scene, Crime City, and get a rare reward. Infinity, KV, Fragment, +1. Xinyu glanced at Baizhua's character card. This character card has been fully unlocked, and even under his role, it has developed self-awareness and become a subordinate with true self-awareness. Xinyu thought it was pretty good. If he continued to act like this, then the future of him becoming a hands-off boss would not be far away. Xinyu deliberately went to Baizhua's place, curious to see how this newly generated consciousness would react. Baizhua didn't seem to notice Xinyu's arrival. He stood on a balcony of the guild, looking at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Xinyu rubbed his hair. This sense of déjà vu was a bit novel. Xinyu walked to Baizhua's side and looked up at the sky. There is nothing in the sky. The source world is a special plane. There is perhaps endless space here, and there are no luminous stars in the sky, nor any stars that reflect the light of stars. Rather than looking at the sky, it would be more accurate to say that the white left is just daydreaming, right? What are you looking at? Baizhua's heart beat wildly for a moment. He turned his head and saw the president in casual clothes standing next to him. He immediately showed a surprised expression. "President, you actually have time to return to the headquarters? I just remembered some things from the past. Speaking of which, it's been 3 years since I joined the Deviant Society." Baizhua narrowed his eyes and looked at Xinyu. When playing the role of Baizhua, Xinyu knew Baizhua well. He looked like a handsome young man, but his heart was filled with darkness that outsiders could hardly imagine. If someone else were looked at like this by the white left, I guess he feels like his whole body is being bitten by ants, and he feels uncomfortable all over and wants to escape from here as quickly as possible. However, Xinyu didn't feel anything. He was just a little curious. After all, not long ago, he had used his mental power to control and play the role of this character card. Now that he saw the character card come alive, it was normal for him to be curious. He smiled and said, "President, you look very handsome today. What age do you look like?" "Let me guess, 17. He's about the same age as me." President, as expected, when you reach your level, age is just a number to you. Xinyu, Ababa Ababa. Although the president he was set to be was indeed very mysterious, it was also hinted in many places that the president was older than the existence of the Deviant Society. The Igue Society has probably existed in the minds of these contract masters for an unknown period of time. Xinyu was sweating inwardly. How could he respond to this? Baizhua didn't care that Xinyu didn't answer. He continued, "Come to think of it, isn't the president conquering a special dimension? How could he have the time to send an avatar to the headquarters? Shinyu thought about it. Special space? Oh, by the way, in order to explain why there were so few people in the headquarters, he did put a sentence into the employees' memories that most of the employees of the Orthodox Society and the contract masters went to conquer the special space. According to the setting, that special space is very troublesome, so troublesome that the president has to go there personally, and many pillars have gone there. In reality, these people don't exist. Shinyu said that he had thought of setting it up and would let him take a break first. After finishing the work here, he would draw some cards and replenish some manpower. Just came to take a look. I heard that you discovered a new space. The white leftist leaned against the balcony railing and said, yes, a world that is close to destruction. Without our intervention, the people of that world will be completely destroyed within the next few decades, right? The deviants will determine whether a world is destroyed, mainly by looking at whether the human principles of that world can still be passed on. Nuclear radiation? I went to investigate. Although the nuclear radiation in that world will cause a certain impact, it won't kill everyone. After all, there is a central gathering place in that world. Perhaps when the world's superpower pressed the button representing destruction, it still considered the issue of how humans would survive in the future. The central gathering places are several uncovered areas. Although the land there is not large, there is still some land that can be used for planting. There is enough water and food to keep at least hundreds of thousands of people alive. These hundreds of thousands of people can live in this world for hundreds of years. The thing that caused them to activate that button must still be there. Shinyu listened quietly to Baizuo's analysis. The white left also talked a lot and gave several examples to illustrate why he made such a speculation. This conclusion is supported by certain evidence and is likely to become a reality. Shinyu applauded inwardly and encouraged him. Well done, I'll leave this space to you. White left, those people in there. Use your will to judge. I still need to focus on that place. Is it really that difficult there? The white left agreed. After chatting for a few sentences, Shinyu almost understood Baizuo's condition, so he said goodbye and left, disappearing from Baizuo's sight in an instant. Baizuo stared at the place where Shinyu disappeared and said silently, we need to speed up. It's just a space that is about to be destroyed. It's almost time to take it back. Shinyu returned to the control console. The consciousness generated by this character card looks like a real person and has a personality similar to the one he plays. Now he felt relieved. Shinyu took out the reward he received for completing the special scene. A piece of debris appeared in Shinyu's hand. Even though there is only one piece of this fragment, it emits dazzling light and seems to contain endless laws, which is dazzling and intoxicating. Chapter 193, Infinite Fragments, Understanding the Laws of Space. Shinyu played with the fragment in his hand. This fragment is about 1 finger long and wide. It is a square, three-dimensional fragment. The color is gray-blue with a base, somewhat similar to black-blue. There are white and blue starlight flashing on it, constantly flowing and flashing in it. If you look closely at those spots of light, you'll have a strange feeling of being pulled in. Shinyu clicked on its properties to check. Boundless. KV, it is a fragment of a divine artifact representing the supreme rules of space. Its origin and time of creation are unknown. Gather all 8 fragments to create the complete artifact, Infinity. Abilities: manipulate space, master space, understand space, unlock 12.5. Need to collect other fragments to further improve. Usage steps are as follows. 1. Recognize the master by dripping blood. 2. Merge into the soul. 3. Comprehend the above rules. Supreme space rules? So powerful. He originally thought it was just a small piece of debris, but unexpectedly, he was lucky again. It can be called a divine artifact of the supreme rules, so it is obvious that it is not simple. Moreover, you don't have to collect all the fragments. Even if it's just one fragment, it unlocks 12.5 of the ability, which is very humane. Shinyu follows the above instructions and first drips blood to acknowledge the master. He casually took out a clean dagger from the warehouse, cut his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it onto the infinite fragment. The fragment quickly absorbed all the blood that dripped onto it, and Shinyu felt that his spirit seemed to have established a connection with it in some mysterious way. Shinyu worked hard in this direction, and the next moment, the infinite fragments merged into Shinyu's body and merged with his soul. The process is very quick. Shinyu felt that a certain characteristic of his own had been magnified countless times, and his body and soul seemed to be constantly rising to another level. Here, the spatial rules of the universe are revealed to the outside as if with an open nature. They are like laws that are either profound or even more profound, constantly appearing and demonstrating around. All of Shun Yu's attention was drawn to them, as if they had an endless attraction that made him indulge in them. Start to understand from the most basic laws of space. His spiritual power has been here for who knows how many years. There is no concept of time and space here, only these endless, profound, and mysterious laws of space. Shin Yu studied those laws with great interest, starting from the simplest ones, slowly absorbing and memorizing the composition of those spatial laws, and then comprehending the true meaning thereof. Perhaps it was because Shin Yu had a high level of comprehension of spatial talent, so he did not encounter any barriers at the beginning. The meaning of those laws was constantly analyzed, understood, and mastered in his brain. Soon, he went from having a glimpse of the basics to being able to get started with the laws of space. Just when Shin Yu wanted to continue studying, his brain suddenly hurt, and the next moment he was kicked out of this mysterious place by an inexplicable force. After a period of dizziness, Shin Yu suddenly came back to his senses. I found myself still sitting in front of the main console, and the time on the console showed 2025, 1:20, 12:1:20. 2 days passed in silence in the outside world. Shin Yu didn't know how long he had stayed in that mysterious place. He couldn't feel the passage of time there, or rather, time had no meaning there. He felt like he had been there for countless years, yet it also seemed like he had only been there for a few days. It confused his perception of time. However, just looking at his current level of comprehension of the laws of space, it can be seen that he definitely stayed in there for more than just 2 days. Hiss! Shin Yu tried to move his body, but found that he felt a series of stabbing pains and crackling sounds from his joints. Shin Yu pulled out a virtual mirror from the main control console and put it in front of his eyes. Only then did Shin Yu realize that he was covered in blood. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the blood was overflowing from his eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, and some was seeping out from his pores. It looks kind of scary. Shin Yu quickly moved to a room that belonged to him alone and turned on the shower to wash the blood off his body. Then fill a bathtub with hot water, take off your clothes, and soak your body in the hot water. Shin Yu stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel a tingling sensation in his body and brain from time to time, as if there was a force constantly tearing at his body and brain. This caused blood to seep out of the pores all over his body. Now these forces are still continuously destroying his body, but Shin Yu can feel that this force is not harmful. After the destruction, a new power is born in the body, and his damaged body was also repaired by this new power. So, destruction, rebirth, repair. This cycle repeats itself. Shin Yu's body was polished to be stronger. If his physical strength was only 300 before and the average person's was 10, then now his physical strength is constantly increasing with the polishing of this power. His body became stronger, and the threshold of his mental strength was broadened several times. Shin Yu could feel that he was kicked out of that mysterious place because of his insufficient mental strength. If he stayed any longer, his mental strength might be damaged. After this time, perhaps he can stay in that place full of spatial laws longer. So Shin Yu endured the pain that came from his body from time to time, quietly waiting for this power to complete the transformation of the body. Blood foam continued to seep out of his skin, melt into the bathtub. Soon, the clear water in the bathtub turned into a tub of blood. Shin Yu closed his eyes and leaned against the bathtub. If someone else broke in and saw this scene, they would probably be shocked because the scene really looks like a crime scene. Time passes by little. 5 hours later, the transformation of this power stopped. Shin Yu opened his eyes, and a red light flashed in his eyes. If he leaned forward to look in the mirror at this time, he would find that the base color of his pupils seemed to be rendered red, from the original black pupils to deep red. At first glance, it seems to be black, but when the light shines on it, his eyes will reflect a terrifying red light. Crash! Shin Yu stood up from the bathtub. After adjusting to the strength of his body for a while, he could feel that his own strength had been elevated to a level that was completely beyond the scope of human beings. Now, even if he uses his body to withstand missiles from all over the world, he will remain unharmed. Just a casual grip is estimated to have a grip force of more than 1 trillion tons. Chapter 194 Money is really hard to spend. It looks like the transformation is over. Shin Yu left the bathtub, drained the bloody water, and then rinsed his body with clean hot water. After changing his clothes, he left the bathroom. He wiped his half-dry hair with a towel and returned to the control console. After checking his build point balance, I found that the popularity of the Yigihui had increased significantly during this period. Especially after the Blood Feast armed forces were dealt with in the wasteland space. The reputation of the Outlaws Society increased significantly after the news spread to other gathering places. There is also the sky curtain over High Bay City, whose strange appearance is already very shocking. In addition, The president of the Igue Society personally took action and used strong means to directly suppress the monster that could easily destroy a city, which made the reputation of the Igue Society deeply rooted in the hearts of High Bay City residents. Therefore, after these waves, Shinyu obtained a lot of construction points. Now, the balance of build points is 539,1756. 5,390,000 construction points were enough for him to go all out and do something big. Shinyu first spent 500,000 construction points to upgrade the level of the headquarters by 1 level. Should we deduct 500,000 construction points to upgrade the headquarters level? Shinyu confirmed it directly. Deduction completed, headquarters upgrading, upgrade completed. Deviants Reception Society Headquarters. Level, LV2. Building attributes, sturdy, magic resistance, defense, recovery, hidden, no magic. Owner, Shinyu. Executive Department, 19 people. Research Department, 9 people. Ministry of Energy, 6 people. Supervision Department, 3 people. Sales Department, 24 people. Logistics Department, 17 people. Medical Department, 10 people. Transportation Department, 7 people. Security Department, 47 people. Among them were employees he obtained through drawing cards, and some were brought in by related characters. For example, the Security Department has a security team of 30 people, all of whom are related to S-level Wang Qing. They are an armed team called Guardian Bear. As for the Executive Department, apart from the 10 character cards he drew and 6 newcomers, the rest are related characters of the character cards. There are still some related characters that he has not released yet. There are too few people. Shinyu opened the card drawing interface. It turned out that the card drawing interface has also changed a lot. It splits into 2 card drawing pools. One is the card pool of the characters that need to be played, and the other is the card pool of the employees. The character card pool has been changed from 1,000 build points to 10,000 build points per draw. The employee card pool costs 500 construction points to draw. Shinyu still has so many character cards in his hand that he needs to play. No matter how many he draws, it will still be very tiring to play them. It would be better for him to draw more employee cards to fill his pitifully small number of employees. For a powerful organization that is said to be in charge of the past, present, and future, it is too shabby to have less than 150 employees at its headquarters. Shinyu directly invested 500,000 construction points and received 1,000 draws. Suddenly, countless cards flashed on the screen, and golden light burst out from time to time. White, blue, purple, orange, gold, and other colors flashed, almost blinding Shinyu's eyes. Wait until the card drawing is finished. Shinyu skipped the low-level cards and started with the high-level cards. This time, out of the 1,000 draws, he drew 15 S-level employee cards and felt that the probability of getting gold was still very low. However, the S-level employee card is already the highest level, so it is understandable that the chance of drawing it is low. After all, the talents of S-level and A-level employees are beyond words. Each of them has already reached the limit of what humans can achieve in the field of their own talents. They are a group of top talents in their respective fields, especially the S-level employee card. Shinyu had only drawn 1 card before, and his talent was Mr. G, who was good at research. Although he does not possess any special powers, his research ability has reached a terrifying level. Compared to those researchers below level A, who can only create corresponding technological items based on the technology illuminated by Shinyu. Those A-level ones, as well as Mr. G, are able to develop scientific research products of higher or the same level based on existing technology. A researcher with subjective initiative, who is capable of research and development and creativity, will be praised by everyone who uses him. No matter which country on the blue planet Mr. G goes to, even if it is one of the top superpowers, he will become a national treasure-level heavyweight in those countries. And within a short period of time, joining them can raise the country's scientific research level by several decades. However, Mr. G has recently been reporting that the technology blockade of the Deviant Society is too severe, although he knows that this is because the president is not here and the pillars have all gone to another space. For the safety of the headquarters, most of the technology was blocked. However, Mr. G has always suggested that only high-level technologies should be blocked, and there is no need to block so much mid and low-end technologies. Shinyu thought about the various complaints that kept popping up in Mr. G's head when he was observing the employees at the headquarters. For example, these idiots, why do I need to teach them several times even for the most basic technology? Are their brains rusty? Why does it take so long to study blueprints when this technology is so simple? It's just mid-range technology, and there's other supporting information. Is his brain filled with shit? He actually made a mistake. Am I going to have to deal with these idiots all day long? I feel like being with them lowers my IQ. Shen Yu wiped his sweat silently. Technologies that have not yet been lit up by Shen Yuhua's construction points will appear gray and unreadable on the technology tree. Only those technologies that Shen Yu spent money to build can be accessed by those researchers from the technology library. The rest cannot be viewed. Generally speaking, in other organizations, employees would probably think that the organization does not have this technology at all, because the technological level is not up to this level, so there is no corresponding information for them to review. However, under the cognitive influence of Shen Yu's setting, all they could think about was that the technology was blocked and they didn't have access to it. As for why the blockade was carried out, it was just a few ambiguous sentences, and they would not ask anyway. In short, in Mr. G's eyes, except for a small number of A-level researchers who can keep up with his ideas, those B-level and C-level researchers are all idiots with holes in their brains. Shen Yu was concerned about the mental health of those B-level and C-level researchers who had been traumatized by Mr. G's scolding and had begun to doubt their lives. Only 2 million construction points were spent to unlock most of the low-end technologies and some mid-range technologies. Just a few clicks cost him a total of 3 million construction points. Shen Yu couldn't help but sigh. Money really doesn't last long. Chapter 195. This wave of 3 wins, becoming the Liver Emperor. Mr. G's talent for scientific research is needless to say. Naturally, Shen Yu was looking forward to the 15 newly drawn S-level employee cards. He clicked on the 15 employee cards one by one. Xu Chuan, innate language. Shibu, gifted music. Bai Yu, talented scientific research. Luo Ning, innate force. Shang Wan, gifted social skills. He Dongling, gifted disguise. Sun Yan, talented assassination. Song Mei, talented shooting. Su Lian, gifted painting. Jiang Anren, talented in bomb disposal. Lin Long, innate cold weapon mastery. Qin Ren, innate martial power. Wei Yijin, gifted transport. CG, talent management. Yi Hao, talented thermal weapon mastery. Some talents have appeared before, and some talents appear for the first time. But whether it's the first time they appear or not, these talents look pretty exciting. Especially the assassination one. Shen Yu was also amazed. It was the first time he heard that someone's talent points were focused on assassination. What kind of horrible way of adding points was this? Of course, there are so many people, and everyone has their own strengths. It just depends on how high your talent is. And these S-level cards, no matter what their talents are, must stand at the top of humanity. It has reached a level that only a genius can describe. Shen Yu thought about which department to assign these talents, such as language, music, and painting. In the end, they found that no department was suitable for them, so they were arranged to go to Blue Star. Music arranged her to train, debut, and become a musician, and the same goes for painting, allowing her to become a painter. Can a cult be a diverse organization? After these people become famous, they can inadvertently let others discover their identities and know that the composition of the heterodox society is not only composed of contract masters, but also people from various fields and with different talents. This can also secretly enhance the status of the heterodox society. The scientific research arrangement will be sent to the scientific research department. I believe he will have common topics with Mr. G, so that Mr. G will not have to scold those researchers as idiots all day long. Transportation matters go to the Ministry of Transport, and management matters go to the Ministry of Energy. Go to the sales department for socializing. As for the rest, they were all put into the security department. It just so happened that a lot of technology had been developed, and many weapons against weirdness also appeared. Although there were not many weird crystals, it was not possible to produce high-end weapons in large quantities. But at least we can build an elite containment team. It is composed entirely of ordinary people who are not guild masters. This way, when they appear, they should also cause a sensation to varying degrees, right? After all, it was always the witch doctor who came out to solve the weirdness. In addition to Xiagua having that awareness, it purchased a batch of weapons from Igue Company specifically for dealing with and driving away some low-level monsters. After encountering strange attacks, other countries still subconsciously hope that the witch doctor can come to help them. The concept that ordinary people cannot deal with the weird has been deeply rooted in people's minds. Although in fact it is true. Physical weapons cannot cause any harm to the weirdness. This alone means that ordinary people are destined to have no chance of resistance when they encounter the weirdness. Once this elite rescue team is exposed, the outside world will suddenly realize that humans can still rely on technological weapons to fight against those weird things, and that humans still have the ability to resist when facing weird things. Those countries will go crazy buying these special weapons. When Shen Yu was trading with them, He only needed them to injure the weirdos and then use the weirdo cages to contain the low-level weirdos. In this way, a large number of low-level and weird problems can be solved. The magicians can only deal with mid to high-level magic, freeing up a lot of time and energy. Shinyu earned some money from selling weapons and also received a captured monster. The monster traders no longer had to travel far just to receive a low-level monster, saving them a lot of time. Those countries have obtained weapons that can fight against the weird and can also use weapons to protect their own countries. This time, it's a win-win situation for all three parties. Shinyu nodded and praised his own brilliant idea. Soon, he issued instructions to the sales and research departments. Let them produce a batch of weapons that can fight against the weirdness as soon as possible. Wait until all this is arranged. Shinyu clicked on his character card again. He now has 10 character cards. They are Baizuo, Fei Niaowei, Jieyu, Daochong, Fuzhong, Wu, Milan, Beimu, Su, and Wang Qing. Originally, Shinyu was not in a hurry to improve the perfection of their characters. However, this time, after the perfection of Baizuo was improved to 100, he not only developed self-awareness and could act independently, but also saved him a lot of energy. He also obtained a very powerful artifact, the Fragment of Infinity, from a special scene. Even in order to collect the other fragments and synthesize the complete infinite artifact, he also has to improve the character perfection of other character cards. Shinyu crossed his arms and stretched lazily. Okay, then let's complete the character levels of these character cards. The characters with the highest perfection levels now are Asuka, A, and Milan, with 26 and 28 respectively. Is it that low? After thinking about it, he does spend more time playing the role of a white leftist, which is understandable. Okay then, let's improve Asuka A's perfection first. Shinyu checked the unusual events in the country. A report of suspected strange sightings sent by Igue Company was selected. The mental power is put into Asuka A's body, controlling this body to go to that location. Recently, many residents near the park have reported that strange noises can be heard at night in Liuhu Park, as if a large amusement park is operating there. Because of the strange activities, the residents of Xia Country were reluctant to go out after nightfall, so no one went to check. When they went in to check during the day, they found nothing. There were no strange sounds, and there was no amusement park inside Liuhu Park. Residents speculated that this must be an unusual incident, and the strange noise might have been made by the spooky creature to attract people to see it. After receiving the report, officials have sent personnel to seal off Liuhu Park and check the safety of nearby residents. They found that the number of missing persons is 3. But what's strange is that the families of those who have disappeared don't realize their children are missing. You have a safety buff during the day and will not be harmed by strange things. Not necessarily at night. Although Xia State has issued a clear ban on residents going out at night, it is best not to go out if possible. However, sometimes, you can't stay at home just because you want to. Chapter 196. Unusual Events in Liuhu Park. It's a bit weird. No matter whether you go out or not, there is a way to lure you out. It's still a little weird. You're at home, and you still can't escape. After all, ghosts can move, and there is no barrier in the house. Hiding at home can only reduce the chance of encountering ghosts. But sometimes when people are unlucky, even drinking water will get stuck in their teeth. According to the investigation report, these 3 missing persons were like this. One disappeared on the way home from get off work, one disappeared at home, and one disappeared when he went to the convenience store downstairs to buy cigarettes. The places where they disappeared were very close to each other, both near Liuhu Park, and they were also residents living in the community next to Liuhu Park. At that time, the disappearance of these people did not attract the attention of their families. It was as if something had affected them and made them forget their missing family members. It was not until the investigators came to her house and asked her questions that she remembered that she had not seen her daughter, son, and husband for a long time. This incident was defined as an abnormal event. However, it is impossible to determine the level of abnormal event. This matter was handled by the Special Task Force, formerly, which was later renamed the Abnormal Investigation Team, which specialized in dealing with strange things. Chen Guangji led a team to block the source of the anomaly, Liuhu Park. Yellow cordons have been set up at many entrances, and police officers are patrolling the perimeter to prevent people from approaching or accidentally entering the park. Chen Guangji stood at the entrance of the park, thinking of the family members who were crying and begging him. "Comrade police officer, you must save our daughter. Comrade police officer, my son hasn't been found yet. Comrade police officer, is my husband really missing? Can he come back?" The words of begging from the family members and their painful expressions kept lingering in his mind. He couldn't help scratching his head in annoyance. Damn it. Deputy Captain, we have searched the entire park and found no trace of the missing person. Xiao Zhang is a new member. He wiped the sweat from his face. He and his team have searched several times, almost turning the entire park upside down. Even the lake in Liuhu Park was not spared, and people were already there with equipment to salvage the remains. But after fishing for an entire afternoon, nothing was found. On the bright side, as long as no bodies were found, at least the 3 missing persons were not killed. To think of the worst, the 3 missing persons may have no remains left. Has Liuhu been salvaged? Nothing has been salvaged yet. Chen Guangji was quite troubled. Does it mean we can only wait until night? Xiao Zhang glanced at the time and said, it will be nightfall in an hour. When they say nightfall, they don't actually mean the time when it gets dark, but the time when the safety buff during the day disappears. Chen Guangji, has this matter been reported to that organization? After confirming it was an abnormal incident, it was reported. As for when they will send someone to deal with it, it depends on which contract master has time. As an official department of Xia State, they know much more information than outsiders. For example, when the headquarters of the Society of the Unorthodox was attacked by another organization, the Society's contract masters fought back and wiped out that organization in one fell swoop, leaving no one alive. They also know some of these things. The senior officials of the Xia State were very surprised when they heard the news. Where did this young man come from who dared to attack such a behemoth? Is he tired of living? You see, now Barbecue is gone, and the entire organization is ruined. However, this time the headquarters of the Heterodox Society was attacked by external forces, which also verified a guess. That means the headquarters of the Heretic Society is not on Blue Star. This means that besides the Blue Planet, there are other unknown advanced civilizations. This news is exciting, surprising, and disturbing. Because the internal situation of Blue Star is not peaceful and the strange problems have not been dealt with, if foreign civilizations intervene at this time, it will be difficult for Xia country to guarantee that it can protect its people from internal and external troubles. Of course, there is no point in worrying about these things. The Xia kingdom simply increased the construction of shelters in various places and secretly responded to the possible crises. Chen Guangji received a message. After he finished reading, his face lit up with joy. Great, the Deviant Society has sent a contract master. The other members of the investigation team also felt relieved. Deputy Captain, which witchcraft master is coming? Xiao Zhang came over and asked curiously. No matter which contractor it is, just be careful with them. Go patrol over there. At this critical moment, don't let anyone get close to the park. As famous as the trickster's unpredictable abilities are his equally troublesome personality. I heard that after the Ghost Masters signed a contract with the Ghost, they would be affected by the Ghost for a long time. The stronger the Ghost Master, the weirder his personality. Although all the contractors will abide by the human rules of the Order and will not easily attack ordinary people, the degree of this is difficult to define. Simply teaching a lesson to an ordinary person who has offended you will not violate human ethics as long as the other person's life is not endangered. Many countries are now extremely cautious in dealing with the issue of sorcerers. Anyone who may come into contact with a sorcerer will be warned to be polite and respectful. Treat the contract master as the highest level VIP. Xiao Zhang chuckled, stood at attention, and saluted, then immediately trotted to the other side. Hey, are we really coming over here? What are you afraid of? It's not even dark yet. We'll just take a look around and leave. Haha, brothers. Look, this is the park I mentioned where strange noises would be heard at night. Let me move closer so that we can see the side of the park. Laotan adjusted the camera and aimed it at the park. He glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room. At this moment, there are tens of thousands of people watching in his live broadcast room. In the past, he would never have believed that there would be so many people in his live broadcast room. However, since the appearance of the weirdness, he has relied on his courage and fearlessness to go to places where weirdness may appear to broadcast live at night. It attracts many people who like to seek excitement and are very interested in the weird. Of course, Laotan didn't dare to commit suicide so blatantly. He also wanted to make money. If he went to investigate after dark, his live broadcast room might be reported and blocked for bad guidance. Therefore, Laotan has always struck a balance. It can avoid official blockades and make quick money. At this time, gifts were constantly being given in the live broadcast room. Many people were shouting 666 and Laotan is awesome. Some new netizens also questioned, could the anchor just pick a random park and say there is something strange? Chapter 197 Music from the central square of the park. Old Ten chuckled. Old fans all know that Old Ten never puts on a show, and it's easy to get evidence. Everyone knows that since the frequent occurrence of strange things, the country has been very strict in controlling abnormal events. You see, The reason Old Tin walked along the side of the park is because other places have been blocked off by the authorities and cannot be approached. There are people patrolling here too. Let's hide for a while. Later, Lao Tan will take you into the park. Brothers, start collecting gifts. When netizens took a closer look, they found that there were indeed uniformed police officers standing at each main entrance of the park, and all the entrances were blocked. Old Tan yos. You dare to get close to this? That's an unusual incident. Are you so brave? Just for Lao Tan's courage, he must send a wave of rockets. The anchor is really going to get close? He won't get arrested, will he? Are you stupid? It's not dark yet. It's still safe. Even if something strange happens, it won't hurt you. You're so brave. If you have the guts, go over there after dark. The one above is a nitpicker, right? Who doesn't know that? If you have the guts, go ahead and do it. Asking the anchor to go after dark is like asking for his own death, isn't it? We want to see something weird, but we don't want the anchor to die. It seemed like a quarrel was about to break out in the live broadcast room. Lao Tan quickly came out to liven up the atmosphere. Brothers, the platform does restrict a lot of outdoor live broadcasts at night. In order to prevent this live broadcast room from being blocked, Lao Tan doesn't dare to be so blatant, right? Now, there are still 40 minutes until nightfall. Let's take a closer look at this park. As for whether we can see anything strange, it depends on our luck. Old Tan will only be here for 10 minutes. He will come out in 10 minutes. With the anticipation of facing something weird and a little bit of fear, many people are eagerly waiting in the live broadcast room. Old Tan's assistant Huang Mao saw the patrolling police officer walking over and quickly waved to Old Tan. Old Tan immediately and nimbly rushed from behind the sidewalk sign into the green belt of the park. Then, he climbed over the lush green belt, which was almost half a person's height. Okay, I'm coming in. Old Tan rolled onto the green grass, rolled over, and quickly got up. This series of agile movements showed that the skills were acquired through frequent wall climbing. Now let's see if there's anything strange going on in the park. While Xiao Zhang was on patrol, he seemed to hear some noise coming from over there. So he immediately ran over there and saw Lao Tan sneaking in. Hey, that guy over there, get out of here quickly. Xiao Zhang noticed the phone in Lao Tan's hand very well, and it seemed like he was recording a video. Or was it a live broadcast? Old Tan broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He immediately ran away. If he was caught at this time, he would probably be invited to have tea and be taught a lesson. Don't run. When Xiao Zhang saw him running, he immediately sped up to catch up with him reflexively. They chased each other like this, and soon they arrived at the center of Liuhu Park. There is a relatively large square here with some entertainment facilities for people to play. Old Tan was running out of breath. In the live broadcast room, everyone laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt when they saw the shaking camera and the previous sound. Ha ha ha, I met a police officer. Old Tan, stop running. You can't outrun him in terms of physical strength and endurance. I'm dying of laughter. Old Tan is going to be invited for tea. Light the candle. Don't be so gloating. Old Tan is in jail. Who will show us the weirdness live? Oh my god, run faster, Lao Tan. I'll cheer you on. Run, run. Netizens clicked on gifts, and the gifts in the live broadcast room flew over densely, filling the entire screen. New netizens were stunned by this scene. Whose live broadcast room is this? So many people are sending gifts. Old Tan was breathing heavily. He was the type of person who exercised regularly and had good physical strength. However, he glanced at the police officer who was chasing him from behind. The two sides did not widen the distance between them. Instead, because of his current weakness, the other party was gradually catching up. Damn, he has no strength left. Xiao Zhang was holding back his anger. He was the first in the long distance running that session, so running a few more kilometers would be no problem for him. Seeing that the person in front of him was running with a lot of staggering steps, he felt helpless. Why bother? The people in front, please stop. Old Tan finally ran out of energy. He suddenly lay on the grass, gasping for breath. Xiao Zhang took a deep breath and came in front of him. Why are you running? He glanced at the phone in Lao Tan's hand and said, I'll take this phone first. Come with me. Xiao Zhang originally wanted to pull Lao Tan up from the grass, but just as he stretched out his hand, a sudden burst of music sounded behind him. The originally cheerful tone was lowered a lot and even distorted due to the damage to the sound quality. Especially when played in the park, the music echoes in the air, bringing an ethereal feeling. This makes the music sound indescribably weird and creepy. Xiao Zhang's face changed. The strange sound matched what the nearby residents said. The music is still playing. Xiao Zhang stood in front of Lao Tan with a vigilant look, drew the weapon at his waist, and looked around cautiously. At the same time, he pressed the communication device on his collar. Deputy Captain, I found something unusual in the central square of the park. I repeat, I found something unusual in the central square of the park. Soon, Chun Guangji replied, "Got it. I'll bring people over immediately." Old Tan was a little dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the square in front of him. There was clearly no one in the square, and there was no equipment to play music, but the music seemed to appear out of nowhere, playing continuously and in a loop. He swallowed. "Really? Did you really encounter something strange?" He thought of something and quickly looked at the time on his phone. Fortunately, there were still 20 minutes before nightfall. Xiao Zhang became serious. He forcefully pulled Lao Tan up from the ground and said, "Let's go. Leave here. It's not safe here." Old Tan wasn't the type to risk his life, so he nodded and was dragged away powerlessly. Because of this sudden change in the live broadcast room, many people have gone to promote it on their own. Something strange happened in Lao Tan's live broadcast room. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" "So 6? Where's the guy? Is he alive? Wow, what does that weird thing look like? Is it scary?" All of a sudden, the number of people in the live broadcast room doubled. If it were before, when Old Tin saw this situation, he would probably be so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 198. This person is too arrogant. But now, Old Tin no longer had time to look at what his live broadcast room looked like. His legs were shaking. If Xiao Zhang hadn't pulled him, he would probably have collapsed on the ground and couldn't move. Lao Tan has always prided himself on being brave and fearless, which has become a major selling point for his outdoor adventures and search for the weird. What others dare not do, Old Tan dares to do. However, in the previous few times, he had never done something like this, breaking into the blocked scene of an abnormal incident. He chose places where the blockades had been removed and the police officers had evacuated, which meant that the danger had been eliminated. So his live broadcast room only has tens of thousands of viewers. Everyone knows that it is unlikely that Lao Tan will encounter anything strange because of his behavior of jumping left and right on the safety line during the day. But there are not many people like Lao Tan who dare to look for weird things, and everyone is full of fear of weird things and wants to take a look at them. So many people stayed in his live broadcast room, hoping that one day they would really encounter something strange. Oh, weird really appeared. This creepy music and this terrifying atmosphere really make me feel like I'm watching a horror movie. Anchor, run away. Oh my God, I'm going to the bathroom first, and we'll come back to watch it. The gifts in the live broadcast room were so dense that the number of viewers soared at an astonishing speed and soon broke through the 100,000 mark. It seems that the news about Lao Tan encountering strange things during the live broadcast has spread. Xiao Zhang picked up Lao Tan with one hand and quickly backed away. At the same time, Chun Guangji, who received Xiao Zhang's warning, also rushed here with members of the abnormal investigation team. "Xiao Zhang, the safety buff is still available for 19 minutes. We need to hurry and exit the park." Okay. Old Tin nodded in panic. In fact, he didn't hear anything at the moment. He just agreed with whatever Xiao Zhang said. At the same time, he tried hard to support his body with his shaking legs. After all, no matter how strong Xiao Zhang was, he couldn't drag such a big person away with just one hand while holding a weapon in one hand and being on guard. Fortunately, Lao Tan had a strong sense of self-rescue, and with the joint efforts of the two, they retreated to the edge of the square. However, just as they were about to leave the square, the music suddenly changed its tune. It became more ethereal, low, creepy, and terrifying. For some reason, their legs, as they retreated, seemed to be nailed down and could not move. The expressions on their faces were also frozen in solemnity and fear. "I can't move." Old Tan rolled his eyes in horror, and then he discovered in despair that his eyeballs were the only part of his body that could move freely. This made him involuntarily control his eyes to move continuously. He kept turning his eyes to the right, trying to see what was happening with the police officer. Are the police officers unable to move like him? When Xiao Zhang saw his body being timed, he cried out in his heart that something was wrong. As a member of the investigation team, although he had never experienced any abnormal events before, he had received a lot of training on what to expect if he encountered an abnormal event. Xiao Zhang blamed himself in his heart, thinking that he should not think that he was absolutely safe just because it was still a safe time. During the safe time, weird was indeed restricted by the rules of the horror game and could not do anything to them. But you have to know that the purpose of horror games is never good. Therefore, these weird things can often find some loopholes, big or small. For example, the moment before nightfall, when the day meets the dusk. There are only a dozen minutes of safe time left. Those monsters just need to hold them back until the safe time has passed, and after that, they can do whatever they want, right? Xiao Zhang was so anxious that he was sweating all over. Now it depends on whether the master of tricks can arrive in time. Chun Guangji and others had already rushed over at this time. Xiao Zhang. They noticed something strange about Xiao Zhang and Lao Tan. Chen Guangji's heart sank as he listened to the strange music coming from the square. When I saw Xiao Zhang only moving his eyes without moving his body, he turned left a few times and right a few times. Was it Morse code? Having trouble with the music? Can't move your body. Chen Guangji couldn't help but cover his face. It could be seen at a glance. Deputy Captain, are we going over there? Of course, teammates also noticed Xiao Zhang's abnormality. Chen Guangji glanced at his watch. 18 minutes left. Wait for the supporting Chi-Chi master to arrive. If they go over now, they will probably get stuck, and then the supporting Chigue master will have to rescue a few more people. They can't deal with the weirdness, but at least they should not be a drag. Time passes by little. The cold sweat on Chen Guangji's forehead was getting more and more. The same goes for others. Because the safe time is almost over. Once the buff of absolute safety during the day disappears, the first to suffer are Xiao Zhang and Lao Tan, who are trapped there. Just when they were extremely anxious, a breeze suddenly blew over. The leaves around were rustling, the trees were slightly bent, and the branches were swaying, joining in the accompaniment of the wind. It strangely neutralizes the horror atmosphere brought by the music. The dust raised by the wind blew in my face. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Chen Guangji's keen hearing allowed him to hear sounds other than the wind. It seemed to be the sound of birds flapping their wings in flight, and the faint sound of birds chirping. Chen Guangji couldn't help but want to open his eyes and take a look at the bird. A loud voice came from above his head. Chen Guangji couldn't help but look up. As a result, he saw a man wearing a black tight shirt, a white long-sleeved jacket and blue jeans, standing above him very arrogantly. He estimated that it was no more than a hand's distance away. Depend on. He was so scared that he almost cursed. This guy is so arrogant. Who would stand on someone else's head? Even if you can fly, this is too disrespectful. The person who came was Asakae. He was looking out towards the square with his hands in his pockets. Chen Guangji suppressed his temper. He had always been strict, but these Chigue masters were not his soldiers, nor were they his team members. Moreover, the character of the trickster is weird. Chen Guangji had no choice but to call out tentatively. Excuse me, are you the Master Chigue master who came to support us? When the other team members heard his voice, they quickly opened their eyes and looked around. When they found that the contract master was standing right above their heads, their eyes twitched and black lines appeared on their foreheads. Although they were speechless, they did not show any dissatisfaction. Chapter 199, The Invisible Man-Eating Monster. The appearance of Asakae. It seemed that some aura around him disrupted something. Xiao Zhang and Lao Tan, who were trapped there, were startled to find that they could finally move. Old Tin burst into tears. During the time he was immobilized, he had already imagined whether he would die, how he would die, and all the possible ways he would die. Xiao Zhang quickly pulled him out. As they were fleeing the square in a panic, the camera in Lao Tan's hand happened to capture a bird floating in the air. The people in the live broadcast room soon discovered him. Who is he? This position doesn't feel right. Is he floating in midair? He can fly. This person looks so familiar. Could he be a trickster? It's Bai Mao. So handsome. I declare that I want to be his fan. After Chen Guangji spoke, Fanio seemed to have just discovered that there was a group of people under his feet. He moved forward a few steps, then landed lightly on the ground like a nimble bird. Asakae waved at them, with that flamboyant smile typical of a playboy on his face. Good evening, everyone. The corner of Chen Guangji's mouth twitched. He felt that Fei Niaoe did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. How could a master of contract with magical powers not discover that there was a group of people under his feet? What kind of joke is this? However, he did not point these out. The contract masters all have some serious brain problems. Even the heterodox society needs to coax and respect these contract masters, and even set up a special logistics team to be responsible for getting along and communicating with these contract masters. What would be wrong if those who seek help from the contract master were nicer and more tolerant? Then, Chen Guangji showed a very friendly smile. Good evening, respected Chigue master. Asakae glanced at the time. There are 10 minutes left. It seems I came too early. I have to wait 10 more minutes. Chen Guangji's smile froze. Wait, it has been quite a while since they reported the matter. He had heard from Zhang Lin that support from within the Igue society often arrived in a timely manner. As long as the report was submitted, someone would arrive within 10 minutes. It's so slow this time. Is it just because the time hasn't come yet? Chen Guangji didn't know how much patience he had to suppress his violent temper. He couldn't hit anyone, couldn't scold anyone, and couldn't even show any dissatisfaction. Others were just a little late and did not exceed the safe time. The other team members looked at their deputy captain and felt that the veins on his forehead were about to pop out. I had no choice but to go forward and negotiate with Asakae. Master Chichi Master, we have conducted a search before. There are 3 people missing on the list. 19-year-old Yang Lei, 47-year-old He Pengxing, and 25-year-old Qian Jing. The source of the anomaly is this square. Asakare said, "Oh," and asked, "How long have they been missing?" "He disappeared last night, so it should have been almost a day now." Asakare spread his hands. "Then there's no hope." Although Chen Guangji had a premonition, he still felt uncomfortable when he heard the professional's decisive words. In fact, everyone in the investigation team knew that as long as there was something strange going on and they had been missing for such a long time, they could be considered dead. However, as long as no body is seen, everyone will have a glimmer of hope in their hearts, especially the families of the missing persons. Chen Guangji lowered his head. "If possible, can you confirm their situation? Whether they are dead or alive, at least we should give their families an explanation." Compared to other contract masters, Fei Niao was the type that was easy to talk to, so he agreed. "Well, that," Old Tan said somewhat awkwardly. "How about I leave first?" Chen Guangji looked at him and frowned. "Who is he?" Xiao Zhang immediately replied. "It was someone I spotted while on patrol who broke in and took photos." "Nonsense." Chen Guangji immediately became angry. He has always disapproved of people who seek death. In contrast to those who wanted to survive but were caught up in unusual events due to bad luck, lost their lives forever, and could never return home. It is such an irony that there is someone like Lao Tan who has nothing wrong but chooses to seek death. Chen Guangji immediately scolded Lao Tan and explained to him the weirdness and horror of it, which he could not avoid by relying on a little trick. For example, what if they were not there this time? The contract master was not notified of his arrival. If Old Tan is dragged into this, he will be helpless and will be forgotten by his family, just like those missing persons. It was not until the investigation team noticed something was wrong and started investigating that they discovered that he had disappeared. But by then it was too late. "There won't be a next time. If you do this again, you'll have to stay in jail for a while." Yes, officer, I know I was wrong." Old Tan was also scared this time, because he found that his suicide by timing it with a safe time was not as safe as he thought. The existence of strange things is beyond human imagination, and they do not understand what abilities they have. If he still relies on the safe time and walks on the edge of life and death before nightfall, then there will be another time when he encounters ghosts, not just this time. Old Tan also swore that he would never do such a thing again. Just when he was about to leave, he felt as if his body was being pulled by something, and he felt dizzy. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Xiao Zhang widened his eyes. He and Chen Guangji were closest to Lao Tan and clearly saw the process of Lao Tan disappearing. Just as he was wondering why Lao Tan disappeared, this doubt did not last long, because Xiao Zhang also felt the pulling force. Soon, he disappeared from the spot, just like Lao Tan. Chen Guangji reacted when Lao Tan disappeared. He wanted to rush up and grab Xiao Zhang, but when he was about to touch Xiao Zhang disappeared. Chen Guangji's eyes turned red, and he looked at Fei Niao. Asaka looked towards the square. "I see, that's it. Well, I'll go in and take a look. You guys just stay outside and don't move." "Wait, Master Chichi Master." Chen Guangji didn't have time to call Fei Niao. Asaka just moved his body and stepped into the square. The next second, his body disappeared from the square. It was as if there was some invisible monster in the square that could devour people. They witnessed this strange scene and couldn't help but feel fear. The music became louder and louder, and even had a hint of joy, like a child who finally got to eat some delicious candy. It made those who stayed behind feel an endless chill in their hearts. Chapter 200. Extremely Inappropriate Absurdity and Disharmony. Ha ha ha. A little kid in a yellow animal onesie, balloons in hand, ran happily past him. Old Tan was a little frightened at first, but gradually calmed down. "Where is this place?" Old Tan asked to himself while holding his cell phone. He didn't look at the phone screen. I didn't know that his live broadcast room had exploded. What's wrong with me going there? Why did Lao Tan suddenly come to an amusement park? Is this an amusement park? I see a carousel. It's over. Old Tan encountered something strange. Wasn't he rescued? It's okay. Isn't the contract master here? Maybe it was just a false alarm. A melodious voice came, and Old Tan couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. It turned out that a cheerful melody was playing on the carousel not far away, and many children with unclear faces were sitting on it. They laughed happily, and accompanied by music, the wooden horse turned up and down, taking the children in circles. Old Tan stood quietly by, watching the scene silently, and for some reason he thought of his childhood. At that time, he was just like these children, carefree, enjoying happiness and freedom to the fullest. But soon, Lao Tan suddenly came back to his senses. He shook his head and said with some confusion, What am I looking at? What's so interesting about these things? Old Tan took a step back and prepared to turn around and leave. A clown wearing a clown costume and holding many balloons of different colors appeared behind him at some point. Old Tan turned around and saw him head on. Old Tan exclaimed in surprise, because the clown's makeup made his face look frighteningly pale in the night, and the exaggerated laughter from the red paint was really scary at first glance. The smile on the clown's face widened a lot, but looking closely, it was only pulling the flesh on his face, making the smile seem a little fake. Oh, look what I found, a confused person. What are you looking for? Can all these fun and interesting toys make you laugh? Interesting? Fun. Old Tan thought in a daze. What's the use? He needs money to survive. He is no longer the kid who could play happily all day long with just one toy. These things were just a meaningless waste of his precious time. What is he going to do? That's right. He wants to make money. Lots of money. The clown seemed to see through his body and see his inner thoughts. The clown sighed and said, "Another corrupted soul. Let me help you find your original self." The clown conjured up a cane like a magician and hit Lao Tan on the head. Old Tan felt as if something had penetrated his brain, clearing out all his messy thoughts and ideas. Only the purest thoughts remain. There was a smile on his face, which looked innocent on a child but silly on an adult. He took a step forward and walked towards the carousel impatiently. The carousel stopped in front of him and started spinning again after he sat on one of the horses. The cheerful sound of the carousel sounded again, and Old Tan couldn't help but let out a silly laugh of ha. Depend on. Is that clown creepy? What did he do to Lao Tan? Old Tan, wake up and run. However, separated by a screen, these netizens were obviously unable to bring Lao Tan back to his senses. Old Tan's face became increasingly blurred. Before long, perhaps he would forget everything, blend into this strange amusement park, and become an inseparable part of it. Xiaozhang woke up from the darkness. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand and looked around vigilantly. What is this place? A lot of doubts swirled in my mind. There were a lot of debris piled around, and an unpleasant fishy smell filled the air. Xiaozhang struggled to step over the worn-out debris on the ground and came to the side. When he took a look, he couldn't help but hold his breath. There are many iron cages here. There is an animal in each cage. They curled up tiredly and fell asleep in the small iron cage, their fur tangled and messy. There were also many wounds and bloodstains all over their bodies. Because they can't move, they poop and pee in the cages, and no one comes to clean them up in time, making them filthy and smelly. Obviously, the stench Xiaozhang smelled before came from here. Xiaozhang looked around carefully and asked, "Are wild animals being sold here?" There are many kinds of animals in the cages, all of which are species not common in cities, including lions, deer, monkeys, antelopes, leopards, bears, horses, etc. Most of them are protected animals, and they are not treated well. When Xiaozhang was about to explode in anger, he noticed a watch on a monkey's hand. This watch is very ordinary, one of those watches that costs 1 or 2,000 yuan. What is unusual is that there is a very small star sticker stuck on the corner of the dial. Xiaozhang had read the files of missing persons before. One of the missing persons, 47-year-old He Pengxing, was wearing a watch like this. Moreover, the star sticker on the watch was actually put on by his little daughter. How did He Pengxing's watch end up on a monkey? Was it picked up by the monkey or by the monkey's owner? Xiaozhang suddenly reacted. Wrong. The missing person disappeared because he was involved in a strange incident. Why did the monkey have the items belonging to the missing person on its body? Xiaozhang finally understood that perhaps he had come to a strange place like those missing people. Xiaozhang approached the iron cage where the monkey was locked up. He reached in a finger through the cage and gently poked the monkey's body. The monkey looked like it was dying and was so thin that only skin and bones were left. It opened its eyes with difficulty, and when it saw Xiaozhang's face, its eyes widened in disbelief. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey suddenly became excited. It pointed at Xiaozhang as if it wanted to say something, but it could only make weak monkey sounds. However, the expression on the monkey's face and the emotions expressed in its eyes were so vivid that they didn't look like a monkey at all. The natural expression that was revealed was as if a human soul was stuffed into the body of this monkey, giving people an extremely absurd and incongruous feeling. Xiaozhang was a little bit incredulous. He whispered, "Are you Mr. He Pengxing?" The monkey nodded hard and tears came out of its eyes.